This young man was transformed into Corin Lock, an ordinary character in the legendary world of Ahan, with a story that takes place at an academy where countless dangerous events occur. Here, Corin gets the chance to meet Park Sihu, the main character, who is also another player transported into this world. Having played through every chapter and knowing every single thing about it, Corin quickly befriends Park Sihu, and they become a dynamic duo. He thought that with Park Sihu's help, they could save a lot of people, prevent the apocalypse, and finally return to the real world. But reality was far more twisted than what Corin had dreamed of. This guy, Park Sihu, was nowhere near as innocent and harmless as he appeared. The Sword Emperor's granddaughter died on her way to Marriott's memorial service, and the final boss of the first stage also suddenly vanished. Mysterious deaths and disappearances, events that were never part of the original game's plot. With suspicions piling up, one clear, breezy night, Corin decided to secretly follow Seihoo, which led him to discover a secret treasure trove underground. It was a place where he kept precious items taken from other characters, like Mariette Dunalev's magic staff, and a piece of the Odachi artifact from Elisa Aiden, a heroine who had gone missing. Not only that, but there were also many items from other characters who had disappeared over time. But the most shocking thing of all had to be the body of Mariette Dunalev, being preserved in a giant glass tank in the corner of the room. Just as Corin was still reeling from the shock, a familiar voice called out from behind him. "Damn it! What are you doing here?" Park Sihu asked Corin with an annoyed look. Hearing this, Corin angrily confronted him. "What is all this? You told me you were chasing Mariette and lost her trail." Park Sihu nonchalantly replied, "Oh that? She's a demon anyway. Did you really want to waste the blood of a high-ranking vampire? I was just putting it to good use. Besides, you drank some of it too." Corin remembered the potion vial Park Sihu had given him earlier, and his stomach immediately churned. Seeing Corin's disgusted expression, Park Sihu said petulantly, "What's wrong? I worked really hard to create this place. I captured her and built this chamber all within a month. Why? Why would you do that? To complete the story more efficiently, of course. Your playstyle is inefficient as hell. You're so busy saving people that you end up losing. You should have just killed those guys, El and Jer. You keep protecting people we can't control, even after raising our friendship points with them. It's better to just use them like this. Listen up, I'm much better at this game than you are." He was lying from the very beginning. This bastard wasn't a newbie. With that thought, Corin asked with a dark expression, "How many times have you done this?" "I'm not sure. Let's see." Park Sihu calculated for a moment, then answered, "If I kill 3 more, it'll be 100,000 N." At this point, Corin couldn't hold back anymore. He lunged forward, grabbed Park Sihu by the collar, and began to lecture him on morality. This only ended up pissing Park Sihu off. With a light flick of his hand, he sent Corin flying backward, almost launching him to the Hell server. Now, like a madman, Park Sihu relentlessly criticized Corin, while also confessing that he was into men. He said his heart had long since had only 3 chambers for blood, with the last one holding Corin's image. The sudden, sharp plot twist gave Corin whiplash. He quickly gave Park Sihu a loving punch and took the opportunity to bolt. But before he could act, he was quickly restrained by Park Sihu. "You can't escape from me. I'll bind you to me forever. You are mine. In this fake world, you're the only thing that's real." Corin couldn't stomach these cliché, overbearing CEO lines from Park Sihu, and started crying and cursing. "You're scaring the hell out of me, you bastard. Everything will be over soon. Once it's over, we'll be together forever." Park Sihu gave a sick smile and locked his beloved away, while he went off to deal with the final boss alone. The final chapter is opening. It's starting. Corin looked at the notification and mumbled, "Was this Park Sihu's plan all along? That guy had always handled everything by himself, so the final boss probably wouldn't be a problem for him. Once he finishes off the boss, what's going to happen to me?" Fortunately, Corin wouldn't have to experience a future filled with dread, because Park Sihu was defeated by the boss. Everything returned to the starting point. Corin's eyes shot open as if waking from a nightmare. He bolted upright and looked around, realizing he had returned to 3 years in the past, back to when he had first been transported to this world. Given a second chance, Corin swore to himself that this time he would take that bastard Park Sihu down before he even got a chance to grow. He remembered the Rotiong River Dam collapse. During a mission to subdue a river monster, the dam had unexpectedly broken, washing away an entire village. Thousands of water monsters and thousands of innocent people drowned. And during such a horrifying scene, that bastard Park Sihu had a look of pure glee on his face. At the time, Corin didn't understand why he had that expression. But thinking back now, even with dozens of people dead, For a psychopath like Park Sihu, the only thing he cared about was all the experience points it brought him. This time, Corin was determined to stop that from happening. Right now, Seihoo was only level 5, the same as him. All the elements that make a player stronger are at the MK3 Academy. After entering the academy, Park Sihu grew much more powerful. Right now, he wasn't a monster yet, but there was no telling how fast he would grow after entering the academy. The entrance ceremony was in 5 days. In other words, the only way to take Park Sihu out was right now, during the tutorial mission. A carriage on the way to the city of Mercata has been ambushed by monsters in the forest. Protect everyone and the guards until it's repaired. Without even waiting for the mission to appear, Corin had already rushed to the location. His main goal wasn't to save them from the monsters, but to save them from Park Sihu. Elsewhere, after dealing with the smaller monsters, everyone let out a sigh of relief. Laura, a member of the escort party, praised Park Sihu after seeing his performance. "You've got talent, kid." Park Sihu put on a shy expression and replied, "Thank you." At that moment, the coachman called out, "Sir Leon, Kiko, Laura, the carriage is fixed, let's go." "Ah, I want to go to sleep right away." While Leon and Laura were happily chatting and laughing, a ferocious roar erupted, startling them both. They spun around to see a massive log hurtling straight towards them. Leon instantly pushed Laura aside and managed to dodge just as the log closed in. Then, Leon and Laura drew their weapons, preparing to fight. From the howl, they could tell the monster they were facing this time was a level 2 werewolf. As soon as it saw the humans, the werewolf quickly closed in and, with a single attack, took Laura out. The situation was dire. Leon immediately shouted at Park Sihu, who was standing behind him, "Get to the carriage, quick, I'll buy you some time." Hearing this, Park Sihu ordered the driver, "Just go, I'll follow behind. I can't just leave Leon." With that, he ran straight towards Leon. Sadly, Leon was already dead. When the werewolf saw someone approaching, it tossed Leon's body aside and slowly closed in on Park Sihu. Corin had also arrived by then, endlessly blaming himself. "Damn it, has it already started? I ran as fast as I could, but I still couldn't stop it. If only I'd had time to prepare, I could have saved them." Seeing the bewildered look on Park Sihu's face as he confronted the monster, Corin didn't rush out. Instead, he hid in a corner to observe. "I have to be sure before I intervene. Is this Park Sihu really the hero who will save the world? Or is he a player, just like me?" Park Sihu stared at the werewolf for a moment, and his bewildered expression slowly turned bloodthirsty. Just as he was about to make his move, a female voice called out, "Get down!" Elisa Aiden appeared, swinging her sword and slashing at the werewolf. But the werewolf was no pushover. It quickly extended its claws, successfully blocking Elisa's strike, much to her surprise. A little about Elisa Aiden. She is the second daughter of the Aiden family, wielder of the Odachi, one of the 6 king's swords and one of the most influential members of the party. After her failed attack, Elisa immediately positioned herself in front of Seihoo, partly to keep her distance from the werewolf, and partly to protect him. "Stand back, I'll handle this," Elisa said to Park Sihu, but sadly, her kindness was misplaced. While her guard was down, Park Sihu used a poison-coated dagger to slash her arm. Elisa clutched her wounded arm, looking at Park Sihu in disbelief. "Why?" Park Sihu just smiled and replied, "Sorry about that. I was so scared, my hand slipped." Witnessing this, Corin gritted his teeth in fury. "So it really is you, Park Sihu. If Elisa Aiden dies during this mission, he'll get the Odachi and then be able to join Lunia Aiden's party, a legendary holy sword." As for Elisa, it seemed the poison was starting to take effect. She began to feel dizzy. Her vision of Park Sihu began to blur. At the same time, the werewolf, now bloodthirsty, lunged at her. With no time to think, Elisa immediately focused on dealing with the monster. Sihu watched Elisa fight from the side, surprised. That woman's been poisoned, but she's not dead yet? Is it because she's an important NPC in the storyline? After dodging a series of the werewolf's attacks, Elisa jumped back to create some distance. Then, using what little willpower she had left, she tried to focus and used her ultimate skill, the Peerless Slash, charging towards the werewolf, ready to strike a decisive blow to finish it. At this rate, she might actually kill that monster by herself. "I can't let that happen, can I?" Park Sihu smirked deviously and, resorting to another dirty trick, threw the poisoned dagger at Elisa Aden. Sensing an object flying towards her, Elisa quickly used her sword to block it, knocking the object off course. So it really wasn't an accident," Elisa said, gritting her teeth in fury. At that same moment, the werewolf was right in front of Elisa. She quickly drew her sword and dealt a fatal blow, sending the werewolf straight to the afterlife. The werewolf's body collapsed, falling on top of Elisa. By now, the poison had taken full effect, leaving Elisa completely paralyzed. And so, she could only watch helplessly as Park Sihu took her precious sword. "Here it is! I've got the Odachi!" Park Sihu shouted excitedly after pulling Elisa's sword from the werewolf's body. "This thing can only be used with a special skill, so what now?" Park Sihu caressed the sword, then turned to look at Elisa with a cruel gaze. "That's right. Killing an NPC gives you experience, doesn't it?" Just as Park Sihu was about to finish Elisa off, a pouch of powder flew out of nowhere and hit him right in the face. "What the hell is this?" Park Sihu looked at the yellowish powder in his hand, then angrily scanned the area and yelled, "Which bastard did this? Show yourself." 3 horned rats appeared, rushing straight towards Park Sihu to attack him. In reality, the substance thrown at him was made from topanic mushrooms, a favorite food of forest monsters. They're covered in a thick layer of powder. So now, in the eyes of the monsters, Park Sihu was nothing more than a delicious piece of fresh meat covered in a special sauce. While Park Sihu was busy fighting off the trio of horned rats, Corin took the opportunity to get to Elisa and check on her. Thank God, she's still breathing. Corin breathed a silent sigh of relief and stealthily dragged Elisa to a safe place. But as he looked at the werewolf's corpse, an idea suddenly sparked in Corin's mind. He left Elisa there and went over to the werewolf, using his dagger to break off one of its fangs. Just then, Park Sihu's voice rang out from behind Corin. "Who the hell are you?" "Unafraid," Corin retorted. "Killed 3 horned rats in an instant. Huh, the Odachi is pretty amazing, isn't it?" "You are." Park Sihu felt that the voice sounded a bit familiar. As soon as Corin turned his head, Seihoo couldn't help but exclaim in shock. "Corin Lock, how did you get here?" Park Sihu raised his sword, questioning Corin warily. Park Sihu's reaction made Corin suspicious. Did this bastard lose his previous memories? If so, that's even better, Corin thought to himself, then sneered and said, "Hey, you're gonna hurt yourself holding a sword like that, huh?" Park Sihu naively believed Corin's words and quickly looked down at his own grip. The moment he was distracted, Corin threw a handful of sand in his face. The trick worked, and Park Sihu couldn't open his eyes, and started swinging his sword wildly. "You bastard, die!" Corin watched Park Sihu with a critical eye. He's clumsy with a sword, but damn, he swings fast. Still, Park Sihu is physically stronger than me. It's a gamble, but I have no other choice. Corin ducked to avoid Park Sihu's sword slash, and then rushed in close, aiming a slash at his neck. Just then, Park Sihu regained his sight and was able to easily dodge Corin's attack. Plan A failed. Time for Plan B. Corin continued to attack Park Sihu frantically with the fang dagger, his goal being to overwhelm him so he couldn't think straight, forcing him to focus only on the fang dagger. As expected, the tactic worked. Just as Park Sihu was busy using his sword to block the fang, Corin used his other hand to draw a dagger and plunged it directly into Park Sihu's shoulder. He didn't stop there. Corin pulled the dagger out of Seihoo's shoulder and immediately thrust it towards his neck. Park Sihu used his uninjured arm to block Corin's strike, but Corin was determined not to let him go and pressed down with all his might, successfully driving the dagger through Seihoo's neck and taking his life. Looking at Park Sihu's motionless body, Corin said to himself, "Thank you for everything in my past life. I have to admit, it was because of you that I got stronger. Even so, I don't regret doing this, because I've eliminated the seed of a monster." Player Park Sihu has died. Calculating anomaly in the main storyline. Executing review of alternate world. Running simulation on variable Corin Lock. Testing potential. Testing ideology. Testing compatibility. Testing player log. Transferring previous player's experience to hero Corin Lock. Converting minimum reserve for storyline collapse, scenario, and minimum stats. Initiating backup player program. Corin Lock. A-rank knight. Heir to martial arts. Backup player. Staring at the series of notifications before him, Corin couldn't help but feel a bit bewildered. A backup player? Does that mean I'll have a status window now? Suddenly, a constant coughing sound came from behind Corin. Only then did he remember Elisa's presence. He rushed over to check her injuries and began administering first aid. After pressing the poison out and bandaging the wound, Elisa was temporarily out of danger. Corin quickly ran to find ingredients and started preparing medicine for her. In her delirium, Elisa didn't forget to ask the name of the benefactor who saved her. "You don't need to know. Don't worry about it and get some rest. When the medicine is ready, I'll wake you up," Corin replied, gently placing a damp cloth on Elisa's forehead. From now on, he had to act in the shadows. The fewer people who knew about him, the better. Elisa didn't ask any more questions and obediently fell into a peaceful sleep. Only then did Corin have time to assess the current situation. The story of the legendary hero, Ahan's emissary, was, as its name suggests, a story about a hero. While resolving incidents that occurred within the academy, the player would become a hero and save the world. The hero would defeat countless monsters and take down the final boss. Even a rotten bastard like Park Sihu had to follow the storyline, because if the final boss wasn't defeated, the world would be destroyed. But that guy's dead now, so who's supposed to take on that fate? Who else is there but me? But these bastards. If they want me to do it, they should at least do their part properly. Corin looked at the pile of notifications. System window. Access denied. He couldn't help but feel dejected. I became a backup player, but I can't even use the support features meant for players. I was so excited, so full of anticipation. And this is what I get. It's going to be tough to get anything done in the future, isn't it? Just my memories from my past life aren't enough. I'll have to use elements from outside the system to get this done. With that thought, Corin carved an ancient character into the ground. A burst of fire element erupted from the character, making Corin feel happy. Just as I expected, it worked. During 3 years of training, Corin Lock was no longer just an heir or a backup. He would definitely survive. The magic he had learned in his previous life was ancient runes. These ancient characters held power within them. Duty, restriction, and vow were known as the triumvirate of command runes. This was one of the powerful laws that governed this world, the source of human strength and the cause of destruction. Corin decided to carve these ancient runes onto his body. Among them, the first character was Duty. This command increases the caster's power when they swear an oath to do something. You could make easy oaths, like I will not eat chicken, but because they're so easy, you'd barely get any extra stats from it. Still, even if it's easy, he needed to swear something he could easily follow through with. After some consideration, Corin began his oath. I will not turn a blind eye to covet the treasure of a good person. Immediately, the system announced the duty. I will not turn a blind eye to covet the treasure of a good person. Your stats will increase upon mission completion. Failure to comply will result in a penalty of -10 stats. Next, Corin carved the restriction rune on his right arm and swore, I cannot perceive spirits. Oath established. If not followed, you will suffer 600% of the opponent's damage. Restriction activated. Spirit damage 0%, physical damage plus 50%. In this world, everything has its own psychic abilities. There are even spiritual beings and ghosts without physical bodies. Since spirits can only interact through mutual connection, they cannot use their power to affect things that have no perception of them. And the benefit of this restriction for Corin was that the rune became a shield, protecting him from all other spiritual beings. Finally, there was the vow rune. This one uses the weight of an oath as a defense, but it carries great risks and also great rewards. That's why both Park Sihu and I used it in our previous lives. But even Park Sihu, who could use everything in the system, failed against the final boss. In that case, I have a lot to worry about. Thinking this, Corin decided to choose the heaviest vow he could make. I will save this world. The noble goal that every warrior pursues. The oath with the greatest ambition. With that, the triumvirate of commands was complete. If he failed to fulfill his vow, death would be unavoidable. The next morning, Elisa opened her eyes to find herself lying on a bed in a strange place. She reflexively sat bolt upright, but the sudden movement pulled at her wound, making her cry out in pain. A nurse heard her and came over. Oh, you're awake? How are you feeling? Elisa asked curiously. Where am I? You're at Maba City Hospital. Who brought me here? The nurse smiled and replied, a relative of yours just left. Just left? Seeing Elisa getting agitated, the nurse quickly advised, you shouldn't be moving yet. It's fine. Where are my things? As she spoke, Elisa looked around, searching. When she saw a backpack next to the bed, Elisa asked, is this from the person who saved me? Without waiting for the nurse's reply, Elisa grabbed the bag to inspect it. When she saw the belt, she frowned and muttered, there's still blood on this. Then, Elisa glanced at the nurse and asked with a serious expression, is there anywhere that sells honey candy? The nurse reluctantly reminded her, you can only eat soup right now. 3 days after the tutorial quest, today was the day of the MK3 Academy's entrance ceremony. Corin was also on his way to the academy. He took out his wallet to look for his student ID when he noticed an envelope tucked inside. I don't remember putting this in here. Corin suspiciously opened the envelope and read it. To my son, you don't know how proud I am of you. Become someone who protects those beside you. After reading it, Corin sighed softly. When did she put this in here? Corin Lock was an ordinary, mediocre kid, but he had a family. When I first came into this body, I acted very awkward and distant. but they still treated me the same. And that's when I started to grow fond of this family and this world. That's the difference between Park Sihu and me. Because it was the entrance ceremony, the gates of Makaba Academy were bustling with people and vehicles. Wow. Why are there so many ships? This is Makaba Academy. While the new students were chattering away, not far ahead, a blue-haired girl suddenly raised her hand and called out, "Hello, new students. Gather over here." Hearing that, Corin immediately walked over. The blue-haired girl saw him approach and greeted him with a smile. "Are you a new student too?" Corin looked intently at the blue-haired girl, nodded, and introduced himself. "I'm Corin Lock." "Whoa, you're really tall. You must eat a lot. Want a potato?" As she spoke, the blue-haired girl took a potato from her basket and handed it to Corin. Corin muttered quietly, "A potato?" A moment later, a vehicle carrying the new students entered the academy. This was the esteemed institution where magic students gathered to study. Over there is the physical training room. They lend out lots of cool weapons. Sitting among the new students, Corin watched the cheerful, blue-haired girl enthusiastically pointing things out to everyone and began to reminisce. Mariette Dunalev, the top second-year student at MK3 Academy, beloved by all and with a very bright future. In life, people encounter many unexpected misfortunes, and in the future, Mariette Dunalev will face a great one. She's the final boss of the first act. Soon, the vehicle arrived at the area for new students. "All right, when you get off, everyone grab one potato and one sweet potato," came the announcement. After everyone had disembarked, Mariette waved from the vehicle and shouted, "Good luck, see you all later." The new students then entered a spacious room. Noticing a magic circle on the ceiling beginning to activate, Corin thought to himself, the expansion magic has started. The entire room was suddenly plunged into darkness. As the students were panicking, unsure of what was happening, a voice rang out, "Do not be alarmed." Seriously? Academy students getting scared by something like this? Corin picked at his ear, muttering, "That's old man Hamon's voice. He says the same thing every time, just like a drill sergeant." This world has a history of fighting against the demon race. The most effective weapons against them are superhumans who can use aura or mana, and the place that trains these individuals is the MKAB Warrior Academy. A beam of light shone on the source of the powerful voice. The new student saw a dark-skinned man with glasses slowly approach and introduce himself. "I am Professor Form Damon of the Night Department, in charge of this year's entrance ceremony." Seeing his casual demeanor, Corin smirked and thought, "It's been a while since I've seen this guy. Most of you probably came here to become knights or mages. Your credentials have already been sent to us. But don't be all talk. Let's see what you're really made of." As soon as he finished speaking, a small screen appeared in front of each new student. Corin looked down at the screen before him. Corin Lock. Aura rank, 680. Mana rank, 120. Potential, none. Overall rank, 6. Corin frowned, thinking, "This sucks." At that moment, a series of numbers from 1 to 6 appeared in front of Form Damon. "Ah, you are now looking at your ranks. Go stand in front of the number that matches your rank." Hearing his instruction, the new students all moved to the number corresponding to the rank on their screens. Corin stood at the front of the line for number 6, mocking himself internally. "There are about 400 people, so I'm in the bottom 1%. Huh? Good luck to you all." As soon as Form Damon finished speaking, all the new students dissolved into light and were teleported to individual spaces. In an observation room, a group of professors was also witnessing the situation outside. A female professor with blonde hair looked at the orb displaying the students from ranks 1 and 2 and spoke up. "This year's class has a lot of hidden talent. Ahem. There's no need to test the rank 1 and 2 students. Let's wait until we've evaluated the others first." The granddaughter of the sword genius, Elisa Aiden, the cleric of Avloen, UN, the mercenary of the Sword Empire, Ronwaski, the golem engineer Krenel Luden, and the soul rank 1, the master archer Waran. Mentioning the last name, the blonde professor frowned in confusion. To think that child actually enrolled. What was the headmaster thinking? A male professor with a goatee suddenly spoke up. "Do we even need to test the rank 6 student? The rank 5s already look bad enough. Let's just fail the rank 6s right away." The blonde professor angrily questioned him. The headmaster said all students have the right to learn. Are you daring to go against his wishes? The male professor stammered, "Then, let's begin." In Corin's space, a weapon cabinet dropped from the sky in front of him, along with a notification. "Monsters will flood in for 30 minutes. Please defeat as many as you can." A test that throws you into an empty space and makes you fight monsters based on your level. A real pain, Corin thought. He walked over, opened the weapon cabinet, and cheerfully began to make his selection. Let's see. Most rank 5 or 6 students won't even think, and just grab whatever they want. And most of them will pick a sword. I did the same thing in my past life. Just then, behind Corin, 3 short-bodied hounds, rank 5 monsters, appeared. Ah, swords are cool. But they say it takes 100 days to master the spear, 1,000 for the blade, and 10,000 for the sword. So the answer is the spear. As he spoke, Corin grabbed a spear, spun around, and hurled it forcefully at one of the hounds. The spear flew at incredible speed, piercing the hound's head before it had any chance to react. Next, Corin tossed 2 more spears into the air and said with a smile, "Sorry about this." The 2 remaining hounds growled and charged at Corin, but they had only taken a few steps before they were struck by the 2 spears that Corin had just thrown, which came raining down from above, impaling them. Looking at the corpses of the short-bodied hounds, Corin continued, "But I've got way too much experience killing you bastards. Let's see, 20 seconds is a little slow. In my past life, I couldn't even kill these hounds and got wiped out, but this time is different. I'm going to kill every last one of them until I reach the next rank." With silent determination, Corin shouldered his spear and called out confidently, "All right, bring on the next wave." Corin waited for a moment, but nothing happened. He started to get suspicious, thinking, "I've already hit the 5-minute mark. Why isn't anything happening? Is the system broken?" Meanwhile, in the observation room, the professor with the goatee looked at the images of the rank 5 group and shook his head in disgust. If they can't even kill those things, what good are they? Back in my day, I could kill rank 5 monsters in just 1 minute and 22 seconds. If the rank 5s are this bad, I'm not expecting anything from the rank 6s. The goateed professor walked over to observe the rank 6 group and was surprised to see an image of Corin sitting and yawning. What? The monsters aren't being summoned? Must be a bug. In his space, Corin was yawning as he waited for the next level of monsters, when he suddenly saw 3 more short-bodied hounds being summoned. He said, quietly in confusion, "Huh? Why these guys again?" In the observation room, the goateed professor summoned the monsters into Corin's space and then paid it no more mind, continuing to observe the other spaces. "Huh, what a bunch of pathetic losers." The goateed professor didn't realize that behind him, the screen was showing Corin easily dispatching the 3 monsters with just a few throws. Ah, is this the first one to succeed? Ooh, and it only took 7 minutes and 22 seconds. I thought the rank 3s would only take 2 or 3 minutes. So what the hell are the rank 5s and 6s doing? As he spoke, the goateed professor turned his head and once again saw Corin, sitting there and yawning. He shouted in confusion, "What the hell is wrong with that bastard? Why is he yawning again? Is the system broken? The monsters are always summoned." The white-bearded professor walked over to inquire, "Broken? Impossible. For 20 years, Miss Josephine's testing magic has never once failed." The professor with the goatee pointed at Corin's image and said, "But he should have been eliminated a long time ago." "It's obvious the monsters weren't summoned," the white-bearded professor asked. "You saw that the monsters weren't summoned?" The goatee professor said, flustered, "No. It's not like I had to see it happen myself." The white-bearded professor pressed, "So you didn't see it happen?" The goatee professor tried to argue. "For God's sake, I told you it's a bug. I'll summon them again." In the testing space, Corin was bored, waiting for a higher-level wave of monsters to be summoned. But the result was the appearance of 3 short-bodied wolves. "What the hell? Why is it always these same monsters? You guys aren't even trained dogs," Corin cursed loudly. He stood up and, in one motion, grabbed 3 long spears and launched them at the monsters. The 3 monsters were killed instantly, and the result appeared. 7.3 seconds. 7.3 seconds? What? Letting out a shout, the goatee professor turned and called to Form Damon. "Look, Professor F." Form Damon looked over and said, "What's the matter?" "What is it?" the goatee professor asked. "What's the fastest time you've recorded for level 3 and level 4? Form Damon replied, "There was a kid named Jer who did it in 3 minutes and 30 seconds. Why do you ask?" It's nothing." After giving a dismissive answer, the goatee professor turned back to look at Corin on the screen, thinking to himself, "Seeing how skilled he is with a spear, he must be a hunter's son. Well then, let's see how he handles a level 4 monster." And so, in the testing space, a level 4 monster, a wild boar, was summoned in front of Corin. This fight was even faster than the last. It only took Corin 3.7 seconds to deal with the monster. In the observation room, the goatee professor shouted, "It's not going to be that easy." Not believing it, he directly summoned a level 3 owlbear monster. Inside the space, the owlbear roared as soon as it appeared, attacking Corin with one arm. Corin dodged, appearing under the owlbear's armpit and thrusting a spear. The owlbear reacted incredibly fast, swinging its other arm at Corin. Corin had no choice but to abandon his attack, leaping to the side and raising his hand to draw the ancient rune, Ken. Instantly, a flame appeared and engulfed the owlbear. In the monitoring room, the goatee professor saw this and screamed, "Runic magic!" His shout drew the attention of the other professors. Even Form Damon glanced over and whispered, "Ancient runes." In the testing space, the owlbear in the sea of fire was continuously flailing its muscular arms. It doesn't seem to be very effective, but it will block your vision, and that's enough. As he spoke, Corin jumped high into the air, spear in hand, and aimed straight for the top of the owlbear's head, finishing the monster off. In the observation room, the white-bearded professor had a look of disbelief and thought, "That kid is definitely not an ordinary level 6. It's a shame the monster test only goes up to level 3 monsters. Wow, it's been a long time since we've had someone this interesting. I'm looking forward to seeing him fight an evil spirit." The goatee professor had also recovered, and as he worked the controls, he said, In that case, let's start the level 5 evil spirit test after this." In the testing space, Corin muttered suspiciously to himself. Something was definitely summoned, but I can't see or hear it because of the restriction penalty. Restriction. I cannot perceive souls. I can't feel or touch souls. If that's the case, it means I can't touch the evil spirit. Let's see if my guess is correct. To test his theory, Corin stood still, closed his eyes, and began to count. 1, 2, 16, 17, 45, 46, 58, 59, 60. Done. It's definitely been activated. I've confirmed everything. Letting out a breath, Corin raised his hand and shouted, "I will forfeit." And with that, Corin's test results were finalized. Evil Spirit Test, Rank 5. G-Fire. BR Test, Fail. Bobbin Test, Fail. Monster Test, Level 5 Hounds, 7.3 seconds, a new record. Level 4. Wild Boar, 3.7 seconds, a new record. Level 3. Owlbear, 11 seconds, a new record. In the observation room, the goatee professor stared dumbfounded at Corin, who was happy with his results, and thought, he withdrew. This kid. What in the world is he? When Corin came out, quite a few new students who had finished their tests had already gathered there. They were chatting casually with each other. "Hey, what's your rank?" "Level 4. "Man, I'm screwed. What about you?" "Heh. Level 3. "Whoa. So you killed both the owlbear and the stomach demon?" Corin paid them no mind. The person who caught his attention was a student with blonde hair and many tattoos. Jer Hinch Peter. That kid was the one who started the war with the players at the beginning of the story. Park Sihu killed him because he provoked him. Although Jer was arrogant and a bit of a show-off, that's pretty normal for his age. Whatever, that psycho. Corin was lost in thought when he was roused by some gossip. "Look, they're level 5s. Wow, so they couldn't beat the monsters either. Someone lost to the hounds and ghosts?" Corin glanced at a student with glasses who was hanging his head low in the group of level 5 students, thinking that he had been too arrogant. And while bad-mouthing him and Seihoo, he had met a similar end to Jer. Just then, a man walked out onto the stage, held a microphone, and said, "Ahem. Good morning, everyone. I am Director Casa. To become strong, you have joined an academy where the strong gather. Some of you are already strong enough, while others still have a long way to go. Although I cannot guarantee that you will achieve what you want here, I still hope you can find your own path in this place. We are here to help you take the first steps correctly. From the second step onward, it is your responsibility. That is all. I wish you all a pleasant day." After the director's speech, the new students gradually dispersed. From this day on, I'm the level 3 knight, Hinch Peter. Jer's attention was drawn to L, who was sitting alone. He walked over and called out, "Hey, what level are you?" L looked up and replied, "I'm level 5. Jer laughed and said, "Level 5? Pathetic. You couldn't even kill a ghost? Or was it the hounds?" Haha. Just then, Corin walked over, put his arm around Jer's shoulder with a smile, and said, "Hey you," Jer demanded. "Huh? Who are you?" Corin didn't answer, instead looking at the tattoo on the back of Jer's neck and complimenting it. "Wow, your tattoo is so cool. The artist must be really skilled. Huh, it looks good even up close. The tattoo on the back is your blood type, right? So you can get a quick transfusion if you get injured. You're really well prepared." Jer pointed to his tattoo and boasted, "Wow, you really know your stuff. To be honest, my mom did this for me. She's a tattoo artist. Her specialty is line work, but since I asked, she did it in an old school style. She's amazing. Do you have any other tattoos?" one of them asked with a smile. Meanwhile, Corin recalled that he already knew all about it. How, you ask? In his previous life, before Jer went missing, his mother visited the academy and explained that his tattoos weren't just for looks. It was because she was worried about her son at the academy. That's a parent's heart for you. Jer cheerfully rolled up his sleeve, revealing a tattoo on his bicep. He introduced it. I've got one here too. This is a flying carriage, the symbol of MK3 Academy. Corin spoke up. Whoa, that's sick. I'm Corin Lock. Jer Hinch Peter, the other replied. Then Corin turned to Elle and asked, and you? Elle answered shyly. From a distance, Elisa had witnessed the whole thing. She watched Corin laughing and joking with the other two and whispered, so he saved his friend who was being bullied. That's really cool. He seems like a good person. Meanwhile, Corin was thinking to himself that this was the way to leave a good impression on Elle. If I remember Elle's ability correctly, he's the one who will find my free skill book. Heh. Corin couldn't help but let out a mischievous grin. But from afar, Elisa had a different thought. His smile is actually kind of cute. I wonder what kind of person he is. Most of the facilities at MK3 were provided for free. The coffee in here is cheaper than outside, and the dorms are free. Among all the facilities, the most recommended is the training room. The reason is simple. When using this room, even impossible training becomes possible. For example, fighting a spiritual entity that Corin can't even see. Look, that first year is using a spirit to train. You normally don't have to train with spirit entities until the second semester. That kid probably heard some rumors and decided to try it. I heard even many second years can't catch a wind-type spirit entity. The murmurs from the people outside Corin's training area piqued Marriott's curiosity, and she stopped to watch. Seeing him get hit in the head by the spirit entity, someone laughed and said, haha, look at him. Bit off more than you can chew, kid? Leaning on his spear, Corin sighed. Is this still too much for me? Just then, a white-bearded male professor walked over and said, so, you're a first year. Startled, Corin turned and greeted him. Hello, instructor. The instructor asked, why are you fighting a spirit entity? Corin replied, to practice my spearmanship, sir. The instructor asked again, are you confident you can do it? I will. As he spoke, Corin wondered to himself, why is he suddenly approaching me? Was there something wrong with my exam? The instructor paused thoughtfully, then broke into a wide smile. He took out a stack of coupons and gave them to Corin, saying, that's some good spirit you've got. Here, I'll give you 10 meal tickets. When you succeed, come find me, and I'll give you a reward. Haha. Holding the stack of coupons, Corin exclaimed in surprise. Huh? By the time he could react, the instructor was already far away. Corin let out a sigh of relief and smiled to himself. Man, that startled me. I don't know why I was so worried. A reward in the form of food? Well, that's not bad, right? Alright, time to start again. Corin resumed his strenuous training, repeatedly attacking the spirit entity with his spear, but he failed every single time. In the end, it knocked him to the floor. Lying on the floor, panting heavily, a towel suddenly fell and covered Corin's face. Marriott walked over, handed him a cup of water, and asked, was it tough? Corin answered honestly, yeah, it's exhausting. Marriott advised, you should get some rest. You've worked really hard. You just need to get used to it. You'll get it one day. Try again next time. No, I don't have a next time. Even though I probably only have a year or two. Before, I had Park Sihu. We had the player window, potions, and skill books. But now, Park Sihu is no longer here. I killed him, so now I have to do everything myself. Telling himself this, Corin took the cup of water and said, thank you. I'll give up later. Getting up again, Corin thought, with a determined gaze, I have to become the strongest. First, I need to figure out my own limits. It might be a bit much, but I have to test how my abilities now compare to the past. I don't have a strong body, nor do I have any mana or aura. My knowledge about Park Sihu and the future is useless when facing monsters and these geniuses. But to fight against monsters and geniuses, I have to work harder than anyone else. That's the only way. The past 3 years of effort won't betray me. As he told himself this, Corin continuously used his spearmanship techniques to attack the spirit entity. After a while with no results, he suddenly threw his spear towards the spirit entity above, but it nimbly dodged. Marriott assessed the situation. He threw his spear. Did he give up? Then she corrected her own judgment. No, that's not it. He's making a move, and he's going for the catch. Marriott saw that after Corin threw the spear, he had already anticipated the spirit's dodge, leaping up to grab hold of it. At the same time, he caught his descending spear and used its momentum to pierce through the spirit's body. Whoa, he's amazing. Just as Marriott was left speechless with amazement, Corin, having lost his mid-air momentum, fell hard to the floor. Marriott rushed over worriedly, asking, "Are you okay, Junior?" Lying on the floor, Corin gave a bitter internal laugh. "I overdid it, at least for this body." The next day, somewhere in MK3 Academy. "Hello, underclassmen. Today, I'll be introducing you all to the school's facilities. This is our school's pride and joy. Oh, and this is..." While Marriott was enthusiastically giving the new students a tour, Corin, standing in the crowd, was thinking about something else. To fight properly, the body is the most important thing. There's only one way to improve my physical condition without relying on Park Sihu's potions. My teachings taught me, do not ignore the misfortune of others. Corin glanced at L, then walked over, put his arm around his shoulder, and asked with a smile, "Hey there, want to go grab a bite with me?" L was still looking bewildered. Before he could even react, Corin leaned in close to his ear and whispered, and talk about the Grimoire. A Grimoire, to put it simply, is a type of skill book, a powerful artifact that allows you to acquire magic or certain traits just by reading it. The MK3 Academy library is as large as the Academy itself, storing and passing down knowledge for future generations. That's just nonsense. In reality, this place is used to hide grimoires. Inside the library, Corin pointed to a bookshelf and asked with a grin, "If you want to hide a tree, you hide it in a forest, right?" Elle spoke up from behind. Yeah. You have to keep your promise." Corin agreed. "Of course. As long as you meet the condition, you'll get the grimoire." Elle is very diligent, a real model student. He memorizes all sorts of magic and records them in his notebook. Of course, no matter how many spells are in there, it's still very difficult to use them all. If your level and mana are too low, being good at theory doesn't mean anything. But with a grimoire, it's a different story, Corin thought to himself, as he started rummaging through the bookshelf. A, B, C, D. Here it is. Elle heard the loud commotion behind him and turned his head to say, "Stop messing around." Immediately after, his jaw dropped and he whispered, "A secret door? How did you find it?" Corin urged. "Let's go." Elle hurriedly shouted, "Wait for me. Let's go together." In the long, narrow passageway, Lack, who was behind Corin, looked at the walls on both sides and whimpered, "This is so creepy." Suddenly, Corin stopped. He turned back to Lack, held out his hand and said, "Lack, it's time to keep your promise. You'd better do a good job." "Ah, okay. You want me to help fight the evil spirit, right? But what do I have to do?" Before Lack could finish, Corin suddenly knocked him out with a punch, then grinned and said, "Heh, shall we get started?" Corin stood there, lost in thought. "I originally came here to save Lack and also to complete a special mission. If I can capture the evil spirit here, I can get the hidden piece I want. But there's a small problem. Sabasia, an aberrant spirit. This is an impossible mission. Why couldn't I just capture a normal one? Why does it have to be an aberrant spirit?" Attacks from the former commander of the South, who lived 800 years ago, caused most players to die the moment the mission started. Of course, I wasn't one of them. Thanks to my limitation of not being able to see spirits, the Duke's attacks had no effect on me. The problem, of course, is that I can't see him either. Then, Corin suddenly lifted Lack up and said with a smile, "Sabasia, my apologies, but I can't see you. How about you possess this guy's body?" Corin's offer made Sabasia, who had been attacking frantically, suddenly stop. He stood right behind Corin, silent, as if wondering to himself, "In this world, there are many different factors. This is a factor that turns ordinary people into superhumans like vampires or werewolves." One day, Sabasia awakened as a vampire and killed his own servant. Although he tried to restrain his vampiric instincts, he failed. In the end, fearing he would kill his own wife and daughter, the Duke had to move his entire clan elsewhere and close the city gates. To prevent a massacre, he used magic to seal himself inside a book, the very book in this library. At that moment, Sabasia decided to possess Lack. Immediately, Lack's eyes turned deep red, and he let out a scream as he charged toward Corin. "He's coming straight for me. Ah, is it because he's a vampire that got triggered or something and suddenly went crazy?" Muttering to himself, Corin leaned back slightly to dodge. Next, he landed a punch on his opponent's head, knocking him to the ground. The second reason I chose Lack is because when he's possessed by an aberrant spirit, like Sabasia, he can unleash his maximum potential. The model student Lack, from Ahan's Heroic Legends, actually has the lowest physical strength stat. I feel bad for Lack, but this is the optimal strategy to complete the mission. Alright, if I kill Lack while he's possessed, I can get top-tier items like the Duke's Cloak or Vampire Armor. These are all items that Park Sihu used. They play a big role in an incident that will happen in the future. But I'm different from him, he thought. Corin looked at his opponent, who was pushing himself up, and spoke. Aren't you curious? About your wife, Luina, and your daughter, Cecilia, about how they lived after you were sealed away? After that, Corin told the Duke many things. How his wife passed away after leaving the city, and how his daughter became a talented explorer, traveling around the world. I don't like Park Sihu's methods, but as Corin, someone who also has a family I love in this world, I want to let this poor soul die with dignity. With that thought, Corin smiled and asked, What do you think? Are you satisfied with my answer? 2 streams of tears were flowing down Locke's face. Sebasia said, I'm sorry for attacking you. Thank you for telling me. Corin smiled and replied, It's fine. I didn't get hit. And even if I did, Locke's punches are weak anyway. Sebasia spoke up. I still have something I want to ask. Before Sebasia ascended, he and Corin talked for a long time. In the end, Sebasia dissipated, leaving behind 3 items. 2 of them were epitaphs for a lingering soul, an epitaph for the lingering soul of the Aberrant Spirit, Sebasia, and Rima, a magic book. The book that once contained the sealed soul of Sebasia. It contains anomalies and charms. If you read it, you can learn them. As for the final red book, Corin used it directly, without hesitation. Persistent Warrior's Rebirth. You have acquired a new anomaly. You have used the magic book, Persistent Warrior's Rebirth. Like a warrior who never loses their will to fight, as long as your will remains strong, your body will continue to recover. Corin said to himself, Persistent Warrior's Rebirth is the anomaly that Bastard Park had. But I don't know the extent of its recovery, since he was never truly injured. Just then, Lack woke up. Corin looked at him and said, You're awake? Don't move too quickly. An evil spirit just possessed your body. If I was possessed, shouldn't my chin hurt? Lack asked suspiciously. Corin averted his gaze and lied. I wouldn't know. I guess so. Next, Corin handed Lack the Rima book and said, Enough talk. Take this. Is this a magic book? Lack asked curiously. Are you really giving it to me? Watching Lack happily read the magic book, Corin thought to himself, The final reason I chose Lack is because I wanted to see how a person strives to earn their reward. System notification. Quest. Do not be indifferent to the misfortune of others. Quest complete. Sebasia, difficulty. P. Reward, 80 points. Distributed evenly. Detailed information cannot be viewed. Helping Lack leave the area, Corin looked at the notification and thought, I got 80 points? In this game, you get 5 stat points each time you level up. So this number should be equivalent to leveling up 16 times. But I didn't even see a level up notification, which means the base reward is just 80 points. Could it be to compensate for the fact that I can't increase my stats directly, but with this much experience? Then the system notification specified. Quest. Do not be indifferent to the misfortune of a good person. Stat points, 40. Reward distribution, evenly times 2. Corin Lock was not indifferent to the misfortune of Lack. Stat points, 40. Reward distribution, evenly times 2. Corin Lock was not indifferent to the misfortune of Sebasia. The next day, in the physical training room, Marriott appeared with a basket of potatoes and called out, Does anyone want some potatoes? Me too. While passing out potatoes to everyone, Marriott suddenly noticed Corin warming up not far away. She left the others and walked over to him, asking, Are you going to try and capture a spirit body again today? Corin replied, Yes. Marriott smiled and said, I believe you can do it. Junior, I'll be cheering for you. Someone else commented, Marriott, how can a 5th rank first-year brat capture a spirit body? I was paying close attention, but I still failed yesterday. Don't give him false hope. Why is that rookie always getting Marriott's attention? Hearing the group talking behind her, Marriott smiled, turned around, and said, Is that so? I'll bet 2 gold coins that my junior will succeed. Marriott, why are you always looking out for him? I'll bet 70 silver coins that he fails. Hearing the noisy crowd behind him, Corin pouted and muttered, Why are they using me for their bets? I just want to train. Back in the training grounds, Corin Lock grabbed his spear and got into a ready stance. Whatever, I just need to focus. I got a stat boost from helping Sebasia ascend, so I should definitely be able to handle this. But I don't even know how strong I am now. I'll start with the weakest, most basic ones first. The technique I used to defeat the spirit body before was the Serpent's Gaze. Among the Huasa Yi, that's a pretty difficult technique. So if I use the most basic of basic moves, the Great Serpent Burst, it probably won't even go down in one hit. With that calculation in mind, Corin used the Great Serpent Burst and thrust it forcefully towards the spirit body. To his surprise, this single basic attack pierced right through the spirit body, causing it to explode. The crowd watching from outside gasped, their jaws dropping. Just one hit? The Great Serpent Burst can reach that level? Even Corin found it hard to believe, wondering to himself, wait, isn't that way too strong? Just then, Marie Dunalev walked over and said, yesterday you caused a shock with just 3 moves, right? This time, you only needed 1. Yeah, he said quietly, thinking, what is this? She must have seen everything yesterday. No, more importantly, a mage who can see a Huasa Yi with her naked eyes. What kind of ridiculously sharp eyesight is that? Mari shoved a money pouch in Corin's face. Here's your share, Corin asked, stunned. Huh? Mariette explained. Thanks to you, I made a little something, so of course you should get a cut, Corin asked doubtfully. My share? Mariette asked. What? You don't like it? Of course I like it. Who would ever turn down money? Mariette, you're a real genius. Keep it up in the future, he thought to himself. Corin took the pouch from Mari, and they both shared a delighted smile. As night fell, Corin walked alone down the corridor, lost in thought. It was the same in my past life. I fought so hard to master my own martial arts. It's the same now. I'm close to the 5th of the 6 steps to enlightenment. There's still a long way to go, but my spearmanship is improving faster than I expected. So I'm not that worried. The problem is ancient rune magic. Corin raised his hand and drew the ancient rune Hogglers. The system announced, you lack mana. In my past life, I couldn't fully master it either, because ancient rune magic requires a colossal amount of mana. If I can master it, I'll definitely be much stronger than I was in my past life. I should think this through carefully. Suddenly, a voice rang out. Corin Lock froze, thinking to himself, this voice. No matter how good my spearmanship or how proficient I become in ancient rune magic, this is the one person in this academy I can't defeat. The only woman that even Park Sihu couldn't kill. She is one of the most powerful forces in the heroic legends of Ahan. The infamous balance breaker, the peerless Yaksha, Waran. Glancing at Waran, Corin wondered why she had suddenly appeared here and was talking to him. He had no idea what her reason was, but it was best to just ignore her and leave. I can't handle this bombshell. Corin tried to leave, but Waran wouldn't have it. She spoke again. You've been assimilated. I don't think you're the original owner of that body. Waran's words sent a cold sweat down Corin's back. He looked at her again in fear, thinking, huh? How does she know I possess this body? It seems like a body with 2 souls, a human and a demonic beast, coexisting. Waran's very existence is an anomaly of nature. They say that the yin-yang eyes of those on the verge of life and death can see the color of souls. It might be stranger if she didn't realize. Lost in thought, Corin just stared at Waran without answering her question. Seeing his silence, Waran continued to ask, how was it? What did it feel like to crush and devour the original soul? I don't know, Corin replied nonchalantly. But inwardly he thought, this is something that troubled me greatly in my past life too. Are Corin Lock and I really 2 different people? Are the memories I've assimilated truly Corin Lock's and not my own? If so, then who was that I who attended an all-boys middle school, an all-boys high school, and majored in military fluid dynamics? But it's all pointless. Waran isn't like that. The true master of her body isn't human. A flicker of surprise crossed Waran's face at Corin's answer, but it vanished in an instant, her gaze returning to its usual coldness. Because that body is truly the original, you are just a thief who has stolen it. Therefore, you have no right to manage that body. In a neighborhood near my hometown, there was a guy who would turn into a green giant whenever he got angry. His name was Brook. Do you know him? Brew who? The funnier thing is, these 2 opposite personalities hated each other. What do you think? Pretty interesting, right? Because they were good at different things. Corin tried to joke, pointing at his head with a goofy smile. But his watery, thin story was met with a look from Warren that was 3 parts confusion and 7 parts. Well, it was a look. At this, he could only sigh and say, anyway, my point is, whether it's the original soul or a newly formed one, they both have different personalities. Isn't that how they coexist? Whether we wanted it or not, we were both born into one body. Because when you're born, no one is guilty of anything. Waran was silent for a long moment, then said meaningfully, in this world, there are some whose very birth is a sin. Corin knew the anguish behind Waran's words, but there was nothing he could do to help her right now, so he chose to remain silent. See you around. Corin said a quick farewell and turned to leave. The next day was the weekend, but Corin was at the academy's south side early in the morning to check the quest board. Completing various quests here would help level up for the next main quest. In other words, it was a necessary part of his development. My goal isn't to level up, so I don't need to be too picky. I just want to test one thing. Anyway, Corin glanced at the girl standing next to him, couldn't help but wonder why she was looking so intently. Come to think of it, I don't have much information about Elisa. In my past life, that bastard Park killed her, and now, my memories are different from what I saw in the game. The more he thought about it, the more curious he became. Corin decided to ask Elisa directly. It turned out she needed money, which was why she was so desperate to find a quest. Although second-level students receive a fair amount of financial aid, because Elisa's family income is in the top 10% of the kingdom, the school decided not to provide her with any support. Not to mention, my family has a very hands-off approach to parenting, so I have to earn my own living expenses, at least the minimum, no matter what I say. Seeing Elisa's sorrowful expression, Corin felt some sympathy. So, he kindly made a suggestion for her. If you need money right away, how about a patrol mission? They pay pretty well. Oh, really? Elisa happily read the patrol mission's information, then turned to Corin to make a suggestion. Model. They'll accept up to 3 people. Do you want to team up? Can't. I have other things to do. Corin refused because he already had his own plan. He would choose the most worthwhile quests to quickly raise his stats. The first quest was to find a lost cat named Nabi. The experience points and rewards were small, but that didn't matter because his real goal was a precept. If he rescued and returned Nabi the cat, who was about to be killed by a water monster, Corin could prevent the owner's misfortune of losing her pet and falling into a depression. By doing so, he could receive a reward from the precept. Sure enough, right after returning Nabi to her owner, Corin's system announced a fulfilled duty. You were not indifferent to the misfortune of Anamark Milan. Difficulty: E. Reward: 5 points. Evenly distributed. Awesome, so the precept really works. This way, even small quests will help me raise my stats a lot. Corin's crazed, excited laughter scared the little girl, Anna, who quickly hugged her cat and ran away. After his first successful mission, Corin rode the wave of success, completing several other quests, like saving a weak young man from being bullied by thugs and finding a lost engagement ring for a newlywed couple. While basking in the joy of his rapidly increasing points, Corin suddenly realized he'd forgotten something even more important than his score. He had even carefully written a note about it before going out today. Time was short, so Corin immediately bolted to a fried chicken shop. There, a muscular man was furious because he still couldn't find the right sauce recipe for his chicken. Just then, Corin appeared like a savior. After telling the man to add some malt, he gave a shameless grin, and then quickly disappeared from the restaurant. What's with that lunatic? What kind of idiot adds malt? Though he complained, the man still tried it. A moment later, his shout could be heard from 100 meters away. This flavor, this is it. Hearing this from outside, Corin chuckled gleefully. This was a quest I absolutely had to complete. A world without seasoned fried chicken would be pure chaos. Just then, his system displayed a notification. Fulfilled duty. Was not indifferent to the misfortune of Junjiro. Difficulty: E. Reward: 5 points, evenly distributed. Corin only did this quest for personal reasons, but he was thrilled that it still worked with the precept, causing him to wave his arms and legs, laughing like he'd hit the jackpot. What he didn't know was that his bizarre behavior was being watched by Waran from a rooftop. What a strange person, Waran muttered. Suddenly, a voice spoke up from behind her. So, here you are. I left you alone, since you didn't leave the city, but you should at least get an exit permit before you go. The female professor gently reminded Waran. Waran turned to look at the professor, then turned away without a word and continued to watch Corin, unconsciously recalling his words from the previous night. Being born is not a sin, it's a blessing. Then, she thought back to an image from her past. A man stared at her angrily, seething as he said, You should never have been born. Waran silently watched the sunset for a long time, the loneliness almost visible on her small shoulders. A few days later, the school organized an evaluation for all first-year students based on their survival skills in the hunting grounds. The blonde female professor began to briefly explain the rules of the test. If you can reach the hut at the northern end of the forest, you will provisionally pass. Please wear the armband that corresponds to your rank. You will need to return it at the hut at the finish line. You will receive points based on the time you arrive at the destination with that armband, and the reward you receive will correspond to the number of points you have. While the professor was speaking, Corin glanced around, looking for Waran. As expected, she didn't show up. Well, Warren isn't allowed to participate in practical training anyway, probably for fairness reasons. While Corin was lost in thought, someone suddenly called his name. It was Elisa. Elisa, did the quest go well? Elisa replied cheerfully. Yes, thanks to you, I was able to earn some living expenses. I'm so glad it was helpful. Oh, would you like a candy? I was going to give it to my little sister, but it's too sweet for her to eat. With that, Corin took a shiny golden candy from his pocket and offered it to Elisa. Coincidentally, it was a honey bomb candy, Elisa's favorite, so she happily accepted it without a second thought. All right, students, the hunting grounds test begins. As she finished speaking, the blonde professor created a giant magic circle to the amazement of the students. Even Corin couldn't help but be impressed. I've seen countless mages, but using spatial magic on this many people, that's something only Josephine can do. Still the same as ever. Great sage. Just a few seconds later, the students were all teleported to random locations inside the hunting grounds. As soon as Corin arrived at his new location, he heard the sound of fighting not far away, which surprised him. Fighting already? It's just started. The hunting grounds is a major event that even veterans have to attempt countless times. It's a battle royale system where you start at random locations and must snatch your opponent's armband to accumulate points. Watching two other students fight fiercely, Corin ran off, thinking to himself, that's right, fight your hearts out. I'm not interested in you guys. The most dangerous person right now is the rank 2 Elisa, with the blue armband. Warren isn't here right now. If I can just take care of Elisa, the rest are basically free points. Oh, Elisa, you probably don't know this, but I placed an ancient tracking rune on that candy you ate. This rune will ensure that we meet again. Corin followed the rune's guidance, a shameless smile spreading across his face, muttering Elisa's name over and over. Back at the starting point, Professor Josephine said to the headmaster, Headmaster, I'm going into the forest as well. Even though we have professors stationed everywhere, it's better to be cautious. Just then, Josephine noticed something unusual and looked around frantically. Wait a minute, now that I think about it, where is that child? Headmaster, could it be you? The headmaster smiled and replied, I didn't bring her. She came on her own. She came by herself? Yes, I think her heart may be starting to have a change. Somewhere in the forest, Elisa was angrily scolding the students who had just attacked her, now lying scattered on the ground. Why would you act like this? Don't you feel ashamed? Ganging up on one person like this? One of the students, apparently not beaten enough, ran his mouth again. Being shameless is our specialty. Just then, another young man suddenly lunged to attack Elisa from behind, but unfortunately for him, his plan was ruined when a large rock suddenly came flying. Realizing who had just helped her, Elisa couldn't help but feel overjoyed. Corin, did you come to save me? Unfortunately, Elisa's joy was short-lived, as Corin's next words and actions sent a chill down her spine. That's a beautiful, blue armband you have there. As he spoke, Corin charged, aiming the tip of his spear right at Elisa. Of course, for a level 2 knight like Elisa, this was nothing. With a slight lean, she easily dodged his attack, but her young, maidenly heart was deeply wounded. Corin, I trusted you. You gave me candy, so I thought you were a good person. Hearing this, Corin replied without a hint of shame. Well, you'll be a good person too, once you hand over that armband to me. Elisa was a level 2 knight who specialized in pure martial arts. Her special defensive abilities probably weren't fully mastered yet, so in terms of combat power, she was at an intermediate level 2. That's why Elisa couldn't compare to her genius older sister. Still, she was talented enough to be ranked in the top 1%. That's why Elisa, who had just effortlessly defeated a 7-member alliance of level 3 and 4 trainees, wasn't the least bit worried about facing a level 5 knight like Corin. But that was 30 seconds ago. While struggling to defend against Corin's relentless barrage, Elisa began to question everything. What is this? He's so strong. He closes the distance in an instant, weaving between close-quarters combat and long-range attacks. He's toying with me, countering and applying constant pressure. But as a level 2 knight, Elisa quickly regained her composure and began to analyze her opponent. His breathing pattern is strangely different when he switches between thrusting and slashing. If I can just exploit that opening. With that thought, Elisa focused on Corin's arm. The moment he changed his stance, she launched a counterattack, but surprisingly, it was as if Corin had read her mind. He instantly used his spear to neutralize her blade, then smiled smugly and said, Relying on talent alone without real combat experience won't get you very far. Next, Corin used his spear to neutralize Elisa Aiden's sword, combining 3 basic techniques: Extreme Thrust, 6 Harmony Spear, and chaotic barrage into an effective attack, and with a sharp counterstrike, he successfully defeated Elisa. Elisa was sent flying, clutching her stomach as she thought, "Good thing I managed to channel my energy to block that blow. Otherwise, my life would have been in danger." He's not overwhelmingly strong or incredibly fast, but the level of perfection in each of his techniques is extraordinary. What in the world is he? Is this really a level 5 knight? I've been completely defeated. With no other choice, Elisa was forced to hand the blue armband over to Corin. Corin happily took it, promising, "I'll put it to good use." Just then, the sound of commotion and terrified screams from a distance caught Corin's attention, but before he could even go check it out, a massive sword came flying straight at him. Corin immediately blocked the blade with his spear, silently assessing it. So heavy. This is a blade made of black steel, with 4 times the density of regular steel. Combined with support magic, it's an effective magic sword for fighting large monsters. Getting hit by this thing would be hard to block. As he thought this, Corin applied more force, and thankfully managed to deflect the blade's path. "What? You blocked my heavy thorn sword? You're no joke." Ron recalled his sword, then coldly ordered Corin, "That armband, put it down and get lost. You level 5. Looking at the owner of the sword that just attacked him, Corin screamed internally, "I'm screwed. That looks like Ron Waski. He's the last person I wanted to run into." Even after taking down countless opponents, he didn't have a single scratch on him and looked completely relaxed. This proved he was on a completely different level from Elisa Aiden. Seeing how things were, Corin gritted his teeth, held on tight to the armband, and bolted, much to Ron Waski's surprise. But a few seconds later, Ron Waski's eyes blazed as he stared at the fleeing Corin, and he said something with a hidden meaning. "That thing you're holding in your mouth. I bet it's blue, isn't it?" With that, Ron Waski unleashed his entire arsenal, sending everything flying toward Corin. He himself broke into a sprint, chasing after him. Corin was so frustrated he could scream, "Why are you like this? I thought you never did anything that didn't make you money." He then questioned Elisa, who was running right behind him. "Elisa, why are you following me?" While running, Elisa whimpered back, "Because I don't want to die either, and I don't know the way out." Corin just kept running straight ahead, comforting himself. "All right, I don't have to fight. I just need to get away with this armband." Unfortunately, Cornell was waiting at the exit with a gigantic golem. As soon as he saw Corin with the armband, he smirked and said, "Well, sorry about this, but if you want to pass, you'll have to leave that insignia behind." The current situation was giving Corin a headache. Crannel was in front of him, and Ron Waski was behind him. After trying so hard to avoid fighting others, he now had to face 2 of the biggest threats at the same time. This time, there was truly no other way. If a fight was inevitable, he had no choice but to face it head-on. A short while later, there was a knock on the door of the exit house. "Oh my, it seems the champion has arrived. May I ask who it is?" An older man opened the door to see Corin's smiling face, with Elisa's blue armband held in his mouth. "I'm Corin Lock. Can I choose a product now?" "Oh my, you brought back the blue insignia. What an excellent student." In response to the praise, Corin answered humbly, "It was nothing. I just got lucky." Outside the door, Elisa was still stunned by what she had just witnessed. Incredible. He used his agility to weave through the swings of the heavy thorn sword before it could build up its full power. After disarming his opponent, he plunged the sword deep into the ground, making it impossible for them to retrieve it. The attacks he couldn't block, he dodged, redirecting their trajectory toward the golem. With quick thinking, he swiftly ducked behind Ron Waski, using him as a shield against the golem's attacks. As a result, while Ron Waski was busy holding off the golem, he attacked its core and disabled it. Soon after, Crannel Luden was also taken out, since his golem was no longer under his control. His agility, judgment, and even his determination. He fought like someone who had been in hundreds, even thousands of battles. Everything was decided in a brief instant, a testament to experience honed over a long time. He's so young. How can he be that skilled? Watching him, it was like seeing my sister's shadow. Recalling what Corin had said, relying on talent alone without real combat experience won't get you very far. Elisa silently made a vow. "I have to work harder too." Meanwhile, Ron stared at the sword in his hand, wondering. Before he could even unleash his power, that guy had already figured out how to counter him. How did this kid figure out my weakness? In an instant, he knew all my techniques and special moves like the back of his hand. In another corner, Crannel clutched his injured arm, replaying Corin's earlier words in his mind. Against small, high-speed, high-attack weapons, that golem is nothing more than a sitting duck. If I were you, I'd get a friend to act as my escort instead of that thing. Crannel had replied, "Friends? I don't have any." Corin, looking a bit flustered, said, "Well, try to find one then." Remembering this, Luden's heart ached, and his eyes filled with tears. That bastard was mocking me. And so, on this day, the 3 strongest first-year students each remembered Corin Lock in their own way. Now, among the remaining participants in the hunting ground, the strongest was said to be the one under the protection of the EUN forest. But it wasn't just ordinary players participating. There was also the top mage of MKAB Academy, Mariette Dunalev. She was helping the other members train by playing the role of a monster. For Yuan, this was the first time she had faced an opponent so far beyond her league. So this is how the training in the hunting ground ends, Mari thought. After giving Yuan the shock of her life, Mari walked over and said gently, "Are you a new student?" "Hello, I'm Mariette Dunalev. My name is Yuan. And what's your name over there?" Mariette glanced back at the girl in a nun's habit standing not far away. "It's Warren. Oh my, you must be looking for someone. Just gather your friends and fight me if you run into me." Warren treated Mari's words like wind passing by her ears and walked right past her. But she hadn't gotten far before a huge wall of ice appeared, blocking her path. "Pardon me, you can ignore me, but according to the rules, I'm still the monster, so I can't do the same to you," Mariette said with a smile. "What a pain." Warren glanced back at Mariette, her eyes growing dangerous. Back to Corin. After calculating for a moment, the man at the finish line couldn't help but be impressed. A total of 117 points. It's been a long time since I've seen a score like this. Corin smiled eagerly and asked, "Can I choose my reward?" Immediately, a list of items appeared before him. The most valuable item was Shark Bear Bile, but I came here with a plan. Corin didn't hesitate and chose the ginseng seed. "Oh, you have a good eye, choosing the ginseng seed. What about the remaining 17 points?" Corin thought for a moment, then chose a plant nutrient supplement and earplugs, then quickly left the finish line. "Man, shopping is great. I could play this 1,000 times and it would never go this smoothly. Not to mention, this is the first time I've seen so many people complete this test." Corin saw Jer and Elle running towards him, or more accurately, towards the finish line. "Oh. Second place with 19 points. Jer said cheerfully. "I got 15 points. Elle bragged while panting. Corin smiled and praised them. "You two worked well together." Jer wiped the sweat from his forehead, grinned, and replied, "This game was easy. Want to train in the fitness room tonight? If you still have enough energy to go to the gym, how about you help me find the cores of those golems?" Corin's words startled Crenel, who was right beside them. "They're valuable, right? We'll help you." Crenel was touched, but still put on a brave face. "I'm fine. In times like this, you're supposed to say thank you." Corin corrected Cranel, then quickly helped him search for the golem's core. In his past life, Corin had worked with Cranel a lot. There weren't many heavy tanks as good as a golem in semi-large-scale monster battles. Things were gradually coming to an end. Second-rank mage Cranel Luden was recovering the golem's core. Second-rank knight Elisa Aiden was injured. Second-rank knight Ron Waski was out of energy. Second-rank mage Yuen was dead. Corin rushed over to check. After confirming that Yuen, who was lying in a heap on the ground, was still breathing, Corin let out a sigh of relief and helped her to the finish line. Yuen was dazed, muttering non-stop, "Mariette. All that girl." Suddenly, the animals in the forest began to flee in a panic, while Yuen whispered, "Mariette. Run." With a natural talent for magic analysis and a God-given amount of mana, a mage who had seemingly never experienced despair, disappointment, or failure, a talent said to be following in the footsteps of the senior professor, Josephine. As people said, Mariette Dunalev was truly a genius. To Mariette, this hunting ground was like a playground. She just needed to control the difficulty and help her juniors grow, just like a senior should. That's how she usually did things. But facing Warren was a different story. Now, Mariette Dunalev was in a corner, panting heavily after Warren's relentless assault. "I need to analyze this," Mariette told herself. But at that very moment, she realized Warren was charging right at her. With no time to think, Mariette instantly created ice arrows and aimed them straight at Warren, but the attack had no effect on her whatsoever. The arrows shattered the moment they touched her. Warren just kept charging toward Mariette. "I can't block this with just basic magic." Although Mariette had promised the professor she wouldn't use any attack magic above intermediate level, she was now forced to use advanced magic. In other words, though she didn't want to admit it, Mari was starting to use her full power to fight Warren. It was understandable, because the thing in front of Mariette wasn't a knight, a mage, or part of any game. It was simply a natural disaster in human form. Mari used high-level magic, creating an ice wall to surround her body, but it was ultimately shattered. Then, the unfortunate Mariette Dunalev took a direct kick from Waron. The blow injured Mariette Dunalev severely. Seeing Waron step closer, she frantically raised her hand to cast a spell, screaming, "Stay away from me!" Just then, Professor Josephine's voice rang out. "Waron, stop." Josephine emerged from a spatial gate. After stopping Waron, she kindly asked Mariette, "Are you all right, Mariette?" "Yes, I'm fine." As soon as she said that, Mariette lost consciousness. In the end, in this training hunt, some unexpected results emerged. First, the person who finished first and got the most points was Corin, a 5th rank student. Waron, the top first year, and Mariette, the top second year, had clashed. Hearing that Mariette was injured, Corin ran straight to the infirmary to check on her. Seeing Mariette sleeping soundly in the hospital bed, Corin breathed a sigh of relief. That was scary. I thought she was about to awaken as a final boss. She seems to be okay. I guess everything's still going according to the original plot. I'll just leave it for now. There are still 3 whole weeks before she awakens. Now, I need to go prepare a few things. Right after leaving the hospital room, Corin headed to the edge of the forest by the hunting grounds to meet someone. He glanced around, made sure no one was there, and then squeezed a bunch of eye drops into his eyes. Then, he went over to the lake, pretended to slip and fall so he'd drop his ginseng seed, and cried out, "Oh no, what do I do now? The precious seed my mother left me." Just as Corin was sobbing his heart out, a gentle voice rang out, "Why are you crying, my child? He's here." Corin couldn't help but celebrate inwardly. In the legend of hero Ahan, there's an Easter egg you can only use a single time. For those who don't know, an Easter egg refers to a detail, or something. Interesting that the creator subtly hides in a game, movie, or story to make it more fun for the player or viewer. It's like the hermit's golden axe for the woodcutter who accidentally dropped his iron axe into the lake. This hermit asked if the golden axe or the silver axe was his. That hermit, just like in the original story, did appear with a golden and silver version, but it was limited to weapons of unique grade or lower. And if you threw any other kind of weapon in, there would be no reaction. So that was that. Corin had tried dropping 500 different items into the hermit's lake, but eventually, some veteran players challenged themselves by dropping a bunch of random items in, and some his heroes even threw in rare artifacts. It was an Easter egg the damn developers added in their spare time. Back to the present. After hearing Corin's story, the hermit held out a hand with a golden seed in it, and asked Corin, "Is this golden seed yours, my child?" "No, sir," Corin replied, sniffling. "How about this silver seed?" "No, sir," Corin continued, sticking to the script. The hermit smiled gently, revealing the ginseng seed in his palm, and said, "Then this must be your seed." "Yes, that's right. This is definitely my seed," Corin replied, putting his entire soul into the performance, with tears streaming down his face and a bonus smile of joy. "Even after seeing gold and silver, you were not greedy and remained very honest. I commend your honesty and will give you all of these seeds." The hermit left all 3 types of seeds for Corin, the ginseng seed, the white-silver ginseng seed, and the golden ginseng seed before diving back into the water. And because of that, he didn't get to see Corin's wicked smile. A regular ginseng seed helps increase mana, but the golden and white-silver ones have very special effects. These 2 types of items can be multiplied. This is a hidden fragment that can only be obtained through this method in Legend of Hero Ahan. Golden ginseng seed. If you plant it, the ginseng plant will glow gold. White-silver ginseng seed. If you plant it, the ginseng plant will glow silver. In his past life, Park Sihu ate the golden seed, and Corin ate the silver one, but now they would all belong to Corin. That evening, Corin returned to his dorm to rest after a long, tiring day, but he couldn't stop thinking about what was to come. According to the plot, the event that turns Mariette into the first boss and awakens her as a vampire is a special quest that will happen in the next 3 weeks. The encounter with the murderous vampire of the Foggy City, Yohe. I don't know how the Demon Clan's agent inside Mariette awakens, but we still have time. That's also why I showed my strength to the powerful second years, because no one wants to fight alongside a weak, 5th rank knight, even if I were to ask them. The first things that get them interested in a player are natural talent and strength. In about a week, they'll be fully recovered. At that point, I'll propose we form a party for the first boss raid in Legend of Hero Ahan. The special vampire, Mariette Dunalev. There are still 3 weeks before she awakens. If I prepare enough, gain enough trust, and have enough members, I can easily save a girl from her miserable fate. Until then, I'll train Elisa Aiden, help the mercenary Ron Waski control his sword in front of the tomb in Avalanche Forest, and get closer with Crenel, the Golem Witch. With proper preparation, this should be a piece of cake, as long as no variables pop up. With that thought, Corin happily went back to his room to rest, completely unaware that a variable was about to strike. In the middle of the night, Isabel, the friend watching over Marriott, suddenly woke up. She saw Marriott sitting stiffly on the hospital bed and anxiously asked, "Marriott, are you okay? How's your throat?" Seeing Marriott's silence, she thought she was still upset about being defeated by Waran. Isabel tried to comfort her. That first year, she should have known her limits. You were restricted to using only basic magic. After all. Suddenly, Marriott's eyes turned red. She stared at Isabel's neck, then abruptly grabbed her shoulders and said, "I'm so thirsty." For injuring an upperclassman, Waran was sentenced to 4 days of detention. So boring. Waran closed her book, suddenly remembering what Miss Josephine had told her yesterday. "I shouldn't have sent it to you. If you want to learn, I'll teach you personally. Reflect on your actions. Should I just jump off the building then?" As Waran was seriously contemplating this, Corin suddenly appeared at her window, hanging upside down in a bizarre pose that startled her. "Ha! Knew you'd be here." Corin smiled triumphantly. "You're War, right? I think I've seen you around before. I'm Corin Lock. Can you open the window?" As he spoke, Corin held up a box of pastries for Waran to see. Although Waran acted uninterested, she still did as Corin said and opened the window. "These are for you. I didn't know what you liked, so I just grabbed these pastries. Besides, it felt weird to show up empty-handed." Waran pointed at Corin, warning, "You're violating school regulations by being here." Corin laughed and replied, "I'm not in there. I'm hanging from a tree. And so what if I wanted to come in? It's not like Miss Josephine is here right now." Corin looked Waran over, thinking to himself, "I came here in case she was injured, but she doesn't have a single scratch on her. It seems she's been forbidden from going out or meeting people because of what happened at the hunting grounds. She's a demi-human, so it makes sense that Miss Josephine is worried. But to lock her up like this for over 4 days." While Corin was lost in thought, Waran unintentionally brought up something important. "Where did Miss Josephine go, anyway? It's been over 4 days, and I haven't seen her come here." "What?" Corin asked urgently. "She hasn't come back, not even once, since then?" "Nope." Warren's answer shocked Corin so much that he forgot he was hanging upside down from the tree. His legs went limp, and he plummeted to the ground. The pain was so intense that his body immediately activated its persistent warrior's regeneration ability to heal itself. Suppressing the pain, he said a quick goodbye to Waran and rushed to the infirmary. Miss Josephine had gone out, leaving Waran, the most dangerous person at Merkava Academy, all alone. Professor Da, the representative fighter of the magic department, and Professor Form Damon of the night department. Those two used to be her guards, but now they're nowhere to be seen. That proves something very unusual is happening. My request to see Mariette was denied. Isabel, the one assigned to protect Mariette, is missing. And now there are guards posted outside the infirmary. I had a bad feeling about this from the start. The more I think about it, the more it seems my suspicions are correct. Blocked from visiting Mariette, Corin resorted to a dirty trick, lying that Miss Josephine had sent him to bring food to the guards. That soldier actually fell for it hook, line, and sinker, eating the laxative-laced food Corin gave him without a second thought. As a result, less than a minute later, nature called urgently. In his desperate situation, the guard had no choice but to ask Corin to stand watch for a moment, while he sprinted off to take care of business. After the guard left, Corin slipped inside. Before pulling back the curtain around the bed, he took a deep breath to calm himself. There's no way that's what happened, right? There's still a whole month left. It's too soon. Please, let my suspicions be wrong. Marriott? Corin called out as he pulled back the curtain. Isabel? Marriott should be here. Why is it you? Weren't you missing? Suddenly, Corin's eyes locked onto the bite mark on Isabel's neck. There was no more room for doubt. This is what the professors were trying to hide. Mariette Dunalev had awakened as a vampire and become the final boss of Act 1. On top of that, this happened a full 3 weeks earlier than in the original story. As soon as he returned from the infirmary, Corin immediately started looking for a strategy. There's a 4-phase attack plan to defeat the final boss of the first act. Phase 1. Quickly and efficiently deal with the waves of monster attacks. Phase 2. Trap her in magic circles and, after gaining the upper hand by dealing damage, move to the next phase. Phase 3. We'll confront the powerful enemy directly as she rampages within her blood domain. When we defeat the enemy, she'll shift into her final form, and the last phase begins. The key to this strategy is the final form, so it might even be possible without a player. If the top-ranking first years at the academy worked together, it wouldn't be too difficult to get to Phase 3. But thinking about this, Corin couldn't help but feel a headache coming on. Elisa Aiden is injured. Because of me. Ron Waski's weapon was destroyed. Also because of me. Krenel Luden's golem core was destroyed and hasn't recovered. Why? My fault too. Haven't I basically taken all the top first years out of commission? This is bad. I really screwed up. Corin panicked, running his hands through his hair. In the original story, after encountering the vampire murderer in the City of Mist, Mariette attacked her roommate and went on a rampage. Then, in my past life, after that happened, we all waited for Isabel, who was down below the dorms, to quickly resolve the situation. But Park Sihu intentionally let Mariette escape. Thanks to me, though, everything is a complete mess now. Elisa has 8 broken bones, and Kranel Luden's golem is broken, so he's completely useless. I also thought about war, but I can't predict how the battle will change if he gets involved. So, the very next day, Corin began his recruitment plan. First up was Ron Waski. In a corner of the physical training room, Corin approached Ron Waski and made him an offer. Here's a job registration certificate. I'm hiring a mercenary. This mission is going to be especially difficult. I need you to find and capture someone alive. Ron Waski frowned and replied, Are you crazy? A mercenary's principle is to only fight battles we're sure to win. Besides, you broke my sword. I only have 2 left. At first, Ron Waski was dead set against it, but the moment Corin mentioned a payment of 20 gold coins and 100% pure soul dust, he threw all his principles out the window, agreeing to join Corin's party on the spot. The next targets were Yuen, Jer, and El. By understanding their personalities and knowing what each of them wanted, Corin easily persuaded them to join his team. Specifically, he used a magic book to lure Yuen, and the promise of honor and fame, which they could gain by successfully confronting a particularly powerful demon tribe, to entice Jer and El. A sub-DPS, a healer, plus the others. That's enough to clear Phase 1. With that, the minimum requirements were met. That night, the group gathered and began to act. Corin recalled what Park Sihu had said. After that, she cried and ran into the forest. It took a lot of effort to find her. Who would have thought someone so strong would dig a tunnel in the forest and stay down there for a whole month? He said she was hiding in a forest, and there's only one forest near Merv Academy. That's why Corin led everyone to the hunting grounds. Is she really here? Mariette? Master, I know the mission's objective, but how are we supposed to find her? Ron Waski also asked Corin, looking puzzled. Leading the way, Corin replied, If we just search, it could take years. If you want to find her, you just have to ask. We'll find her, don't worry. Corin's completely unworried expression made Yuen suspicious. Right? You actually know something already, don't you? Despite her words, she planted her magic staff in the ground and began to chant, Oh spirits, guide us to her. Whoa! Elle exclaimed in amazement, watching the spell being cast from the side. A whole swarm of spirits is gathering, Jer added excitedly. Judging by their reactions, countless spirits must be responding to Yuen's call. I, for one, can't see a single thing, Corin thought to himself, then turned to ask Yuen. So, have they found Mariette yet? Ah, yes, Yuen answered hesitantly. Then she and everyone else suddenly turned to stare strangely at Corin, leaving him completely bewildered. What? What are you all looking at? Where is she? Right behind you, someone shouted in panic. Even before the warning, Corin sensed the danger and immediately used his spear to block a surprise attack from the monster. He then spun around and cut it down, obliterating it. Immediately after, not just one, but an entire swarm of monsters charged toward Corin's group. Did Mariette turn into a monster? Elle and Jer asked in unison. Corin immediately replied, Of course not. Getting his answer, Jer let out an excited laugh, charging into the horde of monsters as he spoke. You dare face me, Jer, head on. And just when I needed a good warm-up. Jer, don't rush ahead. They'll surround you. Fall back 3 steps. Don't be reckless. Just keep fighting, and their numbers will eventually go down. Corin yelled, to warn Jer, then turned to command the others. Elle, you provide cover from the rear. Yuen, you stay with Elle. Ron Waski, I don't need to tell you what to do, right? Just don't push up too far. With that, Corin charged forward to support Jer. Everyone immediately followed Corin's orders. As Ron Waski dealt with the monsters, he couldn't help but admire Corin. Despite the surprise attack, he didn't seem fazed at all. He even came up with a solid plan and provided support. He wasn't just strong, he also had the experience of a team captain and the strategic mind to command a squad. He was like a true commander. Who would have thought he was just a level 5 knight? There must have been something wrong with the Academy's ranking exam. As the monsters grew in number, Jer started to get anxious and quickly turned to ask Yuen. Hey, I thought Marriott was supposed to be here. What is this? I don't see Marriott anywhere, just a horde of monsters. I'm just telling you what the spirits told me. Yuen replied, bewildered. Could it be that Marriott Dunalev is controlling them? Monsters don't hunt in packs like this, and they seem more aggressive than usual. No. Corin denied it, then explained. Marriott isn't the one pulling the strings. It wouldn't be that easy for her. And even if she were controlling them, attacking so randomly isn't her style at all. Then why? Why are these monsters attacking us? Ron immediately raised the question. It's neither. Each monster species has its own hunting habits, but sometimes they find themselves in desperate situations that make them forget those instincts. For instance, if they encounter something they can't handle, something that makes them flee on sight. As Corin finished speaking, a figure emerged from the trees. Upon seeing it, Elle and the others exclaimed in unison, Marriott! Corin immediately gave an order, prepare for battle. Yuen stumbled backward. Elle complained as he jumped back, I can't even catch my breath. Yuen also retreated with Elle and asked Corin, is this position okay? Corin nodded in agreement and then instructed Ron Waski and Jer. Ron Waski, Jer, Hinch, Peter, take one step back and support me. Ron Waski readied his weapon and replied with a smile. It seems you already have a plan in mind, so I trust you, my master. As for Jer, he asked a question that truly showcased his 2000 IQ. A step my size or a step your size? Corin said decisively. I will take the vanguard. Immediately after, Corin's system lit up with notifications. The third precept, I will save the world. Marriott Dunalev. All stats increased by 50%. The fate of Marriott. Her impact on this world. These backup parameters must be based on the scale of her future impact on the world, not just the events of the first regression. I will save the world. Take the first step to save the world and stop Marriott. Looking at the final notification, Corin took a deep breath to compose himself, then raised his weapon and shouted, all right, let's move out. I will save the world. Take the first step to save the world and stop Marriott. This conflicts with the first commandment. Do not ignore the misfortune of others. Rescue Marriott Dunalev. Good luck, hero Corin Lock. Marriott groaned incessantly, her entire body radiating a dangerous, dark aura. Her blood-red eyes, filled with killing intent, were yet streaming with tears. This contradictory image made Yuen's heart soften. She's crying. Hearing this, Ron spoke coldly. That doesn't change anything. Just eliminate the demon. As he finished speaking, Ron hurled his greatsword toward Marriott Dunalev, but it was immediately blocked by a red orb. I can't believe my greatsword was stopped, Lack explained. That's a blood sphere, a creation born from a vampire's blood. I never thought a newly awakened vampire could possess a blood sphere. Knowing everyone was starting to panic, Corin reassured them, there's no need to be afraid. It was just created. It hasn't received any of her blood or magic to sustain it yet. Without a supply of blood and magic from its master, it can't do anything but block attacks. For a mage, their greatest weakness is defense, so for her to be protected like this is a huge problem, Ron reminded Corin. It'll be fine, don't worry, Corin replied, scratching his head. Get away, Marriott screamed, launching a wide-area magic attack toward the group. Owen, I've got it, Owen replied, immediately taking action. I don't know about other places, but this is a forest. This is my domain. As she spoke, she placed her hands on the ground, creating a magic circle. In the next moment, giant tree trunks rose from the earth, forming a massive wall in front of her and her teammates. This skill not only helped them avoid the attack, but also increased their attack speed and protected their souls from adverse effects. The moment Marriott's magic bolts made contact with the wall Yuen had created, she could feel the immense power of the impact. Seeing Yuen's face dotted with sweat, Jer began to worry and asked, what if that defensive wall breaks? Elle was already scared, and hearing those words made him even more panicked. He immediately snapped. Don't jinx it. What have you been eating to say something like that? That one attack cost me half my mana just to maintain the defense. The vampire's hunting ground debuff is affecting me, but I have to endure it to give everyone a chance to attack. Corin promised he would defeat this vampire. Yuen silently encouraged herself. Hey, you're at your limit, aren't you? Just hold on a little longer. I'll finish this in 5 moves, Corin promised. Can you really do that? Yeah, of course I can. The battle with the vampire, Marriott Dunalev, is divided into 4 phases. Phase 1, she summons surrounding monsters to attack the player party. Phase 2, after you defeat the monsters, Marriott Dunalev will enter the battle herself. You need to fight her from Phase 2 to Phase 4, when her most powerful spells are unleashed. In other words, before the final phase, she isn't even using her full strength. This time was no different. It was happening exactly as it had in Corin's past life. L. You should retreat before E. You can only use basic magic about 2 more times, so look after yourself. Hearing Corin's advice, L couldn't help but be astonished. You were counting? Yeah. Once you run out of mana, run as far away as you can, Corin told L. Then turned to observe the wall in front of them. So far, although the attack's range is wide, it's not very powerful. The truly dangerous thing is the alchemy magic that comes next. And just as he predicted, a moment later, the wall, already covered in cracks of all sizes, shattered into pieces from Marriott's freezing alchemy. As the wall crumbled, Au began to chant, Mother Earth, nutrients from tree and barley, O gods and insects, let ashes cover the world. While Yuen was chanting, Corin was also silently murmuring a phrase in an ancient language. When his body began to glow, a gale-force wind appeared. Corin knew that the gods were responding to his plea. Although he was the one who wrote those ancient runes, only a pure-blooded Rit could activate them. And though it was similar to the ancient language, it was actually a system language from another civilization. These are secret languages you can only obtain after completing the UN storyline. She was always trying to become a druid. A druid, nature's favorite child. A 1,000-year-old secret language that belongs only to the spirit-friendly clan. A whirlwind gathered the ancient trees in the forest to one spot, and from it, a giant willow golem emerged, causing Jer and Ron Waski's jaws to drop in amazement. Even she stared wide-eyed at the willow golem and shouted, That ancient language can summon this thing? Seeing her expression made Corin chuckle, thinking to himself, that's right, it was a bit of a cheat helping her summon this, but in a situation like this, there was no other way. Time was of the essence. Corin immediately gave an order. Jer Hinch Peter, there's still one horned owl alive. Throw it to the willow golem, quickly. A horned owl is still alive? Jer looked around, half believing, then had to exclaim in admiration, Whoa, you're amazing, Corin. There really is one. Corin didn't answer, and just smiled it off. He wasn't going to tell him that he had prepared that horned owl while they were busy fighting. Hurry and throw it into the willow golem's chest, Corin urged Jer. All right, Jer replied, and accurately threw the horned owl into the willow golem's chest. The sacrifice was incinerated inside the willow golem's chest cavity. It was like the energy needed to power this summoned golem. As soon as the horned owl was burned away, the energy core on the willow golem's chest changed color, and even its eyes turned from red to blue. Advance! Corin shouted the command. The willow golem immediately moved its massive body, heading straight for Marriott. As soon as the willow golem moved, Yuen felt a sharp, uncomfortable pain, instinctively clutching her left chest. It seems to be too much for her. It's really difficult for her to withstand a summoning spell like this for even a few minutes. Thinking this, Corin encouraged Yuen. Don't stop, Yuen. If you stop, everyone will die. Yuen was in so much pain that she was drenched in sweat, but she still managed to reply. I know, I'll try. Seeing the golem approaching, Marriott unleashed her power, using wide-area magic to attack the willow golem. Corin, are we going to be okay like this? Jer asked worriedly after seeing the willow golem riddled with holes from Marriott's attacks. Don't worry, Corin said reassuringly, as always. The reason he said that was because the willow golem wasn't a living thing, just a construct. A few holes in its body wouldn't kill it, and theoretically, in a battle between fire and ice, there was no way fire could lose. That's what he had thought, until he witnessed the willow golem's flames being extinguished by Marriott Dunalev's magic. Seeing the willow golem power down and collapse to the ground, Corin felt worried for the first time. It seemed the common knowledge he knew was being completely overturned. This was the special difficulty level named Marriott Dunalev. At this point, Yuen couldn't hold on any longer and collapsed. Yuen, you can fall back now. What? But Corin immediately cut her off. Your mana is gone. Being here now won't change anything. Understood. I'm retreating then. Yuen had no more objections and followed Corin's words. Hey, can we really do this on our own, Corin? Jer asked in a panic. Marriott Dunalev used all of her area of effect attacks, so her magic is weaker now. Do you guys know what that means? What? It means it's our turn to strike. With that, Corin dashed towards Marriott. Ron and Jer didn't stand still either, charging forward with Corin. While dodging Marriott's magic, Ron controlled his greatsword to fly straight at the blood sphere. But as soon as it made contact with the blood sphere, the greatsword was instantly stopped. Damn it. This blood sphere is tough, Ron complained in annoyance. At that moment, Jer suddenly leaped high into the air to build momentum and slammed down hard on the blood sphere. It was Jer's special attack, Destruction Stack. The damage the opponent receives is multiplied several times over. He's actually useful. Glad I brought him onto the team. Haha, I broke it. Before Jer could even get cocky, Corin yelled at him. Idiot, watch out. When the blood sphere broke, it was time for Phase 3. The blood world was activated. Marriott let out a scream and unleashed her power, creating an extremely powerful shockwave that injured Ron and Jer Hinch Peter, sending them flying far away. Only Corin remained standing after Marriott's outburst. He leaned on his spear, thinking, we're trapped in this world now. As soon as the blood sphere was broken, it would trigger a trap, and now, we're stuck in it. The pressure is immense. Before, it was only defending passively. Now, the blood sphere has absorbed her blood and magic to create this. I didn't think I'd be fighting it alone in this phase. It took at least 3 people to even fight Phase 3 in my past life. But now, Corin let out a breath and slung the spear over his shoulder, a confident look on his face as he said, well, it's not that big of a deal. The result will be the same. The winner will still be me. On Marriott's side, thoughts about a vampire's thirst began to surface in her mind. If you were born a normal person, you could distinguish between animals and humans. If you are truly human, it's natural to be so scared you shut your eyes tight. As I watched the animals struggle desperately for their lives, a strange chill ran down my spine, completely different from the burning sensation in my throat. My throat was drawn to the neck of someone whose name I didn't know. I bit down. My fangs, which had always been there, tore through the skin and reached the blood vessel. The creature was trembling. I didn't know if it was fear before being hunted or fierce resistance, but it didn't matter anymore. There was no longer that fear that made me shut my eyes. The painful groans sounded like a piano melody. That warm blood flowed over my tongue, wetting my throat, running through my whole body and warming my cold skin. It felt like my blood vessels, which I thought had stopped flowing, were expanding. Isabel's moans and the creaking of the bed stopped. Only the sound of my own heart, feeling like it was about to explode, spread throughout my body. The sweet smell of blood was both suffocating and disgusting to me. My body, now full of life, felt like it was about to completely collapse, because only now did I realize it wasn't an animal or anything of the sort. I had sinned. I had nearly killed my friend, as if she were just an animal. Marriott began to panic. Not only that, but she was even more heartless. Even when she realized she had treated a human like an animal, she clutched her rumbling stomach and ran away, until the boy who found her, Corin, appeared. In the present, Corin was facing the wolf-headed beast. It spat thorny projectiles from its mouth, which shot straight at him. Corin confidently used the Imperial Six Pierce, 4th form, to take down this damn mutt. A beast that dares to bite a human deserves to die. He charged forward with his heavenly vortex. The monster immediately summoned 2 of its minions. This damn mutt is really starting to piss me off. He easily dodged the attacks from the 2 smaller hounds. Using 5th stance strike and mountain tossing throw, he sent them one by one to meet their ancestors. This was no different from serving Corin free appetizers. Just add a little salt and pepper, and it'd be perfect. It was all pretty simple compared to its cheap-sounding growls. The monster, enraged, flashed away instantly. It moved so fast his eyes couldn't keep up. All right then, let me teach you a few tricks, doggy. The key to victory isn't a 100-step plan. What's most important is finding the weakness in a single step. That move is old news, pal. You can't use the same trick twice. Serpent's Will, Serpent's Ascension, Poison Dragon's Destruction finishes it. This surge of power was so immense it shattered the spatial sphere that enveloped them. The wolf monster lay there, gasping for its last breaths. With what little strength it had left, it still tried to hold on. It chose to protect its creator until its very last breath. Corin didn't understand why it had to do that. Just wait. He would definitely save its mother. Marriott, the final phase. As soon as this phase began, Marriott Dunalev pushed one of the party members into a critical state. That's why it's impossible to remove her combat bloodlust effect alone. Normally, to save a party member being targeted by the vampire, all party members must stand close together and trick her, making it difficult for her to identify the weakest target in the team. But right now, no one could help Corin. The system announced that the vampire boss Marriott Dunalev's health and mana were recovering. Now he knew what it felt like to have his life force drained away. He could endure it. Corin had a skill to deal with this. He could withstand things like this. A persistent warrior reborn, like a fighter who never loses his combat spirit and always maintains his own will, his body will constantly recover. She remembered the moment that kind child was chatting with everyone while sharing potatoes with his small hands. He gently reminded her to slow down, don't rush. which made Marriott feel something. Since he came of age, the moment Sebastian awakened as a vampire, he drained his servants' blood until they died. Even the greatest commander left in history couldn't restrain his desire to drink blood. It took Park Sihu a month to capture Marriott alive, and because he forced her to drink monster blood, which tasted no different from seawater, it only made her thirstier. But Marriott had never killed a person. She endured her desires and thirst through her superhuman willpower. This was an unnecessary setup for a final boss with only one weakness. That's why Corin believed that a better ending definitely existed. Marriott awakened, tears and snot streaming down her face as she apologized to Corin. It didn't matter how many times he had to die, or whether she was the head sorceress or not, or the fact that she was a vampire. None of that mattered. Corin always looked at her character, just like Park Sihu did. The teachings of the master he met in this world had changed him into a different person. That master once said, "I am an adult, my son. As long as I am an adult, I will always bear the responsibility of protecting you." The person he had always looked down on for being just an NPC in a game had protected him and told him he was just a child. As his successor, Corin had witnessed the man's final moments and, as his disciple, had heard those teachings. It would be okay to be a little more certain that he was now an adult. Just watch, Park Sihu. I will definitely choose a different path than you. The system panel displayed a notification. Marriott Dunilev. S difficulty. Part. Reward received is an increase in aura rank from low to upper low, an increase in mana rank from lowest to low, and achieving pain tolerance, 100 points distributed evenly. And so, Marriott was happy again. Corin thought her sense of taste would have changed, but it turned out she still loved potatoes. Mari's eyes crinkled as she smiled. Potatoes are always delicious. No matter how you cook them, they're good. Corin moved closer to her, making her blush beet red. Flustered, Mari lightly slapped Corin, saying she was dirty and smelly right now. What does it matter? It's not like he'd showered before she bit his neck. Marriott sat quietly in a corner. She was afraid of Warren. She was terrifying. She thought she was a goner for sure. Mari was terrified, but she couldn't be like Corin. He met Warren and stirred something inside her. Some kind of emotion that made her change her mind and join the hunting practice. Warren had accidentally met Marriott during training, and in order to fight the first-rate mage Marriott, she used her true power. That provoked Marriott, and the vampire inside her awakened. She couldn't understand what motivated Corin to be able to get back up. He never gave up. It was the same with the spiritual body back then. Everyone mocked him, saying he couldn't succeed. But in the end, Corin still managed to do it. The image of him in Marriott's mind was truly awesome. Even Zamba wasn't that impressive to him. Corin liked good endings, where good people are rewarded and bad people are punished, a moving, cautionary tale of sorts. To him, you're a good person. You're very good, and so beautiful, too. In short, he liked happy endings. Corin really wanted to be happy. Hearing these words, she blushed furiously, stammering that she had to go wash up and finish her potatoes. It was a subtle way of kicking Corin out. He happily agreed and said he'd see her later. Marie smiled, silently thanking him for comforting her. But she wasn't sure if she even had the right to be happy anymore. Mari would be temporarily detained because of what happened. It would be very difficult to return to normal immediately. Corin figured she would be released soon because demi-humans would be attending school normally. Even if Marriott had awakened and become a vampire, most people wouldn't feel threatened by it. Suddenly, the president wanted to see him privately, which left Corin a bit flustered. The president wanted to talk about Marriott Dunilev's punishment. Corin was shocked to hear she would be punished. He didn't think that would happen. So it's not the happy ending I wanted? Corin hurriedly tried to explain, but her punishment had already been decided. He still wanted to say something as someone who had actually fought alongside her. What kind of punishment is decided so quickly? The president saw Corin's strong reaction and just smiled, saying, "Don't worry. There is no punishment. I also think she's not dangerous. So I wanted to see the reaction of someone who actually fought with her. Now I have no more doubts about my decision. Don't worry. She'll be released soon. We just need to reconfirm her stability. I've also heard from the other students, but I'm very curious to hear the details. Even if it's simple, could you explain it to me?" Corin breathed a sigh of relief. He explained only what needed to be revealed, that Marriott Dunilev was safe, and that the child was not a monster. He didn't know how much the chairman would believe, but he had made his stance very clear. The chairman was somewhat pensive after hearing the story. They would have to make an official announcement about this. Of course, they wouldn't reveal everything. The chairman was about to leave after hearing the details. He bowed his head, offering both an apology and his thanks to Corin for helping them prevent the dangers created by the adults' inexperience and complacency. If there was anything Corin needed, The chairman would do his best to repay him. Corin thought to himself that the academy's chairman Kasa was a valuable person. This was a man who always knew his weaknesses and tried to take on more responsibility. Recalling the words the chairman had said in his past life, Corin believed he had good intentions. He cheerfully asked the chairman to raise his head. Meanwhile, Mariette was still sitting in contemplation, alone, remembering the moment Corin held her in his arms. Her reason, which had vanished, was swept away by waves of emotion. When she managed to push the cold monster out of herself and find her human side again, the only thing she could do was apologize. Mari's head ached as she thought about those apologies. What right did she have to ask for forgiveness, she wondered. Is Isabelle safe? Because she was the one who cherished everyone the most. Guilt was eating her alive. That's why Maria didn't resist Professor Josephine's magic, and simply accepted it, then locked herself behind iron bars. When Corin visited, she pretended to be someone else. But in reality, she was exhausted. She was a monster and a demon, an enemy of humanity, someone who could drink human blood at any moment. But his one sentence, "I want you to be happy," made all her worries disappear. It was the most sincere thing she had ever heard, because she remembered how he had risked his life to save her, the one who had turned into a monster. That powerful moment, his sacrifice and sincerity, made Mariette realized that a part of her life would forever exist in her memory. A week after Mariette's incident was over, people were still buzzing about it because some jerks had revealed she was at the school. But since the demi-human Warren had obediently enrolled, the matter soon cooled down. Corinne was very surprised to hear that she was still locked up. A week had already passed, at least on paper. Mariette Dunalev had been set free. Everyone congratulated her on becoming special. But Isabelle wasn't here, so that meant she wasn't truly free. Mariette locked herself away in her thoughts again. She must be scared of me and hate me, right? If I were her, I wouldn't want a friend who drinks my blood. I don't want to get in the way of other people. Or Isabelle. If that's the case, then I need to disappear from this academy. A knock on the door broke her train of thought. She wondered who could be visiting at this hour. When she opened the door, it was Isabelle. She threw her arms around Mariette, sobbing. "Are you okay? How are you feeling?" Mariette was surprised to see her friend like this. She wondered why Isabelle wasn't afraid of her. She just smiled and said she had seen everything before she passed out. The look on her friend's face after biting her, a face of confusion and guilt. But no matter what happened, they would always be friends. So no matter what, I want you to still see me as your friend. It was as if a heavy weight had been lifted from Mari's chest. She burst into tears like a child, and here she was, thinking Isabelle would hate her. In reality, she was already feeling much better. However, she hadn't been discharged from the hospital yet, so she couldn't leave right after Mariette was released. That is, until a certain junior snuck her out. The junior she mentioned was Corin. He believed that a girl like Mariette Dunalev wouldn't be broken by this incident. Mari blushed, embarrassed, realizing he had helped her yet again. This is where the first part of the story ends. Everyone got a good ending, something that never happened in the previous life. Although a few unforeseen things happened and nothing went according to plan, he actually preferred this ending even more. Even without a player, the world continued to function. Even though it didn't follow the plan, everything still reached a good conclusion. This moment confirmed the starting point of a new world. Corin's schedule was rather monotonous, revolving around classes, lunch, more classes, training, dinner, and more training. But he had to get stronger, considering the scenario that would soon arrive. With that girl, he had to get even faster. Ultimate Serpent Calamity, Ascending Serpent, Venom Dragon Strike. Mariette, who was watching Corin train, approached him with praise. "You're working hard again today. I'm back to my usual self. It's like nothing ever happened." She brought him lots of delicious food. Mariette said cheerfully, "All right, since you've worked so hard, you have to eat a lot. I didn't cook much, but please, eat it all." Corin was thrilled and said he'd eat every last bite. A little blood seeped from his bandaged hand, causing her to panic. "No, I can't. I saw blood, and now I'm drooling. I have to deal with this blood pack, quickly," she thought. Fresh blood and packaged blood are a bit different in terms of freshness and taste. It's like organic food versus food sprayed with pesticides, or more accurately, frozen meat versus fresh meat. So that means you've resigned yourself to eating frozen meat for the rest of your life. It's okay for you to drink it sometimes, you know. Mariette didn't understand Corin's meaning. He meant, "You can drink my blood from time to time. I'm willing." Mari's face turned beet red. Corin continued to tease her. "I can regenerate, so if you're sick of packaged blood, you can come to me. Or, are you already craving it now?" Mariette began to question her life and fear humanity. "Don't say things like that." "I refuse. I don't want to be a bother to you. She handed him a vial of vampire blood and said, "This might be a little nauseating, but it's very good for your body. Vampire blood is one of the best magical ingredients out there." Corin Lock chugged it down without a second thought. The system announced, "You have consumed an elixir-grade potion. This is a type of elixir containing a special ingredient. Aura level has increased by 1. Maximum aura has increased by 500. 10 points have been evenly distributed." Corin could feel the difference in his body. It didn't taste good at all, but he was definitely stronger than in his previous life. It was perfect. With this, he could probably start befriending that other girl. Elisa Aiden, a direct descendant of the famous Ahan swordsmanship family and a second-rank knight. Her life had changed a lot compared to before. After sensing an invisible wall between herself and a 5th-rank knight she met at the training grounds, she realized that she needed to improve herself even more and began to work hard toward it. But of course, that was until a few minutes ago, when she ate a pile of delicious honey-flavored candies. Elisa Aiden was fundamentally lazy and lacked ambition, with no interest in swordsmanship. This was despite the fact that her talent with the sword was on the verge of genius. Her attitude toward training was abysmal, and she always scored below average. She was thrilled to be here. She no longer had to swing her sword 10,000 times a day and endure tests that were nothing but basic drills, or sweat through intense sparring matches with her siblings. Best of all, her sister wasn't here, so she was ready to enjoy this peace and quiet with a clear mind. Corin's appearance shattered her bliss. He mentioned he hadn't seen her at the training grounds lately, and she stammered out an excuse that she was busy with homework and other missions. Corin enthusiastically invited her to join his party, knowing it was a great way to make a lot of money. Elisa was so frustrated she could cry. Why did he keep seeking her out? In a way, Corin was becoming hard to deal with. Standing in front of him, she felt as if her lazy habit of neglecting her own talent was being laid bare. The mediocrity of a sword genius, who had earned her second-class Guardian Knight certification at a young age and was the granddaughter of a legendary swordsman, was completely exposed. On top of that, his methods were so dull. He just kept going on and on about the basics. Elisa thought to herself, shouldn't people our age be doing cool, deadly moves by now? Corin continued his pitch. With 2 parties, they'd get 2 gold coins for a mission that was only difficulty level 2. Elisa's head spun when she heard that. With that kind of money, she could buy so many clothes and honey bomb candies. Okay, deal. She was in. So much for having any self-respect when money's on the line. They were set to leave mid-next week, so they had to start preparing. He then said he was planning to take on a short-term mission today for 20 silver coins. Let's do it together. Once again, it was about money. Her eyes lit up at the mention of it. Dealing with someone so greedy was easy. This was all going according to his plan. He wasn't sure, but based on his predictions, today was the day. Elisa loved the patrol missions on the quest board. All she had to do was follow a preset route in the city center and check for any problems. Monsters that got close to the city were at most level 4 or 5. Mid-level monsters rarely appeared, so the chance of any real trouble was tiny. The pay was high for little work, so Elisa didn't find it strenuous at all. Besides, she was always surrounded by admiring men. The compliments made her swell with pride. 10 monsters, and she defeated them in an instant. It's nothing, she'd say, a piece of cake. But how could she call that nothing? Just as expected from a sword wielder of the renowned Aiden family. She then recalled how her entire clan looked down on her. Tisk, tisk, your sister had already reached the pinnacle by the time she was your age. They had finally found the heir to the genius sword family, Aiden. Lunia Aiden was the greatest genius of this generation. As for the second daughter, she was basically an illegitimate child. Her bloodline not even pure enough. But now, Elisa didn't care about any of that. Her family looked down on her, but what had she done that was so wrong? Today's patrol mission was completed safely and happily, as long as nothing else happened. Suddenly, from the sky appeared a signal from the previous patrol team. A monster nest, at least rank 2. It was a magical marker, only visible through special goggles, a secret method used by the Guardian Corps. If nothing else happened during a patrol, it would end without having to kill a single monster. But when something unexpected occurred, everyone had a duty to join the raid. It was a level 2 monster nest found by the patrol ahead of them, a den for wolves gathered around a werewolf. A werewolf was the kind of monster Elisa could defeat, even if she were poisoned. This time, they would easily defeat it. However, it turned out to be a Dullahan, a level 1 monster. Elisa was shocked that a Dullahan had appeared here. To end it quickly, she used the Aiden family's technique, territory-splitting single slash, but it was no use. The werewolf dodged it with ease. Its flexibility was like that of an invertebrate. It bound her, quickly and expertly. This monster was at least a level 1. At this point, the only thing to do was call for Corin's help. The honor of a warrior was something Elisa completely lacked. In her moment of crisis, Corin was busy dealing with another monster, and Elisa started to cry. The monster was about to take her life, but it was instantly blown to pieces. Elisa thanked the person who had saved her, but then she saw the familiar sword. The eldest daughter of the renowned Aiden sword family, destined to become the next successor. The strongest swordswoman of her generation, who would follow the path of the sword genius, was Lunia Aiden, Elisa Aiden's older sister. Lunia had no idea what her little sister had been doing to get into this mess, seeing a Dullahan and not retreating. Why didn't she analyze her enemy properly? And on top of that, what was with that foolish way of drawing her sword? Who did you learn that from? Elisa hurriedly apologized. Her sister didn't accept any excuses. She questioned her. The consequences of your actions are entirely your own responsibility. A few words won't change the situation. You must remember that it was your actions that put the soldiers who trusted you in a dangerous situation. Elisa lowered her head, only daring to whisper a yes. Her sister's shout was enough to scare her witless. Straighten your back. If you are an Aiden sword wielder, you must always be confident. With that, Lunia turned to Corin. I am the Sword Saint, first grand disciple of the Heavenly Swordmaster, Lunia Aden. Corin also met her and introduced himself. I am the 8th disciple of Lanza Cronte, Corin Lock, Elisa's friend. She just emphasized the word friend. He understood what she meant, but he couldn't reveal his own abilities. There were only 2 people who used a spear this way. Besides Corin, there were only 2 others. Lunia noticed that the man opposite her didn't want to reveal anything more, so she didn't press the issue. The elite forces of Aiden, all of them level 2 knights, also known as the 5 Swords. Jenny, Lena, Siren, Melia, and May. The 5 of them reported that they had dealt with all the monsters in the area and asked if they should pursue the ones that had escaped. All of them were at the same level as, or higher than, Elisa. Lunia ordered them all that there was no need for pursuit. Now, let's go home. You two, Elisa Aiden, the swordswoman who enjoys group training. They were often called sword factions. They followed their leaders, gathered together, and eventually considered themselves a sect. 60 years ago, the sword genius Garon enlightened a new generation of swordsmen, and as the head of the family at the time, he began to spread the martial arts styles that made the Aiden family, a renowned clan of swordsmen representing the entire continent. Here in the sword village of Makab Aiden, Lunia was also the village master. Its authoritarianism, discipline, and gangster-like tendencies, everything from its formation remained to this day. Elisa also had to kneel and pay her respects to the village master. I, Elisa Aiden, a level 2 swordsman and a direct disciple of the main family, greet you, Madam Chief. The people standing nearby couldn't understand why. Even for a direct disciple of the main family, she would force a descendant to kneel like that. Lunia read the list of tasks her little sister had completed. Patrol duty, protecting small merchants, and handling level 4 monsters. She considered it all to be nonsense, and there was even a mission to help out at a coffee shop. Elisa explained that for that particular mission, she had to wear a uniform and hand out promotional flyers. She thought the cafe's uniform was cute, that it was very pretty. Lunia said her little sister was pathetic. I can't believe you'd use the family's sentinel certificate for something like this. Do you want to bring shame to the Aden name? Aren't all these missions just about fighting low-level monsters? Did you think you could become a hero just by fighting creatures like that? Elisa, don't forget that a person's true nature can't be changed. Hearing these admonishments, Elisa lowered her head in silence. After Elisa's group had left, the village chief asked about Corin's background. He was just a level 5 knight, but Lunia found that impossible. The MK3 cadets' level tests were that unreliable. Corin's gaze had been fixed on Elisa from start to finish, and yet, the monsters couldn't even touch him. To fight so distractedly, without losing his focus, it was as if he had decades of experience. That was the kind of sensitivity and steadfastness you could only achieve by honing your skills in real life. And his use of the spear, which seemed so simple at a glance, but to a swordswoman who stood at the pinnacle of Ahan, she recognized that his skill with it was quite decent. Their meeting was brief, but she was rather satisfied with that friend of her sister's. If that boy was on her sister's side, the academy had requested she visit for a skills exchange, so she would probably get to see him again. Every time Maria, also known as the Potato Senior, came by, she would bring a ton of things. This time it was potato pie. She'd tenderize the lamb 30 times before grilling it. It was fresh meat that had just arrived today. Professor Josephine had asked for her help butchering a sheep, so she used it as practice. Corin ate in bliss, Meanwhile, she was living the dull life of a vampire, getting by on packs of blood clots. "This is delicious," he said, genuinely moved. Marriott's face lit up with joy. "I'll bring beef next time. Do you like braised oxtail?" Corin took her hand and replied gently, "I'd love that." You could bet her heart was pounding a mile a minute. She even promised she would definitely bring braised oxtail next time. "Anyway, your hands are so big. Rough, veiny, and hard. A man's hand, full of energy, wonderful and strong." The romantic atmosphere was suddenly shattered, as Isabelle Marriott, flustered, quickly made an excuse to leave. With that, they said their goodbyes and parted ways. Women are so hard to understand. In his previous life, he couldn't even go outside for 3 straight years, because of that guy, Park Sihu. You really never know what life has in store. The reason he could never date was all thanks to that bastard Park. He kept Corin on too tight of a leash. His current friendships were quite different from his past life. Every now and then, UN would bring him rare forest mushrooms. After that, they would head straight to the library and start studying the Ham alphabet. Ron also came to find him often, more than just a friend. It seemed he viewed Corin as a useful partner, so whenever there was a difficult mission with a high reward, he would suggest they form a team. Suddenly, Jer and Elle's faces turned pale with fear. It was Waran. She was here to collect on the food Corin had promised her a month ago. Elle and Jer scurried away. So, the two of them went to eat together. Seeing as she looked a lot like a cat, Corin took her to eat fish. Waran was about to swallow the fish whole, which showed no respect for the food. After a few skillful techniques, a delicious bowl of fish over rice was complete. Food isn't just for swallowing. You have to see it with your eyes and smell its aroma too. That's how you show respect for it. Weapon production was also coming along nicely. It was a little ahead of schedule, but the second phase would begin soon. The start of the second phase was a product inspection exam. Jer still hadn't managed to study a single thing, while the test was only 10 minutes away. Talk about waiting until the last minute. When asked, Corin just replied, nonchalantly, "I don't need to study. You might call it cheating, but he was different from everyone else." This wasn't the first time he'd taken this test, so he was aiming for the top spot. The official exam began. Corin read the test question with a grin. Something about if the inertia value of movement X is Y, what value of Y is needed to execute movement 85Z? And just like that, he was screwed. The smile vanished from his face as he froze for 5 seconds. Oh crap. What does this even mean? Before long, the time was up. Jer was yawning his head off. As for Corin, his paper was completely blank. There was nothing on it besides his name. Even Jer had managed to answer 1 or 2 questions before dozing off. This was an unacceptable humiliation. He'd forgotten that the word study didn't exist in his dictionary. He had only ever delved into researching specialized skills, leaving him with 0 theoretical knowledge about this world. Corin gripped the test paper tightly, his determination renewed. This test was nothing. There was still a way. At the festival hall, the pinnacle of all academic events, was one of the easiest challenges in the game. The departmental exam was a golden opportunity to salvage his abysmal written test score. These practical exams were designed by the professors of the night department or by guest instructors invited from outside. Teams of 15 students had to face them and demonstrate their abilities. Afterwards, the supervising professors would evaluate them and give them a corresponding score. Since he was a level 5 knight, the instructor's level surely couldn't be that high. Corin smirked. He would get bonus points if he managed to defeat the instructor too. He was already apologizing in his head before he even knew who it was. However, judging by everyone's reactions, this instructor was someone of considerable stature. It turned out to be none other than Lunia Aiden. She greeted Corin. "We meet again, Corin Lock." Corin's jaw dropped. What the hell? Why is she here? The first-year students' practical team exam was about to begin. The special guests for today's exam were none other than sword experts from the renowned Ahan Sword Academy. The 5 swords didn't think highly of the students here, but there was one swordsman they needed to be careful of. After the command, "Attack," was given, everyone immediately rushed forward like moths to a flame. Ron began to calculate. Even if everyone on the other side was a high-level swordsman, they had Elisa Aiden. That gave them 2 level 2 fighters. But it was still going to be very difficult. The 5-peak sword fusion attack sent everyone flying. Ron calculated that their probability of victory was not high. The opponents closed in, obstructed their vision, and threw their side into chaos. Their combat experience was just too vast. Dealing with this situation was too difficult. So, Ron first needed to secure a clear line of sight. Suddenly, a magic sword struck from behind, but Ron quickly dodged the surprise attack. Worried about Ron Waski, Elisa got distracted, and Warani's swift sword closed in on her. They were confident that with about 10 students here, just 3 of them would be enough to clean house. Elisa was on the defensive, and the spectators held their breath in suspense. As expected of one of the 5 blades of On, her power was absolutely terrifying. Just like that, they took them down one by one. For now, only Elisa and Ron Waski were left standing. Ron Waski's experience was in no way inferior to one of the 5 blades. When the dust settled, Milia was overwhelmed by 5 dark swords. Ron Waski was on the verge of victory. Meanwhile, Elisa was still outmatched by her opponent. Warani taunted her. Do you really call yourself the successor of the Heavenly Court Sword when your skills are this limited? If this is the best you can do, you won't even graduate from this academy. You might as well just drop out, go home, and learn how to chase chickens with a sword. Hearing this, Elisa was furious. She didn't want that. Even though she opened her eyes to see her limits and the space around her, she was still helpless against such a powerful opponent. Warani sighed in exasperation. Looks like you still have a long way to go. According to the initial instructions, Lunia Aiden's role was supposed to be different. Why was she participating in Phase B with Team B? Facing Corin's group, Lunia took her stance. Just consider this a special grade battle experience. A special grade battle? What's that? It refers to a monster that can single-handedly take on an entire army. A monster that gives dozens of guards, even entire legions, a massive headache. A monster you have almost no chance of defeating, likened to an uncontrollable disaster. A monster that most guards will never encounter in their entire lives. Anyone who claimed to have seen one was considered a liar or an exaggerator. But when it comes to her, the story changes. Lunia Aiden can fight those monsters because she is a monster among monsters. The battle that followed was fierce and brutal. That was a close call. Jer felt this test was going a bit too far. How could anyone survive against such terrifying people? And yet, she was still holding back by a lot. If this were a real fight, they'd all be wiped out in 10 seconds. La was so scared his soul nearly left his body. Jer begged the handsome Corin not to fall, because no one could carry his heavy ass. The moment he finished speaking, he was sent flying by a single blow. And just like that, everyone was utterly defeated. Leaving only Corin, he could just pretend to fight and then surrender. Quitting was an option, but she wasn't so sure he'd actually do it. This was a chance to face someone strong, and she didn't want to miss the opportunity to fight him. Corin honestly didn't know if anyone else could stand against Lunia Aiden. In his past life, the two of them had fought side by side in many battles. She was the one who gave him the spear and taught him masterful combat techniques. So, it's no exaggeration to say Corin learned how to use a spear from her. But even up until their very last training session, he could never surpass Lunia. She was a wall he had to overcome. If he wanted to get stronger, he had to eventually surpass her with his own strength. Lunia was very pleased. She charged in to attack first, and Corin managed to block the initial strike. And so it went, one attacking, the other defending. No one could believe that an academy knight, and a first year at that, could fight on equal footing with Lunia Aiden. It seemed he was also growing tired from the relentless attacks. Seeing her opponent was exhausted, she readied her sword again. It couldn't end this simply. The ultimate technique of Ahan swordsmanship, killer instinct. Lunia prepared to deliver a final, finishing blow. Everyone grew worried. Was she really trying to kill a fellow student? They immediately demanded the test be stopped. This was the Ahan technique. Domain of the Slayer. The entire world came to a halt, but only Lunia Aiden could move. Her blade moved slowly, as if in a slow-motion video, as he thrust his spear straight at Lunia's sharp sword, launching his attack as fast as possible. But right now, Corin's spear couldn't move. In this frozen world, he was immobile. He could only perceive the stopped world at a few specific points. It was the same when he faced Mariette. Was this a coincidence? He couldn't control his movements in this space anymore. Just one more step. It had to be precise. Just one more step was all he needed. And so, with a great effort, Corin managed to make the tip of his spear touch Lunia's sword. Everyone's jaws dropped in astonishment. It was instinct, not knowledge. A feeling of omnipotence, as if he were the center of the world. Lunia knew Corin had instinctively reacted to her domain. That's enough for today. She didn't forget to mock his crappy spear, saying it was incompatible with his skills. She then suddenly glanced over at a dazed Elisa. The test, and everything else, no longer mattered. The reason she didn't avoid this fight was to let someone like Corin witness her domain. Corin was starting to understand. He had lost the battle, but achieved his goal. Lunia said she would be staying in the city for a while on some business. She warned him not to even think about interfering in her and her sister's affairs. No matter how much he resisted, the outcome would not change. Lunia was determined not to let Corin get near Elisa. Corin understood why she showed him her domain. But as for whether things would go her way, he wasn't so sure. With that, the judges reached a unanimous decision. Student Corin Lock receives a perfect score on the practical exam. The other students were all buzzing. A perfect score against Lunia Aden? And he fought her solo? What has this guy been eating? Some people couldn't even believe he had managed to face her at all. That young man is a level 5 knight. The professor mused. This student must be the one who intended to undergo soul fainting. A few days later, even without Lunia's reminder, Corin knew full well that he needed a better weapon. Corin went to a weapons workshop. The seller was puzzled. The academy never hesitates to provide precious materials, so why come here? Corin didn't even bother to explain. He had done this many times before. These ridiculously expensive materials were worth 100 gold coins. And naturally, no player could make use of them. Normally, you'd want to use materials after successfully completing a quest. However, he had high-grade spirit dust, a second-grade analysis item, and a first-grade piece of granite silver. And on top of that, he had the full and wholehearted support of the school board. This is the most powerful weapon to conquer the world. The legendary war spear of the White Knight from the Land of Shadows, also known as the White Spear. Elisa remembered the first time she went outside, slaying a level 5 demon, and frowning at the guts and blood oozing from its body. But the smell of human blood was different. She recognized it immediately, even though it was the first time. This distinct smell belonged to an endangered species. Elisa was casually guarding the area. This time, the mission was to capture a werewolf for 70 silver coins. This was still better than the other option, the urgent mission to capture the murderer in the Foggy City. The reward was a graduation certificate and a chance to consult with an academic advisor. However, there were other reasons she chose this mission. She suddenly overheard people talking about a level 5 knight, none other than Corin Lock. He cheerfully greeted Elisa Aden. The other defenders didn't look too pleased. The Defenders Association had endlessly complained about the quota system and had even planned to put the trainees on strict rations. They probably never expected a level 5 kid like him, but they were glad to have Elisa along. The others were shooting daggers at him with their eyes, but they didn't dare say a word in front of the Holy Knight's granddaughter. "Stop staring, it's really getting on my nerves." He then asked about her eyes and ears. She said her eyes and ears were fine, but that wasn't what he meant. It seemed Corin knew something about her sister. He urged Elisa Aiden to hurry. Her sister was apparently serious. She planned to make it so Elisa could never hold a sword again. However, this girl was not one to ever give up. In the werewolf den, there were 2 werewolves and over 20 regular wolves. The capture team skillfully handled the beasts, even managing to take one down. But then, something unexpected happened. A sudden fog rolled in, making it difficult to fight. One of the defenders was worried about the level 5 kid, but now wasn't the time. Fortunately, the young lady of House Aiden was holding her own. Suddenly, evil spirits advanced on them. There shouldn't be this many evil spirits in this area, and demons on top of that. Demons couldn't possibly exist in such a remote, sparsely populated region. These had to be artificial demons, man-made evil spirits. Elisa realized it. She was in a direct confrontation with one of the spirits, but they were too numerous. Another one attacked from behind, putting her in a life-threatening situation. However, she managed to react just in time, cutting it in half with 2 swift strikes. The smell, the scent of human blood was distinct. While Elisa was still recovering from the shock, another creature tried to attack her from behind, but Corin took care of it. "What are you doing? Those aren't real people. Their bodies are being manipulated by dark magic." The main event of Act 2 is taking down the murderer from the Foggy City. In the original storyline, the players had to chase down a crazed serial killer that Marriott had defeated at the end of Act 1. You chose the werewolf hunting mission. In this quest, the murderer, John Doe, was already discovered and was ultimately apprehended after a battle. Everyone panicked, as it seemed the boss had appeared. Corin warned everyone to get ready to run. Using his 6'5" slash, he took out the enemy in a single, swift move. If it was that easy, that couldn't have been the boss. Since John Doe is pretty strong, Corin couldn't have caught him alone. Still, he did an excellent job destroying his puppet. "That's enough for today. I hope we can meet again, Corin." The issue here wasn't about power or compatibility, but about that master of concealment. It turned into a cloud of smoke and vanished. This was Nightfire. When the summoner of the fog, a lich, has its HP drop, the fog will automatically disappear. The thing Corin just crushed was merely a puppet, the very thing that was creating the fog. A lich created from the corpse of a mage. The reason it's so difficult to capture is because it uses puppets to create confusion. You can't find the damned thing because it has completely blended into the fog. This fog is extremely dangerous. He urged everyone to run immediately. He didn't even bother to retrieve his spear, because it would automatically return to him. Suddenly, one of their companions got caught in some tree roots. Elisa turned back to save her teammate, but a demonic hand reached for her from behind. It swiftly dragged her away. Corin frantically told everyone else to get out of the forest. "Don't worry about us. Just lend me your cloak." Corin grabbed his spear and the cloak and charged straight ahead. "There won't be a second time, you bastard." He had been trapped in this fog once before. Back then, he had a sprained ankle. In less than a minute, he had been closer to death than ever. Now that he'd been reborn, he had to last longer than that. The problem was Elisa. Surrounded on all four sides, she couldn't hold out much longer. She swung her sword, trembling, but it wouldn't cut through. Was it because she lacked power? Was her form incorrect? She remembered the sight of her sister that day. Was she just that weak? Helpless? Elisa started to give up. She wanted to save someone, to be cool and heroic, just like Corin had been when he saved her. She wanted to be someone worthy of pride. Through the haze, she heard Corin's voice again. It was her savior. Corin approached her, looking worried. She burst into tears, telling him she couldn't break free. "Save me, please, I'm going to die." He draped the cloak over her, then soothed her, telling her to calm down. He took her hand, was still gripping the sword. Slashing wildly won't work. You have to focus and put all your strength into the blow. All she needed right now was to calm down. From this moment on, he would protect her from the undead, and she, in turn, knew what she had to do. Terrified, Elisa cried that she wasn't strong enough, that the fog was injuring her and making her dizzy. But Corin stated with certainty that she could do it. Of all the swordmasters he knew, she had the most exceptional talent. If she had the will, she could absolutely do it. Just one step is all it takes. With that, he shot like an arrow into the horde of spirits. Now, Elisa had to overcome her own self-doubt. "I can't last much longer in here. So how can you, with a lower aura rank than me, withstand this? If you put it that way, I guess I have no choice but to succeed." With that, her determination returned, and she raised her sword to fight. It was a secret technique that could sever anything. To use it, she had to awaken the Boundary Eye, a cursed power that allows the user to see into other realms. This was the technique of House Aiden. Aiden's first sword, Domain Slash. With a single strike, Elisa defeated all the evil spirits and completely obliterated their fog. The fog disappeared, leaving everyone safe and sound. That must have been John Doe, the vampiric murderer from the foggy city. Everyone stood with their jaws agape, seeing the forest literally cut in half. How can a human being do that? I've heard rumors about this technique. So this is the legendary Domain Slash. Corin couldn't believe his eyes. He thought she would use the third form of First Slash or Iron Tide. He never imagined she could already use that technique. Elisa was as happy as a child, thrilled that she had finally done it. However, this wasn't a move she should have been able to use yet. Her teammates were all thrilled. This meant she would be the next head of the Aiden family. After all, besides the Sword Emperor, no one else could use the Domain Slash. Everyone cheered, proclaiming Elisa as the future Sword Emperor and successor to the Aiden family. Just like that, his plan was ruined. Why do things always go so wrong? The Daily News reported that John Doe, the infamous murderer known for slaughtering countless knights in the nightmarish fog, had been defeated by the candidate for the next head of the renowned Aden Swordmaster family. The event drew a lot of attention, with headlines splashed across every paper. One of the five swords read the news with fury. She ripped the paper to shreds and threw it away. The prestigious Aiden family, a pillar of the sword sect, operates on a simple principle. Might, under the powerful influence of Garen Aden, they had all been waiting for a swordsman worthy of being his successor, the Domain Slash. It exists in the realm of the Mind's Blade, a state most martial artists never even learn of. Garen Aden had been waiting a long time for someone who could carry on his legacy. Lunia had trained until she shed blood, sweat, and tears. The calluses on her hands were a testament to her dedication, but even Lunia, who was called the genius of her generation, couldn't satisfy the Sword Emperor. And then there was her younger sister, the one who had only just picked up a sword to spar with her. The illegitimate child the family head brought home. Lunia had never once considered the girl a rival. Then, during one of their training sessions, Lunia was suddenly struck. It wasn't even a dangerous technique, so how could this have happened? She lay in a pool of her own blood, while Elisa stood frozen, horrified at the sight. Lunia hadn't seen the attack. To be more precise, it was impossible to see. By the time she focused her senses, the blade had already struck. It wasn't about speed, it was something else entirely, the domain. Elisa had just taken her first step into that profound martial path. She couldn't believe it. That lazy, young girl. She was sure the kid was in shock. But Lunia understood the term their father had told her about. A twisted nature that an ordinary person could never comprehend. A sword demon. A demonic talent. And so, Garan had appointed Elisa as the candidate for the next family head. And just like that, Elisa Aiden became the official candidate to lead the family, despite everyone's objections. The memory of patting the head of her half-sister, who had grown up neglected by their father's side of the family, must still be lingering somewhere. Seeing her masters so distraught, the fifth sword grew concerned. She spoke softly, "Don't worry. I want her to step into the domain. If I can just see that technique one more time, maybe I can reach it too." Lunia ordered everyone to prepare for a formal sword challenge. Meanwhile, Elisa was trying her best to rest. Corin came to check on her, asking when she'd be recovered. She said that with some medicine, she'd be fine in a day or two. He then asked her about the domain slash, wondering how she managed to pull it off. Even if she could perceive the domain with her realm eye, that didn't mean she could just use the technique. Elisa blushed, embarrassed. He had so much faith that she could do it. And then, when she tried, she actually pulled it off. He couldn't help but feel jealous of a natural-born genius who didn't even have to try. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door. It was Mariette, arriving in a panic to see Corin. The two exchanged greetings. Mariette was a second year from the magic department, and Elisa was a first year from the night department. Corin wondered if she was there to see Elisa. Mariette just shyly said she was worried about him. Then, her expression turned terrifying as she began her interrogation. "So, are you too close?" Her expression suddenly became terrifying. Just then, another visitor arrived looking for Corin. It was Waran, here to demand food again. That was a close call. He could tell Mariette was uncomfortable around Waran, but then again, he figured most people would be uncomfortable around someone with that kind of appearance. Mariette shuddered when she found out Corin had eaten the same food as Waran. "So that's what was bothering her," Corin happily explained. "Don't worry. I'll prepare a delicious meal for you too." Hearing this, Mariette's mood brightened instantly. Corin realized that a group of incredibly talented people had all just happened to gather in one place. He turned to Elisa, telling her that rumors of her using the domain slash had already spread, and that her sister would probably issue a formal sword challenge soon. Elisa flinched. The sword challenge is a tradition where the 5 master-level swordsmen test a new head who has taken control of a branch of the family. At least, that's the official reason. But for a long time, the Aiden family has used the sword challenge as a way to legally eliminate their rivals. Elisa burst into tears. If she fought her sister, she was sure to die. She was no match for her to begin with. How could she possibly win? Corin told her he had a great idea, but it came with one condition. From now on, whether he suggested fighting monsters or just training in the gym, she had to follow his lead without any complaints. Basically, "You're a permanent member of my party now." Elisa quickly agreed, promising she'd listen to everything he said if he would just help her. He'd hold her to that promise, treating it as an oath. Corin Lock thought back on all the hard-earned lessons he had learned throughout his life the hard way. That night, Waran ambushed one of the 5 swords, a master of the saber. Claiming to be from the Elisa dojo, Waran charged, attacking relentlessly, while her opponent was completely baffled as to why this student was suddenly ambushing her. Turns out, Corin had promised to buy Waran sushi if she could capture this person. Meanwhile, Corin directly confronted another member of the 5 swords, introducing himself as, from the Elisa dojo, Glaive Master, Corin Lock. His plan was simple: strike before you get struck. That was a fundamental truth of life. He announced that he wanted to learn from the renowned swordmaster, Lunia. This team was full of powerful and impressive individuals. The Elisa dojo, Glaive Master, Corin Lock. The Elisa dojo, Fist Master, Waran. The Elisa dojo, Master Flying Swordsman, Ronwaski. The Elisa dojo, Talented Mage, Mariette Dunalev. And the new commander of the Elisa dojo, Elisa Aiden. Just like that, the #1 swordsman of the Aiden family was officially defeated. Lunia still didn't understand why he would go to such lengths. To grow a new dojo like Elisa's, you have to build up its reputation. And he was doing it very aggressively. News that the fledgling Elisa dojo had defeated the #1 swordsman of the Aiden family hit the front pages. The story of how the 5 swords were beaten spread like wildfire. According to the family rules, there's something called a sword trial. It's supposed to be a test to select the new head. But even Elisa knew it was just an excuse to crush any and all rivals. That's why Corin declared he would change that system. By having his dojo officially enter the trial, she would defeat the 5 swords one by one through the new dojo's challenge system. What she ultimately wanted was a one-on-one duel with her sister. If she won and announced it, her sister's people wouldn't be able to touch her. That's why she started this whole thing. The dojo's registration fees, operating costs, and the fees for hiring mercenaries were all covered by the wealthy Mariette. But once Elisa received the reward money from the Jeze mission, she had to hand it over immediately. Lunia found this amusing. If Elisa wanted to run away, she should have done it the moment she saw her sister. She knew the dojo challenge wasn't her little sister's idea. Facing her older sister, Elisa could only cry in fear because she was just too fast. That expression was enough to let her sister know that Corin Lock was the mastermind. Seeing Elisa looking a bit timid, Corin reminded her, asking if there was something she wanted to say. She didn't know if she could beat her sister. The #1 swordsman of the Aiden household, Lunia Aiden. Elisa began her challenge as the new master of the Aiden dojo. I want to duel you, sister. A duel was fine, but Lunia warned her that she wouldn't be using a training sword or a non-lethal weapon. Even so, Elisa was prepared. Aiden's #1 sword technique, senior disciple Lunia Aiden, and Aiden's #1 swordsman, second sword master Elisa Aiden. It's time for the sisterly battle to begin, Marie thought to herself. Even if she used her full power after transforming into a vampire, she wasn't sure she could win against Lunia. She was very worried for Elisa, but Corin always believed she could handle it on her own. At this point, Corin Lock and Mariette's trust levels remained unchanged. Lunia tossed him a bag of money. If this was for dojo repairs, it was far too much. It was for restructuring the operations. As she spoke, she lunged forward to attack. The very first sword strike left Corin and Mariette gaping in astonishment. The entire dojo shook. Now, the two girls were facing each other head-on. Elisa greatly admired her sister. Her passion for swordsmanship was still burning brightly. She was her idol. She was just like a hero from a fairy tale. A hero like Garen Aden, whose stories had followed her throughout her childhood. Compared to her, Elisa was just the daughter of a concubine. Her mother had died giving birth to her, and her father saw her as a disgrace. To him, the only thing of value was the bloodline of the great sword king, Garen Aden. Elisa was always happy and excited to see her sister Lunia, but on the day she first cut down another person, everything went wrong. Lunia continued her assault. The first attack involved taking a step back and quickly slashing her sword forward. She was sticking strictly to what she had learned in the books. Although she was skilled in offensive techniques, it was unexpected that she would use her defense to fight. Elisa managed to block her sister's powerful strike. The force of her sister's blow sent her flying back. Lunia said, "Your footwork is as clumsy as ever. What a coward." She tried to use her speed to confuse her sister and attack at close range, but fundamentally, Elisa was no match for her. Third form of the high sword, thunder/destruction. Luckily, she was able to dodge the technique. Otherwise, her head would have been severed from her neck. Elisa immediately rushed in and hugged her sister. She wasn't attacking with her sword, but with her body. They both fell to the ground. Lunia kicked Elisa hard. She couldn't believe her little sister thought she could win with such petty tricks. She raised her sword and brought it down with all her might. Elisa quickly blocked it. Everything was happening exactly as Corin had said. If that was the case, she would use chain sword break. Lunia could no longer even lift her arm. You fought well, but you're still too green. One kick from her sent Elisa reeling in pain. She intended to end the match with this final technique, but she never expected Elisa to be able to block it. Her little sister was gradually keeping up with Lunia's speed. Not only that, Elisa was now able to see her domain. This was the little sister she wanted to see. She wanted to see the true nature that her sister had denied, all the talent she possessed. It seemed Elisa had finally understood that fighting wasn't some far-off concept, but something very close. In that case, Lunia would now respond in kind. The two sisters charged at each other, memories of their childhood flashing by. The first day, Elisa learned swordsmanship. The little girl had hoped to one day become a swordswoman, as skilled as her sister. Elisa used all her strength to defeat her sister as their two sword tips met, creating a flash of light like a star. Domain slash exploded everything. Corin and Mariette Dunalev watched anxiously as it all came to an end. The winner had been decided. The victor of the duel was none other than Elisa. Compared to the swordmaster Lunia Aden, Elisa's only strength was her domain slash. Therefore, the only way to win this fight was within the domain. So Corin had instructed her to focus on dodging, escaping, and buying time. By pointing out Lunia's habits and patterns that he knew from his past life, they seized the only chance of victory, a battle inside the domain. But he predicted that fighting within the domain would cause Lunia's sword to break. Elisa couldn't believe that she had actually defeated her older sister. From now on, Lunia and her subordinates would no longer interfere in her little sister's affairs. Elisa ran over to her sister. She must have been so scared. Elisa, who was supposed to be weaker, had defeated Master Lunia. It was understandable that she was afraid of how Lunia would be judged by others, and how her sister would turn her back on her now. However, that worry was unnecessary. Lunia turned and patted her little sister's head, just like when they were kids. Lunia Aiden. The first time Corin met her in his previous life was before Mariette Dunalev's accident. He was a bit surprised to have run into her earlier than in the original story. During that time, Lunia had been searching for Elisa's killer. In the end, she could never find them, because the real culprit was Park Sihu. For 3 years after Elisa's death, Lunia had tirelessly searched for the perpetrator. Every year, she would come and pray for her deceased sister. He thought she hated her own sister, didn't he? It's true, she did dislike her. She just saw her as lazy, insincere, and annoyingly clingy, as if no one but Lunia could resolve her bitterness. But Lunia never hated Elisa. No matter what happened, even if her little sister surpassed her, she would quietly support her with a smile. The Lunia that Corin remembered was that kind of person. Elisa was deeply moved when her sister patted her head and said, "You've gotten taller." And so, Lunia Aiden was defeated. Elisa Aiden. Lunia Aiden. Difficulty B. Reward. Aura rank increased from low mid to mid. Mana plus 600. 40 stat points evenly distributed received. The next day, as the two sat talking, Elisa said she was terrified of fighting, but some part of her smiled when she fought. That's why she always had to avoid fighting, because she felt like it wasn't the real her. She was also afraid to face her sister Lunia, so she pretended to be insincere and only took on basic missions. Because she had won, she would now officially become the heir of Aiden. Lunia and her subordinates will be wary of her. But if Elisa runs away, the bond between her and Lunia will be severed. Corin denied that. There might be some distance, and things could get awkward, but a relationship isn't something you can just cut off so easily. After all, they are sisters. Besides, she's doing much better than he did when he was a kid, since he was always getting his face bashed in by the neighborhood bullies. But afterward, the hard part wasn't the physical pain, but his anger at himself for not daring to stand up. Elisa is stronger than Corin was back then. He hopes she'll always be able to hold her head high with pride. Elisa wondered why, even though they were the same age, he talked and acted like an old man. It was as if he'd lived a long life. She could feel it. How could she know that Corin had already lived 14 years longer than her, and if you included his memories from when he was 30, he would actually be 50 years old now. Elisa thanked Corin for the incident today, and also for what happened in the forest. When that person saved her life in the woods, the voice and his back definitely belonged to Corin Lock. Elisa excitedly said that she owed him a lot, so if he needed anything, he should feel free to ask her. Corin's suggestion was to be friends. The offer made her flustered. She'd never had a male friend before, so this must be a good thing. A boy who's a friend, that is. She was very happy to have a trustworthy friend like him. Park Sihu awaits the wicked, while a bright future awaits the good. Children will always be joyful, and there will be better choices for everyone. Back to Isabel. She's been worried lately because her friend, Mariette, has an admirer. He's willing to kneel down and offer his own bag of blood to her, or even let her have his neck. Even though Mariette refused, saying she already gets blood bags from Professor Josephine every day, Isabel found it really irritating. That idiot's words were making Mariette uncomfortable. That part happened every day, so it wasn't the issue. What really bothered her was Corin Lock. He was the first year who had recently gotten close to Mariette. He's some crude, 5th rank knight, but that didn't matter. The fact that he could stand against the swordmaster Lunia Aden meant he was actually talented. But what worried her was that Mariette and Corin went into a room together and locked the door. Not knowing what those two were doing inside, Isabel pressed her ear against the door, trying to overhear their conversation. Corin wanted to bring up a previous offer about the piece of land they got when they registered the dojo. Since it was being rebuilt after being damaged, he had thought about building an inn there. If she considered investing in it, he guaranteed the profits would at least triple. Who knows? Maybe their time to strike it rich had come. Isabel thought that this bastard was trying to gold dig Mariette. At the training grounds, Isabel watched Corin's every move. She saw Elisa, the second child of the Aiden family, talking to him. The two of them were talking about the food at Thon Truk, a wonderful restaurant. Isabel got even more furious. Isn't that place a famous date spot? This playboy was just seducing Mariette, and now he's already on a date with another girl. She was so angry that her hands slipped, and she fell from her hiding spot. But her hatred and disgust for Corin didn't fall away one bit. Not only was he two-timing, but he also dared to talk about money. How despicable. The next afternoon at the restaurant, Corin was eating with Waran. They were having sushi and meat together. He also mentioned money and this investment deal to her. Isabel was still secretly watching. Finally, she came to a conclusion. Corin Lock was an incredible scam artist. A total scumbag. The corporate registration fee for renovating the dojo, the daily mercenary fees, taxes, and so on. It all cost 97 gold coins during the fight with Lunia. In South Korean won, that would be about 100 million won. And all of this was thanks to Marriott. He was incredibly grateful for that. He never expected her to give him a full 100 gold coins. Do mages make this much money? That's what he thought. Lunia had contributed 50 gold coins for the reconstruction, and Elisa had received 100 gold coins from Warren. Also had a lot of funds managed by her followers, and Yun-El and Jer had savings too. Ronwaski, that money-obsessed bastard, also had a massive amount of cash. In the end, Corin managed to gather 550 gold coins. With that amount, he bought the entire plot of land. Although right now it's still just a desolate plain on the outskirts of the city, in the second semester, they will host a friendly exchange festival with the Borome Academy from the eastern continent here. It will be the peak season for lodging services, with visitors flooding in from all over the continent. With just a few hundred gold, he could make it all back in just 2 weeks. Corin is a business owner and a regressor. Knowing the future means he has to know how to use information like this. He's going to rake in all the money in the world. Meanwhile, the president was talking to Professor Josephine about how the stances of the Catholic Church, the royal family, the Magic Tower, and the association towards their school weren't very good. But that's not something we can handle. Professor Josephine said that their order would support the president's decision. She thinks that opportunities should be given to everyone. The president decided to go out for a bit, but the professor wanted to go in his place. The president refused, saying other places were fine, but the Catholic Church was no place for her. Take care of this place while I'm gone. If anything happens, use the emergency communication network. Professor Josephine sat and reviewed a stack of reports. The vampire's renewable energy experiment, disapproved. The rights to build a third dormitory, postponed. Next was Corin Lock's report. The professor was very surprised. What is he planning to do now? Is greater than, music is greater than, is greater than. It was Corin Lock's request for a land grant and a ginseng harvest. At the laboratory west of the academy, Corin was tending to his ginseng plants. Elisa wondered if they were really going to harvest ginseng in a place like this. She only knew that they screamed a lot when they were pulled out of the ground. So, you have to protect your ears very carefully when you pull them up. Otherwise, your eardrums would burst. It's mandatory to wear good earplugs, and they should be harvested in a wide, open field. And so, they both used E-Black, special earplugs made from silver fox leather. Corin couldn't harvest the ginseng alone. One person needed to grab its flower and pull it along the direction of the root, while another person cut the root and stem apart. Because as long as the stem and root were connected, the ginseng would keep screaming endlessly. This was the 4th time he had harvested ginseng. In his past life, he did it together with Park Sihu. Finally, after using all his strength, Corin managed to pull up the ginseng root. But what kind of ginseng root was this, and why was it so ugly? It started to scream. Corin yelled for Elisa to cut the root off immediately. But he had no idea Elisa was foaming at the mouth from the screaming. I mean, whose fault is it for not wearing her headphones properly? Guess I'll have to handle this myself. They say if you bite a dog back, it'll stop biting. He decided to just scream back at it. You think you're the only one who can scream? My screaming is way scarier. With that, Corin threw it into the air, then sliced its body and roots apart in one go. The ginseng root instantly shut up. It's finally over. Is harvesting ginseng really supposed to be this terrifying? And then there's the girl next to me. I dragged her all the way here, and she's been completely useless. Looking at the pile of ginseng, Corin started to worry. He wanted to keep harvesting until he found a silver ginseng, but he thought he'd pass out if he had to do it again. Suddenly, someone called out to Corin. It was strange, because he had already put up a "Do Not Enter" sign. It turned out to be Marriott. According to her schedule, she was supposed to have some tests in the lab today, but she heard the noise outside and jumped down to see what was going on. Looks like someone's jealous, jumping down from the 12th floor just to see what Corin Lock is doing with another girl. Corin just explained that they were harvesting ginseng. Marriott was intrigued and wanted to join in, but after the recent shock, Corin was already exhausted. She paid him no mind and just walked over to harvest them. Corin was worried because only a knight could cut them properly. No sooner had he said that, Marriott easily pulled up a silver ginseng root. Corin's face went pale with fear. If she heard the ginseng scream, she'd probably die on the spot. Before the plucked ginseng could even let out its first cry, Mariette Dunalev silenced it with a single slash that sent its leafy top flying. Turns out, she has a whole ginseng garden at home, and this year alone, she's already harvested 30 of them. What an absolute pro. She decided to boil a kettle of water to make a decoction. She asked Elisa to find something to eat, rabbit meat and potatoes, for example. Elisa immediately obeyed her captain's order. Corin had no idea what he was supposed to do now. But don't worry, because Sugar Mommy Mariette Dunalev wasn't going to let him do a thing. She would handle everything. There are 2 ways to absorb ginseng. One is to eat it directly, like normal. However, the most effective method is to make a decoction with red amaranth root, silver vine leaves, goji root, and deer antler, along with 28 other ingredients all mixed together. Then, you boil everything for over 10 hours. Doing this will create a ginseng decoction. While everyone else had something to do, Corin was left with nothing, so he sat there bored, doodling some characters in the dirt. Mariette recognized it as the ancient language. She didn't know what it meant, but had seen it before in a liberal arts class. She didn't know where Corin learned it, but the ancient language was now a lost art. He had learned it from his master. Just a few years ago, he learned the ancient language and spearmanship from her. She left behind her martial arts and the original ancient language. Of the 2, he'd figured out how to learn the martial arts. But the ancient language was another story. Because simply knowing the characters of the ancient language doesn't mean you know how to use it. Recalling and engraving the ancient language onto one's body, that was a power only one person could use. One of the ultimate goals was to recall and possess this original ancient language. While his master was trying to pass it on to him, she lost her life before she could finish. It was all because of him. Mariette wondered who Corin's master was. If she knew the ancient language, she might have been from the Maj's tower. But she was just an ordinary person, like anyone you'd see on the street every day. A kind person like any other, someone who always tried her best. Mariette saw Corin seemed very emotional when talking about his master. She had her highest-ranking familiar bring in the potatoes. It was Dioku, the wolf monster from that time. So she had completely tamed it. By continuously sharing Corin's blood, she was able to officially acquire such a cute familiar. It's actually pretty cute. If its creation involved blood, then a portion of the blood in its body must be his, which means Corin is its father. Mariette Dunalev blushed in embarrassment. And so, the father and son played together happily. This vampire-type hound was very energetic. Finally, the pot of ginseng decoction was ready, and Corin drank it immediately. The system announced, "You have absorbed the ginseng decoction. Your mana recovery has greatly increased. Maximum mana increased by 1,300 points. Now he had boosted his power stats. He reminded the other 2 to drink up as well. This medicine only works once. The ginseng herb is powerful, sure, but it's a one-time effect. If he gave the rest to Lack, they'd be overjoyed." What remained was the platinum ginseng. Corin decided to eat it raw. The system announced, "You have absorbed the platinum ginseng. Your magic core has been formed." The magic core is a vessel that contains all of a knight's magic. Just to create one of these cores, one would have to train their magic to the absolute limit. But Corin managed to get one without doing so, and once his level becomes high grade, he'll be able to have even more cores. The effect of the silver ginseng was truly top tier. Elisa excitedly told Corin to eat the yellow one too, to get even more awesome. But he said the time wasn't right. He would uproot and eat the gold ginseng later. After these events, during a school council meeting, Professor Heyman requested that everyone reevaluate the abilities of the grade 5 student, Corin Lock. For a first-year student who was also only grade 5, he shouldn't be worth this much attention. Everyone wondered why they needed to evaluate a student like him. It was because the upper-level professors hadn't yet reviewed the first year's midterm exams. Corin Lock had gone head-to-head with the sword master Lunia Aiden for a full 3 minutes. No one believed it, thinking she must have gone easy on him. There was no way a swordmaster would have to go all out during a midterm exam for a mere kid, but the professors still believed it. No one in this meeting thinks Lunia went easy on Corin Lock. One of them argued that if they were to base it just on a few midterm exams, promoting him would be going too far. Even if there were grounds to question his current abilities, the regulations state that a rank promotion can only be acknowledged after official results are in. That's the law. Then let the association handle the official rank evaluation. I think we just need to reevaluate him on the basis of granting an official guardian certificate. However, if that's the case, we'll have to change that student's entire school schedule, as well as the homeroom professors. Another professor spoke up. Professor Heyman is the one who raised this issue, not Coach Heyman. We suggest Professor Heyman take on this task himself. He wanted that as well. Even though grade 5 seems far below his actual stats, his duel with Lunia Aden was truly incredible. His spearmanship, no matter how this professor with the stringy highlights looked at it, it resembled that person's technique. We need to reevaluate him. Today, Corin and Elisa were in the same class, and they sat next to each other. But that was Jair's seat. Elisa quickly apologized and said she would move, but he told her it wasn't necessary. On the outside, he acts all chivalrous, but then he turns around and glares daggers at Corin. He's jealous. First, it was the most popular guy at the academy, then the potato senior, and the super cute demon girl, and now, even the Sword Emperor's granddaughter. He's so jealous, it's killing him. That's the main character's aura for you. Only he gets to live a life like the star of a romance movie. So what about Jair's youthful school days? Why is the area around his seat so cold and empty? The professor entered the classroom and announced that class was officially starting. As mentioned last time, today the class would be doing a group project. Everyone groaned since they all hated group projects the most. He began to explain the group project to the class. Since you're all in the night department, I won't give you difficult math problems. Or tasks like planting magical trees, like the professors in the magic department might assign. He snapped his fingers, and a piece of paper appeared. The topic for this group project is spearmanship. No one knew why the topic was spearmanship. Elisa happily turned to Corin. Since spearmanship was his specialty, this project would be a piece of cake for him. Corin was silent. In his past life, the group project was on boxing. Form Damon was a boxer. His signature style was constantly changing distance and closing in, combined with his special shadow ability. He was also a first-class knight from the VQU Academy in the north, and he was famous for the gauntlets he wore, which were inscribed with ancient runes. He couldn't understand why this form guy was teaching spearmanship. The man was cunning. Corin could sense that he was trying to test him. Form explained that the group project would involve selecting and researching a specific set of spearmanship techniques. Afterward, the students would have time to demonstrate various spear techniques. A student raised a question. Professor, won't students who use spears as their main weapon have an advantage? He said he would account for this by adjusting the grading criteria and giving bonus points. Each group would consist of 4 members, all chosen randomly. This group project was designed to encourage and evaluate the students' ability to cooperate. But in reality, the diligent ones always lose out. It becomes a battle of who's more shameless, working with people who don't even know what they're supposed to do, freeloaders, or those whose grandparents just passed away. Corin had endured this for 4 years in his physical education major and 3 years at the academy. But this time was completely different. Jer Hinch Peter, a third-rank knight with outstanding physical abilities. His judgment wasn't bad, and he could be relied on to do what was asked of him. Elisa was, without a doubt, an incredibly strong swordsmanship prodigy. The final member was Waran. Although she had a bit of a gruff personality, she was quite diligent. Recently, watching her focused expression in class had become a new hobby for Corin. Since all his group members were strong and hard-working, he could finally say goodbye to his painful past. He had booked a training room for 3 hours, so he would first teach everyone the theory and attributes. But it seemed this training room wasn't in the best condition. Corin and Jer had been using this room for 2 months. The entire room's walls were made of a high-density, shock-absorbent material, and they weren't cheap. Yet, something like that had been destroyed. Waran was a true force of destruction. With just one punch, Corin had only told her to spar with Elisa to practice spearmanship. But why did she end up wrecking the entire room? From the look on her face, she didn't even realize she'd done anything wrong. Naturally, the whole group got kicked out of the training room. Now, they had no idea where to practice. They went to the church on Sunday to reevaluate their group project. Corin let the members freely share their thoughts. Everyone was silent. Elisa apologized for yesterday, saying she couldn't control her strength. However, she had actually done very well. At least Corin could help her practice. His spearmanship was so perfect that just by imitating him, Elisa could become proficient in the art. But that was because she had excellent observation skills. As for Jer, using a long weapon like a spear was a bit difficult. He struggled with the spear-spinning motion, unsure how to do it correctly. But he also did very well. Once he learned the 8 basic spear techniques, his mace skills would become even more versatile. Waran didn't seem to mind at all. Perhaps because he had added so many of Earth's beliefs into the game, there were similar customs here. Corin asked about the church's event, the Eucharist of the Goddess. The church's weekend service was mandatory, so they were stuck attending it. She voluntarily studied to become a priestess alongside other believers. She really should read the Holy Scriptures. There were things she could learn from the myths and stories. The Catholic Church certainly had some outdated views. but it always taught its followers one thing in common, and that is love. Love for oneself, for friends, for family, and for those around you. To love and be loved. Love is very important. Elisa wondered why she lost yesterday. Warren didn't hesitate to say, "It's because you all are too weak. You have no resistance at all. The moment I used a little bit of my strength, you all fell into disarray. It doesn't matter how much you practice. The weak are still weak. The strong will always win." To Corin, she wasn't wrong, but that was the kind of sentiment only the strong could express. He wanted to make a bet with her. If he could make her kneel within 1 minute, she would have to treat everyone to a meal. Warren agreed, but said if she won, she didn't need a reward, because she was going to win anyway. And so, the two of them began their match. Jer would give the signal to start. The other two still didn't understand how things ended up like this. The two fighters got into position. When the start signal was called, Corin lunged forward like a leopard. He would start with his secret technique. His strongest move, the art of the shadow serpent. Warren was able to block it with ease. She really was as strong as the rumors said. In that case, Corin used the two-step tiger's howling wind, but his weapon shattered into pieces. With no weapon in hand, he was still incredibly confident. Using the deviant 8-step movement, he made it impossible for Warren to land a hit on him. This started to annoy her. She decided to end the match with her right fist. Corin would be in the hospital for at least a month if that attack landed. Warren's advice was to dodge, but he wanted to try blocking it. Corin used the 8-step chain block to parry the blow. Even though he blocked it completely, the muscles throughout his body felt like they were being crushed. Warren was surprised that Corin didn't dodge. Just a few seconds later, Corin appeared behind her. Warren collapsed, kneeling. Just like that, she was on her knees. She refused to accept defeat and wanted a rematch, but no chance. Hey. His smug, gloating expression just made Warren even more pissed off. A few days later, although it took some time, he finally had a full grasp of each member's abilities. He figured he could now slowly teach them spearmanship and prepare for the group's presentation. But of course, today Warren called in sick. What a liar. Such convenient timing, always making things difficult. In this situation, the team leader had to use his secret weapon. He went all the way to her house and brought some delicious, piping hot food right to her. For a glutton like Warren, there's no way. She could resist food when it was right in front of her. Thanks to the food, she was instantly cured of her sickness. So simple. Corin said, "It doesn't take a chef 30 minutes to complete a dish. It takes 10 years. From sourcing fresh ingredients to processing them and preparing everything, it takes most chefs about 10 years before they can serve their own dishes to diners." What he meant was, it took him 3 years of training for his martial arts to be able to bring her to her knees just once. Her favorite food and his martial arts have similarities, like how choosing the right ingredients is like him choosing the right stance before striking. It all starts with the smallest details. Corin grinned, wanting to make up with her. Warren didn't say a word, just handed him a notebook. This was the research paper he had assigned her. She had finished all of it. Corin happily patted this little one's head. She may act cold on the outside, but at least she got the work done. Elisa and Jer were also diligently practicing their spearmanship, and thanks to Warren, they no longer had to worry about the research part. They would be well prepared for the group presentation. Time flew by, and soon it was the middle of May. It was the first week of group presentations. The order was determined by a lottery, and the group before Corin's had already started. This was Group 1, led by Pal. Group 1's topic today was 5-star spearmanship. Their preparation seemed very good, very polished. After they finished their demonstration and received praise from the professor, he wanted to try breaking their formation. The distinguished graduate of the Northern Guardian Academy, former first-class knight of the Elas Kingdom, Form Damon, personally stepped in. If any team could withstand him for 10 seconds, he would give them the highest score on this assignment. Now, the real group project was about to begin. Every student was shocked, because this wasn't part of the assignment's requirements. The professor was a blur of motion, throwing jabs, lefts, all sorts of punches. He was so fast that no one could even see his fists. It was like he wasn't even raising his hands. One by one, they all ended up sprawled on the floor. In any case, choosing a team with good spearmanship was fine, but their lack of practice and focus meant they weren't too bad. A B grade should suffice. Group 2 was next, but their morale was completely crushed. How could they possibly fight Professor Form Daman? Should they just surrender? All that talk about critical damage spearmanship from the 9 dragons of the north and being like 9 flying dragons was all for nothing. The technique was just uselessly complex. If the user hasn't even mastered it, what's the point? The third group came up. This was Corin Lock's team. This group demonstrated the 6 forms of Lanha Chat's Bagua spearmanship. The team began their demonstration, parrying incoming attacks, disarming their opponent, and thrusting at the now defenseless foe. In the end, it was a success. Corin was moved to tears. Waran had practiced harder than he thought. The professor praised the group for eliminating unnecessary movements in combat, noting that while it looked simple, the core of the method was excellent. Corin said he would have the whole group prepare for more practice, but the professor requested a one-on-one combat match with just Corin. Corin realized this had been the professor's intention all along. The moment he agreed, the professor rushed in. A lightning-fast left hook, followed by a right cross, a stance particularly used by boxers to attack their opponents. Normally, in this situation, one should block from the right to avoid taking damage. But the professor's body didn't pivot on his right foot, but his left. And he already knew the professor was left-handed. Just like that, Corin completely blocked the professor's attack. The professor's movements changed completely when facing him. No one could believe that a level 5 player could block Professor Form Damon's fist technique. He thought to himself, this level of skill means you've surpassed the other students. Now, show me your true power, not just these basics. The Lanha spearmanship is indeed unpredictable, but let's see how you block this one. He decided to use his ultimate move. The attack looked terrifying. Everyone's eyes were wide as they watched. And yet, Corin stood there calmly. Form Damon stopped his movement instantly. He didn't understand why this student was still just standing there. It turned out that more than 10 seconds had passed. You must be surprised, Professor. You've only been using your right hand so far, but you're actually left-handed. My reactions today were based on knowing you're a southpaw. That means you were only testing my skills. Form turned around and gave his feedback for Group 3. When it comes to secret techniques, many fools choose complex ones, but in reality, the basics are the true secret to success. And so, Group 3 received a perfect A+. They were absolutely ecstatic. All hail Lord Corin Lock and his A+. Form Damon wanted to speak with him privately for a moment, stressing it wasn't a big deal, just a casual chat. He asked him, "Are you really a 5th rank knight?" In the spar just now, Corin's abilities didn't match that of a 5th rank knight. He humbly said he was just a little better than his peers, but Corin, who couldn't sense souls, could only capture evil spirits under specific conditions. That meant he must have had some kind of epiphany that caused his abilities to advance far beyond others of the same rank. He said the professors had held a meeting to discuss him, and the topic was whether they needed to reevaluate this student's true strength. He would be assigned some more complex missions, through which his rank would be reassessed. The highest rank he could achieve would be determined by those missions because Corin had demonstrated achievements and abilities far beyond his current level. Therefore, the professors could make an exception and promote him. Ranking up couldn't hurt, anyway. The missions would probably just be more difficult, but in return, Corin would also get better rewards. He would be able to choose higher rank missions if he wanted. To get a rank 5 mission, you'd normally have to be rank 5. But now, things were different. He happily accepted the rank reevaluation. The first thing he had to do was complete 2 missions involving monsters and evil spirits. Of course, the choice was up to Corin. Currently, there were 4 dungeon subjugation missions assigned by the Hunters Association. Luckily, there were 2 monster missions and 2 evil spirit missions. So, in the end, he had to capture 1 monster and 1 evil spirit within a time limit. It was time for Corin to choose. The next day, he went to a desolate forest and met Professor Heyman there. He felt the place was a bit too gloomy for a good morning. When Professor Heyman was young, he had ventured into the mist of a haunted forest to capture monsters. A little praise was all it took for him to start showing off. The story begins with him in the western part of the deadly forest. Hearing the stories of the old hero, Heyman, also gave Corin a lot of valuable experience. The professor began. Your first mission will be a monster on the western mountain of the City of Mist, a 2-headed ogre. It's slow, but very dangerous. Corin wondered. A 2-headed ogre is normally a Class 1 monster, so why is this one only semi-Class 1? It must not have reached maturity yet, so its rank is lower. From what Heyman had heard, it had raised a pack of wild wolves and some low-level monsters as its underlings. You can't just face it head-on. A truly skilled person needs more than just strength. They need intelligence, too. He would evaluate everything about Corin after this mission. The western mountain of the City of Mist. The cave where the 2-headed ogre lived. No one, not old Heyman or anyone from the association, would come to help him, though they would step in if Corin's life was in danger. At that point, however, his promotion would be shot. Heyman wanted Corin to tell him his assessment. He began his analysis. Based on the surrounding tracks, There were signs of the ogre and the wild wolves traveling together. They must be living together in the same area. There are a total of 3 wild wolves in the pack, but only the tracks of 2 of them are following the ogre. One appears to be a female, and it seems she's pregnant. He knelt down to examine the marks on the ground. Instead of footprints, there were drag marks from a monster. This means their prey hasn't been eaten yet, and was dragged somewhere else. Neither ogres nor wild wolves have a habit of saving food. They must have a companion that can't move, and they're bringing food to it. A brilliant deduction. Haman asked how he planned to take down the Stard, 2-headed ogre and its wolves. First, he would separate the ogre from the pack. They may be monsters, but their senses are quite sharp. He would use the most powerful weapon granted to humankind to deal with them. That weapon is his brain. Too bad for these monsters. I'm a master at this kind of thing. Though humanity has expanded its influence and control over the world, there will always be hidden threats, demonic entities that creep into this world. The ruler of this forest was one of them. A tyrant, the 2-headed ogre, controlled a forest where few humans dared to venture. To him, this forest was his kingdom. The long-haired hounds were the ones who noticed. They had vanished. The female, who had just given birth and couldn't move, had disappeared without a trace. Realizing that the female of the pack and her newborns had been kidnapped, they displayed the extreme rage of a wild beast. The furious howls of the forest's ruler and his pawns made the entire forest tremble. The 2 males, consumed by rage, let out piercing screams. "We must give chase! We must rescue the female!" The long-haired hounds followed the scent of the captured female, with the ogre close behind. The female's scent grew stronger. They could also smell the intruder who had taken her. As usual, nothing in the forest could stop them. It was time to make the foolish intruder pay dearly for daring to disturb the ruler of the forest. When they finished tracking, what they saw was the female lying on the ground, whimpering pathetically. The male nuzzled her, checking if his mate was safe, and they tried to help her leave. But a strange light suddenly shot up into the sky. The tree trunks became deadly weapons. Ropes snapped, and logs flew straight toward them. This was no longer about tracking. Now, they had to run for their lives. No trees, and that spot was the only safe place. They desperately tried to catch their breath, unaware of the humans' cruel intentions. A massive explosion engulfed the forest, incinerating them all. That ogre, he had lost his loyal underlings. The tyrant's furious howl echoed throughout the forest. More logs flew towards him, but a mere trap like this could never touch the tyrant. He was truly the ruler of the forest, but he had no idea that the hunt had just begun. The ruler of the forest, the 2-headed ogre, was also a natural-born hunter. The first head had excellent eyesight, while the second had a keen sense of smell, and they were united in avenging the long-haired hounds. So, picking up the trail wasn't difficult. If anything, there were an absurd number of traces left behind. It was some bastard who couldn't even be bothered to properly hide his tracks or his scent. To think the long-haired hounds lost to a fool like this. But contrary to his expectations, on the first day, the ogre couldn't find his prey. Even though the trail was still there, no matter how much the ogre chased, he couldn't find the guy. Even when he felt like he was about to catch him, he just couldn't. While camping, after pushing aside his uneasy feelings, he was ambushed. It would have been a surprise attack if one of his heads hadn't noticed. His second head was awakened by a hail of stones pouring down from the sky. The ogre was only grazed by a few of them, and that seemed to be the attack's only purpose. But the assault didn't stop there. Every time he was about to fall asleep, a barrage of stones would rain down. After a few times, he tried to ignore it since it didn't do much damage. That is, until flaming stones started flying in, setting fires. Despite chasing until dawn and causing chaos, the prey continued to leave faint traces without ever showing itself. 3 days passed like this. He realized he was the one being hunted. When he realized the tables had turned and he was the prey, not the predator, all that remained in his heart was sorrow and rage. And then, the source of his rage revealed himself. Corin casually yawned and gave a simple greeting. It was time to end this. Seeing him appear, the beast charged without hesitation, but Corin leaped up and struck down. The moment his prey landed, the ogre planned to use its 2-meter-long birch club to smash that tiny body away. But the second attack, a powerful blow, completely overwhelmed him with pain. 8 trigrams. Primordial palm. This was the finishing move. The tyrant who once ruled the forest had been hunted down by a human. Corin was disappointed. After all the trouble of gathering his internal energy, the thing was just too weak. Well, that's taken care of. 3 days earlier, he and Mariette had a heart-to-heart. Corin asked her directly, "If you trust me, how far are you willing to go with me?" This question made Mariette have a massive nosebleed. She declared, "All the way, definitely all the way." He had a plan that required Marriott's help. Now, he began, I'll explain the plan for tomorrow. You and Elisa. Hearing this, Marriott wasn't happy. This was a plan for the two of them. So why was that girl involved? Even though she was a veteran guardian and a special vampire who had lived through a tumultuous youth, deep down, she was still just a girl. Corin's easily misunderstood choice of words was enough to make her heart flutter. But she was no fool. That guy was always one step ahead, planning and reacting just before things happened. Whether it was when he saved her or helped Elisa Aiden, she was still very grateful for his dedication. But how much he knew and to what extent, she had no choice but to question it. But since she'd already fallen into his trap, she was quite blinded and, once again, decided to follow the call of her one-sided love. The reason mages wanted to become professors at the academy wasn't just for the massive book collection in the Grand Dream Library, but also for the huge research building located at the west end of the academy. And the most amazing materials a mage could ever dream of were there. This included a special monster that couldn't be killed and could only be sealed. Meanwhile, the mage and Dina were talking. Dina wondered if Formdamon had seen the boar that ate an entire iron ore deposit and the root of the forest that was now imprisoned in this place. Professor Formdamon wanted to write a thesis on the influence of the demon race, especially on low-ranked entities, and how their demonic energy affects our human world. So, he needed to inscribe the ancient language onto this special monster. Dina was thrilled because it's rare to find a mage fluent in the ancient language these days. It was a good thing he was here. The ancient language is usually incomprehensible because it's so old. It's also very difficult to use in actual combat. But for someone who possessed as much magic as Marriott, Professor Dina never expected a special vampire to volunteer to assist her with the experiment. The clash between two special subjects, the meeting of the first regressor, Donilev, and the second regressor, the King of the Iron Mine. The next mission is the Haunted House. This is a simple quest you could choose in the second semester of the original game, but to defeat the level 1 evil spirit haunting the house, you have to dodge attacks from countless, household items, find the hidden magic circle in the basement, and destroy it. The difficulty of this mission far exceeds its simple appearance. Veteran players called it the Haunted House, a challenge to prove you're a seasoned player. The main limitation is the inability to sense spirits. Normally, Corin Lock can't sense spirits, but this time was an exception. Sabazia, the one who had possessed him, or the spirits that had possessed the magical tools in the haunted house's laboratory. A seismic phenomenon would occur upon successfully possessing the haunted house, meaning physical force could be used to affect everything inside. Whether it was a teacher, Corin, or anyone else, they couldn't just ignore them with religious precepts. So, Corin would take his spear, jump up, and attack this spot, then pull it out, slashing the stem and the top to easily disconnect it. Finally, he'd leap up to dodge. Now, point the spear forward and thrust it into the window, sending glass shards flying. Dodge them by sliding, then head for the door. Once inside, slash the clock on the upper right. Jump and slash 3 times. Destroy the nails shooting from the staircase, and without needing to look up, just keep moving forward. In the middle of the basement, next to the magic circle, there's a table. When it flies toward you, just slash it in 2, destroying it into 2 pieces, then crush the magic circle and weaken its spiritual power. There's a candle on the upper right. Kick it once and use the Kenna spear plus the Hagal fire. Then, head up to the 3rd floor. The door breaks and boom, a painting will fly towards the participant randomly. So you need to be ready to dodge it. Then a wall appears that can't be moved, followed by plates that will cause a tetanus debuff. Now, no more furniture will fly at you. After that, the teachers will be wondering, who is this monster? And in their shock, all the magical ancient runes carved until now will simultaneously ignite, and the house will burn itself down, allowing for a safe escape. A real man turns his back on an explosion. He looked pretty badass, no joke. The teachers who heard this were so shocked their jaws dropped to their feet. It was a magical challenge that even a level 2 mage couldn't handle, yet Corin Lock did it. After muttering for a bit, he just stood there smiling like a madman. That's right. This was the ultimate strategy left behind by the legendary streamer who shook the entire Korean streaming world. Thanks to that, he was confident he could overcome it. The professor walked over to Corin, placed a hand on his shoulder, and congratulated him. After this incident, he was definitely recognized as a class 1 semi-official. There's a nearby port city called S. It has a delicious restaurant. The professor suggested the two of them go eat there together. If he was really selling live fish, then this was also the place that had that thing. And the reason he chose to raid the evil spirit in this region. The professor, with his arm around Corin's shoulder, excitedly discussed the meal. even enthusiastically saying he'd recommend a great place for fresh fish. Corin Lock glanced behind a tree trunk. The tamed beast, Diagu, was also stealthily following its master. 88 years ago, on the Peninsula Peninsula, in the far north of the continent, although it was a freezing land, it buried an incredible amount of natural resources beneath its ice. The ice mountains contained so many ore deposits that people called them the Iron Mountains. The pioneering miners who went to the polar region in search of gold and iron witnessed something unbelievable. A large number of wild boars were devouring the iron ore. It was a monster that swallowed everything. The ghoul of the Dingle Peninsula, the king of the Iron Mountain. That was the first time it had seen humans. Meanwhile, Annalisa was rushing to the fourth-floor laboratory because she had overslept today. She couldn't be late. That's what Corin had told her a few days ago. First-floor laboratory. Marriott was brewing an elixir when Elisa walked in. Her senior was just doing a little experiment during the break. Nothing important. Diagu had told her that Marriott had summoned her, which is why she was here. It was all because Corin had asked Marriott Dunalev to explain a few things to Elisa. She handed her junior a vial of solution. This could, for lack of a better term, be called an elixir. Elisa didn't care. If it was good for her body, of course she would down it in one gulp. Marriott quickly stopped her. It's very hot, so you need to drink it slowly. She needed to check its safety. As soon as she finished speaking, Elisa had a strange reaction. It was the taste, it was just too good, like a home-cooked meal. So, it was tasty, safe, and non-toxic. Now, Marriott began to talk about the matter Corin had asked her to explain to Elisa. What was about to happen concerned the king of the Iron Mountain. The ghoul sealed in the laboratory, the king of the Iron Mountain. Elisa ran like the wind, feeling confused. She didn't know why Corin had called for her, but it didn't matter anymore. She had to get there as soon as possible. In the fourth-floor basement laboratory, Marriott was talking to the professor. The professor wanted to know what this student thought the difference was between monsters and special demons. Marriott immediately thought of power. Power was the obvious difference between special entities. One of the most powerful abilities is the power of dominance. Some demons emit an energy different from other ordinary demons. In theory, they are called alpha entities. And unlike normal ones, they are stronger and take control. Alphas can easily control others, but that dominance doesn't work on other types of demons. However, it does work on special demons. Special demons can control any others weaker than themselves. And Marriott had experience with this. She thought back to when she escaped the hunting grounds, mad with thirst, controlling other monsters to bring her their blood. However, Marriott's experience was different from what the professor had just said. It was a bit different from dominance. Back then, instead of controlling their minds, she had used their fear. The professor continued to explain that there are 3 types of demons: monsters, evil spirits, and demi-humans. Those are the 3 basic types, but the influence of the alpha trait varies among them. However, the idea that she could command demi-humans wasn't likely. They needed to investigate further. The intelligence of demi-humans is higher than that of humans, so that kind of dominance wouldn't affect them. With the theory out of the way, it was time to move on to the practical application. The staff began bringing out the tusk fiends for the experiment. The purpose of this experiment was to test the range of influence of a monster's alpha trait. Specifically, if Marriott could freely use this trait, in theory, humans would be able to control most monsters and evil spirits. It was a much larger experiment than Marriott had imagined, and it also satisfied her curiosity as a mage. If successful, humanity would be able to proactively prevent the threat from the demon species. Now, Marriott Dunalev would test her dominance on the tusk fiends. She stood before them, her eyes blazing as she ordered the entire pack to come forward. The wild boars came out of the iron cage one by one. Then, following her command, they stopped to lie down. However, they didn't listen at all, instead immediately falling and rolling around on the floor. Marriott was a bit bewildered and turned to ask the professor. Denna suggested it was a limitation in communication between demi-humans and monsters. Low-level monsters lack the intelligence to understand commands. Now they would test the difference when dealing with beasts of the same species. Professor Form would be the one to release the king's seal. He began to chant an ancient incantation. First, he would unseal this giant monster king. After the pack leader was released, the smaller wild boars became much more aggressive. The first, third, and seventh protection circles activated instantly, then reinforced the chains of the fourth and sixth seals. The smaller boars lost control and charged straight at the 2 of them, attacking. Fortunately, Marriott could still easily control the situation. Suddenly, a loud commotion erupted, followed by an emergency announcement that the monster in cage A107 had escaped. Professor Denna was terrified. That monster was Monto. It opened its sharp-toothed maw and attacked. Mariette quickly used her blood spear, firing numerous arrows at it. However, its speed was too great, and while she was still scrambling, Professor Formdamon arrived like a god, landing a powerful left hook on the monster's jaw, followed by a spiral of destruction. After taking it down, Formdamon Mac felt that something was very strange. Just then, the entire laboratory began to shake. A panicked staff member ran up, reporting that monsters were escaping their cages and ramming themselves into their cells. Denna hurriedly initiated manual Operation Z-17, activating the large-scale anti-monster circle and sealing magic. Now, the professor would reseal the Iron Mountain King, while simultaneously activating the sealing protocol. They would lose some of their research assets, but safety was the priority. She believed she could do it. At the same time, the other lab members were also in a panic. Team 2 couldn't activate the magic circle. The sealing magic circle also failed. Someone had destroyed it. Just then, the chains binding the Iron Mountain King shattered. It had escaped. Meanwhile, Corin and his teacher were enjoying a quality meal in Kangsa City. The reason he got to enjoy such a grand feast, in the middle of the day, was because old Heyman had taken him to a famous raw fish restaurant to celebrate his promotion to a higher level. Corin hinted that he'd like to drink a little more alcohol. However, Corin Lock was still a third-year student, so he rarely got the chance to drink. For some reason, these taverns were incredibly strict about checking personal information. That strange mix of the medieval and early modern periods certainly had some interesting rules. He lamented not being able to enjoy fried chicken and beer like at a top fast food joint back in the modern era. To think that Corin, a man from a country that led the world in daily alcohol consumption, was now forbidden from drinking it, he started to get philosophical. In the East, they believe that alcohol is something you must learn about from your elders. He said it with such a sincere voice, expressing his wish for his teacher to be the one to teach him about liquor. Upon hearing this, Teacher Heyman's eyes lit up. He never expected this kid to look at him with such a kind and admiring gaze. That certainly wasn't a sign of someone craving alcohol. No, this student genuinely wanted to have a conversation with him, and so, Corin's plan succeeded. The cups were filled to the brim. The old man's hair was graying, yet he still fell for a young punk's trap. Suddenly, there was a sound. A dog's bark made him tremble. Who else could it be but Diaku? Corin's heart ached, and tears streamed down his face. He had waited so long to finally have a drink, only to be stopped by a damn dog. Meanwhile, back at the lab, the situation was extremely unstable. The Iron Mountain King was loose. Form frantically turned to Mariette. They needed to stop it as soon as possible, before the entire place was destroyed. Mariette quickly used her crystal spear, lunging straight at the monster. However, before it could even touch its hide, the crystal spear completely shattered. It only dealt enough damage to barely scratch the giant wild boar. Professor Form couldn't stand by, either. He said he would handle the rest, then used all his strength to throw a powerful punch at the beast. However, he didn't feel the blow have any impact at all. Judging by its appearance, this fat pig's hide was probably too thick and blubbery for his punches to work. After taking a series of punches, it grew angry and attacked using an ancient language. The professor was sent flying backward and slammed hard into a large rock. The situation began to descend into chaos as alarms blared continuously. All the seals on the Iron Mountain King's cage had been released, and countless other giant monsters streamed out of their iron cages one after another. The laboratory had to quickly activate the emergency alarm, issuing a code red. Immediately evacuate all personnel, deploy the security team, activate all defensive magic circles, and finally, mobilize the golem spirits to the scene at once. Activate the golem squad, initiate the containment system. Under no circumstances can the monsters be allowed to escape the lab. Facing off against the G-Team is the Poison Dragon, a rank 1 demonic beast, King Han, a rank 1 demonic beast. Even the G-Team was struggling to control the situation. The laboratory continued to request emergency backup. They couldn't stop the higher-level monsters without a magic circle. Denna worried that if they escaped the academy, everyone would be authorized to fire widespread, paralyzing attacks on the monsters. A buffalo-horned monster ignored the assault and charged straight for Dina. In that perilous moment, 2 swords flew out of nowhere, piercing through the monster. Denna could only stand there, her eyes wide as she watched. It was Ron Waski who had stepped in to help. Ron Waski said he was just out getting some real combat experience. Then he challenged all the monsters there to bring it on. They went berserk, but were all suppressed by his multicolored swords. One of them spewed terrifying flames from its mouth. Faced with this, pieces of debris immediately combined into a golem, becoming a scrap golem fortress. Cornell Luden was thrilled that he could finally control it completely. It really worked. The technique that Corin taught him was actually effective. A few days prior, Corin had told him that physical stamina was the key to leveling up, then made Cornell Luden train relentlessly in the training room. He also taught him a few golem control techniques. Corin claimed he had read about it while studying in the library, and the price for passing on this knowledge was for Crannel to come on this field trip today. The scrap fortress golem was gradually being pushed back. The monster before it was a rank 1, and it was just too powerful. It was on the verge of completely breaking apart. Roots sprouted out to support the giant body. These were supplementary roots, a part of the scrapwood golem. Even this method was something Corin had taught Cornell. And as for how he knew all this would happen, everyone was curious. The poison dragon was preparing to advance to the 3rd floor. Elisa's sword flashed across its body. Smoke and dust filled the air. No one knew if the monster had been defeated. Dina never expected that the students who appeared would all be at least rank 2 knights or mages. The professor had never felt so grateful to her students. However, she suddenly realized something. Why were all these students at the laboratory at this exact moment? They answered in unison that it was a field trip. Corin's plan was for those kids to show up at the lab and handle the problem smoothly. Meanwhile, he was still sitting leisurely at a restaurant, enjoying his meal. The Iron Mountain King hadn't been defeated, and its blood domain instantly swallowed everything whole. Luckily, they had prepared a magic barrier beforehand, just as Corin instructed. Now it couldn't burrow into the ground to escape. The Iron Mountain King then actually allowed shards of ice to pierce through its own body. Everyone around them turned pale with fear. Mari simply reminded everyone not to let their guard down. It could have other methods of attack. King Hiran wasn't like a normal demonic beast. It was a rank 1 monster that looked like something out of a kaiju film. Its movements alone were enough to shatter everything around it. Cornell could barely hold on any longer. His only option was to ask UN for more support. The spirit golem's body had been completely shattered by the attacks of the rank 1 monsters. But Cornell reconnected the joints using a magic technique taught by Corin Lock. Yuen's additional support magic made the golem stronger as it faced the monster. According to the plan, Yuan would enhance the golem's fists with a buff effect. Furthermore, they would detonate all 5 bombs absorbed within the spirit golem at once, unleashing a massive amount of magic onto the monster. This was the work of the legendary student duo, Ahan, who had dealt with numerous monsters in the lab. Golem balance control technique. System check running. Mana amplification technique. System check running. Designated target acquisition radar has also been activated. Equipped with natural wood fist weapon, spirit bomb explosion will be enhanced. A notification message appeared. All systems stable. You have control. Without hesitation, Cornell Luden ordered the golem to advance. Scrapwood Golem Ultimate Form, Elbow Rocket. This was the kind of moment that makes a veteran player's heart race. Crannel looked at the golem, unable to hide his extreme emotion and excitement, and had even, at some point, unconsciously named it the Luden Warrior. This was the dream formation of the legendary heroes, Ahan. Back in the port city, far from the laboratory, Corin had specifically chosen this mission to get here, the church. A nun opened the door. Corin introduced himself as an academy student on an external assignment. Due to his mission, he couldn't attend the Holy Mass. He requested permission to use the church's prayer room. The nun readily agreed. He sat at the prayer table. If I remember correctly, this is the seal. An unexpected situation has come up, so I hope you can get here as fast as possible. He activated the seal and immediately received a response from a mysterious person. That person asked him how he knew about the seal. Corin knew she must have many questions for him, but now wasn't the time. At least, not yet, because there was still much to be done. First, they had to handle the emergency. Back at the laboratory, a fierce battle raged between the golem and the Iron Mountain King. Elisa couldn't help but be amazed when she saw the spirit golem. She had never seen anything like it. Right now, Elisa couldn't look away. She had to focus on dealing with this monster first. The poison dragon. A rank 1 demonic beast. Elisa had to face it alone. But Corin had told her she was absolutely forbidden from using her domain slash. Elisa knew Corin must have said that because he saw her potential, but she truly wasn't confident she could live up to his expectations. Suddenly, a sound erupted, and the entire surrounding space shattered. It was the blood domain. Mariette was lying unconscious on the ground, covered in countless wounds. Just as Corin had predicted, Mari would definitely not be able to defeat this undead demon. It had instantly transformed into a legendary undead monster after absorbing the legends from the mine. The original ancient runes drastically increased its resistance to both physical and magical attacks. That was why countless heroes had lost their lives and failed to defeat this monster, which ultimately led to it being sealed here. Even so, Mariette was determined not to give up. Because Corin had asked her to, she had to fight with all her might, and she was not allowed to fail. Professor Dana of the Magic Department could do nothing but stare, dumbfounded, at the scene before her. The Snowflower Alchemist versus the Iron Mountain King, a legendary monster entity, and the high-ranking vampire Mariette Dunalev. Even though she was struggling quite a bit, but she still managed to fight against that corpse demon. This battle would only be possible if she were a special grade. Professor Dina just realized he was witnessing a moment that would one day go down in the history books. Dina couldn't hide his surprise and fear. Mariette Dunalev unleashed her multi-layered blood snow shield formation, aiming it directly at the monster. The students fought hard to prevent the corpse demon from escaping the laboratory, but everyone could feel that failure was imminent. The vampire girl could even lose her life at any moment. Luckily, Diagu appeared just in time to save his master from danger. If Diagu was back, that meant Corin was here too. As for Elisa, she didn't know how she could possibly defeat it without using her domain slash. The monster was still brimming with power, its mouth gaping open as if it could swallow everything whole. If Elisa were in Corin's shoes, there would be no other choice. It was as basic as what she already knew. Dodge and slash. She had to cast all far-fetched, fearful thoughts from her mind, and just act. Aiden's first sword technique, Ascension. She landed countless slashes on its body. A terrifying explosion obscured everything in sight, but even so, Elisa had done it. She had succeeded without needing to use her domain slash. Just then, a familiar voice rang out. Corin had returned. He stood there with his arms crossed, a nonchalant look on his face as he praised everyone for a job well done. At the same time, Cranel Luden's spirit golem had also won, defeating its opponent. Cranel Luden didn't need Corin, didn't need friends. All he needed was his Luden warrior. However, it was precisely because he was friends with Corin that he was able to create this Luden warrior. Corin took a moment to assess the situation. So, King Han had been taken down. Where was the poison dragon? Why was there only blood left? Elisa quickly reported the situation. Mariette was still trying to hold back the poison dragon. Josephine wanted to know the next plan. Since he had brought her all the way here from the church, he must have thought of something. Corin just asked her to help him capture the corpse demon. However, there were many monsters here besides the corpse demon. While explaining the plan to Mariette, Corin said something was bound to happen here. It was probably the wild boar monsters in the lab, which were engraved with ancient runes, making them difficult for Mariette to control. But after feeding them different rune stones that Mariette had prepared, simply activating the ancient rune's resonance ability would trigger explosions, which would wipe out all of these wild boars. As for him, with his silver spear inlaid with a primordial ancient runestone, given enough time, this would be the weapon to defeat the monsters in this laboratory. Among the mid to high-level monsters that could survive, they could resonate with the runestone's explosion. That left about 30 elite monsters, with the Iron Mountain King as their leader. Corin charged forward without any hesitation. All the main characters of the Ahan hero legend were gathered here. These were the heroes who would save the world in the future. After confirming that Mariette was okay, they, along with the spirit golem, were ready to launch a counterattack to defeat it. This party wasn't just stacked, it was also running smoothly. But the reason the party members weren't confident was because their opponent was a giant demonic beast, the Iron Mountain King, the uncontrolled ruler of the Iron Mountain, who crushes everything without being subdued, ruthless, and without a shred of mercy. Everyone dodged the brutal king as it devoured everything in its path. The young and inexperienced Cranel Luden gleefully ordered his Luden warrior to charge forward. Corin hurriedly stopped him, because they couldn't face it head-on. However, Cranel didn't care, because this warrior was a powerful golem, the one that had defeated King Han. Cranel repeatedly ordered it to use the X7 Spirit Bomb with an enhanced mid-air knee explosion, but he didn't get to gloat for long before he had to watch his own warrior get its arm bitten off in one chomp. But since it had already happened, Corin decided to let Cranel attack the corpse demon as he pleased. Meanwhile, everyone else started to spread out. He asked Yuen to create vines to hold it in one direction. Vines tightly bound the corpse demon. However, it used an original ancient rune to break free. Ron would move behind it and attack. He used his dual magic swords, just as expected. Corin was truly a strategist who knew how to time things perfectly to minimize casualties. There was no reason for a mercenary not to follow his orders. Fire sword, lightning sword. All his weapons were enhanced by the highest-grade magic stones Ron received after taking down Mariette Dunalev in her vampire form. But now, this Iron Mountain King had a different kind of power, making it hard to deal with. It continued to use its original ancient rune, its gaze as sharp as a blade. All of those swords didn't inflict a single scratch on it. Corin understood Mariette's signal and immediately ordered the Earth Golem to attack. And sure enough, it worked. To be able to attack the Iron Mountain King, they needed to separate their physical and magical attacks. This was a fairly common tactic. Original ancient rune, 8 characters, Can Thien Ku, Thien Duong, a place where existence is difficult, yet becomes nothingness. Through this original ancient rune, the Iron Mountain King could gain perfect defense and defense. It resists physical attacks with its red feathers and magical attacks with its blue feathers. It would switch its feather color back and forth to deal with each type of damage inflicted on it. Yuen and Crenel Luden would stay and try to hold it down. If they lost their grip, they were to grab on again. Ron would attack from mid-range, while Elisa and Corin would wait in the back. Marie would leave the attacking to Diogu. As for her, she just needed to move according to Corin's orders. He encouraged them, telling everyone not to think too much about what comes next. This had to be a quick fight that couldn't be dragged out. Just pull out all the stops, and they would win. This young man would surely bring them victory against a legend. The corpse demon began to attack. Yuen and Crenel Luden used their golems to stop it. Its feathers began to change from blue to red to block the physical attacks. Instantly, all the restraints were broken, and it successfully escaped. Next, Ron used his swords to hold it down. The tactic remained the same: charge in and attack to keep it from escaping. Then, Diagu would fly straight into the middle of the wild boar's face. Everyone cheered when they saw it was working. That attack was even more direct than the last one. However, the corpse demon's feather color hadn't changed. The transformation had stopped. It was still red. It was a fake-out. After seeing that changing its feathers to blue could resist magic, it used a trick to deceive Diagu, its most dangerous opponent. A giant ancient rune annihilated everything it touched. A destructive beam of light sent Diogu flying. Corin immediately told Mariette to recall Diogu, then used her blood spear to block the monster. She acted immediately. Corin also sprang into action. He rushed in front of that sickly blue freak to see how it planned to block his next attack. He rushed forward and thrust his spear down. The Mountain Splitter single strike, a crimson attack, was aimed directly at the giant wild boar. Everyone around them witnessed for the first time how just throwing a spear could cause such a violent tremor. However, the monster's reflexes were also excellent. It managed to dodge the attack. He told Mariette to use the blood spear again. If it used its blue feathers to block the blood spear, it wouldn't be able to block the physical attack from Corin's spear. On the other hand, if it used its red feathers to block his spear, it wouldn't be able to block the blood spear. This was a magic that combined both physical and magical damage. He really wanted to see how this giant monster would block the continuous attacks from the blood spear. However, it wasn't called the Iron Mountain King for nothing. It just gave a contemptuous smile and ultimately blocked both, an absolute defense against both physical attacks and magic, also known as the indestructible golden body. Its fur had turned completely golden. The king was smiling as if satisfied. It smirked. In the end, it was still the same. Its secret trump card was the 5-minute limit of its invincible, indestructible golden body. No one could stand against the king when it entered this state. Corin frantically told everyone to get away for the next 5 minutes, as no attack could affect it. However, they were completely surrounded, with nowhere left to run. The debris from the building blocked their group's path. This was all the wild boar's intention. It was laughing. To corner the humans, it had rammed that poor wall countless times. The giant couldn't fight it. The magic of a small demi-human was useless. Now was the time for the king to escape the prison that had confined it. Golden Feathers, the final state of the Iron Mountain King, the undead demon of the Dingle Peninsula, the 5-minute invincible state of the final boss of Part 2. It was a terrifying moment that had driven many players to despair. However, there was actually a hidden method here. Corin ordered Elisa to immediately break the seal. Physical and magical, a sword skill that pierced through all defenses, ignoring them 100% to deal true damage. Aiden's #1 swordsman. The most effective attacks against a legendary opponent were the Demon Sword Slash and this Domain Slash. With that, Elisa drew her sword and charged straight at the opponent. Corin praised Elisa. Having won, Elisa was better than having 10 people on the team. She blushed shyly, worrying, what if it moves again? Now was Madam's time to shine. Professor Josephine restored the giant magic circle in an instant to suppress the undead demon. The indestructible golden body was truly strong. But after shattering that defense, the monster would no longer be able to use the original ancient rune. Maria was also ready to use the blood spear again. The rest would be left to Professor Josephine. This would be the blow to end it all. The great blood art, fire spear, was used. The nightmare that had existed for 80 years. The beast that had defeated so many heroes. The undead demon of the Dingle Peninsula was completely annihilated. The light that emanated as it disintegrated was something no spear user could ignore. The 8 primordial runes needed to ascend to the heavens were relics left by the gods. No matter how great the power, it could not destroy these ancient runes. But their shell, the runestones, could be. 80 years ago, a wild boar on the Dingle Peninsula had chewed and absorbed many runestones. No one ever thought of defeating it and taking those stones out, because the runestones granted their owner near-immortal power. But now, the undead demon's seal had been removed, and it had been defeated. The protective shell of the runestones inside it had also shattered. So where did the original runes, now without their outer shells, disappear to? The answer was incredibly simple. It would wander, seeking the nearest vessel before settling. It had found its destination. 10 years ago, he had joined the academy and disguised himself as a professor for this very reason. The Iron Mountain King being defeated by academy students, this outcome was far too gentle. Although it wasn't what he wanted. It had been sealed in this prison for 80 years, so it was only natural that the Iron Mountain King's power had weakened. Now, all he had to do was leave the academy and disappear from the city through that ley line. But the one who had defeated the vampire Maria and the great demon lord of the Iron Mountain, the 5th-ranked knight Corin Lock, was standing directly in his way. Who else could he be but Form Damon? He was the disciple of a disciple who had been expelled by Corin's master. According to that relationship, Corin was his martial granduncle. It seemed he finally realized that Corin knew his identity. Form Damon had only one thought after seeing him use a spear technique identical to his master's, because the only person he knew who used the 6 Arts spear technique and reached the level of a grandmaster was his own master, the Spear King. When he saw Corin use the exact same moves, he probably thought Corin was another one of his master's disciples. But Corin was actually the disciple of a master he didn't even know. Right here, where he had infiltrated to carry out his mission, Corin had already figured out his intentions. He must have found Corin's existence confusing and suspicious, so the safest option was to ignore him. Corin, who had fought Lunia Aiden in the midterm evaluation, was sent to the outskirts of the city for a ranking assessment. That was just an excuse for him to remove Corin from his plan to destroy the Iron Mountain King and seize the primordial runes. After that, Form Damon would successfully carry out his plot and leave the city. He simply thought that sending Corin elsewhere would make his plan a complete success. But he never expected that Corin would use Professor Josephine's seal to teleport right back. Professor Dina's experiment and Marriott's rampage must have been very beneficial for Form Damon, as he was just waiting for that opportunity. The primordial runes. Corin would absolutely not let him take them anywhere. Form no longer hid his identity. He didn't care why Corin knew everything. For a trivial, unnoticed student to try and stop his plan by standing in his way like this was utterly ridiculous. Form Damon was famous as the #1 knight on the entire continent. Not only that, he was also the mastermind behind breaking the seal of the Iron Mountain King, the final boss of Part 2. And later, he would appear under the name Heavenly King, one of the 4 kings. His power was on par with Lunia Aiden's at her highest level. If things went smoothly, it wouldn't be difficult for Form to reach the master level. Naturally, Form wouldn't be wary of Corin. He used dark energy, confident he could end this fight quickly. Form Damon's special ability was Lightning Counter, and his damage was boosted in the shadows. But Corin didn't choose this battlefield for no reason. The Sun Rune was here. This light forced him to be cautious. The natural enemy of the dark element is Holy Light, which was also his weakness. Dark mages need shadows to unleash their full power, just as water mages need damp places, and fire mages need dry, hot air. Model ancient solar glyphs appeared everywhere, making it impossible for Form Damon to fight. Corin just sat there, resting his chin on his hand. It took him a great deal of effort to carve all those ancient solar glyphs over 20 straight days, but in return, he gained immense magical power and a huge advantage against Form Damon. Every glyph has its own advantages, as well as certain inherent weaknesses. He had to prepare for this final battle before anyone else. It was the most vicious way to counter the radiant light and overflowing solar energy, rendering him powerless. Shadow Eruption was a technique that had already consumed a lot of Form Damon's mana, but no matter what technique he used, Corin would just counter it. However, he wasn't ready to give up. Facing such a persistent and cunning opponent, he immediately used Flowing Shadow. A sudden, close-quarters attack. Corin also pulled out his spear to counter. Next came an explosive left fist, aimed right at his handsome face. Corin twisted his body to dodge the blow. Form Damon continuously used his bagua movement. However, Corin still managed to evade him. Flowing Shadow is a technique that constantly strikes the opponent's blind spots. He never thought Corin could dodge it. Corin countered with 4 steps, Returning Pendant, and Soaring Heaven, a technique forged through experience. The two fought with both their fists and their words. He had to leave the city as soon as possible. He had to avoid the attention of those who thought he was dead. If he really decided to escape, he would definitely use spatial magic to teleport somewhere else. But Corin would absolutely not let Form Damon escape so easily. Even if he didn't want a duel, he had to fight one, because that was the precept. The riskier the conditions, the greater the reward. In this world, many things bind a person. For followers of darkness, like Form Damon, the precept makes refusing a duel impossible. Form Damon, bound by the precept, had no choice but to accept the duel. A fair fight means a one-on-one battle. That's why Corin came here alone. Every duel is fair and sacred, a life or death battle between two people. So the precept's limitation is also 1 versus 1. As long as Corin came here alone, and as long as the dueling glyph was activated, he would be forced to fight with no other choice. Form Damon, disciple of the Spear King, versus the first spear of the Heavenly Queen Aranua, Corin Lock. According to the law, both must state their names, then it's win or lose. The duel has only one possible outcome. The system's backup log recited the precepts. First precept, duty. Do not turn a blind eye to the misfortune of others. Second precept, restraint. I can't understand the backup spirits. Damage dealt increased by 50%. Third precept, oath. I will save the world. Resonance. All stats doubled. Persistent warrior effect increased 100-fold. Pain resistance, domain of all limbs. Average mana flow, 3,500. Corin Lock was preparing to save the world, starting with defeating Form Damon. The battle between spearmanship and martial arts is essentially a fight to control distance. The martial artist will use speed-enhancing glyphs to close the distance with their opponent, while the spearman will try to maintain that distance. The martial artist will focus on seizing every opportunity, looking for an opening in the spearman's defense. The moment the spearman reveals an opening, they will close in. But this method of attack had already been seen through by the spearman. In close combat, jumping reveals many weaknesses. The martial artist waits for the moment the opponent lands, and then, endless heavenly return. However, Corin's chaos, spear, and his speed were just too fast. He could land 7 consecutive strikes while his opponent was airborne. With just a second of carelessness, Form aimed his fist of the returning demon spear right at his opponent's face. Corin was hit. Even though his hand was bleeding from being slashed, he didn't stop fighting, doing everything he could to close the distance. This astonished Corin. He didn't think the man could attack while enduring such pain. Pressing his advantage, he used Heavenly Strike, attacking with a barrage of countless fists. He had poured all his strength into this finishing blow. If Corin could block it, he would win. But in an incredibly brief moment, Corin saw his opponent's fist open up. Successfully breaking through and grabbing the spear, he had used a feint and carved a glyph onto it. Now without a weapon, the fight would become difficult. A spearman who has lost his weapon is like a man who has lost an arm. Corin had to continuously endure terrifying damage from his fists. He thought he could easily summon the spear back, but it was stuck so deep it couldn't be pulled out. Form Damon suddenly appeared from behind and threw a direct left fist. However, it seems he had underestimated Corin. Even without a weapon, he was still a sorcerer. Obviously, a spearman can still master martial arts techniques. As he spoke, he countered with the Bagua, Elisa Adenning Dragon Palm. The foundation of all martial arts is physical attack. Corin used all his might. The Bagua, triple connecting palm, aimed straight for the center of his chest. Form Damon was a little surprised, but Corin's fist techniques truly weren't as strong as his spearmanship. He wasn't injured in the slightest. To return Corin's enthusiasm, he countered with a left fist to the ribs. Corin's Bagua was powerful, but he forgot one thing. It was only his secondary weapon. For Form Damon, however, it was what he had spent his entire life practicing. A flurry of left fists followed. A straight punch, a flying fist, a hook to the ribs, an elbow strike. Corin could no longer fight back, and could only try to block the blows. Form Damon intended to end the match with one final punch, but the spear helped Corin block the blow. Form Damon was astonished. How did that spear return when he had already thrown it away? Corin Lock had to admit that his opponent was a very strong one. Only at this moment did he realize something. The kid in front of him had intentionally taken the hits to lure him in, just to get closer to the spear. Now that the weapon was in his hands, He didn't hesitate, immediately using the art of the coiling serpent, stabbing Form Damon's body multiple times. Blood gushed out of Form Damon like a fountain, his clothes torn to shreds. It was a truly impressive sight, the way Corin handled losing his weapon, and the moment he realized he couldn't win with martial arts. His methods were brilliant and precise. Since when had Form Damon been at such a disadvantage? Despite being beaten to a pulp, he still acted like he was fine, still trying to look like a cool professor and all that. Faced with this situation, Form Damon finally had to fight seriously. He carved 3 ancient glyphs onto his arm. In a world where the sun does not exist, a part of the sky has also been forgotten. Form Damon summoned the heavenly technique, Pool of Darkness. He had sworn an oath to serve the darkness. Corin using ancient solar glyphs to fight against the darkness was an incredibly smart move, but such a small trick could not stand against the eternal night. This is the forbidden land of the great dark warriors of Haktheon. He charged forward, declaring that he would give Corin 2 choices today. 1. Be torn into 100 pieces by the dark monsters. 2. Be sent flying by his fist to settle down below with your ancestors. Well, Corin just calmly said one thing. Isn't this a one-on-one match? He knew the man would resort to tricks, so he had already prepared a golden ginseng root. The moment he pulled it out, it started screaming. It emitted a sound 7 times louder than a normal ginseng root, and couldn't be blocked by any kind of magic. Even the dark monsters couldn't stand against the scream of this one-of-a-kind ginseng. This meant that Form Damon couldn't withstand this little trick either. Blood trickled from Corin's ears from the terrible sound, but he was still confident he would defeat Form Damon here. That demonic beast was dead, and the ginseng would keep on screaming. His shadow clones would gradually disappear, and while at it, he also let him know one more thing. Corin possessed powerful regenerative abilities. The longer this battle dragged on, the more he would adapt and gain the upper hand, while his opponent would suffer immensely. Form Damon started to get enraged, using a 12x shadow burst, and declaring that from the moment Corin stepped into this dark fortress, he had no chance of winning. He continued his assault, but Corin dodged all the attacks. Suddenly, the man closed in from behind and restrained him. Corin immediately used the Devil Spear, Return to escape the hold. Ancient runes were continuously summoned. A combination attack, Spiral Jet. Corin continuously endured the damage. He took off the shirt he was wearing, and the light emanating from his body overpowered all the shadow bursts. Numerous solar runes were carved onto Corin's body. That's why the shadow bursts became useless. However, doing so was no different from suicide. His body could be incinerated at any moment. Corin charged forward with the ultimate serpent art, Serpent Flow. It was time to stop the petty tricks and fight to the end with pure skill. This was a fair fight, so they both needed to attack with all their strength, holding nothing back. Instinctively, he could feel that the warrior he was facing was his sworn enemy. At this moment, Form Damon would also bet his life on this battle. He would bet everything he had. The Sura 6 Steps was used immediately after. It was a self-destruct skill that burned away the user's magic core in exchange for power and speed, a skill that only the great heavenly kings possessed. Now, the real battle began. The 6-step spear arts. War-breaking spear clashed with the Sura. Corin also unleashed that skill. Both warriors poured all their strength into this one attack. Both suffered unavoidable pain. The two were evenly matched, with no clear winner. It seemed like everything was over. The spear was covered in blood, and his entire body was bathed in crimson. The two were silent for a long moment. The result was just as everyone had hoped. Corin's spear had successfully pierced through Form Damon's body. He had won, but whenever he closed his eyes, he could still hear those screams, a haunting scream. During their previous encounter, when he was defeated by him in the second phase, he and everyone else were trapped in a reality no different from a nightmare, a hell disguised as a paradise. Innocent people died one by one, and Corin lost many comrades in that battle. One of the 4 heavenly kings, the demon lord Damon, had tried to spread that hell across this world. This time, Tate Vantaza's confidant would not get away like before. He had truly fallen before Corin Lock in a pool of dark red blood. Corin went over and searched his body, and just as he had predicted, the item wasn't on him. One of the 4 mysterious treasures protected by the monks, the Stone of Destiny, Leah Fail. If he truly possessed it after returning the ancient rune, Corin's chances of winning would have been significantly reduced. At least, he got back what he needed. Tate Vantaza is hunting for the 8 ancient runestones in order to summon the Fortress of Night to this world. This item absolutely could not fall into his hands. However, he still couldn't understand what was so important that it would drive him to slaughter the people out there like that. It's understandable that they were resentful and dissatisfied with that world, but taking out their anger that way was completely wrong. Corin lay sprawled on the ground, sighing. His left eardrum had been ruptured from running around with that ginseng root in his hand. His right side wasn't much better. He had relied too much on his healing ability, but the solar runes had burned his body. He could still endure the pain. However, the injuries inflicted by Form Daemon were the real problem. He had torn his liver and shattered Corin's collarbone. When he punched his sternum, he broke several ribs and scrambled his insides. Corin could barely lift his left leg, which had also been injured by the Surah 6 steps. He thought he was used to the pain, but his current condition was pretty bad. He had to tell himself to stay conscious. The system announced, "You have defeated F. Daemon. The reward, commandment, is being sent." But that didn't matter anymore. His vision started to blur. Everything was becoming hazy. Corin had defeated a great demon, so he would receive a bonus reward. It was the map to the 4 secret sun treasures of Findias. While he was still dazed, Corin realized Elisa was carrying him on her back. Professor Da was handling the cleanup, but she looked sad. Ron Waski had already left. UN and the others had been found. Before leaving, Ron Waski had told him not to expect much, as their relationship was simply a business partnership. The ancient rune and the golden ginseng had also been put away. She let Corin rest on a park bench. Corin took this opportunity to praise her for the domain separation. Without her, he wouldn't have been able to defeat the Iron Mountain King. Although Elisa modestly refused the praise, it didn't change the fact that she had contributed to an important victory. Thinking back, Elisa now remembered that during their group missions and even while making the ginseng potion, Corin was always drawing ancient runes. He had been preparing for this fight for a very long time. Elisa wanted to know why he had to face him all alone when they could have fought together. Corin stared intently at her. For him, it's better if fewer people die. Although it seemed emotionless, Corin had done his job very well. He had broken ribs and was transferred to the hospital. Because his intentions were too dangerous, he refused to ask anyone for help. After hearing the news, everyone brought food and fruit to visit Corin. One person peeled a peach, another fed him, and someone else just sat there watching over him admiringly. In response to the concern from his 2 buddies was a quality dog food moment from our boy. Look at this. Who wouldn't feel a sting in their nose? The viewers understand how those 2 bros feel. The sight of so many beautiful girls fawning over their friend. The 2 of them couldn't understand why they had to witness this scene. They were sick with envy. Elisa noticed it was rare for everyone to be gathered like this, so she suggested they play a game to have some fun. Mariette happily agreed, and even wanted to invite Corin's friends to join in. With just one sentence, their bitter jealousy instantly transformed into admiration, emotion, and gratitude. Just then, there was a knock on the door. It was Miss Josephine, along with Lady Ariokasa, the current headmaster of Makaba Academy. They arrived just as Corin had expected. He had to meet with them sooner or later anyway. Now was the time for him to prove his worth to the headmaster. For security reasons, the headmaster was forced to ask Corin's friends to leave the room. He felt they were still suspicious of him, so he knew he had to redirect the conversation. Corin revealed that FM was the spy, but they weren't as surprised as he'd hoped. They had probably already discovered something from the commandments on FM's body, but there were still things they didn't know. Tate Vantazer Fen was his disciple. Miss Josephine had a visceral reaction, claiming that was impossible. He died 80 years ago. The 6 ways of the infinite spear and the commandments. Everyone here should know about those, since they were the ones who taught them to him. In a way, Corin had a similar identity. After learning Corin was Vance's disciple, Miss Josephine couldn't hide her anger and immediately put her guard up. However, Corin wasn't the type to kill without reason. He wouldn't have brought this up if it was going to put him at a disadvantage. He also already knew that these weren't their true forms. Their real bodies were in the main building and couldn't manifest. His disciple Vantazer was still alive, and his followers were spread across the continent. Now, he has become incredibly powerful. He's much stronger than before, and he's not alone anymore. This is all because of a decision the headmaster made 80 years ago. As for the source of your power, it has been scattered all over the continent, and you've only recovered 2 parts. Corin presented the newly found ancient runes. This was something the headmaster probably didn't know. Even the Liafel Stone of Truth, one of Danua's 4 secret treasures, is in his possession. If he fails to recover his power, he will no longer be considered a usurper. He handed the stone to Aaron Danua. Everything was starting to make more sense. That's why Professor Josephine, despite her 80-plus years of experience, was never appointed headmaster. And why? The rising star, Casa, was immediately placed in that position. It's because 80 years ago, the Academy's headmaster was Sir Ven. 50 years ago it was Sir W. and the current headmaster is Sarkasa. The truth is, their bodies are formed and empowered by the ancient runestones. Corin removed his shirt, revealing a body covered in commandments. He and the headmaster both shared the same goal, the commandments. Corin knelt before the headmaster. He declared that he would be honored to become his vanguard spear to protect this world. He hoped she would treat him even as a servant. Errol Casa? No, Erin Danua was her real name. Corin Lock could never forget what she did in his past life. Now was the time to repay her. Miss Josephine slowly returned to her room in the main building. Erin sat there in silence, truly wondering whether that child, Corin, was trustworthy, and if Tate was truly still alive. Erin knew she couldn't afford to trust anyone easily. Therefore, her only option was to assign someone to watch the students' every move. They still couldn't bring themselves to fully trust Corin. Erin couldn't act rashly. The weight on her shoulders was too great, and everything Corin said could very well be a lie. However, there was one thing she couldn't understand. Why did he look at her with such sadness hidden in his eyes? During Makaba Academy's anniversary celebration, there will be a rank reappointment based on individual performance. This was a very significant event. While the rank students received upon enrollment was temporary, this was an official ranking bestowed by the Academy's Guardian Association. Because of this upcoming rank reappointment, many students were training diligently to secure the best official ranking they could. You could say many students had already reached a level comparable to the Academy's official guardians. Now, they would begin to announce the students whose ranks had been changed. Second-year student, valedictorian of the magic class, Mariette Dunalev. Student Mariette, despite facing difficult circumstances, has shown great ambition and has proven her worth by assisting in the handling of the training ground incident. Honestly, she hadn't been able to contribute much over the past semester, as she was forbidden from leaving the city after becoming a vampire. However, Maria continued to assist Professor Dina with his research, and her vast magical reserves, a result of becoming a vampire, have been a great asset to the Academy. With abilities like hers, a promotion was only natural. Most importantly, Mariette's efforts to stop the Iron Mountain King were crucial in minimizing casualties at the Academy. With the recommendation of the Academy's headmaster, Sir Casa, and the president of the Guardian Association's Northern Branch, Sir Dina Grandia, Mariette Dunalev will be promoted to the rank of semi-special grade. The people around her were moved to tears. She was now the youngest semi-grade guardian in history. She would surely be remembered in the history books. The next students to be called, much like Mariette, had also made huge contributions during the recent incident. Hearing this, the crowd began to murmur. Who else could have helped with that incident? None of them had any idea. While the incident itself was common knowledge, the internal details were unknown to the public. The events of that day were kept under wraps. No one knew about the existence of the Iron Mountain King or the traitor, Professor F.M. Damon. The names announced were Cranel Luden and Yuen from the Magic class, Elisa Aiden and Ron Waski from the Night class, and finally, Corin Lock. All four of them would be promoted to semi-first grade for their achievements. As for Corin, despite being a 5th grade guardian, due to his extraordinary performance, Headmaster Errol Casa, Senior Professor Josephine Clara, and Honorary Professor Hamels, on the recommendation of these 3 individuals, he would be promoted to 1st grade guardian. The crowd began to buzz with hushed conversations. For someone to jump from the 5th grade to the 1st grade in a single semester was unheard of. Corin had officially become a 1st grade guardian, up from the 5th grade, receiving a provisional ranking after deliberations with the association. His abilities were no longer in question, but the reason Corin was promoted directly to 1st grade was due to his efforts in the battle against Professor Form Damon. The most important part was the special privilege granted to every 1st grade guardian, the right to join the guardian squad immediately. This was finally starting. In the game, it would have taken a full 3 years, even if he graduated early, but now, he managed to achieve it in less than 2 years. This would drastically change the future. Corin was going to win over every elite talent here. Strength and privilege forge power, which would allow him to do anything he wanted. Finally, summer break had arrived, and everyone in the group had different plans. Some were going to earn money, some were heading back to their hometowns, and others were interning at the Magic Tower. One person intended to visit the experienced Sea Elisa Aden for advice. Another was heading west. People were saying a castle was going to be demolished, so Cranel wanted to go there to find a power core for Gum. Elisa, however, was dreading the fact that she'd probably have to return to her family estate, as her grandfather was urging his granddaughter to come home soon. As for Corin, when he previously returned to the house from Corin Lock's memories, it was completely empty. They had gone on a trip without him. They traveled to Ven, but a glitch in the messaging system caused the notification to arrive 3 days late. Elisa mustered all her courage and asked Corin if he wanted to go to her home with her, because she was a little scared to go alone. Though, with Elisa's personality, she shouldn't have been afraid at all. In the game, no incidents ever happened, so she would have been safe even without him. Because of this, Corin declined. He decided he would go visit the sea to the east instead. There was a place Corin absolutely had to go, and he had to go right away. There was still a little time until the next semester. If it weren't for this summer break, he wouldn't have been able to get there so easily. Corin boarded a train and began his journey. He still had a 9-hour ride before he'd reach the northern part of the continent. On this train, there was a group of robbers. They pulled out their weapons and ordered everyone to put their hands up and hand over all their valuables. Everyone on the train was pale with fear, not daring to make a sound. The bald man leading the robbers was a first-level mage. He was acting high and mighty because his level was higher than that of ordinary people. Just then, 2 people accidentally walked into the passenger car where the robbery was taking place. The bald man flew into a rage and shouted, "Where did this bastard come from? Can't you read? You're in the wrong car. Put your hands up if you want to live." But the bald man had no idea he was messing with the wrong person. This young man was Corin Lock, and he didn't fear anyone. He didn't waste words. A single uppercut sent the man flying, his head slamming into the ceiling of the train car. Now that Corin Lock was a first-level knight, why would he be afraid of some subclass thugs? The Southern chapter officially begins. In the secret archives of the MKAB Academy Library, the book Corin was holding was The Sorcerer's Grimoire. Chapter title, The Warrior's Tenacious Recovery. He had once seen a dying warrior lying on a blood-soaked battlefield. The man was pressing his wounded body against a rock, but he still stood firm. Corin asked him if he should end his suffering. The man replied, "If I could just have a little water to quench this thirst, I would be grateful." Respecting this tough warrior, Corin fetched water from a nearby lake and gave it to him to quench his thirst. Then, something truly incredible happened. The man's wounds healed completely. After finishing the book, Corin was utterly astonished. That warrior had been fatally wounded, yet he recovered. His stance was as heroic as that of the great general, Yi Sun-sin. Suddenly, his friend with the vacant eyes approached and asked, "Is my southern citadel still standing? If you ever go there, stop by my office. It should still be there." Corin didn't know what that was, because in his previous life, he hadn't found anything. The friend didn't answer, only saying that Corin needed to find that thing for himself. He hoped Corin would gain the warrior's ability and courage. If you have his courage, there will be nothing in this world you cannot do. He was a humble man, not a hero or a sage, but one who swore to save this world. Humans always have the option to flee from imminent danger, but he chose not to run. At that moment, a spirit emerged from his friend's body. He showed great respect for Corin. Finally, he thanked him for telling him about his wife and child at the entrance to the mid-tier southern lands. That was why, following the Duke's words, Corin decided to head south, and why he chose to go with Maria, since she was a southerner. A police officer cheerfully thanked the two of them for helping catch the robbers. If it weren't for them, he would have been in big trouble. The robbers were led away in a line. The officer also gave Corin a bag of money as a reward. He politely said it wasn't necessary, but how could he refuse? He might as well accept this kindness. After all, it was his duty not to ignore the misfortune of others. The reward for this was 2 skill points. Just as expected, people should always strive to do good. With the bag of money in hand, the two of them happily went to find a good restaurant to eat at. The police officer watched the 2 students laughing and talking, thinking they were happy because they had done a good deed. This was the entrance to the southern lands. All the carriages that stopped here were heading to the great southern city of Lep. And from here, it was at least an 8-hour ride. It was nothing short of torture for one's back. The Wienven Roost. Corin had used this mode of transportation a few times in his past life. It was faster and more comfortable than a carriage, but many people didn't particularly like this way of travel. They would travel on giant birds. The two of them didn't have to spend 30 silver coins for a rental, because Marriott's clan had given her a slightly different one. It was the Hesvervenger, a massive, majestic eagle. This was the city of Lep's personal transport. It was preparing to land to pick up important guests. The legend of Ahan, the fastest and most agile mode of transport. Its price was equivalent to 12 Wienvens. To ride it, you had to hold on tight. The ground crew was bustling, preparing to clear the roost. The control tower confirmed a visual at 200 L in the air. Estimated time of arrival was within 10 minutes. 2 employees were chatting amongst themselves. What's the academy up to this month? It's their break, right? So the students got to go home. That means our princess is returning. That means Lady Maria is on her way. Everyone had prepared a spectacular welcome. The two of them landed, the door opened, and inside, Countless servants were lined up perfectly, bowing to welcome Lady Marriott as she began her vacation. Congratulations on your promotion to special subclass. Corin was starting to realize something. Their destination was the city of Lep, and to the east was the city of Duna. The names of these two cities combined formed the name of Marriott's family, the Dunalets. She had said her family were farmers. But just how large was their farm? Around 2 million of something. Corin naively assumed she meant 2 million pyong. 1 pyong is equal to 3.3 square meters. But the truth was, it was 2 million hectares. Corin's jaw dropped. 2 million hectares is equivalent to 6.5 billion pyong. It made sense though, as the Dunalet clan was incredibly famous in the south. The Dunaleb Hair Salon, the Dunaleb General Store, the Dunaleb Office, the Dunaleb Agricultural Center, the Dunaleb Professional Wrestling Federation, and so on and so forth. The many signs he saw on the road proved it. At the Grand Dunal estate, standing before this magnificent mansion, Corin couldn't help but be stunned. Marriott never said she was rich, because her parents were rich, not her. The butler, Paul, also chimed in, saying that she would inherit the fortune anyway since she was the eldest child of the Dunalev family. After learning that the young lady had returned with a junior, he moved closer to Corin and teased him. For many generations, the family has always had a son-in-law living with them. Of course, they would provide and support a house for the Dunalb family's affairs from the son-in-law's side. Lady Marriott was known as the Flower of the South for her wisdom and beauty, even as a child. The number of marriage proposals she received was so large it could fill an entire potato warehouse, maybe even more than that. Corin pretended to understand, but the man spoke so fast, he didn't understand a damn thing. As for the Duke's castle, it seemed someone had recently bought it. The buyer was none other than Count Casius. The Duke's castle had also been owned by someone else in Corin's previous life. If he wasn't mistaken, it was a merchant from the far southern islands. But that guy was a corrupt bastard. In order to get a permit, Park Sihu and Corin had spent day and night fighting the great sea serpent, and after many hardships, they finally got into the Duke's castle. Would he have to go through all that again here? Marriott had already informed Count Casius, so they could go there any time. Since she knew Corin wanted to enter the Duke's castle, she had told the Count in advance. He agreed immediately and said the two of them could come whenever they wanted. He mentioned he was hosting a party on Friday, so they would go there together. Corin was completely floored. Could this quest really be completed this easily? In his past life, he had to work like a dog just to get in once. Marriott was truly a goddess, a superstar, a queen, the most beautiful girl ever. She suggested they go shopping together tomorrow. They also needed to prepare outfits for the party, and besides, it was pretty boring here. The shopping district also left him stunned. A suit for 3 gold, a necklace and shoes for 6 gold, casual clothes for 4 gold, plus a watch, and so on. The payment method was a blank check. All of this stuff was designer brand, and this amount of money was enough to make someone a wealthy real estate mogul in Sun. This huge sum made him a little flustered, and he even thought that she was going to make him sign a slave contract. Marriott continued shopping cheerfully. She bought so much that it started to scare Corin. She brought out a large wooden crate and gave it to him. This is a type of mineral, often used in Oda, an item he could never have touched before. It seemed like not even the entire academy had one. Adamantite. Unlike silverite, which shatters when used with powerful magic, adamantite will not break. He was as happy as a child who had just received a gift, wondering how she managed to get this, since it wasn't something you could find easily. This one stone made him happier than all the other gifts he received today combined, because this was the special stone used for Emperor Garandun's hidden sword. Marriott said shyly, "If you attach this to your spear, it will become incredibly powerful. Even your domain will expand." Corin would be able to overcome any challenge with ease. Because she knew how beneficial it was, she had scoured everywhere to find this special gift. Seeing Corin so happy made her happy too. She's so devoted to her man. That evening, when the two returned, a lavish meal had been prepared. When visiting a friend's house, eating with their family is a must. The person with the warm smile was her mother. Before he could even greet her, someone else stopped him. He wanted to ask Corin a question before everyone started the meal. Based on your answer, you may or may not be seated. The question was, are you a virgin? This was Mar Dunaleb, Marriott's father. Upon hearing that question, he froze, and the lady next to him smacked her husband. What an inappropriate question. But what father isn't like that? If he were to become the son-in-law of the Dunalp family, he was required to be a virgin. They say a good beginning makes a good ending, but it looked like this meal wasn't going to go smoothly. The father kept pressing him. My daughter is a tough one, you know. Mari will only marry someone she likes. Marriott had to stop her father immediately to prevent him from spouting more embarrassing words. She even had to drag him away. The lady said she had heard about Corin from Marriott's letters and really wanted to meet this young man. She expressed her sincere gratitude, bowing her head to thank Corin for helping her daughter. Corin was extremely flustered. He only did it because he felt he could. Besides, Mari deserved to be happy. Hearing this, the lady began to blush. When she received her daughter's letter, she thought her child was seeing the world through rose-colored glasses. Turns out, this young man named Corin really did bring that rosy color to her life. The father popped his head in from somewhere to give a warning. It's true that I'm grateful, but I'm only allowing you to hold hands, you hear? Furthermore, you must remain chaste. The two women were mortified and could only resort to violence to quell the chaos. Corin thought this was certainly an interesting family. The next day, at the Duke's castle, Count Cassius happily ran out to greet the two of them. He was beaming, as happy as if he'd won the lottery, eagerly welcoming the young lady. Seeing this enthusiastic attitude, it was hard to believe this was the same person. Corin began to question his very existence. Was this really the same guy who, in his past life, told him they wouldn't open the gates unless he caught a sea serpent? The two of them entered the castle together. Corin had to admit to himself that he was very proud. If he hadn't saved this girl, he never would have been able to see her looking so beautiful today. And the people of the South would have lost their beloved lady. In the South, it was no exaggeration to say that the influence of the Dunilev family was absolute, which made having Marie show her face more useful than catching a sea serpent. Everyone at the party was buzzing. They never expected the Dunilev family to be here. Turns out Count Brandria really had some clout. The two of them had brought everything they needed. When the party reached its peak, he would talk to the Count, leave their things, and then head to the study. Suddenly, a dapper young man approached and introduced himself as Gailey, from J. Rondinium. He wanted to ask Marriott for a dance. Immediately after, many other young men also expressed their desire for the first dance with her. They even fought fiercely over it. Marriott stood there, unsure of how to handle the situation. Corin stepped in and rescued her. Those men were enthusiastic, but they lacked any sense of courtesy. Corin kissed her hand and asked Marriott for the first dance. This was the basic etiquette for securing the first dance. He'd been scolded in his past life for forgetting it. If you want the first dance with a beautiful lady, you must first kiss her hand. Mari was so moved she was speechless and immediately agreed. The two of them swayed together to the melodious tune with their dance steps. He felt as if he were abandoning his savior, so he had no choice but to repay her. He had relied on her so much when he was in the South. But this scene was truly dangerous. Those two round, white things kept hitting his face, making it impossible for Corin not to stare. Overcome with embarrassment, the heel of Marriott Dunalev's high heel stomped on Corin's foot. It hurt a lot, but he acted like he was fine. Then, Corin moved closer to Mari to guide her in the dance. Marriott's face turned as red as a beet, and she grew even more flustered when Corin said she didn't need to worry about what others were thinking. For now, just look at me. Just enjoy the dance. Now, place your foot on mine and just follow my lead. Look straight into my eyes, feel the direction of my feet, and anticipate the movement. You have a very good eye. It was as if they were the only two people in the room with their dance. Just as he had learned in his past life, her trembling eyes looked into his and found stability. They both smiled, neither knowing who started it first. The two danced, sharing a hazy moment together. After the opening dance was over, other young men expressed their desire to dance with her, but Marriott refused. Corin then escorted her from the party. The other dukes were seething with rage. The goddess of their dreams was leaving with some nobody. The other young ladies, however, felt the two of them were so romantic. Corin's attentiveness was so cool. That dance was truly impressive. The two of them reached Duke Cansia's study. What they needed to find here were traces of Duke Cansania, the story of the Duke Inn. The game required the player to find traces of the Duke's wife, Luina, and daughter, Cecilia, in Sabazia's quest. Normally, just giving this book to the Duke would complete the side quest. But in the game from his past life, there wasn't a single line of instruction about searching the study. Although he didn't know why. He had been summoned. Corin decided to search first. The two of them searched for a while, but found nothing. This quest was not easy at all. There was no evidence, no hidden space, or anything of the sort. By now, Marriott was very hungry. She hadn't even had time to eat because she had rushed here immediately. Marriott looked at Corin with an embarrassed gaze. That look was a sign that had formed naturally as their relationship progressed. Then, before they knew it, the two were in an intimate position with her on his lap. It turned out Corin was letting Marriott drink his blood to make up for breakfast. Her body grew hot as she bit into his shoulder. Corin remained stone-faced, his expression unchanging. He said he probably had the endurance of a persistent warrior, so he didn't feel a thing. Suddenly, Corin realized something: the endurance of a persistent warrior. He had received it, along with a soul. Grimoire, the book where the Duke's soul was sealed. It had psychic powers and incantations. Corin asked Mariette to summon Diagu. Corin then told her to keep summoning it to make it a little dizzy, similar to an astral body in the state before its physical form is created. Mariette understood, and did so immediately. Diogu, once a handsome dog, transformed into a hideous pig. A short while later, Diogu also began to disappear. Corin, who couldn't perceive spirits, was unable to see it. He instinctively felt a chilling presence surrounding him. Everything around them plunged into darkness. Corin was beginning to understand. The Duke should have told him sooner, if things were going to turn out like this. The thing sealed inside the Grimoire Grand Library was the soul of Seihoo. What he had decided upon when he couldn't die and had to endure the bloodlust was the separation of his soul and body. So where was the Duke's body? The answer was right in front of Corin. The Duke appeared, radiating an immense amount of killing intent. He asked the young man standing before him why he had come here with fragments of his soul and why he was in this castle. Corin said that he was his descendant. He was a little curious about something. If his body and soul were separated, how could he still be so normal? However, Seihoo asserted his authority. He declared that he was the one asking the questions, and Corin was only allowed to answer. He emanated a terrifyingly powerful aura. He thought things would go smoothly, but it seemed this was no ordinary book. 800 years ago, there was a great general who commanded the entire southern region, Sebasia Zook. People praised him as the strongest of his time. No, he was the strongest of all time. And now, Corin had to fight the man who held the title of the strongest of all time. Knowing this young man had come here after meeting his soul, he asked if he had killed that soul. Corin firmly said no, that he had even helped his soul find peace and pass on. He had thought the Duke would bring him something other than that magic book this time. The Duke didn't believe him, because if his soul had guided Corin here, he wouldn't have brought a vampire along. He would not believe the lies coming from the mouth of the brat in front of him. Corin had no idea what nonsense he was spouting. Besides, how could a soulless body move like that? Because this was the body of a vampire who was immortal. It needed a fragment of a soul to remain trapped in this castle, so he wouldn't become a monster like the one Corin had brought with him. The monster he was referring to was Mariette. Corin tried his best to explain that she wasn't a demon. She had already gained control of her vampiric powers. The Duke seemed helpless to free himself from 800 years of bloodlust. He had destroyed his soul, his senses, and his emotions. But there was one thing that hadn't disappeared: the taste of fresh blood. A vampire cannot resist this instinct, and neither could he. He didn't believe in things that couldn't be verified. If Corin intended to stop him, then even he would be in danger. Corin hadn't anticipated this at all. He shouldn't have brought Mariette with him. They had locked Sebasia Zook's body away for a long time because he held a grudge against vampires. That hero had completely lost his mind. If he was the strongest of his time when he was alive, he was now at least a semi-special grade. Corin needed to fight with all his might. He immediately used the 6-step mimicry technique to unleash the Asura's 6-step, ultimate painted serpent. The ascending painted serpent shot straight towards the Duke. He countered with the poison dragon head strike. The terrifying power radiating from his sword was the power of creation itself. In his lifetime, he killed a dragon to obtain this power. Then, combining it with his ultimate demon sword technique, the Dragon Slayer sliced straight down Corin's body. It seems he was mistaken. This guy was even stronger than a special grade monster. After dealing with the nuisance, Sebasia slowly advanced toward Mariette. To him, the girl before him was a low-class beast, and therefore was not allowed to live the life of a normal human. Mariette didn't understand what he was saying or what he meant by beast. However, his bloodthirsty actions proved everything. She couldn't overcome it with willpower alone. In the end, she would just crave the blood of her own lover and slaughter everyone she cared about. He aimed the sword at Mariette and relentlessly tried to drive her away. She managed to dodge one slash, but her confusion left her unable to fight back. Seeing his master under attack, Diogu also intervened, biting the man's hand, but he was immediately bound by restraining chains. His snout was clamped shut as well. The old Duke didn't forget to offer some sarcastic praise. Very agile. What a mighty beast. You're even faster than I was in my prime. However, you have no strategy in battle. You're just a beast that relies on pure strength. As he spoke, he used the Romanian sealing sword to stab Diogu right in the chest. This sealing sword was designed to seal immortal beings into a space connected to it. In the face of this blade, immortality meant nothing. He wanted to personally end Mariette's ambiguous existence. A beast will always be a beast. But Mariette didn't believe that. To her, It was just wrong. Corin had said it was okay, so it was okay. Seeing the girl before him, still clinging to such strong conviction, he immediately brought over the heavily injured Corin. This was the best path for both of them. Marriott collapsed beside his weak body. Corin's hand trembled as his blood formed a puddle. Marriott looked at the blood and began to pant heavily. To the Duke, he expected nothing from a lowly blood-sucking demon. Even with her lover on the verge of death, she couldn't overcome her instincts. However, that was only what he thought. In truth, Marriott didn't drink the blood. Instead, she kissed Corin, using her own blood as an elixir and passing it into his body. Not only did she not drink his blood, she gave away her own. In that situation, Marriott had surpassed her limits. She should have lost all reason and been unable to control her instincts, yet Marriott actually did it. Only Sabasia was unable to do such a thing. He couldn't save anyone. He himself had succumbed to his own desires. But this boy and this girl were different. Perhaps he realized something, that he couldn't judge everything by his own standards. He then plunged his sword into the middle of Corin's chest. Marriott wanted to stop him, but couldn't. She didn't know how much longer this man intended to torment them, but she truly didn't want him to take her Corin away. A light began to glow around them. Both were transported back to the previous room. Corin gently placed a hand on her shoulder and comforted her, saying he was fine. Tears streamed down Marriott's face as she worried for Corin. It was Sabasia who had saved him. He threw his sword to the ground. He had transferred his magic core to the boy. Now Sabasia understood why his spirit had led Corin here. He saw the qualities of a hero within him. Those who seek power are greedy, but he was not. He possessed a faith and pride that those people often lack. Above all, Corin had changed something that he himself had failed to change long ago. He had the right to change this world, something the Duke had failed to protect 800 years ago. Sabasia wanted Corin to be the one to correct the mistakes he had made over so many years. After saying these words, he slowly faded away and disappeared completely. Corin could feel the magic core of the great general Sabasia Zuke inside his heart. He never expected to receive a gift like this. Marriott hugged Corin tightly. She must have been terrified, afraid that Corin would leave her forever. Crying, she made Corin promise her that he was not allowed to die without her permission. In any case, everything ended well. A reward like this was more than enough. Corin's reward this time was Sabasia's magic core. His magic level instantly increased, and the core's abilities were formed. If he could hope for just one thing, Corin Lock hoped that the man whose body and mind had endured 800 years of torment would find happiness. The system continuously announced, "You have received Sabasia's aura core. You have leveled up your aura. A unique core ability has been formed." Corin's second core not only enhanced his aura rank but also gave him a second core. This core even had unique abilities like Persistent Warrior, Regeneration, Endurance, Domain Control, and Dual Core. But he still found it strange. In the game from his previous life, why didn't the Duke grant the player this power? Wouldn't it have been better if he had just been kind from the start? How could he have the heart to make others suffer so much? Suddenly, a maid walked in. She witnessed the scene of two people, without clothes, one lying intimately on the other's lap, panting, and everything else. Corin knew that in this situation, anyone would misunderstand. So he quickly explained that it wasn't what it looked like. But how could she believe him? What she saw with her own eyes, the sweat, the muscles, the heated atmosphere. The maid, blushing and speechless, hurriedly fled, not forgetting to apologize for interrupting their important business. Corin could only call after her helplessly, explaining it was a misunderstanding. This news sent Marriott's father, Dunalev, into a boiling rage. He swore he would skin Corin, strip his bones, and drink his blood. It took 20 days for this misunderstanding to be cleared up. During those 20 days, he had to hide in the mountains and spend his time training his aura. Everyone in the city was searching everywhere for the audacious fool who dared to touch their young lady. But luckily, somehow, the misunderstanding was resolved. Corin nearly became the #1 enemy of the South. When he returned to school, the second semester had begun, and it was almost time to prepare for the festival. The two sat happily in a carriage, discussing their inn. Their inn would do very well. It was sure to make a profit several times over. A huge number of tourists would come for the festival, and of course, the inn would thrive. After making it big, he would sell the land, make a mountain of money, and then that money would make more money. With these plans, Corin would become a wealthy man in no time. Just thinking about it sent shivers of pleasure through his body. The festival season was truly the best. But then, a bucket of cold water was thrown over him, washing away all of Corin's hopes. A gigantic superstorm is making landfall, but this never happened in his past life. A storm this big will definitely cause trouble for the festival. Mari consoles him, saying that when you do big business, you sometimes have to face failure. However, business is business, and an IOU still has to be written. If he can't pay back the money, Marriott won't make things difficult. She only needs Corin to meet one of her conditions, and he feels her offer is very suspicious. He can't let it be. There has to be another way. At the special dormitory of the Marriott Dunalivkaba Academy, the two of them have to take shelter in the headmaster's room. Right now, it's just them. Professor Josephine is returning with Waran. During the break, they all stayed at the chapel. The headmaster agreed to let Corin stay here tonight. After all, to him, Corin is no longer an outsider. He even plans to let Corin stay here permanently starting this term. He knows it's partly because they want to keep an eye on him. Professor Josephine and Headmaster Aaron probably want to find a way to monitor him because they still can't fully trust him. This storm makes the two of them curious. A storm this big is bound to cause a lot of damage. However, there hasn't been any serious damage yet. The city isn't in the eye of the storm, but the outskirts will be more heavily affected. That storm can't move either, because it's not a natural phenomenon, but something created by a monster. The story begins on an important sea route in the southern archipelago. Traveling upstream along the Yenia Strait lives a creature, the lonely king of the ocean, the sea serpent. This king went mad, without any regard for human life, and began sinking ships and invading human territory. There was a man who wanted to become a hero, and was determined to fight that king. That man was Levent Brenaria. Despite his father's worries, he was determined to go hunt the monster because it was a grade A monster. If he succeeded in defeating it, he would immediately be promoted to a first-class knight. After that, he could snatch Lady Marriott from Corin's hands. The incident of being rejected for the first dance had left him with an obsession to surpass Corin Lock, destroy the sea serpent, and bring peace back to the strait. And so, they set off. A raiding party fought fiercely for 6 days and 5 nights, and then peace returned to the Yenia Strait. But only partially. In the end, they couldn't capture the sea serpent and let it escape. That sea serpent had caused innocent people to lose their lives. These are Anvon storm bats. To give birth, they become the eye of a storm to protect themselves from enemies. Their nickname is Golden Bats because their bones, blood, and flesh are all elixirs. Even other monsters crave them. The injured sea serpent couldn't ignore the Anvon bat nest, and the female made a decision for the sake of the child in its belly. It headed north, flying as fast as possible to a safe place. And so, the place it chose to give birth was the very plot of land Corin had poured his heart and soul into. Who could have imagined that his wealthy future would be snuffed out by a storm bat? He didn't know why they were here. Weren't they usually unseen during the summer because they bred on the small islands in the archipelago? But then he realized it was probably due to the butterfly effect that he himself had created. A single flap of a wing brought a whole storm. A real storm. The construction workers for the lodging house also rushed to evacuate, despite Corin clinging to them and begging. They couldn't continue building as the storm grew worse and worse. If they kept building, they'd lose their lives for sure. If the storm continued like this, there would be no summer festival. He was certain that if this storm lasted another week, his lodging house would be completely gone. He had spent 280 gold coins to buy this land, 330 coins on raw materials, worker payments, and construction costs, and 220 coins for the architectural finishing. Of that, only 100 coins were his. The rest was borrowed, of course. If the business failed, he would be saddled with a debt of 720 gold coins. With the way things were going, he was truly done for. A little later, the MK3 Academy held an emergency meeting to deal with the storm. Headmaster Ario Casa summoned several students and professors. Among them were Haman, the newly appointed professor from the Night Department, Arian. From the Magic Department, Professor Iga Linton. Also from the Magic Department, Professor Lurala. From the Alchemy Department. And Ogun Renchi, a new professor in the Night Department. They discussed the Anvon bats, the main cause of this storm. Haman vehemently wanted to capture the bats, but Iga flatly objected. He argued that the storm would die down on its own within a month, so there was no need to take such a risk. Lurala wanted to know what proof he had to make such a claim. Iga explained that the Anvon breeding season usually lasts from June to September, and they are known for having a short reproductive cycle. Even considering other variables, the storm would be over in a month. If that were truly the case, there was no need to take the risk. Lurala also thought they should maintain the current situation. However, Ogun believed they needed to subdue it. Not only would students be unable to return to school on time, but the festival would also be postponed. Moreover, outsiders would think the academy deliberately did nothing. Another person argued that their academy was an educational institution, and the matter of exterminating monsters should be left for the association to handle first. Many opinions were voiced, some in agreement, some in opposition. Corin remained silent for a long time before finally speaking up. He said that although he knew he was still inexperienced, he begged his seniors to hear him out just once. He was fired up with enthusiasm, burning with passion, even swearing to bravely use kindness to strive for truth, and that he would not go against his ideals even if it meant dying to protect the weak and defeat evil. We are guardians, the protectors of humanity. So of course we must fight. He was so agitated he couldn't control himself. Which made sense, because this was a life-changing opportunity. Faced with objections, he became even more frantic. His mouth claimed he was thinking of the victims who had lost their homes to the storm, but in reality, he was trying to save his own life from becoming that of a beggar. They've been thrown out onto the streets, losing their jobs. Children are starving because they've lost their homes. We can't abandon them. Everyone was moved by Corin's sincere heart, even praising him as a model of the knightly spirit. He then continued to put on a sorrowful expression, going on about how this wasn't about the knightly spirit or the guardian's oath, but something as grand as simply wanting to save people. Let's save the lodging the people. The other seniors, after hearing this, felt their own heroic spirits stir. They greatly admired Corin for being such a passionate knight at such a young age. Everyone immediately formed a raiding party, swearing in the name of the guardians to protect them with all their might. Thanks to this divine performance, all the professors and fellow students agreed to attack. The raiding party would be formed soon and head towards the storm. They had already finished talking with the support team. Now they just needed to get the timing right. Seeing the emotional Corin, the professor couldn't believe he had such a noble heart for saving people. Of course he had to be sincere. He still had a debt of 720 gold coins to pay back after all. Corin's entire life was riding on this. The plan was simple. To capture the golden bat Anvan living in the eye of the storm, they needed help from a support team to create a crack in the storm. If they succeeded, the entry team would advance and defeat Anvan. It would be great if the plan went that smoothly, but the eye of the storm was teeming with countless monsters. These creatures got trapped in the storm while trying to devour Anvan, and they'd been starving for a long time, making them incredibly frantic. However, Corin wasn't too worried. In his prime, this professor was known as Haman the Executioner, the first-rate semi-knight, Ham Gels. He swung his 2-meter-long axe as if it were a pair of chopsticks. The first-rate semi-knight, Professor Ogun, a first-class mage and the temporary team captain, whose exceptional talent was displayed not with a cigarette, but with the staff he used as a weapon. Professor Iga, and above all, a second-year student who was also a first-class knight like Corin Lock, a member of the Northern Islands barbarian tribe, the Berserker Bjorn. With such outstanding team members, it would be strange if they couldn't defeat these monsters. That Berserker looked absolutely massive. I wonder if he's a hybrid of a human and a giant. Anyway, the main goal was to capture Anvan. They had to penetrate the eye of the storm before the damage spread and capture Anvan. And of course, prevent any damage to his inn. For the inn, for the money, for a rich future. For then, you just wait, Anvan. Everyone prepared to enter the eye of the storm, with the others following close behind. Once inside, they discovered there was a smaller storm within the larger one. This was something they had never seen before. Iga thought it must have sensed the intruders, approaching and used its last bit of strength to create a smaller storm. This could only be a mother's instinct, truly incredible, even for a beast. According to Professor Ogun, they could break through it if everyone was willing to endure injuries all over their bodies. But since this would cause significant losses for the professors, they decided it wasn't worth overexerting themselves. Iga immediately fired a signal to notify the support team. After Professor Da received the signal for support, she immediately unleashed her power. She summoned bolts of red lightning from the sky. However, it seemed she used a bit too much power. This thing could have probably wiped out the entire professor squad. Everyone quickly got behind Iga's shield. They only needed enough power to dispel the storm, but she went completely overboard. That brutal power was the Red Demon. Only now did they see just how terrifying it was. With just a single strike, everything seemed to be utterly annihilated. The entire team was almost wiped out too. That's why Haman hated mages the most. But anyway, the problem was solved. With that amount of lightning, the storm should have been destroyed. Yet, it was still there, completely unmoved. With that much power, even a first-rate semi-monster would have trouble surviving. And yet, they didn't even flinch. Everyone slowly realized something was wrong. That Anvan was getting bigger. It seemed to be evolving. Monster evolution is a unique phenomenon that occurs as they accumulate life experience. It's not just a stage where the alpha leader of a pack ascends, but also when the vessel of the species itself ascends. For a creature that could survive a storm of this scale, it wouldn't be strange for it to have resistance to lightning. The Anvan absorbed all of Professor Da's lightning. They could no longer treat it as a weak monster. The Anvan was now the Thunder Wing King. Everyone was immediately swept up into its whirlwind. The mage team was useless now. Even if they requested their support, it would only make the Anvan's abilities stronger. This creature was no simple foe. The situation was chaotic, and the more chaotic it got, the more room there was for Corin Lock to shine. He used the Disaster Serpent's intent, plunging his sword into the ground to stabilize his body in the air. He had realized that martial arts were only effective when his feet were firmly on the ground, and now he was completely helpless. Corin couldn't do a thing. His chance to show off was gone. He turned to Bjorn, but all hope was lost there too. In the air, even a 2-meter-tall giant wielding a spear is weak. But Corin couldn't give up. Thinking of those 720 gold coins, it all depended on whether he could catch that bat or not. Corin used Bjorn's bald head as a springboard to launch himself upward. Just because he was struggling in the air didn't mean he was helpless. Corin wouldn't give up. He refused to surrender to a monster. Corin soared upwards, using one person after another as a foothold. He absolutely had to kill the monster that was about to swallow his 720 gold coins. A clash between a man blinded by vengeance and a monster trying to protect its young. Their very lives depended on this moment. A desperate battle had just begun, but suddenly, a slime appeared out of nowhere to trip him up. But it wasn't over yet. Just 2 strikes, Purple Wood Mountain and Crimson Strike, would be enough. His sword pierced straight into the storm, but it was useless. All martial arts meant for the ground were useless in the air. Corin was growing powerless. So this is it, isn't it? Everything down the drain. Is it all over? He cursed himself, thinking he shouldn't have invested and should have just used the money to buy good food. And in the storm, Corin's world collapsed. In his most desperate moment, he heard something. It was so loud he could hear it even inside the storm. Someone was fighting Anvan. But who could it be? With just a few basic moves, a slash here, a slash there, a forward cut, a backward cut, they completely handled the monster. The storm had also stopped. The silhouette of a mysterious person was faintly visible through the thick dust. Even if he had to walk through the valley of the shadow of death, Corin would not be afraid, because God was always by his side. Even before he could be buried by his 720 gold coin debt, the rescue team had arrived. This rescue team was none other than Warren and Josephine. The tornado caused by the storm bat that attacked the city's outskirts had created chaos, leaving a trail of immense damage in its wake. Thanks to their early intervention, apart from the rural roads, the city suffered little damage. Although there were a few victims, they would recover soon. The Academy is funded by taxes, so its symbol and heroic image are very important. For the Guardians, trained by the Academy, volunteer work is one of the ways they maintain that image. In contrast to Marriott's warm enthusiasm, Warren was completely different. It was as if she'd been forced to volunteer. Seeing his friend acting so mean, Corin started to reason with her. Do you know when humanity first began to form a civilization? I've only heard about it, but civilization began with the discovery of a leg bone that showed signs of having been broken and healed. If you break your leg, you'll obviously die in the wild, but the broken bone was healed. That means someone helped them until they recovered. When a person in distress receives help, that is the beginning of civilization. But to War, that just meant that a weak human was meaningless to her. War had never received help from any human before. Corin didn't hesitate to say he would be the first to help her. War was silent for a moment, then quietly walked away. It seemed she didn't believe him, because a weakling shouldn't be talking nonsense. War knew she was a Seihoo, a creature created when a human gets intimate with a monster. If he knew her past, if he knew her true nature, Corin probably wouldn't trust her enough to turn his back on Warren without being on guard. A voice constantly echoed in her head, "Give me my body back." She knew this body wasn't hers, but she would never return it. Although she appeared cold and indifferent on the outside, deep down, a small spark of hope flickered that Corin would help her. The Guardian Academy is located in the city of Maba. People often say it's the safest place in the world, but the truth is different. There are dark alleys everywhere, and the ones in power in those lawless areas are the Black Star Guild. Their main sources of income are slaves and distributing bootleg liquor. But to solidify their position in the region, they have some special business ventures. For example, dealing with customers like this one. When they see customers getting wild, drinking, getting drunk, and causing trouble at the tavern, they'll show up. The Black Star Guild sells bootleg liquor to this tavern but still collects protection money. If you want to find them, there's no better place than this. A few big, burly guys walked over to Corin's table. Looking at his appearance, they guessed he was an academy student, a minor who wasn't supposed to be here. Perhaps this guild didn't want any trouble with the academy, so they told him to finish his drink and go home, offering to pay for it. However, Corin didn't care. He poured the drink directly on the guy's head. The lackeys behind him were furious, but they were stopped. This manager had seen plenty of kids like him before. They always cause trouble because they're guardians from the academy. They're not afraid of anyone, thinking they're the best. You'd think the guy would just take it, but no. He ordered his underlings to attack and teach him a lesson. These guys are the mad hunting dogs of the north. They're known as slave hunters called the Mad Red Dogs. A student, just a little puppy, has no idea how terrifying a tiger can be. This is how terrifying. Corin punched them one by one, making sure everyone got their fair share. In just a moment, all of those so-called mad hunting dogs were beaten black and blue and utterly thrashed. If that crew were the Mad Red Dogs, then he was the dog catcher who specialized in rounding up mad dogs. To make sure no one felt left out, Corin also gave the manager a punch that likely knocked his teeth out. That day, the Black Star Guild completely vanished. Anyway, this wasn't just about taking down a gang. Corin had his own reason for targeting the guild. They were traffickers. He wanted to free their victims, the demi-humans. In this world, demi-humans are always treated cruelly. They're locked up like animals. They are different from ordinary people, and are creatures easily ostracized and looked down upon by humans. Corin freed them from their cages. Once they got outside, there would be a carriage prepared by the Donanal family. Those who got out first could follow that path. The freed demi-humans were extremely moved. Doing this would make them let their guard down around him. And finally, he could achieve his ultimate goal. He approached a demi-human and asked if there was a pair of siblings named Ren and John. She pointed to two demi-humans nearby. They looked smaller than he had imagined. Corin had met them before in his past life. Back then, they were 20 years old. He had heard that a werewolf's body develops based on their mental maturity, but this was just too small. Noticing someone approaching, the older sister hugged her brother protectively, begging, "Please don't hit my brother." The sister's name was Ren, and the younger brother was John. Corin had heard that werewolves awaken right after they are born, which is why they were sold when they were so young. Ren used to be very rough, and her attitude was completely different. She became like this in just 1 year. In his past life, Ren and John were villains who worked for the Werewolf Catholic Church. They were fundamentalists, people who followed a doctrine of extreme demon discrimination. In an attempt to raise public awareness about demi-humans, they committed countless atrocities against captured werewolves who were enslaved, leading to a political confrontation with the first and second princes. Those two were not easy opponents to deal with in his previous life. However, in the end, they were both killed by Park Sihu. Corin was now saving these unfortunate villains, who would later evolve into powerful mid-level bosses. He reached his hand out to them, but it was swatted away. Corin pulled the two into his arms, comforting them to calm their fears. It was truly tragic for children who had never received an adult's protection and were constantly oppressed. After seeing that they had calmed down, they began to say their names. Corin introduced himself as Corin Lock, a guardian. It seemed the two siblings felt much more at ease. Now that he had won them over, did he really have to hand them over to the guardians at the academy? Corin had previously thought that mid-level bosses like Ren and John wouldn't be children like this. He'd imagined them to be much more powerful. He had wanted to use their abilities to control his enemies. Just then, Lenya, the tavern employee, walked over. She seemed like a typical bartender in some back alley, but in reality, she was the manager of an information guild. She wanted to know how Corin planned to handle the two children. For now, he decided to take them to an inn first and get them a good meal. Hearing this, Lenya thought the young man was some kind of philanthropist, but explaining it to her would be too complicated. Whatever, she could think what she wanted. Right now, he still had to save someone else, as he had promised that day. The next day, in a village east of Maba City, at the landing site for flying beasts, a one-legged white bird touched down. These people came from the east. The white-haired young man presented an officer's insignia from the Boraim Academy. This scholarly-looking old man was Kang Run, and the two below him were his disciples, Jin Hyuk and the student council president, Kang Yiwa. The staff member greeted them cheerfully, welcoming the three to the Elas kingdom. A carriage was already waiting for them. The three of them were here for a reason. The leader of this place had taken something from their kingdom. The emperor was certain of it. The master told his two students to hide their killing intent. They had to forget all about that. Only then could they proceed with their plan. For Jin Hyuk, he could never forget what that damn thing did to them. It seems something happened in his past. Jin Hyuk peeks out to see a girl standing in front of a bonfire as the entire building burns to the ground. 1 month after the storm incident, the academy is now buzzing with excitement for the upcoming festival. The festival isn't what its name implies. It's more like an inter-academy battle, an event where students from the 4 academies of each region fight for dominance. Everyone is fired up, training hard for the festival. Some argue they need to form teams early, while others think they need to choose between individuals, duos, and groups. Elisa asks Corin what event he plans to compete in. He says he'll do the duo competition and bring her along, since they're already a set team. For the group matches, teams are randomly assigned, so he's not sure, but he still hopes to be in the same group as Elisa. If she continues to team up with Corin, Elisa will have to keep living the life of his personal slave. Elisa wonders why Corin doesn't just pair up with Mariette, since she's the strongest. However, he thinks Mariette will definitely compete in the singles match. It seems she really wants the prize for the singles event. Suddenly, the people around them start murmuring. They see 3 people in Eastern-style clothing approaching. These are the main characters of Part 3. The Immortal Taoist and Knight Yaksha, Kang Ryeon, the Hunting Dog, Sa Jin Hyuk, and the Sword Saint, Kang Ya. The Taoist went to see Josephine and requested the transfer of a student, Waran, to Borome Academy. However, she refused. He argued that they were only making a reasonable request as the child's blood relatives. A year ago, they faced a tragic accident, and at the center of that incident was his granddaughter. While a palace was burning to ashes, Josephine took his granddaughter away. They found the girl, and naturally, they want to bring her back. However, Waran is a special case. The reason he requested a meeting as soon as he arrived as a judge for the team competition was because of Waran. The old Taoist says that a monster resides within the girl's body, and he simply wants to help her. Waran's body is only alive thanks to that child. And that was the wish of Headmaster Errol's friend, and the father of the student, Kang Yu. Kang Ryeon brushed it off, saying they would handle it themselves. He insisted that she could never assimilate with that monster, but Josephine countered that Waran had already gone through the first semester without any problems. He demanded she prove her claim. A bishop sent by the Catholic Church then started to butt in. Has that cruel demon really been assimilated? Who knows if this isn't part of her wicked plan? Josephine warned the fat man to watch his mouth. He refused. They believe what they see and hear, not her empty words as proof. He wants to let Waran loose during the festival. If that evil thing really did slaughter countless people, then the girl's true nature will reveal itself in the heat of this tournament. Even though their words were baseless, Josephine wasn't confident she could persuade them, because, when it comes to trust, a witch like her is an easy target for criticism. This might be a good opportunity. If she can show others that the demon can assimilate with a conscience, it would be good for the future. Therefore, Josephine agreed to have Waran compete in the singles match. And after that, where the girl wants to stay will be her own decision. She may not know about the Eastern continent, but here, Waran's legal guardians are Headmaster Errol, Josephine, and the great saintess of the John Cathedral. That alone is enough to establish credibility and ensure the girl's safety. With the discussion over, Josephine subtly kicked the 2 of them out to clear the polluted air. Thinking back, everything was happening just as Corin had said that during this festival, Vantaza's underlings were in hiding. He only knew something was about to happen, but not the specifics. But he guessed it involved the Catholic Church and Borome. One of them, or both. The answer was both. The declining Catholic Church was making a desperate attempt to expand its influence, and Borome's spirit summoner, along with his disciples, was also involved. The key word is Knight Yaksha Waran. This is a pivotal event that will decide the fate of the characters, marking a turning point in the main scenario, and determining the overall direction of the entire Elas kingdom. Corin wanted the professor to keep an eye on the Catholic Church. There were inns built for outside religious groups like this one. The Borome students were staying there, so it would be easier to watch them. However, Josephine was still suspicious of Corin. She still thought he was a disciple of Vantaza. Corin didn't waver, saying if she didn't believe him, she should continue to doubt him, as that was the right thing to do. But no matter what she did, his goal remained the same. Corin took off his shirt, revealing the oath, "I will save the world." If she knew the oath of a shadow warrior, her suspicion would lessen a bit. Josephine had heard that the new inn built on the outskirts was funded by students. Corin said that had nothing to do with him. Even when she mentioned having information that the innkeeper who received the funds was him, he claimed it was unrelated. Or that Mariette had recently moved her things there and was setting up a street stall still unrelated, securing daily supplies, food, and drinks for 100 long-term guests, round-trip transportation costs, and so on. All these profitable projects were planned by someone with great foresight. Sometimes, A person just needs a little help. As Josephine kept suspecting Corin, he just kept adamantly denying everything. They were at a standstill. And so, time passed, and the preliminary round of the team competition began. Only 16 teams would advance, and among the named characters, only Waran was absent. Perhaps she was only participating in the singles match. Looking at the characters here, the faint of heart probably wouldn't even dare to step into the arena. Elisa had a hard time squeezing her way through the crowd. The representative who stepped up to speak was the Taoist, Kang Rion. He was the judge of the competition. This was the preliminary round that would decide the 16 guardians who would compete in the team battles, and the difficulty level was probably hellish. If the band on your arm falls off, you're eliminated. The theme of this test is the most important duty of a guardian, rescuing civilians. Immediately, the 8 Gates formation was activated. Everyone knew Kang Ryan was the most talented formation master on the Eastern continent, but no one understood the scale of this or how it related to rescuing civilians. In front of them were stone figures and the rules of the match. 1. After touching a civilian, you can issue a command. 2. Lead a civilian to your target for +1 point per person. 3. Identifying an unnecessary civilian results in -2 points per person. They just needed to touch them, and they would move. Looking at his enthusiastic friends, Corin really had to admire these kids. Meanwhile, Elisa was dealing with the Hound, earning a shower of praise from her teammates for taking it down with a single strike. That's Elisa for you. They felt so lucky to be on the same team as her. The mission to protect the civilians was a test of your skills as a protector. To keep the people from being attacked by monsters, you had to move as many of them as possible to the safe zone. Elisa felt a small sense of accomplishment. If she could just save the 2 people in front of them, they would have saved a total of 10 people. What they needed to do now was start searching for the safe zone. Someone from the team would be assigned to go scout. This was an 8 Gates formation, so there should be a safe zone nearby. Suddenly, the ground began to shake violently. It wasn't an earthquake. It was Corin's army. He stood there imposingly, declaring that if everyone lowered their weapons, he would spare their lives. His team had tied the mannequins together to create carts. At the moment, they showed no signs of stopping. Corin stood there, laughing loudly. He wanted over 1,000 students to earn points by transporting a limited number of mannequins. Why should he bother with something so tedious? Corin was no longer just Corin. He was now the almighty, immortal Joker. For him, it was much easier to just eliminate everyone else. At first, the plan only involved 3 people. Corin, along with Jer and Elle, wanted to recruit the other students, because that was the first thing they needed to do to achieve success. Standing behind him, Jer and Elle endlessly praised Corin as a wonderful leader, a leader with extraordinary charisma. Corin crossed his arms, and after hearing their praise, he couldn't stop grinning. The essential goal was to pass the qualifiers. The goal for the next round was to have 16 people remaining, so they had to eliminate all unnecessary rivals. His plan was to quickly establish a stable position, find the safe zone, and attract many students to the Corin faction. He would use them as a shield to avoid direct confrontation. A mage with a buzz cut, outraged by Corin's methods, angrily gripped his staff and shouted to take them all down, but his friend quickly stopped him from his suicidal act. Another shout rang out, calling Corin's group cowards. If the 2 sides kept dragging this out, the attack would never begin. The scene right now was a legion of stone statues forming a magnificent shield for Corin. In this mission, if Corin's team could move a statue to the safe zone, every member of his team would gain 1 point, but if it was destroyed by the enemy, they would lose 2 points. Corin sat comfortably on his throne of stone statues. He smugly declared that they would all win if they just followed his plan. The attackers below were boiling with rage. They screamed, calling Corin a coward, and knew that if they let this situation continue, they would lose. All the opponents charged forward at once, heading for the stone statues and Corin's group. They provoked Corin, daring him to come down and fight them one-on-one. The attackers' plan was to climb the statues and throw Corin's group down. Seeing their confidence, Corin just gave a devilish smile. He placed his hand on Elle's head. Elle also grinned slyly, acknowledging that the golden opportunity had arrived and that he had been patient for a very long time. But Corin told him to wait just a little longer. As the attacking group drew near, he immediately unleashed a fireball. The fireball shot towards the group of people, creating a massive explosion that made the attackers scream in pain. The students who were hit, worried that if the stone statues were also destroyed, they'd all be done for. But Corin simply replied that they still had plenty of statues, so a little damage didn't matter. And this was precisely the difference between the 2 teams' missions. One team, Corin's, would strengthen its forces by gathering statues from the start. The other team would attack and destroy the opponent's statues to earn points. as well as defeat enemies to push them out of the safe zone. That team was led by Elisa. But no matter how you look at it, each side had its own strategy. Corin flashed a savage smile and ordered his team to immediately take down anyone who advanced. His teammates behind him cheered. Understood. He found it quite fun that the Academy occasionally set up missions like this, pitting two factions against each other, as the number of eliminations on both sides grew larger. Back in the present, Elisa and Corin had come face to face. Elisa pointed at Corin in terror, unable to believe her eyes. She never thought Corin would appear here. Corin spread his arms, a clownish smile on his face, his head held high, declaring that he was the Almighty One. Corin, his eyes white, looked down with a maniacal grin at Elisa standing below. He called out Elisa's name and announced that he would allow her to join his group in this battle. Elisa's hand was already on the hilt of her sword. She couldn't believe what she had just heard, and asked in confusion. What? Corin tempted Elisa, telling her to take off the attacker faction's insignia and then join his team. If she agreed, he was willing to make her the vice captain. But Elisa flatly refused. Corin ignored Elisa's objection. He didn't care whether she agreed or not. What he needed was to add more forces as they advanced on the enemy. And he needed her. Corin issued a command. If anyone could bring Elisa to their team, that person would be made the captain of a squad. The moment the order was given, countless people appeared, attacking Elisa Aiden from behind. But she was still dazed, not understanding what was happening. The group of three attacking Elisa felt guilty, but they couldn't disobey their leader's command. One person in the group shouted, "Attack!" and the three of them rushed towards Elisa. Elisa cried out. It turned out that the three of them had been on Elisa's side, and they wanted to switch teams, so they used this opportunity to change factions. Her own teammates shamelessly admitted that they would rather face her than face Corin. Hearing this, she cried even harder. She had trusted everyone so much, but she never expected them to do this to her. Corin observed the situation before him, and his wicked grin only grew wider. Peace was always just an illusion. The true nature of this society is to do whatever it takes to gain a personal advantage. Blood splattered everywhere. When human beings feel threatened, they will find any way to survive. Morality means nothing in a moment of life and death. They all rushed at each other, fighting one another mercilessly. Elisa was still the one to take down the group of three who attacked her, but she was furious. She said that this was more than enough. Faced with the betrayal of her comrades, the true Elisa had been successfully corrupted by Corin. In her sorrow, Elisa declared that she no longer needed any followers and that she would fight with all her might, showing no mercy to anyone. Elisa Aiden had officially become the vice captain. The scene changes to Marriott's location. She knew that in this battle, forming a group was everyone's general idea. You can't do anything alone, especially when facing a genius like number 52, Mariette Dunilev. Mariette's group was connected by friendship. So many people joined. They were confident they could overcome anything with their strong bonds of friendship. However, when Corin's army of stone statues invaded, their team had to face an unavoidable hardship. Mariette was stunned when she saw Corin. Isabel quickly stepped in to reassure Mariette that they could win, because even if Corin had more numbers, their offensive power couldn't match Mari's side. Corin's sweet voice rang out, a sound that made Mariette Dunilev freeze for 3 seconds. With tears in his eyes, Corin painfully asked Mariette Dunilev if she was really choosing to confront him like this. Those words made Mariette's already wavering heart burst. Mari trembled, unable to say a word. Isabel stood beside her, baffled, not understanding what was wrong with Mariette. At that moment, Isabel still hadn't realized that their 2 years of friendship meant nothing compared to Mari's first love. Mari raised her scepter, her face flushed. This first love had corrupted her, turning her into a savage just like Corin. She even screamed out, declaring she would side with him. Mariette lunged forward, attacking her own friends. The friend she attacked was still bewildered, not understanding what Mariette was trying to do. Screams echoed continuously. Isabel was also stunned, completely floored. She broke out in a cold sweat, unable to believe Mariette would do something like this to her friends. Before she could even process it, Mariette had already finished off the others and was heading toward her. Isabel could only stand there in fear, stammering and unable to speak. Corin's demonic group cheered wildly at the sight. Jer praised the group's new recruit, his face beaming with joy as their former friends were taken down one by one. After finishing off all her friends, Mari raised her scepter in celebration. She wore Corin's trademark savage smile. She even declared herself the ultimate champion. The sinners corrupted by Corin were becoming more and more deranged. They stood behind Corin, endlessly chanting slogans of total victory and wiping out all obstacles. "Let's go, everyone. Corin whipped his cape back, grinning from ear to ear. Having teammates carry the weight is truly relaxing. The teachers watching everything on the monitors also broke out in a cold sweat. They had no idea what was happening out there. Kang Run turned to ask Josephine if she knew what Corin was planning, but even Josephine couldn't have predicted this scheme of Corin's. But then again, this could be considered the biggest surprise of the tournament. Josephine admitted that Corin made moves she couldn't predict, and her assessment of him was turning out to be completely true. Corin's group was ecstatic after passing the preliminaries so quickly. Everyone started doing a strange dance on the pile of stone statues. Although it was an incredible achievement, Corin's group had also unintentionally left a bad impression on everyone. The next round was the duo competition. The first opponents Corin's group had to face were the twin siblings from the Chen clan. They were also second-level guardians of the academy. The Chen sister unleashed a barrage of talismans aimed straight at Corin's group. Corin swiftly dodged all of them. He pointed at the Chen siblings and ordered Elisa to attack. Elisa was taken aback, not understanding why Corin had chosen her. Elisa grimly got into her stance. She raised her sword, muttering that it was Corin's fault things had come to this. "Just leave the Chen siblings to me," she said. 2 sharp sword strikes were unleashed. Elisa executed a crushing sword attack, each blow landing precisely on target. The 2 siblings cried out in pain. The match ended quickly. Corin praised Elisa's strategy as being quite good, but Elisa resentfully retorted that she had fought all by herself, while Corin just stood there giving orders instead of helping. Corin disagreed, feeling that cheering for his teammate also gave them strength. Elisa bluntly emphasized that she was very annoyed. Jin Hyuk and Kang Yua were sitting in the stands, observing. After watching Elisa's match, Jin Hyuk realized she was the Sword Emperor's granddaughter, but he felt she wasn't very strong. Kang Yua's sharp eyes assessed Elisa's abilities. She figured Elisa's skill level wasn't bad when facing weaker students. But the one Kang Yua was paying attention to was Corin. She realized that the key player on this team was Corin. Every problem and every development originated from him. Remembering the recent rankings, Yua confirmed that Corin must be the one who was promoted to a 5th-level guardian. Kang Yua then recalled the 2 tough opponents she had researched before coming here. The first person Kang Yua was wary of was Berserker, and the second was the demi-human vampire, Mariette Dunalev. But after watching the last battle, when the Chen sister threw talismans at Corin, he had been able to dodge the attack with incredible ease. Considering the strength and coordination of the Chen siblings, they weren't weak at all. This only proved one thing. Corin's true strength was on another level. Looking at Corin's back on the battlefield, Kang Yua noted that he had meticulous observation skills and could make quick and accurate decisions. Combined with his mastery in assessing situations, Corin could be considered the strongest among all the students present. Jin Hyuk also realized the gravity of the situation. If they were to face Corin, the 2 of them would definitely have a hard time. Not just anyone could take on a cunning person like Corin. He hoped they wouldn't have to face such an opponent. As he was speaking, Jin Hyuk saw something. He turned towards a person who had just appeared and let out a small gasp. Jin Hyuk's eyes immediately filled with killing intent, his face twisting with hatred and anger. Meanwhile, the battle inside the arena was so intense that cheers and screams echoed non-stop. Outside the arena, Waran was slowly walking away. Everyone was focused on watching the competition, so the school grounds were currently quite empty. This quietness was a stark contrast to the usual daily hustle and bustle. Waran closed her eyes. The silence reminded her of that day. The day she became what she is. Flashing back to the past, Waran was still very young then. When she woke up after her transformation, everything around her was nothing but flames hot enough to scorch flesh. Everything was destroyed that night. A voice in her head just echoed, "Kill them all. Let them all die." The house was engulfed in a sea of fire, and she stood alone on a mountain of corpses, burned almost to ash. As she was lost in the past, an unknown killing intent snapped Waran back to reality. She realized someone was attacking her. Jin Hyuk threw a fast, direct kick at Waran. Waran's sharp eyes seemed to have realized something. She could clearly see Jin Hyuk's method and angle of attack. Waran successfully blocked the blow, and Jin Hyuk used the momentum to retreat and create distance. Jin Hyuk was quite impressed with Waran's incredibly fast reflexes, while Waran recognized the source of the murderous aura emanating from Jin Hyuk. She felt his killing intent was unnaturally heavy, while Jin Hyuk just rambled on, that not everyone could even perceive his attacks, let alone block one. Jin Hyuk lunged straight at Waran, declaring that he would take her down. From his technique and speed, she had to admit that Jin Hyuk was a formidable expert. Waran frowned. She realized there had to be a reason for Jin Hyuk's hostile attitude. Waran asked Jin Hyuk if he had known her before. Jin Hyuk just grunted. He denied what she said, insisting he didn't know who she was at all. But his face was a clear mask of hatred. His mouth said they'd never met, but his face said he knew her all too well. Jin Hyuk apologized to Hwaran for his extreme behavior. He claimed he thought she was an acquaintance and just wanted to tease her a bit, but it turned out he had mistaken her for someone else. Hearing this, Hwaran was left speechless. Hwaran felt a strange sense of familiarity with Jin Hyuk, but she couldn't remember a thing. In any case, it didn't matter to her anymore. Hwaran reminded Jin Hyuk to be a little more careful. He also smiled and said he would be more cautious with his actions next time. But as soon as Hwaran left, Jin Hyuk gritted his teeth, his killing intent becoming suffocatingly thick. Kang Roon, who had observed everything, slowly approached Jin Hyuk. She felt that his recent actions were far too reckless. Kang Roon scolded Jin Hyuk for his impulsive behavior. He shouldn't have revealed his power here, but Jin Hyuk didn't feel he was in the wrong at all. He believed his action proved that their master's 8 Gates technique affects demi-humans. Looking at Hwaran's retreating figure, Jin Hyuk muttered about the powerful monster masterpiece created by the Soul Mages. To seal that monster and save Lan, the 8 Gates Golden Lock Annihilation formation needed to be set up. Kang Roon looked at Jin Hyuk's trembling, clenched fists. She knew he was restraining himself immensely, but she still reminded Jin Hyuk to stay quiet and wait. To provoke their target, they needed to wait for the right opportunity. Kang Roon thought that once everything was over, perhaps after removing that evil entity from Hwaran, Jin Hyuk could do whatever he wanted. Hearing this, Jin Hyuk's bloodlust flared even more. Jin Hyuk promised not to act rashly because what he really wanted was to kill her after subduing the demon within. At last, the second round of the playoffs had arrived. All the contestants had gathered in the center of the Elas Kingdom, in the city of Nazaria, where the second round would take place. At a roadside tavern, the tables were completely full. Servers bustled back and forth, and the air was filled with noisy chatter and laughter. Corin was also sitting in the tavern. The fact that the second round was taking place in such a remote location was completely outside his expectations. He remembered when he received the notification from Professor Josephine. She had told him the location of the playoffs had been changed by Professor Kang Roon. When Corin received the news himself, he was a little surprised. Josephine had also bluntly asked Corin if he was the one who stole the Griffin Guild's goods, but he flatly denied it, claiming he knew nothing and didn't take it. Josephine seized the opening and pressed Corin, asking what it was. Flustered, Corin looked away. The truth was, he did take something, but what he took was goods from the old faith, items that Kang Roon was secretly smuggling through this country. Corin remembered being the leader of the bandits who stole the goods and let out a weary sigh. The items he took were necessary to activate the 8 Gates Golden Lock Annihilation formation. That formation was intended for a later round. The theft of the Griffin Guild's goods was traced back to him by Josephine, who now had him cornered. But it was all just an act staged by Kang Roon and Lee Jin-young to buy time to retrieve the smuggled goods. Speak of the devil. Kang Roon walked into the tavern where Corin was sitting. Seeing old Kang Roon, Corin silently cursed the rat, whose mind was filled with nothing but schemes. Elisa remarked with admiration that the city of Nazaria wasn't like the rumors said. She asked him if he wanted to eat anything. Corin reminded Elisa that the instruction sheet clearly stated not to eat or drink anything in this place. Disappointed, Elisa asked why. Over on the other side, Kang Roon seemed to have completed his task. He loudly announced that the 16 members from the Griffin Academy and the 16 members from the MK3 Academy all seemed to have arrived. Kang Roon bowed his head sinisterly and announced the number, 58 minutes. While the groups were still eating their fill and laughing, Kang Roon's count continued steadily, 59 minutes, and 59 minutes and 30 seconds. After he counted to 59 minutes and 50 seconds, a few people had already drawn their swords and taken a defensive stance. Finally, he counted down from 5. Corin had also stood up and grabbed his weapon. Elisa was bewildered, with no idea what the hell was going on. She looked back and forth in confusion between Corin and Kang Roon. The old man gave the signal to begin. The talisman in his hand also glowed a brilliant gold. Corin immediately attacked a young man holding a chicken leg. Blood splattered, and a piercing scream rang out. Elisa was utterly horrified. She asked him, "What are you doing?" Mariette also launched an attack without hesitation, piercing through the head of a student contestant. The others also began to slaughter mercilessly. Heads rolled, and blood was everywhere. Seeing the gory scene, Elisa still had no idea what was happening here right now. The tavern was now just a pile of corpses, drenched in blood, with only the strong remaining. Elisa's face turned pale with fear. She didn't understand what everyone was doing or what was really happening. Corin noticed the look of devastation in Elisa's eyes and told her to look closely at the corpses. After hearing him, she calmed down and carefully observed her surroundings again. The people who were just killed didn't seem to be human because the rate of decomposition was too fast. In the blink of an eye, all that was left of their faces was exposed muscle and bone. Corin wondered for what reason Kang Rune had chosen this place as the second round for the qualifiers. According to his knowledge, this city of Nazaria was a place trapped in the flow of time since an event 300 years ago. During the day, everyone was still a normal person. Daily life went on as if nothing was wrong. But when night fell, the entire city of 1.2 million residents would become a land of zombies. The mysterious and haunting image of Nazaria at night appeared in Corin's mind. In Corin's memory, this was a paranormal existence, and Nazaria was also known by another name, the City of the Dead. After he grasped the entire situation, an announcement suddenly echoed through the still-lit tavern. The playoffs had officially begun. Kang Rune carefully explained the rules of the second round. Each team would be separated, and the main mission was to collect moonlight stones. The deadline for collection is the morning of the day after tomorrow, and anyone who wants to quit midway will be immediately approved. After the list was announced, the teams only received some basic instructions and a backpack containing necessary supplies. Then, they were all thrown out of the inn. Outside, about 1.2 million zombies were shambling about. Corin's team, Team D, still consisted of the old members, Elisa, Yeri, and L. Corin walked while calculating seriously. If he wanted to save Warren, his team had to make it to the third round, and the standard for advancing to the third round was only the top 4 teams. For now, he could only play by the rules of this zombie festival. The moon was now full and bright, hanging directly overhead. Corin had a plan. The truly strong ones were all in the city center. His group would target the suburban area. The difficulty around that area was only moderate. Corin threw his spear from up high. Any zombies it struck disintegrated on the spot. To clear a path for this plan, Corin alone was more than enough. The scene shifts to a watchtower on the outskirts. Corin's goal was to get to a high vantage point. A high place is perfect for observation. From there, he could identify the moonstone zombies. When zombies swallow a moonstone, their bodies begin to glow. Upon reaching the watchtower as planned, Elle spotted a few glowing zombies. Elle wondered what was up with that glowing zombie. Right now, Corin was still calculating the safest and most reliable way to rack up points. Corin explained that the glowing zombies could be considered the final bosses of this round. They had to capture those ones. He also emphasized quality over quantity. He suggested Elle use flight magic to support the other 3. Elle wouldn't need to attack. Elle agreed with the plan Corin had laid out. Elle decided to act using long-range magic. But before he could finish his sentence, he noticed something. Everyone wondered what Corin's surprised expression meant. Corin said he hadn't even used any magic yet, but the zombie below was already dragging its sword along the ground with a screeching sound. The Reverent Titan charged towards where Corin and his group was standing. Corin couldn't understand why they had become this Titan's target. Hearing that, a cold sweat broke out on Corin's face. He yelled at Elle to run, which made Elle panic too. Elle didn't understand why they had to flee, but Corin didn't dare say the reason, fearing the whole group would freak out. The Titan targeting them was the final boss of the central area. Corin warned Elle to quickly use flight magic, but he was a step too late. Elle had been hit. The attack was so fast you couldn't even see it, making Corin break out in a cold sweat. He had no idea what kind of skill Elle had been hit with. Could it be Ghost? After taking that hit, was Elle eliminated from the round? Ejected from the competition, Corin could only watch helplessly and call out Elle's name. A notification popped up, announcing that LB-Man had been eliminated. When a player takes a hit that's strong enough, they are eliminated and teleported out of the competition area. Seeing Elle get thrown out by the system, Corin's face turned pale with fear. Elle was already out of the game, but you couldn't blame him. Even Corin would have to admit defeat against an attack that fast. Putting Elle aside for now, Corin immediately gave orders to Jer and Elisa. The Titan below was already preparing its next attack. The Titan threw its blade, and an immense wave of power shot out from the tip, heading straight for Corin. The watchtower was sliced in two by the blow, and the upper half began to fall freely. Corin ran ahead, telling Jer and Elisa to quickly climb to the top of the tower and run in the opposite direction. Jer was annoyed because whenever his platoon was with Corin, something unlucky was bound to happen. The sound of crumbling rock and earth continued to echo as the clock tower was instantly demolished. Dust filled the air. The once magnificent, towering structure was now just a pile of rubble on the road. Amidst the rubble, the dust slowly began to settle. A stone moved. It seemed there was something still alive under this boulder. It turned out to be Corin's group. He and Elisa had luckily survived. He quickly checked on his teammates. Elisa quipped that being with Corin was always an eye-opening experience. Corin could only give a wry smile and agree. Corin figured the first day was pretty much a wash. Elle had been eliminated way too early. Now, the only thing the team could do was run for their lives until morning. Jer cheerfully agreed that Corin was right, but his joy was short-lived as a giant hand snatched him up. Jer didn't know if he was drowsy and seeing things, but he saw 5 gigantic toes on his hand. A demonic bat appeared out of nowhere and swooped down to grab Jer. All Jer could do was scream for help. Corin was completely stunned, having no idea what was happening. Elisa warned Corin about the thing that had just appeared. When Corin got a good look at the newcomer, his face darkened, and he let out a sigh. He had prepared for the worst-case scenario, and he couldn't believe it was actually happening. The White Soul King had appeared. Another powerful monster had shown up, attracted by the huge commotion Corin had just created. Corin felt things were getting harder and harder. First, the colossal Abyss Titan, and now even the White Soul King had come sniffing around. All 3 of Nazaria's bosses were present, and what's more, each one was elite level or higher. Corin and Elisa's group was now surrounded, with all escape routes cut off. Elisa worriedly asked Corin what they should do. Were they all about to die? Corin just clicked his tongue in annoyance. All 3 bosses charged at Corin and Elisa at the same time, as if on cue. Corin gritted his teeth, unsure of what to do. He had clearly calculated every possible way to hold out, but it seemed like everything was conspiring to stop him here. Failure in this round. Suddenly, a blinding light shot down from the sky. Even Corin was taken aback by this strange phenomenon. Corin turned around. A powerful, thunder-like strike carrying blue electrical currents aimed straight for the Titan, making the entire area tremble from its power. Corin realized this wasn't an attack. It was just a type of blinding light used to obscure vision. When he got a clear look at the object emitting that dazzling light, Corin recognized it as a spear. It seemed he knew the origin of this weapon. A hand reached out and gripped the spear's shaft tightly. A cloaked figure glided past Corin, telling him to head in a certain direction before leaving. Elisa ran over to Corin to check on him, and seeing that he seemed okay, she asked about Jer's situation. But Corin just stood there, stunned into silence. In the end, both Corin and Elisa decided to leave. In a dark alley, Corin leaned his hand against a window frame, panting heavily. The mysterious person asked if he was all right, and said it was lucky no one was injured. Having run with all his might, Corin was still trying to catch his breath. Corin thanked the mysterious person for their help, but he was also curious about the origin of the spear in their hand. The mysterious person replied that she had a question of her own. She pulled back her hood, revealing that she didn't understand how Corin could have learned her spearmanship. Hearing this, Corin's eyes widened in disbelief, unable to trust his own ears. Elisa also seemed surprised by the mysterious person's appearance. To be honest, the moment Corin met her, he found her voice incredibly familiar. The mysterious person glided to Corin's side, looked him up and down, then nodded and said, "I see." When he saw her fluid, gliding movements, he recognized the technique as the silent step. Looking closer into her eyes, which were as clear blue as a stream, he became even more certain of this woman's identity. This person was Aaron Danua, Corin's master, from his previous life. Aaron smiled, confirming that he was indeed her student from the distant future. Corin was still completely bewildered. He asked why Aaron was here. Flashing back to the past, during the second-year winter break, Park Sihu was standing in front of the principal's office waiting for Corin. When he saw Corin, Park Sihu scolded him for being so slow. Corin just dodged the question and retorted that Park Sihu was the one being disrespectful. Corin got straight to the point. He had no idea why Park Sihu had called for him. When he realized he was standing in front of the principal's office, Corin's jaw dropped in shock. Before he could even process the situation, Park Sihu knocked loudly on the principal's door. The door slowly opened. Park Sihu knew Corin had mentioned wanting to get stronger. So, it seemed this time Park Sihu had found someone to teach him. He looked into the room, which was flooded with light. Park Sihu's voice still echoing in his ears. He said he would introduce him to a teacher who could help him get stronger. Erin was sitting inside, looking out. As soon as she saw Corin, she recognized him as the one who was always with Park Sihu. She greeted him first. And that was the fateful connection made possible by Park Sihu's gamer privilege. It was also the first time Corin met his master, Aaron Danua. Back in the present, zombies still roamed every nook and cranny of the city. One house in particular was protected by numerous magic spells, preventing the zombies from getting inside. After finishing the preparations, Aaron walked into the room. She explained that ordinary zombies wouldn't be able to enter the building. Elisa politely thanked her and offered Aaron some of her chocolate. Aaron sat down on a chair, saying she appreciated Elisa's kindness, but they weren't allowed to eat or drink things from other time periods here. so she reminded Elisa to be careful. Seeing Elisa still eating the chocolate bar in her hand, Corin ran through all the knowledge he had about this place in his head. This was an era from 300 years ago. Because the timeline was on a loop, if you ate food from 300 years ago, one of two things could happen. 1. The food would return to its correct timeline. 2. The person eating it would become trapped in the past. Knowing the consequences, Corin had never broken the rules. But if someone did, something was bound to happen. Corin watched Elisa eating with such delight that he broke out in a cold sweat. He sighed and said, "Well, just eat it and see what happens." Elisa then asked why Aaron was here. Aaron instructed Elisa to call her master. Corin remained silent, not saying a word. Aaron took a sip of water and said that she basically understood the situation. Elisa tried to start a conversation. She brought up Corin's master from the distant past. And since Aaron had been in this city when the incident 300 years ago occurred, Elisa wanted to know more details about it. Hearing Elisa's unintentional reminder, Corin felt that the whole situation was truly a mystery. The city of Nazarea was a place where time repeated itself. Everything was destined to repeat. Corin looked at Aaron drinking her tea, and a suspicion couldn't help but rise in his mind. How could Aaron walk around so normally with such a clear consciousness? Aaron stood up to answer Corin and Elisa's questions. She explained that, because she was a friend of death, she was able to move around so freely. Hearing this, Corin still didn't understand Aaron's intentions. Aaron walked toward the window. This city, Nazarea, was a type of ancient curse that created zombies. Aaron was here to prevent the birth of the Immortal King. And Aaron also announced that the Immortal King was about to appear in the city center. Hearing about the Immortal King, Elisa was surprised and a bit bewildered. But Corin remained the same, strangely calm. Corin pushed himself up, saying that if something like that was happening, they should get going immediately. Aaron didn't want Corin to go because this was fundamentally her business and had nothing to do with him. He simply turned and asked Aaron one single question. "You need help, don't you?" Aaron smiled. She admitted that Corin was a sharp kid. Corin's group and Aaron were now running at full speed towards the city center. Corin knew from the very beginning that Aaron had no intention of refusing his help, because the main objective of this qualifying round was also the main mission he had to overcome. He had to join the mysterious swordswoman Aaron to stop the birth of the Immortal King of Nazarea. Elisa saw something up ahead and alerted Corin. He just grunted in acknowledgement. He was still thinking that helping Aaron was something he couldn't have refused from the very beginning. A Titan, holding a blade, roared an order to the army of zombie soldiers in front of it. Looking at the Titan, Corin knew they had to destroy the 3 zombie kings to weaken the Immortal King's power. The Titan swung its blade fiercely, the force of the slash tearing through the air with unimaginable power. Although the attack was both fast and decisive, Corin and Aaron were able to dodge it with ease. Master Aaron and student Corin, perfectly in sync, unleashed their army-sweeping strike technique together. Then they both swung their blades, launching a flawless combination. The Rending Gale spear technique lit up the entire sky. The Titan, unable to react in time, raised its hands to block. Corin thrust his spear toward the Titan, but unfortunately, it was parried by the Titan's blade. But Aaron seized the opportunity, ducking under the blade and using the blind spot to attack the Titan. Just as planned, Aaron's spear plunged straight into the Titan's stomach. Seeing their plan succeed, Corin immediately shouted to Elisa that it was time. Elisa had been waiting. As soon as she heard the signal, she drew her sword from its sheath. With a single, decisive slash, Elisa sent the Zombie King Titan's head flying. She landed gracefully. Decapitated, the Titan dropped its blade and collapsed to the ground. Corin retrieved the massive Moonlight Stone from the Titan's body. Elisa stood by his side, waiting to be praised. Corin had to admit that just by adding one more person to the team, the difficulty had decreased significantly. Corin was in awe of Aaron's power. Aaron just looked at him and smiled. She praised him, saying he'd worked hard. That was enough for today. The sun was beginning to rise in the east, peeking out from behind the houses. Usually, when on a mission in the field, teams would set up camp to rest at night. But in Nazarea, it was the opposite, because this city was extremely safe during the day and incredibly dangerous at night. The scene changes to a certain house, where morning light has filled every space. Elisa had fallen into a deep sleep when a voice from outside called in, asking if she was asleep yet. Aaron teased Corin, saying that since he and Elisa were both kids, what was the big deal if they slept together? But he just propped his chin on his hand and said he wasn't a kid. So she switched to calling him Little One. After all, Aaron had taught him everything, so if he wasn't a little one, what was he? Corin didn't answer after hearing that. He looked away, listing the techniques Aaron had taught him. After listening, Aaron admitted that he was indeed the disciple she had chosen. But the one thing she never expected was that The child she chose was just an incredibly ordinary kid. Hearing this, Corin became even more pensive. The truth was, Aaron had chosen Bant to be her successor, but 80 years later, Aaron came to regret that decision. Corin knew everything, but he chose not to say anything because he didn't want to bring more sorrow to someone living in a timeline frozen 300 years in the past. Lost in thought, Corin didn't notice Aaron poking his cheek with her finger. Aaron sharply picked up on Corin's contemplation. She asked him what he was afraid of. Aaron felt incredibly lucky to have a student like Corin, who loved his master with all his heart. But he just thought Aaron was overthinking things. Aaron realized what Corin was worried about. She only needed to hear a few words to know that her future didn't seem very bright. Corin immediately retorted, but she just scolded him for being a foolish apprentice. Did he have any idea how powerful his master was? Recalling the painful memories of his past life, Corin answered Aaron's question in his mind as he faced countless evils and enemies. It was Aaron who had stood up against evil. At that critical moment, Aaron had stepped forward to stop the enemy. She wanted to buy him time, but Corin refused to accept her sacrifice. In that moment, Aaron's shoulders seemed impossibly strong. She asserted that she was the adult, and it was her responsibility to protect a child like Corin. Looking at his master's back, Corin felt his spirit break. Aaron was the teacher who had guided, taught, and changed him. And she was also the one who had sacrificed herself to protect him. In the past, Aaron had turned back to look at him with a smile on her face. Even knowing that they couldn't possibly win, she still comforted Corin, telling him that everything would be all right. Corin's thoughts turned to that bastard, Park Sihu. He constantly blamed himself for not seeing the man's true colors sooner, and he'd even asked himself countless times if he could have saved his master by eliminating the threat of Park Sihu earlier. Even though he knew the future, he still failed time and time again, and every single time, he had to find a way to fix his mistakes. He then remembered the monster below them. A single flap of its wings could cause immeasurable consequences. Then he remembered his reason for joining the festival was to save Waran, but everything had gone off track. And now, here he was in this city. Even meeting his respected master from 3 years ago in this city, everything was outside of his plans. Just one unexpected variable could ruin it all. He squeezed his eyes shut, unable to escape the thought that he would only fail again. That thought haunted him, making it impossible for him to get any sleep. He'd accidentally spoken his thoughts aloud. Aaron heard him and immediately asked what he was so afraid of failing at. Hearing her, Corin jumped as if he'd been spooked. Aaron laughed, telling him that only fools dwell on the failures of others, while those who constantly question their own failures are the intelligent ones. At least, in that sense, Corin was the intelligent type. Corin fell silent, then asked Aaron if she could still say those words, if she had failed just like him. Aaron hugged her apprentice from behind. She admitted that she was someone who had failed, and continued to fail, constantly. Her hug took Corin by surprise. Aaron continued speaking of her failures, but concluded by saying that her single best decision was choosing him as the heir to her spear arts. Hearing this, his eyes widened in surprise. Aaron continued to hold him. Aaron was the queen of paradise. She would bless the path that lay ahead of Corin, so she advised him to rest, get some sleep, and everything would be fine. Corin nodded, repeating Aaron's words in his mind, wondering if things really would be okay, and if he could truly save everyone. The scene shifts to Waran, who is participating in the individual qualifying rounds. A festival was being held between two academies, Makaba and Griffin. Down in the arena, Waran's opponent attacked relentlessly, but she didn't fight back at all. The spectators couldn't believe what they were seeing. No matter how the knight attacked, he couldn't land a single hit on Waran. He cried out in desperation. Why? Professor Josephine had instructed Waran, don't take it too seriously. The knight was so defeated that he actually climbed on top of Waran, grabbing her head and whining that she should go a little easy on him. Corin's words echoed in Waran's ears. He had told her that this world has many weak people, so she should treat them gently. Another opponent swung an axe right at Waran's head, but it had no effect. Corin's words still echoed, that her very existence was a threat to others, so he hoped she would cooperate to get through this festival smoothly. The knight with the axe, having failed, could only bow his head and sob as he admitted defeat. Waran just muttered, so boring, and didn't fight back. She remembered her martial arts lessons with Corin. They were just lessons, but they were far more interesting than these current matches. In the past, when teaching Waran, Corin had started her training with very simple things. While eating with Professor Josephine, Waran had frankly admitted that Corin's strength was far beyond that of a normal person, and Josephine had agreed. Josephine made comparison and admitted that no one could hold a candle to Corin. Warren didn't want to lose ever again. The lessons Corin taught had been ingrained into her very being after all those days of arduous training. Recalling the fist techniques Corin had shown her, Warren clenched her hand into a fist. She threw a single, ultimate punch. A green dragon of pure energy emerged from it, heading straight for her opponent. The dragon grazed past him, knocking the axe right out of the game. The axe exploded right before his eyes, and the dragon flared brightly behind him, making him break out in a cold sweat. The glimmer of light turned into a massive explosion, causing him to turn pale with fear. Warren realized she might have overdone it, but her expression remained impassive. Her opponent was so terrified he couldn't even stand, dropping to his knees and screaming one word, "Monster." Warren didn't respond. She was so used to hearing those words that she couldn't even be bothered to get angry anymore. Warren placed a hand on her chest. She didn't feel sad, but she couldn't understand why her heart ached so much today. Some time passed, and at last, it was the final match of Block C. Warren's opponent this time was a student from Griffin Academy. Warren figured he'd be just like all the others. Jin Hyuk spoke up and greeted her first. The greeting caught Warren's attention. Jin Hyuk's killing intent poured out like a flood. He gave a savage smile as he greeted Warren. Jin Hyuk consecutively unleashed 2 skills, Heavenly Wind, Long Arrow Dance, and Warrior's Armor-Piercing Full Moon Kick. Each lightning-fast kick carried immense power, but Warren remained perfectly still, not moving an inch. Jin Hyuk attacked again, his entire body enveloped in a murderous aura. Watching him, Warren had to admit that Jin Hyuk was very strong. The people watching erupted when they realized Jin Hyuk was on a completely different level from the previous fighters. Jin Hyuk launched a spinning kick, aiming straight for Warren's face. But Warren still stood her ground, showing no intention of blocking or dodging. With a deafening boom, smoke and fire filled the air as a massive impact rocked the arena. After the dust settled, Jin Hyuk's eyes went wide, unable to believe what he was seeing. Warren was still standing tall in the exact same spot. The ground immediately around her was completely untouched. Beyond that small circle, however, all the earth and rock had been blasted away, creating a crater a meter deep. She just calmly asked Jin Hyuk if he was done. With the power of a yaksha, Warren's defense was nearly absolute. If that attack had hit a normal person, it's unlikely anyone could have withstood that kick. Warren advised Jin Hyuk to give up, telling him it was useless to continue. But Jin Hyuk just laughed savagely and wouldn't stop calling Warren a monster. Jin Hyuk even yelled that it was too late for her to act all merciful and humane. Warren was infuriated by Jin Hyuk's words. She snapped back, asking him what he meant by that. Jin Hyuk's voice was a low growl. He emphasized the mercy she was trying to show everyone by not fighting back. That mercy, he said, should have been saved for his family when they were being slaughtered. The more he spoke, the tighter Jin Hyuk gritted his teeth, making a scraping sound as his pupils constricted. Jin Hyuk declared he would kill Warren, no matter the cost. That day, he was lucky to survive, but the others weren't. His eyes filled with tears as he looked at the devastating scene everywhere. The sky was filled with smoke and fire, and bodies were scattered all over. He held his loved ones in his arms, his reason clouded by hatred. Warren couldn't believe her eyes. Fear and torment surfaced from the depths of her gaze. She couldn't believe anyone had survived that night. The scene changes to a forge in Nazaria, in a room filled with books. A voice repeatedly cursed. What happened? Why were my calculations wrong? The immortal king, the dark mage Garong, trembled as he looked at the book. He had sensed something unusual. His gaunt, emaciated body looked like nothing but skin and bones. He kept insisting that the timing was perfect, and that this was an opportunity, a miracle granted to him by the heavens. He looked out at the peaceful scenery, confused, unable to remember if he had activated the magic circle or not, and why, if his ritual had succeeded, was everything around him still so peaceful. It seemed Garong had realized the loop. He still retained the memory of successfully performing the ritual and transforming, yet he was sent back to 3 days before the ritual took place. He didn't know who had interfered or how they could make time repeat like this. This was the first time, upon being sent back into the loop, that he had realized something. He screamed out in fear the 2 words, "A witch." He was certain a witch was behind this. Garong threw the door open and rushed outside. He still remembered Aaron's face, clearly a spear-wielding witch with silver hair and blue eyes. He ran across the green grass. After 300 years, he had determined that Aaron was the cause of everything, but he didn't know how or by what method this could have repeated for 300 years. Garong stood on the ground, looking up at the blue sky above. He realized the magic formation, imprisoning this city in an endless loop, was still clearly visible in the sky. Looking at the center of the formation and the ancient language within it, Garong instantly guessed that Aaron was using the power of the fully absorbed moon to enhance the magic circle she had inscribed over the city. A pure magic, forged by a power more pristine and intense than that of any grand magus in history. Garong's eyes were fixed on the enormous formation in the sky, silently assessing the power of the one who created it. And he also noticed the strange object inscribed on the magic circle. It contained such immense power that he recognized it almost instantly. They were the language of the beginning. This was a special ancient language that had been forgotten and lost about 3,000 years ago. The moon energy-absorbing stone, inscribed with the character N, symbolized the meaning of the two words, primordial. Lost in thought, Garong didn't notice someone approaching. That person greeted Garong first. The greeting successfully caught his attention. Garong laughed out loud when he saw that the person was Aaron, and he was ecstatic to finally realize that he'd been trapped in this formation for 300 years. He even realized that Aaron was the one who caused all this. Garong let out a bizarre laugh, his eyes bloodshot from lack of sleep, clearly showing his delight at finding the key to the problem. He laughed loudly, asserting that because of Aaron, time in this city was repeating endlessly. Aaron was the one who had caused it all. Aaron just stood and listened without replying, neither refuting nor arguing with a single word. Her eyes held only coldness and cruelty. She growled the name of the immortal king, Garong. Just that single word had a powerful effect on Garong's body, making him unable to move, and he even let out a groan of pain. Garong's body swelled and bloated as he transformed, his eyes turning a turbid red like Satan's. Being forced to transform like this caused his body unbearable pain. Tears streamed from his eyes as they rolled back and forth. Aaron stood to the side, simply reminding Garong to play his part well. The second night in Nazaria, the gloomy city under a starry sky, Elisa and Corin were carrying out the plan they had discussed earlier. Elisa intentionally used herself as bait to lure out the abyssal screamer. She drew her sword and decisively sliced it in two. Corin did the same. Over on his side, he had already dealt with the White Soul King. They had successfully eliminated 3 undead kings: the Abyssal Screamer, the White Soul King, and the Titan. Even though Corin and Elisa weren't high-level guardians, they had both defeated high-level undead bosses. Elisa held the Moonlight Stone in her hands, her face beaming with joy. She excitedly showed Corin the fruits of their labor. He sat on a pile of monster corpses, still lost in his own thoughts. The only reason they were able to hunt monsters so easily in a city swarming with the undead was all thanks to Aaron. Aaron smiled happily. Their only remaining target now was the Immortal King. Corin rested his chin on his hand, knowing Aaron must have done this hundreds, even thousands of times. Aaron's guidance was truly masterful. The plan was absolutely flawless. Finally, on the afternoon of the third day, the final boss they had to face appeared. Garong stood in the middle of the street, radiating an overwhelming aura of resentment. Their mission was to defeat Garong before he could fully awaken his power. The immortal King Garong, the dark mage who had caused the Nazarian Undead Legion uprising 300 years ago, and the one who yearned to become the king of the undead. Elisa was a bit disappointed when she saw Garong's true appearance. She turned to a gently smiling Aaron and asked if the person standing in front of them was really the immortal King Garong, because even though this immortal king's appearance was deformed, it didn't look very imposing. Corin guessed that his appearance might be due to an incomplete evolution process. Aaron considered it for a moment and agreed that his soul had not yet been fully demonized. He also lacked the wisdom of a true mage. Corin didn't care about any of that. He told everyone to get back. Hearing his words, Aaron didn't understand what he was trying to do, and then she saw Corin suddenly rush forward alone. He wanted to handle Garong by himself. Elisa also panicked, yelling for Corin to stop. No matter what he looked like, Garong was still a superclass boss. Corin agreed with Elisa, even if he was an incomplete monster. But basically, Garong is still the king of the undead, revived by a dark, forbidden ritual. Garong's power definitely surpasses Mariette's. It wouldn't be wrong to call him a super-tier final boss. Corin ran up to Garong and greeted him first. Garong also sensed that something was about to happen to him. Corin used his technique. Purple lightning shot out, striking Garong and slamming him down, shattering everything in the vicinity. Corin could feel the terrifying power radiating from Garong's body. After the attack, he simply let out a breath. It seemed Garong was no pushover. The immortal king, Garong, growled and unleashed his power. He continuously unleashed his ultimate skills, from the Death Curse and the Wind of Demise, to finally, Apocalypse. The power emanating from Garong caused buildings and roads to crumble and collapse. Elisa couldn't believe Garong could cast such high-level magic spells consecutively. He didn't even seem to need a cooldown time. While shielding herself from harm, Elisa worriedly asked Corin if he was okay. Thinking he had eliminated his opponent, Gerong burst into triumphant laughter. The immortal king, Gerong, never expected to be attacked again and again. In Corin's eyes, his power was just so-so. He used infinite heavenly return, slicing Gerong into pieces. Because he had wasted too much mana, he couldn't withstand Corin's final blow. Corin unleashed his ultimate technique, Nachamaki. In the end, the immortal King Gerong was reduced to a pool of blood at Corin's feet. Those who focus too much on raw power like the immortal king are actually easier to deal with. If he could be overwhelmed with skill, Corin could easily toy with him like a weak boss. Besides, Nazri was a repeating quest, and he had already killed him thousands of times before. Elisa was also stunned by this result. Corin killed Gerong, and she felt like he was getting stronger and stronger. Corin, however, thought she could probably handle him even more easily than he could. He then noticed that only Elisa was left. She had also just realized that Aaron had disappeared. Aaron had clearly been standing right next to her just a moment ago. Corin silently pondered the situation and decided to look for Aaron alone. Before leaving, he warned Elisa to stay on guard against the undead. Elisa watched his retreating figure, wondering about Aaron. Looking down from above at the desolate, burning city, there was truly nothing left to see. Corin found Aaron standing alone, gazing down at the unremarkable ruins below. Walking up beside her, he asked her if this wasn't the first time the immortal King Gerong had appeared. Aaron confirmed what he had just said. This has happened a total of 36,539 times. The quest to defeat the Demon King in Nazri resets every 3 days. The Dark Mage Gerong used a lunar eclipse to turn the entire city into zombies. This happened 353 months and 27 days ago. 1.2 million zombies suddenly appeared and then vanished along with the immortal king. Corin also learned that Aaron had repeated this 36,539 times. Every 3 days, Aaron would defeat the Demon King Gerong. Corin asked her why this loop existed. Aaron smiled gently and answered his question. She was the one who created this city. Aaron slowly uttered a terrifying truth from her captivating lips. The truth was that she had created this cursed city of Nazri, and if those 1.2 million zombies were to leave the city, the entire continent, this whole world, would instantly disappear. A stone bearing an ancient, heavenly script appeared, along with countless glowing magic circles in the sky. Aaron had used the ancient language to interfere with Geron's magic circle. After hearing the truth from Aaron, Corin couldn't comprehend the act of resurrecting 1.2 million people. Doing such a thing was truly too cruel. A grim voice echoed from the void, saying that he would understand soon enough. Corin recognized this voice. It was none other than the Grim Reaper, the one who always carried chains and a sharp scythe. The Grim Reaper said he would continue to watch him, because he was one who dared to challenge death. It's possible the Grim Reaper already knew that Corin was a regressor. The Grim Reaper is an entity created by the system to collect the souls of the dead. The Grim Reaper's duty is to ensure that the collected souls are reborn into a new life to continue the cycle of reincarnation. Therefore, the undead, those who constantly escape death and reclaim life, are a major annoyance for the Grim Reaper. Nazri has been repeating this for 300 years. Aaron admitted she was the one who created this 3-day loop, which is why the Grim Reaper came here to destroy the primordial ancient language that defiled death. But she had once made a pact with the Grim Reaper, because the undead would also turn those they killed into more undead. Flashing back to when Aaron met the Grim Reaper, she had seriously presented the dilemma that if the 1.2 million zombies left the city, all of humanity would become zombies, and there would be no more souls to continue the cycle of reincarnation. It was because of this sharp declaration that Aaron forced the Grim Reaper to make a choice: either ignore the reincarnation cycle of 1.2 million souls, or await the collapse of the entire world. The Grim Reaper chose to make a pact. The pact between Aaron and the Grim Reaper had 3 conditions. As long as these 3 conditions were met, the Grim Reaper would not interfere with the 3-day loop. The first condition was that Aranua must defeat the immortal Gerong. After that, Geron's memories would be reset to 3 days prior. When everything was reset, Aaron was forced to leave the city. That was the second condition. And finally, Aaron Danua, the creator of the 3-day cycle, would no longer interfere with this loop. After that, the existence of Titan, the immortal giant, the hell-fallen monster AB Streaker, along with the White King, would slowly be defeated. The immortal King Geron would be executed on the 3rd night. The 3-day cycle would repeat over and over for 300 years. Back in the present, Aaron recounted everything sorrowfully. Gradually, everything fell into ruin. After 20,000 times, Jaron finally realized that he was trapped in a 3-day loop. Corin was furious. He didn't know how much longer Aeryn planned to continue this. How much longer could her mind endure? How much longer could she continue to kill Jaron? Corin screamed at Aeryn, asking her how long she intended to keep this up. Are you just going to keep repeating these 3 days forever? Although she was exhausted, as long as she could, Aeryn would continue. She could understand why Corin came here. He was trying to save someone, and he was saving many people. What Aeryn said reminded him of an image of Waran, and Aeryn urged him to leave quickly. The Grim Reaper looked at Aeryn's lonely back, and could only remark that saving the world requires sacrifice. Corin is an anomaly. Aerynua does not belong to this world. She would deliberately ignore his existence. In the end, Aeryn turned her back and walked away. Aeryn sacrifices herself, making it so that no one can recognize her, nor does anyone know how she is sacrificed. Thinking of this, Corin gritted his teeth, filled with anger. He knew she was always thinking about sacrificing herself. He recalled the image of his master from his past life, how she willingly threw herself into danger to protect others. That was why Corin respected her so much. A lone figure fighting back, silently protecting the world. However, Corin thought of a different solution when he remembered death. Corin called out to death. Aeryn turned back in surprise, confused about what Corin was trying to do. Corin reached his hand out toward death. He proposed a pact, vowing he would not give up, nor would he abandon any chance to save his master. Aeryn tried to run and stop him, but she was too late. A light flared as the pact was formed, blocking her, but she continued to press forward. A golden orb glowed on the scales. Death found this situation quite amusing, because the one making the pact was a liar. Death praised Corin's audacity, that a cheater of death like him would want to make a pact with death itself. The scales were tilting toward the larger, purple orb. The small Corin stood before the mighty god of death. Death looked down at him and demanded he state his wish. Making his request, Corin asked to nullify the pact made by Aeryn Danua. But first, Death had to give him a worldly treasure. He wanted something at least level 10 or higher. Like any other pact, Corin also had to offer something in exchange for his wish. Corin thought for a moment. He promised that within half a year, he would cleanse the entire city of Nazaria, which was currently overrun by the undead. Death paused for a few seconds, stunned by Corin's immense promise. Death declared that it was impossible for him to do this. Despite being small before Death, Corin ignored Death's doubts. Whether he could do it or not wasn't for Death to decide. He just needed to place it on the scales. Corin asked Death about the fairness of his pact. A second later, the golden orb on the scales grew larger, glowing ever brighter. After weighing the pact, Death answered. The pact was still not fair. Eradicating 1.2 million souls was not equivalent to Corin's reward. Even though Death said that, the weight of the golden orb was already many times heavier than the purple one. This proved the pact was still unbalanced. Understanding the issue left Corin stunned. Death then demanded Corin choose a number. Only then would the scales return to a state of balance. Corin broke into a cold sweat as he thought. An odd number referred to the top 10 epic items. If he had to choose, Corin was sure of that number. After considering everything, Corin decided on the treasure he wanted. After the pact was made, Corin walked back to where Aeryn was standing. Aeryn was still in a state of shock. She couldn't believe Corin would dare to do such a thing. She rushed toward him, demanding to know what he had done. Seeing her run up, Corin was also surprised she had waited so patiently for him. Corin told Aeryn about the pact he had just made with Death, that within half a year, he had to cleanse Nazar. If he succeeded, Aeryn's pact would be nullified. Hearing the terms of the pact, Aeryn could only scream in helplessness. All she could say was that he was insane, because she knew that if he failed to fulfill his pact with Death, not even his soul would remain. He would be stripped of his right to reincarnate. In response to Aeryn's worried words, Corin simply lowered his voice and spoke to her with deep respect. He asserted that this was something he learned from Aeryn. Corin gripped her shoulders firmly, telling her what he was doing. He had learned it from Aeryn. That made Aeryn pause. She seemed a little surprised. At first, Corin only thought of this as a game, but in the most dangerous moments, the most difficult times, facing a world of fire and smoke with monsters lurking all around, he met a true adult. That was the first time he had ever met a real hero. A hero he couldn't protect, the one who stood alone against the entire world, the one who sacrificed herself while protecting him. The moment she turned back to look at him and smiled at him amidst the fiery ruins, it was an unbearable pain for him. Corin gripped Aeryn's shoulders even tighter. This time, he wanted to save her. This time, he would definitely not fail. He was no longer the weakling he used to be. Besides, it wasn't something as grand as saving the world. What he was doing was simple. He gave a bright smile. He saw this as simply repaying a debt. The peaceful night sky was full of stars. Eren was facing a monster covered in tumors. It leaned on a grotesque staff, and this was a time long after in Nazaria. The monster screamed in fear, repeatedly shouting the word, "Witch! Witch?" It unleashed all its magic to fight back. This life had continued for 300 years. The monster, under constant attack, could no longer defend itself. Finally, Eren made it explode completely. Today was just another repeat of the same old story. Eren took off her hood and sighed. The city was still a chaotic hellhole. Eren stood alone, looking down at the ruined city. These mechanical motions repeated over and over for 300 years. She had been fighting this terrible schedule for all that time. The reason wasn't anything special. It was simply because she was a hero. She was the last saint remaining in this land. The queen of the Shadow Kingdom had now vanished into the void. Eren had always been aware that she was special. Living like a hero was something she had naturally accepted, and she was still the same now, still living like a hero. But the only difference was, for the first time, she heard someone say they wanted to save her. Until now, she had always thought the task of saving people belonged only to the hero. She herself accepted the duty of the hero, so she had to cast aside her own feelings, even neglecting to take care of herself. And yet, Corin said he wanted to save her to repay his debt to her. Eren put her hood back on. It was Corin who had reawakened the emotions that had lain deep in her subconscious during her 300 years of solitude. He had said he would always be by her side. Eren blushed as she remembered Corin and the things he had said. She was moved by the sincere care she received from another person. Death, watching from the side, was also pleased with what he was witnessing. After all, Eren was an old friend who had been with him for 300 years. He mused to himself that even a hero could fall in love. This wasn't bad at all. Death thought back to the pact between him and Corin. He felt that things were about to get very difficult, because even though he had let him choose a number, he never expected him to choose something like that. At that moment, Corin had decisively chosen it, the thing he wanted. He had chosen the Orb of Death, an item for offense only, with no defense. A single strike could separate body and soul. It was a perfect treasure of death. It possessed the ability of Death's Scythe when a player equipped it to their own weapon. Even so, its effect was most potent only when used by Death himself. For mortals, it only granted a relative ability, and for someone like Corin, who couldn't even sense souls, this was the worst possible choice. That said, the scales of the trade were now perfectly balanced. This meant that the reward Corin chose was a completely fair exchange. The more the god of death thought about it, the more he liked it. He rested his chin on his hand, muttering how interesting this was. He didn't know what Corin wanted to change, which made him extremely curious. Cut to the entrance of Nazar City. Kang Run stood with his arms crossed, deep in thought. The qualifying round was almost over. 8 teams, a total of 32 people from Borome and Maba. Only half of them would be able to advance to the next round. At 6:50 a.m., the scoreboard lit up with each team's points. Team 1, from Borome Academy, Kang Yua and her teammates, had accumulated a total of 558 points. Team 2, from MK3 Academy, featuring the demi-human Mariette Dunalev, scored 499 points. Mariette's teammate was still rambling on about some spells. Mariette agreed that if their team hadn't broken the Moonstone, they might have taken first place. The final scores were listed. Team 1 with 558 points, Team 2 with 499, Team 4 with 160, Team 3 with 155, Team 6 with 126, Team 8 with 98, Team 7 with 55, and Team 5 still hadn't returned. Everyone looked at the scoreboard and concluded that victory this time would surely belong to Borome, and that their business here was probably done. Some were just grateful to have survived, while others discussed how their end was similar to that of the Mondrek bandits. The 2 guys who were eliminated early, Jer and El, were getting extremely antsy because none of their teammates had returned yet. MK3 Academy was good at forming teams, but their overall skills were just mediocre. And speaking of weak, that brought everyone's attention to Team 5. Corin's team even had a nickname, Corin's Incompetence. From the very beginning, even the team members themselves didn't expect much. Others joined in the gossip. They said that aside from Teams 2 and 5, there probably weren't any other teams from MK3 Academy that had a chance of advancing. Corin's team had even lost 2 members right at the start. How could they possibly turn things around in that situation? Hearing this, Kang Run was secretly delighted. He was celebrating internally. Borome would have 3 teams in the finals, while that MK3 Academy he despised would only have 1. In the midst of the buzzing chatter, the door to the inn room opened. Corin's voice rang out, wishing everyone a good morning. Elisa realized the 2 of them were late. Elisa breathed a sigh of relief when she realized they had only 1 minute left before being disqualified. Corin just waved his hand, saying they'd made it anyway. Kang Run cleared his throat and scolded Corin and Elisa for being late. Hearing this, Elisa resentfully blamed Corin, saying they should have eaten after finishing. Corin said he didn't want to wait that long to eat. Besides, they were in the middle of a competition. If they didn't grab a bite now, when would they? Annoyed, Kang Run reminded Corin's group to submit their items so he could update the score. Inwardly, he was certain Corin's team would be eliminated. Elisa placed a single stone on the scale. Kang Run continued to mock them, certain their score would be pathetically low. What he and everyone else didn't expect was that with just the first stone, the scoreboard jumped to 250 points. Everyone's jaws dropped, unable to believe the number 250. Kang Run immediately declared that Corin's Team 5 was in third place. But Corin cut him off, saying he wasn't done submitting his moonstones yet. 3 moonstones from 3 Lich Kings were placed on the scale. Everyone who saw this was utterly horrified. They asked where Corin's team had gone to hunt for moonstones. Could they have gone straight to the city center to hunt those 3 legendary monsters? But the surprises weren't over. Corin then took out a blood-red moonstone. This was his final item. The moonstone of the immortal king, Garong, was placed on the scale. The score on the scale immediately shot up at a dizzying pace. Everyone was completely stunned. Kang Run's whole group stared, wide-eyed and open-mouthed, as they read out the number, 1,000. The scoreboard displayed Team Corin's total score as 1,768 points. Corin gave a thumbs up and said, "Awesome." Meanwhile, old Kang Run still couldn't believe his eyes. The final ranking showed Corin's team in the lead with 1,768 points. The 4 teams advancing to the finals were Team 5, Team 1, Team 2, and Team 4. A carriage was waiting outside. The morning air was buzzing with excitement. Elisa asked Corin if he was planning on coming back here. Corin just grunted in response. Then, he confirmed that he had to, and it seemed Elisa had figured out his intention to save Aaron. Elisa announced that she and Mariette Dunilev would go with Corin next time. Elisa gave him a bright, beautiful smile. She didn't want him to do everything by himself, even though she didn't know what his plan was. Seeing him act like this made her very worried. Corin was surprised to hear this. He had always thought Elisa was just a fool, but it seemed he was wrong. He agreed with her and thanked her for her concern, but he also warned her that she might get tired because there was a lot of work waiting for them. Corin closed his eyes to rest, but his mind was still calculating non-stop. He wanted to figure out how to use the power he'd gotten from the God of Death. Although the worldly treasure was a bit different from what he'd expected, the God of Death's orb could become a special hidden item for his upcoming mission. Corin then remembered the lonely image of Waran's back as she insisted that no matter what he did, it would be useless and no one would help her. Corin smiled confidently. Who knew? Maybe the thing he got from the God of Death was the secret trump card to save that child. Returning to the academy, Corin immediately went to find Waran, but he was met with shocking news. Professor Josephine informed him that Waran had been detained. Flashing back to the past, there was a little girl named Lan, who was adored by everyone. When the little girl saw her older sister, she happily ran to hug her, since they hadn't seen each other in a long time. Yiwa was also happy to see her little sister again, and asked how her health had been. But Lan was an unfortunate child who had never once been able to step outside on her own due to a serious illness. Her face always looked exhausted. It turns out Lan had the absolute yin body, a body that carried a self-destructing curse. Endless yin energy overwhelms the yang energy, destroying the body's balance. Lan had carried this curse ever since she was born. Lan's father, Kang Gu, tried every possible way to cure his daughter, but no medicine could break the absolute yin body curse. Lan's father had also fallen into such despair that his frantic search left the room in a complete mess. A happy and warm family vanished just like that. Lying on her sickbed, Lan tried to call out to her father, and Kang Gu didn't hesitate to call her name. If you had to point out 2 misfortunes in this happiness, the first would be Lan's cursed illness. Every single breath was a struggle for the little girl. Kang Gu was determined to save Lan, no matter what. And the second misfortune was this. To save Lan, Kang Gu would do anything, and his expression changed as if he had become a different person. And that itself was Kang Gu's innate talent. Being hailed as the greatest soul master of his era was secondary. Kang Gu had spent his entire life searching for a source of powerful yang energy that could suppress the yin energy within his daughter. He tried every possible cure, but the barrier of the great yin's severed meridians was something human effort alone could not overcome. And so, Kang Gu changed his way of thinking. If there wasn't enough yang energy to suppress the yin energy, then he just needed to find a way to drain that yin energy completely. And thus, a creature born with innate yin energy. Lines of runes were carved onto her body, a monster most familiar to soul masters, one whose duty is to guide unfortunate, departed souls back to the Mother Earth. Kengu had unwittingly turned his own daughter into a Jiangshi while she was still alive. This living Jiangshi possessed the attribute of fire, and that was the moment Hua was born. Jin Hyuk's blood boiled as he recalled that. Mercy. His eyes blazed with fury, thinking that mercy should have been for his family when they were murdered. And without another word, Jin Hyuk decided he would kill the person before him. All around them was a sea of raging flames. He was determined to kill the person in front of him. Corpses lay strewn about the area. Waran was utterly bewildered by it all, staring at the scene before her, unable to comprehend what was happening. Kangryun seized the opportunity and ordered Hua to kill every human in this land. Not a single living creature was to be allowed to exist here. Jin Hyuk immediately cursed at Waran, calling her a monster, a cold-blooded, heartless monster. Not only that, Jin Hyuk added that Waran was still pretending to be a good person, and it was disgusting. But Waran was too confused to understand anything, and wanted to deny it all. Jin Hyuk relentlessly taunted her about her body, that she wasn't Lan, but just a monster who had stolen Lan's body. But Warren kept denying it, insisting that this body was hers. Suddenly, a hand shot up from below and grabbed her ankle. A skeleton cursed her to die, but in the next moment, it switched to pleading, begging Waran to just die. The words were filled with sincerity, because Waran's father had been torn apart by that skeleton, and that skeleton would bury Waran in the name of the royal family. The skeleton then moved up to choke Waran's neck, cursing her to die. Mournful wails echoed, saying Waran should never have been born. The frightening figure of Lan appeared, demanding her body back. Terrified to the point of tears, Warren kept repeating that this body was hers, trying to escape reality. All the sounds crashed down on Waran at once, making her feel like everything was too loud as she unleashed her power. Powerful threads of life shot towards Jin Hyuk, forcing him to shield himself in pain. In that moment of intense rage, golden chains shot out. They wrapped tightly around Waran's body. The chains squeezed so hard that Waran collapsed, only managing to whisper that she deserved this body. While Warren was still lost in her delusions, muttering that she absolutely could not lose this body, several others surrounded her, ready to give her a beating. Meanwhile, back in Professor Josephine's office, the professor was seriously explaining why Warren was being detained here. After hearing everything, Corin had somewhat anticipated this. He just hadn't expected it to happen so soon. He wondered if the real reason was because of those two restraints. Professor Josephine sensed he already knew something, and she pushed up her glasses slightly, confirming that it was true. Professor Josephine added that Waran was being controlled by sense chains and restrained by an Eastern talisman. But during the battle with Jin Hyuk, the two talismans were burned away. During that time, Bishop El Jinyang used that as a reason to criticize Waran's lack of control. And in the end, under the direction of Professor Kangryun, Waran was taken back to the east. They also decided to create a new talisman to suppress Waran's power. But something still felt wrong. Corin thought that making such a drastic decision about her just because one of the two restraints was destroyed was a bit hard to believe. And now they were trying to blame the Academy for not being able to control Waran. It was truly ridiculous. Ario, who had been standing behind him for who knows how long, suddenly piped up, asking Corin to confirm how much he knew. Seeing Ario's expression, it seemed he had finally realized it. Considering this time, it looked like Professor Kangrion, the one from the east, was plotting something. Corin had already figured this out, and suspected that Ario was considering letting Warren fall into their hands. Corin then proposed that they leave everything to him from now on. Although it was a bit rushed, he was reliable when it came to this. Corin stated frankly that the outcome he wanted was for everyone to live their own lives, with no one left behind. At that moment, the legend of the hero, the Arhat, began its third act, featuring the flying Yaksha. And this demon would be a little different from the previous bosses. Professor Josephine fell silent for a moment. Ario also said nothing. Trusting the character and the established narrative meant they would be forced to choose between two things. That is, either rescue Hua or rescue Lan. But no matter what, the easiest choice, like Park Sihu's, was to just pick one of them. That was the most efficient option. But Corin didn't care for that playstyle. Because kids make choices, but adults take it all. And the main quest right now was Hua and Lan, with a difficulty of A+ and accompanying conditions. Meanwhile, in the dungeon, the two words, "It's mine," echoed. Waran sat there, only able to think that this body belonged to her. But Kangryun appeared out of nowhere, skeptically asking, "Is that so?" Warren didn't know who this man was, but Kangryun took the initiative, introducing himself as Lan's uncle, the original owner of the body you're occupying. But this only made Warren lose control even more, as she writhed and screamed that it was her body. Because this is Warren's. But Kangryun noted that there seemed to be a misunderstanding somewhere. He knew Warren wanted to possess the body completely. Recalling the scene from before, when he ordered Hua to kill every human and let no living creature exist in this land, Kangryun revealed his deceitful face and slyly suggested that he could help Warren. Kangryun's face looked like a poisonous snake, smiling as it offered a sweet, poisoned apple to a child. A voice called out Hua, but a ghostly figure hovering behind her said, "You can't." It was a voice that couldn't reach Warren. Kangryun then said, "That body is already yours, but you've never truly touched it from the very beginning." And so, 2 days after returning from the knockout stage, everyone was given a rest. This was probably to accommodate the students who had just returned from Nazar. So, Corin went for a walk around town with Mariat Dunalev. They would both prepare thoroughly before Kangrun's side made a move. Corin turned to ask Mariat Dunalev if the stall in front of the inn had been set up yet. Mariat Dunalev then told him that the final report for the stall had been submitted yesterday. He was really curious about the income, and Mariat Dunalev didn't mind telling him about it. About the meat skewers, the ingredients were supplied directly from the Dan Epp family. They just had to brush some sauce on the skewers and sell them for triple the price. And thinking about this, he grinned, imagining piles of gold, because this day had finally come. And this was the price of tourism. The Griffins would have to spend all their money. Just then, Mariat Dunalev noticed a magic stone throwing game. The game stall owner quickly called Mariat Dunalev over to give it a try. Suddenly, Corin realized it looked familiar. That man had shown up this year too. He introduced the magic stones to them, explaining they were defective pieces from a mine, broken into smaller chunks. Mariat Dunalev touched one and found it looked a bit strange. The stall owner piqued his interest further by saying it felt soft to the touch, which made Mariat Dunalev curious enough to try it himself, and it really was soft. The stall owner knew how to pitch his product, saying that normally they weren't like this. Because magic stones absorb magical power very well, their properties can change easily. That's why they were often used as materials for crafting magic staffs. Corin saw it and became suspicious of this soft type of stone, thinking it might explode instantly, and he needed to confirm it. Corin quickly picked one up and raised it. With his honed spear-throwing and stone-throwing skills, his accuracy at such a close range was a piece of cake. It was almost 100%, and he hit the bullseye directly. The stall owner was dumbfounded as he announced the score of 95 points. Mariat Dunalev was visibly pleased. The higher the accuracy, the smaller the dispersal range of the defective magic stones used in the festival, and vice versa. The lower the accuracy, the larger the dispersal range. In the game, Corin had tried almost every type of equipment and magic that reduced accuracy to achieve 0% accuracy, and with his detective-like reasoning, the result was that the dispersal range had increased to 100 million, and if he exploited this, there would be a specific outcome. Corin went up to the stall owner and offered to buy all the magic stones, saying he would pay double the price. This left the owner confused as to why this guy wanted to buy such a large quantity. Corin just smiled dangerously without answering, because of course, these stones were for using a special skill that only veterans knew about, and Corin had come for this very reason. The atmosphere around him turned dark as he laughed heartily at the scenarios he was imagining, which made Mariat Dunalev think his smile was too sinister. But then, Corin suddenly asked her if the horse-drawn carriage company was a subsidiary of the family, and he also asked for the carriage schedule, leaving Mariat Dunalev bewildered, wondering what he was plotting now. Corin just thought that he was about to return. The carriage set off, and the governor-general called Waiwa for something. At that moment, Yuga shoved a talisman made of peachwood into Warren's mouth. It was the bane of the Jiangxi. After seeing this, Yua glared at the contrary reaction. Warren couldn't bear it and collapsed, coughing continuously. Yua warned Warren not to try any tricks before they arrived. Jin Hyu sat in a corner, wondering if it was really that simple, because the talisman only made Warren weaker, but for Waya, that was enough. After all, the goal was to separate the evil spirit from Lan. But upon hearing this, Warren became even more furious. Yua, extremely annoyed, explained it to her and said she'd already told Warren. At a certain point, Kangrun would separate the two of them, which made Warren scared and confused. Yua nonchalantly explained that Warren would either disappear or become a malevolent spirit. This startled Warren, who thrashed about, not wanting to lose this body. Yua ignored all of it, because that body had never belonged to Warren in the first place, and that was something Warren needed to understand. Warren flew into a rage. The driver, sitting outside, heard a strange noise and looked towards the source, unsure of what it was. If the man hadn't looked, it would have just been the sound of a bell. But right after, a massive vehicle appeared, scaring the man out of his wits. A collision occurred immediately after. The impact was so strong that it sent the carriage flying. The carriage then slammed into a wall. The driver from before collapsed onto the road, helpless and in pain. Kang Ryun appeared out of nowhere and asked if his two companions were injured. Yua and Jin Hyu, being agile, reported they were fine. But could there have been a bomb attack here? Kang Ryun knew nothing about this plan. He just saw a small ball fall to the ground. Kang Ryun realized he was facing a difficult opponent. The space around them also turned into a blood-soaked domain, leaving Jin Hyu clueless as to what was happening. The bandits saw the situation and cheered, because things had finally reached a stalemate. And what were they waiting for? Now was the perfect time to grab all the valuable goods. Suddenly, they spotted Warren growling on the ground, and felt like they'd hit the jackpot, finding such a beautiful girl. And so, the leader of the group laughed gleefully, and ordered them to capture Warren. A clown-faced underling vied for the chance to handle the girl himself. Meanwhile, at Professor Josephine's location, a loud shout announced a kidnapping, leaving those inside confused about what was happening, as well as who the kidnappers and the victim were. A man in a brown suit rushed in, breathlessly reporting an incident that had occurred 5 minutes ago. A mysterious group of robbers had attacked the carriage, carrying the esteemed guests of the Griffins, and that same group had kidnapped Warren. This shocked Professor Josephine to her core, so much so that a woman who had never sworn in her 35 years couldn't help but let out an exclamation. The robbers quickly galloped away on their horses. Warren, sitting on a horse, was questioning her own existence and asked what the heck was going on. She then saw Corin holding her in his arms, reminding the others not to cause trouble while he was away and that he was coming to rescue Warren. But Warren just nonchalantly found it all useless. Corin explained that if she let those other people take her, she would be in danger. But to Warren, this had nothing to do with him. Corin didn't care about that. To him, simply living under the same roof meant they were connected. Silently, Corin felt lucky that he was still in time, because if Kang Ryun had taken Warren, her soul would have been forcibly separated from her body. If that happened, either Warren or Lan would surely disappear. Warren remained silent and contemplative. An unknown amount of time passed, and the sky began to darken. One of the robbers turned back and told Corin they had arrived at the location, so that person would now stall for time and create a false trail as they had agreed. Model. Taking the bag of gold, the man was overjoyed, hoping for a smooth partnership. Corin, for his part, wished the man a good life, hoping he wouldn't get into trouble and they'd never have to cross paths again. But judging by that beaming face, he must have received a hefty sum. All of a sudden, Warren collapsed, leaving Corin completely clueless as to what was wrong with her. Warren's complexion had been looking bad for a while, and she could only explain that the people who took her earlier had made her drink something. Hearing this, he excitedly wondered if it was some kind of spell. But knowing Warren, it was probably just a common cold that would take a few days to get over. Amidst the vast expanse of the mountain forest, he said something to Warren that made her cry out, wondering what on earth Corin was planning to do. She got no answer, only seeing his legs start to run. This made Warren struggle, wanting to get down and run on her own. But Corin stubbornly told her not to even try, since she couldn't even walk properly. Corin didn't mind at all, since Warren was light anyway. But Warren's expression showed she wasn't happy about this, and she tried to tell Corin that she was uncomfortable and wanted to be put down. Corin just ignored her protests, simply telling her to put it on his tab, which shut her up. Meanwhile, over with Kang Ryun's group after the recent bombing, Yua and Jin Hyuk were moving nimbly. Yua informed Kang Ryun that they were all right. Jin Hyuk couldn't believe someone had the audacity to bomb them, and Kang Ryun was also completely baffled. The atmosphere suddenly turned red, making Jin Hyuk even more bewildered about what was happening. Who am I? Where is this? He wondered, realizing that something was wrong with the barrier too. Watching from a high vantage point, Mariette Dunalev decided this was enough. He remembered Corin's instructions to just stall them for about an hour. From the outside, the barrier looked like a round ball enclosing them, as if it wanted to crush everyone inside, causing screams to erupt from within. Spirit beasts suddenly appeared from thin air, startling Kang Ryun's group and leaving Jin Hyuk stunned, wondering what was wrong with his barrier. Kang Ryun immediately turned to call for Yua. With her sharp intuition, Yua understood what he wanted and replied that she would pursue him. Mariette Dunalev also noticed this strange development and turned around. completely shocked to see his own teammate using the "if you're scared, go home" tactic, and he gave them an earful. They needed to at least hold down the other two. Mariat Dunalev couldn't believe the situation. Someone had actually breached the barrier. He could only pray for Corin's safety. Meanwhile, where Corin was, a heavy rain began to fall. Waran's condition was getting worse and worse for no apparent reason. Holding her in his arms, Corin was worried sick. They had already traveled quite a distance. In this situation, their only option was to find a place to rest first. Suddenly, he saw a strange figure appear right in front of him. Yua landed and struck her coolest pose, thinking she'd covered a lot of ground, but the guy in front of her looked awfully familiar. Without a word, Yua immediately spun her weapon to attack. Corin wondered how Yua had managed to catch up to him. Not only that, but she had also passed through the barrier. He tried his best to protect Warren in his arms, but in the process, he was hit by a stray throwing knife, leaving a wound. Even though Waran was so sick she was at death's door, she still managed to ask if the person helping her was okay. But with his extraordinary body, Corin reassured Waran, saying he was fine because the dagger wasn't poisoned. He was just worried he couldn't protect Waran and fight off the enemy at the same time. Corin had no choice but to place Waran under a tree and tell her to wait for him for a moment. But Waran was terrified, not knowing what to do. Corin glanced at the situation behind him and answered her unspoken question. In situations like this, it's faster to just charge in and fight without any hesitation. Corin charged in to give Yua a beatdown. Yua was surprised to see him charge at her, but not surprised that he didn't try to run away. Corin then explained that he was just eliminating the less viable option as quickly as possible. Both sides then clashed like moths to a flame, not hesitating to unleash hell on each other. While fighting physically, Yua also launched a mental assault on Corin, taunting him with questions about whether he really had the ability to defeat her. Right after that question, Yua unleashed a blow that sent Corin flying backward. But with his vast experience and main character plot armor, he quickly planted his weapon into the ground as an anchor. Just as he'd predicted, for such a heavy attack coming from a low-level fighter like Yua, she had clearly poured all of her energy into it. Looking at the woman before him, Corin realized this was the Swordmaster, the strongest female knight, Xia Griffin, also known as the Sword Fairy, who possessed an absolutely massive aura. The fact that this terrifying aura was visible to the naked eye was the clearest proof of her identity. Yua subtly reminded Corin to stop holding back and to feel free to go all out against her. Besides, she knew he had a battle aura too. But who would have guessed that Corin's battle aura was something he obtained through a trick? It was a trump card, meant only for emergencies, along with the reincarnation demon core he got after defeating Zivanaduk. But looking back, those things felt more like a useless card, because it could only store a massive amount of battle aura, like a sealed dam with no way to open the floodgates. Seeing that Corin didn't want to use his full power against her, Yua decided she'd force his hand. If that's how he wanted it, if he wouldn't reveal it himself, then Yua would drag it out of him. Yua used the technique, Dragon Slayer's Annihilation. The move left Corin stunned by the situation unfolding before him, without enough time to analyze the technique she was using. He struggled to hold his ground so he could analyze everything. He decided to use the first form, Dragon Slayer's Strike, with the mindset of, if you're ready to hit, I'm ready to clash. Corin's demonic arts technique immediately summoned a dragon spirit. Corin used all his strength to fight his opponent without holding back anymore, using the technique Heaven-Covering Evil Slash. And so, one technique was unleashed after another, followed by the Body-Breaking Spear. Next was the Wife-Slaying Slash, and the battle progressed to a point where one would need an oxygen tank just to keep watching. After who knows how long, the fight finally stopped. Corin knelt on the ground, letting out a breath. He thought to himself, that was insane. He really almost ended up meeting his maker. Yua had fought this battle seriously, without joking around, but faced with Corin's nonchalant attitude, she decided silence was golden. Yua looked at her opponent, thinking that all the ultimate techniques she had unleashed were sure-win moves, yet she couldn't even leave a single scratch on him. Yua was truly curious about the identity of the person before her, but instead of asking what she was wondering, she wanted to know why he was protecting Waran at all costs. But it seemed there was a misunderstanding here, because from her perspective, he was the kidnapper. And his joke wasn't funny. Yua then introduced herself as Waran's older cousin, much to his surprise. And in her eyes, Waran was a monster, a ruthless and cruel yaksha. And surely Corin had also heard about the massacre in Luna. Hearing this argument from Yua, Corin could only feel pity for a person whose real culprit was roaming free, outside the law. While those below had to fend for themselves, they were killing each other, which made Yua fail to understand what he was trying to say. And he wanted Iwa to understand that the martial arts schools in this country are extremely fierce. They were constantly challenging and sabotaging each other. That was the reality of the situation. But the more Iwa listened, the less he understood what Corin was trying to say. But before Iwa could react, Corin immediately used his power with the technique, Swift Light Slash. Knowing how dangerous the situation was, Iwa jumped from the branch he was on and quickly closed in on Corin. This time, Iwa was so enraged that the aura around him turned black. Iwa stared straight ahead, confirming once again whether the person in front of him truly wanted to openly challenge him. The person in front of them stammered and shouted, trying to project a sense of power as they screamed their name as the master of the Elisa dojo, full name Elisa Aiden. Elisa Aiden, in a state of bewilderment, told Iwa her desire to challenge him, which made Iwa want to curse out loud. Corin egged them on, praising Elisa Aiden as a swordswoman with a unique way of thinking, challenging someone in such a desolate place, truly full of passion for life. Although she didn't know how strong he was, Elisa Aiden still confidently swung her sword and charged forward, expressing her admiration for Iwa and hoping he would instruct her, leaving Iwa utterly speechless in this situation. Iwa didn't understand what was happening, but still raised a hand to block the blow, asking Elisa Aiden if this was really happening. Confused, he wondered if the person before him really thought she had successfully challenged him. Elisa Aiden didn't care about the situation in front of her. She just turned and winked at Corin, reminding him to mind his own business. And Corin, being someone who knew how to seize an opportunity, quickly thanked her. He happily carried Warren away, overjoyed that there was nothing left to say, so he'd run ahead to let the other two have their space. But this wasn't what Iwa wanted, and he could only helplessly shout for him to stop as the sky began to grow heavier. Corin's hands tried to wring out his white shirt as he mumbled, not knowing whether to call this lucky or unlucky, but for now, he just put it aside. Because at least the weather at this moment was useful for his escape, as it would hinder the keen senses of the guards and knights sent to search for the hostage. Sitting in a cave, Corin tried to wring the water out of his shirt bit by bit, silently thankful that this weather also helped delay the pursuit. Corin didn't forget he was here with Warren, and turned to ask about her condition, but Warren just lay there without answering. Perhaps this was the only unlucky thing, that the hostage was not in good shape. Feeling a hand on her forehead, Warren managed to say she was sorry. Warren updated him that she had a fever. With no other choice, he had to perform first aid on the spot. He gently held Warren in his arms, took out a potion, and told her to drink it, as it would help her feel better. The potion Corin gave Warren was a high-grade elixir. After being a little dazed by the medicine, Warren asked Corin where she was. He introduced this spacious place to her as the territory of the horned bears. Because when they can't find suitable caves, horned bears will dig large hollows in tree trunks to make their nests. Just as he finished speaking, Corin noticed something. Warren's condition was getting worse and worse, and it would be a while before the medicine took effect. Corin sighed, realizing this wasn't good, which Warren noticed. Warren was a little worried when she saw Corin preparing to go somewhere, and he honestly replied that he was going hunting. He was going for a bear, because there would definitely be horned bears here, and he would take its fur to keep her warm. But just then, a bright flash of lightning struck. It made Corin freeze for a few seconds. A hand grabbed the hem of his pants. Turning back, Corin saw Warren trying to sit up, even though her breathing was already uneven. Warren's face showed a sincere plea, hoping Corin wouldn't go anywhere. While Corin was sitting and getting things in order, Warren remembered what she had been through. The words "my precious daughter" were always deep in Warren's subconscious, because that was the scene Warren saw when she first opened her eyes. A strange man stood before Warren and sobbed uncontrollably, repeatedly calling her daughter, now that the child had finally woken up. From Warren's perspective, that person was simply her master, looking down at her with tear-filled eyes. The man called Warren his daughter, and also called her Lan. Seeing the tearful scene before her, Warren felt nothing, being a newly born Jiangshi, only knowing that was the name for her. Warren repeated the word the man said without understanding its meaning, but the man was overjoyed and hugged Warren tightly in happiness. But that very moment was when Warren instinctively realized she had to play the role of Lan. Because if father found out, this man would immediately abandon her, and Warren herself was afraid he would run off to find the real Lan. Countless times, Warren had accidentally imagined what the future would be like after she returned this body. But it wasn't long before this life of lies ran into problems. The collapse came for a trivial reason. At that time, the man called father had callously let go of Warren's hand and said that Warren was not his daughter, which left Warren stunned. That was the first time Warren saw what blood looked like. It was when Warren was ordered to destroy a sea beast that was rampaging in the city. and that was the order her father had given her. At that very moment, beside Waran, an uncle who had been treating her, was laughing mockingly at how easily a Jiangshi could destroy a level 1 monster. This uncle was the one who named Waran Huo. From that moment on, as he was praising her, Waran had completed the mission her father gave her. Kangryun's eyes at that time were filled with greed and calculation. Waran also had to endure her father's indifference after he realized she wasn't his daughter. That was also when she realized her own value. And after that, whatever they wanted, whatever the city lord wanted, whatever the royal family wanted, or whatever the Taoist priests wanted, Waran had to obey their will and become a relentless killing machine, regardless of whether it was a monster, a demon, or a human. Recalling the moment she was grabbed by the skeleton, the fragmented memories where Waran saw people turn to dust, Waran thought that she needed to eliminate the weak original to take sole possession of this body. And just like that, Waran transformed into a different person, and the flying heavenly Yaksha was born. She saw a strangely carved stone in the hay. It seemed its name was Little Yue Luo. Waran was resting when Corin suddenly handed her something, making her wonder what was going on. He just thought Waran liked the dark, but more importantly, he wanted to give her what he was holding. Corin then draped a piece of cloth over Waran like a blanket. Even though Waran protested, saying she didn't need it, his stubborn expression showed he wouldn't take no for an answer. The weather was freezing that night, and since it was almost dawn, Corin wanted Waran to sleep soundly for a bit, promising to wake her when the sun came up. He assured her the rain would have stopped by then, which made Waran sit there blushing, her face as red as a tomato. Unable to figure out what Corin wanted, Waran decided to ask him directly. This was normal for her. In the past, everyone she met had wanted something from her. Her father wanted the daughter he had lost, her cousin wanted a healthy relative, and Kangryun wanted a weapon capable of mass destruction. They all wanted something from Waran, but Corin just stood there silently. He wanted to know if Waran remembered the first time they met. She didn't, which made her unable to understand his purpose. Since she didn't remember, Corin didn't mind reminding her of the time she had confessed to him that she wasn't the true owner of this body, that she was just a thief who had stolen it without any right. And in that situation, just like now, his answer remained unchanged. It's not a sin to be born. To Waran, this response was completely unexpected, but for some reason, Waran suddenly became furious, calling his words irresponsible. She screamed at him, saying he knew nothing about how dangerous it was to let a monster go with such empty, hollow words. No, even if Josephine and the principal were fully aware, the idea that the flowery words he just told Waran could somehow make a monster turn good. It was utterly laughable. Not to mention the idea that this world could change. He decided to play dumb. From Corin's perspective, he didn't know if the world could change or if a monster could become good. His only goal was simply to save the people right in front of him. Looking back at Corin's past, he was once one of those suffering from misfortune, and among them, he was the only one who could save the others. Hearing this answer, Waran was stunned into silence, and Corin figured that was enough of a reply. It was then that Waran confessed her true feelings. She was scared. The more she spoke, the more she curled into herself, because she knew full well this body wasn't hers. It never was. And everyone always told her she had to give it back. Waran was completely aware that she had to return it. She knew it all too well. But what she was truly afraid of was the thought of what would happen to her after she returned it. Corin could only watch the scene in silence. Helplessly, Waran looked up, desperate for an answer. The only thing she wanted to know for sure was whether she should give this body back or not. Corin thought for a moment. His words, implying she needed to return it, struck a nerve with Waran. Disappointment piled on top of disappointment. Waran closed her eyes in resignation, figuring that in the end, Corin was just like everyone else. But before she could finish that thought, he spoke up, suggesting they talk things over first before deciding anything. He cheerfully proposed to Waran that she could be the landlord, and he would pay the security deposit and the rent. He then asked if those were good enough terms for them to live together, which completely flustered Waran with its unexpectedness. Waran panicked, telling him those were two completely different issues. Besides, Corin knew her true nature, but to him, that didn't matter much. In his experience, he had seen many humans do things far worse than any monster. Not to mention, there were those who pretended to be heroes while secretly slaughtering others. So, what truly matters are one's choices and actions. That is the truth. Making himself at home, Corin lay down next to Waran and told her that her nature didn't matter because she hadn't chosen anything yet. He steadfastly told Waran he would help her until she made her choice, so she didn't need to worry so much and could just rest peacefully. Hearing this, she let out a sigh, figuring it was better to just go to sleep. Corin didn't hesitate to let out a yawn, but this still tormented Waran, as the outcome was already set in stone, and she could no longer yield to Lan. Looking at Corin's silhouette, Waran kept her thoughts to herself, knowing she couldn't speak the truth, as it would affect the only hand that had ever reached out to her. This caused Waran endless pain. She couldn't take that hand, but she couldn't let it go either. The very next day, just as the sun began to rise, Waran asked Corin where he was going, but it seemed he was looking for something, muttering that it had to be around here somewhere. Looking at the charred remains of everything, he remarked that none of it was usable. But then, he suddenly found something. Corin said something to reassure Waran about how you could get something from a jujube tree that's been struck by lightning. In his hand was a piece of jade jujube wood, and now that they were in this forest, he figured this piece of wood would be useful. Corin asked again if Waran was a jiangshi, and also confirmed whether she knew that a jiangshi with such abundant yin energy would have certain weaknesses. This was the first time Waran had ever heard of it. Gently placing the jade jujube wood in her hand, Corin explained that this item possessed extremely strong yang energy and was typically used to exorcise evil spirits. But if she were to eat it, a few things would happen. Corin explained to Waran that the yin and yang in her body would be balanced, temporarily neutralizing her jiangshi characteristics. But this advanced knowledge was still beyond Waran's understanding. He slowly rephrased it, explaining the outcome if she ate it. She would lose control of her body. This terrified Waran even more, making her question everything. She threw the piece of wood away, having no idea why Corin would give it to her. He simply picked it up. This was the moment Waran had to make a choice, because she couldn't go on being selfish, only enjoying the benefits without taking any responsibility. Corin knew exactly what people who only think of themselves become, and he didn't want Waran to turn into someone like that. Corin just wanted her to choose, so once again, he placed the piece of wood in her hand. After all, Waran had to take responsibility for her own choices. However, this was all happening too suddenly for Waran to react. Just as they were reaching a critical moment, a voice appeared from out of nowhere, wondering why. Waran was here. Both Corin and Waran turned toward the source of the voice. The stranger, who emanated a dark, blue-black aura, slowly approached Waran, showing his outrage that a monster like War was already hooking up with a guy. Seeing the situation was getting bad, Corin pushed Waran away, leaving War confused about his intentions. Corin, being the blunt and fearless type, rushed forward and told Waran that no matter where he ran, he would still be hunted down by Yua and her team. That's why they needed to deal with this. Right here. Right now. Jin Hyuk called out Corin's name, but he retorted that his name was Imothan. But Jin Hyuk didn't buy it, thinking Corin was so shameless he had to use a disguise. Jin Hyuk quickly used a powerful acceleration move, unleashing his Tempest Wheel technique. The two of them then charged in, enthusiastically beating the crap out of each other. Jin Hyuk propped his leg up, finding the whole thing very amusing. He figured the monster must have seduced him. Corin also complimented his opponent for being able to use alchemy without a magic circle. Right after that, he attacked his opponent, telling him to watch again. And just like that, Jin Hyuk was hit with every single punch, all of them thrown at a terrifying speed. His speed was on par with Yua's, maybe even faster. Jin Hyuk once again used his Tempest Wheel technique, but Corin just felt the move was too reckless, as it left too many openings. Only then did Jin Hyuk realize it. But he was unable to fight back. Corin decided the game was over. But then, talismans suddenly appeared out of nowhere, swarming towards him. The sky blazed with fire, leaving Corin confused about what was happening. Kamen appeared out of thin air, informing him that whatever he did was useless, because the talismans were created based on a Bass array. It caused his thoughts, the signals controlling his muscles, and the flow of his internal energy to go against his will. Having fallen into a trap, Corin angrily cursed out loud, but Kang Ryun was completely unaffected. Kang Ryun just walked slowly, toward Waran, making her step back in fear. Without hesitation, Kang Ryun forcibly slapped a red talisman onto Waran's forehead. Although she resisted at first, gradually, Waran's eyes grew heavy, and she lost control of her body. Waran stood frozen like a statue, which made Yua curious about the talisman Kang Ryun had just applied. Kang Ryun, understanding what Wa wanted to ask, confirmed that it was a talisman to seal Waran's consciousness, and once her consciousness was gone, her soul would be eternally incinerated by the Great Luo Destruction Formation. At that moment, Yua realized that they could finally bring Lan back, but behind them, Corin was still struggling. Since he couldn't punch, he resorted to non-violent language, threatening that Kang Ryun would pay for his pipe dreams. At this point, Kang Ryun didn't even give him a second glance, simply leaving with his companions and abandoning Corin to become food for the monsters. Corin remained there, screaming in agony, unable to let Warren just disappear like that. He tried to call out to her, but it was hopeless, completely meaningless. Corin was left alone in the vast forest. Suddenly, he stopped screaming, but then, strange sounds started coming from Corin's mouth. His state shifted from collapsed in agony to utter exhilaration, because the plan was going so smoothly. Corin was kneeling on the ground, a kind of magic circle surrounding him. A moment later, a pack of purple wolves with eyes brighter than car headlights began to approach him. They surrounded Corin in a circle, growling hungrily. Then, each and every one of them seemed to be gathering spiritual energy, preparing to do something. They then opened their massive maws and howled. Throughout this, Corin's face remained calm, showing no signs of worry or panic. Suddenly, pieces of some kind of paper were torn to shreds. It turned out these golden wolves were tearing at his clothes, but Corin looked completely absorbed, his face planted towards the ground. Then, he smirked, a sinister smile spreading across his face as he sensed that Kang Ryun was gone. Instantly, he switched back to his cheerful, gentle demeanor, rubbing his sore shoulder, happy that everything was settled. The two wolves that had turned golden did the same, smiling up at him and praising his good, albeit slightly over the top, acting. Suddenly, Corin wondered if Lunia and John were done with their task yet. The smiles vanished behind tears as Lunia and John simultaneously shut their laughing mouths. A moment later, the two transformed into their human forms, puffing out their chests confidently because Lunia had already handled it. Then she wondered why he had them do this in the first place. Corin brought a hand to his mouth, breaking into a delighted smile. He said it was just a small thing. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and Corin wondered if this could be called a conspiracy theory. At an old, dilapidated castle, overgrown with moss and plants, a voice exclaimed. It turned out, inside was Kang Yua. Her expression was serious, her brow furrowed as she looked at someone and asked a question. They still haven't found the one who stole the ancient artifact, nor have they found a replacement. A plainly dressed servant sat respectfully below her, his expression a bit strained, advising her to be a little more patient. Like Ya and her crew, this place was beyond his reach. However, Kang Yua was unwavering in her suspicion, saying it seemed like they had brought many things with them. The man's face suddenly turned pale. He glanced at her, cursing to himself, these heretics. If this were the old days, they would never dare to speak to a bishop of the church like this. Thinking this, he continued, saying that they always hid in the shadows and weren't the type to be easily exposed. As he spoke, he told himself to endure it, because the church was weakening and he needed their power. Kneeling before Kang Yua's firm, judgmental gaze, the fat man wouldn't stop rambling. He said that he had found a merchant guild that could provide a replacement. They were merchants who had been trading with the East for a very long time. That merchant is supposed to bring the item here today. She asked warily for the name of the guild, the Mandragora Guild. As soon as he finished, her gaze sharpened. It seemed she had heard that name somewhere before. Blue skies, white clouds, golden sun, the MC's announcement echoed through the air. We've finally reached the most exciting part of the festival. The team finals have begun. Inside the locker room, the question, who will be the winner, could also be heard loud and clear. Mixed with the MC's voice were the bustling sounds of the crowd jostling around. Where's the line? Meanwhile, Kang Ryun suddenly appeared, a sinister smile on his face, remarking how good it was that it was still intact. In the corner of the room, a girl in an all-black outfit with a black and red talisman on her forehead sat huddled with a sorrowful expression. She clutched something in her hand and gave the order, "Let's go." At the same time, outside, the audience was roaring with excitement, led by the event MC. And now, will the contestants please enter the arena? The qualifying round for contestant Kang Wiwa from blocks A and B. Wiwa walked out with a dignified expression, striding confidently with her other team members. Next up is MK3 Academy from blocks A and D. Mariette and Elisa walked out. Seeing only them, the MC wondered, Team D is missing a member, right? The announcer stared at them, confused, as team captain Corin was missing. He hadn't appeared in the doubles round, either. The MC thought the boy would definitely not participate in the finals, but suddenly, something made him stammer. From within an iron blade, a self-satisfied voice crowed triumphantly. The moment of victory is here. I will personally lead you to the gates of Valhalla. Witnessing this, Yua was annoyed and a little surprised to see that bastard was still alive. This absolute madman stood confidently on the stage, raised his hands high, and shouted, asking who was ready to give it their all. Hearing this, the crowd behind him roared wildly, Yathanan! Yimothan! He put on his smug, punchable face, and with a look of feigned contempt, asked the professor if the match could begin. Kanryun immediately nodded in agreement. At the same time, he waved his fan, and a stream of golden energy erupted. He couldn't help but marvel. What a troublesome brat. I have to admit, he's special. I declare the test has begun. As he finished speaking, the ground began to shake violently. The background of the formation was gradually taking shape. At the same time, the rules were announced. Within the formation, 8 gates would constantly shift, enchanting those trapped inside. Whoever finds the correct path, reaches the center, and retrieves the yellow dragon's seal will be the winner. As he spoke, a golden dragon with glowing eyes and long whiskers appeared. The golden dragon stood in the very center, surrounded by other creatures and the formidable Great Luo Annihilation formation of the 8 gates. Seeing this, the players broke out in a cold sweat, wondering, is this a maze? Damn it, I'm already getting confused. An announcement rang out as the formation deployed, transforming the entire arena and separating the contestants. A man with a murderous glint in his eyes, holding a fan with a glowing purple cross, wondered to himself, I don't know what Miss Lin is plotting, but the goo poison has already been released. You can't escape now. The girl dressed in all blacks from before remained perfectly still, holding something in her hand. Over on this side, the screen suddenly filled with static, leaving everyone wondering what was happening and why the broadcast was interrupted. Below the static-filled screens was a mysterious blue formation. The host from earlier turned in a panic to the person next to him. What's going on? The other person was just as frantic. He figured that the magical power from the formation was interfering with the broadcast signal. Hearing that, the red-haired MC couldn't help but curse. Damn it, how could we make such a stupid mistake? At that moment, Kang Run paused his steps, deep in thought. Well then, from now on, I will begin the ritual of separating the fire from the orchid. Then, Run turned his head and ordered Wiwa and Hyuk to go protect the black tortoise in the north. Upon receiving the order, the two immediately shot off at breakneck speed. He continued to mumble, saying that as long as the black tortoise was protected, it didn't matter if everything else was destroyed. As Wiwa flew off, she didn't forget to glance back, signaling him to protect their uncle. Run just told her not to worry, with an indifferent expression. Elsewhere, that fake musclehead was now grinning from ear to ear. He endured the whispers of the people around him. The 8 trigrams 9 dragons. That's not the right place. Find the exit of the formation. Colin, can you wipe off that disguise? I want to call you Master. Since ancient times, the protector of the Emperor in the center has been the Black Tortoise, guarding the north, and always positioned right behind the Emperor. Thus, the Black Tortoise could both protect the Emperor and attack at any moment. Before long, Yua and Jin Hyuk appeared, standing beneath the giant turtle snake statue. Jin Hyuk spoke up, telling her to look over there. Hearing him, Yua followed his gaze, her expression turning to one of surprise. A voice echoed, therefore, to break a formation based on the 4 divine beasts, you must destroy the Black Tortoise first. Suddenly, 2 people lunged out of nowhere, attacking Yua and Jin Hyuk. Colin appeared in front of Jin Hyuk, smiling. He greeted him in a friendly tone. We meet again, prosthetic artist. Jin Hyuk broke out in a cold sweat, wondering, how much does he know? How did he get straight here without getting lost? Elisa innocently wondered, will just 2 of us be enough? His expression was nonchalant, as if he didn't care, reassuring her, it's fine. It's definitely better than leaving Mariat Dunalev to handle the other 3 alone. Meanwhile, Mariat Dunalev was seething with killing intent, taking on everyone by himself. Kang Yua was different. She fought while thinking calmly. Could it be that my uncle's 8 gates formation has been broken? From what Kang Yua knew, the 8 gates Dunjia had 365 variations, including stone walls, mazes, and fog. No matter how powerful someone was, they shouldn't be able to break through it. While she was lost in thought, her opponent finally spoke, saying he knew she was anxious. Suddenly, he grinned sinisterly and asked if they had bought an artifact. He knew about it because he had followed their trail and found them. After hearing him speak, Kang Yua's brow furrowed in anger. She then gritted her teeth and demanded to know how he knew about the artifact. After all, it had been stolen long ago by a gang. That was precisely why they had to buy the artifact from a merchant guild. After a few seconds of thought, her eyes darted to the right, as if she'd noticed something. Quick as a flash, a voice admitted it. That's right. He decisively knocked her back with a powerful blow, then confessed that he was the one who had stolen it, and then sold it back. His eyes now resembled those of a bloodthirsty, man-eating beast, as he said, the gang of thieves and the merchant guild. I created them both. Furious, Kang Yua couldn't accept this truth. With her sword in hand, She lunged forward to strike back, but her enemy remained unfazed, believing they were incapable of defeating him. He knocked Elisa backward. Seeing this, he asked Elisa, "Shouldn't you get revenge for what happened last time?" Last time, Elisa had been utterly defeated by Kang Yua. She lost only because Colin had told her to throw the match. It was a real struggle for Elisa to put on a convincing performance that time. Hyuk heard her muttering and smirked. He glanced at the person next to him and asked, "So, Kang Yua went easy on Elisa, didn't she?" The moment he asked, she snapped at him to shut his mouth. With that, Kang Yua tightened her grip on her sword and said they needed to end this quickly. The instant she finished her sentence, she and Hyuk shot forward like the wind, brimming with rage. On the other side, Elisa's group showed no mercy either, launching their own attack. Kang Yua and Hyuk simultaneously unleashed their ultimate techniques, the armor-piercing annihilation palm and the dragon-slaying sword style. A fierce, murderous aura enveloped her as she chanted the divine art, ultimate evil art of the frenzied dragon demon slash, ascending venomous evil dragon, emerge. The other side was no less impressive, as Elisa used her domain/sword style to counter. The moment their powerful auras clashed, it created a terrifying shockwave. Everything became a blur from the light emitted as the two techniques collided. A moment later, two figures gradually appeared. One had lost half a leg, while the other held a shattered sword in their hand. As the dust and smoke cleared, Elisa looked around in a daze before turning toward Kang Yua. At that moment, both Hyuk and she were completely stunned. His leg had been severed, but her sword was in no better condition. Unwilling to accept such a humiliating defeat, Kang Yua and her companion gritted their teeth in anger. The resentment between the two of them only grew stronger. The faces of the two darkened as they stood up, turning to Elisa Aiden's group as if they wanted to eat them alive. Their eyes flashed with determination and rage, their goal to destroy Hua and save Lan. Without a moment's hesitation, the two of them charged forward, but before they could even strike, someone threw a weapon that shattered their barrier, shouting that they would show them the truth. If Colin hadn't spoken up, they would have fought to the bitter end, with nothing but their claws and fangs. The expressions on Hyuk and Kua's faces turned to shock at what was before them. A strange beast with the fangs of a tiger, the horns of a goat, and the face of a pig. It was the Tao Ti, one of the four perils, representing destruction, the complete opposite of the guardian divine beasts. When the two of them read the characters on the turtle shell, they grew even more alarmed, because on the shell of the black tortoise was the mark of the Tao Ti, a mark that their master, Kang Run, being a mage, couldn't possibly have missed. Colin's gaze turned cold as he looked at them, asking in a low, questioning voice if they intended to use this grand annihilation formation ritual to separate Hua from Lan. But the result was the complete opposite. Colin's indifferent eyes glanced at the object in his hand, as he told them that from the very beginning, Kang Run never cared about Lan at all. He sealed Lan for his own benefit and sacrificed Lan for his career. The one thing he wanted from start to finish was Hua. It was a ritual devised by the mage Kang Run for the purpose of destroying Lan and letting Hua take complete control of that body. 3 years is a period of time, both long and short. After witnessing the Hua created by his own younger brother, Kang Yu, he became entranced by its power. That fool was only focused on finding his daughter, and by the time he realized he'd lost control of Hua, it was too late. He was framed as the perpetrator of the Luna City massacre, captured by the royal army, and torn to pieces. This actually made Kang Run grateful, as someone had died in his place in Luna City. Not only that, but they had also created the flying heavenly Yaksha Hua for him. But what Kang Run never expected was that Kang Yu had entrusted Waren to the headmaster of MKA Academy. Even as a brilliant mage and the head professor of Griffin, it was difficult for him to interfere in the affairs of another continent. And just when Kang Run was in despair, that man appeared. He was Tess Bontaza, a legend from 80 years ago, the creator. The man with the face of a demon asked only one thing of Kang Run: to wreak havoc and slaughter, to destroy everything, and then shatter the headmaster's protective shell so that woman couldn't leave the royal palace. For Run, it was truly a tempting offer. As long as he could obtain Hua, destroying a mere city was nothing. Soon, the chains of Saint, a holy relic of the Western Church, would imprison her and drain her endless internal energy. And the very thing binding Waren to her human form, Lan's soul, would be completely annihilated. Finally, he just needed to feed her the 10,000 human flesh pill that Bantaza had given him, and Waren would immediately ascend into an empress, awakening as a true Yaksha. Just as Kang Run was laughing in delight at his imminent success, Colin's voice cut in, saying that would never happen. He smirked and said that if everything went too smoothly, It would be boring. Kang Run was surprised to see him, but before he could respond, Kang Yua interrupted, asking if he really intended to use a ritual to destroy Lan. She didn't understand why he would use a demonic artifact instead of a divine beast. Many questions flooded her mind, like whether the massacre in Luna City was ordered by Kang Run, and not because Waran lost control. Kang Run didn't answer immediately, only gritting his teeth and silently cursing them as a bunch of useless fools, confirming that they had been used. Kang Run's eyes filled with killing intent as he used a blood magic technique, and told them not to worry, because in just 10 minutes, every living thing within the formation would melt and merge into one. He spoke while launching an attack with a crazed expression. He would turn them all into an elixir to help the Yaksha ascend. Anva was, at best, a 2-star demon. Yet after a desperate ascension, it easily wiped out a group of 1-star and 2-star guardians. If Waran, a superclass demon, were to ascend, then of course, no one would be able to stop her. A sharp sword plunged into the ground, and a voice rang out. "You reap what you sow." As soon as the words were spoken, the patterns and seals of the formation immediately vanished. This threw Kang Run into a state of utter panic, and he cried out, "My formation! Why did it disappear?" Colin calmly said that next up was the explanation. The artifacts that Kang Run had secretly stolen and transported. Who had stolen them? Was it the merchant guild that supplied goods during emergencies? If so, who introduced them? So many questions. Who supplied the artifacts? Who carved the runes onto them? Colin smirked and said he did all of it, then didn't forget to curse his opponent, calling him a damned old man, adding that once all the artifacts of the 4 perils were destroyed, he'd be finished. Enraged, Kang Run cursed him back, then declared that it wasn't over yet, and threw his fan, launching an attack at Colin. Instantly, the seal restraining Lan shattered. He had given up on the ascension, to focus all his power on annihilating Colin's group. He could always perform the ritual again whenever he wanted. The moment he gave the order to kill, Lan immediately sat up, following his command. Hyuk's jaw dropped in shock, seeing that the old man was truly controlling Waran. This also confirmed that he was the one behind the Luna City massacre. Even with Yua beside him telling him to calm down, he couldn't. But Hyuk's leg was broken and his sword was shattered, so there was nothing he could do at that moment. Then her gaze shifted to Hyuk, telling him there was something they could do. Their eyes met, and though no words were spoken, they understood each other perfectly. Over on Colin's side, he said to Elisa, "Let's coordinate like when we fought the Iron Mountain King. One confronts, the other attacks." The battle began. The ground around them cracked and exploded. Elisa stood stunned, frozen by the scene unfolding before her. At that moment, Colin, with his weapon in hand, seemed to transform into a different person. He charged forward, his killing intent radiating like a meteor hurtling through the atmosphere. Watching him, Elisa thought to herself that if she had to face Colin, she wasn't sure if she could even last 30 seconds. She wondered if there was anyone who could possibly defeat him right now. But she was completely wrong. Waran, like a living weapon, rushed out to parry the blow. To her, the attack was nothing, easily brushed aside. His attack blocked. Colin gritted his teeth in anger and yelled, you damn thing. Will you just stop?" 1 minute and 20 seconds after the fight began, even though he had attacked with all his might, as fierce as a wildfire, this natural disaster of an opponent remained unmoved. The unconscious Waran launched a demonic poison claw attack towards Colin, but he quickly dodged it. If he hadn't, he might not have been in one piece. Seeing this, Elisa, who was standing nearby, frantically called out to Colin to warn him. Just as he was startled into realizing something was wrong, Waran had already closed in on him silently. In a flash, Colin was knocked back several meters. The ground around them continuously erupted, like the apocalypse was at hand. Everything was just too different. Just trying to keep up with Waran's movements was enough to completely shatter Colin's insides. Before him, Waran was charging forward with an overwhelming killing intent. He had reached his absolute limit. Even regeneration was useless. Trung Kwai thought that this was the end, that Colin would surely die, but he still stood firm, waiting for his approaching opponent, even though just one more blow would make him disappear. With a look of determination, no matter what, Colin was resolved to fight to the very end, and things took an even more surprising turn when someone appeared in front of him, blocking the entire attack for Colin. When he came to his senses, he saw Elisa, covered in injuries, looking like she was about to log out of the server for good. She didn't want Colin to die. She had taken dozens of steps within the domain. Her body had to endure a horrific pressure, even worse than taking Waran's attack head-on. It wasn't over yet. Waran charged directly at them once more, Colin, on high alert, yelled to Elisa, "Get out of the way," but the enemy was too fast. With her injuries, Elisa couldn't react in time. All she could do was brace herself and prepare to take another hit. Seeing this, Lien had no choice but to dash forward at lightning speed, hoping to pull her away. A shocking explosion erupted, as if from a preset mine. Warren's eyes, blank and emotionless, scanned the now empty battlefield. By this time, Colin had quickly moved Elisa to a safer place. Even so, he couldn't stop scolding her for her reckless actions. He then took out a special medicine and helped treat Elisa's wounds. It was a special elixir that Colin carried, but if he didn't treat Elisa immediately, she would either be permanently crippled or die from blood loss. A short while later, Elisa's condition began to stabilize. Normally, Colin would have tried to hold out until Mariette Dunolev destroyed all the four evils artifacts, and then, with the slightest opening, Elisa's slashing domain would deal 100% piercing damage, and Colin would unleash his final move. He had planned this ever since returning from Nazaria, but two things had gone wrong. First, Waran had been freed from her restraints and was much stronger than Colin had imagined. And second, Elisa had been severely injured while trying to save him. Although he had handled the immediate crisis, Elisa had lost her ability to fight after recklessly running dozens of steps inside the domain. Thinking about this, Colin could only sigh, wondering if he could hold on until Mariette Dunolev destroyed all the artifacts. When he heard Elisa apologize, he thought to himself that he couldn't blame her for ruining the plan. Thinking back, if he had taken that blow directly, there was a high chance Colin would have died instantly. Even regeneration would have been useless. A moment later, he picked Elisa up, told her it was okay, and thanked her for saving him. He took Elisa to a safe place to hide. Then, he cautiously scanned the surroundings. Elisa worriedly asked if he was okay, and his reply was two words: not okay. All the aura stored in his Samsara core and in his body was completely depleted. After the battle with Sajin Hyuk and now Waran, he had used up too much of his reincarnation energy. Now, Colin was extremely hesitant, unsure if he should continue using it. Although Colin could try to use it, this Samsara core contained a power that his body would never be able to withstand. Even with the support of the precepts, he couldn't be sure. Just then, Elisa revealed a shocking piece of information. From the very beginning, Waran had never used her right hand to attack. That meant the power she'd shown so far was nothing, and it seemed like she was holding something in that hand. Hearing this, Colin just laughed. In the end, she would have to choose for herself. She was still carrying that burden. So, Waran was still standing there. From within the smoke and dust, the hazy figure of Colin gradually appeared. He wiped the corner of his mouth, a triumphant smile playing on his lips, then pointed his spear at Warren and said there was no other way. The girl's figure was a blur behind the thick layers of sand and dust. Corin gritted his teeth and gave a self-mocking laugh. Ah, he recalled an old memory. The flying yaksha had dropped the item in a panic. She didn't understand why Corin had given it to her. He silently picked the item up, asserting that Waran had to choose. She couldn't just be selfish, reaping the benefits without taking any responsibility. Seihoo's bastard face flashed in his mind like a reminder. Corin knew people like him, who only thought of themselves, all too well. He absolutely did not want her to become someone like that. Corin placed the object back into his opponent's hand, saying a few words to make Waran understand, silently thinking that he wanted to help her, that no matter which path she chose, she had to take responsibility for her own choice. Terrified, she broke out in a cold sweat, stammering, unable to form words. Back in the present, Waran's appearance could only be described as frenzied. Corin wondered to himself if she was even still in there. The tip of the large blade shrank bit by bit, forming an exquisite, sharp spear. His eyes became more determined than ever. Corin remembered now. That was the demonic sword of Savania Duke, the one he had seen in his castle. That majestic and imposing form was truly admirable. Corin was certain that its demonic power had surely been passed down to him. Savania Duck, the great hero from 800 years ago. Right here, right now, Corin would recreate that legend. He asked Waran if she had waited long enough. She, being controlled, flinched in reaction. Corin thrust forward forcefully. First demonic spear, black abyss, a jet-black aura enveloped the weapon. The flying yaksha also charged forward powerfully to counter. Demonic energy. The two sides clashed, and a terrifying explosion occurred. A blinding light blew away nearly everything in the vicinity. The ground was torn asunder. A clash worth waiting for. This was not a battle between Corin and Warren. They now wielded the power of the flying yaksha and Savania Duke. This was a clash between two legends. Kangrun roared in astonishment. No, it can't be. He believed Corin could not possibly be a match for the flying yaksha. People like him never listened to reason. so it's best to just let them delude themselves. The old man roared, ordering Waran to kill him. The talisman stirred slightly. She took a deep breath. Just one look, and Corin could tell the aura concentrated in her fist was about 1,000. He immediately had a countermeasure. Then I'll use the Black Abyss demonic spear. The powerful attack descended, blindingly bright. The pressure radiating from the point of impact was unimaginable, savage. What he needed to prepare was also 1,000 units of reincarnation energy. Corin calculated carefully. Even though Waran has 100,000 reincarnations, the number she can release at once is only 1,000. If I can just offset and nullify that amount of power, he confidently declared that even while struggling to defend himself, he could fight back against Waran. However, the immense pressure weighing on Corin's body was from borrowing Savania's molded aura. He felt like he was being crushed bit by bit. Waran was gaining the upper hand, and a single punch sent his spear flying. The pain shooting up from his fingertips made it impossible for Corin to keep a firm grip on his weapon, and it felt as if all the muscles and tendons in his body had snapped, losing their function. Covered in wounds, Corin still pushed himself, refusing to stop. No, he knew he couldn't stop. It was painfully obvious his opponent wasn't even going all out yet. Waran still hadn't used her right hand. Corin forced himself to strengthen his arm, Black Xuan Ba Gua Ultimate Fist. He successfully blocked one of Waran's attacks, shocking her. With unbelievable reaction speed, Waran threw a kick immediately after, but luckily, Corin managed to block it. He seized the opportunity to close the distance, recklessly taking a step forward, his right foot planted firmly, as steady as Mount Tai, and his left arm was drawn back, taut like a short spear. Gao Dui's jaw dropped in amazement. To be gaping like that in the middle of a battle, he must have a strong stomach. Corin focused all his energy on the fight, his consciousness, his breathing, the movement of his muscles, and the half-step distance, an opening that would only appear for an instant. He seized the moment, his eyes showing clear determination. Corin would definitely not miss this chance. He unleashed the Black Xuan Ba Gua Ultimate Fist. Corin struck straight at his opponent's heart, continuing his assault. Flying Star Evil Shatterer, Fire Mirror 8 Strengths, Primordial Chaos Fist. The pressure tore the very ground apart. Corin collapsed, gasping for breath, his body covered in gruesome wounds, but he had done it. Waran coughed once, then spat up fresh blood. She was stunned. Corin had broken through Waran's absolute defense, however. Her small feet continued to walk as if nothing had happened. That's as far as it goes. Her power shows no sign of weakening at all. I can't completely suppress Waran. She slowly walked towards him, one step at a time. He was about to give up. Was death already decided? Canryun burst out laughing. I knew it. What good could you possibly do? The old man ordered Waran to kill Corin. Time's up. Suddenly, a strange purple aura enveloped Waran. Corin's expression revealed this was clearly premeditated. She remained rooted to the spot, seemingly moving unnaturally, her small mouth slightly open, as if trying to say something. Corin's eyes widened in shock. The ground around them shook violently, and the mountains began to crumble. What is this? Suddenly, countless chains shot out from nowhere, binding Waran so tightly she couldn't move. Kangrun panicked. What's happening? Just then, Corin smiled in relief. He hadn't wasted a single second stalling for time. Everything had been part of their plan. Mariat Dunilev, Kang Yua, and Seihoo. The ones who had disappeared from this place must have destroyed all the artifacts within the formation. The old man kept repeating the same phrase over and over, as if nothing else mattered. Impossible. This can't be happening. A sharp object was pressed against Kangrun's neck. The old man whimpered in fear. Josephine had arrived as backup. She ordered Kang Canryun to stand still. He froze. Corin relaxed his whole body, seeing that things over there were settled. He glanced over at the one problem that wasn't resolved yet. Waran was restrained, sitting dazedly in one spot. He slowly approached her. Even though he looked pathetic himself, Corin couldn't help but be shocked. He quickly tore off the damned talisman. How cruel. How could they use something so disgusting on a girl? Waran fell backward as the wretched power controlling her was released. Corin quickly caught her. Her eyes were no longer a crazed, crimson red. She came to her senses. He smiled and greeted her as her blurry vision gradually sharpened. Corin's expression was so gentle, Waran couldn't understand why he had saved her. Corin replied, "It's because I already told you I would help you until you made a choice." Corin asked Waran to make a serious and proud choice. She was completely surprised, her hand trembling as she held Waran's. She had to not regret this, had to repay his kindness, had to prove that she wasn't a monster. Just as that person had said, what defines you isn't your nature, but your choice. The dark aura gradually dissipated from Waran. She stared blankly as it dissolved into the wind, crushed by a superhuman power. The Beaktao Mok had turned to dust. Waran panicked. She didn't know what to do now. The fact that the Beaktao Mok was gone meant it was useless. Even if she made a choice, the result wouldn't change. Waran's heart ached. I want to show him right now. I want to repay his kindness. Corin gave a faint smile and remarked, the Beaktao Mok was crushed. You're really strong, Waran. He was fading, but before he didn't forget to reassure her. There are still other ways. Corin collapsed onto Waran's shoulder, thanking her for repaying his kindness. She gritted her teeth, trembling as she confessed, I'm a monster. I hurt you. I killed so many people. I even stole Lan's body. Waran worried that she could never be forgiven. Corin just gave a weak smile. He hugged her small frame, saying that he didn't know either. She sobbed loudly in Corin's arms. He promised that the two of them would find the answer together. The awakening ritual performed by Kang Run had failed, and he had been captured and imprisoned. As for dealing with the aftermath, we'll handle it like we always do. Corin said he had received instructions from Professor Josephine and Master Aaron on how to resolve the matter. If it's handled smoothly, or to be more precise, covered up. The fact that Griffin's head professor caused this tragedy is one problem, but the ritual involving Waran could make people fear and be wary of her. Those who fear Waran will rush to condemn her, and others will covet her power. Professor Kang Run returned ahead of us and was reported to have died in an unfortunate accident. That's how we'll handle it. I've already spoken with the headmaster of Griffin. A calm female voice spoke. Corin smiled faintly, replying that it was good everything was settled peacefully. Griffin couldn't hope for a better deal than this. You did ask for proper compensation, right? The female voice replied that the headmaster intended to let it go, but she agreed with Corin on this matter. Corin, sitting in bed, snickered and said, right? The headmaster's a bit. My. What a nice guy. The female voice in the conversation belonged to Professor Josephine. She continued, saying they couldn't just easily trust others. Then, she sincerely thanked Corin. Corin was now sitting on the bed, wrapped in white bandages, but they only covered what needed to be covered. The parts that needed showing off were still on full display. He acted humbly in response to the professor's thanks, very calmly. He said, with a confident tone, that one day, they would surely trust each other. Professor Josephine hesitated for a moment before speaking. Perhaps with some reluctance, she said she also looked forward to that day, then told Corin to rest and take care of his health. With that, she turned and left. As she reached the door, she slowed down to gently remind him that the festival wouldn't be over tomorrow. Just as Professor Josephine left, a slender arm appeared in the doorway. A beaming Mariette Dunal ran in and threw her arms around Corin, asking him questions non-stop. She fussed over everything from his complexion and his posture, not even missing his broken fingernail. Corin glanced at his bandaged hand and sighed, though he didn't seem to mind all that much. Mariette Dunal smiled, chiding him with a few pouting words. Why are you always so reckless? Why do you keep getting hurt and ending up in the hospital like this? Corin's eyes widened in surprise at the girl before him, flustered and clumsily trying to soothe her with dry words like, why are you crying? What's wrong? Mariette Dunal wiped away the tears that were about to fall. She lifted her red, swollen eyes and said, half joking and half serious, that she was crying because she was so worried about him. But the completely clueless Corin didn't have a single romantic bone in his body. He shot back an unrelated question. Weren't you hurt anywhere, senior? After all, you destroyed the stone path and the artifacts all by yourself. Kua and Jinhyuk destroyed one too. Corin suddenly grew pensive, realizing that must have been why they left. Thanks to that, he had narrowly survived. But the mention of those two sent Mariette Dunal into a rage. She yelled angrily, blaming them for everything that had happened. Corin didn't agree. He objected, saying they weren't bad people. They were just put in a difficult situation. He understood that Jinhyuk wanted revenge for his family, and Wiwa wanted to save her cousin. They were just trying their best. The real villain was Kangrion, who had taken advantage of their desperation. They shouldn't misdirect their hatred. Mariette Dunal looked at the man before her with admiration and sighed that Corin was always so mature, feeling a little jealous of herself because she was supposed to be the older one. Hearing this, Corin flashed a terribly smug grin and tried to coax Mariette Dunal into calling him Big Brother. Mariette Dunal pouted and scolded him. There you go with that bad habit again, always trying to make people call you Big Brother. Her cheeks flushed slightly as she spoke words of sincere concern, begging Corin not to let himself get hurt. But she knew that was unavoidable. Corin couldn't answer right away. He looked down at his carefully bandaged hands, lost in thought, unable to deny it, because it was the plain truth. He was the one tasked with saving the world, yet he had no special powers compared to other players. He was just a support player who relied on his swordsmanship, so his body would have to endure a great deal. Mariette Dunal asked Corin again in a soft voice, "Don't you have anything you want to say to me?" For a long time, she had felt like he was living in a different world. Mariette Dunal paused for a moment, then said with conviction that she would fight alongside Corin too. Just like this time, she would always be by his side to help him. No matter who he fought, she would always support him. Mariette Dunal's sudden declaration startled Corin. From the bottom of his heart, he could only whisper his gratitude for her encouragement, because from now on, he would have to fight against those with wicked ambitions and twisted beliefs, and against powerful enemies who wanted to destroy this world. How could he save the world when facing enemies like that? The answer was always simple: together. The two of them bumped fists, a testament to their noble promise. Mariette Dunal seized the opportunity to state her next plan. She would go ahead and register their group, the Guardians. Corin was shocked by how fast she was moving. Mariette Dunal explained that the Harvest Festival was coming up. If they didn't register now, everyone would be busy with the holiday break. The two of them naturally started discussing the details, from Corin being the leader to Mariette Dunal being the vice leader. But as Corin was trying to think of who else to add, Mariette Dunal's sharp ears picked up another voice, calling Corin's name. Surprised, Corin looked toward the door and greeted them with a smile. It was Elisa. Mariette Dunal also smiled and warmly greeted her junior. Elisa was pushed in by a nurse, sitting in a wheelchair with both her arms and legs in casts as thick as tree trunks. Corin didn't hold back and burst out laughing uncontrollably, teasing Elisa that she looked like a mummy. Elisa pouted. Unable to decide whether to laugh or cry, she retorted sullenly, "And whose fault is that?" Corin pressed his lips together, remembering that moment. It really was his fault. He felt extremely guilty, and also very grateful to her. Corin's handsome smile made Elisa blush. Flustered, she quickly looked away, mumbling a few shy ahas. Thanks to Maria's elixir, her bones had healed, but she still needed to rest for 2 weeks. Even with treatment at the best medical facility, the festival would end in just 1 week. That meant she wouldn't be able to attend the closing bonfire. Corin consoled her, saying she'd be out of the hospital soon, but she should focus on getting better for now. Elisa wept in her wheelchair. "But I wanted to go to the bonfire class. There's still the winter ball," Corin comforted. But Elisa wouldn't have it. She argued that the two were completely different. Hearing that, he grew thoughtful. She had a point. He'd been to plenty of them, but this was Elisa's first time. Corin confidently promised Elisa that for the winter ball, he would buy her a Jeskier dress, completely unaware that he had just awakened something very terrifying. Hearing Corin say that, Elisa was stunned. She quickly asked, "Really? That luxury brand?" Corin replied confidently, telling her to just go ahead and buy it. He was rich now. Elisa immediately started arguing about him, calling himself her senior, since they were the same age. But she quickly dropped it, asking again, "Is it true? Did we really make a lot of money?" Corin chuckled triumphantly, confirming it was enough to buy a really nice dress. But at that moment, Mariette Dunal looked as if she'd gone into bloodthirsty mode, a terrifying dark aura radiating from her. She couldn't stop herself from asking about the worry that had been nagging at her. "Could it be that the remaining members you want to invite are?" Corin, completely oblivious, just laughed carelessly. Pointing to Elisa, he introduced, "This is Elisa Aiden, and also Lenia Clay." Mariette Dunal tentatively asked, "Are they girls?" Corin, still not sensing anything from her tone, replied, "That's right. There's a beautiful girl who works in intelligence." Mariette Dunal gritted her teeth. "Oh, beautiful, is she?" Corin continued. "The other two are Len and John." Mariette Dunal asked, "And who are they?" Corin explained, "They're werewolf siblings. Len is the girl, so you just need to note that John is the boy." Mariette Dunal let out a faint sigh. Corin didn't notice and continued, saying he was also thinking of inviting someone else, but it was a bit difficult to ask. But then he clicked his tongue, thinking that since they were close, she'd probably agree anyway. Mariette Dunalev gritted her teeth and asked if he was really that close to that girl, Drit. Corin casually replied that they were close enough to joke around and occasionally eat together. He finalized the list with Waron's name. He was sure she would participate, so he asked Mariette Dunaleb to just go ahead and write her name down. Under Elisa's horrified gaze, the pen in Mariette Dunaleb's hand shattered into pieces, signaling an impending storm of jealousy. Corin was still rambling on about how Professor Josephine had also agreed, so there wouldn't be any problem. Suddenly, he looked up at Mariette Dunalev and stammered, "Senior." Facing him was a Dunal in a terrifying rage. She kept repeating her question to Corin. "Are you trying to drive me insane?" Corin couldn't hide the panic in his eyes, but he had brought this on himself. Everyone was afraid of Hua. They cautiously condemned her, saying she should never have been born. They threw stones at her, did the most despicable things, and called her a monster. But this time, she had hurt Corin, and had almost harmed everyone again, just like before. But this time, that boy had caught her, and said that he would help her, until she made her choice. Power was Waron's only value, the only thing that justified pushing out the original soul and taking this body. Therefore, she felt she couldn't afford to be weak. She couldn't rely on anyone. Yet, Corin had appeared and spoken such gentle words to her. He said he would help her, and that she should make a proud choice so she wouldn't have any regrets, and that they should search for the answer together. At that moment, she had cried her eyes out. Those warm words seemed to have thawed her long frozen and calloused heart. To this day, when she recalls it, she still feels incredibly flustered. Waron sat in her room, lightly touching her chest, wondering what she should do. The warmth was painful. The care and concern felt like sharp knives stabbing her heart. She hated him, Corin, because he made her little heart ache. Hua had been lonely since birth, living a life where she was only ever used. That's why she never allowed anyone to enter her world. And yet, Corin suddenly appeared at her window, flashing a handsome smile and starting a conversation with lines like, "Hello, feeling better? Are you okay?" For a while now. But before Corin could continue, Waron cut him off. She stood up urgently. Waron mentioned Lan, asking Corin again if he was sure he had a way to change everything. Corin didn't answer right away. His gaze dropped thoughtfully, and he sighed. Yes, it was truly pitiful. He reached out his hand, but it was suddenly grabbed. Waron quickly grabbed Corin's hand, her voice haltingly stopping him, even foolishly asking if he wanted to eat. Waron's entire body trembled as she waited for an answer. Corin could see her fear. He reached out with his other hand and gently patted her head to comfort her, saying softly, "It's okay. When this is over, I'll definitely buy you some fish to eat." Outside, Waron was already floating in midair. Down below, Corin held a long spear and said, "Begin." The spear's name was Jewel of the Death God. The description next to it stated that it was guaranteed to separate the soul from the body, bypassing all defenses. A divine weapon that reaps souls with 100% accuracy. Of course, if a human were to use it, the accuracy would drop sharply, rendering it useless. Especially for Corin, since he couldn't sense souls. His accuracy rate was 0. Corin threw the spear straight at Waron, but it was knocked away. It veered off course and stuck straight into the ground. Waron was stunned, but Corin wasn't surprised at all. He looked at the spear and said to Waron, "Watch this. I'll show you some magic." A flawed magic stone, used in festivals. Its dispersal range increases as its accuracy decreases, making it more difficult to use. According to its dispersal mechanism, the lowest accuracy gives it a maximum range of 100 meters. But what if Corin, someone with 0 accuracy, used it? The dispersal range would be infinite, bypassing the fact that he can't interfere with souls to activate the effect. To be precise, this wasn't Corin's attack, but an attack from the dispersal magic stone. A brilliant purple light emanated from the spear, enveloping Waron. Suddenly, Waron fell, and Corin rushed forward to catch her. He quickly said he only transferred a little bit of magic power into it, and immediately asked how Waron was, if she was hurt anywhere. Waron lay snugly in Corin's arms. She smiled, radiant and beautiful, and softly thanked Corin. Lan was awake. She opened her sparkling eyes, her cheeks flushed, and greeted him. Appa. Corin, who was holding her princess style, was startled by the name. He recalled a time before they met. Mariette Dunaleveb had once angrily slammed her desk, scolding someone for insisting on using the word Appa as if they couldn't stand not to. Then there was Elisa, who was unhappy about being made to call him Appa. She argued it was ridiculous since they were the same age. And also, that little crybaby Anna. She had hugged her silly cat and said, "Thank you, Mr. Knight." "Damn it, mister? Now this is much better." Tears streamed down Corin's face as he felt a profound truth dawn in his heart. He had finally escaped the Mr. title and silently thanked Lan for making such a great first impression. Corin set her down. Seeing the look on his face, Lan guessed that he seemed happy. Corin didn't deny it, because he was often called an old man. Hearing Lan call him Appa was a great comfort to his soul. Seeing this, Lan admitted that she thought so too, because it seemed like he always wanted to be called Appa. Her words warmed Corin's heart. It turned out she had always been watching him. Waron had occupied this body for 3 years. Lan stood, feeling her legs again. During all that time, she had been trapped inside her own body, only able to observe everything through Waron's eyes. Feeling sorry for her, Corin gently asked if she didn't feel any resentment after having her body stolen for 3 whole years. But Lan just gave a non-committal, Then, she gathered her skirt and ran down the road with a radiant expression. She cheered, wanting him to watch her run, and explained, "This is the first time I've been able to walk and run like this since I got sick." As she continued to run and jump with delight, Lan exclaimed that it was definitely thanks to Hua, because Hua had been using the power accumulated in her body. Corin watched her go, reminding her to be careful since her body wasn't used to it. "If you overdo it, you'll be done for." He watched her with a hint of sadness and confided that at first, she had hated Waran. "I used to scream, demanding my body back. Then she stepped in a puddle, stopped, and added, but my voice was never heard. Waran only talked to herself, like she was lost in her own world." She felt the wind blow past and continued her thought. "I knew those monologues weren't meant to avoid me, but were an expression of guilt and regret directed at herself." Lan crouched down and added, "I know exactly how hard it is to overcome that fear and anxiety, because we share the same body." Looking at her reflection in the water, Lan touched the surface as if looking at Waran and said, "That's why I don't push Waran away anymore." War had bravely made the decision to return her body. Hearing this, Corin expressed his thoughts. It was a gesture of tolerance and forgiveness. The one who had her body stolen for 3 years was now ready to embrace Hoa. He smiled, praising her for how much she'd grown up. Lan looked up, her eyes crinkling in a happy smile. Of course, although she had stopped growing at 14, Hoa was mentally only 3. She had long wanted a younger sister, and now she really had one. A look of realization dawned on Corin's face. That's right. Now the two of them were sisters, sharing a single body. Suddenly, she spoke up. "But hey," which made him suspicious. Still facing away from him, she proposed a hypothetical. If she were in danger, would Appa save her in a super cool way like last time? "Was that all?" He replied, "Just say the word, anytime." Lan blushed, saying she knew he'd answer like that, and praised him for being so cool. Then she called out Appa again, leaving Corin with a puzzled expression. But then she started talking about something completely random, saying she likes fish too, adding that she and Waran have the same interests, before throwing something into a puddle, causing it to splash everywhere. Then she slowly listed other things they had in common, from food and music to books, before suddenly leaning close to his ear and whispering, "And our taste in men, too." That left Corin completely stunned. That line was way too heavy. He couldn't handle it. At the same time, she reached out and playfully touched his chest. If he became her husband, he'd legally have 2 wives. Her words made Corin flustered, both pleased and shy as he stammered, "No," and asked what on earth she was talking about. She pressed herself against his chest, looking up seductively, demanding an answer right now. But Corin, his face beet red and his mind reeling, was speechless. Then, determined not to take the bait, he pushed her away, scolding her not to tease people like that. Despite that, Lan insisted she wasn't joking. Back in her hometown, people her age have already done everything. Then she put on a worldly air, her cheeks rosy and her lips puckered, as she continued to flirt. "This whole thing, you know, love." She trailed off. Shaking, Corin relented, saying that if she wanted to continue living with Hoa, she should ask for her opinion too. Suddenly, Lan stood on her tiptoes, gave him a quick peck on the cheek, and thanked him, leaving Corin fumbling, his eyes wide and jaw dropped in shock. All of a sudden, she collapsed, her head hitting his chest. Corin panicked. "What's going on?" He tried calling out, "Lan?" But a pair of fierce eyes looked up at him as an irritable voice answered, "It's me." Then, furious as if she'd just been forcibly kissed, she threatened him. "Don't get the wrong idea. All that was just nonsense." He nervously thought to himself how quickly they could switch places. Then, she walked away, muttering to herself like someone fresh out of a mental asylum. "Who are you calling big sister? So noisy. It's just a misunderstanding." "Shut up." Watching her talk to herself, Corin wondered. War and Hoa, are they talking to each other? She turned back and asked if he was coming. She reminded him to come to the usual place for dinner, Rank 1 Provisions. He looked confused for a moment, then agreed. Corin sighed, figuring this was Waran and Lan's way of apologizing. Apologizing with food. Kids will be kids. But then he remembered her whispering in his ear about her taste in men. He then scratched his head, trying to convince himself, well, kids will be kids, right? Elsewhere, someone exclaimed, "I was about to meet my ancestors." A gauntleted hand twitched. He lamented that the resources the old church had poured into this Merkava festival were immense. They thought that after everything was over, they could finally take down the first princess of the Protestant church. But in the end, a cross knight lying on the ground, who thought he was a goner, had luckily escaped the Grim Reaper's scythe and muttered, "A complete failure." Remembering that strange sword, he wondered, who the hell is he? How did he know all of the Cross Knight's plans beforehand? Then he looked up at the ceiling in disbelief. He had clearly followed Sir Lazan's orders and summoned 100 cross knights. All 100 of them were deployed into this 100-year-old tunnel. Now, all of them were laid out flat just like him, and he couldn't accept it. To lure out the threat of Waran and Lan, he had taken a huge risk. But that guy, Corin Lock, stood looking down at him with a staff resting on his shoulder and a hand on his hip, smirking mockingly. What can 100 cross knights do? If you were truly going all out, you should have sent the Holy Knight Order. It was Corin who had ruined everything for him. At that moment, he had pointed a finger at Corin's face and cursed. What gives you the right to do this? Do you think you can survive this? But he was suddenly hit in the head by something and fell backward. The one who did it was Corin. From a distance, he had gently tossed something that knocked him out flat. Professor Josephine then said she could handle this. Even so, Corin caught his staff and told her it was fine. He also had a chance to test out a new technique. Seeing this, Josephine wondered about that throw of his that took them all down in one go. But she also praised him. Even though his body wasn't at 100%, he did very well, and they could just handle capturing the rest. Hearing that, he didn't hold back, pointing from where he stood and reminding her to take out the suicide poison pills hidden in their right molars. As Josephine walked forward, she had many questions she wanted to ask. How did he know about the tunnel the old church had been preparing for 100 years? And right from the start, why did he request to have the old church monitored? Outside, night had fallen. For now, she was relieved he was an ally. Josephine tied up the unconscious knights. The next day, at an old castle, dawn's light shone everywhere. War had woken up. She lay there thinking about the calmness of the strong. Nothing could harm her body. The rhythm of this body was much slower than that of an ordinary person. In short, suddenly, Lan's voice yelled from within, telling Waran to wake up. But even though her eyes were open, she just lay there limp like a dead fish on the bed. Lan tossed and turned, not wanting to get out of bed yet. Waran and Lan were two lazybones. Lan was still persistently urging, "You're awake, right? So get up." This made War, still in bed, cover her ears as if that would block out Lan's voice, and grumbled that she was too noisy. Even so, she could still hear Lan's voice complaining from within her mind. "Seriously, is that any way to talk to your big sister? Let's get breakfast. Breakfast time." Suddenly, she heard a sound outside and sat up, curious. Walking down the stairs, Warren rationalized that she wasn't coming out because of Lan, but simply because she was curious. Suddenly, she saw Corin sleeping on the floor, drool trickling from his mouth. She wondered why he was sleeping there, while Lan excitedly called out, "Look, it's Appa Corin." Then Lan, with a mischievous grin, told her to wake him up. But War wondered why it had to be her. Hearing this, Lan started spinning a tale. "If you sleep there, your mouth will get crooked." She urged Warren on as if the house was on fire. Seeing her finger poke his cheek, Lan asked, "You like Corin too, don't you?" At that, Warren looked flustered. "I don't know. He just arbitrarily does things I never asked for. He's always so overeager. I can't understand him." Then Lan, like a ghost, squatted beside Corin with Warren, asking skeptically, "So you hate him?" She quickly replied, "I don't hate him." Lan, persistent as a leech, then asked, "So you like him?" But War found it hard to answer and just poked his cheek with all her might, saying, "I hate you." Suddenly, Marit Dunalev appeared behind her. Her eyes narrowed, smiling as she asked, "Why are you up so early?" War indifferently replied that it was too noisy. Afterwards, Mariette ordered Dioku to pick Corin up and take him back to bed. "Don't let him keep Warren and Lan from sleeping." Walking behind Dioku, Mariette said sarcastically to Warren, "If you're sleepy, just go back to sleep, Junior." But then, out of nowhere, she mentioned the sofa, which made Mariette suspicious. Warren, still squatting on the floor, asked why he couldn't just lie on the sofa. This comment made Mariette even more confused about what she was trying to say. But she still replied that there were no blankets here, and the weather was cold, so he'd freeze. Hearing that, Warren hugged his knees and watched them leave, displeased, telling himself, "Right, there's no way to argue with that." Suddenly, Mariette cheerfully mentioned, "There are steamed potatoes in the kitchen, go ahead and eat." Then she turned her head back, squinting as she said that we could eat later, and it was fine if she ate them all. War sat with his knees hugged, pensively watching Mariette's footsteps. Then, with a murderous glare, he growled, "Us?" In another place, at another time, a teacher was giving a lecture at the front of a classroom. In situations like these, you can make use of the materials around you in an emergency. Sitting below, Corin thought that even though the festival wasn't over, classes were still going on. He'd already learned this last time, so he decided to focus on other things. Just then, the system displayed a notification. Corin Lock Hero, Strength, 8130. Magic, 6770. Traits: Resilient Warrior's Recovery, Pain Tolerance, Domain Insight, 3 cores, Mana Release. Looking at his new stats, Corin scratched his chin, thinking that with these numbers, he had already surpassed Elisa Adena in the early stages. In addition, he took a closer look at his trait stats: Resilient Warrior's Recovery, Pain Tolerance, Domain Insight, 3 cores, and Mana Release, and began calculating. Currently, his aura level was high rank. He imagined the 3 clusters of blue, red, and yellow light inside his chest. Considering that at this stage, normal knights have only just managed to acquire their first core, but he had obtained a second one from the Silver Mandragora that he possessed, and a third inherited from Duke Sabantia. This meant that while other knights only had their first aura core, he already possessed 3. Corin rested his chin on his hand and smiled. Elisa Adena also said that she had obtained a core this time. With a few steps into the domain, it seemed to have helped her grow tremendously. This time, Elisa Adena had reached the lower high rank in aura. Recalling their previous battle, Elisa Adena had fought until she was a bloody mess, covered in wounds, yet she still stood firm with her sword, refusing to give up. Even though she was only ranked mid-low before, her rapid growth in half a year was something to look forward to in the future. The only thing left was the mana release that the system had mentioned. It was the act of activating one's internal energy and accumulating it at high pressure, allowing the accumulation and release of up to 20% of one's total aura and magic. This was an incredibly useful trait. His current aura stat was 8130, and 20% of that was a massive burst of up to 1600. That was an astonishing amount of power. Corin had tried to release his spiritual power to see what would happen. The problem was, when he tested this in the hunting grounds, he couldn't control it. Corin, bored, furrowed his brow with a headache, thinking that perhaps he could do something similar with Duke Sabantia's final magic sword. Damn. Could he cut the sky and slay a dragon with just one thrust? Suddenly, the teacher spoke up, saying there were 5 minutes left of class, so she would be checking the students' notes. Corin was still lost in thought and didn't register the teacher's words. Suddenly, he snapped out of it. Checking notes? Why now? Who am I? Where am I? He saw the teacher smiling, but she was radiating a dark, oppressive aura. Was she complaining? It was because everyone kept sleeping in class. The professor was clearly annoyed, and he cursed under his breath. Based on Professor Lula Lala's personality over the past 4 years, she would punish them by making them clean the classroom. That normally wouldn't be anything to worry about. But this wasn't just any room. It was the alchemy lab, a place full of stains from experiments, dusty bottles and vials, and thick cobwebs, not to mention who knows what else. Just like his own miserable mood, the other students were in a similar state. They were now in a panic, trying to borrow each other's notebooks to copy from. But even among close friends, it was every man for himself. Who had time to help others? He felt his afternoon plans go up in smoke. God damn it. After this class, he had planned to spend the entire free afternoon enjoying the festival. Better late than never, right? He thought he had to write something, and fumbled around for a pen, but his hand touched a small one. He was startled and looked at the hand. To his left was Jer, and to his right was. He looked up, thinking, what the hell, and quickly pulled his hand away. War was sitting there, looking at his hand. He pulled his hand back, but she suddenly grabbed it, lacing her fingers with his. Corin was horrified, his face turning beet red, eyes wide, and mouth agape, wondering, is this Lan? At that moment, her face also turned bright red, as she looked at their intertwined hands with delight, and confirmed it. Then she squinted and smiled, pressing the back of his hand against her chest, and asking if he wanted to see her notes. Oh, Lan flashed a bright smile, and asked if he wanted to take a look. Corin, blushing, stammered, seemingly not understanding what she was talking about, guessing it was the notes. Lan told him to turn to the right page, and then finally asked him to go get lunch together. Corin easily agreed, and even gallantly offered to treat her to a meal, making the male students sitting behind them gossip with envy. While they were whispering about how strange it was for the two to suddenly become so close, Marriott's subordinate was already nearby, listening in. It was none other than Dioku. After class, the two of them walked down the hallway together, talking a bit about Lan. Eventually, Corin brought up the photo of Hai Huk and Chairman Kang Yu-Hoa. Those two also bore a significant amount of responsibility in this incident, and they were, of course, victims as well. Even so, they could still be held accountable. Kang Ru would be secretly executed, meaning unofficially. Now that he was gone, Yu-Hoa had to take over the position of head of the Kang family. Lan had always felt that Hai Huk and Yu-Hoa had suffered a lot because of her. Corin was a little curious about the concept. Was the family head the leader of the entire clan? Lan confirmed that was the case. The family head handles everything from minor household matters to the marriages within the family. Lan's expression suddenly changed then. She pressed herself against Corin's chest, saying she had already asked for permission to marry him. This made Corin feel even more guilty and awkward. He could only raise his hands in surrender, silently hoping that Waran would wake up soon and stop Lan, or else there would be trouble. Over on the other side, Mariette loudly told Dioku to quickly report every detail. It began to explain in its strange language. Meanwhile, Mariette, who was cooking soup, began to seethe with killing intent with every word it spoke. She muttered angrily to herself. So, that's how it is. Her eyes were glued to the soup pot, but her mind was nurturing thoughts of jealousy. Even though the two of them weren't in any kind of special relationship, Mariette felt a pang of something sharp. Mariette Dunalev was known to be a fairly rational person. Her actions were driven more by survival than by love, but even so, their frequent intimacy couldn't have been without some special meaning. A flashback reveals a time when Lan was praying to become Corin's wife, a moment she recounted with her own words. She said something about a husband and 2 wives, and that alone was enough for Mariette to understand the situation she was in. She was absolutely furious. She gripped the chopstick in her hand so tightly that it shattered, her mind racing to find a special way to get her revenge indirectly. After rummaging through her thoughts, she came up with an interesting plan, a honey trap. Suddenly, she felt eager to carry it out. But Mariette quickly dismissed the thought, muttering nonsense. In Dukgu's eyes, Mariette looked like she could erupt with fiery rage at any moment. She suddenly called out to him and asked him what men like. Dukgu narrowed his eyes slyly. He gave a mischievous grin, and his final answer was bone. Inside the dining hall, at a long dining table, Mariette and Corin sat facing each other. She explained that she had researched something special just for Corin, then presented a bowl of Darren's special blood soup. It was a dish that the old men back at the farm used to make. She was sure Corin would love it. As expected, he was overjoyed to receive the delicious soup that tasted just like home. He eagerly asked how she got the secret recipe. Corin quickly downed the entire bowl in one gulp. Mariette happily told him the soup was made from congealed blood. He immediately showered it with praise, saying its soft and smooth texture made her even happier. Corin placed the empty bowl on the table and let out a satisfied sigh. Suddenly, a system window appeared before him, announcing that Corin had consumed a special-grade blood potion. He had also learned the monstrous strength skill, and his strength had increased by 30 points, which left Corin stunned. His face darkened as he called her name. Mari jumped, her face beat red as she listened intently. He then deduced that this blood wasn't from an ordinary pig or cow. The system window appeared again, displaying his strength bar, which was temporarily boosted by 200%, a buff that couldn't be stacked with others. Instantly, Corin was so overjoyed that he rushed forward and embraced Mariette, repeatedly telling her he loved her, which made her blush so hard she had to cover her face. She felt that listening to Dukgu had been a brilliant idea. Inside a library, Waran's voice could be heard saying she wanted to share a story about a friend. She had once heard someone say that when you're with a certain person, your heart feels like it's floating on a cloud. Josephine was surprised. Warren continued, saying it felt like sitting on a light, fluffy cloud. Her heart was always pounding, and sometimes it felt like a sharp pain in her chest. She confessed this, blushing slightly. Josephine began to think that this was probably a love consultation. She adjusted her glasses, thinking to herself that Waran, after shedding her identity as a special-grade demon, had become a young woman experiencing her first love. Josephine then confidently diagnosed that the person in question was likely Corin Lock. If it was someone Waran was in contact with, it couldn't be anyone else. Corin had even been reported by second-year female students for being a flirt. In Josephine's eyes, he was already a seasoned womanizer. She was certain that for a novice like Waran, dealing with his extensive romantic experience would be a tough challenge. Josephine speculated with a sharp gaze. The person Waran had a secret crush on was someone surrounded by many female admirers. Then, she gave Waran some advice. Opportunities wouldn't come easily because men who get a lot of female attention don't actively approach anyone themselves. Josephine placed a hand on her shoulder and spoke sincerely, inwardly recalling something from about 100 years ago. There was a famous romance novel titled 101 Ways to Seduce That Man, which was also the go-to love manual for young women of that era. Suddenly, Josephine offered different advice, telling Waran she needed to act boldly, or she would never win his love. Hearing this, Waran instantly had a realization. Josephine finally stated her opinion directly, advising her to get rid of anyone who dared to stand in her way. And the person giving this consultation was a single witch, whose only experience with love came from a 100-year-old novel. She was the golden girl of the wizarding world. Both Warren and Josephine were inexperienced young women, so the advice was taken very seriously. After finishing the consultation, Josephine used a teleportation spell to send Warren back. Before saying goodbye, she wished for Warren to win her love soon. Suddenly, the sight before Warren's eyes left her utterly astonished. It was Duke Gu, starting a fire outside the cold mansion. Inside, she could see the silhouette of a girl with her Corin. Warren's pupils constricted with jealousy. What she saw was Mariette sitting on top of him. She was panting suspiciously. She pressed down on his shoulders, opened her mouth wide, revealing her distinctive vampire fangs, and slowly moved her mouth towards the crook of his neck. As Mariette leaned in, her chest pressed against him. When she bit into Corin's neck, he held her tightly. The scene between the two was incredibly intimate, and Warren's eyes took in everything. Her lips trembled as she felt a deep sense of betrayal. The falling leaves seemed to reflect the state of her heart. She now understood that Corin was just a boy who liked to help others, and that his kindness was directed only at Mariette. Her heart clenched, and her mind raced with painful thoughts. Could she have been so arrogant as to think Corin liked her? Mariette, who had been enjoying the moment with her eyes closed, suddenly opened them and looked at her, startling Warren. Mariette finally cracked a smile and removed her fangs from his neck, not forgetting to lick the bite mark. Warren was now in Mariette's sights. Her gaze was as if to say she wouldn't give her Corin to anyone. Separated only by a wall, the two of them glared at each other. Suddenly, Lan reached out and grabbed her sister, asking her to hand over the mission. Lan's hand reached for Warren's face. Lan had now completely taken control of this love war, promising to personally eliminate anyone who stood in their way. Elisa brought a forkful of food to her mouth and praised the delicious chocolate mousse, which surprised Corin a little. She laughed and said, "The place I live is basically the countryside, so there aren't any pastry shops." This made him unable to believe his ears, and he asked if her hometown was really that remote. Initially, Corin had planned to rest a bit to prepare for the upcoming holiday and was going to buy some sweets, but instead, he ran into all of his acquaintances and had to sit and eat cake with them like this. Suddenly, he heard people calling him. It was Mariette and Warren, both offering him cake, but since Warren was closer, he paid attention to her first. After taking a bite from Warren, Corin looked back at Mariette. She remained silent and dejected after another girl had beaten her to feeding him. Warren suddenly offered her the strawberry cake she was holding, but Mariette had no reason to refuse and reluctantly accepted it. Suddenly, Warren turned and asked Corin to get her a piece of cake. He speared a slice with his fork, much to Mariette's dismay. But when he brought it over, Warren opened her mouth, expecting him to feed it to her. Out of nowhere, Mariette slammed the cake right into her face. She called it a loving feeding, which left Corin stunned for a moment. Mariette then wiped her hands, smiling slyly, and maliciously asked her if the cake was good. Warren replied that it was delicious, but with a heavy emphasis on the word delicious, as if it were a threat. Mariette then asked if she wanted some more, and the atmosphere immediately grew heavy. Even Corin couldn't understand why the mood had turned so strange, his eyes darting back and forth between them. While wiping the cream from her face, Warren emanated a dark aura and asked about Mariette's potato farm, then continued to pick apart Mariette's so-called potato pie. Her face darkening, she asked Warren again if she wanted more of her special cake, but who would be stupid enough to eat it? Watching the two girls in their fierce war of words, Jer broke out in a cold sweat and asked Corin what was happening. Even he was getting extremely anxious, constantly muttering about how scared he was. Everything was getting to be too much, so he stood up and asked to be excused to the restroom. Jer and Jack stood up at the same time, leaving Elisa confused. The three guys linked arms and walked off, discussing the two girls who had just been brimming with killing intent. Elisa couldn't stop them, even if she wanted to. Turning back, she continued to eat under the immense pressure from Warren and Mariette. Although they spoke to each other politely, the air was incredibly heavy. In the end, Mariette boasted that Corin would be going down south with her this winter, and that they would also be visiting a hot spring together. At the same time, she shared that Corin had gone to the Holy Land of John with her and received a blessing from the Saintess, while also taking a jab at Warren's stinky hot spring. Both of these things stunned Elisa, as this was all brand new information to her. Then, one of them delivered the final blow. "Corin has decided to come home with me," which made Elisa shout, "What?" Meanwhile, the three guys were all in the restroom together. Suddenly, Corin had a strange feeling. Elisa placed her cup on the table with a trembling hand. She timidly told them that Corin had said he had things to do in the east, so he had formed a party with her to go see the solar eclipse together. This only made the dark auras of the two girls in front of her grow stronger because of this third party. Overwhelmed by the pressure, Elisa's voice grew quieter. Her vision even started to blur. She could only stammer a few uhs before shouting out in fear, "Why?" The shout was so loud it could be heard in the men's restroom, making Corin turn his head in confusion. A few days earlier, Corin had asked about the distance to the eastern forest. To explain a bit, Rits who are favored by spirits can accompany them without needing any interaction. But for a spirit to come all this way was truly a rare occurrence. The person standing before him was Yuen. She announced that she had found the people he was looking for. Their names are Dun, Sky, Ace, and Findias. Findias is a hidden realm where one of the 4 great treasures, the son of Clusolus, is kept, and the Dre who protects that land is Dun Sky Ace. In the game, the hidden realm where the great treasure, the son Clusolaz, is stored is seized by Tess Banhaza and his royal guards during the main storyline. At the same time, Banhaza and his royal guards couldn't even get past that guardian. Becoming stronger is good, but if he could weaken his enemies at the same time, that would be even better. If one of the 4 treasures was destined to fall into the hands of the royal guards, Corin just needed to get his hands on one first. Normally, no one knows the time or place, so it's impossible to obtain it. But after defeating Fanmark Demond, the reward is a map to the Sun Clausulus, one of the 4 great treasures. This information wasn't stored in my inventory, but was directly transmitted into my memory. During a solar eclipse, when the sun's power is at its weakest, I can claim Clausulas. In the 3 years I've been playing the game, a solar eclipse has only occurred once. Fast forward to the 8th of May. After the spring break had started, a report came in about the presence of the Wolf King's territory. He continued his train of thought. Even though it's a hidden place, with Yuen's power, Corin believed they could find a clue. Good, everything's going according to plan. Corin suddenly cracked a smile and clenched his fist. This break, Corin will go to the east to find Findias, with the hope of getting the ancient treasure Clausulas first, and then ruining the plans of Banhaza and his lackeys. Just thinking about it made him smile with satisfaction. Corin swore that he would make them fail completely. After explaining all of this, Corin was trembling, adding that the trip was also a convenient way to ask for old Sabazia's opinion. In response to his enthusiastic explanation was a death glare from Mariette. She asked him when he was leaving. Corin opened his eyes, a bit surprised. She held out her hand, a badge resting in her palm, explaining that it was the family crest of her ducal house. With this crest, he would be able to receive cooperation in most places. Then she warned him not to follow anyone who promised him potatoes. Corin immediately said he wasn't a child. Then, she grabbed his hand as he was about to leave. She shyly told him to wait a moment, seeming to hesitate before doing something. He just smiled gently. She then said she would drain his blood without regret, and would live off of stored blood for a long time. In the end, she just said a single thank you, and quickly proceeded. One day before his departure, Corin stepped out of the bathroom, his body still wet with a towel for his hair draped over his shoulder. He felt tired from having his blood drawn despite just sitting still. Corin looked down at his bed, and was surprised to see Warren already lying there listlessly. She just commented that he took a long time to bathe. Corin wondered why she was here. Her only reply was a firm declaration that she would be sleeping here, which made him even more uncomfortable, as it was improper for a man and a woman to be so close. She then pointed out that they had slept together before. Remembering that time, when he had laid down next to her, he immediately denied it, saying it was a special circumstance, only to take shelter from the rain. Warren's heart sank a little. As long as Josephine didn't find out what she was doing, it would be fine. Besides, what happened the day before had made her somewhat reliant on him. Corin finally smiled and took off his outer shirt, but was immediately stopped when she threw a pillow at his head. Warren asked what he was taking his shirt off for. This made him realize that she was worried about him. They both lay down under the covers. Warren looked up at the ceiling and continued, "If you get hurt, it would break my heart." This surprised him. Warren finally asked, "You're going to keep fighting, aren't you? Just like you did for me." Then Warren brought her face close to his, telling him that she would protect him and that she didn't want him to get hurt. Corin sighed, turned away, but he understood her feelings. At least a little. Finally, he thanked her. He then told her about his trip to the east, which seemed to put Warren's mind at ease. The words that Warren spoke that day gave me more strength to try harder. The next day, at a coffee shop, Corin's voice was heard asking Elisa if it was really her, because her picture was in the newspaper, along with the latest updates about her. The headline read, "Swordsmaster Galan passes the 5th sword to his granddaughter. The Ain succession war begins." This literally made Elisa spit out her coffee, and she claimed to have known nothing about it. He said that was to be expected, since she'd finally escaped her oppressive situation. Then, he asked if everyone had finished packing. Elisa and Yuen quickly said they had. Elisa had already packed food and clothes, while Yuen was, without a doubt, being arrogant. She was confident in her ability to control nature. Corin quickly showed his disappointment. The two of them were being way too obvious as rookies, which left both of them a bit confused. Corin then explained that they would be riding a wyvern straight to the east and asked them if they understood what that meant. Both of them fell silent. Corin mischievously revealed the answer. The two of them were about to regret this. Not even a main character's plot armor could save them. The two girls, who had just been holding their heads high and boasting about being prepared, were now being so battered by the wyvern that they couldn't control their actions or their words. Elisa's symptoms were even worse. She could only groan and scream, whimpering to Corin that she couldn't open her eyes. Meanwhile, Yuen, who had just been maintaining her Mother Nature image, was now also crying for help against winds so strong they could blow her dignity away. It was an unforgettable experience. She promised that in the future, she would never again rely solely on something like nature. Corin, on the other hand, had been ready from the start, wearing specialized equipment. Looking at the two of them, Corin could only utter one word: fools. Because at an altitude of 1 kilometer, it doesn't matter what season it is, you need cold-proof clothing and goggles. And he had all three: experience, know-how, and knowledge. On their way, they kept calling his name, begging nature and man, and doing whatever they could, until they finally turned a new page. Arriving at a place with clear blue ocean waves and a lush island, also known as the eastern region of Tak Lakan, Elisa lost her balance, waving her arms to one side, and he looked back, not understanding what was happening. On the other side, more elephants emerged from within the forest. They charged forward manically. They were known as oliphants, with red eyes that always locked onto their prey with perfect accuracy. As Elisa flew, she pointed towards the distance, extremely surprised to see a village far away, and she feared the village would be destroyed by the herd of elephants. Corin, however, whispered that they didn't need to rush. Saving a small village wouldn't make them late. Elisa then bravely ordered the wyvern to descend. Corin took action, making trees grow in the middle of the elephant's path. As for Elisa, she would take on the responsibility of fighting. As planned, Yuen immediately made trees sprout where they stood. The roots wrapped around some of the elephant's limbs. The lush trees rose up, forming a dense barrier. But while this was a chance to hold the monsters back, Elisa was still waiting in ambush behind them. She leaped down from above, raising her sword, which was glowing with her aura. Then with a single slash, her sword struck the elephant's tusk below, letting out a deafening clang. She couldn't believe they were able to block this thing. The elephant began to move more violently, so much so that the tree roots were no longer very effective. Yuen noticed this and grew worried. Instantly, Elisa retreated with a few leaps. Corin jumped off the wyvern, grabbing his spear. With Mage Yuan above, he ordered them to focus on the leader and bind it tightly. As long as they could hold back the leader, he would handle the rest himself. Suddenly, Corin felt something. From a distance, a group of people suddenly arrived, some on horseback and some riding wyverns, which greatly surprised them. A slash cut across the elephant's leg, followed by another. The elephant was torn apart, as sword slashes quickly covered its entire body. The elephant herd was immediately taken care of. The people in that group were monster hunters from House An. Suddenly, one of them spoke up, telling Elisa she was as pathetic as ever, which confused her. Then, they suddenly threw something at her. Elisa caught it reflexively. The person quickly threw something to Corin as well. Although he didn't understand what was happening, he also caught it. When he opened his palm, the thing he held was a piece of candy, which only confused him more. The person who threw them the candy was Lunia. Elisa was also completely startled by her sudden appearance. In response, Lunia just reminded everyone to be more careful next time. Then she asked Corin about his #1 rank. Lunia said it was excellent progress, encouraging him to keep it up before turning to leave. Just looking at her back, a thought surfaced in Corin's mind. She was still as cold as ever, because she was inherently a calm person. But then Lunia remembered something. She turned around and asked seriously, "Do you want to marry me?" The question left Elisa and Yuen completely floored and astonished. It was something they wouldn't dare to dream of, and even Corin's face scrunched up, as if he wanted to scream, "What the hell is this?" A great family in the south holds the fertile lands, countless islands, and important trade routes. In contrast, the east not only borders a heretical empire, but also has to face harsh nature, and is constantly attacked by demonic beasts from the barren lands. But even in such difficult circumstances, the east still maintained a solid reputation. Undoubtedly thanks to them, the protectors of the polar region, House An. Inside the familiar eastern compound, many people lined up neatly, bowing respectfully before one person. They shouted in unison, "Welcome, milady." That person was none other than Lunia. She gave an order. "That is my sister and her friend. Prepare rooms for them." The soldiers immediately obeyed. She turned back to her sister. "Elisa, you come with me." Over on the other side, Corin and Yuen were sitting and playing chess. Yuen exclaimed, "This is a really tough game. Why are you so good at it, Corin?" he said confidently. "How much experience do you think I have?" She raised a hand and whispered to Corin, "Is Elisa okay? The atmosphere just now was so tense." He replied, "It's fine. They're sisters after all." But Yuen was still extremely worried. Is she going to punish us for not being able to handle the mammoths? But Corin didn't think Lunia was that kind of person. While they were lost in thought, the door opened, and a person entered and respectfully called for Corin. "Lady Lunia wishes to see you." On the other side, Lunia was waiting for Corin with her hands clasped behind her back. She turned her head and asked, "You're here?" She had a truly sophisticated and cold appearance. Lunia told Corin to sit down and that they had a lot to talk about, while he worried about whether he was going to be punished. She poured tea for Corin and asked, "That's right, you're turning 18 soon, aren't you? Same age as my sister." She then asked bluntly, "Are you married?" The unexpected question made Corin cough and sputter, wondering, "Why are you asking that?" Lunia got straight to the point. "If you don't have anyone, would you like to marry me?" Corin wondered if she was serious. She didn't look like she was joking at all. She brought a hand to her face, analyzing him. He had martial arts talent and trained diligently. "And your face? Well, it meets my standards." Corin joked, "I didn't expect you to be someone who cares so much about looks." Lunia was blunt. "I'm a woman too, you know. At the very least, I have to consider the face and body of the man I'll be sleeping with." But Corin saw there was more to it, and asked for the real reason. Lunia gave Corin a sharp look and replied, "It's because of my sister. Back then, after Elisa defeated me in our duel, that senile old geezer, the Sword Emperor, suddenly appeared and made an announcement. He appointed Elisa as the 5th master of the Sword Pavilion. The moment he finished speaking, the old man vanished, leaving my supporters on edge. You're the one who advised Elisa and came up with that bold plan, so you must understand." Lunia took a sip of tea and continued, "My position has started to become unstable, and to fix that, I've been constantly receiving meeting requests from famous swordsmen and heirs of prestigious families. We're talking political marriages." But Lunia didn't like that. She didn't want to be a commodity on the marriage market. Corin asked, "So you want a fake marriage with me as a front for everyone?" Lunia held her teacup, smiled, and nodded. "Exactly. Elisa was the illegitimate child of the Aiden family, but when she returned, she was showered with gifts. That was the result of her being designated as the heir early on, pulling her into the family's power struggle." A woman in red, holding a sword, asked, "I've heard. Father has appointed you as the 5th master of the Sword Pavilion." A young Elisa was kneeling there. Her spirit wasn't small, but the responsibility was immense. The woman stressed, "In the Aiden family, Father's command is absolute." She declared, "Your opinion changes nothing." She was Sophia, Lunia, Aiden's biological mother, and the first wife of the current patriarch, Waran. Everything was according to the will of the previous patriarch, the family head, Garen Aiden. His will carried immense weight. She threw the sword down, telling Elisa that as the 5th master, she must strive for the family's honor and the safety of humanity. "You will select and command members of the main family, and you will train while you are here." Elisa gripped the sword tightly and obeyed. Basically, she couldn't refuse. From a young age, obedience was ingrained in her very being, and that hadn't changed now. Standing before this woman, even though she knew this family would never truly accept her, outside in the mansion's courtyard, Elisa walked silently, holding her sword. She happened to walk by the side of a room and heard voices from within. "All right then, let's think positively." Peeking through a crack in the door, she saw Corin and Lunia sitting and talking. Lunia said, "Then tomorrow, let's spend the whole day together. We'll go on a date." Seeing this, Elisa leaned against the wall, thinking, "They're going on a date?" Her sister's lips were slightly curled up, and her voice sounded more excited than usual, thinking back to when she asked Corin if he wanted to marry me. That statement was so out of character. "That's my sister for you." So cold and decisive. Elisa thought that something as serious as marriage must have a reason, but she was sure her sister had good intentions. I sensed this during the midterm exam. Lunia is both curious and fond of Corin. It's respect for a talented swordsman and a yearning for his domain. But if she didn't like Corin, she wouldn't have made that offer. She smiled faintly. This was a good thing, because Elisa cared for them both. Lunia was the half-sister she had always admired. the one who had cared for her like a mother since she was little. Even though they were now rivals, she truly wished for her sister's happiness. Corin was also someone special to Elisa. He had believed in her talent, supported her, and helped her survive against her sister's pursuers. The young woman sat outside the door, hugging her sword. They were a good match, and both were people she deeply loved and respected. Them getting together was a good thing, but even as she thought that, her heart felt heavy. Outside, white snowflakes were falling, and a chill covered the entire area. The puff of a pipe, an exhale of smoke, was enough to bring a little warmth. Lunia held a piece of paper and asked, "What's this, mother?" Sophia replied, "It's a list of famous swordsmen from the East and the eldest sons of prominent families. Most of our supporters are vassals of my family, so I can't just ignore the pressure for these meetings," recalling Corin's distorted face. "Even though I blurted it out, he is handsome. Objectively speaking, he's a good man, and he has a progressive spirit in martial arts. In any case, Grandfather is the one who will decide the next heir. Since Corin has reached the domain, Grandfather will brush aside any objections." Holding the pipe, a thought suddenly flashed through Lunia's mind. She thought about Elisa's feelings for Corin. "I don't know how deep those feelings are, but it's at least a fondness, maybe more." She tapped the ashes from her pipe, speculating on those feelings. "But what belongs to my sister is mine. I have the right to possess it." As a leader, she couldn't be bothered with such trivial matters. Outside, a girl spoke up. "My lady, are you planning to go on a date with Corin?" Lunia reacted. "Warani? A date? That sounds so annoying. This is a premarital investigation. Are you dissatisfied?" Warani wondered. "Compared to the men Sophia brought, is he really that much better?" She added, "That's the reason we lost the duel. Furthermore, he overwhelmed you at such a young age and has achieved elite status. He is worthy of you, Lunia." The young master turned to look back. Warani really had a good eye for people. But Warani then asked, "My lady, are you planning to go on a date looking like that?" For someone with Lunia's personality, it didn't seem to be a problem. But from an outsider's perspective, it gave Warani pause. On a beautiful day beneath the towering buildings, the date was about to begin. Lunia's voice made Corin blush. He raised a hand, staring at the girl in front of him, which made her wonder, "Why are you looking at me like that?" Lunia, with a completely different look, wearing a traditional dress and accessories, asked, "Is there something on my face?" Corin said there was nothing, blushing slightly as he looked at her. Then, she quickly came over and took his arm to start the date. Deep within the forest, there were signs of movement. Someone reported, "My lady, there are signs of demonic beasts near the border." Elisa was leading her people, ordering them to head there quickly. It seemed she was tasked with this duty in place of her sister, who was busy on a date with a young man. Inside a building, lights glowed and melodious music played. A man stood there, singing beautiful songs. Meanwhile, outside, a monster was split in two by a single sword strike, leaving a young girl panting, her face and clothes splattered with blood. But she didn't stop, lunging forward with her sword to cut down the rest of them. Inside, a man and a woman were enjoying a peaceful, artistic moment together. They looked up at the stage lights, captivated by the melodious tunes. Outside, Elisa continued to relentlessly slay the monsters. Perhaps every swing of her sword helped her think less about those two. They, along with everyone else in the theater, were giving the performance a standing ovation, while she clapped for herself, her face set with determination, her clothes stained with the enemy's blood. The two people she cared about were sitting there together, not saying much, simply joining the audience's applause in the theater. Out in the forest, Elisa was also clapping her hands together, but only to dust them off after finishing her mission. She let out a sigh of relief and turned back to the field of monster corpses where her comrades stood. Everyone worked hard today. Under the blue sky and white clouds, the concert came to an end. They chatted with each other, discussing the angelic voice they had just heard. Lunia, still holding Corin's arm, asked, "What I mean is, did you have fun?" He gently replied that it was a new and interesting experience. She moved her hand down to hold his. "That's good then. The most important thing is that you're happy." She leaned down and kissed his hand. Today was a wonderful day. Corin was a bit puzzled. Isn't it usually the man who kisses the woman's hand? But for Lunia, this was just something she did. All of this was witnessed by Elisa, who was standing behind them. The girl with an innocent face, now covered in blood and grime, heard the two people in front of her making plans for tomorrow. Everything was over. Corin headed home, and as Lunia returned to the estate, she ran into Elisa. She said, "You look awful. Did you just get back from patrol?" Her little sister could only bow her head. Elisa asked, "Were you just with Corin?" Lunia was direct. "Yes. I just got back from an outing with him. Elisa unconsciously tightened her grip on her sword, stammering. Is that so? Hearing her sister ask. You two must have had a great time, huh? Brought a faint smile to Lunia's face. Elisa added, Are you wearing the traditional dress? I remember you haven't worn that in 7 years. Her older sister calling her name made the young girl jump. Lunia walked past her and said, Change your clothes and meet me at the dojo. We're having a sparring match. Elisa was confused. A sparring match? Normally, she would avoid sparring with her older sister. She didn't know why her sister made this suggestion, but she couldn't refuse. In the quiet of the night, a voice spoke up. This is unusual. You always avoid it. But now, Elisa, you seem ready to accept, don't you? It was Lunia's voice. Right now, she and Elisa were preparing for their upcoming match. Elisa was a little tense at her sister's words. Then, Lunia pointed her wooden sword forward. She told her younger sister, No one's watching, so fight properly. Don't hesitate. As soon as she finished speaking, both of them became serious and introduced themselves. One was Lunia Aden, the top disciple of the Aden School of the Sword. The other was Elisa Aden, a first-level swordsman of the Aden School of the Sword. Now, both girls were ready. Let the match begin. Suddenly, Lunia slammed her wooden sword onto the ground. In the next second, a whirlwind of rock shards she created shot towards Elisa. She was momentarily startled by the attack, but in a flash, she managed to shatter each rock, successfully dodging a blow from her sister. But it wasn't over. Lunia executed the second form of Tiger's golden bow. Quick as a flash, she appeared behind Elisa, asking, You remember this, don't you? Seeing Elisa frozen, unable to react, Lunia took a few seconds to remind her to counter. Hearing this, Elisa frantically turned around, but it was too late. Lunia had already unleashed a continuous barrage of piercing cross and pure light attacks on her. Even while being relentlessly pummeled, Elisa's eyes still burned with determination. Lunia's last attack was a mental blow against Elisa. At this moment, she was struggling to defend against Lunia's countless, consecutive attacks, but her reflexes still couldn't keep up. A glint appeared in Elisa's eyes. Before her, Lunia was still attacking without pause. She thought to herself, however, from the feint to the finishing blow, from beginning to end, if I can read Sister Lunia's attacks, it's no longer just about blocking her moves. Elisa tightened her grip on the wooden sword. The fight was incredibly even, as both of them were now showing openings to their opponent. Lunia thought that if Elisa could predict her moves, a counterattack was entirely possible. Elisa seemed to be precisely aiming for her target, which was Lunia's head. She charged straight forward. However, Lunia narrowly dodged the blow. Suddenly, Lunia reminded her, Your breathing stopped, and then threw a punch into Elisa's stomach. The blow sent her flying back several meters. Now Elisa was covered in dirt, her body full of injuries. She looked at her older sister and thought to herself, through endless effort and training, her experience has been honed to an unbelievable level. That's why she's no different from a sharp-witted fox. Lunia walked over and praised Elisa. You've improved a lot. You must have been training hard. Despite the praise, Elisa could only think, As expected, Sister Lunia is amazing. She then struggled to her feet, replying, Yes, before Lunia asked, You changed because of him, didn't you? Hearing this question made Elisa freeze for a moment. Lunia asked again, Do you know what he and I have in common? Elisa's face darkened as she asked back, What is it? Lunia took a fighting stance and replied, We don't waste our strength. When it comes to swordsmanship, we both think the same way. To fight and win, flashy and complicated moves are unnecessary. As she spoke, she attacked Elisa. Caught by surprise, Elisa barely managed to block in time. Lunia reminded her that the slightest mistake could be fatal. Without stopping, Lunia showed her another way to fight. Next, sometimes it's wiser to dodge. Hearing this confused her. Dodge? But Elisa believed she could read Lunia's movements. However, in the next wave of attacks, Lunia used piercing cross, leaving Elisa at a loss for how to avoid it. Just like that, Elisa dropped her sword in surrender. Recalling their last match, she thought to herself, I thought I had caught up to her, even just a little. After winning that sword duel, I finally became a swordsman I could be proud of. But returning to the harsh reality, Elisa realized how naive she had been. That victory was pure luck. Lunia walked past her, leaving a word of encouragement. Keep trying. If you don't, you'll forever be stuck in our shadow. She realized the gap between Lunia, Aden, and Elisa was simply insurmountable. Even though Elisa was still standing behind her with her head down, Lunia left anyway. Now, she was blaming herself, and it was infuriating. A few days later, Lunia's mother was pouring her a drink. She asked, So, is it this year? You're still not engaged, Lunia Sophia continued. I heard you've been seeing some kid recently. Lunia simply replied that it was just a coincidence, but her mother was extremely strict. She warned, I'll only allow you to go on overnight dates after you're engaged. After all, men are just tools to elevate the family's status. Sophia Aden was known as the best swordswoman in the East when she was young. But after her husband, Jaden, took a mistress, her views on marriage became twisted. Sophia reminded her daughter, you should marry the person who brings you the most benefits. Lunia reassured her not to worry. She confidently asserted, I'm sure he's several times better than the person you wrote down in that matchmaking book. Hearing this, her mother was surprised. Oh? Is that kid really that impressive? Lunia gave her a brief introduction to Corin. He was able to enter the domain at a very young age. You could say his talent is no less than our grandfather's. Sophia was a bit curious about what Corin's talent was, and Lunia explained. It's a special talent, not just muscle strength. It's the kind of talent that can lead him to victory. Then Lunia hesitated, making her mother impatient. Then, Lunia didn't hesitate to add another one of Corin's good points. That kid is handsome. Her words slightly stunned Sophia. Lunia looked terrifying now, as if her ambition had fully awakened. He has a face that's my type. Plus, it's fun to steal something my little sister has always wanted. Seeing her daughter's expression, Sophia was rendered speechless and helpless. She could only sigh, I'm starting to question your morals. And this was the first time Sophia reconsidered her views on marriage. It had been 9 days since they arrived at the Aiden family's main house, and the New Year's event had arrived. The atmosphere here was exactly like being in Korea. Dema excitedly waved and called for Corin. As he passed by, Yuen also said they were looking for him, but he didn't get a response from Corin, and now the festival would soon be over. Corin scowled and thought to himself, our original purpose in coming to this eastern land was to find the hidden treasure of Phias. Findias, the secret land of monks, is a natural fortress surrounded by mountain ranges and monsters. Located beyond the border, it's managed by the Aiden family. This place is the eastern frontier. Just then, Yuen thanked a spirit for guiding her, and she even offered it a piece of cake, which it happily took a bite of. Accompanying Yuen into the forest were the Lunia sisters and Corin. He was a bit surprised by the little spirit, while Lunia thought it was good to have a spirit user here. Yuen led the way, replying, we won't get lost, even after entering this forest. Corin turned back to Lunia and said, we are all very grateful to you, Lunia. In any case, thank you for coming with us. Because of that, we were able to cross the border easily. At his politeness, she replied cheerfully, no need to be so formal. I don't understand why you're looking for a mysterious land beyond our borders. You're a minor and my fiancé, so it's only right that I do this. In a mountain range teeming with monsters like this, a normal guard isn't enough. Now that Waran and Marriott haven't arrived yet, Lunia's support is incredibly valuable. Suddenly, Elisa stammered from behind. I think it's better if you don't say things like that. I mean, the fiancé part. When Lunia asked why, she explained, it's just that people around us will look at us strangely. But Lunia retorted, I'm not someone who cares what other people think. Seeing her sister's insistence, Elisa felt a bit awkward and said bluntly, Sister, if you don't intend to take responsibility for Corin, then you shouldn't be interfering with his marriage prospects. That's not a good thing to do. Hearing these words, Lunia let out a laugh and asked back, why would you think that? The conversation was cut short by Yuen's announcement. It's just up ahead. Once we pass through this magic circle, we'll be there soon. Everyone stood behind and watched her perform the spell. Suddenly, their reflections shattered, each into a separate piece of a mirror. Corin quickly realized, we've fallen into a trap. As expected, a space like this deserves to be protected by a high-level monk. Now, Corin was standing alone in the middle of the forest, separated from everyone else. He wondered about a spell that confuses anyone who enters its boundary. Is it similar to the 8 trigrams extreme fist from the last match? Then he figured this must be some kind of test to check the abilities of those entering this hidden area. But this one was old news. Corin quickly got into a fighting stance. Come on, bring it, he challenged. Illusions or monsters, I'll take you all on. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps appeared, calling Corin's name. The moment he heard the voice, his face filled with panic, and sweat started pouring down. The person who greeted him was none other than Park Sihu. His greeting made Corin tremble uncontrollably. Park Sihu had the most villainous look on his face. Long time no see. In this situation, Corin could only curse his luck. Isn't this a bit too much? Corin stared in horror at the young man before him. Of all people, Park Sihu? Why him? Corin's confidence was shattered in an instant. Without a second thought, he thrust his spear forward. What the hell is going on? In the instant Corin lunged, Park Sihu raised his hand, and a force appeared, blocking Corin's attack. Corin glared fiercely at Park Sihu, gritting his teeth and cursing him for being just a fake. However, he wasn't angry. Instead, he flashed a malicious smile. "You're not wrong," he said, "but you're a fake too, aren't you?" At that moment, Corin's expression turned incredibly ugly. Has he already dropped his disguise? The fear in his heart was finally surfacing. The protagonist of this world, even if he was evil, his power was undeniable. He deserved to be called a god, and was a powerhouse on a whole different level from the current Corin. Just then, Park Sihu appeared next to Corin out of nowhere and let out a cold laugh. "You could be proud if you managed to kill him, but do you really think you can save this world?" Cold sweat now covered Corin's forehead. Park Sihu's words weighed on his mind like a heavy stone. Seeing the look on his face, Park Sihu became even more smug. He said he had tried to take over everything but still failed. "So, what can someone with an incomplete system like you possibly do? How could you ever actually defeat Testarossa?" Corin's brow furrowed angrily for a long moment before he said with determination, "I can. You will obtain one of the 4 great treasures to weaken his power. And that's also why you've come to this far-off eastern region. You're trying to see a happy ending." Hearing this, Park Sihu let out a cold, deceitful scoff. "If you really wanted to see that ending, you should have chosen him again." Corin retorted, unconvinced, saying his innocence would be threatened. Seihoo sneered contemptuously. "Don't you like that?" Park Sihu let out a soft laugh and uttered one word, "sacrifice," which made Corin freeze in shock, speechless. Park Sihu was very pleased with this reaction, a faint smile on his face, and continued, "What do you feel when you sacrifice yourself for others? But think about it. Instead of saving those NPCs, you should be thinking about the bigger picture." Corin knew he was referring to the people he had saved before. In Park Sihu's mind, if Corin had found the treasures faster and taken all the items, he would be much stronger by now. "You obviously know your current playstyle isn't the most effective method. Seihoo sacrificed 10,000 people to gain this power. Players inherently grow stronger in proportion to the sacrifices of others. Therefore, Park Sihu maliciously suggested that Corin should sacrifice what's necessary and join him in saving the world." Corin stared at him in horror for a long moment. He was trying to lure him down the same cruel path, but he was in for a disappointment. Corin just gave a cold laugh and said, "You're right." But energy had already begun to gather in his hand. He said coldly, "Even if I started over, I could never not regret the items and events I missed." Hearing this, Park Sihu was confused, looking at Corin with uncertainty. At this moment, Corin's eyes were filled with killing intent. He gritted his teeth, is it because that trashy way of thinking still exists that I'm seeing this illusion? Corin recalled the people he had saved: Mariette Dunalev, Dan, Elisa, Aiden, Hoa, and Lan. He had never regretted saving them, and he would save them again in the future, whether it was effective or not. At this moment, Corin's eyes were filled with determination. His body was enveloped in a brilliant red energy. Without any hesitation, he punched Park Sihu straight in the face. Instantly, Park Sihu's illusory body was shattered by Corin. Having dealt with it, he retracted his spear, his thoughts drifting. How could he possibly be scared by an illusion like this? But thanks to it, he was now wide awake. He had no regrets about what he'd done. Even if he could go back again, his choice would be the same, never changing. Just then, Corin returned to the real world. Lunia's voice rang out at the same time. Startled, Corin turned his head and saw Lunia's group of 3 walking toward him. He was a bit suspicious. Yuan was a Rit, so she wasn't affected by the illusion. But how did Lunia get out so quickly? Lunia heard him and gave a casual smile. That guy kept spouting nonsense, so she just cut him down. Hearing this, Corin chuckled in admiration. This woman truly knew no hesitation. He glanced at Elisa, who was still dazed beside them, and asked how she was. Lunia said the illusion was probably her favorite thing, but she'd likely wake up soon. While the two were talking, a deep voice suddenly rang out. "I didn't expect you to get out of the mist." Corin and Lunia immediately became alert, looking all around them. When they finally located the source of the voice, they saw a black panther standing on a cliff not far away. Corin couldn't help but be stunned. The panther could talk, and it wasn't a magic beast. As soon as he said this, the black panther apologized. Immediately after, a green energy enveloped its body. In the blink of an eye, the Black Panther transformed into an old man. He smiled at Corin's group. He said warmly that it was an honor to meet the young Dee and her friends. He introduced himself as Dun Sky Ace, the guardian of Findias. He would take them to that place. Lunia looked at him suspiciously and hesitated for a moment, but they still followed him. Before long, they arrived at a palace, guarded by many people outside. This was the place where the sun sword, Klausulas, was kept. Corin looked at the people before him, speculating, then turned and asked Yuen in a low voice. She nodded, confirming they were her kin. Hearing this, he didn't ask any more questions and scanned the surrounding scenery, then couldn't help but praise its beauty and ask if she'd be willing to sell a piece. Yuen looked at him in disbelief. People called this the Greenland, and he dared to ask about buying it? Corin let out a soft laugh and said casually, I'm investing in real estate for the future. And so, Corin's group followed Dun Sky Ace deep into the palace, stopping before an ancient tree. Dun Sky Ace opened a door and invited them in. Dun Sky Ace sat in the main chair in the room, glanced at Corin, and asked why he had come to this remote land. Without hesitation, Corin stated his purpose. He was searching for one of the 4 great treasures, the Sun Sword Klausulas of the Genu tribe. Hearing this, Dun Sky Ace's expression darkened. So you're looking for it too? Corin nodded slightly and said, because I am the official heir of Queen Enda Danua of Paradise. That's right, he was his master's heir. Even after returning, that hadn't changed. But he had picked up on the key part of Dun Sky Ace's sentence. If he said too, it meant someone else was also looking for it. But before he could finish his thought, a cough suddenly interrupted. A person opened the door and entered, saying in a strange, mocking tone that he smelled the stench of blood. As soon as he entered, he stared intently at Corin for a long moment, before saying coldly, you're the one who killed PM. At the same time, Corin was also observing him. He thought someone would come, but it seems it's another madman. Apostle of Monsters, Dun Sky Ace. The King of Gloomy Darkness, Dun Sky Ace. He frowned at Corin and asked suspiciously, you know who I am? Then, he leaned down to look straight into Corin's eyes, his tone dripping with ridicule. The Queen's protector, are you? The throne of darkness belongs to only one master. When the age of darkness comes, your goddess will be torn to shreds, becoming nothing but feed for the beast emperor. But as he said this, he suddenly stopped, a hint of impatience showing on his face. Immediately after, he turned his head towards the door and yelled, warning, stop calling me. Then, he looked back at Corin apologetically. Sorry, let's get down to business now. At that moment, Dun Sky Ace suddenly spoke up. Both of you want the sword Klausulas, but I do not have the right to hand it over. I am merely the one who issues the trial. Hearing this, Corin couldn't help but frown. As expected, the writs remained neutral, but that wasn't fun at all. He didn't know what the trial's content would be. Although, in the current situation, the other guy didn't seem to know any more than he did. In the previous round, Tate Vantaza faction had possessed all 4 great treasures. While Corin was deep in thought, Dun Sky Ace continued, telling them both to wait at their lodgings. The details of the test would be announced after they had finished their discussion. Hearing this, Jun cracked a smile. He loved a challenge. Then he narrowed his eyes at Corin and called out to him in a cold voice. Corin just glared right back at him. The two of them were locked in a stalemate. After a long moment, a brazen grin spread across Jun's face. This was exactly what he'd been waiting for. Early the next morning, Elisa was still lost in her illusion. She lay on a white bed with her eyes closed, lost in a dream, her eyelids trembling slightly. In her dream, she saw a perfect life, a happy and reunited family. The 2 people she worshipped and admired had made a vow to share their love with each other. 12 nieces and nephews, who used to call her aunt and hug her tightly. This should have been a happiness that was never meant to be broken. Lunia was a faithful person, and Corin wasn't the type to make his partner cry. So, this was a happy ending, a good thing for everyone. And yet, she felt uneasy about it. The images in her dream made Elisa's body tremble uncontrollably, as if she were holding something back. Just then, the sound of Corin calling her name suddenly echoed, making her unsure if she was dreaming or if this was real. Corin had really come to find Elisa. Seeing her still lying motionless on the bed, he couldn't help but sigh. They were short one person, and here she was, like this. He could only hope she would wake up before tomorrow. At that moment, Elisa's arm suddenly shot out and grabbed him by the collar. He thought she had finally woken up, but then she suddenly bolted upright, startling Corin. Elisa stood facing him, leaning her body close to his. Corin called her name in a panic, but before he could say another word, she silenced him with a kiss. Elisa opened her hazy eyes, looked at him, and whispered, "Brother-in-law." He didn't quite hear what she said, and asked her to repeat it. Not only did Elisa not answer, but she also began to gently caress Corin's fingers, making him panic. What in the world was she doing? But more surprises were yet to come. Elisa suddenly moved closer. The action caused their cheeks to press against each other. Elisa's hot breath on Corin's neck sent a ticklish shiver down his spine. A moment later, she whispered again, "Brother-in-law." And then, with a seductive smile, she said, "Lena's not here right now." Corin was terrified, his voice stammering. "Huh, what?" Suddenly, Elisa's eyes slowly closed, and she fell straight back, wrapping her arms around his waist. Corin wondered what in the world was going on. Looking up at the clear blue sky, Dunsky Ace announced, "I will now reveal the second trial." Elisa was confused. "The second? Wasn't this the first mission?" Hearing this, he replied, "You have already completed the first trial. It was a test of how far you would go to stand your ground." A memory of Corin striking down Seihoo flashed in his mind. Dunsky Ace continued, "And whether you possess enough conviction and righteousness." He raised a hand and declared, "You have all proven your true selves." Hearing his words, Elisa repeated, "Proven our true selves," and then remembered the night before, when she had pushed Corin down and tried to seduce him. "Brother-in-law, my sister isn't here right now." The memory made her flush with embarrassment. I don't think I can go that far." Beside her, unaware of what had happened, her friend gave her an encouraging thumbs up. "Don't sell yourself short like that. Be confident, you stood by your beliefs." Lunia, on her right, also patted Elisa's head encouragingly. "Whatever your righteous actions and goals may be, just stick to them. A person's strength comes from their own convictions." Hearing this made her blush even more. "I don't think I can do it," and she dropped to her knees. Au encouraged Elisa to rest if she was tired, but Elisa refused. "It's fine. A sinner like me doesn't deserve it." Hearing Dunsky Ace announce that for the second trial, their companions would be assisting them, surprised her. He gave them the task of finding mistletoe on an oak tree to create a staff. The deadline was sunrise the next morning. "Then let's begin." An oath was made stating that both sides would accept the results and not fight for 60 days, and it was performed before the trial was announced. Corin looked at the opposing group and thought to himself, "This isn't usually part of the procedure, but I asked Dunsky Ace to mediate to prevent him from interfering and causing trouble." He looked at the leader of the other team, a man he called Doom Norris. As that team began their search, Corin continued his analysis. Unlike Chris, who remained neutral, this man supported Bant. After that, his group set off. However, Corin was still worried. Even though UN had grown stronger, Doom Norris was at the Sage level. Even if he didn't attack, the power difference was enormous. Au reported with a shocked voice, "This is bad. The spirits aren't responding." Lunia sighed. "Just as I thought. They're all on Doom Norris's side." She figured this wasn't going to be easy. Suddenly, Elisa shouted, "Corin," then pointed to a tree branch and said, "I found the mistletoe." He looked exasperated. "That's an elm tree, Elisa." At the same time, Corin thought, "This is a perfect gamble. Mistletoe rarely grows on oak trees." A moment later, Elisa happily held up another branch. "How about this one?" He paid her no mind, his thoughts continuing. "It's already hard enough to find an oak tree here, let alone one with mistletoe growing on it. That's nearly impossible." Thinking about that old man, it would be difficult even with the forest spirits, and now, they've all gone over to Doom Norris. The three girls discussed their options. "How about we cut some mistletoe and stick it onto a normal oak? If it's chopping down a tree, I'm confident. That would ruin the point of the ritual." Hearing that, an idea sparked in Corin's mind. The next morning, the sky was once again clear and blue. Dunsky Ace announced, "I will now conclude the trial. Each of you, present the staff you have prepared." Junsky was confused. What's going on? He was sure he had prepared a big, hard staff, but it was tiny compared to the one from Corin's group. Junsky couldn't believe it. "How can yours be bigger and harder?" Lunia refused to answer. "Shut it, you bastard. You don't need to know." Corin narrated silently in his head. Elisa attached a mistletoe seed to an oak seed she found. Then she used magic to make it grow. Thinking this, he clutched the potion vial. "Normally, it would have died quickly, but I experimented with something I brought back from the east, and it worked." Dunsky Ace announced, "You have all completed the second trial." He slowly walked forward. "Since you all passed, I will now announce the final trial." As dusk began to settle, he pointed ahead. "In this northern forest, there is a red rowan tree. Your mission is to bring back its berries." Corin looked up at the sky and predicted, "This probably won't be simple." Suddenly, a roar came from above as a figure descended. "I am Savan." His eyes looked down on them. "Those who come to take the fruit." Finally, Savan declared, "Prove that you are worthy." He was a celestial giant, the same race as the Titans from heroic legends who protect the sun. Ahan Junsky laughed, "A truly terrifying giant." Lunia stated her impression, thinking it would be quite difficult to defeat him. Corin advised, "Don't even think about it. We won't get Golas whether we win or lose." A thought flashed through his mind. They probably wouldn't make him defeat the giant, based on the first and second trials. Perhaps Savan had just confirmed Corin's thought. I will test your wisdom. Solve the riddles I present. He continued. Mythical creatures have always been fond of riddles. You didn't know? Yuan replied, not entirely surprised. Meanwhile, June Sky cheered. Titans of the sky like riddles? I will solve them all. The giants of the sky love rare treasures and riddles, but the world is easily destroyed, so they limit their fun. Corin replied that he agreed. Savan immediately announced the rules. The first side to answer 5 correctly would win, and to be fair, each side would only send 2 people. Then, he announced a prohibitive rule. Because they were the ones giving the riddles, they were disqualified from the competition. Seeing this, June Sky cackled. Titans love riddles, he thought. So anyone representing them would surely be better than our side. Hearing this, Lunia put on a clueless expression. Do I look like someone who's good at riddles? Elisa raised her hand to volunteer. I've solved some riddles in books. Corin felt that for their side, just Elisa and himself would be enough. After both sides had chosen their teams, Savan declared the start. He posed the first riddle. In the morning it grows, at noon it shrinks, in the afternoon it grows again, but by night it disappears. Corin grunted and repeated the question in his head. If I just think a little more, I'll figure it out, he told himself with a determined look. The answer was a raised hand. June Sky answered first. A shadow. Savan said that was correct. Corin and Elisa were surprised. Was that just a coincidence? He told himself. Because he's usually so overwhelming. I forgot. Corin's eyes widened, recalling the characteristics of the Skyas. Next, he read the second riddle. It cannot be seen. No powerful being can defeat it. It is always approaching, but once it passes, it stops forever. June Sky calmly answered. The answer is time. Then came the third riddle. It is at once joy, comedy, and tragedy. It is a play in which all living things play the main role. Once again, he laughed loudly and answered, life and death, or to be or not to be, that is the question. Corin's mind analyzed, this is no coincidence. It feels like facing 10,000 people at once. He then laughed loudly. Sky is good at riddles. These are too easy. Corin turned in a panic. Elisa, you try. Don't you read a lot of weird magazines? She tried to explain. What do you mean, weird magazines? I only subscribe to what every young lady ought to read. Next, Savan presented the fourth riddle. To me, it is beautiful, but others cannot understand. To me, it is violent, but to others, it is an escape. His face was slick with sweat. This question is really complex, too. Am I really this stupid? Suddenly, Elisa cut through Corin's train of thought. Can I try that one? He was so surprised he just went, huh? Savan told her to go ahead. She hesitantly gave her answer. In her mind, Elisa imagined her wedding with Corin. To me, it is beautiful, but others don't understand. To me, it is violent, but to someone else, it is an escape. Finally, Elisa declared, adultery. Everyone who heard the answer was startled. Huh? What? A complete silence fell over the area. She spoke up first. Well, it's true, isn't it? Savan agreed. That's an interesting one. Suddenly, she burst into tears, begging. That's not what I meant. Please, just say it's wrong. Corin refused to understand. What was Elisa thinking? And Elisa tried to defend herself. It's not like that. Please don't avoid my gaze and give me a chance to explain. In the end, Corin narrated what happened. Although it broke the flow of thought, perhaps it was just the coincidence of a cautious person. Skyas guessed 2 questions correctly in a row, and the confrontation ended with our defeat. June Sky laughed, took his prize, and turned to leave. This fruit is beautiful. I did well, didn't I? His subordinates scrambled to congratulate him. On his side, only a single thought remained, a complete loss. Elisa was distraught. What do we do now? Did we fail? Yuan lifted her spirits. The trial can't end like this. We just lost a necessary ingredient, that's all. Believing that, Elisa exclaimed. Oh, that's good then, she continued. We will never give up just because of one failure. Suddenly, her eyes grew wary. Lunia asked, is it an enemy? Yuan sensed the area and replied, there's no one. Everyone called her name in confusion. And Yuan continued, to be precise, there isn't a single spirit around. Elisa added, come to think of it, I haven't seen any monsters either. There were definitely some on the way here. Corin was surprised, assessing the situation in his head. No spirits and no monsters, but this is a mountain range of monsters. If both species are gone, there are only 2 reasons for it in this forest. He looked at the group walking away ahead of them. Either someone has eliminated all of them, or they have all fled from an overwhelmingly powerful presence. June Sky chuckled darkly, then turned his head and asked, Did we perhaps go too deep? Norik muttered, Olo Brentata, then slammed his scepter on the ground. A magic circle opened, and a huge castle appeared. That castle was slashed in half, sending bricks and stones falling. Corin yelled, a warning, get out of the way. That terrifying power slammed straight into the ground. A circle of light appeared, and she stood frozen in fear. Corin grabbed her tightly and dodged away. His eyes widened as he looked behind him. A humanoid monster had appeared. Corin immediately ordered, fall back. Yuen thanked him. Corin couldn't believe something like that existed here. June Sky just chuckled darkly and released a swarm of snakes. A series of slashes appeared, and the humanoid monster had cut down all the snakes. Lunia was stunned. That is someone who will one day be famous throughout the world. She continued, the Aiden school. That person used a technique to block the attack from the sword in front of him, the demon sword. Beyond the borders of Ayen, there exists a land called the Demonscape. It is a place where wild beasts and demon beasts, who call themselves the masters of the forest, exist in a strange balance. And the one who broke that balance was just an old man holding a sword, emitting an overwhelming aura. The old man looked down with a deathly gaze and said, the demon and that sword belong to me. The reason they aren't called demon folk is because they originate from beasts, with body parts like the limbs of wild animals. And they understood what the old man had just said. But this demon beast held the sword firmly, and an aura like static electricity emanated from its hand. Although rare, there are demon beasts born with a human-like form, and it was one of them, with 2 feet standing straight and a hand holding a sword. Was it to survive or to destroy? It was impossible to know. The old man grunted and raised the sword in his hand. Seeing a demon beast holding a sword, the Sword Emperor laughed. A demon beast learning to use a sword? And just like that, a one-sided master-disciple relationship, known only to the master, had begun. The 2 figures clashed, moving in a flash too fast to be seen, and so it continued until the 8th day. The demonic beast charged forward relentlessly at a terrifying speed, its eyes glowing crimson. Meanwhile, the Sword Emperor stood firm, his large, blunt-tipped sword resting on his shoulder. He laughed, enjoying the fight with this demonic beast. His gaze was so commanding, it was as if he were teaching it swordsmanship. He attacked continuously, unleashing increasingly complex sword techniques and aiming for its weak points. But the demonic beast defended itself relentlessly, trying to neutralize every move. The demonic beast's entire body emanated a purple aura, and its expression changed as it exclaimed, "What the hell is this guy now?" And then, the man himself gave it a name. He called it the Sword Demon, with dual swords in hand and deadly, crimson eyes. Being called by that name, a name known only to it, and that crazed old man made it falter for a moment. But in the future, that name would echo throughout the world, becoming the strongest swordsman in the legends of the fallen hero, a demonic beast fighting for Banatha's side. However, the fact that it attacked Dunor and Sky, who were under Banjatha, proved it didn't fully belong to that faction yet. That might have been a stroke of luck, but it was nothing to celebrate. Corin wondered to himself, how could they possibly stop something like that? Looks like it's our turn now. The sword demon turned, swung its sword, and charged right at him. Lunia quickly dashed behind it, shouting at the demonic beast. Then, she unleashed an incredibly powerful and determined strike towards it, but it simply parried with its own sword, knocking Lunia back. It was a combo that took her by surprise. Her sword hand was forced back, and her body flipped backward. Lunia landed, but the force of the blow was so great it sent her skidding back a considerable distance. It took her a moment to regain her footing, raise her sword, and face it again. The demonic beast brought its sword back in front of it, its deadly gaze still fixed on her. Lunia asked it, "Where did you learn that sword style?" Before she could get an answer, it appeared behind her in the blink of an eye. Realizing the danger, Lunia quickly spun around, dodging the sword demon's terrifying downward slash. But the attack wasn't over. The sword in its other hand was aimed straight for Lunia's head. The tip of the blade was about to touch her eye. The distance was razor thin. It seemed impossible for Lunia to counter this attack, but with an arrogant, angry shout, she tilted her head just slightly to the left, dodging the fatal blow. The sword in its hand was still aimed at Lunia, trying to finish her off quickly. Lunia leaped into the air, and the sword demon spun around instantly. Not only its hands, but even its feet transformed into sharp blades. Its eyes were locked onto Lunia, never wavering. Such intense focus from a demonic swordsman known as the Sword Demon. It was like it was wielding countless swords at once, all of them aimed at a single target. Blazing red sword auras shot straight towards the disadvantaged Lunia. But with her sword in hand, Lunia, who always controlled the distance with a single blade, was determined to defend. She quickly activated her mind's eye, her eyes glowing as she saw through her opponent's techniques. The two auras, one white and one red, clashed repeatedly, each impact releasing a deafening sound and a blinding light. Lunia defended and prepared to counterattack. She charged towards the sword demon in front of her. It couldn't believe its eyes that its barrage of sword techniques had just been neutralized by the girl from such an awkward position. What would decide this fight was Lunia's decisive movement and combat experience. The sole of her boot slammed down on the demonic beast's foot, pinning it in place. Only then did she smile faintly and whisper, "Time to end this." Behind the demonic beast, Corin and Elisa had time to charge their techniques. The dual-faced heretic Bloodfang strike, and the iron-shattering triple crane. They leaped into the air, preparing to strike down. The demonic beast was locked in place by Lunia. It was almost completely immobilized. Two incredibly powerful attacks, one gold and one green, rained down on the spot where the sword demon stood. But somehow, it managed to flip away and dodge them, stunning Lunia. He dodged that? Must be some kind of trick. After evading the killing blow, it landed solidly on its feet, but the swords and spear tips of the three flashed, converging on it from three directions, practically surrounding it. Almost simultaneously, Corin and Elisa Aiden were below, one on each side, while Lunia was striking down from above, trapping the demonic beast. Corin shouted, "I absolutely will not let you escape," but suddenly, he grunted and froze. The demonic beast's face seemed to split into two halves with different characteristics. One side was a demonic visage with deadly, glowing red eyes. The other was a human-like face with a sinister grin. It unleashed its peerless 8-armed phantom soul slash, its body sprouting 6 more glowing, sword-wielding arms. It laughed maniacally as it slashed all around, leaving almost no openings. Sword auras from all directions now closed in, trapping the three of them. Corin grimaced in discomfort. Just moving within this domain is already hard enough. It's not even perfected, but it can attack 8 times? On the brink of life and death, Corin's face flashed, and a golden image appeared in his eyes. Aiden-style first sword. Domain slash. Elisa a denning venom dragon. Corin unleashed a golden dragon that coiled around him, trying to neutralize the demonic beast's 8-armed attack. Even with his full strength, he only managed to block 5 of the strikes. There were still 3 final blows left. They were aimed at Lunia, and even if she could perceive the domain, she was still half a step too slow. An image of the 3 strikes hitting Lunia before she could even draw her sword flashed in his mind. Corin was genuinely worried. If this continued, Lunia would be in grave danger. But her sword was already drawn, surrounded by a light blue aura and crackling with powerful arcs of electricity. A sphere of lightning enveloped Lunia, creating a barrier that blocked the sword techniques. This was the ultimate defensive skill, one that only swordsmen who had reached the supreme stage could learn. With sword in hand and countless bolts of lightning surrounding her body, this technique was called the Body Protecting Aura. Witnessing this, even the demonic beast was utterly astonished, and she didn't stop there. Lunia immediately unleashed her deceptive domain slash, a razor-sharp strike that cut across the demonic beast's body, sending it reeling backward. The slash tore a gash across the beast's shoulder, drawing blood, which made it look both surprised and delighted. The 3 of them gathered together. Lunia spoke. "It dodged the fatal point?" She added, "This thing is extremely dangerous. We need to deal with it right here, right now." Corin agreed, and the 3 of them charged forward once more. In Corin's eyes, the sword demon had not yet reached the level he knew it would, but its ultimate technique would be the peerless 1,000 hands, capable of cutting through anything. They had to destroy it here to prevent a future catastrophe. The sword demon laughed loudly at the 3 of them, but suddenly, a dark figure with purple eyes appeared behind it and whispered in its ear, "Hello, old friend." This startled it, for something to get so close without it noticing at all. Instantly, it spun around and slashed backward, cutting that person into several pieces. The black chunks of flesh thudded to the ground, emitting smoke. Then, the remains melted into pools of black sludge, revealing purple specks within them. From there, a swarm of black snakes appeared, shooting towards the demon beast. The sword devil showed no fear or hesitation. It simply stood there, watched, and gave a slight smile. The black snakes latched onto the demon beast's body and immediately turned green. In front of Corin now were 2 people, a man with silver hair and a beard holding a scepter radiating blue magic, and the other looked like a sorcerer in black robes whose entire body, made of snakes, was reassembling itself. The 2 of them were the king's subordinates, and their appearance before the demon beast made it laugh out loud. These beings were enough to terrify even the sword devil. It unleashed countless sword strikes, slashing at the snakes relentlessly, But no matter how much it cut them down, they just kept coming. And so, after temporarily dealing with the immediate threat, the Sword Devil turned and fled. Those two were beings who possessed nearly immortal life forces. The one with the black figure and the deadly smile was the lawmaker, Doom Norris. The other was the Arbor King, Jun Sky. The three girls were practically frozen in shock. As for Corin, he could only murmur softly, "Monsters. So, they're the enemies we have to face." Somewhere in the forest, inside a treehouse, a voice rang out. "I'm sorry I couldn't do anything." It was Elisa, sitting on her bed and blaming herself. Lunia tried to encourage her. "Don't worry about it. It was unavoidable." Elisa smiled and said, "It's okay. I'm not seriously injured anyway. Come to think of it, that demon beast used Aiden's swordsmanship." Elisa wondered, "Do you think it could have read a swordsmanship book?" Lunia dismissed the idea. "Don't be ridiculous. It's a demon beast. If anything, the only way it could have learned is through hundreds, even thousands of battles." Lunia's gaze was firm. "And there's only one person who would do something like that." From behind them, a hearty chuckle rang out, causing them both to turn around. "It seems my granddaughter has figured it out." It was their grandfather, the Sword Emperor Gandon. Lunia scolded the crazy old man. "What have you done? Did you teach swordsmanship to a demon beast?" The Sword Emperor chuckled. "It's just a pastime for my old age, but to be precise, I didn't teach it, I merely showed it." The Sword Emperor stepped down, creating a ripple in their mental space, like some kind of domain. Everything beneath their feet was marked with squares, like a chessboard. Space shattered as the Sword Emperor glided past his two granddaughters and spoke. "This is a domain," he added. "That creature doesn't walk in the domain of human swordsmanship, but in the domain of demonic swordsmanship. Isn't that fascinating?" Lunia could only exclaim, "You're insane." The Sword Emperor smiled. "Who knows, I might be about to witness the next realm of sword arts." His granddaughter stared daggers at him and continued to curse. "You shameless old geezer," Elisa's voice called out. "Grandfather," recalling her sparring sessions with her sister, as well as the two immortal monsters she had just encountered, she spoke, saying she didn't want to be weak anymore. Elisa stepped forward with a determined expression. "Please teach me swordsmanship." The Sword Emperor smiled and agreed. After all, she was the one he had chosen as his successor. "Very well, I will teach you." Grandfather and granddaughter faced each other, one who dared to learn, and one who dared to teach. Her small frame stood before her grandfather's large, muscular build, a talent captivated by the art of the sword. A frantic enlightenment was about to begin. Meanwhile, in the grand hall, everyone was standing before Drit. Corin asked, "Even though we couldn't get the Madamo fruit, can we still participate in the final trial?" Drit, seated, replied, "Very well, but since you don't have the fruit, the final trial will be advantageous for Sky and Doom Norris." Hearing this, Corin reacted, "Hey, don't be so biased, Drit. We lost because that sword devil showed up in the middle of everything. You should at least give us some kind of advantage." Before he could say more, the man announced the final trial. Holding the staff in his hand, he declared, "You are to grow the magic staff you've created." Pointing to the sky, Drit continued, "Until it reaches the heavens, and you face the giant who protects the sun." Corin thought to himself, "The solar eclipse is in 3 weeks. We have to make the magic staff reach the sky before then." Elsewhere, Elisa was trembling. She recognized his nature as being similar to her own. A demonic energy always flows through her when she swings her sword. Because of this, she understood the sword devil's talent and demonic nature. It terrified her, because he was so much stronger than she was. The wound on her hip was oozing blood. Seeing Elisa's wretched state, the Sword Emperor's familiar voice rang out. "Your fundamentals are still very weak, granddaughter." He stood there looking at her and continued, "But I never expected you to come to me on your own and ask to be taught. It seems my efforts with that disciple weren't a complete waste." Hearing that, Elisa was confused. "Disciple? You mean that demon beast? Why didn't you kill him?" The Sword Emperor replied, "He is a talent who could reach the level of Heavenly Sword, a realm she had never heard of before." "Of course you haven't, because I'm the one who created it." Hearing her grandfather say this, Elisa became agitated. She stomped her foot on the ground, preparing to charge at him. Then she raised her sword and shouted, "Stop messing with me." The Sword Emperor raised his own sword to the sky, radiating a powerful aura, lightning crackling around it. He said, "Anyone who reaches this realm can sever the very heavens and split the world in two." He swung his sword down, clenching his jaw and shouting, "I want to witness a swordsman like that." Elisa stood her ground, raising her sword to block, not forgetting to curse him. "You senile old fool. Grandfather and granddaughter faced off. He chuckled heartily, looking at her and saying, "You're becoming more and more like your sister." One beautiful morning in the kingdom of Elas, at the southern castle, with its unique architecture nestled against the mountains, Mariette was adjusting her collar as she asked, "Mother, may I leave now?" She gently tugged at her dress ties. The spring ball ends in 4 days. Corin had left a sign for her. She looked a little hurried. He wanted her to meet him before the day of the eclipse. Although riding a wyvern would get her there in time, thinking about the other girls around him made her a little insecure. She looked very presentable at the moment, her face flushing slightly as she thought of Corin. Suddenly, the door burst open. Mariette Dunalev's father stood there and shouted, "Absolutely not. You're not going anywhere, Mariette Dunalev. Holidays are for the family to be together." Instantly, an arm appeared and grabbed him by the neck as her mother's familiar voice rang out. Well, she can go there and start a family too. She held her husband firmly in her grasp, smiled, and said, "Our little Mariette Dunalev has reached the age to fall in love. And don't forget," she reminded her daughter, "hurry up and give me a grandchild." Hearing this, Mariette blushed, covered her head, and ran outside. In her fluster, she mistakenly called for Wyvon and didn't forget to borrow her veil for the journey. Mariette Dunalev shouted, "Let's go, Diu. We're going to find your daddy." The great bird spread its wings and flew swiftly. Was it the intuition of a high-ranking vampire? Mariette had a premonition about the appearance of a new rival. In another development, under a blue sky with white clouds, a gentle voice spoke up. "Greetings, Saintess. I am Warun, a novice nun. Inside the great cathedral in Holy Land, number 1, Jeru." The Saintess simply replied, "Is that so? Come on in." The two of them walked into a large room. At a table in the distance sat the Saintess, her pink hair and silky locks swaying gently. She was the Saintess, Estelle Hadassah Elas, radiating purity and beauty. Walking up to them, the holy Saintess looked at the pair. She rushed forward, joyfully hugging the girl in front of her. "Waran," but she was met with indifference. "Get off." The Saintess pinched the girl's cheeks and asked, "I heard something big happened at the festival. Are you okay? You're not hurt, are you?" The young girl blushed slightly, turning away and saying, "This restriction. Hurry up and remove it for me." The Saintess's eyes crinkled into a smile as she asked, Why?" Warren answered shyly, "It's hot and uncomfortable. Just do it." Seeming to notice something unusual, the Saintess narrowed her eyes slightly and asked, "You're Lan, aren't you?" The girl now smiled innocently and replied, "Hello, Saintess. I agree, we need power." When asked why, she answered, "I want to become his first wife." Hearing this, the Saintess paused for a moment in thought, then placed her hand on the girl's head as streams of yellow magic appeared. A moment later, Waran opened her eyes and asked, "Is the restriction gone now?" The Saintess replied, "Only up to the first seal." Immediately, the girl spun around and faced the window. "I'm leaving right now." Professor Josephine, who was standing there, reminded her, "It's 24,000 kilometers from here to the eastern border. You should ride W." Warren declared, "I'm faster than that, and I can't let her get there before me." The war for a position in the harem was heating up more than ever. The professor tried to rush after her to stop her. "You can't. Lan will take 3 weeks. Why are you just staring out the window?" The girl jumped out and her voice echoed back, "I'll be there in 2 days." The Saintess stood there, smiling. How strange. The girls fighting over Corin, the vampire, the sword tiger Lunia, Aiden, and Elisa. You've had to face both of them. He gets involved in all sorts of trouble. The Saintess smiled mysteriously. From defeating the Iron Mountain King to Waran's change, my junior, Corin. 3 days later, Corin mumbled with a piece of wood in his mouth. Even the Sword Emperor is so cruel. He was bandaging Elisa. She cried out in pain. "I'm going to die from blood loss before I can even climb to the top of the tree. I'm dying." Corin dismissed her. "Come on, it's not time to die yet." Elisa grimaced and pouted. But looking at the small magic staff in front of him, Corin said, "I think I can climb it." Seeing the huge difference between the two magic staffs, she was a bit skeptical and asked, "How?" Elisa looked at him doubtfully. "I don't think that's possible. Before she could finish, Corin cut her off. "Don't worry, it'll be fine." Looking at the young man before her, Elisa thought to herself, "It's always like this." When he stopped the giant wild beasts from escaping. When he faced Professor Form Damon. When he fought the indestructible Diamond Demon. How can he have such an unyielding will? No matter how impossible the challenge, he always pushes forward. She turned and asked, "Corin, what is it you're trying to do?" Before he could answer, someone approached and interrupted. "Working so hard this late at night?" Norris walked over and said, "Corin, Spear of the Queen, I wish to speak with you." He came closer. stroking his beard as he looked at the two of them. Seeing this, Elisa immediately stood up, her brow furrowing slightly. Corin asked, "What is it?" Norris asked, "Hey, why do you humans prevent paradise from descending?" Corin, placing a hand on his knee, replied, "Of course we do. A lot of people would die. Don't you know that?" He stood up and continued, "As a Rick who values nature above all else, why would you side with them?" He answered, "It's obvious. The conclusion I've reached after hundreds of years of life is singular. To protect nature, humanity must die." As he said this, his face darkened, and a murderous glint appeared in his eyes from beneath his hood. Elisa realized it, thinking to herself, "It's as if he's not human. His eyes are dry and indifferent, like a plant's, holding a great malice for this world. Deep inside, he seems to be the very embodiment of death." Corin placed a hand on her shoulder and said, "Take a good look, Elisa." Then, turning his gaze and the sharp point of his spear toward the man, he declared, "What I want to do is kill every last one of them." Norris stroked his beard and chuckled. "You've come all this way to stop us. I understand you're serious. But for now, at least, you will fail." Glancing at the two magic staffs, he said, "Look, see the difference? I have lived with nature for hundreds of years. You cannot possibly close this gap, no matter what magic skills you use." Norris continued, "This is the law of nature. Order, rules, laws, efficiency. That is your problem. Do you think you know best?" Corin ignored him and walked toward the staff. After he posted about throwing a mandragora into the lake for the community, many people thought the golden mandragora was the answer and used it to increase their power. But people like him, who were bored with conventional gameplay, even used those rare items for experiments. Corin took a vial of yellow liquid from his pouch. He was probably the only one who had ever tried to grow a golden mandragora. That's how Corin had turned the elm sapling Elisa brought back from the first trial into a giant magic staff. Just a few experimental drops had created that effect. Even if you've lived in nature for hundreds of years, you've never seen this before. This yellow solution was something he crafted himself. A one-of-a-kind hidden item, golden mandragora fertilizer. Corin was using it to water the magic staff with a confident, mysterious smile. Golden mandragora fertilizer helps magic plants grow, creating an area of mana recovery that restores 185 mana per minute. The ground trembled slightly as Corin's voice rang out. "Hey, Elisa, Aiden, we call new players newbies." Norris's eyes were still silently watching the changes. He glanced at the old man and smiled. "I don't know how many years you've lived, but even if you live a long time, there are always new things to learn. Watch and learn, newbie." Corin stood before his magic staff with his arms crossed and said confidently, "I'm going to show you a miracle." The staff began to glow, with a brilliant golden light, then shot up toward the sky at an incredible speed. The light radiating from it, combined with its rapid growth, made Elisa's jaw drop in amazement. In an instant, it had practically pierced the blue sky and touched the sun. Looking at its height, Corin marveled, "I can't believe it reached this high." The sky had brightened. He raised a hand to his forehead to look up. "Great. The growth rate is 3 times faster." Norris spoke up. "Whatever method you used, you've done well. I'll be heading to the sky now, so as the Sage of Findia, my final piece of advice is this. Don't miss the moment the sun weakens to obtain the cloud solace." He grasped Corin's hand tightly and added, "And, as a resident of this land, I want to bid you farewell." He bowed his head respectfully. "Everything depends on you now." The young hero smiled. Elisa called out, "Corin, I'll call her Big Sis," she asked excitedly. "Are you planning to go right now?" Corin replied, "No. Climbing that can't be done in a day or two. We need to prepare. We'll set off in a week, after we've gathered enough food, clothes, and necessary supplies." He looked up. The final battlefield for the war over Cloud Solace, one of the 4 treasures, is in the sky. Corin thought to himself, "A week from now, you'd better be well prepared. Doom, Norik, because I'm bringing my strongest members, including Elisa and Lunia, who are here now. Plus, there's also the vampire dragon Mariette and Waran." A blinding light flashed from Unan's staff. Corin's reproachful voice rang out. In the end, no one else showed up. He and the others were climbing upwards, wondering as they went, what on earth are they doing that no one else came? Corin stood there, scratching his head in confusion. The powerful force he thought he'd bring was now missing 2 girls. Right now, it was only the sisters, Lunia and Elisa, and Ian. Down below, in a wooden room, the Guardian was asking, "They've been detected near the barrier already? What's going on?" The attendant replied, "They weren't like this when we first brought them here. They were none other than Waran and Mariette." He wondered, with such a powerful aura, their true strength must be terrifying. "I don't understand what they could have seen in that illusion." Utkia said seriously. "They've been like this for days. If this continues, the divine land will be in danger. I must enter the illusion to bring them out." Two subordinates standing nearby asked him, "Is there anything we can do to help?" A faint line of light split his body into two parts, one red and one blue. Dun Sky Ace replied with his eyes shut tight, "There's no need. I will split myself and bring them both out." His eyes flew open, entering and witnessing the illusion, seeking a way to rescue them. Inside the illusion, at an academy, people were whispering, "I heard she had a child before she even graduated, right?" Marriott walked by and saw a bunch of kids who looked like miniature versions of Corin. The voices of the crowd still echoed in her head. "Oh, so she broke the rules, didn't she? The little boy looks exactly like his father." So this was a wedding hall. Marriott Dunalev walked in and smiled. The MC's voice rang out. "The groom is now entering the hall." Hearing this, her eyes shot open to see who the groom was. The person who entered was none other than Corin, in a handsome black suit. Everyone gasped in admiration. "Oh my, he looks so dashing." Seeing him, Marriott Dunalev marveled to herself. How can he look so majestic? Her cheeks flushed pink in an instant. "He's so handsome, Corin." The MC's voice rang out again. "The bride is now entering the hall." Marriott Dunalev glanced over, wondering if the bride was really that beautiful. Entering the hall with a wedding bouquet in her hands was Warren, as the guests murmured excitedly, "They make such a beautiful couple." The bride smiled, looking absolutely lovely. She softly called to the groom, "Honey?" Seeing them embrace so passionately, Marriott Dunalev felt herself crumble. She couldn't believe her eyes. She collapsed to the ground, watching the affectionate couple before her, wondering, "This isn't right, is it?" Corin. Marriott Dunalev was stunned, tears streaming down her face. A year passed just like that. She watched a family of 3 playing happily together. The child looked exactly like Corin. Marriott Dunalev stared intently at the child, telling herself, "That child should be mine." Corin had been so perfect on the wedding day. However, that suit brought back many memories for Marriott Dunalev. She thought that if it were her, she could have done so much better. In her mind right now, houses, land, mines, titles, everything he needs I can give him. In this illusion, Marriott Dunalev was always focused on Corin, thinking that all she wanted was for him to come back and live with her in a warm, happy home. "That's all I want, and I'll give him everything." Her eyes widened, as if Marriott Dunalev had realized something. Watching the man she loved marry someone else. She could not accept this failure. She couldn't believe it was real. Sooner or later, Corin would grow old. After all, he was only a human, and his life would only last about 100 years. But Marriott Dunalev was different. She was an immortal vampire. Placing her hand on the forehead of the unconscious old man, before her, she thought, "Maybe I should turn him into a being like myself. Then we can live together, and in the end, he will be mine forever." It's only 100 years, Marriott Dunalev thought. She could endure their marriage for 100 years. After that, I'll take him away, until the images of Warren gradually fade from his memory. Her tears fell onto Corin's face, the very picture of a heartbroken vampire. She sat there in anguish, telling herself, "I will make him happy." In another version of events, the one in the wedding dress was Marriott Dunalev, and the groom, Corin, was about to give her a sweet kiss. And the one witnessing their happiness was Warren. The 2 personalities in one body were despondent, feeling their own failure. This was the first time Warren had ever given her heart to a man so completely. She saw Corin serving food. Sitting on a tree branch outside the window, she watched him carefully feed Marriott Dunalev every single bite, and she smiled bitterly. Lon asked what they were doing, while the Warren personality wondered, "What am I even watching?" When Lon asked what she wanted, Warren answered herself, "Being heartbroken like this was never part of my plan. My love, my husband, my darling. I want to call him by all those names. I want to live a simple life as a normal, happy family." But before her now was the happiness of Corin and another woman. She squeezed her eyes shut, asking herself, "Why can't I be the one to do that? Please help me." Warren slowly opened her eyes. "I want that happiness too." In Warren's illusion, Corin was sitting on the bed, asking her, "Long time no see. Have you been well?" Without a word, she walked over and intertwined her fingers with his, then pushed him back onto the bed and said, "Take it off." She forcefully ripped off Corin's shirt, causing him to ask in alarm, "Why are you acting like this?" She pressed her face against his body, reproaching him. "You're terrible. Instead of looking at me, you went and looked at someone else." She opened her mouth wide, preparing to bite him. "This is all your fault." Warren bit down on his shoulder, making Corin shut his eyes and endure it. Her teeth marks were left on his shoulder. She sat on top of Corin, giving him a bewitching look as she said, This is your fault, she told herself. I gave him everything I had, so he has to be mine. The sun rose, its rays shining through the window. Just like that, a man and a woman had spent the night together. Waran was sleeping peacefully in Corin's arms. Moreover, they were holding hands tightly. Time flew by. The yellow flowers by the window bloomed, birds chirped, heralding a new season, and of course, this would bring her a healthy, lovely baby. Waran smiled, but tears fell as she thought she had won. Her innocent face lay there. Beside her was the vampire Mariette, her eyes also wide, her fangs sharp. The two girls lay there, lost in the illusions of their own minds. Hearing a voice calling for them to wake up, Mariette Dunalev awoke first, completely confused about what was happening. The man stood before the two of them, cleared his throat lightly, and introduced himself. I am Dun Sky Ace, the guardian of Findia. If you came to see Corin, you may already be too late. They began their journey to the sky, exactly 3 days ago. Hearing this, both girls were a bit surprised, thinking to themselves, are we too late? They said in unison. But how did you know we came looking for Corin? Dun Sky Ace was stunned by the question. Dai Xuan was dead, and Elisa Aden had known this day would come. He stammered, I am the guardian, so I know many things. He told himself, I swore I would bury the dark pasts of those 3 girls forever. Back on the path to the sky, Elisa complained. It's so cold, there's nothing here. Corin scribbled a few lines on a tree trunk in response. Just bear with it. We're almost there. According to the historical records, the forces of Bantaza possess 4 great treasures. They include the light dagger Adra, the sun sword Cloud Solus, the life stone Liafai, and the magic shield Andre. If this follows the game's plot, then right now, I'm chasing after Bantaza's subordinates. I can visit Gorius and Dun Sky Ace. Of course, the treasures aren't there anymore. From what I skimmed in the game, the magic shield lies deep in the gloomy darkness. In reality, it might be in a den of poisonous snakes. In that case, what the Guardian said about Kluas about going higher to reach the sun could be taken as a metaphor. If that's the case, Yuen's voice called out to him. Look, Corin, the clouds are descending. You're about to touch them. Corin, still climbing, replied, the clouds aren't descending. It's the oak tree that's growing. It's stretching through the cloud layer. The higher they went, the stronger the wind blew and the colder it got. Corin let out a gasp of surprise at the sight before him. An enormous castle rose from a massive rock, suspended amidst the clouds. A short while later, the group stood before the gate. Corin observed it and concluded, this wall is 50 meters high and very well maintained. Lunia crossed her arms and said, but it looks so small. At this size, it could be a giant's fortress. It does look majestic though, Yuen reminded them. But Dun Sky Ace said a giant who guards the sun stands watch here. Regardless of who's protecting it, we can't just go through the main gate. The fruit of the Magok tree is the ticket in. Corin smiled slyly. All right, let's give it a try. He took a deep breath, gathered his voice, cupped his hands, and shouted towards the inside. Is anyone there? The wind whistled softly, making them look tiny before the tall, thick gate and wall. The gate slowly creaked open. Elisa worriedly called out to Corin. He smiled. All right, let's see how this goes. From now on, we'll play it by ear. Lunia's eyes widened as a giant's voice boomed. Who are you? A giant hand gripped the gate as it continued. Humans? How dare humans come here? Behind the gate, not one, but many giants appeared before them. Lunia was ready to draw her sword. Elisa panicked. Oh my god, it looks like they're all pretty high level. Are you planning to fight us? A giant asked. Speak. Human, did you bring the key? It brought its face close to Corin's. He looked quite calm as he replied. We don't have it. It narrowed its eyes. You don't? Then become my food. With that, it swung its giant fist right at where Corin was standing. He calmly raised a hand to stop it. Wait. Corin continued. We are the Vanguard heroes, recognized by Lord Dun Sky Ace. He knelt down and explained. Soon, our master, the one who commands all, will bring the red fruit of the Magog tree here. The giant asked, and who is your master? Corin smiled and answered, our master is the great hero, Zhou Stai. He smirked inwardly, thinking, if I don't have it, I'll just have to impersonate someone who does. He pointed behind him to where Yuen was standing and continued. We have also invited a druid here to represent the sages. She looked startled, her face turning pale as she exclaimed, a druid? Me? The giant leaned in, looking at her suspiciously. Recognized by Savan and Findia, Yuen didn't know how to explain and could only laugh nervously. Ha ha. That thing. Corin whispered in her ear. Do it. Do that thing. Yuen immediately raised her magic staff and used a spell, causing it to glow as branches sprouted from it. After muttering some incantation, a massive green figure with 5 circles on its head looked at the giant. It was called a Wickerman. Even so, the giant still looked down at him and continued. A person who knows about the red magok fruit and can control a Wickerman. It's not so strange for them to represent Dunsky Ace. But the key. Hearing this, Corin quickly replied, I know we can't get the sun without the red magok fruit, but our hero said that announcing our arrival to the great giants was a matter of courtesy. Hearing him say that, the giant smiled. That's true. The gate opened once more, and the voice boomed. Good. O servants of Yostai, I will welcome you as guests. It didn't forget to turn back and add a reminder. But the sun, Corin understood and clasped his hands, replying politely, Of course, that goes without saying. He gave a sly, triumphant smirk. See? Easy as pie, right? The 2 girls behind him didn't even react. Lunia asked Corin, Humph, was this the plan? He replied softly, It all starts from here. With a scheming smile and a calculating look in his eyes, he added, Now, I'm going to rob this place blind. As a precaution, I had Lunia and Yuen stay behind, and we'll head to the giant's treasury. It's a bit embarrassing to say, but in my previous playthrough, theft was a daily occurrence for me because the player, Park Sihu, had a bag of holding, so no matter what stage or area I was in, the first thing I did was look for the treasury. Elisa followed behind and asked him, Corin, how can you find the treasury? On your very first visit to the giant's castle? He answered, Treasuries are usually hidden in similar places. The point is, we have to find the sun sword here. Whoa! Before them was a large room filled with extremely valuable, giant gold coins. However, the ceiling was caved in, and there were no guards. Because Cloud Solace needs to absorb sunlight for 3 days. That's why they say it can only be retrieved during a solar eclipse. When the sun's power is weak, Elisa immediately asked, So we can just get it at night, right? He nodded. Probably. She picked up a sword, looked at it, put on a golden crown, and asked, Can we really find the sun in a place like this? Corin looked cautiously to the side and replied, I thought no one was guarding it. It seems taking only the sun sword is impossible. Looking at the mountain of gold before her, Elisa now understood why there were no guards. A hen appeared. It was large. She looked at it, puzzled. A chicken? Seems a bit small for a giant's meal, don't you think? Corin whispered urgently. Someone's coming. Hide! Elisa panicked. Where do we hide all of a sudden? A giant appeared with a smile that revealed a set of pearly white teeth. Oh, my little darling, are you here? It stood there, its eyes fixed on the dazed chicken. Heh. Come here, my love. Inside a cramped space, 2 people were pressed against each other, trying not to make a sound. They thought to themselves, Please, just go somewhere else. The chicken appeared, staring wide-eyed at the 2 of them. It looked like it had seen them. The chicken looked around and then clucked. Corin stammered, That thing. Elisa signaled him. Shh. Corin fell silent. The chicken clucked once. It grimaced and then laid a very large golden egg. Corin wondered. That chicken. Does all this gold just get pooped out of it? Elisa's face darkened as she said, Saying pooped out is a bit vulgar. The giant picked up the chicken and puckered his lips for a kiss. Heh, you adorable thing. Come with daddy. Corin's eyes widened. All he could see now was gold. Hey, it took it. Just stealing one of its golden nuggets would be enough to live a life of luxury, Elisa reminded him. Snap out of it. We came here to find the sun, not gold. She sighed. Whew, that was almost dangerous. Corin agreed. Yeah, one above the other. They looked at each other, blushing. Corin remembered her sensual expression from that moment. Brother-in-law, my sister isn't here right now. He wondered why he was even thinking about that night's kiss. Just then, Elisa asked him, Hey Corin, what do you think of my sister? He was flustered. Lunia, she's a wonderful person. I'm also very fond of her. She blushed a little. Fond? Corin added. She's a good person, isn't she? Talented, kind, and beautiful. What man wouldn't like her? Elisa, still close to him, pressed further. Is that so? Corin was quite calm. Anyway, let's keep searching. The day after tomorrow is the solar eclipse, and it will end after 2 hours. If we don't make it in time, Sky will rightfully obtain the sun. Elisa paid no mind to his words. She stood up and looked at him, the gold on her body falling off. So that was it. Suddenly, Elisa looked up and said, But Corin, there's something strange. He wondered what it was. Move aside a little. A place always illuminated by the sun's light during the day, and can never be reached at night. They both turned their eyes toward it. Could it be? But during a solar eclipse, its power weakens? Does such a place exist? Today is a crescent moon, but in the sky, the moon looks strangely full. The sun, cloud soulless, is floating above the sky island, disguised as the moon. Back in the room, the four of them sat in a circle. Ewan asked, it's the sun by day, the moon by night, and it's floating above the sky island? Corin replied, it's probably not as far away as the actual sun or moon. The sky island's barrier likely creates an illusion, but it's definitely unreachable. Yuan wondered if there was a way to reach it. He rested his chin on his hand, thought for a moment, and then replied, we probably can't do it, but the solar eclipse is in 2 days. Let's just stay calm and find a way. As time flew by, 2 days passed in a flash. Contrary to our plan, in those 2 days, we couldn't find any way to reach the sky. Jun Sky and Dun Norik are about to arrive. In the end, our coming here 2 days early was pointless. Below, those two were climbing step by step, getting closer to the giants' territory than ever before. Behind them, the voices of giants talking to each other made Corin pause and think for a moment. If they're not Driss, can we eat them? The other one replied, wait, they might be different. The giants on the celestial castle, the sky giants of Savan, were commanded by their own bloodline. They were ordered not to attack and were told to hand over the sun to whoever brings the red mata fruit. The giants were excited. After we hand over the sun, we'll be free. When the mission is over, we'll climb down and eat all the humans. The other one added, by the way, that Dumsy Jockey guy prepared a gift too, right? He brought a lot of snakes and toads. Corin looked at them, smiled, and sighed. Phew. In any case, us coming here early wasn't entirely useless. The sun is still hanging there, and they still haven't found another way. The time of the eclipse is approaching. The moon has already covered a part of the sun. The giant bared his teeth and said, San is definitely not here. This place is a bit cramped for a sky giant. But outside, John Sky had arrived. He spread his arms and said, my heart is beating so fast. The gate opened again, and his people got excited. All right, let's go get the sun sword. Before they could step inside, a voice rang out. Stop. Seize him. This made him a little surprised and worried. Wait, that's Wickerman clinging to the gate. He opened it to look at them. To John Sky's astonishment, a voice resounded. My master, the great hero, you have arrived. Corin, disguised as Jer and holding the golden egg-laying chicken, knelt and presented it reverently. Master, I have done as you commanded. He stared blankly at the clucking chicken before him, confused. Hey, you people, what's going on? A piercing scream rang out. These thieves. Along with it came a sword that slashed down at Wickerman. The ferocious giants charged out, smashing everything and cursing. How dare you steal our treasure? He roared. I'll kill you. But something made him freeze, his eyes widening. Corin continued his act. O great sky, O hero, we have stolen the treasure of these foolish giants, as per your command. The chicken was in his hands. How could he wash away this accusation? He was confused and questioned. Huh? Me? When? He turned back to the giants behind him, adding fuel to the fire. Now, let's destroy these idiots together. Doom Norris realized they had been tricked, and immediately deployed magic in the palm of his hand. The agitated giants ordered, kill them all, eat them. They charged out with massive fists, smashing the ground. The followers behind them were caught, screaming in pain, help me, don't eat me. But ignoring their pleas, the giants put them in their mouths, laughing loudly. Haha, I'm going to eat Jun Sky. Suddenly, it stopped as if it were choking. From the thing in its mouth, purple snakes shot out along with clouds of black smoke. Doom turned angrily to look at Corin, looking extremely annoyed. In contrast to him, Corin laughed loudly and savored the moment, thinking, no one can stop me. Not you, Jun Sky, or Bantaza. No one. If I can't have Cloud Solace, I'll turn it to dust. Yuan, running behind, declared, just let them kill each other. It's best if they all die. Lunia glanced at him and asked, have you no shame, Corin? As the group ran down, Corin replied, shame? I've never known the meaning of the word. Lunia wondered, what's an emohan? Elisa explained, he really is like that, sister. She took out a small cloth, handed it to Corin, and said, wipe your face. I can't even stand this side of my fiancé anymore. How pathetic. Elisa asked him, but what if Jun Sky defeats all the giants and gets the sun? Corin, wiping his face, answered calmly, it doesn't matter, still wearing that same sinister smile. When we get down to the ground, I'll chop down all the oak trees. Yuan finally realized what kind of person he was. You're not just a villain. You're a demon. Corin led the way enthusiastically, thinking, only the victor gets to write history. Ha ha ha. Although getting Solus would be best, if I cut down the tree first, I can trap the king's 2 subordinates on this sky island forever. Everything is going according to my plan. Is there something down there? Lunia asked urgently. Wait, what is that? It was as if they were in some kind of separate space. Impossible. The thirsting twin blades. The sound of metal forged in the cold and in life-or-death battles where hot blood was spilled. Before them now was a familiar figure, with twin swords in hand and a wicked, bloodthirsty aura. It was none other than the Sword Fiend. The Sword Fiend's deadly, crimson eyes glanced at Corin's group, and it let out a soft, excited cry. They were blocked by the same opponent from their last, unfinished battle. The one where the outcome was undecided when Dung and Jun Sky appeared. Lunia stepped forward, drew her sword, and declared, I'll handle this. She used her body-strengthening aura, shrouding her entire body and her sword in a layer of black mana. Furthermore, a line of lightning coiled around the blade, radiating immense power. The Sword Fiend charged forward, but to her bewilderment, it ignored her completely. Was she being snubbed? She turned to watch it, thinking, does it want to take down the domain users first? The Sword Fiend. This was the one who would later become the strongest swordsman under the king in the legend of hero Ahan. He was ignoring the person blocking his path and aiming straight for Corin. But for now, he was just a simple monster, not yet tied to the world's destruction. Corin also drew his spear, channeling all his strength towards the fiend. If that's the case, I'll have to rely on the help of the precepts in this fight. The venomous dragon struck. The tips of the sword and spear clashed, emitting a blinding light of purple and gold. The second move came. Crescent-shaped waves of sword energy, sharp and swift, slashed down. From the third to the 7th moves, they flew rapidly, striking vital points on Corin's body. He was fundamentally unable to block them. Finishing the sword combo with the unrivaled 8-hand strike, the fiend slid behind him and let out a wicked laugh. Corin just stood there as blood erupted from his body. Before he could even process it, he took another powerful blow to his side. The excruciating pain made him stagger, and he let out a faint cry. The force was too great, sending him flying. Elisa raised her hand to her sword, anxiously calling Corin's name. Before she could act, he stopped her. Don't come any closer. Corin grimaced, gritting his teeth. In battle, you can only look forward. With that, he yelled, looking straight at the Sword Fiend to prepare a counterattack. But the fiend had already appeared behind Elisa. Corin urgently warned her, get out of the way. When the domain ends, the next sequence follows, moving half a step slower than the domain. Lunia gripped her sword tightly and said, You dare look down on me? Humph. In the blink of an eye, she appeared before everyone, glaring angrily at the Sword Fiend. And yet you dare to ignore me? I am Lunia Aiden. Pseudo-domain /. When moving outside a domain, Lunia's abilities surpassed even Corin and Elisa Adina combined. Even the Sword Fiend would have a hard time facing Lunia outside of a domain. However, with a veteran's calm, the Sword Fiend simply gave her a deathly glare. A pseudo-domain / IR loses its power in the face of the real thing. A domain so overwhelming that entering it even once is too much. And yet he dared to enter it twice in a row. Lunia was baffled by the Sword Fiend's incredible power. It was the same technique that had defeated Corin in an instant. The unrivaled 8-hand strike. Lunia realized, this time too, is he targeting the domain user and not me again? She watched him intently. When this domain ends, I'll use that half-step moment to cut down the Sword Fiend for sure. However, my sister can only block 3 of his slashes at most when the domain ends. Lunia was slightly displeased. She tasked, then fixed her gaze on him. The Sword Fiend remained unchanged, focused on his target, smiling with enjoyment. A sword was shattered, and blood sprayed again. Elisa stood there, wide-eyed, not understanding what had just happened. The small, inexperienced girl let out a few soft cries, then called out, Sister! Lunia had appeared and blocked the fiend. She drew a secondary sword, using her other hand to hold his arm tight. However, it was impossible to see where the blood was coming from. Lunia's hand trembled against the Sword Fiend's immense strength. She muttered, This domain, then gently angled the small sword in her hand downwards and, with all her might, drove the blade deep into him. Struck by the surprise attack, the Sword Fiend threw its head back and roared in agony. Then, as if driven mad, it lunged forward and bit down hard on Lunia's shoulder, shocking Elisa. She rushed forward, swinging her sword to free her sister. The Sword Fiend leaped back, leaving Lunia kneeling on the ground. Elisa called out worriedly, Sister! Sister! But was met with the same coldness. Lunia pushed her sister's hand away and said, "Let go of me. This is no time to worry about me." Her gaze was firm and resolute as she reminded her, "Once you've entered a battle, don't look back, you fool." "My sister." Just as she finished speaking, Lunia collapsed into Elisa's arms. "Sister," she cried out in alarm, her young mind in turmoil, filled with questions. The opponent before her was the sword fiend. Elisa wondered, how can I possibly fight something like that? A chant rang out, and a familiar blue light appeared. A Wickerman summoned by Yuen stood right behind the sword fiend, looming over him. Yuen walked over and said, "Elisa, run, now." She wondered, a Wickerman, but he summoned it twice without a sacrifice? Over there, the Wickerman's giant hand was swinging down. It was about to grab the sword fiend. The fiend glanced around for a moment. Unable to dodge, it raised its swords and unleashed its ultimate twin sword technique, twin demonic dragon fangs, slashing directly at the Wickerman. Two blazing red dragons appeared, striking straight ahead. With its summoned monster destroyed, Yuen suffered internal injuries, clutching his chest and vomiting blood. Witnessing this, Elisa was stunned. Everyone had been defeated right in front of her. The sight terrified the young girl, making her want to flee. But the sword fiend was already moving again. He stomped hard on the ground and leaped into the air, then charged straight at Elisa. As the last one left unscathed, she raised her sword, trying to defend herself. "I can't run away," she told herself. Behind her lay her three fallen comrades. Corin struggled to pull out a potion and cursed. "Damn it." Yuen lay there and asked worriedly, "Corin, are you okay?" He replied, "I'm fine. Take care of Lunia first." Corin figured he could recover if he had enough time, but in this condition, there was absolutely no way to overcome the current situation. While he was lost in thought about power and speed in his current state, June Sky's voice rang out from behind him. "Hello there. You look pretty pathetic." He was descending with giants in freefall right behind him. He grabbed Corin's head and laughed sinisterly. "Hee, you don't have to worry about them." Then, June Sky smashed through the tree trunk, landing on the ground right in front of Yuen. As he fell from the tree, he laughed out loud. June Sky looked at Corin. "The kid who killed the PM. Let's see what you're made of." Corin smiled back at him. "You bastard. Thanks for that." A screen appeared. The backup system had activated, checking the precepts. His hand began to glow as he raised it, a smile still on Corin's face. The spear, summoned by his hand from the tree, shot downward. It zipped right past June Sky's eyes. Even while still injured, Corin used his boundless heavenly reversal chaotic spear, slicing the snakes wrapped around him to pieces. He immediately plunged the spear into the tree trunk, then sat on it and sighed. June Sky's voice echoed over, "What's with the show?" Corin looked at him hovering on the opposite branch and asked, "According to the rules, we shouldn't be able to attack each other, right?" He took off his hood and replied with a laugh. That's right. That's exactly right. So if you break them, your head will explode and you'll die instantly." His head began to glow, and small spheres floated up before. Boom, they exploded. Just like that. In reality, whether it's the mission or that riddle, it doesn't matter who solves it first or who gets the sun sword. His head grew back, and he put his hood on, glaring at Corin with killing intent. "All I have to do is kill you and take it." Corin clenched his fists, thought for a long moment, then gave him the middle finger with a smile, replying, "I was thinking the exact same thing." He activated his blood spear, and blood-red spears pierced through, shattering June Sky's body. Just then, the two girls who were late finally appeared. Marriott asked worriedly, "Corin, are you okay?" Thanks to his ability to regenerate, June Sky's familiar voice rang out again. "What's this?" This startled Marriott Dunilev for a moment. He dropped down in front of the two girls and asked, "Are these your friends?" They both screamed in unison. "So gross." Corin immediately charged down, stomping hard on the man's back. Seeing this, they both called out his name in worry. Corin looked at them and replied, "Don't worry about me. Get up there, now." June Sky looked at him and asked, Trying to save your teammates? But as the Pope, there's one thing I'm curious about. You must know, right? My master will grant you any power you desire, so why do you stand against us?" Corin replied, "BM Dun Norris, and you too. Banta as well. Your methods are wrong. What's the point of becoming a god in a world that's already in ruins? And the reason I'll defeat you? It's simple." The precepts appeared. First precept, apathy. Do not forsake good people in their misfortune. Second precept, spirit. Do not fail to perceive the soul. Third precept, vow. I will save the world. Resilience of the unyielding warrior increased by 120%. Pain endurance. Domain comprehension. Hero, Corin Lock. A blinding light appeared, shining like the sun. Defeat evil and save the world. The man maintained his smiling expression as he looked at him. Corin spoke, "Servant of the Beast Lord, June Sky." Then, with his spear, he plunged down toward him. "I have to see myself win." He remembered that day, when the sword demon gripped the twin swords in his hands. A voice echoed down from above. In the darkness, a shadowy figure on the mountaintop looked down at him and called him a monster. That person was the Sword Emperor. He smirked and declared, "That sword is mine." Under the waning moon, that was something he absolutely could not accept. He leaped up, spreading his arms wide and releasing a murderous aura, and wondered, "Why did you teach me the sword?" Then he crossed his two swords and slashed down fiercely. The only difference was that his opponent this time was Elisa, a young-looking girl whom he had underestimated and saved for last. She raised her sword to block a powerful blow, letting out a grunt. He blasted away everything in front of him with that one move and thought to himself, "I wonder if that old man knows that what I inherited wasn't just his sword. It was the feeling that old man had every time he faced an enemy, the power of the sword, the strength of the body, and the disappointment and boredom of surpassing everything." He raised his sword, creating a phantom blade filled with power. He understood it all too well, that even after obtaining such immense power, he still couldn't touch that old Sword Emperor. And so, he took his anger out on the opponents he faced, glaring at them with deadly eyes. And now, he unleashed his power, aiming straight for Elisa, who was pinned in place. The killing blow was closing in. It was uncertain if the young girl could escape this perilous situation. A tremendous sound rang out, an explosion that felt like it would shatter everything. That move from the sword demon was way too powerful. But after unleashing the attack, he wondered, after climbing that tree for days on end to reach the heavens, why on earth do I have to deal with these hardships? Amidst the cloud of dust, Elisa was still standing. She walked forward slowly, a smirk on her face, looking strangely confident. With piercing eyes, she asked, "Sword demon, you think I'm not strong enough to take you down?" He didn't answer, instead letting out one of his characteristic cries before immediately rushing forward, slashing relentlessly at Elisa. She raised her sword to defend, but still got hit. Sword energy cut into the young girl's flesh all over her body, drawing a lot of blood. For him, this was an unacceptable situation, incomprehensible emotions. He was the predator, rearing up to strike down, but many of his attacks were neutralized. His opponent, a weak prey who should have vanished long ago, was still stubbornly resisting. One sword strike slipped through and cut her hair tie, but he couldn't understand. Why hasn't she collapsed before my might? Why is she still standing? Elisa was using what she had just learned from her grandfather. Her hands moved unpredictably, parrying the sword demon's attacks one by one. Moreover, she was laughing mockingly, which looked a bit demonic, as if she were enjoying some kind of pleasure. A black sword silhouette, enveloped in blue magic, the ultimate slash. Elisa charged at him. A slash of pure light, and his blood was drawn. She smiled at him. "You seem to have slowed down." He looked confused and let out a few cries. He could feel that he still had plenty of power left. It hadn't diminished at all. It was just that the prey before him, Elisa, swinging her sword, had simply become faster with the Ahan school's second sword style. She used a series of Ahan sword forms to attack and push back the sword demon. It had been a long time since he'd been at a disadvantage, pushed back by the Twin Dragon Heavenly Fall and the Ahan school's first sword. Fist fall, strike fall. The sword demon roared, determined to break free. He once again activated his aura expulsion domain and then charged forward, attacking with the peerless 8-armed technique. The first of the 8 strikes aimed for Elisa's neck, the second and third for her hip and leg. The remaining 5 strikes enveloped her small body, and her sword was knocked from her hand. After the domain-piercing slash, for the first time, the sword demon felt no response. Elisa's eyes were intensely focused. It was as if she was acting with foreknowledge of how he would attack. She gripped her sword again with both hands and charged forward, her mind's eye open. The Elisa style was unleashed. She was using consecutive slashes, right inside the sword demon's own domain. A sharp line from her sword was left in the air as Elisa flew past. The sword strike slashed across the sword demon's shoulder, making him roar. The previous domain-like slash had just carved a long gash on his shoulder, and blood spewed from the wound. At that moment, the sword demon seemed to understand something about why he had arrived in this place. She continued her attack with a technique from the Elisa Corin school. Poison Dragon emerges. The sword demon met her attack. To him, the person before him was one of his own kind, a prodigy of the demon gods, someone completely entranced by the blade. He had come to this very place to execute her. He thought to himself, if I can kill her, I might be able to reach the power of that old demon. He then crossed his flaming swords once more, preparing to face his true opponent, the one with the sword radiating a blue aura. The two girls who had just arrived were busy fighting off the giants. As for the sword demon, he was growing tired of it all. Except for the small girl before him, the one who exuded a captivating aura that stirred the fighting spirit and bloodlust deep inside him. He believed that Elisa's birth, her life, all of her efforts, it was all arranged for his sake. And at this very moment, he seemed to gather all his remaining strength, unleashing a dense, wicked killing intent. The sword demon was certain that in this moment, he had only a single thought: to unleash the ultimate slash his will could manifest. He clasped his hands together, holding his twin swords upright and parallel. Then, he unleashed the Aiden style, sword demon's mark. He now looked as if he possessed 1,000 arms. After executing the 1,000 hand breath, the sword demon aimed all of his sword energy directly at Elisa. The attack had an immense range, even striking the giants who were charging down, and the entire tree trunk seemed to be sliced into pieces. When it was over, he stood there, looking somewhat exhausted. That last attack had contained nearly all of his remaining power. Suddenly, something felt wrong. Despite the power of his last attack, Elisa was still standing and was now walking behind him. A long sword gash cut through the giants and right through the sword demon himself. The previously slashed part of the tree trunk was also completely severed. All of the giants now had a clean cut across their necks. They had no time to comprehend what had just happened. Their heads tumbled to the ground. A cut as fine as a thread also appeared across the sword demon's face. He wondered, could there truly be a realm higher than the slash of will? Elisa stood there, impossibly cold, as a few sparks of electricity crackled around her. She recalled the moment Lunia had reminded her, once you've entered a fight, don't look back. Corin had also told her to only look forward when fighting. She then reminisced about the times she had sparred, exchanging blows with her sister back in their clan, and all of her failures. She lowered her head, biting her lip until it bled. Elisa took a step, vowing to herself that from now on, she would only move forward. Aiden style. Elisa Adena's heavenly sword. The young girl wielded a power that few mortals could ever hope to reach. Her great adversary, the sword demon, who was unparalleled in his generation, was surpassed in a single step, carving out a miracle in an instant. This one technique that destroyed everything was known as the ultimate domain break. In his final moments, the sword demon had a sudden realization. So, that's how it is. My entire life of swordsmanship was just to wait for this moment, just to be a stepping stone for her. Elisa Aiden. The severed pieces of the tree trunk began to fall. Down below, Corin was having some trouble in his fight against June Sky. He grimaced, thinking, just climbing this thing was hard enough. Behind him, a serpentine arm closed in. Corin quickly swung his spear and sliced it. Don't you think you're being a little unreasonable, old man? June Sky chased after him, laughing gleefully. Hee, it looks like you're really struggling. He was hailed by the world as the Beast King, a solitary being of unparalleled power. He was a bottomless dark abyss, a dwelling for venomous spider serpents and other unpredictable, mystical entities. He himself was one of the 4 great secret treasures. He attacked Corin, unleashing his infinite serpent pit. Countless venomous snakes shot out from his body, aiming straight for the boy. Corin turned back, a hint of worry in his eyes. Suddenly, his demeanor changed. He smiled and said, "The soul of a pathetic beast like you isn't worthy of being my opponent." The round stone on his spear began to radiate a dark aura. It was known as the Death God's Gem. Its effect was to guarantee a hit, separating the target's body from their soul while bypassing all defenses. The soul snakes rained down from the sky. But June Sky remained perfectly calm, looking at him and asking, "Are you some kind of soul reaper?" He smiled and continued his charge, asking, "But hey, I can fight forever without tiring. What about you? Do you have enough mana for this?" Corin leaped up and replied, "You seem to know a lot, but your perception is lacking, isn't it?" Beneath his feet, specks of incredibly dangerous light began to appear. It seemed he had figured something out. In this entire world, only one kind of miraculous fertilizer could have nurtured an oak tree that reaches the heavens. If that's the case, just how far do you think the roots of an oak tree that constantly absorbs limitless mana would spread? I was the one who tilled and nurtured this vast land. This place grants me infinite mana. Corin Lock, the queen's first spear, stood upon his weapon, reaping the sweet fruit that he himself had sown. However, June Sky's voice rang out, causing Corin's expression to change. "I have to admit," he said with a wide grin, "that in my current form, I really can't win. How long has it been? The entire legion gathers as one." His true form was revealed to be a colossal serpent, its body coiled around the great oak tree. This was one of Junsky's ultimate forms. Corin looked at him with a wry smile. This is just getting ridiculous. The great monstrous serpent, the great serpent of Fanga. He was even larger than the giant oak tree itself. Corin looked at the colossal serpent before him and thought with a smile. So this is one of Junsky's final forms. He really knows no limits. He spoke in a dark, bewitching voice. The queen imprisoned me in darkness, trapped me in a cramped cauldron. But now, the queen herself is imprisoned, and the throne sits empty. Like a wolf hunting unfenced sheep, I will devour everything she sought to protect. I will devour. The queen's champion, Corin, along with the final fragment of the goddess Aranua. Having said his piece, he lunged forward, his mouth gaping wide to reveal sharp, venomous fangs. Corin, however, remained calm and simply asked, "Is talking about yourself all you can do?" He stomped on his spear, launching himself into the air with a warning. "I've already told you. This is a domain of my own making." The magic runes resonated and activated. Amidst Junsky's deathly aura, cracks began to appear on the tree trunk, emitting a golden light. Corin's voice echoed softly. "You'd better choose your resting place carefully." In his colossal serpent form, Junsky began to grow anxious. "What is this? You bastard! Are you insane?" He then remembered all the runes Corin had secretly carved into the oak tree on his way up. Now, they were all activating at once. Fueled by the abundant mana of Kenna Suabanan, the oak tree burst into flames, and the massive body coiled around it was caught in the blaze. Junsky screamed, "Damn it!" He wondered. "You created an inferno like this and you think you'll be safe?" Ignoring him, Corin leaped upwards, looked down at him, and smiled mockingly. "Are you here to fight me?" "I came here to get that thing." Junsky fell, unable to accept it. He screamed in pain, "Impossible! The fourth treasure can only be obtained during a solar eclipse." Meanwhile, Corin was taking advantage of the time to jump up and grab it. The sun sword, Clus Solus. "Anyway, now that we're here, whichever one of us can use the power of Clus Solus will be the winner, right?" He gripped the spear in his hand and said, "And the one who can't will fall and die." Corin looked at the burning Junsky and sneered. "If you want to live, then fly." Junsky constantly cursed him, calling him a bastard. While he was struggling in the inferno, a wing burst out from the billowing smoke and fire. Along with it came Junsky's deathly cry. "Corin." He was right behind Corin with his sharp claws. He was no longer in his giant serpent form, but had transformed into a dragon, flying up to attack Corin and heading towards the sun. A moment later, they were chasing each other through the clouds, reaching the flying castle of the giants as the eclipse plunged everything into darkness. Below, Mariette was using magic to attack the giants. Noticing his arrival, she turned and called Corin's name. Junsky offered some praise. "You're holding up pretty well. For a mere human." Corin gritted his teeth and looked at him. "Now, let's end this." Corin was now facing Junsky's second final form, the mythical dragon. But with an attack using all his strength, activating the third core, he was certain he could reach that legend. His entire body radiated killing intent, his determination flaring in his blazing eyes. With the spear in hand, Corin thrust with all his might towards the dragon in front of him. Junsky also let out a powerful roar. Victory or defeat would be decided by this move. First demonic spear, Hakyuen. The spear was about to pierce right through him. Suddenly, Junsky's eyes widened as if he realized something. His body shrank down into a human form with smaller wings, and he exclaimed, "It was a trap." Corin's thrust shot past Junsky. He wondered, did he transform just to dodge? Junsky continued to launch snakeheads and threatened, "Just stand there and watch." Corin hurriedly swung his spear to slash them apart, trying to neutralize the attack. His face looked a bit grim. This seemed to be consuming a lot of his energy. Junsky asked him, "Do you know the condition for the red mata wood seeds to sprout?" An attack with all his strength had been so easily neutralized. In his hands were the fruits of the red mata wood. In the darkness, the seeds absorb yin energy to sprout, and this solar eclipse was the very condition for them to flourish. The demonic wood grew rapidly, as if to embrace the eclipse. In an instant, its trunk coiled around and engulfed the sun. Countless snakes, a toad the size of a house, 3 ferocious dragons, and 3 bulls possessing magic. A collection of shadow beasts, monsters unsealed from hell, and the king of all bulls. Junsky transformed himself into a massive black bull, which even held a treasure. All of them seemed to be embracing something that was glowing within. His arm had grasped the sword. It was the sun sword. In his bull form, Junsky roared with excitement. Corin grimaced slightly, thinking, "I can't believe I have to face the sun twice. What rotten luck." The scene on the giant's fortress wall was quiet. Corin was sent flying and slammed against it. The impact shattered everything, kicking up dust and smoke. Corin lay there, groaning softly in pain, but still managed to carve out a Ken rune. A large flame erupted behind him. Corin forced himself to sit up, spear at the ready. Junsky strode forward and laughed loudly. "Looks like you spent all day setting this up, huh? Is this really all you've got?" As soon as he finished speaking, rings of light appeared around Corin. An inferno radiated outwards. Flames rushed forward and tried to hem Junsky in. He raised the sun sword in his hand. "All flames must bow before the sun," Junsky said smugly. "It's useless." Corin held his spear in front of him, thinking, "Damn it, I can't even buy some time." He slashed down, releasing terrifying solar energy from the sword. A massive explosion erupted right where Corin had been standing. The ground shattered, rock and debris flying everywhere along with smoke and fire. Luckily, he had managed to slide to the side just in time to dodge the deadly blow, but the bull was already in front of him before he knew it. He swung his sword up and yelled, "Die!" Corin quickly stomped his feet and leaped up, dodging just as the sword came crashing down. Junsky continued to swing his sword. "You think you can run forever?" Corin retorted mockingly. "You're the ridiculous one. A beast wielding a weapon? That's why the demon sword is a special existence." He lunged forward, laughing loudly. "Ha ha, looks like you're about to die." Another massive wave of energy shot out from the sun sword. With his spear in hand, Corin prepared to counter. A domain manifested, with squares like a checkerboard appearing. Each clash between the spear and the sun sword created a deafening sound. Ascending evil clashed with venomous dragon's strike, but even so, a single blow was enough to make Corin drop his weapon. His heart suddenly glowed as if something was inside. Junsky glanced at him. Now for the final blow. A short spear pierced through Curing T's Vajra indestructibility, a desperate, suicidal attack. He immediately pulled back his hand into a fist, a blow filled with energy, preparing to punch the bull straight on. Hakyuen 8 Trigram's ultimate fist. Corin used it to land a powerful punch on Junsky's face. The force of the blow caused several castles to crumble. The destructive power was horrifying. The area was filled with smoke and dust, the outcome uncertain. A broken horn fell to the ground. Corin's fist was also bleeding. He was lying on top of Junsky, coughing violently. Junsky laughed loudly, his mouth wide open, revealing his sharp teeth. Corin lay there, feeling a sense of despair. "Even with all my strength, I can't defeat this monster." The Sky Castle was shaking after the massive battle. The giants of the Sky Castle. When these creatures mature, they all become demons, with the lowest level being quasi-first class. They were enormous and crude, but possessed considerable strength. However, on their side were two special-grade demons. Magical attacks were continuously launched at the giants. Mariette Dunalev held them off and shouted, "Warren, you have to hurry. Go help Corin." Warren grunted, but then she noticed the enormous figure in front of her. She punched it straight in the face, but it didn't seem to have much effect. The giant grunted, then held its face and smiled at her. This wasn't going to be easy. There were only 2 girls, but the Sky Castle had 50 giants, a huge disparity in forces. Furthermore, the giant king standing in the distance was exuding a powerful aura. Elisa had created a miracle by cutting down nearly half of the giants in a single blow, but those were just grunts who had been sent down to pursue Junsky. As for the commander-level ones, the special-grade entities were still intact in Sky High City. One of them, wearing a crown, radiated a terrifying energy. He squinted, looking at the 2 small girls before him. In a situation where neither of them could guarantee their own safety, escaping this place was impossible. In the end, we can't rely on anyone else for help. The scene shows Corin pinning down Junsky. He was nearly exhausted. The other man stood up, flinging him to the ground. Corin lay there in a pool of blood. The tenacious warrior's regenerative ability had reached its limit, so his recovery was no longer as fast. His reincarnation core couldn't sense any power either. He lay there, powerless. His whole body felt heavy, and his vision started to blur. Corin struggled to lift his head, wondering, am I about to die? An image of Park Sihu appeared, saying, "I told you, didn't I? The more players die, the stronger they become. At least I made it to the final battle. But what about you? You almost died just from meeting one of Tessa's subordinates?" Behind him, Junsky was drawing his sun sword. Park Sihu laughed coldly. "Do you get it now? Everything you've done up until now has been meaningless." Corin's answer was wrong, which made Park Sihu's image falter. He continued, "Even with all your experience, how could you still not understand? Then again, it makes sense, since you've never witnessed it firsthand." The smile of a senior who, despite being a vampire, still made everyone around her smile. The children who have just accepted themselves and are now growing up. And that guy over there, who is pushing past his own limits, moving forward step by step. The image of Park Sihu leaned in and whispered in Corin's ear, "You seem to be in pain, don't you? Then just give up. You've probably done all you can." Refusing to be defeated by the illusion, Corin stood up and shattered it. He rose once more. "If you knew all of that, you wouldn't have lived so easily." A bit surprised, Junsky turned back and asked him, "You can still regenerate?" Reincarnation. The spear is being recalled, but did he just catch it mid-flight again? Junsky raised the spear and said, "If you want it that badly, then come and get it." As soon as he finished speaking, he hurled the spear straight at Corin. The spear pierced right through his right shoulder, pinning him to the wall as he screamed in pain. But he didn't stop there. Junsky charged forward with the sun sword in hand, swinging down and yelling, "It's over!" Corin still hadn't given up. He grabbed the blade with his bare hand, stopping it right in front of his face. The fiery power radiating from the sword caused the flesh on his hand to sizzle and burn. Corin cried out in agony. The solar energy flared, setting his clothes on fire. Corin was in excruciating pain. Sky High City was engulfed in smoke and flames, and Corin lay there, his entire body covered in burns. Junsky gripped his sun sword and breathed a sigh of relief. He slung the sword over his shoulder and started to walk away. But then, something unexpected happened. Junsky turned back to look, completely astonished. Once again, Corin was standing up. Junsky grabbed him by the head, lifted him up, and asked, "What? You're still not dead?" He casually tossed him into the air. Covered in injuries, Corin went into a freefall. Junsky channeled his mana, turned, and transformed. "If I burn you down to the very marrow of your bones, you won't be able to regenerate anymore, will you?" He transformed into the body of a dragon. Seeing Corin raise his hand, Junsky asked, "Even at the very end, you still want to grab that spear? Then burn to death in these flames." With that, a massive torrent of fire shot out from his mouth, aimed directly at Corin. But what happened next was the complete opposite of what he expected. Junsky asked in shock, "What is that? Are my flames being sucked in? Don't tell me." By the time he realized it, the sun sword was no longer on the ground. Corin used the last of his strength to grip the sword in his hand. He coughed violently. When had the reincarnation rune been carved onto the sword? It was back then, when he used both hands to block the sword, that he had secretly carved the rune onto it. Corin panted, gasp, gasp. A snake, a toad, and now an ox? In any case, you're still a subordinate of the king. He gave a cold smile from behind the sword and asked, "So, what about me?" The dragon once again spewed fire from his mouth, roaring, You're such a nuisance. Damn you, just die." Corin pointed the sun sword towards him. "In the last playthrough, Park Sihu and I made it to the final boss. That means we defeated the king's subordinates, the ones who used the 4 sacred treasures. So where did those 4 sacred treasures go?" From Corin's palm, streams of light gathered like a sun. That's right, he was the queen's first spear, and the only one in this timeline. Knowing the true power of Cloud Solace, Corin held that energy source in his hand. The previous owner of Cloud Solace was none other than Corin. His entire body began to glow, surrounded by flames. A notification appeared. "You have used Cloud Solace." Cloud Solace chooses its user. Cloud Solace recognizes you as the Sun Warrior, the Sun God Corin Agatlam, learned Sunlight. Agatlam receives the protection of the sun as long as it is present. The dragon's flames shot past Corin. In the middle of the pillar of fire, a blinding sunlight appeared. Junsky was stunned as he witnessed this. He couldn't understand it at all. A ray of sunlight shot past the dragon's head, causing it to ignite. Corin transformed, his hair turning white, as he stated powerfully, "This is the second time I have used the sun." Not giving up, his foe switched to his ox form and tried to punch him from behind. Corin effortlessly dodged to the side, his mouth muttering, "Kenna so." The rune-engraved stone fragments began to tremble slightly. A large circle of fire ignited, surrounding the two of them. Junsky furiously cursed, "You bastard. That thing belongs to me." Cloud Solace concentrated all the surrounding heat and fire energy, accumulating it at the tip of the spear. A flame created from magic, with all its firepower focused in one spot. The tip of the Cloud Solace spear glowed brightly, aimed directly at Junsky. Suddenly, everything around them lost its color. The ox form of Junsky gradually faded away, along with a blood-curdling scream. Then, he slowly disintegrated. The last attack had blown away an entire colossal castle. Junsky's physical body turned to dust and scattered in the wind. Corin planted his spear on the ground. "Whether it's 10,000 or a million, bring them all on. I won't stop until I save this world. Corin stood there, filled with pride. Elsewhere, Warren was struggling to defend against the powerful attacks of a giant. It threw a punch at her and yelled, "You're the one who hurt my comrades." From behind, blood-red spikes flew forward, a true crimson fire blood magic counterattack. The giant turned around in alarm, but it seemed to be too late. Its body was pierced by the red arrows, making it look like a porcupine. Mariette and Dioku had arrived just in time to help. She immediately asked, "Warren, you can feel it too, right? Something unusual is happening where Corin is. However, the current situation here is really troublesome. There were still many giants in front of them. There were too many enemies, not to mention their leader hadn't even appeared yet." Mariette Dunilev suggested, "Then Dioku and I will attack first to clear a path." One of the giant underlings suddenly pointed into the distance and said, "Gee, great general, look, over there. Isn't that a blinding light? Like the sun?" The footsteps of hellfire touched the earth. It was Corin, holding his divine sun's might, a small sun brimming with energy in his hand. Seeing that power, the giants' formidable instincts screamed at them to submit to a force they couldn't possibly defy. And indeed, the power of the sun forced all the giants to their knees in submission. "Oh my God," War had just blurted out. Corin glanced over, but Mariette Dunilev was nowhere to be seen. He didn't even realize when she had run over to hug him. He was a little worried for her. She was a high-ranking vampire, and being under this sun was undoubtedly making her uncomfortable. "Are you okay?" Mariette didn't care. Tears were already streaming down her face. "What does that matter? Why are you hurt like this? I couldn't live if anything happened to you." Just then, Warren stepped forward and asked Corin, "You're injured?" Corin reached out and patted her head. "Yeah, it's okay. I'm fine." He gave her a radiant smile and continued, "Everything is all right now." But Mariette Dunilev just held onto him tighter, refusing to let go. The three of them stood there in relief, ignoring the kneeling giants nearby. The atmosphere had changed. Corin's hair had returned to its familiar black color. Seeing this, the giants looked up, their eyes wide. Corin gave them a strained, reassuring smile. "It's okay, guys. Don't be afraid." The giants started yelling to each other, "Kill him. Now's our chance while his guard is down. We can defeat the power of the sun." With that, the whole horde charged at them. Corin wondered, why isn't the sun's power working anymore? War replied, "Those bastards must have awakened." The giant leader leaped a great distance, landing close to them. Warren said worriedly, "They're too fast. We have to move." The leader jumped in front of them, blocking their path. He raised his hand, ready to smash down on them, and roared, "I will kill you all." Corin ordered everyone to dodge. As the giant hand descended, the leader bellowed, "I will devour every human on this earth and enslave them." A dark shadow loomed over them. Corin thought frantically, "This is bad. We're going to get caught." But unexpectedly, a bolt of lightning flashed by, and the massive arm was severed from its body. The giant leader roared in agony. Corin smiled with a hint of reproach. "Don't you think you're a little late?" The old man who had appeared was the Sword Emperor. He stepped forward with a hearty laugh. "Indeed, it seems this old body of mine has gotten a bit slow. Climbing up that tree with this body wasn't exactly an easy feat, you know." Speaking of the battle between the Sword Fiend and Elisa, the Sword Emperor offered his praise, his voice echoing. That fight was truly magnificent. The pressure those two exerted was quite immense. He smiled at Corin and the others. "Go on, young man. Now, let me play with these ill-mannered brats." That was all Corin needed to hear. He quickly started to retreat. "Yes, sir. Thank you for your trouble." He didn't dare look back. The old man was going to single-handedly hold off the entire army of ferocious giants. The Sword Emperor smiled. "That's right. I may have been late to this battle, but think of this as me making up for it. It seems I missed a fantastic spectacle earlier, but in the end, this one sword of mine can put an end to all their suffering." A single sword stroke cleaved the giants in two. Moreover, being able to fight in this space was absolutely wonderful. The Sword Emperor marveled, as the aura of the Sword Emperor flashed across the sky castle, and he launched a direct strike. It was truly a rare sight. At the perfect moment, the Sword Emperor, Garanda the Black, had appeared. The three of them were making their way down. Corin spoke up. "There's something we have to do when we get down there. If it wasn't for the Sword Emperor, I doubt we would have escaped. We must repay this favor. However, I have an idea right now. To be safe, let's just chop down the tree." Hearing this, both girls were a little confused. Remembering how he almost died because of the one who raised the Sword Fiend truly infuriated him, and he vaguely recalled an old saying, "Revenge is a dish best served cold, and today is the day I serve it." He let out a cold laugh. Everything is connected by cause and effect. Now, it's time to let that person be stuck up in the sky castle for a while. Mariette Dunilev raised her magic staff. All right, if you say so, Corin, then we'll do it. Warren didn't object either, and began casting a spell. And, boom, a massive, blood-red arrow pierced through the oak tree's trunk, snapping it in two. Up above, the Sword Emperor seemed to notice. His eyes narrowed, and he grit his teeth in anger. He stood there, watching the tree trunk split in two. The Sword Emperor's path home vanished into the clouds. A voice called out to the young man in the room. Then, Elisa slowly opened her eyes. Someone opened the door, came in, and asked, "Oh, you're awake?" Later that night, Corin sat in a tree, gazing at the moon. Elisa also came outside and saw him there. Corin turned to ask her, "How are you feeling?" She walked over and sat next to him. "I'm sore in a few places, but I can still move. My mind is a mess. When I first enrolled in the academy, I thought I would enjoy a more normal youth, playing around at night, dozing off in class, sometimes even thinking about what to eat for lunch at school. But somehow, I've strayed so far from that normal life." Elisa clenched her fists. Remembering how much she enjoyed her fight with the Sword Fiend, she concluded, "Perhaps I've become too enchanted by the act of killing." Corin immediately tried to soothe her. "There's nothing wrong with feeling that way. Destroying evil things is always the right thing to do." Hearing that, Elisa was taken aback for a moment. He continued, "What's important is your beliefs and your choices. Even if you feel enchanted by that feeling of killing, you wouldn't draw your sword to do evil, would you? There are a lot of strange people in this world, and most of them make strange choices. But you want to live a normal life, even though you possess such immense power. For that, you should be completely proud of yourself." Listening to him, Elisa's cheeks turned pink. She gently leaned her head on his shoulder and said, "Promise me something." She looked adorable. The moonlit night had a hint of romance. "Even though I might be a weirdo, promise you'll always stay by my side and take care of me, because I don't know when I might lose my way. So please, let me keep doing normal things like this. On the weekends, we can go into the city, get some snacks, watch the latest plays, and then go shopping and get coffee. Just normal things like that." Listening to the girl beside him list off those simple things, Corin smiled softly in happiness. He agreed, "I'll do all of that with you." Elisa chuckled softly. "That sounds wonderful." And so, the story of the Sky Island officially came to a close. Of course, life doesn't always end so elegantly. At the Aiden family mansion, Corin was making an announcement. "Right, this is a bit late to mention." He smiled as if it were nothing. "I'm going to hold an engagement ceremony." War and Mariette Dunilev froze when they heard that. They immediately demanded answers. What? What did you just say, Corin? An engagement? With who? It's with a classmate, isn't it? They didn't give him a chance to get a word in. Lunia stepped forward and declared, "With Lunia Aiden. In 1 week, I will be holding an engagement ceremony with my fiancé." Mariette Dunilev stammered. "We, lovers, fiancé," Lunia added. "If the eldest daughter of the Dan F. family and the head nun of the John Grand Cathedral will serve as witnesses for the engagement, the Aden family would welcome everyone's attendance." Looking at the two naive girls in front of him, Corin thought to himself, "This is unexpected. I guess I'll tease them a little more. They're definitely going to panic." He then spoke up. "That was the moment I fell passionately in love with Lunia. Even though she was young, seeing her direct and determined attitude, I couldn't help but be drawn to her." Lunia played along, acting shy. "That night, under the full moon, we gave ourselves to each other." Unable to listen anymore, Mariette Dunilev stood up. "I'm stepping out." She recalled the vision of him growing old and the 100-year waiting period she had set for herself. The way Mariette Dunilev looked at Corin made him a little uneasy. Warren, on the other hand, wasn't as strong and burst into tears. "Congratulations, I wish you happiness." Hick. Realizing things had gone a bit too far, Corin frantically explained, "No, Warren. Actually, this is all fake." But she didn't bother listening to his explanation. The fragile little girl covered her face, crying, and ran outside. Now Corin was flustered. "How am I supposed to fix this?" Lunia stood there, smiling. "You're so mischievous." She raised a hand to cover her smiling lips. "And my fiancé, too. You look so pathetic." Under the moonlight, Corin wondered where the two of them had gone. "If I find them, I'm definitely going to knock some sense into them." He walked into the bedroom. "But what if they've hidden again? I probably won't be able to find them now. I really dug my own grave." Suddenly, without him realizing it, Warren appeared coldly behind him. Corin turned around, flustered, and asked, "Warren, is there something you want to talk about?" The little girl threw off her cloak and rushed forward, replying, "That's right." Corin was a little startled and surprised by Warren's actions. She walked closer and pushed him onto the bed. then seriously declared, "I'm sleeping here tonight." Corin was a little worried. "Warren, are you okay?" Looking at the little girl in front of him, Corin said with some concern, "You're sounding a little scary." On the bed, the little girl rested her head against him and slept soundly. Corin looked at her and said softly, "Kids will be kids. Does she want us to hold hands while we sleep? Tonight is a crescent moon. I'll just consider this my lucky day." Before long, it was morning, and the sun was high in the sky. He scratched his head, looking awkwardly at the little girl in front of him. "Warren, you're up early." The innocent little girl wondered why it hadn't come. While Corin was still trying to figure out what she meant, Warren asked again, "The stork, why didn't it come?" He stretched and answered, "Storks don't pass through this region. They probably only fly a little further north. They must have a place to live in the northern kingdom. Let's eat first." Warren's face wasn't very happy. Inside the wooden house of the fake engagement, Corin had a black eye. He said with a pained smile, "I just wanted to tease you all a little, but it seems I was being thoughtless. Please pass on my apologies to Marriott for me." A female voice rang out. "Oh, well, you actually did a good job. Things don't always go as planned." In front of Corin now was Warren's flower personality. She picked up a large piece of fish, then held a spoonful of rice towards him. "Now, eat up." Then she didn't forget to remind him, "Next time something like this happens, try to be a little more mindful of your actions." Corin felt her kindness. He stared intently at the spoonful of food, then smiled in relief and replied, "All right, thank you. Now I have to find Marriott Dunalev." It seemed that even the servants of House Aiden didn't know her whereabouts. In that case, the only one who could track Marriott Dunalev down was Diogu, a red dog who was strutting around and barking. Looking at it, he wondered, "Why is this guy so popular?" He said to the dog, "If you find her and bring her back, I'll buy you a top-grade, premium black cow from Namsun. So, where can we find Marriott Dunalev now? Give me a little help here." The dog coldly held out a list of its assets and smirked. Corin cursed under his breath. "How is this jerk richer than me? I've been working my butt off, risking my life, so how can I be poorer than him?" After being thoroughly mocked and scorned by this mutt, Diogu finally revealed Marriott Dunalev's location, the main Aden estate, in the guest house located in the alley at the end of the street. After the senior learned the whole truth, she seemed to kick her blankets in embarrassment for a long time. Mariette, curled up in the blankets without showing her face, called out to Corin. She continued, "I always believe what you say, Corin. I never doubt you. Even if you told me you'd give me tons of gold and silver, I'd believe you. Even if you said a meteor shower would fall tomorrow, I'd believe you." Marriott Dunalev sensually extended her leg, her eyes welling with tears. "So, you must never, ever lie to me, Corin," she thought to herself. "Even though it hurts so much, of course, no matter what happens. In 100 years, he'll be mine anyway." The girls who had a secret crush on Corin all learned that the engagement between Corin and Lunia was fake. Thanks to that, they also understood that the couple's dates were just a ploy to deceive others, so they felt relieved and could let go of their feelings with ease. Except for one person, Elisa, Lunia's younger sister. She wondered to herself, "Why am I even here?" Looking back, there had been a strange atmosphere lingering since the beginning of the semester. Elisa wondered if it started from the battle with the Black Sword, or from the serial killer case in the Foggy City, or from when he said he would stay by her side. My relationship with Corin is... While lost in her thoughts, Elisa's eyes widened. Lunia was leaning over Corin, and it looked like they were about to kiss. While he was confused, Lunia whispered softly, "Someone's watching. Let's act a little sweeter." He then proactively took Lunia's hand and asked, "Your hands are quite rough, aren't they?" She replied, a bit shyly, "They're not what you'd call beautiful by normal feminine standards." Corin caressed that hand and shared his thoughts, "But I think they're truly beautiful." Lunia complimented him while also giving a reminder. "You're very perceptive, but your ability to read the situation right now is terrible." Corin was puzzled. "Read the situation? Did I miss something?" Lunia coolly glanced at the next table and said, "It's nothing. It's fine now. You can go ahead." He asked in surprise, "Are you not pleased with this date?" She parted her lips as if to say, "Actually," then turned to look at him, smiling lightly, exuding an air of arrogant beauty. "You're so sweet. I think I'll have to take you for myself. Claster, my fiancé." On the day of the engagement ceremony, many guests in splendid attire had already arrived. Women wore the traditional attire of the region, and the bride, Lunia, appeared in a pure white dress. Everyone praised and marveled at her beauty. Standing beside Corin, after hearing him praise how beautiful she was, she said softly to him, You really are a man who knows how to please a woman. He immediately replied, I'm being sincere. It's not an empty compliment, the MC announced. The engagement ceremony between Corin Lock and Lunia Aden will now officially begin. Amidst the cheers of the guests, he placed his hand on Lunia's waist to let her lean back. Suddenly, a voice from the crowd shouted, Wait! Hearing this, Corin flinched slightly, sensing that something was wrong. Elisa stood in the middle of the aisle and yelled, This engagement ceremony I object. Model. The little girl's eyes filled with tears, as if she were about to start bawling. I remember when she was just a baby. Lunia holding Elisa in her arms. When she heard someone call her little sister a filthy bastard child, she was fierce. Filthy? No way. Lunia was firm and fierce. This beautiful thing is my little sister. The newborn who once weighed just over 2 kilograms now says, Big sis, I'm all grown up now. I'm even taller than 100 centimeters now. I'm going to be a cool knight just like you someday. Want some honey candy? Then, more time passed. The little girl grew. Her big, sparkling eyes lit up as she said, Sis, I'm going to the academy tomorrow. A child who grew up with her gaze more often on the ground than looking you straight in the eye. And now, hasn't it been less than half a year since she went to the academy? She was always a clumsy kid who couldn't take care of herself. But now, she's grown up, Lunia wondered. Has she finally made up her mind? She ran over and pulled Corin away, ignoring him as he asked Elisa, What are you doing? She just needed him to follow her right now. Lunia's mother panicked, pointing her hand. What are you people doing? Go after them, now! In contrast, Elisa's mother, standing beside her, looked on with admiration. Lunia held her head, feigning distress. For something like this to happen at a wedding ceremony was truly shocking. The woman beside her asked worriedly if she was all right. Before she could even process it, another voice called out for Corin, carried on a strong gust of wind. The familiar giant eagle appeared. Everyone wondered, what now? Waran swung down from a rope, held out his hand, and said, Come on. Elisa was running towards them. Warren seemed to be waiting for her, while Lunia stepped forward and hugged her own mother tightly, almost as if to hold her back. Elisa bit her lip, looked at everyone, and then firmly grabbed Waran's hand. To the astonishment of all, the eagle spread its wings and soared high into the sky with the three of them, not forgetting to shout loudly, Farewell. Lunia feigned heartbreak. This shock. It makes me not want to see any men for a while. And so, the engagement ceremony, a small affair at the prestigious Aiden sword clan of the East, ended in chaos. Lunia's objective had been achieved. She smiled as she watched them fly away. Inside the cabin on the eagle's back, Corin was full of questions. He asked the girls, What is this situation right now? Something fell out of his clothes. It was a letter from Lunia, just for him. I will come for you officially later. My fiancé. Elisa clung to his shoulder, smiling. My sister knew everything, didn't she? Corin nodded. That's right. I've finally gathered trustworthy companions for a new journey. Mariette Dunilev turned around and asked him, Corin, where are we going now? He took off the bow tie from his neck and replied, We just keep going like this. Corin smiled, because there was still so much to do. And so, our vacation from the academy to the east came to a close. At the great clock tower, night had fallen countless times. It was the third night, and a figure in a cloak was slaughtering black spirits. The darkness rasped, Why are you smiling? Erin calmly unleashed her nether flame and replied, Is there a reason I shouldn't be? The flames incinerated the spirits, making them scream in agony. The gravel-voiced god said the undying king's army was growing stronger and stronger, while she was nearing her limit. If she failed to keep her promise to purify this place, that kid's life would also be over. The deadline is approaching. Aren't you worried? Erin's feet touched the ground. The god continued. On the contrary, you seem to be enjoying this. She smiled, her face flushing slightly. That's right, because this means Corin will be back soon. The sharp sword pressed against Corin's neck finally forced him to surrender. I lose. Erin offered her critique. In any case, I can see you've been training diligently without stopping, so your fundamentals are very solid. Her sharp eyes noticed that he seemed to be focusing on mastering the 8 trigrams style. Is there a special reason for that? Corin explained that among all the martial arts books in the library, it was the first one that caught his eye. Erin continued to probe. Then why did you choose the spear? Corin said excitedly. I heard that spears are easier to use than swords. Hearing that, Erin turned her head slightly to look at him. That's very practical of you. Corin shared his true feelings. If I'm going to learn, I'd rather learn your spear techniques than just the 8 trigrams spear. However, he was flatly rejected by Erin. No, that would devour the soul of a student like you. Corin, Invest another half a year into the 8 trigram spear. Those words dampened Corin's spirits. The secret records of the last boss led him to the 6 harmony spear. When he said he wanted to learn it, Park Sihu introduced Corin to someone, but there was just so much to learn. It had been over a month with no significant changes. He was really jealous of Park Sihu, who could instantly use grand magic just by unlocking a skill. Then, Corin tightened his grip on the spear. Just being jealous wouldn't solve anything, and he was determined to train even harder. Corin worked hard every day, little by little. His goal was simple: just keep moving forward. Every sharp thrust of the spear carried a powerful feeling, along with the 7 basic forms, the 5th concept, the 8th form, and Corin hoped for even more, for something that went far beyond that. Night had now fallen, and in the silent air, only Corin's ragged breathing could be heard. I did it. Then one day, Aaron picked up his bruised hand. Success. After only 2 months. She was completely surprised. I thought even half a year would be too short for you to learn this spear technique. Suddenly, her tone became inquisitive. Why do you want to become stronger? If it's just about strength, Park Sihu alone should be enough. Corin had always believed that even heroes need help. At the very least, I have to be the one driving his chariot, he continued. Most importantly, if I'm stronger, fewer people will have to die. Aaron was genuinely moved by his words. You really are. In the end, she had to praise him. A truly kind kid. Corin smiled happily. It's just the normal thing to do. A happy smile touched the corners of Aaron's lips. All right then. During the chaotic event at the Demon Tower, the mages of the tower joined forces with the barbarian faction to shatter Aaron Danua's shell. When the shell disappeared, Aaron Danua stepped out into the real world, and that event brought with it a death that followed a predetermined script. Aaron left her will to protect the world to the players. When the secret treasure, the treasure of Danua, was opened, that was the most important event in this entire chapter, an event that the player's strength was completely powerless to stop. That's what Corin had thought, but he felt that the hand holding his was so warm, and her voice was so gentle. A person like this was fated to die. Knowing that, seeing her smile, and thinking about it, Corin's heart grew heavy. I can't smile anymore. Aaron's quick footsteps suddenly stopped. Then, she asked, You know about what happened between me and Tet, don't you? Corin replied, Yes. She passed down everything, including the 6 harmonies spear, to her chosen disciple. According to the information Corin gathered, his target is. The advent of paradise is the destruction of this world. In the end, she refused the final step of the succession, certain that it was the biggest and worst failure of her life. Aaron had something to confess. I hesitated and deliberated for so long. I have experienced too many failures and haven't always made the right decisions. Then, she suddenly called out Corin Love's name. He was secretly bewildered. This is Aaron, she spoke clearly. Are you willing to accept me, Aranua, as your master? Corin was silent for a moment. This was an event and dialogue that any player who had ever played The Legend of Hero Ahan would know, because he knew this was an event that could only be accessed after meeting the right conditions and accumulating enough good karma, an event exclusive to players. And so, Corin replied sincerely, Yes, I accept you as my master. At that moment he felt that the information from the game no longer held much meaning. Aaron offered some words of encouragement. It's okay to fall, as long as you get back up. It's okay to fail, as long as you succeed next time. It's okay to cry, as long as you laugh even louder. She hugged Corin tightly. Uphold your justice, your beliefs, and walk the king's path. Then gave him a light kiss on the forehead. She would bestow upon him the goddess's blessing. For that reason, Corin would never forget the warmth of that moment. In the city of the dead, Nazri, the night of death has repeated for 300 years. However, the army of the undead king is gradually growing stronger, bit by bit. It seemed the fragile balance that had lasted for 300 years had reached its limit. Aaron was facing a huge problem. Tonight is the 3rd night. If this continues, the undead King Jeru will completely transform into a true lich. This time, the situation is truly critical. A voice suddenly spoke up. I've already dealt with Jeru, Corin reassured her. Don't rush. We still have time. He flashed a confident smile. I came to save you, Aaron. It's a fact that if the undead King Jeru dies, time in the city will rewind by 3 days, and the horde of undead he created will vanish at the same time, as if nothing ever happened. The population of Nazri is 1.2 million. Not only that, if those who have turned into undead escape the city, the entire continent will be doomed. Therefore, Master made a pact with the god of death. By day, a peaceful city. At night, a city of the dead, ruled by the undead. That loop could continue forever. However, if the undead bosses are defeated within 3 days, the undead King Jeru must be destroyed. From that, Corin reflected. To do that, his master had split her soul in two. The soul here had been forgotten by the main body's memory, and so it repeated the fragile 3-day loop for 300 years. But Jeru started to notice the repetition, and this fragile loop had reached its limit. Therefore, Corin made a deal with the god of death. He would purify Nazri within half a year. Now, as that 6-month deadline was about to end, he and Aaron had repeated the loop 3 times. At night, they fought the undead hordes. Things just continued on. During the day, they would hang out. Peaceful moments spent side by side, reading books together. Not only that, they also enjoyed plays and went to the movies. And now, the final moment had arrived. Aaron spoke from the heart. Thanks to you, I've had a lot of fun. However, Corin had a question. You've seen it all for 300 years. Aren't you tired of it? Aaron felt that watching alone and watching together are truly different. Corin was just as happy. It's good that you had fun. Though it's a bit of a shame we couldn't make it to the best restaurant. From Aaron's perspective, it doesn't have to be a fancy place to be meaningful. With my future student, eating anything is fun. At this mention, Corin hesitated a little. Aaron, tonight, Aaron immediately cut him off. Tonight, we will purify Nazri and end this eternal night, right? Corin gently added. Yes, according to your theory, we can do it, he thought to himself. I tried this with Park Sihu before. This time, it will definitely succeed, as long as there are no interruptions. And Corin comforted her. So please don't feel pressured. He smiled brightly. I told you. I'm just answering your wish. As long as you grant me one wish after this is over. Aaron was a bit surprised. A wish? She guessed, bewildered. Student, could it be that we… Just then, an object caused a spatial distortion. After 3 years of regression, I have awakened to the primordial ancient language, and after countless deaths, Jeru has found the answer. According to what he saw, if 2 ancient runes are placed in front and behind here, the paradise of the dead will continue to exist. Defile the primordial ancient language. The loop of Nazri has now ended. The demonic energy of the city has multiplied many times over. That guy couldn't help but feel happy. Finally, it's a success. Jeru has evolved, so a stream of dark magic is constantly being released. And the one behind this series of events is the undead king, the Lich. He let out a deafening roar. Die, you witch! This time, I'll tear that body to shreds, defile that beauty, and not even your soul will escape my grasp. In the battle zone, the priest stationed at Nazri Cruz, the man was bewildered by the scene before him. What the hell is happening? He was truly in a state of shock. All the undead in the monitored areas are gathering in one place. Nothing like this has ever happened before. It turns out the true undead king is summoning all the undead in the city. This is the infinite advance of the undead horde. In another area, Corin used his own body to block a large boulder. Just now, Aaron asked worriedly. Are you okay? Even she was puzzled. Sometimes, unusual incidents do happen, but this is the first time I've ever seen anything like this. We must first hide and find a way to deal with it. Corin agreed. Yes. Then, a surprise attack was launched. Thunderbreak. Luckily, Corin managed to block it in time. Another thunderbreak. He struggled to resist. It's not over yet. The situation now is extremely serious. Corrosive contamination. Deadlands. Corin also noticed the sky was filled with lightning, and the ground is covered in poison. They just keep pouring out endlessly. At this, Aaron speculated, it seems Jeru has completely transformed into a lich. If so, in this city, his mana is nearly infinite. Don't stop, keep moving. Then, several intermediate-level demonic beasts, the Hell Hunters, appeared. On top of that, a 6th-tier trap was added. That officially enraged Corin. Seeing the technique he was about to use, Aaron screamed in fear, don't use the flight skill. If your feet get stuck, then. But Corin ignored her words. Ancient Rune. Harden. And he continued to use the skill. Ancient Rune. Wind. With just one blast, it felt like space itself would shatter. Aaron smiled in praise. That's really strong. Corin's technique had forced the undead king into battle. You slippery little rats. He continuously launched his Thunderbreak in a 10-hit combo. Die! After that, he burst out in a piercing laugh. The undead king's laughter suddenly stopped, as he was struck with astonishment. Impossible. Is my lightning blast disappearing? Have you forgotten after 300 years of only being active at night? Now open your eyes and watch. The undying king was frozen in place. Could it be? That familiar voice rang out again. That's right. Colin has used a skill to connect with the sun, temporarily deploying its powerful light. He affirmed that it was indeed the sun. The Undying King spoke with contempt. Did you say, the sun? He burst into a gleeful laugh. Don't be ridiculous. How could you suddenly create such immense power? Then, the Undying King launched an attack, unleashing his full-power lightning blast, mocking him as if he were invincible. Do you really think you have a chance? The Undying King unleashed the mana within his body. The infinite mana of the moon protects me. The zombies charged forward at his command, but suddenly, a look of confusion appeared in the Undying King's eyes. Ancient runes had appeared on the floor, bewildering him. Ancient runes? The Undying King was astonished. How could you possess so many ancient runes? It was then that Corin spoke. You're right. Power like this doesn't just appear out of nowhere. In truth, for the last 10 days, he was with Aaron. That was the only time Corin was truly able to be a disciple. A hero who didn't care about being forgotten. Corin had built this up alone for 300 years, and just like that, the zombies were stopped one by one. The light from the ancient runes spread out powerfully. It was thanks to the traces left behind from past battles, because Aaron had carved runes all over the city through countless fights. Corin empowered the spell. It's a pity, but this is our last night. And with that, he unleashed the finishing blow and vanished. The Undying King. It melted, it burned, it purified. No priest, no source of power, had ever been able to perform a purification on such a massive scale. The Undying King was utterly terrified. Impossible. How can a mere mortal possess such power? 1.2 million deaths, 3 years shrouded in darkness. All of that darkness. At that moment, Corin and the Grim Reaper stood high above, observing the peaceful city district. You actually did it. He couldn't stop marveling, finding it unbelievable. I never expected you to use Dan's treasure for this. It can only be a one-time miracle. Corin stated. In any case, it wasn't my full power. The Grim Reaper continued. You have completely fulfilled your end of the pact. So, he decided, I will fulfill my end of the pact as well. Oh, Queen. Aaron could finally breathe a sigh of relief. It was all really over now. But she was incredibly sad. Corin, when this pact ends, I will. He cut her off in a low voice. I know you're feeling down. I've already experienced it in the future. Because the truth is, the one who protected this land for 300 years will disappear. Aaron confessed. I've given my all, and... Corin looked dazed. Yeah, that's right, Aaron continued. I've fallen many times. Corin just replied indifferently. Yes. Aaron asked again. Did you cry a lot? Corin answered honestly. I always did. But he affirmed to himself. I will never forget you. Aaron suddenly hugged Corin. Even if you lose your way later, I hope you'll stay true to yourself. Hold fast to your beliefs and walk the path of a king. And then you will. His heart felt a little warmer. Even though your current memories are different from my master of the past, you are still a hero. You comforted me with those exact same words. Aaron spoke gently once more, saying, I will grant you the goddess's blessing. Corin fell silent. As if to make the moment even more moving, the surprise was clear in his eyes as Aaron kissed him. She choked out his name, Corin. Tears streamed down Aaron's face. I truly want you to be happy. Sometime later, Corin was standing alone in the pouring rain. And so, when the sun had fulfilled its role, the darkness returned once more. Aaron was nowhere to be seen. Except for the longtime disciple she had raised since childhood, no one had ever set foot in this royal city. Betrayed by the disciple she loved like an heir, the queen had been sealed for over 80 years. What woke her from her long, silent slumber was a sudden flood of memories. 300 years ago, during her wandering days, Aaron had bravely made a proposal to the Grim Reaper, for reasons now forgotten. Make a pact with Tan Nazri. She closed her heavy eyelids. Is this the 3,784th time? The endless war with the Dark Sorcerer was also tied to the city. Corin thought to himself, she must have been so lonely and miserable for the past 300 years. My other self. This time, it's your turn. Grim Reaper, make a pact with me. This puzzled the Grim Reaper. Isn't this boy Tate Vantaz a disciple? I thought he betrayed Vantaz and came to me. At that time, Corin had declared, this time, I want to save her. He walked boldly to Aaron's side and gave her a confident smile. I already told you. This time, I will save you, Aaron. As her questions continued, the final memory surfaced in Corin's mind. It was Aaron's blushing face and her sweet voice, crystal clear in his memory. No. Wait. Then came her farewell kiss. From me. I will grant you the goddess's blessing. A magic circle appeared in the air. Josephine appeared and asked Aaron, I brought a new book. Want to read it? At that moment, Erin was covering her face in embarrassment. I must be crazy. Josephine was confused. What are you doing? She unconsciously touched her lips. The memories had merged. They couldn't be erased. Erin's face flushed red again. Corin, her student. That had been her first kiss, an unforgettable memory. At the Second Holy Land, John's Grand Cathedral, someone's voice rang out. Nazri, the city with 1.2 million undead, was cleansed in a single night? A subordinate reported. Yes. It was like the sun, surely a blessing for mankind. But Estelle replied, I know. Saintess Estelle, the one said to possess the greatest holy power in history. 4 years ago, she went to Nazri and successfully cleansed the place with a prayer ritual. But just 3 days later, everything returned to how it was. Nazri has always been a burden and a terror to humanity, but it was still a manageable threat. However, a power capable of cleansing even Nazri, now that no one can identify who wields such terrifying might, in a way that's far more frightening and unpredictable. Therefore, Estelle was determined. I must find out who it was that cleansed Nazri. This news sent shockwaves through all the powers across the continent, including the Wizard's Tower and the former Holy Temple. The news even reached the frigid northern Arctic on the northern Dingo Peninsula, where snow constantly blanketed the sky. In this harsh land of deadly ice and rampaging monsters, the Northerners have long been preparing for war. As a result, this has become a land where strength is the only thing worshipped and admired. Over 80 years ago, a warrior appeared here. The man trembled as he apologized. I'm sorry, sir. More than anyone, he was the one who deserved to stand at the top. The other man's eyes were filled with brutality. Test plunged his spear straight down, making the guy scream in pain. His voice deepened. The sun has been stolen from us. Oh well, Test, just forget it. So, who in the world did it? Dunn immediately shouted. It was Corin Lock. He's definitely the one who killed PH. He calls himself the first spear of Aaron Danua. Test repeated the name. Corin Lock. Tom wondered. Do you know that name, sir? Test revealed, of course I know. My rival has changed from that kid, Park Sihu, to that guy. He was so angry he crushed a piece of rock in his hand. To think he'd show his face less than a year after that incident. Seeing this, his subordinates trembled in fear. What is this power? Test still held a deep fixation on my beloved master, the one I cherished and the one I despised. He emphasized the name, Aranua. If you dare call yourself her first spear. Test let out an amused smile. Then I will personally pay you a visit. And now, Corin stood before the familiar, massive academy. He smiled, amused. So, I'm a second year now. Huh? In one section of the academy, a facility had been built to manage special demons. In other words, this was an isolation dormitory created for War and Mariette Dunalev. Since only a few people lived there, Professor Josephine took on the role of dorm head and managed everything. Josephine stared at the thing before her. What is this? War calmly replied, It's a bluefin tuna. She even added a special pitch. It's brain food, you know? It helps increase your intelligence score. Josephine suddenly turned to Corin. She seemed to know exactly who was behind this. Go on, explain. Corin was basically acting as the vice dorm head, assisting the professor. He then explained that Senior Mariette Dunalev said many guests would be visiting, so she wanted to buy large furniture. The movers were reminding each other, Kim, if this falls on you, you're dead. Be careful, Corin announced. War bought a bluefin tuna from the market, so we decided to share. But she wanted it all for herself. No, it's mine. So, Corin asked Elisa to come help. After Elisa finished preparing the fish, Corin eagerly called over to Iris Huss. Please, have a seat. I'll give you a discount. Josephine looked on, exasperated. All right, that's enough. Clean this up and prepare the rooms for the freshmen like we discussed. Corin quickly replied, I can get it done fast by myself. The freshmen I'm talking about are brothers, so they can share a room. Josephine flatly refused. No, I'm going to help prepare the new rooms for the students as well. There are still 2 more rooms to arrange. More importantly, she then announced, the freshmen will be arriving tomorrow. Can I ask you to guide them? Hearing this, Corin put on a mischievous grin. If you'll grant me one condition. He recalled that every year, outstanding second-year students were chosen to guide the freshmen. Senior Mariette Dunalev was now a 3rd year. A voice rang out from inside a vehicle. All right, on your left is the Hall of Creation. So the one leading the freshmen was Corin, putting on a show, where all the magic majors gathered to research any question you might have. The young men were constantly shouting, Hey man, you're so cool, that outfit is awesome. The girls, however, were a bit more lukewarm. How about singing a song to impress us? War's face darkened as she watched. Just stop. A moment later, Corin announced, "All right, the tour ends here. The professors are inside, so go on in and do your best." With that done, War said her goodbye. "I'm heading out." Corin was surprised. "So suddenly?" War replied, "I'm late. Someone said they were coming to bother me." This made Corin wonder, who? Without another word, War took off into the air. Corin just stared up, dumbfounded. "They said flying isn't allowed on academy grounds." Then he smiled. Leading the freshmen made things feel real. The new semester has really started. A familiar voice rang out. "Big bro." "Ah, I mean, sir, we're heading inside," John said encouragingly. "All right, do your best, Ren." Ren's voice piped up in affirmation. "Of course, I'll be fine. There are a few noteworthy freshmen this year." But as Corin looked at the two in front of him, he thought, these two will definitely be the center of attention. He then gave directions. "This way, everyone. Be careful getting out." Next, Corin went to another area and asked Elisa, "You're in charge of the West Gate, right?" Elisa quickly warned him, "Careful you don't fall." Her next sentence made Corin freeze. "You must be Sir Corin, right?" Yet another unfamiliar voice rang out. "A pleasure to meet you, Sir Corin." The person introduced herself. "I am Miriam Elizabeth Elrat." It was then that Corin realized. I was wrong to think that Ren and John would be the most talked about freshmen. He dropped to one knee in a formal gesture, surprising Elisa. People might not recognize her face or name yet, but everyone knows that family name. Elrat. He gently kissed Miriam's hand. "She is the second princess of this kingdom and the villainess of the century, from the heroic legend of Ahan." She gave an amused, elegant smile. "Who taught you that?" Corin replied, with his head bowed low. "I learned from an acquaintance." But in truth, it was that very person who had taught him. "When a lady stands before you," Miriam used to say, "a gentleman should kiss her hand and ask her for a dance." Corin silently agreed. "Of course," Miriam spoke softly. "Look, Sir Corin." Corin couldn't shake the old memories. "Isn't she beautiful? She's our daughter. And there are so many other things." That brutal face was seared deep into his memory. "I met her in the previous round, but it wasn't at the academy." Just then, someone else entered. "Oh my, if it isn't Sir Corin." Corin looked up, his face a mask of surprise. In the script, the princesses weren't supposed to show up yet. This time, it's Estelle. "Hi, I'm Estelle Hadatha Elras. Let's shake hands." Corin approached to greet her. "The Saintess, Estelle Hadatha Elras. It's a true honor to meet you." Estelle replied, "No need to be so formal. We're classmates now. See? I'm not using honorifics, am I?" Her gaze then fell upon the person next to them. "Miriam Elizabeth Elrat. You're here too? I didn't see you. You're so tiny." Miriam retorted with irritation. "I told you not to shorten my name." Estelle. Seeing her sister's expression, Estelle wanted to tease her more. "You can call me Estelle Hadatha Elras, or just Senior. I took a break from my studies for over 2 years, but as of today, I'm back." Miriam scowled and shot back. "You're supposed to use honorifics for those who are better than you. The only thing you have more of than me is useless muscle." Then, she spun around to leave. "Elisa, I'm heading to the assembly hall. Thank you for the directions. I'm heading off too. See you around, Junior." Elisa, meanwhile, was still just scratching her head in confusion. "Yes, I mean, it's an honor, Your Highness." Corin felt like his whole body was turning to stone. At that moment, in the palace, Joe exclaimed in amazement, "Nuna, are we really going to live here?" Waran, embarrassed, reminded him, "Don't be so tacky." John couldn't stop marveling, "But it's so huge, like a castle." A figure behind him then caught his attention. He instinctively hid behind his sister. "My apologies," Miriam Elizabeth Elrat said, introducing herself out of the blue. "I am Miriam Elizabeth Elrat." Then she struck up a conversation. "We're in the same class, right? Let's shake on it." A wary John approached. "Hello." His outstretched hand was suddenly grabbed. "How strange," Miriam Elizabeth Elrat said with contempt. "Beastmen. We used to slaughter your kind without mercy. I can't believe a little piece of trash like you survived." Then she warned him, "Touch my magic staff. One more time, and I'll gut you while you're still breathing. Got it?" It was like walking on thin ice. You never knew what would happen. 2 characters who weren't supposed to appear at the academy until the second half showed up at the same time. Did another butterfly flap its wings? The Grim Reaper, standing high above, speculated, "It must be because of Nazri's purification." Corin sighed wearily. "I'm drawing attention too quickly." Now, he held his head in his hands, feeling helpless. "It's over." Another flap of a wing has turned into a storm. Ogun suddenly called out, Student Corin Lock, are you losing focus on the very first day? Corin was startled. I'm sorry, Ogun demanded sternly. Then explain the concept. The Judge of Peace. Corin was bewildered. That's when Ogun Vu Pham uttered 2 words. Points deducted. After class, Corin walked and grumbled. What kind of class is this? He was frustrated. The first day is usually just orientation, and it's practically a rule to end class early. Corin peeked into another room. Haven't the others arrived yet? The special dormitory was expected to house Professor Josephine, young Master Mariat Dunalev, Waran, and the Wolf brothers. But Corin's group had prepared 2 extra rooms. Josephine had asked, "You said 2 more people would be coming, right?" Thinking of this, Corin seemed to realize something. Don't tell me. That familiar voice rang out again. Welcome, Sir Corin. Miriam Elizabeth Elrat spoke arrogantly. Shouldn't you be a little more polite? Come here and kiss me. Corin quickly found an excuse. A gentleman only kisses a lady once a day. Your Highness, how interesting. A commoner like you knows the etiquette of nobles. Miriam Elizabeth Elrat raised her voice. I'll be direct. Support me in the succession battle next year. Corin tried to avoid her gaze. I'm just an ordinary guardian. Do you really need my support? Miriam Elizabeth Elrat replied with amusement. A knight who possesses a holy relic, recognized by both the old and new churches, is a different story, isn't it? She emphasized 2 words, Kai Solas. Miriam Elizabeth Elrat boldly moved closer. You look perceptive. Do you suspect me? Her hand rested on Corin's neck, then she pulled him closer. I can pay you in advance. They both fell to the floor in a suggestive position. Miriam Elizabeth Elrat wrapped her legs tightly around Corin. Tell me what you want from a noblewoman like me. I'm willing to indulge any pleasure you desire. She whispered, Go on. Ask me for anything you crave. Corin looked down, his face. Miriam Elizabeth Elrat continued to entice him. I'll give you everything, so just say you love me. She drew out her words. Yes. Oh, my hero. Miriam Elizabeth Elrat kept uttering provocative phrases. My destiny, devour me, and make me yours. Her mouth began to open. Just then, a burst of light flared up where they were. Corin stood up and smirked, then said bluntly, Did you really use enchantment incense just to lure me? That's not very fitting for someone of royal blood who's next in line for the throne. Miriam Elizabeth Elrat believed that marrying the champion of the sun god was an extremely powerful political move. Marriage and reproduction are the 2 oldest forms of exchange. Sir Corin. At this point, Corin wondered what she meant by destiny. Miriam Elizabeth Elrat had no intention of explaining. Don't you understand what I'm saying? All right, let's just forget it for now. She suggested, let's try again later when you're in a better mood. Corin insisted that would never happen, but Miriam Elizabeth Elrat was very confident. You might change your mind after you hear my offer. How can you be so sure? Corin revealed. I learned from an acquaintance to be careful around beautiful women. As soon as he finished speaking, he slammed the door shut. This only amused Miriam Elizabeth Elrat more. Well then, I'll just have to try harder. Escaping from that room, Corin was panting heavily. That was dangerous. This kind of thing keeps happening lately. He recalled the scene. Corin, thanks again for today. He felt a little scared. And his senior, Mariat Dunalev, was the same. And then there was Elisa. Corin commented indignantly. I get that you chose drama class as an elective, but why did you pick such a nonsensical play about an affair? But the story is beautiful, Elisa said. Elisa too. And her small hand rested snugly in his large one. So Corin felt rather awkward. Waran was like this every break. He asked hesitantly, Are you really comfortable like this? Waran said nothing, only tacitly acknowledging it. And Corin had noticed that ever since he'd swallowed the sun, he was overflowing with yang energy, especially since Waran kept releasing yin energy through her yu meridian, so just being near his body made them feel wonderful. Seems like it. Seeing that Waran had no intention of letting go, Corin reminded her, Waran, stop, break's over. Waran pleaded, just a little longer. Corin was getting a little tired of this. Of course, Jian also showed up from time to time. Elsewhere, a voice echoed from within. So, it must be really tough. After hearing the whole story, Elle understood. So your problem is that girls keep clinging to your body, Corin confirmed. Exactly. Then, Elle said in a low voice, Corin, I'm telling you this seriously, as a friend. The kid gave him the middle finger and declared, Seriously, go to hell. Jer suddenly yelled, Just pick one already. Meanwhile, Corin still didn't understand what was going on. Why are they so angry all of a sudden? Elle fumed, It's useless. Jer Hinch Peter, just kill this Casanova. A voice made everyone freeze. Hello Corin Sunbay. Miriam Elizabeth Elrat's appearance surprised Corin. "Princess, why are you here?" Miriam Elizabeth Elrat made a request. "I'm planning to go into town. Would you mind being my guide?" Corin reluctantly agreed. I guess so." Jer assessed the situation. "Looks like we don't need to interfere. He's about to be torn to pieces." Elle thought, "At first I was jealous, but now I think I should seriously study this myself." According to the kid's speculation, his body might be emitting pheromones, and for some reason, we're immune to it. Jer was confused. "What are you talking about?" Elle pointed forward. "Look over there." As soon as he saw Corin, Ario smiled cheerfully. "Corin, long time no see." He replied, "Hello, Commander Jer was stunned. "No way. He attracts men too? That guy is definitely hiding something." At that moment, Isle was standing at the podium, explaining, "Every year, the new students of the Morkaba Academy will also participate in field training at the hunting grounds." He added that among the second-year seniors in the forest, a few top students will play the role of monsters to test the freshmen. By any means necessary, the freshmen must defeat them and take their armbands. AO announced. "All right then, let's begin." At the hunting grounds, some students were chatting lively. "Are you from class 2? The kid offered. "There aren't many of us. Want to form a temporary party with us?" A cheerful student suggested. "Let me join you guys." Jeramon smiled brightly, acting friendly. "That's a great idea. Let's group up, get a head count, and split up to find the way." But inside, he was incredibly annoyed. So troublesome. He was just a class 2, so he could understand getting kicked out of the top spot because Princess Miriam Elizabeth Elrat was a class 1 mage. Jeramon glanced at Waron and John with disgust, being ranked alongside those filthy furballs. If it weren't for his sacred mission, he would have left this academy long ago. Then he recalled last semester, when the church's dark unit had infiltrated the academy to eliminate a monster, but were captured. Bishop Renaud Rusik denied any involvement, but to save them, the church decided to send him. Jeramon the loser. "For now, I'll hide my identity as a church member and play the part of a model student here." His new teammate shouted, "Found it! This way!" Jeramon was hatching a plan. "They're just class 3s and 4s, but I'll pass this test with them to earn their trust." He was incredibly arrogant. "There are 400 students like me. I almost feel sorry for the upperclassmen." So, in the end, it all comes down to who can take them down first and snatch the armbands. "They said we could use any means necessary, right?" Jeramon smirked slyly. "I'll lead these fools with my intellect, pretend to be friends for a bit, and then use them as pawns when needed." Something caught his attention. A flash of light suddenly erupted from the ground, tearing up the earth. Jeramon saw Josephine observing from a tree branch. Even so, though that was a common tactic for the upperclassmen, it only made him more confident. "I will lead the new students for this hunting forest exam. Let me choose the upperclassmen I requested," Josephine thought to herself. "The request has been approved." Is this really a good idea? She wondered, observing the oblivious new students. There was a truth always kept hidden about the second-year students at MK3 Academy. Iwan, who had mastered the final secret technique of the Dray Lion in just half a year. The sudden appearance of Yuan sent the crowd into a panic. What the hell is this now? He made a successful investment and obtained a top-tier elemental sword set. Doron Lin, the sword-wielding mercenary. Similarly, thanks to a successful investment, someone gave Crenel a golem creation manual. Crenel Luden, the ultimate golem-controlling mage. And there was one more person who needed no introduction. War clenched her fist. With this, she had brought a whole crowd to their knees. It's so hard to control. Baniacha War, the next heir of the Aiden family. Elisa Aiden. The moment they saw her, the entire crowd was terrified. "Run, she's smiling." Elisa, however, was innocent. "I was just smiling." The crowd fled in chaos. "Spare me." What the hell is going on? Someone stopped in front of a large tree trunk. Jeramon scowled at the chaotic scene, but he wasn't the least bit afraid. "You pathetic losers are running from a single clown?" Jeramon's eyes locked onto the person before him. An ancient symbol began to appear on the ground beneath them, then the entire area exploded. A male student was hit by the blast while running. A female student was no exception. "You've turned all the core second-year students of MK3 Academy into ultimate weapons." The figure continued to eliminate students one by one, as a fierce fire blazed ever higher. The masked figure spoke in a savage tone. "What? Is something serious happening?" Jeramon was too scared to speak. To make matters worse, the person in front of him leaned in close, terrifying Jeramon. "Come on, give me a smile." Flames erupted, burning the trees. Jeramon clutched himself and scrambled to run. Born and raised in St. Michael's Monastery under the old church, He had walked the path of faith his entire life. Yet, that sharp spear tip inched closer and closer to him. Jeramon lost his footing and stumbled forward, and he had often wondered if God truly existed. Jeramon was terrified, but now there was one thing he believed for sure. That person's face was truly horrifying. Demons are real. A voice suddenly rang out. "All right, that's enough." Jeramon was so frightened he didn't dare look up. But then, a hand was placed on his head. "You're tougher than I thought, aren't you?" Then, he introduced himself. "It's a pleasure to meet you. I'm Corin Lock." Meanwhile, Jeramon was still bewildered. "Corin Lock. You mean?" His expression shifted from fear to a stunned freeze. An old memory flashed through Jeramon's mind, the one who crossed swords with the swordmaster Lunia Aden and held his own. Corin made an offer. "I'm scouting for exceptional new students. Besides the princess, you're the strongest. So, would you like to cooperate with me?" He even offered a handshake. "The strong are always welcome." Jeramon hastily replied, "Yes, I will, senior." Corin smiled, satisfied. Good. But in truth, Corin's first mission in this hunting forest was to assess Jeramon, the spy, from the old church. Jeramon looked down happily at the hand chosen by Senior Corin. Corin reminded himself to keep your friends close, and your enemies closer. In another area, a student charged forward madly. "Die, you beast!" With just one punch, John sent him flying. Waran turned her head at the sound. "John, again?" she asked, displeased. "I told you to check his back pocket, get the armband, and strip him clean," John replied indifferently. "All right," Warren urged. "If you have everything, let's go." But John was a bit reluctant. "Our classmates are heading towards us. After all, we're demons." Warren stated curtly, "They want to steal our armbands because we're Class 2 knights." And she understood perfectly well. Taking an upperclassman's armband is worth more points, but they're too strong, so we're choosing to take everyone else's to rack up points. Then, Warren urged him on. "At the final destination of this exam, at the cabin, we can exchange the armbands for a reward. We have to hurry." When she saw the scene before her, Warren couldn't help but be bewildered. "We're almost there, right? Why is the cabin on fire?" The next second, the building erupted in a blaze. "Was that an earthquake?" Warren shouted in shock. "What was that?" John could see something. Second-year seniors. He read the title on the sign and wondered. The reward is up there. What are they doing up there? The flames instantly vanished, returning the house to its normal appearance. Miriam Elizabeth Elrat looked at the two of them and sneered. "How interesting. I like it." Then she stepped forward into the beastly stench. The guard behind her suddenly yelled, "This was created by D, so it'll be very difficult to destroy. We must continue." Two others shouted, "What are you doing?" "Following the princess," one asked doubtfully. "What should we do?" He came up with an idea. "Let's just go the other way." Warren agreed. Okay. She figured she'd rather die than go in there with that woman. A flying object shot past, terrifying Warren, but right now, she really wanted to change her mind. Maybe we should follow them. Streaks of magic were launched continuously. "Why are there so many?" Ron spoke in a cold voice. "It's a client's request. They said not to go easy on you." In another area, a layer of light illuminated the entire space. For Rosset, the infiltration was complete. The layout was simple. He had memorized the map of this place. 3 entrances, 3 rooms, 3 guards. The paths converged, and the second floor had 2 rooms. Next, Receipt landed in a room, then headed for the 3rd floor. His hand gripped his sword. No one had passed through here before them. Among this year's freshmen, Receipt's spear was glowing brightly. What was that? A strange sensation, as if something had touched his soul. Information about the item appeared, the orb of death capable of separating soul and body, although its effect is weaker on complex beings like humans. And Receipt realized the urgent problem. His concentration was shattering, his stealth technique was breaking. A sudden voice spoke up. "Second-year freshman knight, Rasit Aden Mustali, that stealth technique. Is it from the assassin tribe?" Rasit was a little surprised. How does he know about the tribe? He hesitated. "I'm sorry." But then he lunged, preparing to attack. "You shouldn't have said that." Just then, Corin, showing no fear, dealt with Receipt with a single kick. He staggered back in confusion. "What the?" Receipt prepared to unleash another move. He had no other choice. His rope dart shot past Corin's face. Corin somersaulted to dodge, amused. Not bad. Not only that, but he also managed to grab his opponent's sword. But if you go down that path, the assassin tribe of the underworld, Corin was very curious. So, what will you do? In his heart, Rosset thought, I hate that blood-soaked doctrine. His original purpose for coming to the academy was to escape, to strive for a life that wasn't that of a killer. I abandoned the tribe. Rasit's hand suddenly loosened its grip on his sword, but a flash of light reflected on Corin's face. If my identity is revealed, and the entire tribe is endangered because of it. Rasit's armor began to open up. He was actually risking his life. Then I must seal this secret with my own death. The heat from the magic spell created a huge fire, but Corin simply let out a sigh of relief. You're treading a dangerous path. It turned out he had contained the attack. Lucky for you, fire and heat are well within my control, Corin continued. To Rasit's amazement, one more thing, he added as a reminder. Whether you learned to be an assassin, swordsmanship, or magic, that stealth technique. I think I'll be needing it soon. And Corin's second goal in this hunting exam was to test the abilities of the most promising new faces. Corin continued with his demand. You will join me in a job. On the other side, after escaping Ron Waski's control, John and Waran hurriedly ran away. War cheered them on. Keep going, John caught a scent. Waran, this smell, Waran replied. I know. She drew her sharp sword. You're here? Waran saw a familiar face and called out. Corin! She snapped angrily. What is going on? I heard this year's test is harsher than last year's. A large spear suddenly stabbed into the ground, startling Waran. She was completely confused about what was happening. Meanwhile, Corin moved behind John and kicked him straight in the stomach. He cried out in pain. Then Corin turned and warned. If you're in a fight, never let your guard down. John said, I'll die if I do that. Waran just looked up, not yet understanding what was happening. Corin suddenly got angry. Did you not hear what I just said? He used magic to influence them. But inside, Corin felt a bit conflicted. I don't like this, but there's no other way. He had to complain. This is so hard. It's really difficult. The final mission of this hunting exam. Corin watched the events unfold. Finally, pure white fur was revealed. Waran and John had transformed into their beast forms. To ensure these kids could become independent, to help them grow up. Corin was also very serious about this. All right, let's end this exam. It's a fact that controlling a beast in its transformed state is easier when there isn't a full moon. But in a state of full beast transformation, it's completely different. At that point, they would be in a violent state, and Corin was ready to fight. In their final form, they would look completely human, but in their immature beast form, they are much harder to control. Even the gentle John, once transformed, becomes a bloodthirsty hound. Corin reminded himself, and on top of that, I have to deal with two of them. Beast forms communicate without words and attack in perfect sync, especially since they are siblings who have lived through countless crises together. Their rhythm has never been off. The ferocious Waran charged forward to attack. This forced Corin to use all his strength to fight back. Seeing this, John rushed forward. He's trying to save his sister. Corin continued. But what's the point if you just freeze up? When your sister is under attack, don't just think about saving her. Then, he knocked John down as well. Attack the enemy! The force was so strong it sent him flying. John let out a loud roar of pain. Yet Corin still wanted to strike again. Another bad decision. You have to keep a cool head. Then he forcefully punched John again. Corin taught him sternly. If you have time to roar, use it to observe the enemy. Hesitating for a second means you're giving the enemy another second. Meanwhile, Waran took the opportunity to attack from behind, and Corin acknowledged, that's right, the older sister is stronger than the younger brother. In the end, he still got the upper hand on her. But you have to aim precisely for the opening. Don't fight out of anger. Corin turned and landed a painful blow. Strike the right spot. The blow felt like it was going to tear Waran's body apart. She collapsed, seemingly exhausted. Her whole body felt as heavy as a massive rock. Corin reminded her in a low voice, get up. And he emphasized, until your arms are broken and your throat is slit, keep moving. This is a real battle. Due to her exhaustion, Waran's beast transformation disappeared. Now, Waran was wondering, we don't know anything. Does Big Brother always face terrifying battles like this? Corin suddenly plunged the tip of his sword into the ground, startling her. Tears welled up in her eyes. Corin lifted Waran up. But for now, this should be enough, right? Indeed, I can't push them any further. He told himself, they haven't reached their final form yet, but I want them to know what it means to fight and be ready for it. Corin chuckled. It's scary, isn't it? Was Big Brother too harsh? I'm sorry. Waran was so scared she hugged him tightly. She remarked, Master is too brutal. Don't treat me like a child. Corin gave his honest assessment. My fault. But your reflexes and physical abilities are truly excellent. You haven't defeated me, but you've passed. Get up. He could see their emotions, a mix of relief and frustration. In his broad embrace, the siblings felt at ease, but they vowed that one day they would escape from that embrace. A long time later, Corin was still standing alone in the room. His eyes glanced behind him. Miriam Elizabeth Elrat spoke. "They've left, and you're still just standing there?" Her contempt was obvious. "Those dogs have a gift for physicality, but you played them like toys. Very impressive." Corin became serious. "Now it's my turn to assess you. If you want to pass, you have to defeat me, but I can't show you the same mercy I showed those kids. You are a princess." He felt a little annoyed. "You just called us dogs." Miriam Elizabeth Elrat smiled with amusement. If he were to pull out what's under her skirt, she would have to go all out. Then, she turned away. She tried taking off her skirt last time too, but he didn't fall for it. Miriam Elizabeth Elrat tossed the blue ribbon onto the floor. She spoke slyly, but Corin was already one step ahead. "Miriam Elizabeth Elrat, you're eliminated right here," he thought, sizing up the situation. Princess Miriam Elizabeth Elrat was hiding a snake spirit in her skirt, but she didn't falter. Even though I had already seen through her trick, he calculated carefully. This time wouldn't be like the last. How should I deal with her? He wondered. At the top of the tower, a group of students were gathered around a board. "What's that? What does it say?" 4 words appeared. "Return to the start." Everyone grabbed their heads in frustration. "Are you kidding me?" Just then, night fell. The students walked away, annoyed. Seriously, if only that psycho clown wasn't here. Still, you shouldn't call a senior a psycho. Isn't that guy Corin Lock? His name sounds familiar. They gossiped. Rumor has it he's going to marry the daughter of the Duna family, who's also the fiancé of the swordmaster, Lunia Aden. He really is a psycho. In the middle of their conversation, one of them screamed in fear. Corin appeared out of nowhere. "That guy is." Then he spoke in a sinister voice. "Hello, freshman." Corin then put on a show of drinking his wine. "Are you all excited about the assignment?" The students judged him. "That guy's laugh is so creepy." Corin poured drops of the wine onto a rock. "This is the reward you all deserve from the assignment. There are level 4 and level 5 magic stones, and even higher tier items." Then, he leaped closer to them. "Do you know what you and these items have in common?" Corin snapped his fingers playfully. "You're all so flammable." Then he made the flames erupt, causing the students to curse. "You bastard," Corin laughed loudly. "Your tuition money is going up in smoke," the top-ranking student shouted in frustration. "Our rewards, and our test results, just one punch. Let me punch that guy just once. Let go. Let go of me, now." The student behind him replied, "I'm not even holding you." Another one started crying. "I swear to God, I'm about to lose my mind. My rewards, my magic stones." Just then, a piercing cry was heard, making the students freeze. Mariette flew in on a beast, its claws clutching a large wooden chest. She waved at them. "Hey, everyone." The students looked up and recognized her. "Isn't that Senior Mariette?" She brought the chest with her. The lid opened, and a blinding light appeared. They wondered, "Wait a minute, is that what I think it is?" The whole crowd got excited. "That's Hemat, a level 3 magic stone. And that's Magnet, a level 2. Corin stepped forward and continued. "Now, allow me to introduce the volunteer blacksmiths who will craft weapons for all of you, free of charge." The students were amazed. They were all top-tier blacksmiths from the capital. War stood to one side, listening and clapping. A huge round of applause went out for the third-year senior who brought the materials and smiths. And for the second year, War, as well. "Let's thank her." Next, it was Elisa's turn to whip off a cloth, revealing a table full of food. "You all must be hungry, right? Today's food is made with the best ingredients, not your usual cafeteria stuff. There are even honey-covered candies." Along with the ingredients came her invitation. "Eat up, drink up, take it all home, and eat to your heart's content." The whole crowd looked thrilled, enjoying the moment. Amidst a burst of brilliant fireworks, Corin raised his glass and said to everyone, "Today is your day." They thought to themselves, maybe we were wrong to judge this hero. The ingredients and the chefs were all arranged by Mariette. They even complimented her beauty while getting potatoes. He also had Waran track down every shady blacksmith he knew who could get the job done, so much so that the students were skeptical when they received their gear. He seemed like such a jerk before, but now he's being unbelievably nice. Elisa and Corin stood watching the students eat heartily. She turned to him and asked, "Those expensive magic stones for 400 people. Corin paid for all of them himself. Are you really okay?" He had to wipe away a tear. Aside from 1 or 2 inns. Yes, I've spent everything." Corin acted nonchalant. "Money isn't the most important thing." Elisa looked at his tear-streaked face and blurted out, "That's creepy." For Corin, there was something far more precious than money. An image from the past returned, of others crying out for help in pain. I don't want to die. Corin, save me. And that precious thing was human life. He had saved every single penny from the start, just for this day, to give the underclassmen magic stones and blacksmiths as planned. Having good gear doesn't guarantee you can fight right away, but their chances of survival will skyrocket. Even though Corin had given it his all, a sense of unease still lingered, along with an innocent image of Elisa. This time, it was especially unavoidable. He needed to keep Jack Mang close. Recruiting Receipt, provoking Jen and John. It was all part of Corin's preparations. The colossal challenge ahead would take place here. In the blink of an eye, he was gone. Elisa called out, Corin, where did you go? Because that event would happen right here at MK3 Academy. Just then, someone carrying an oil lamp approached. It was Elder Adam of the Zig Magic Tower. He spoke up. We must capture that creature. A failed experiment, neither human nor beast. Elder Morisutan of the Dark Magic Tower replied, Everything is prepared. That creature will fall into our hands, especially since the Golden Sorcerer will be participating. Am's voice was grim. Marry it. That vampire. Morisutan continued. She must belong to our magic tower. The group from the Dark Magic Tower was heading towards the academy. Initially, the vampire girl was supposed to be captured under the guise of researching library data, but history was about to change course. Beneath the moonlight, a figure stood atop the tower. Someone had been secretly preparing for this all along. It was Corin. The special dormitory housed those whom the academy held in high regard. At first, it was a dorm with no one but Warren and Corin, but now, the rooms were almost all full. Every morning involved bickering with Warren. After showering, if you go up to the second floor, you'll find it packed with unexpected students. At the far end is the room of the two queens. The first queen, Estelle, has gone to the cathedral for morning prayers. The second queen, Miriam Elizabeth Elrott, has gone to her laboratory wing. The two queens have started living at the academy, which is different from the original story, so I keep getting this uneasy feeling that something is about to happen again. Down the opposite end of the hall, Corin threw open a door and called out enthusiastically, Hey, you two twins, time to wake up. John immediately whined in a sleepy voice. Big bro, just 3 more minutes. Ren copied him, pleading, Big brother, just 5 minutes. In the original story, these adorable kids would grow up to be villains. They were also pushed too hard during parts of the exam, so they must be exhausted, just like little kids. Carrying John on his shoulders, Corin kindly bent down to coax Ren. Come on, time to brush your teeth. She yawned and mumbled, I hate toothpaste. In the original story, they are villainous sub-bosses, so their combat power is quite strong. Thinking about the upcoming trials, it's a good thing they're developing into their final forms early. These kids, who became villains after experiencing horrific events, are so adorable now. Looking at them, it's all about changing that predetermined future. He no longer hesitated. The scene changes to the headmaster's office. Errol's voice can be heard from inside. The mages from the magic tower are visiting. Corin slowly asks what their purpose is. The man calmly replies that they are here to use the research materials of the Great Library of Merkaba and to survey the career paths of the students in the magic department. Professor Joseph Fye quickly chimed in. The magic tower is always short on new people, so surveying the students' career paths is a good idea. Yes, but these kids would rather become masters at the academy than join the magic tower. Do you even know much about the magic tower? Student Corin? Originally, the place that monopolized all mages and magic was the magic tower. It was a place rife with injustice, where young mages were exploited, and all their achievements were claimed by high-ranking mages. However, thanks to the appearance of the Merkaba Academy, the Magic Tower, having lost its monopoly, became mortal enemies with the Academy. Around that time, the witch hunts of the Old Faith began. The Magic Tower, which had always disliked the Academy and viewed Demonkin as experimental subjects, naturally became minions of the Old Faith, and the Academy, opposing this, saw heroes rise up to end the witch hunts. It was called the Witches' Revolution. Corin calmly replied, I couldn't possibly understand the Magic Tower as well as you, Professor, since you were a participant in the Witches' Revolution 80 years ago. It's even written in the textbooks. She suddenly glanced over and frowned. That's ancient history now. Besides, Professor Josephine slowly added, I wasn't alone. His expression grew heavy as he admitted, with me. Pausing for a moment, Errol spat out another name, and Banzat. The topic of Banzat, a traitorous disciple, was an uncomfortable one for the professor. But if it needed to be used, it would be used. Because, officially, these two both claim to be disciples of Banzat. Time to reveal some information about the future. Just as Banzat planned, Corin revealed in a low voice, "The magic tower is connected to Banzat." Upon hearing this, Professor Josephine immediately looked uneasy. If that's the case, then this visit from the magic tower guests. Errol, sitting beside him, said nothing, only thinking to himself, "Student Corin is sharing information from the future?" Corin confirmed it directly. Yes, it's not to borrow books from the library, or to survey students. Their real purpose is something else entirely. The scene changes again. This time, Corin speaks first again. "The magic tower's visit this time is because of you, Senior." Mari turned to him, bewildered. "Because of me? Why?" He explained in a deep voice. "Your vampire blood is something that the magic tower, a place fanatically researching Demonkin, would definitely covet." In the middle of his sentence, she couldn't help but interrupt, but Maria continued, a bit flustered. "Messing with me would be a big deal. The Dan family, known as the Potato Empire, is responsible for the entire empire's food supply and is the most powerful family in the south." Corin looked at her. Messing with a family like that for a mere experiment isn't worth it, but the magic tower doesn't care about that. He didn't hesitate to say it bluntly, because they're following Tess Banzat. This news truly stunned Mariette. Tess Banzat. He thought it was time to start telling her everything. Corinne continued in a soft voice, "From now on, what I'm about to tell you must stay between the two of us, about Banzat's goals and his forces." After a while, she finally began to grasp a few things. "So, according to what you're saying, Corin, this so-called advent of paradise that the headmaster's traitorous disciple is trying to bring about." She slowly revealed her speculation. After gathering all 4 primordial worms and the 4 great treasures, he'll use that power to destroy all civilization on Earth. At this point, Mariette carefully asked, "And then create a world that he desires. Is that right?" Corin's expression suddenly darkened. "Yes. That's why right now, the Magic Tower and the Old Faith following Banzat don't care how strong their opponents in this world are." He slowly added, "They think that everything will disappear anyway, and only what they desire will remain." Mariette couldn't help but be startled upon hearing this. Is something that terrifying really happening? Although it sounded like a wild tale, Banzat had enough power to do it. Corin waited for this moment to speak. "So, while this might pressure you, Senior, I have a favor to ask." Her reaction, conversely, was one of joy. "This is great. You can handle anything just fine without me. But you have something you need my help with?" As she spoke, Mariette's cheeks suddenly flushed red, her eyes sparkling like stars. "Corin, you don't even have to ask. I'll help you with anything. Just tell me." Seeing this, he happily went along. "Senior, in that case, there is something I need you to do with me today." After finishing, Corin quickly left, but not without leaving instructions. "Tonight at 12 o'clock, come to the Happiness Inn. I'll get everything ready, so you just need to show up." Mariette, now left alone, felt her voice tremble with excitement. "I see." She shyly hugged her own burning cheeks. "All right. Tonight, at the inn. With Corin. Corin, do whatever you want. I don't mind at all." Night fell, and Corin continued his stakeout. During the day at the academy, at night they stay in a hotel downtown. Ugh, those Magic Tower folks. The visiting mages from the Magic Tower totaled 50 people, but among them, 3 were classified as renowned figures. First was Elder Mlech of the Red Magic faction. He grumbled irritably, "I told you to bring document number 137. Go get me a new one, now." A conservative old man with a fiery temper, he was also the leader of the Flame Mages. Elder Morusutan, of the Dark Magic faction. He stared gloomily at the ancient tome. "A specimen to test it on. Prepare it quickly. Don't waste my time." The last one is the Golden One, the final boss of the upcoming Magic Tower Unrest event and an ally of Tess Banzat. Catching that guy is the most important thing, but the problem is not knowing which of the 50 he is. A dark mage barked aggressively. "Hey, you lowly monkey mage over there. Bring that luggage here right now. If you drop it, I'll crush your mana heart." La, carrying a load of bags, hurried over. "Yes, sir." La chose the path of joining the Magic Tower, and now he was just their gopher. "La, you should change your career path." Monroy, standing in formation, began to scan his surroundings, waiting for an opportunity. As they passed an alley, he immediately and stealthily broke away from the group. From a distance, Corin grinned like he'd struck gold. Bingo, the Magic Tower is done for. That night, a few gamblers in a casino couldn't help but groan in despair. "That bastard! Damn it, I lost again." One guy glared at Monroy, who was cheerfully raking in his winnings, and spoke up with annoyance. "Hey, aren't you cleaning us out a little too much?" He didn't answer, only chuckled. Corin mused to himself, although I don't care for things like alcohol, I heard every city has a casino under its tavern. He observed the surroundings through an eye-shaped satellite. That guy is Tue, and the other one is Sta. Corin thought excitedly. This is way too easy. By now, at least one person should be showing up, right? What a coincidence. Just then, a hand gently landed on Manroy's shoulder. Mind if I join you? Corin looked at the man's lecherous expression and found it even more amusing. There she is. Manroji licked his lips at the sight of the beautiful woman. Of course, this is how it should be, right? Seeing this, he felt even more pleased. This is what I'm interested in. He hurriedly dragged Mariette Dunalev out of the casino, followed by her startled cry. Mariette Dunalev asked nervously, If I do this, will you really give the money back? He thought to himself vilely, I just love toying with people I've ruined, making them do whatever I want. Monroy bared his teeth in a wicked grin. That's right. So, be a good girl. Before he could finish, Corin appeared behind him with a chilling smile. And just like that, Monroji sensed him and turned around, casting a curse. Who's there? Corin grabbed his face forcefully. Is this the best your curse can do? Then, he violently slammed Manroji to the ground with ease. Corin's mouth stretched into a grotesque grin. Stop that. Normally, people who get caught bluffing get their hands chopped off. But you were about to do something wicked to a young lady. His voice turned grim. So your punishment must be more severe. The man screamed in terror. Wait a minute. I didn't do anything. That woman. Corin was slowly corrected. She is the owner of this place. Kolenia. Not some young lady. Mariette Dunalev had already sat up, straightening her clothes. Boss, he growled. It's my lady. Corin continued, his words making the man's eyes widen in terror. The young lady's name is Mariette Dunalev. He brought his grotesque, clown-like face close and whispered, The target of the magic tower, the special class demon vampire, Mariette Dunalev. She's the one you people were trying to kidnap, isn't she? With that said, he glanced towards the door. You guys from the old church and the magic tower don't see demons as people, do you? That's why I came prepared. Senior, I'll leave him to you. Mariette cautiously stepped into the room. Emoton. Corin began to speak again in that chilling tone. This guy. He let out a horrifying laugh. Senior, turn him into a vampire. Standing behind him, she replied gloomily, Whatever you want, Emoton. Early the next morning, in the MK3 Academy library, Morisutan grumbled in frustration. That bastard Manroji. Where has he been since yesterday? Miriam Elizabeth Elraton carefully chose her words, speaking in a low voice. He's probably just loitering around the casino, sir. Morisutan grunted in annoyance. It's not unusual for him to get drunk and wander around the casino for a few days straight. He ground his teeth. Damn it, I made it clear how important this mission was. At this rate, the Golden Magic Tower's master, Aaron, will look down on all of us mages. A nervous drop of sweat trickled down Morisutan's wrinkled forehead. No, could it be that from the very beginning, he suddenly had a crazier thought. What if he disguised himself as Manroji and has already made his move? Morisutan felt a throbbing headache coming on. Direct communication with Tess Banzard is something only he can do. So I have no way of knowing. How could I know if he's secretly working with those heretics behind the back of our dark faction? He suddenly roared. Rin, find Manroji's whereabouts immediately. Hurry, she rushed off. Yes, sir. Suddenly, one of Morisutan's eyes shot open, as if he'd spotted something. Right in front of him, Waron and John were walking past. Waron spoke casually as she walked. Stop making such a racket. We're in a library. I told you. John grumbled sullenly. Waron, you're always nagging me. He let out a reluctant yawn, while she patiently whispered, Just keep it down. Morisutan's eyes were wide now, his tongue sticking out with an expression of unrestrained craving. Those kids, could they be beastmen? Meanwhile, at a tavern, Miriam Elizabeth Elraton could only sigh in frustration. Damn it. That bald old man. Manroji. Who knows where he's wandering off to? I'm a third tier myself, so why am I stuck doing this crap? She swirled the drink in her glass. After this is over, I'm switching to the heretic faction. With the heretics, all you have to do is suck up to that old geezer. Suddenly, a smooth voice spoke up next to Rin. Uncle Pao, 2 Mariette Dunalevinis. Please. Stirred, not shaken. Corin pushed a glass towards her with a gentlemanly air. I'm Corin Lock. Are you here alone? Miriam Elizabeth Elraton furrowed her brow at the question. Are you alone too? But you're a little too young to be hitting on me. How embarrassing. He smoothly changed the subject. Or is it because the magic tower is filled with elites? Corin skillfully swirled his Mariette Dunalavini. Even a budding star, he said, his eyes narrowing flirtatiously, can still recognize a beautiful flower. His drama class with Elisa Aiden had just ended with a test. Corin briefly recalled his rehearsal with Ali. I know we signed up for general arts, drama, but why did you have to pick a tragic play about an affair? Elisa insisted. Because it's a beautiful story. This script is perfect. Miriam Elizabeth L. Rotten aggressively knocked the half-full Mariette Dunalavini from his hand. What's an underage brat like you doing in a tavern? Shouldn't you be running home right now? She muttered irritably. Good grief. In the heretic faction, there's that old geezer who wants to rip my guts out every day. The moment he sees my face, he gets all bloodthirsty. And now I have to deal with a bunch of snot-nosed kids. I really can't take it anymore. Corin, not understanding what was going on, could only offer a strained smile. My apologies. She ignored him and started screaming, making him freeze up. That damn lunatic. Get the manager out here, now. This is no way to run a business. Elisa, sitting nearby, had a look of disbelief on her face. That's weird. Why isn't it taking effect yet? Ignoring a dejected Corin, Miriam Elizabeth L. Ratton continued her misplaced rampage. Another bottle. Suddenly, Estelle's delicate fingers gently touched her lips. Honey. Miriam Elizabeth Elraton frowned. Who now? The woman chuckled. Don't say such ugly things. You're much cuter when you speak gently. A blush crept onto her cheeks at Estelle's suggestive compliment. Your lip color is gorgeous. Her seductive eyes stared intently at Rin. Let me buy you a drink. He and Elisa were stunned for a few seconds. She's the saintess. The color drained from both their faces. Why is she here? Estelle Hadatha Ilas, the Grand Princess, beloved by the gods, the omnipotent saintess. The problem was this woman's personality. Estelle moved closer, putting her arm around Miriam Elizabeth Elraton. Oh, you're 22 this year? Then we're the same age. Spend the night with me. She blushed and accepted. Okay, even if they're the same age, if she's pretty, it's fine to call her big sister. A narcissist. A hedonist. Soon, there were more than a dozen empty glasses on the table. Come on, drink up. To be honest, her beauty was enough to captivate both men and women. Estelle leaned in and poked Rin's cheek. You're not as pretty as me, but you're still quite cute. But the problem was, she was now so drunk she was stumbling all over the place. Big sister, I'm really not drunk. How did this person even drag herself over here? Corin thought, not hesitating to stand up abruptly. We'll take Rin home so she can prepare for the mission. Besides, we have drama practice. Estelle turned to look at him with an amused expression. What? Are you saying the mission was a success thanks to your looks? I just saved this entire mission from falling apart, and now you're trying to take the credit? Estelle suddenly snapped her fingers. And another thing. Immediately after, an entire squad clad in black rushed out. She said softly, We've also been preparing for this mission for a very long time. Elisa thought in a panic. What? The patrons here are all. Even so, she didn't hesitate to jump in front of Corin. Hey, there are 2 level 1 knights here. Get back now. He gently tried to stop her. Elisa, stop. Corin's face hardened as his eyes scanned each one of them. You people are. He directly exposed the secret punishers, the ones who hunt down those who oppress demi-humans. You're the secret unit of the new church, aren't you? Morokai looked utterly disbelieving, his eyebrows knitting together involuntarily. How did you know that? Estelle offered a well-intentioned warning. Hey, Junior. It's dangerous to reveal you know too much. He just smirked calmly. I think you're mistaken. I'm not in any danger at all. Behind him, several arcs of electricity suddenly flashed, a unit of this size. I don't even need Elisa. I can handle them myself. Seeing this, Morokai immediately ground his teeth in anger. This insolent brat. Estelle, on the other hand, wasn't bothered at all. Instead, she raised a hand to stop him. Stand down, Vice Captain Morokai. A dark glint flashed in her eyes. As expected, Estelle was now even more certain. It seems you really are the one who possesses the sun. Corin Lock. He slowly made his offer. Let's make a deal. I have 2 conditions. She glanced smugly at Rin, who was already fast asleep from the alcohol. Fine. Your first condition is that you want this person, right? What's your price? Corin answered without hesitation. Elder Morosuton, the leader of the Dark Sect. If your true goal is to punish those who oppress demi-humans, then no one is a more fitting target than him. With that, he quickly sealed the deal. I will provide evidence of the illegal experiments he's conducted on demi-humans. After hearing this, Estelle rubbed her chin thoughtfully. If it's information on that level. Her eyes widened. The private land behind Antec Village's mountain, in the northeast. There's a log cabin there, quite close to the magic tower. You're giving me information like that without any conditions? Estelle asked bluntly. What do you want? Corin's voice suddenly dropped low. My goal is… Corin slowly looked up, revealing a face filled with a savage smile. This time, the goal is to capture all the mages from the Black Magic Tower and bring them here. He added, the Black Magic Tower has now become a den of depraved magic. From the grunts, to the mages, to the elders, even his most trusted disciples, not a single one of them is clean. Morokai couldn't help but immediately brush it off. That's impossible. You think catching all of them is easy? If we leave them be, they'll join forces with the Test Banzat, and sell out humanity. They are the embodiment of evil. Corin paid him no mind, focusing only on the arrangement. It seems Elder Morisutan is your responsibility. You can take him. I'll capture the rest. After a few seconds of hesitation, Estelle finally agreed. All right, she even said breezily. Then I'll hand over the person we captured today to you. Morukai's blood boiled as he yelled. Saintess, she added another sentence. Just with the first condition. I've already yielded so much to you. Aren't you moved? A dark glint flashed in Estelle's eyes. As for the second condition, what do you want? Corin cordially stepped a little closer. From now on, let's cooperate. As long as it's not a political matter, I will actively help you, Saintess. And in return, he deliberately emphasized, pray for me. Hearing this, she suddenly burst out laughing. So you knew about my ability. In a flash, Estelle's expression turned as radiant as a flower. All right, as long as my holy power allows, I will pray for you. After all, we're living under the same roof. It's no trouble at all. The Saintess's prayer was a powerful support buff that could normally only be obtained at the end of the story. Corin warmly shook her hand. Then the prayer list. Please let me know, Saintess. She casually dropped 2 words. Big sis. He looked at her, bewildered. Huh? Estelle cheerfully moved closer. Call me Big Sis. Little brother. Corin was momentarily flustered. No. How can I call the Saintess, who is also a princess? Your Highness. She became even more amused and pressed forward. I told you to call me Big Sis. Are you arguing with me? Estelle slung an arm around him and winked. Don't you think we'll get along great? Little brother, this is progressing way too fast. Is this really okay? The scene changes to when Julin returned and slammed the door shut. He anxiously bit his finger. Miriam Elizabeth L. Rotten is out of contact too? And who cares if that Manroji guy lives or dies? Julin caressed the thorny bracelet and sobbed. Oh, Miriam Elizabeth L. Rotten. It's because of her that I feel like life is worth living again. If she would just join the dark sect, I plan to dote on her forever. I even prepared a slave seal for her. Who dares to touch my Rin? Just then, a voice came from outside the door. Delivery, he yelled. Leave it at the door and go. Not long after, Julin opened the door to find only a stone rolling on the floor. What the hell is this? He picked it up and discovered it suddenly started to glow. A recording stone? The stone in his hand projected a large screen, showing a scene of Rin tied up and captured. Julin's face instantly went pale. No way. The person on the screen let out a gleeful shriek. A young and beautiful female mage. Just my type. I'm so damn lucky. He screamed in a fury. Miriam Elizabeth L. Rotten. Miriam Elizabeth L. Rotten yelled with all her might. Help me. This is the outskirts of the city. Seeing this, Julin roared. No, don't do it. I'm coming right now. He shot off like an arrow. I'm coming right now. From the very beginning, my target wasn't these small fries, but the Tower Master, the Golden Mage, Rin. The problem is, among the 50 new mages who entered the academy this time, no one knows who the Golden Mage is. However, I can at least tell who isn't. Julin practically flew towards the outskirts. He threw the door open and shouted, Rin. Side quest. A late love, falling for a young girl from the dark sect. Julin looked in agony at Miriam Elizabeth L. Rayton's miserable state. Miriam Elizabeth L. Rayton who? It's a story related to the old mage, Jolin. He was sweating bullets. Who would do something like this? Julin told himself he would save her. Before he could finish his sentence, Corin smashed him across the face with a sword, stunning him. It was the same with the dark mage Manroji he had captured earlier. Side quest. The hidden gambler's technique. While Manroji was enthusiastically raking in cash, Corin had suddenly rushed in and slammed his head onto the floor. He was a guy the player was supposed to catch for cheating at gambling. All those related to side quests in the scenario, like Miriam Elizabeth L. Rotten, Jolin, and Manroji, absolutely could not be the Golden Mage. When Julin came to, he was terrified by the blood-red scene surrounding him. What is this god-forsaken place? Do you have any idea who I am? He struggled in fear as Corin gripped his jaw tightly. What is this? Hey, you're just going to start torturing me without asking anything? If you have questions, just ask. Besides those who played main roles in side quests, he used a tool to force Julin's mouth open. What if he lies again? Grabbing them, one by one, Corin laughed maniacally as he poured pig's blood down Julin's throat, turning him into a blood demon. This guy's a real fighter, isn't he? He let out a weak cry of pain. Corin said nonchalantly, "You have to eat 10 bowls of pig's blood to become a blood demon?" Corin, now less bored, looked at his handiwork for a moment. But then he looked at Julin with disgust. Another Jiangshi? Jiangshi are the minions of blood demons. If you're a virgin, you become a vampire. If not, you turn into a Jiangshi. Corin suddenly felt a headache coming on. That man Roji guy was the same. Why are they all non-virgins? Is being a virgin a sin in this world? Marie, standing nearby, eagerly raised her hand. Me too. The only hand I've ever held is my dad's. Her tone suddenly changed to a whisper. But what about Corin? Marie's bloodshot eyes widened. So you'd become a vampire? Corin ignored her and simply cut in. First, please restore this guy's sanity. Corin glanced at Julin, certain that now that he was a minion, he wouldn't be able to lie. He took a red paintbrush and extended the grotesque smile all the way up to his cheekbones. Then, with that horrifying smile, Corin spoke. Now, my friend, spill everything you know. Marriott began the interrogation. What is your name? Julin stammered. Julin. I'm Julin. Tell us the plan. Julin, why did you come to this city? He was utterly terrified but could only grit his teeth and confess. Marriott Dunal pressed on, her voice low and threatening. And then, Julin was forced to confess that he was there to assassinate the headmaster, Errol Casa. Marriott questioned him coldly. Why? He hesitated. That is, losing her patience, she roared, Answer me now. He trembled, let out a sob, and started to explain everything. The master of the magic tower. We only know of the golden archmage, Rin. We just follow his orders, Julin yelled. We heard it was an important mission, so he would be participating directly. It's unclear if he infiltrated the red faction or the black faction, but he has definitely disguised himself as one of us. Corin's lips slowly curled into a monstrous smile. He swooped in, his eyes crinkling as he cackled. We have all the information we need. As a next step, Corin began to slap his face with amusement. Oh, my dear Professor Julin, about those low-level mages who went missing. 1, 2, or 3 of them. Let's just say I have them all. If you want them back, you have 1 week to bring enough gold to fill a ship. The force of his slaps grew stronger with each one. If not, Corin's mouth stretched into a vicious grin. Every night, I will cut off one of the mage's fingers. This guy will be the first. On Elder Admake's small screen, that demonic laughter echoed endlessly. He was choking on his own rage, unable to swallow it down. Julin, that idiot. If he weren't my disciple, I would have abandoned him long ago. A mage in black robes whispered from behind. This is a matter for the red faction. Even for us in the black faction, we shouldn't proceed with the plan so recklessly. Elder Admake whipped his head around angrily. Shut your mouth. You little brat, who gave you permission to speak? Morosutan stated grimly. In any case, neither faction can act on its own. He carefully brought up Professor Josephine, the space witch. Even if we wanted to capture that vampire and the headmaster, that witch would definitely use space magic to help them escape. Morosutan continued. That's why we had to create a major disturbance right when the teacher's semester at the academy was ending, to distract the space witch while she was saving students. And yet, that clown somehow found out about our plan. He coldly stepped forward to face Elder Admake. Fine, the black faction will help. But you aren't planning to share the gold, are you? Elder Admake looked darkly at Morosutan. That's right. The magic tower does not negotiate with clowns, he concluded in a low voice. Then we'll just have to catch that clown. Elder Admake immediately asked, How? Morosutan carefully laid out a plan to tail him. Isn't it perfect timing that the one we're sponsoring has already enrolled in the academy? After hearing this, Elder Admake mumbled, That's right. An image of Miriam simultaneously appeared in their minds. If it's her, she'll definitely know that clown's true identity. The second princess, Miriam. Miriam saw Corin's disguise at the hunting grounds in the forest. The image of a clown with a staff slung over his shoulder, emerging from the flames, was a uniquely haunting sight. Since the Magic Tower is Miriam's biggest sponsor, she would, of course, reveal his identity to the Magic Tower and cooperate with them. That means the Magic Tower's plan to capture Maria or Headmaster Ario would shift its target to Corin. All arrows were now pointed directly at him. They would immediately plant someone in the special dormitory to capture Corin. At that very moment, he would wipe them all out. Corin and his team would defend from within and attack from without, annihilating the enemy. This was his plan A. But Corin's laughter through the screen became distorted. Miriam stared intently for a moment before unconsciously blurting out, "Oh my god, what is this?" Morisutan, standing nearby, couldn't contain his excitement. "You recognize him, don't you?" But then, she spoke coolly. "I have no idea. Do clowns like this actually exist in the world?" Elder Admake was completely stunned. "Is that so?" The next day at a bakery, Corin exclaimed. "What?" He asked Jin Mastali again, in shock. "Princess Miriam didn't say a single word about me?" The man slowly nodded in confirmation. "Yes, senior." Corin was confused and wondered, why? Jin Mustali's eyes widened as he looked at him. "I don't know either. In any case, your name was never mentioned, senior." "What the heck? Could Miriam be on my side? If so, my whole plan will be thrown off." Just as Corin started to get up, Jin Mustali's expression turned a bit strange. "Senior." At that moment, Corin just said dismissively, "Thanks. I'm busy, so I'm leaving." "About the payment for the information, as promised," the man replied, still looking confused. "No, it's not about that." Jin Mustali looked at the dark circles under his eyes and couldn't help but worry. "I think you should get some rest. Are you okay, senior?" He smiled and replied, "I'm fine." Corin slowly turned and left the shop. There's still a plan B, after all. Calculating every variable, Corin had no intention of losing his master in vain like he did the first time. Elsewhere, Estel's faction and Moran faced off. She announced in a stern voice, "Mage of the Magic Tower, Elder Moran, you are under arrest for illegal human experimentation, murder, kidnapping, and unlawful imprisonment." He immediately shot back. "What is the meaning of this? Are you trying to suppress our magic tower?" Morisutan growled. "Princess Estel." She giggled. "Of course, I, as a saintess, still acknowledge the authority of the magic tower, but..." Estel's voice turned cold. "We have received a report. The matter is very serious, and the evidence is crystal clear." The moment he saw what was brought forward, Morisutan's face contorted. "How did my experiment logs get here?" As he was being forcibly dragged away, he sank into a state of unconscious doubt. "On the contrary, I'm the one who's curious. Morisutan's laboratory frequently changes location. Not even their entire Black Crow team could track it down. I didn't think you were lying, but I never expected you to gather so much evidence in such a short amount of time. What's more, the materials Corin Lock gave her weren't prepared beforehand. Every single stone, every file, everything in that cardboard box was all the latest intelligence. If there had been any movement from the Academy, that monster we've been suspecting would have definitely moved his lab again. So then, all of this was prepared by him alone in just a few days? Did you really plan to take down the magic tower by yourself, Corin Lock? For the grand advancement of academia to continue, a fitting sacrifice is required. The witch hunt was born from the discrimination and oppression of magic users. Their cries were all buried in flames, but the old church and the magic tower failed. They were defeated by 3 heroes who sided with the new church, the 3 professors: Joseph, Tezbanhazit, and Aaron Danua. Afterward, the witch hunt came to be known as the Witch Revolution. Following their defeat, the authority of the old church and the magic tower steadily declined. Now, the old church and the magic tower are joining forces with Bant Thach to destroy the academy. Tezbanhazat has Miriam Elizabeth Elrat under his command. They thought it would be an easy task, until very recently. As night fell, the red and black factions began to roar at each other. Damn it. How did the new church find out and attack the secret lab? Don't tell me this is that clown's work too. Or is he a mole for the new church? The man in the black robe said furiously. We have to act before the master is taken to the church's holy land. We must burn the academy to the ground and use the chaos to rescue him. The one in red shouted back in frustration. Stop your insane rambling. We already have enough trouble being exposed by that damn clown. You want to play knight in a situation like this? Get back to the tower now. Elder Admake then cut in with a cold voice. Silence. The flames engulfing him roared to life. The sheer pressure made the dark mage stammer instinctively. Why yes, sir. Suddenly, a massive roar echoed out. Elder Admake. He looked down and screamed at the top of his lungs. Elder Admake, he roared frantically. Now that Elder Moran has been captured, one person's strength isn't enough. Master of the magic tower, you must intervene now. Hiding among the mages, he silently pressed his lips together. The roaring flames behind the elder were suddenly extinguished by something invisible. Then, strange fragments began to appear in midair. They formed brilliant streams of light that drifted past Elder Admake. In an instant, the scattered letters assembled into a single floating phrase. Catch, a witch. He instinctively whipped his head around. Catch a witch? But how? Another line of text appeared. The method is. The corners of his lips finally curled into a smile. Very well. Leading the mages of the Red faction, Elder Admake took his formidable army and immediately set out to execute the plan. Northwest, Sector MK3. A small house nestled against a mountainside. Here lies a secret sigil. Marker. It was carved during the time of the Witch War. The only people who knew of this secret were Aaron, Danua, and Josephine. So, when the signal activated from the marker sigil, she naturally assumed it was from Aaron Danua and rushed to the location. What Professor Josephine didn't expect was to be ambushed here. She raised her voice, Elder Admake, and his mages, setting up a fire containment array. It's been a while. The Grand Magic Circle released a colossal amount of energy, its destructive power equal to that of countless flames combined. Professor Josephine struggled to erect a shield to protect herself. Damn it, she demanded loudly. You're the ones who activated the marker sigil? How did you know its location? Elder Admake smirked smugly. The master of the magic tower had an extremely powerful ally. There is one other person who also knows the location of this marker sigil. After all, there were 3 heroes who participated in the Witch War. It was then that Professor Josephine realized. Tez, Ban Hazat. She roared with fury. You actually joined forces with him? What about the consequences? He brushed her off casually. Rules no longer matter. More accurately, a resentful glint flashed in Elder Admak's eyes. Forcing magic to follow the law was a mistake from the very beginning. From yakshas and beastmen to vampires, the very thought of it filled him with disgust. Protecting experimental subjects like they're animals, all for the sake of human rights or morality, it's utterly inefficient. Not to mention, you drag in common criminals and teach them magic indiscriminately. You people at the academy do nothing but hinder the development of magic. Hearing this, she was filled with rage. Don't you get it? Professor Josephine screamed, enraged. You people haven't changed one bit. First, it was the demon kin, then the magic users. She could never forget the endless days spent staring at the world through cold iron bars. And then came the witches. You always despised and hunted down anyone who dared to defy you, or even use magic. The more she spoke, the deeper her resentment became. But when the hunt was over, you locked me up when I was just a child, and started arguing over how to dissect and experiment on me. In the end, one side claimed fire magic was the foundation, the other insisted dark magic was the core, and they started fighting each other. My cries echoed off the stone walls and the iron door. I cried until my vision blurred, and it was only then that I saw a faint glimmer of hope. Aaron Danua appeared like a saving grace. I'm here to save you, she said. Professor Josephine continued her tirade, until your heart was pierced by Aaron Danua's spear. She growled with indignation. You people never had any interest in magic. You're just a pathetic mob, forced to live your lives by hating someone else. Her shield began to expand, but Elder Admake simply smirked in amusement. As expected of the hero of the Witch Revolution, he seized the opportunity, using fire magic to pierce her shield and bind Professor Josephine. But don't get careless. Elder Admake raised his hand, preparing to strike again. This body can maintain the prison holding you for at least 3 days. He had a perfect plan prepared. It's a shame I have to leave the grand task to that dark magic faction. But while I have you imprisoned, the magic tower will kill President Isle, capture the graduating students, and retreat to the tower. Elder Admake laughed, a vicious and gleeful sound. In just 3 days, the academy will be gone. Only the chosen will remain to pursue the pinnacle of magic in our new paradise. Corin's voice suddenly cut through the air, causing the elder's face to stiffen. 3 days? 3 minutes would be too long. Elder Admake whipped around aggressively. Who's there? Corin stood alone, calmly facing the ferocious flames rushing toward him. Seeing the danger, Professor Josephine screamed frantically, Get back, student Corin. He's an elder. Corin simply cut her off. Professor, do you know why people like him never change? Before Professor Josephine could even process it, he added softly, It's because they haven't been beaten down enough. Plan B. Corin's spear pointed toward the elder and his lackeys. You guys are in for a beating first. Activate the Rescue the Professor mission. Meanwhile, Warren and John, knowing they were late, were sprinting over. We're here. Arlen raised his voice sternly. You're late, Student Warren. Student John. Warren, panting heavily, still managed to apologize. He furrowed his brow and gave them a lecture. This is your very first day on a monster extermination mission. It may only be a common type level 4 monster, but what can you accomplish with an attitude like that? The one thing I hate most is having to repeat myself. What did I tell you? Warren and John recited in unison, flawlessly. A good guardian not only needs strength, but must also know how to keep their promise about being on time. Hearing this, Arlen nodded. All right then. He stopped scolding them and just urged the two to get into the vehicle. Now, let's move out. Our mission today is to exterminate common-grade monsters. Waran slumped over and sighed. This is all because you weren't there, John added in a small voice. That's right. You're the one who wakes us up every day. Waran couldn't help but yell in frustration. Where did you run off to so early in the morning? The narrator added. Meanwhile, the situation over with Corin was dire. He gripped his spear and said arrogantly, First things first, you're all getting a beating. Professor Josephine couldn't help but be extremely surprised. Student Corin, why are you here? It's simple. When the people from the Magic Tower are cornered, they're bound to target the most difficult opponent. Josephine, you already had a plan B ready. Ancient language, pursuit. Corin bent his knees, gathering his power. Elder Admake, how disappointing. This is not where you belong. As he spoke, he surged forward with immense fighting spirit. Shouldn't you be with your precious disciple, Master? At that moment, a suspicion began to dawn on Elder Admake. That face, that voice. When the only possible answer came to him, he couldn't help but scream in horror. You're that jester? Elder Admake stared at the fire magic swirling in the boy's chest. His armor could withstand intermediate-level magic thanks to its fire resistance, but he had already lost his sword. He gathered a massive source of energy in his hand, preparing an attack with a heat that could turn anything to ash. The Red Faction mages quickly gathered their power, feeding the magic circle. Mages on the left and right combined their strength to enhance the firepower. The magic circle above the mages erupted into a fiery vortex, finally forming a powerful spell like a miniature sun. The ultimate technique of the Red Faction, Skyfall. Having held a grudge against Corin for so long, Admake finally had a chance to gloat. Is there anything the flames of the Red Faction can't incinerate? He roared. D. Skyfall shot towards Corin with the speed of a meteor. Corin was already in his stance, ready to fight. He didn't dodge. On the contrary, it was as if he were a protagonist basking in the halo of his enemy's flames. He calmly smirked, filled with contempt. The Skyfall spell unleashed all its power, but it only managed to crater the earth and send rocks flying. Corin stood amidst the fire, completely serene. Elder Admake's face went pale. As the gust of sand and dust settled, his heart filled with terror. Impossible. Corin slowly stepped out with that familiar, bone-chilling smile. That wasn't simply fire resistance. Corin had been bathed in the flames of Skyfall, yet not a single patch of his skin was burned, leading Admake to a horrifying realization. It was a counter, an absolute counter. His smile grew even more terrifying. Elder, or whatever your name is, Corin pointed the tip of his spear skyward, summoning flames. If you use fire, you are unworthy of being my opponent. The technique he was about to unleash was Clossolus, solar convergence. On his own, he still wouldn't be able to do it. However, by absorbing this much heat, Corin could pull it off with little difficulty. Without a moment's hesitation, he unleashed his next technique, Clossolus, solar incarnation. The devastating attack erupted in an instant, bleaching the vast sky white. Admake and his mages struggled to resist the overwhelming magical power, but as he was being swallowed by the light, Elder Admake froze like a statue. Unbelievable. The dust and smoke settled, revealing a terrifying aftershock. Corin planted his spear into the ground as the view before him slowly cleared. Charred bodies were scattered across the ground. Corin stood firm in the cratered earth, gasping for breath. Professor Josephine was incredibly impressed. That was astounding. Corin acknowledged. Well, he was a powerful opponent. Yes, he was one of the 4 great treasures of Danoan, after all, she replied, gently correcting him. No, I was talking about you, Corin Lock. The solar element is an absolute counter to both the Red Faction's fire magic and the Black Faction's monsters. Professor Josephine tried to gauge Corin's intentions. This incident with the Magic Tower, you predicted this and prepared for it, didn't you? He glanced up, but as for her intentions, her eyes were unreadable. There were too many strange things about this child, Corin Lock. It was only natural to be wary and suspicious of him. However, Professor Josephine remembered his stated purpose for entering the academy, to protect this world. In the end, she chose to trust the image of this young man before her, the one who shouldered such a great mission. Professor Josephine suddenly saw a strong resemblance between Corin and Aaron Danua, as if he were merging with the very image of justice. She draped his arm over her neck, helping him up. I'll help you, she said without a hint of hesitation. What's the next plan? Corin had already thought it all through. As predicted, the next target is my senior, Marriott. I've already made arrangements over there. He knew the enemy's plans inside and out. The Magic Tower mages had two objectives. 1. Assassinate Headmaster Ilkasa, and 2. Capture Marriott Dunalev. But there was one thing Corin hadn't anticipated. Originally, I planned to act as the target in her stead, but Princess Miriam unexpectedly sided with me, which complicated things a bit. Still, he remained nonchalant. After all, I have a plan B. On the official opening day of the Dunalb merchant chain, the area was bustling with people coming and going. Corin's plan proceeded smoothly. While he was assisting Professor Josephine, Mariette was smiling cheerfully. "It's all right. I'll leave the arrangements to you." She deliberately attended high-profile events in very public places, then gradually moved to a less crowded area, picking the perfect spot for an ambush. She suddenly felt something was off. "Haven't they arrived yet? There are too many watchful eyes here." Mariette glanced around for a moment. They must be acting cautiously. If there's no ambush, I'll just pretend I'm about to get on the carriage and walk away. She slipped out of the dark alley and onto the main road. If they're going to make a move, it'll be here. Mariette looked at the line of carriages. It's just as Corin said. If they try to capture me here, they can use a carriage for a quick escape. Full of fighting spirit, she strode forward. "Yuria, the preparations are perfect." In the alley across from Mariette, two figures appeared, exuding a menacing aura. "Here we go." She recognized Waran and Elisa and relaxed her guard. Mariette found it odd, but Elisa just stared at her blankly. Corin said he'd be coming this way. The street was eerily empty. Mariette was suspicious. Why hasn't anyone from the Magic Tower appeared? Meanwhile, deep in a forest in the western mountain range, an unlucky wild boar let out a pitiful squeal. John proudly placed a foot on its carcass. "Waran, look, I just caught a giant wild boar." Waran replied indifferently, "The one I caught was even bigger." She was actually preoccupied, but something felt strange. Waran felt the forest was severely lacking in wild boars. "I heard it's mating season, so there should be a lot of them. Last year, Professor Dana even bought a ton of them for his experiments." She looked down, disappointed. "And yet we've come so deep into the forest. Why have we only seen this many?" He's sniffing at something. "Hey Ren, don't you smell something strange?" Ren lowered her eyes, trying to find the source of the foul stench. "This is definitely." She whipped around and, just as she suspected, found someone secretly following them. The smell of a decaying corpse. "Whoever's there, come out now." A figure in black slowly stepped out from behind the bushes. Even an elder-class dragon would be extremely valuable. But this was a successor of the Black Faction, Professor Akai. A thick aura of death radiated from him, and the golden-furred wolves were nothing to scoff at either. Professor Akai thought to himself, "They're as rare as vampires, and there are two of them. Plus, they're still young, so they'll be much easier to capture. Lord Moristan will surely be delighted to find such a treasure." He summoned a legion of undead slashers with glowing red eyes. All the slashers in this forest have already been turned into corpses. Professor Akai tried to persuade them patiently. "Don't resist. Just come along quietly. You're both incredibly valuable specimens." John raised his hands defensively. Ren was also ready to fling them away one by one. The man couldn't help but look at them with pity. "You intend to fight back against me? What a shame." Professor Akai waved his hand, signaling the slashers to charge forward. "If the specimens are too badly damaged, how will I face Lord Moran?" Bloodthirsty fangs lunged at the two kids, fighting over the juicy prey. The very next second, a massive explosion shook the deep forest, the shockwaves spreading for miles. At the same time, at the entrance to the forest in the western mountain range, Agen Renchi swung his massive scythe in a powerful horizontal sweep, smashing all three slashers charging from different directions. "Everyone, form a defensive perimeter around me. We fight side by side and protect each other." Slashers are a species with unique mutation abilities and omnivorous habits, so their population has to be controlled periodically. They're level 4 demonic beasts. A pack of ferocious slashers closed in on their target simultaneously. He cursed as he spun his staff, cutting them down. "I went through all this trouble leading students to exterminate demonic beasts, so what's the point if I can't even save them?" Agen Renchi glared at the dark mages and snapped. "You filthy dark mages! You are forbidden from harming the Academy's students. That is a serious violation of the treaty." A dark mage spoke coldly, looking down on everyone. "The Mage Tower doesn't care about you or those students. If you don't resist, we won't harm you." He paused. "So, what's your target?" The dark mage answered curtly, "That pack of monster wolves." Agen Renchi growled in annoyance. "What a pain. I hate having to repeat myself." He gritted his teeth. "Those two are clearly still lacking. Auden Renchi's voice dropped slightly as Warren and John had to face the B-rank slashers alone. However, the two kids unleashed their claws, striking like shooting stars, chopping up the slashers like pigs in a kitchen. One by one, they were torn to pieces by sharp claws, their bodies sent flying everywhere. They're maturing. In this form, John's blood-stained hands only amplified his imposing aura. He defended his students to the very end, whether they are demons or beastmen. If they have learned and matured at the academy. Auden Renchi brandished his scythe threateningly. Then they are my students. The dark mage pointed his finger aggressively. Do you dare oppose the mage tower? In response, he just gave a cold, faint smile. Oppose you? Auden Renchi swung his scythe, now charged with dark energy. You were the ones who laid a hand on my students first. Veins bulged on his cold face as he roared. It was you! Scene change. The special dormitory. Corin called out loudly. Senior Mariette. Mariette was also frantically looking for him. Corin. She looked worried. I did exactly as you said, Corin, but there was no ambush. Corin rubbed his chin, wondering. Could Rick have figured it out? Their initial plan was to attack Josephine, Mariette, and Chairman Errol all at once. The red and black factions were coordinating quite closely. So, he had set a trap and waited. 30 mages from the Fiend faction have vanished. Corin went to support Professor Josephine. He had caught the red faction members, but didn't know where they went. Miriam pushed the door open, appearing out of nowhere. Are you wondering where the mages of the Mage Tower have gone? She appeared like a ghost, yet didn't startle anyone at all. Miriam raised an eyebrow and smiled faintly. Corin was surprised. Princess Miriam? Back in the deep forest, Professor Akai was shocked to see the dismembered parts of his slashers scattered across the green grass. He congratulated himself on his choice of targets. Indeed, the Golden Wolves truly live up to their reputation of being just as valuable as elder vampires. Several dark mages clasped their hands together, an aura of death swirling around them, obscuring their faces. We have tamed death itself, combining many corpses with dark magic to create a monster. Professor Akai held his head high as he summoned the newly formed monster. How can mere wild beasts possibly stand against the art of magic? John stepped forward with a warning. Ren looked up at the dark magic. I see, she screamed as the monster bent its legs to chase after them. Run! It flashed past, successfully knocking them both down. Ren and John lost their balance and fell flat on the ground. The two kids sat up in a daze, panting heavily. The monster frantically searched for the prey it had just let slip away. What was that? What is this destructive power? From a corner, he too was drenched in sweat. Surprising, isn't it? It's hard for beasts like you to understand. This is the essence of life magic. Ren and John decided to attack from both sides. They landed 2 sharp, cold slashes on it. I have studied the essence of synthetic life to increase a creature's muscle density. By calculating the muscle density of individuals and precisely controlling every single muscle fiber, John gritted his teeth, realizing the attack was useless. Not only its strength, but its endurance had also increased dramatically. He watched helplessly as the 3 glittering claw marks he'd left on the monster's neck faded away. No wounds at all, John warned her. That thing is both fast and strong. Aberrant Spirit wasn't broken. Yeah, I know. The two kids decided to charge in again, remembering what Corin had once told them, a lesson he had taught. At the academy, there's someone faster than me, and 2 people stronger than me. Corin had smirked smugly. But if we fight, I win every time. Warren and John had asked naively. How? He had answered calmly. First, John sprinted at full speed up its arm. His eyes flashed with intense cunning. John leaped up and slammed a blow into the monster's shoulder blade to draw its attention and trick his opponent. He yelled down, Ren, now! Corin's advice echoed in her head. Then attack its weak point. Ren aimed for its leg and latched on. If your claws don't work, use your teeth. Don't rush. Just keep at it patiently. She expertly followed his instructions, sinking her teeth into the monster's ankle. Unable to fight back, it shrieked in pain. And you'll win. Just as Warren slid back, the monster collapsed in a miserable defeat. All right. She looked up at the blue sky, ecstatic. It's over now. Perfect. We just need to keep this up. Ren suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. She reverted to her beast form, clutching her throat, unable to scream. What the hell is this? He panicked and rushed to her side. Ren. The monster suddenly rose up, separating the two of them. Its sharp claws moved like lightning. The monster impaled Ren's body. While she was at her most helpless, John, unable to react in time, let out a horrified scream. Ren! The sinister Professor Akai stroked his chin. Foolish beasts. The flesh of a chimera is pure poison. He then quickly realized a problem. How dare you bite it without knowing anything? Wait a minute, if you kill it before the experiment, what's the point? He growled as the madness began to take over. Shut up. John's entire body erupted in flames as he threw a punch filled with all his strength and resentment. The monster blocked the blow with ease before it could even reach Professor Akai. The professor frantically tried to stop it. Wait, don't kill him. Capture him alive. It's okay if he loses a leg. The deep, codependent bond between the wolf siblings. The monster roared in a frenzy. He absolutely refused to give up. If one of them was taken down first, the other was sure to follow. John used his claws to slash a herringbone pattern across its flesh with blinding speed. He unleashed a web-like flurry of lightning-fast attacks, sending sprays of blood flying. The monster's endurance for these vicious strikes was reaching its limit. Professor Akai watched in wide-eyed horror at the sudden failure. His eyes rolled back in terror as he fully awakened. The flames around John suddenly turned pitch black as he went berserk. In his extreme agony, he called upon the flames of hatred. I'll kill you. I'll kill every last one of you. Professor Akai immediately gave the order, kill him. Forget the experiment. Just kill him first. The dark mages immediately set up a magical formation to counter him. Yes, Professor Akai. John ignored the magic, charging headfirst into the slaughter. He slashed wildly with his claws, sending enemy blood flying in arcs. The professor scrambled backward in terror. Impossible. My disciple. John unleashed a final blow, intending to finish off Professor Akai. Die! From the breezy sky, a figure landed. Corin had arrived just in time to block the attack. Corin! You! John cried out in anguish. Ren is dead. Why are you only showing up now? You should have come sooner. The wolf siblings lived for each other. John pounded his chest helplessly. When one dies, why does the other go mad and lose all reason? Corin planted his spear into the ground for support. He then pulled John into a tight embrace. I'm sorry. I'm late, aren't I? Corin first tried to calm him down. John. Ren is still alive. Nearby, Mariette was administering a healing potion to Ren. The wound is very serious. If we had been any later, it would have been truly dangerous. He weakly whispered Ren's name. Her condition was no longer critical. She had just fainted. She's fine now. John broke down, sobbing on his shoulder. Corin continued to reassure him. It's okay, it's okay. He lowered his eyes, his gaze cold and distant. Flashing back, Miriam Elizabeth Elrat had come to find Corin with news. The magic tower has gone to hunt the werewolves. He was a bit confused. Why are you telling me this? Princess Miriam Elizabeth Elrat was backed by the magic tower. There was no way she would willingly reveal the mage's location. She gave a mysterious smile. I've just given up something very big. There won't be a next time. Corin didn't say goodbye. Consider me in your debt. Miriam Elizabeth Elrat whispered. I know. She looked back over her shoulder with a calculating expression. You will definitely pay this debt back. He then shouldered his spear and went to deal with the trouble at the forest entrance. I don't care if you're the black faction or the red faction. Line up and sit down. Yes, lower your heads. What are you looking so defiant for? Augin Renshi breathed a sigh of relief. Luckily, none of the first-year students were seriously injured. Corin expressed his sincere gratitude. It's all thanks to you, Professor Augin, for risking your life to protect us. He answered seriously. No, it wasn't my doing. Augin Renshi looked towards his talented students. The combat readiness of this year's freshmen is far superior to last year's. Thanks to the expensive equipment made from magic stones, they were able to protect themselves. He said softly. A certain senior has. When mentioning Waran, who generously distributed magic stones to the students, Augin Renshi got a little excited. That was the result of him spending his entire family fortune. Corin scratched his head and laughed. Not the whole thing, just half of it. Professor Josephine's urgent voice called out, Student Corin. Corin took a step forward. Ma'am, the situation has just stabilized. She cut him off. This is an emergency, Professor Josephine reported grimly. The mirror that the chairman is holding has started to react. Hearing this, he froze for a moment. It can't be. Corin remembered Miriam Elizabeth Elrat's words. You will definitely pay this debt back. The red faction had attacked Professor Josephine. He began to recall. Then there was the ambush on Ren and John deep in the forest, involving both the red and black factions. Corin pieced it all together. The gold mage still hadn't appeared. As a thought occurred to him, he instinctively covered his mouth. A simultaneous attack. Could it be the chairman? Even with the regressor's antidote, the script was returning to its original course. Professor Josephine began to open a portal. We have to go now. Be on your guard. This time, it's different from the red and black faction games you imagined before. Corin committed her words to memory. I know. Regardless, I will go. But he was no longer the helpless person he once was. Marriott was resolute. I'm going too. There was no choice but to follow the path Corin had chosen. A high-ranking vampire, and a creature as hard as diamond. A swordsman who walks in his own domain, and him, Corin Lock, the one who grasped the sun in his hand and possessed 3 aura cores. Their current forces were enough to face the Gold Archmage. Professor Josephine stepped through the space portal first, and Corin quickly followed. But the scene before her left her stunned. Mr. Chairman. Corin's breath hitched. In every cloud, a silver lining. Professor Josephine ran over in a panic. Mr. Chairman. Chairman Ario's body hadn't been completely destroyed, but whoever did this to him was an opponent not to be underestimated. He gritted his teeth. A high-ranking archmage. Corin turned to see 4 shadowy figures. The 4 great treasures of Ludan were all gathered in one place. The Spear of Light, Aradawa, the Tome of Infinite Alchemy, the Sun Sword, Klausalas, and Andric June's group. Scius, a zealous man, took off his hat. Greetings, Tomarus said in a low voice. Long time no see. The standing captain of Obruven looked down at the other man. We meet again on this bridge of fate. Why has destiny placed us in this situation? To kill or be killed? That is the question. The final golden lock has finally been freed from its chains. The glorious ceremony in heaven has been unlocked. Displaying system backup. Assessing system relevance. First person, Tom Noor. Relevance, A+. Next, the dark figure on the left. Dun Sky. Relevance, A+. The arrogant blonde one, O. Relevance, A++. The one sitting smugly on the throne is Tez Bantaz. Relevance, S. System. Displays the number, 740%. Backup increasing status. Hero Corin Lock, defeat the evil and save the world. Corin couldn't believe his eyes. Why a human? Tez Banzat replied coldly, almost casually. Destiny has bound our fates together. The air around him was thick with killing intent. Are you prepared? The young man hesitated. Tez Banzat looked at him with a treacherous gaze. Surprised. Are we? He continued. I've only come to meet the student who has ruined my plans time and again, and who also stole your brain, Corin thought to himself. Yes, you're thinking I'm going a bit overboard with the taunts, aren't you? He glanced behind him, thinking, thankfully, Headmaster Ario hasn't been destroyed yet. No matter what, I have to prevent that from happening at all costs. He thought about everything that had happened before. Both in the game and the previous timeline, Corin had been unable to prevent Ario's destruction, and when his true self emerged into the real world, his master was ultimately murdered by Banzat. It was only because Corin had revealed the assassination plot in advance that his master was able to evacuate. Corin's lips trembled. Corin, I'm sorry. Corin thought to himself, the only people who know this location are the heroes who fought in the Sorcerer War. Then, he pictured Tez Banzat's deceitful face, but I never imagined he'd show up in person. Corin sighed. This wasn't part of the plan. Another incident that completely deviates from the script. He raised his weapon. It's fine. I'll just have to force the script back on track. His eyes flared with killing intent as he charged forward. I always steer things in a better direction. Vicious dragon's head. Corin gritted his teeth, as if enduring immense pain. This is the state every martial artist dreams of achieving. Domain. A lightning-fast strike aimed at a gap in his consciousness. Tez Banzat scoffed, parrying with his own weapon. He shattered the vicious dragon's head technique with ease. Banzat's icy gaze locked onto Corin. Unleashing your domain already? Corin thought. This is like the legend of the hero Ahan. A clash between the martial world's most fatal techniques. Corin gritted his teeth and pushed harder. This isn't enough. Second domain. Tez Banzat flashed a triumphant smile. That's a nice spear you've got there. Crimson Serpent's zenith. Vicious dragon's head. Fear flashed in Corin's eyes as he thought. This guy. He's unleashing domains one after another, just like the Sword Demon. A system notification popped up. Donoric System. Relevance A+. Dun Sky. Relevance A+. OHB. Relevance A+. Key Plus. Assessing the law of Tez Banzat. Relevance to user. Stats increased by 740%. Corin thought. But the same goes for me. The two of them launched themselves at each other more ferociously. Third domain. The battle grew even more intense, with neither side willing to back down. Fourth domain. Fifth domain. Tez Banzat was now in a state of pure frenzy. He laughed maniacally. You've grasped the fundamentals. Now, let's see you pick up the pace. Sixth combination. Corin pushed himself to the limit, veins bulging on his skin. They were like two missiles about to collide at breakneck speed. They simultaneously raised their spears, their eyes locked in a defiant challenge. Two clashing auras of light collided violently. Corin used every ounce of his strength to hold back Tesbanzat's assault. He gripped the spear, raising it high before swinging it horizontally with all his might, aiming a fatal blow at his opponent. But Tesbanzat wasn't frightened in the slightest. In fact, he seemed thrilled, striking back at Corin with the exact same technique. A mere second after the fight began, both Waran and Mariette were left completely stunned. To those who couldn't manifest a domain, this scene was utterly incomprehensible. Waran and Mariette rushed forward, their faces etched with concern. "Corin!" Mariette cried out. Suddenly, the two of them froze, their worried expressions turning tense as if they'd seen something. From behind them, Elisa appeared. Of course, as someone who could manifest a domain, her sharp gaze was already locked ahead, prepared to counterattack. "Oh, Bress!" He laughed loudly. Aiden's one-sword domain is far from simple. Such talent. "It's been a long time since the king," Tesbanzat said with a sneer. "I'm sure he will find this most interesting. Don't be so arrogant as to think your domain is invincible." Waran threw a punch at him. "You arrogant bastard." But unfortunately for her, he dodged the blow with ease. Tesbanzat's massive hand clamped down on her arm, giving her no time to react. He then swung her violently, sending both Waran and Elisa crashing to the ground. Elisa's head slammed into the dirt, her face now covered in blood and contorted in pain. Seeing this, Waran gasped, her face a mask of horror. Tesbanzat grinned victoriously, raising his fist to strike Elisa. The Aden bloodline is certainly resilient, but before he could land the blow, a figure blurred past him, moving to protect Elisa. Waran had used her own back to shield Elisa from the deadly attack. Terrified, Elisa let out a weak, pained groan. Waran unleashed a chain, roaring, "Stop it right now!" The links shot out, wrapping around Tesbanzat's massive hand. The chain cinched tight, and he paused for a moment, as if confused by what was happening. Waran's face was a mask of fury. Her voice dropped to a low growl. "You are so dead." Suddenly, the chain was yanked taut, making her stumble. "What?" Tesbanzat began to struggle wildly, his enormous body straining against the chains. "This is not my fate," Waran screamed in fury. "You piece of trash!" But before her shocked and disbelieving eyes, the chain snapped under his immense strength. He swung his arm violently, knocking her flat on her back. "I see. A simple lack of experience," he said, looking down at her. "No matter how durable the body is, if the brain suffers a concussion, the outcome is inevitable." Tesbanzat raised his sharp spear high, preparing to plunge it downwards. "Now then, die." But before the spear could fall, a surprise attack froze him in place. His eyes shot to the side in utter disbelief. He looked at Mariette, the one who had just attacked him. "So, you're that blood-sucking fiend?" he asked her. She looked completely bewildered, as if she didn't understand what was happening. Mariette let out a loud cry, summoning a monster. Tesbanzat struggled, shattering the ice that bound him. He picked up his spear, a crazed expression on his face. The great treasure of Dan Nan, the holy spear Arenwa, moves of its own accord. It pierces all defenses. It never misses. It is guaranteed to strike its target. He hurled the spear with immense force, and it instantly flew straight through the monster's body. The tip of the spear shot towards Mariette's face, causing her to let out a terrified shriek. She squeezed her eyes shut, as if accepting her fate. But then, a powerful voice boomed, "Stop it, this instant." Instantly, a shimmering portal opened in the air, and the spear flew directly into it. The portal that then shrank and vanished without a trace. Banzat scoffed. "Oh, you threw the holy spear into another dimension? There's only one person who can do something like that." He stared directly at Josephine, a cold smile on his lips. "My old friend, Josephine, isn't it a bit late for you to be making an appearance?" She screamed back at him, "Shut your mouth, you traitor." And I wasn't the one who intervened. Solar realization. Close solace. This is the absolute limit of what he can do right now. A sun manifested with mana, amplified by 740%. Banzat turned back to look directly at her. Even though it didn't pierce the heart, that was still a fatal wound. To recover at such an unnatural speed, this can no longer be considered your own pure power. His expression was completely calm. Is it a precept? Perhaps he made a great vow that completely contradicts mine, but realizing the sun at that level is beyond your abilities. Josephine screamed at him, which was bearable for a moment. High-level, multi-dimensional spatial transfer magic. "Oh," BR remarked. "Enjoying the show. Running away? How despicable." Dunsky sneered. You think I'm just going to stand here and watch? Suddenly, a blinding light appeared from nowhere. Corin appeared, shouting, "Everyone, hurry up." They immediately helped each other into the blue circle. Josephine urged, "Hurry." Corin's hair turned from white back to black. He stepped into the blue circle, a knowing smile on his face. "See you later." On the other side, Tespenzot roared in anger. "You bastard." The ring of blue light shrank and slowly vanished. Dunsky, coming to his senses, wondered, "Did it go through?" He replied with a cold laugh, "No. My spear will definitely hit its target." Marie was now extremely worried about Corin. Tespenzot's voice continued, "I was aiming for that target from the very beginning." Seeing the spear, he stepped forward to shield her. "Senior Marie, one incarnation and one more regression." Before the spear arrived, a hand forcefully pushed Corin away. The sword flew past, piercing through Errol's body. He always tried to change the script for the better. At least, that's what he used to think. But seeing Errol in pain, still managing a smile, Corin screamed. "Headmaster!" He panicked, rushing forward to grab Errol's hand. No, his hand was just about to touch Errol's. But it was too late. Errol had completely vanished, leaving only a tiny glimmer of light that quickly faded. Corin froze on the spot, his face filled with disbelief. He hadn't been able to change a single thing. The first beings to walk this land were the celestial giants, just like in any other great epic. And their era also came to an end. And upon their bodies, true life was born. The sun, the light, the earth, the sea, and the beings that represented them all. The Danan. They were the ones the people of this world called gods. They built a paradise, and a perfect era of peace lasted for centuries. The age of the Danan was considered the peak of civilization, but as time went on, a new guest arrived in that paradise. They were a small and weak species, yet, thanks to their burning ambition and endless curiosity, they won the love of the Danan. Their name was Goen, what is known today as humanity. The Danan granted them civilization and magic, and human civilization prospered endlessly. Before long, their numbers grew to an unbelievable extent, but humanity wouldn't stop. They cut down the forests of the Dre and the Elvest, and finally took this land from the Danan. Individually, they were no match, but the number of humans was too great, outnumbering the Danan 100-fold. And so, the age of the Danan was ended by the very species they had nurtured. Yet, the Danan remained steadfast to the very end, yearning for a symbiosis between humanity and this world. And the last Danan remaining in paradise froze herself in that place of eternity. That being was her, the Danan of justice, Arendanua. She was the only one left, and she guided humanity down the path of righteousness. All of my disciples have left their mark as heroes of this world. Yet, she always carried the loneliness of being the last of her kind in this world. So, she tirelessly searched for the wonders and relics left behind by her ancestors. Glorious. Finally, she discovered another Danan who was still sealed. Tespenzot. That child soothed the loneliness she had felt for so long. He became her happiness, so she gave him all her love, spearmanship, and her precious treasures. She loved that child as her own son, as a comrade, as a lover. But she didn't know the reason why two Danan existed in this world. The Danan who wished for humanity to live in harmony with the world left behind the Danan of justice, while the Danan who wished for humanity's destruction left behind the Danan of vengeance. The descent of paradise. When the Danan of vengeance learned the history of this world and his own true identity, he sought to annihilate all of humanity to rebuild the paradise of the gods. And so, 80 years ago, we stopped the descent of paradise and punished the traitor, Bantaz, Arendanua recounted. In return, I was wounded and sealed. She lowered her head, looking helpless in this place, the Shadow Royal City. Arendanua's expression was incredibly sad. That's why I always thought Tespenzot had died long ago, until now. A familiar line of dialogue. This event occurs when Arendanua's avatar is destroyed. When this event ends, Arendanua will leave the Shadow Royal City and eventually die at Tate Vantaza hands. Corin's hand tightened on his spear as he thought, just how much did I despise this event? If anything was strange, it was this lifetime. He had never had any connection with Arendanua. So why is she talking to me? To someone who wasn't her disciple, Corin asked cautiously. Are you perhaps mistaking me for one of Tate Vantaza disciples? At a time when we should be raising our guard, why did you summon me here? Arendanua cut him off. My boy, her voice was steady, you are my disciple. A child from the future who is trying to carry everything on your own. Corin was shocked, thinking, how is that possible? Could it be, you know what happened in Nazri? No, that's not important right now. The important thing was that she knew he came from the future. If that's the case, Corin's gaze became more determined than ever. Then things will move along much faster. Strengthen the wards of this place immediately and hide here for a while. Don't let anyone in. Arendanua spoke up. Just because you know the future doesn't mean you have to bear everything alone, my child, Corin continued. You are a queen, the only queen of paradise. On a chessboard, the king must always be protected. She countered, I have never been a king, but I was once a master. Her voice remained steady. And I have always been a hero. He knew that even if she knew the future, she would still be the one to choose sacrifice. Corin walked to Arandanua's feet and dropped to his knees, his voice pleading, Please, I'm begging you, just stay put. Please, don't leave this castle. He continued, It can't be this way this time. It can't be the same as last time. He seemed to lose control, shouting at Arandanua. We can change it. We can control it. We just have to prepare beforehand and rewrite history, just like I've been doing all this time. Arandanua gently reached out and touched his face, stunning him. Then she embraced him. We have met again like this, been reunited. We have cherished each other, but we cannot deny fate, just as the Arandanua from 3 years ago did, just as my future self did. My present self will also believe in and support you. She continued, I will protect you. It is my duty, and also my choice. Corin's eyes widened in disbelief. Hey, after knowing everything, I still couldn't change a thing in the end. The scene changes to a training ground a few days later. Corin is training furiously when a voice calls out, Glad to see you're looking okay, Lack commented while munching on popcorn. Yeah, that was the first time I'd ever seen Corin so depressed, he continued. I mean, during the headmaster's funeral, when Corin read the eulogy, he looked so sad it was worrying. I was worried he wouldn't be okay. The young man sighed. But for him to be training like a maniac just a day later, he's a real monster. Jer seemed confused. But hey, haven't you noticed that all the girls around Corin have gotten depressed too? Senior Mariette Dunalev went back to the south, and Elisa got hospitalized. He glanced over at Waran, who was the only one still in her right mind. I guess she's the only one left. But seeing her scowl, he quickly backtracked. On second thought, never mind. Warren approached and grabbed Corin's arm, which was bleeding from his intense training. He looked at her curiously, and she frowned. She pried his hand open, revealing a palm drenched in blood. Corin tried to shake her off. Let go. Not yet. Her voice caught his attention. He turned back just in time to see her throw a punch at him, but it veered to the side instead of hitting him. A hole appeared in the wall from the force of the blow. Warren stepped up beside him. She touched the wall and ordered Corin, Follow me, outside. Rain began to patter on the ground. Corin asked curiously, What are you planning to do? Warren replied, It's too cramped in there to really let loose. With a whoosh, she lunged forward with incredible speed. A crazed look appeared in Warren's eyes. I challenge you. Let's fight. Corin was utterly confused. What the hell? He instinctively swung his spear to block Warren. Her fist landed squarely on it. The force of Warren's punch knocked his spear aside. Corin was shocked, thinking to himself, She deflected it. This is from the Form Daemon group practice. I tried to teach her martial arts then, but she was already a natural-born prodigy, and on top of that, Warren possessed an indestructible diamond-like body. She could have easily blocked that spear strike with her body and taken no damage. But she deliberately chose to deflect it. Although her technique was clumsy, it was a move he had never anticipated. When the hell did she learn this stuff? Corin was knocked to the ground, defeated. He looked up at her, his eyes filled with weakness and confusion. Warren didn't stop, raising her fist for another strike. With a loud boom, she slammed her fist into the ground, which buckled under the impact. Fortunately, she had punched right next to Corin's face. She sneered, her every word a taunt. You're weak. Corin was dazed. What? She continued. So don't overdo it trying to get stronger. You just need to be strong enough not to die. That's why. Warren looked at the runes on Corin's body. Carve those onto me too. I'll become stronger. Her eyes were filled with a deep sorrow for him, wanting to be able to protect him. Corin was stunned by her request and immediately refused. Absolutely not. He recalled Arandanua's words. I'm an adult. A kid? As an adult, I have a duty to make protecting a child like you my top priority. Corin put a hand on her shoulder. I can't carve something like this onto a kid like you. This power isn't meant for a prodigy like you. Unlike a talentless hack like me, the risks are too great. Warren spoke up. It's not that I was wrong, let me rephrase. Corin added. That's right. I'm not a child. No. She cut him off. Then, she pulled him into a hug. You're not talentless. Corin stood there, stunned by her action, his eyes wide with disbelief. What the hell are you doing? Warren said. You talked as if you could solve everything on your own, but in the end, you're just acting like an immature kid, pushing your burdens onto other people. I can't stay defeated like this. A faint smile appeared on Corin's face. You're right. Thank you. He gently patted Warren's head. Now, time to get up. Corin lifted his head, a look of confidence on his face. I've still got a lot of work to do. The scene changes. 2 weeks later, during the commotion caused by the Magic Tower incident, an angry voice rings out over a round table. The Red faction attacked Senior Professor Josephine, and the Black faction kidnapped a first-year student. This is unacceptable. A person voiced their opinion. The Magic Tower's response was that it was just the unsanctioned actions of a few of their mages. He angrily slammed the table. Is that the truth? There were 2 elder-level mages and 50 others with them. Professor Dema continued. We know, but even if we want to send a formal protest, their side has lost Rin, the Magic Tower's representative. To respond directly to him, our side also needs someone to step up as our representative. I'm afraid what we need now is a successor to the council presidency. A man spoke up. For as long as anyone can remember, the council presidency of Merkava Academy has been held by House Isle. Shouldn't it be the same this time around? The next statement shocked everyone. The next term's president has already been decided. Professor Josephine. Is it someone from House Isle this time as well? Josephine retorted. No, it isn't. Aaron Danua stepped forward from the back. President Errol's assassination has plunged the academy into chaos, but this is merely the beginning. She continued. The coming conflict will be a great war for the very survival of humanity. The Academy's one and only purpose is to train the heroes who will save mankind in this battle. She strode forward with confidence. For that reason, I, Aaron Danua, a woman of justice and the teacher of heroes, will assume the position of the new council president. Out on the balcony, Josephine voiced her concern. I still object. The Magic Tower is targeting you, she went on. He isn't alone like he was 80 years ago, she sighed. The old Magic Tower Order, the Northern Kingdom. His power has grown to a point where it's incomparable to what it once was. Aaron Danua hesitated. Well, yes. But it's been so long since I've been back at the academy. Josephine, however, was excited and encouraged her. I can't wait. A voice rings out from the building. I told you not to move yet. In the MK3 City Emergency Hospital, Elisa, with her arm in a cast, pleads. My sword. Please, bring me my sword. The nurse sounded helpless. Oh, honestly, why is she always like this? This really isn't good. Elisa remembered what Tess Banzat had said. Don't be too confident in your no-hit technique within your domain, just because you were excited to be able to use one. In reality, the one who got beaten up was Warren, but somehow, a bystander like me is the one who ended up hospitalized. Corin was impaled by a giant spear, and he was back in the gym training the very next day. While I can't do anything, I'm just useless. In agony, Elisa clenched her fists tightly. Suddenly, a hand reached out to her. It was Corin, wearing a bright smile. Elisa blushed in embarrassment. Corin held a warm egg and began to roll it on her cheek. It hurt, and she yelped loudly. He said casually, Hey, it's still swollen here. Elisa looked down, dejected. I have absolutely no defense, no regeneration at all. One wrong move and I'm back in the hospital. Am I only ever going to be able to accept your help, Corin? Corin's next words stunned her. Good, he continued. People with special grade physiques, those with invulnerable bodies, even genius swordsmen who can use domains, are all helping me. Every time, I wonder if I'm even worthy of all this help. He spoke more slowly. But it's because I can also help you a little. Corin gave her a bright smile. That I can comfortably ask for your help. It's a bit embarrassing to say, but I'm still going to need you in the future. Elisa turned her head away, flustered. If you go alone, you might go faster, but if we go together, we'll go farther. She gave a wry smile. In that case, you can give me some honey nougat. Consider it an advance on my help. We learn through challenges and grow together. Corin fed a piece to Elisa. She happily opened her mouth, but before she could even taste it, something whizzed past. Both of them were stunned. Someone learned how to stand up again, and someone else learned a new emotion. Elisa teased. Are you jealous? So noisy, Josephine remarked. She looked at the scene inside and continued. It seems everyone has recovered, though the situation looks complicated. Aaron Danua added, I understand your concern, Josephine. Humanity is facing a greater danger than ever before. She smiled, full of life and confidence. But even after being stripped of my power and imprisoned by my own student, my work has never stopped. She watched the scene inside, as if reminiscing about her own past. The place I established has been quietly nurturing the seeds of heroes all this time. Give them to me. Give them to me. Perhaps, in the course of history, the greatest hero of all will emerge from the seeds I have nurtured. Arendanua looked up, full of confidence. His forces, upon their return, are far stronger and more powerful than they were 80 years ago. But we will still win. Because that is precisely why Makaba Academy exists. A few days later, a brilliant red flame flared up. A dish was being prepared. Today, we decided to throw a party. The reason was to celebrate Elisa's full recovery. Elisa cheered excitedly. I bought all this. Corin was curious. That's a lot. How much was it? She cheerfully held up 2 fingers. 2 gold coins. He exclaimed in shock. 2 gold coins? That's a total rip-off. He continued his critique. The food budget is a bit excessive. A gentle female voice called out, Hello, I brought some mushrooms I just picked in the forest. A man wondered aloud. So this is the special dormitory? A voice caught Elisa's attention. Come over here. Many people were standing there, looking at her with solemn expressions. Elisa was excited. Long time no see. My dear little sister. She looked towards Lunia, who was standing not far away. Welcome. It's good to see you again, Lunia. You look well. Lunia gave a cold command. Bring the wine. She said to Corin, As it happens, I still have some strong feelings left over from the last incident. He quickly waved his hands. You'll have to pay me back with interest for this one. He shouted a demand. Then bring the food. Everyone, bring out the food. A luxurious table was set. People exclaimed in excitement. This technique, the sashimi, is exquisite. Elisa felt shy hearing others compliment her. This fresh fish preserves the flavor of high-quality ingredients. Did Elisa make this? The excited voices continued. This time, it's Waran's dishes, made with incredibly delicate fire control techniques. People chattered. His skill is amazing. It's a top-class meal. La laughed heartily. This is delicious. You're lucky, Corin, having 2 great cooks by your side. Jer asked curiously. So, which one do you think is tastier? He looked at Corin. Corin hesitated. Well, Suddenly, he panicked, as if he'd seen something. Behind him, pairs of eyes were staring daggers at him. Go on, tell us. Whose dish is better, even by a little bit? If I choose wrong here, I might be the one served up on the table next. Suddenly, a voice from the distance caught Corin's attention. What should I do? Is there a way out? Sir, Joe and Warren approached, and one of them spoke up. It didn't feel right to come empty-handed, so I bought this. Would you like some? Corin walked over and hugged him. Thank you. To me, fried chicken is the best. In his head, he thought, thank you for saving my life. Jer looked skeptical. Is he still out of it? La was still busy eating. Just leave him. He's about to die anyway. Ronwaski spoke up. The food is good, but now I'd like to get down to business. Lunia added. I agree. You didn't gather everyone here just to celebrate a hospital discharge, did you? Corin turned back. Yes. Let's get straight to the point. He raised his voice. The reason I've gathered you all here today is to tell you about the next objective for us, the Corin Guardians. He shared what he could about the Guildmaster's assassination and about the Bantaz force and their goals. The advent of the Demon Lord. Tate Vantaza ambition is to erase everything from this land and rebuild a world for the gods. At first, the atmosphere was as if everyone thought it was an absurd story. As the story became more detailed, the atmosphere grew serious. The story of the old church and the Mage Tower joining forces with Bantaz, and the fact that the Pope of the new church is actually a heretic. A few devout believers protested, and one of them slammed the table and stood up. What? That's impossible. Lunia stopped them. That's enough. This man has an interesting sense of humor, but what he's said so far is believable. She asked him, so, how do you plan to fight against such a colossal force? Corin sighed. Everyone here is a master, I acknowledge, but it's still not enough. He continued. The goal of the Corin Guardians is to make everyone even stronger. That's why I've invited this person. The reason for gathering everyone is simple. A slender female voice rang out. Hello, new heroes. Arendanua introduced herself cheerfully. I am Arendanua. We are preparing a counterattack. The scene changed, and Corin spoke. We, both inside and outside the academy, are already known as the Strong Ones. Unfortunately, there is still a vast gap between us and Bantaz. He continued. Currently, the Corin Guardians cannot compare to them in any aspect, not in weapons, military strength, or combat power. The enemy has mastered magic armor, fate stones, and the Spear of Light. The easiest way to make up for the power difference is to equip ourselves with weapons of an equivalent grade. Corin's gaze sharpened. Therefore, the first step is to get our hands on these weapons. Before this year's summer vacation ends, we will infiltrate the treasury of Danan, the treasury of the gods, the treasury of Danan, a place where we can definitely obtain legendary and epic grade items. Arandanua spoke up. As for the treasury's location, I, Danan of Justice, will lead the way. Originally, this was an event that only opened after the academy fell and Arandan died. She comforted him. Chin up, now, don't worry so much. He replied, yes, master, and it's all thanks to you listening to me. The event opened a full year earlier than in the original story. Both Elisa and Waran were stunned. Corin continued. And the second thing is, we need military power. Lunia asked curiously. Are you saying you're going to organize us into an army? Asked Ron Waski, the #1 swordmaster of the Aiden clan. Lunia, Aiden. Is the reward system guaranteed? Corin replied. Danan's treasure is also known as the treasure of the gods. Don't be surprised when you see the contract. The vice captain of the Waski mercenaries, Ron Waski, let out a soft, The Waski mercenaries will obey their employer. Corin turned to Lunia excitedly. Not just you, Lady Lunia, but even the 5 sword sisters will find this interesting. She bowed her head slightly, because of the marriage debt. I would sacrifice my own life as many times as it takes to protect the Pyong family. But then, she hesitated. However, using the lives of my subordinates as pawns is another matter entirely. Lunia clenched her fists, her expression resolute. The Sword Clan has a duty to protect our crucial rear guard. If the Sword Clan must be sacrificed just so Corin Lockins can become stronger, she continued, then no matter the price you offer, I cannot rashly deploy the Sword Clan. Lunia's voice remained steady. Weapons, military power, and finally, Erina cheerfully appeared by her side. Why don't we listen to how you plan on increasing our combat power before we decide? Lunia thought to herself, how did she get so close as if it were nothing? Erina whispered in her ear, the traces of your training are truly extraordinary, aren't they? Lunia immediately jumped back into a defensive stance. Her sharp, cold eyes locked onto Erina. Even now, the Aiden Sword School trains relentlessly every single day. And now you're telling me you can make them even stronger? How? Erina casually uttered a single sentence. From now on, I will personally teach all of you, she continued. As your master. Lunia's hand slowly moved to her sword. Master? Does that mean you'll even teach me? She said it as if it were obvious. Of course. She glanced at Corin, her words carrying a hidden meaning. If it means I can become a source of strength for that child, I'll do anything. Lunia frowned. She took a defensive stance. Erina simply looked at her calmly. She removed her hand from her sword, abandoning the idea that had flickered in her mind, then spun around towards the door. We're leaving. Corin called out to stop Lunia. Lady Lunia. Lunia stopped, speaking coldly. My Pyong family. She continued, the secret to your strength is a great master. Everyone bowed their heads in unison. 5 swords, hear my command. Yes, Swordmaster. Lunia ordered. From now until we enter the treasury, organize the Sword Clan, and, at Corin Lockins' request, be ready to deploy the Sword Clan at a moment's notice. Outside, a subordinate asked curiously, Lady Lunia, Corin Lock is one thing, but can you really trust that person who calls herself master? Lunia sighed softly. When she dared to say she would become my master, she recalled Erina's eyes and voice at that moment. As your master. She also remembered her own move to draw her sword. At that moment, I had opened my mind's eye and saw countless paths. Melina asked curiously, could she really be worthy of crossing swords with you, Lady Lunia? Lunia gave a sly smile and refuted her. No. At that moment, Erina was excited. Now that we've had a good meal, you should have plenty of energy, right? Let's start the lesson immediately, Elisa asked curiously. Who's going first? She pursed her lips and then gave a faint smile. She smiled cheerfully and requested, all of you, come at me at once. Swords lay scattered on the ground. Stones had fallen to the earth. Erina turned and walked away, leaving everyone lying exhausted on the ground behind her. That's enough for today, someone exclaimed in astonishment. Impossible. Erina slowly walked over, her expression calm. She called out to the 2 brothers in front of her, Ren and John. John, trembling like a leaf, forced a smile. Yeah, she commented. You 2 rush in too instinctively. You understand tactical combat in theory, but your bodies can't keep up. Then she continued, your actions outpace your thoughts, don't they? Your judgment can't keep up with your reflexes. Erina walked over to Ron Waski. Ron Waski, your balance is good, but when you use multiple magic swords, there are openings in your defenses. It's because you increase the number of magic swords too abruptly. If you aren't fighting multiple opponents, reduce the number of magic swords. Quick feedback, timely corrections, and subtle techniques were imparted. As expected, this person looked happiest when she was teaching someone. Erina bowed her head slightly, a happy smile on her face, her cheeks flushed with vitality. Corin's voice caught her attention. Master, in that case, let me have a try. She turned to him and said, Our Corin is just warming up a bit. Corin will be the last one to go. She looked at his shy face. She continued, Before that, Elisa and Waran, step forward. I should probably take a look at the two of you with your unusual levels of power first, right? Scene changed to the special training. Aaron Dan, come on. In a place like this, you can go all out, can't you? Elisa's eyes held a look of determination as she thought to herself. The first strike wins. She remembered her old self, the domain of the Aiden school. Then Elisa reached out and grabbed hold of Irina's sword. She commented, Student Elisa, you have a habit of trying to invade my domain, don't you? Just like that time. Before the domain could even activate, she continued, Your foundation isn't stable yet, so it's better to start with basic swordsmanship. With a single blow, she defeated Elisa. You need to correct your posture, starting from your lower body and your core. Erina glanced to the side. Next, from behind, Waran raised her fist and lunged. A loud crash was heard as she smashed a crater into the ground. She commented softly, It seems you've learned from Corin. Waran, you should practice the essentials of Baji and Bagua. Waran charged forward in frustration, but she easily dodged every attack. What you need isn't to add more power, but to engrave the proper stances and principles into your body. Then Irina posed a question. And why are you so angry? Waran remembered the scene where she patted Corin's head and said, Chin up, don't worry so much. Waran had just discovered the feeling of jealousy. Josephine rushed helplessly toward that foolish girl. A figure shot forward like an arrow, her eyes bloodshot with unprecedented rage. Erina calmly reached out towards her, grabbing her by the neck and causing her pain. It seemed Waran had given up. She slowly closed her eyes, when suddenly a hand wrapped around the back of her head, supporting her. Irina pulled her into a comforting embrace. Don't be so hasty. She gave a gentle smile. You're already strong enough. How strange. The gesture was just like the feeling of being hugged by Corin Lock. Corin spoke up. Well then, is it my turn? It's a bit embarrassing, but let me show you the results of my training. Aaron Dan took a step forward and looked at him. I've already seen everything through Aries' eyes. Corin, I had you stay behind to awaken a different power within you. She continued. I'm talking about the power you can't control, the one you only use as an energy reserve. He asked curiously. The core of Sabasia? She smiled cheerfully. Sabasia. It's been a long time since I've heard that name. The threads of fate are truly hard to predict. I can't believe you know how to use that core. Aaron Danua explained. Duke was my disciple from 800 years ago. He was an extraordinary man, so controlling that power won't be easy. Are you confident? Corin smiled and replied. Of course. They say the ultimate end of a fateful connection is impossible to know. Your disciples, who once shone as brightly as stars, some became heroes, while others stood on the opposing side, but I've never been as certain as I am now. The two of them threw themselves into preparing for a battle. From now on, she would pass on everything she had to him. She would perfect him. He would become the hero who saves the world, stronger than anyone else. Her final disciple, Corin. The scene changes, and Dunsky asks curiously, Aren't you going to pursue them, my lord? Tasbanthus sneered, to destroy the world. The law carved into my body demands worthy enemies and perils. In any case, those women are my rivals and my karmic destiny, he continued. A warrior who chooses assassination over a duel lacks character. He swung his spear defiantly, knocking Errol down. Errol lay on the ground in pain, but his voice remained steady. Isn't that right? The old man hesitated. Corin is your opponent. Tesbanthus laughed coldly. How ridiculous. He went on. Instead of facing me yourself, you let that worthless student of yours step forward. But the fate decided by Liampa is absolute. He closed in on the old man. You will fight the final battle with me. The fate of the world will be decided in that battle. With that, he attacked Errol with his spear. My grand ambition is absolutely unchangeable. Errol seemed enraged, growling. Aaron Danua. Then he lowered his gaze and said no more. At that moment, Aaron Danua cheerfully said to Corin, You did very well today. Not just your fundamentals, but your proficiency in practical combat is high as well. Corin replied, I still feel like I'm lacking. He raised his spear with determination. I'll try again. The demonic nature of Duk Sabasia had been passed down to him, but all he could use was the demon spear, number 1, Hukion. Seeing Corin's frenzied state, Aranua commented that it wasn't bad, but then her tone became light. That's proof that you're still green when it comes to using aura. Above all, it's because you don't understand the nature of Sebastia's aura. She recalled how Jonjgok had once said, "Watch closely. This is the power of JJ Jabok, the power I used to slay dragons in my youth." She continued, "To behead the 5 evil dragons that threw the kingdom into chaos." Arena's gaze darkened as she swung her spear down. "I honed my strength for that purpose alone." Demon Spear number 2. Orion's 5-dragon heavenly pillar. She commented on Corin. "I don't expect you to get it on your first try, but if you practice diligently, this is the power you can wield when you properly use Duke Sebastia's core." She walked over and patted his shoulder. "I'm sure you can do it too." Corin asked curiously, "You mean, like you, master?" But his next words made her stop in her tracks. "Or do you mean, like Tez Banthus?" She lowered her gaze and answered, "He is certainly very strong, but don't aim to be like him. His existence is my greatest mistake, and my regret." She said, "And I will correct that mistake. Do you understand what I mean?" Corin grew impatient. "So, does that mean you're going to fight me directly? Right here?" He continued. "We can't just leave it to the kids." She cut him off. "Adults can't hide behind children, even if it was a mistake. Before she could finish, Corin spoke up. "Aaron." He raised his spear, enunciating every word. "In the future, I lost so many people," he recounted, "at the hands of FM, of Dunsky Ace, of Dunoris, of OBR, countless comrades died." Then he sighed. "Even people I could have saved were lost." His hand tightened around the spear. "To say I have no regrets would be a lie, but I'm not risking my life because of regret." Aranua called out, "Corin, the reason I returned. Why did you take on the fate of saving the world instead of the player?" He screamed with a crazed look. "Call me arrogant if you want. In the world I save, everyone has to be there. No one can be missing, even if, in the end, it's just because of my own greed. I will not accept a world where you are not there." Demon Spear number 2. Orion's 5-dragon heavenly pillar. Corin angrily struck a blow that cracked the solid wall in 2. His words left Aranua stunned. "Please, trust your student. Didn't you say he was forged to be a hero?" Corin smiled confidently. "This time, you won't die, because I will save you." She was moved. "I'm so lucky to have such good fortune in my twilight years." Corin lightly tapped her on the head. "What's this about twilight years? It doesn't matter how long you live. If you just believe that everything will be okay and keep living, then you're forever young." As if she'd made up her mind, Aaron Dan nodded slightly. "All right." From a distance, Elisa and Waron were burning with jealousy. Once again, Elisa stood up and said, "Please continue the lesson for us." The scene shifts to a conversation in progress, asking me to go with the relief aid. "That's a bit difficult." "Sorry, I'm just heading to the church where Saintess Estelle frequents." After the refusal, the two quickly left. Jerem Loser gritted his teeth. Not the old denomination, but Jerem Loser, a first-year spy from the Jeru old denomination. Corin appeared and asked curiously, "Or is it Jerem?" He replied, "It's Jerem." Corin continued, "Is that so? Those brass prayer beads. That was a redundant question, wasn't it?" He went on, "I don't follow any religion, but the brass beads representing Jeru's integrity and piety look pretty cool." The man held out the bracelet. "So you're into religion too?" Corin Lock, a rare first-grade knight in the entire school. It sounds glamorous, which is nice. But either way, Jerem is a place with a long tradition. I heard they even started a Corin's Guardians recently. Probably about the size of a club. From his words, I could sense a level of interest. But putting personal feelings aside, as someone sent by Bishop Renang to infiltrate the academy, I need to get close to certain figures. Corin nodded in agreement. "All right, then come do a mission with me." Jerem Loser was curious. "A mission?" The two of them went to a cave. Corin spoke up. "I heard that in a village about 70 kilometers from here, there have been continuous disappearances. I think it's goblins." The other man was confused. "You even take on jobs like this? Aren't matters outside the academy handled by the R Association or the church?" Corin gave a forced smile and explained, "Since last week, all the missions around here have been automatically hunted by Corin's Guardians. No, I mean, we're handling them. Ron Waski has defeated the Spear Mage, Pollen. The Law's reward is being distributed. Cranel Luden has eliminated the Golem Engineer, Dren. The Law's reward is being distributed. Cranel Luden has eliminated the Golem Engineer, Dren. AU has thwarted Dre's plan to corrupt Gina. The Law's reward is being distributed." He continued, Right now, the others in Corin's Guardians are all out eliminating threats around the villages, so we're short-handed. We'll be back before evening prayers. Don't worry. Corin Lock. This man had a strange charm. He was kind and considerate. If he hadn't come with the Order's command, but simply as a student of the academy, Jeramon might have trusted and followed him like an older brother. But, as if seeing something terrifying, Jeramon Loser suddenly panicked. What's with him? His friendships are just the worst. Corin was curious. Waran, what are you doing all of a sudden? Waran replied casually. Insects, zombies, aren't they just filthy demons? Those Gon people treat all demons as if they were human, but that goes against the holy scriptures and doctrine. Demons are nothing more than filthy demons, Corin shouted. Jeramon, look out! All he could see was a massive mouth full of sharp teeth rushing toward him. He stared at the monster in utter disbelief. Its mouth was open wide enough to swallow anything. Suddenly, a figure, showing no fear, charged straight at it. Jeramon Loser's eyes widened in shock at the scene before him. Warren charged toward the monster, her body covered in filth. She declared, "You insects, all of you, die." The defeated monster collapsed to the ground. She asked him, "Are you okay?" His mouth hung open. "Thank you, Senior," Corin muttered quietly. Strange. He looked at the monster's corpse. This swarm is unusually large, but more importantly, this is a goblin den. Predators and prey never share the same lair. He glanced into the distance. "There's something else here," Corin said cryptically, looking at the dark tunnel ahead, which meant something was being hidden. The group walked together toward a mysterious chamber. Corin remarked, "They're smarter than they look. The outside is disguised as a goblin den in a remote village." Jeramon Loser added, "This is a laboratory where mages research familia fusion." He continued, "The Jom we saw outside was probably an experimental product too, and whatever is in here has been fused with a demonic beast." Under his scrutinizing gaze, Corin quietly uttered, "Oh, with a human." Jeramon trembled and stammered, "How could this be? Who would do something like this?" His hand, resting on the table, accidentally touched a piece of paper. In Jeramon Loser's mind, this pattern, this handwriting, could it be Bishop Run's? Corin ordered Waran, "Take good care of Jeramon, and get all the evidence out of here." "Got it." She went after Jeramon. Corin kicked the door open, revealing a person in a red cloak inside. Elder Adam turned around in surprise, looking toward the door. He unleashed a wave of energy, demanding, "Who's there?" A figure rushed toward him with lightning speed, then attacked before he could even react. Corin appeared, his spear in hand. He smiled coldly. "Now, the preparations are complete. My plan has 3 parts. First, have the former church's spy, Jeramon, expose the darkness of their collusion with the demon tower." He looked coldly at the man collapsed in a pool of blood. Second, destroy the giant resurrection laboratory. Corin glanced around as if searching for something. Third is the head of Mata. This is the head of the 4-headed centipede monster. Mata. Corin flashed a grotesque, excited grin. "Now, I'm ready to raid the Dan's treasury." Corin suddenly remembered a familiar name, Corin Guardians. He thought worriedly, "They are the strongest, most trustworthy strategists. But Tate Vantaza subordinates have weapons. The Spear of Light, Aran, the magic armor, Andre, and the Fate Stone, Liampa. To balance this asymmetrical power dynamic, today, Corin decides to open the treasury of the gods. The scene immediately shifts to the treasure island. Man. He glanced at the piles of gold coins scattered on the floor. Master is the Queen of Paradise, and also the last Danon to officially remain in the mortal world, but she's not someone who knows everything about the Danon, Corin recalled with skepticism. Even Bantaz himself, and the ruins where he was found, were things Master discovered on her own. Hidden maps called Secret Realms, or Fragments of Paradise, that can only be accessed after unlocking certain hidden events. He turned to look behind him. And this place is no exception. The original condition to get here was Master's death. From the other side of the spatial gate, Aaron spoke first. "As you said, I'll wait here." She asked worriedly, "Really? Will you be okay without my help?" At her words, Corin smiled confidently and replied, "Please, leave it to me." He thought to himself, "Even if it's a whole year early," Corin said with a smug tone, "because I'm not going alone." He thought fondly of his precious comrades, Elisa, Adina, and Waran, who have just finished several weeks of grueling training with Master. Corin unconsciously looked up at the sky, and just then, Maria appeared, calling out excitedly. "Corin," Mariette reported with a bright smile. "There's nothing around. Look safe." Corin thought, and Senior Mariette Dunilev, who just returned from the south. He confidently slung the bag over his shoulder. Except for Kuna, who has to stay behind to operate the sword array, this is the strongest force we can bring into battle. With these three, there's nothing to fear. As he thought this, Corin suddenly froze. He didn't know when, but Elisa was now clinging tightly to his arm. She trembled and complained. Corin, you're giving me goosebumps. I've hated this kind of atmosphere since I was a kid. Seeing this, Mariette immediately hugged his other arm and shouted excitedly, Me too. This scene made Waran a bit flustered. In an instant, her face darkened. Waran's cheeks suddenly flushed red as she shyly reached out her hand. So scary. Me too. Not. This blatant lie about being scared left Corin speechless. Elisa suddenly grabbed Mariette's hand. She forcefully shoved it toward Waran, stunning both girls. The next second, Elisa pretended to be innocent and yelled, Then everyone can just hold hands. Let's go. Hurry. It feels like a ghost is about to appear, which made the other two furious. Just then, Corin suddenly spoke up. Not ghosts, but gods. This place holds the lingering thoughts of the Dan of the past. Elisa immediately looked up at him and asked curiously, Corin, you know something about this too, don't you? Corin thought with determination. Of course I do. I came here in the game, and I also came here with P.H. He nostalgically recalled a few rules. Pass the trials of the gods, and you will receive their treasures. The trials are set in stages. Corin was a little worried. Anyone eliminated in Stage 1, by this mechanism, won't be allowed to participate in the Stage 2 trial, because the final trial is the hardest. The trick to clearing it is to get all your teammates through both Stages 1 and 2. He couldn't help but feel a bit uncertain. The problem is, the difficulty of Stages 1 and 2 is random. Depending on which god you encounter, it could be a simple riddle or a question, or it could be a life-threatening mission. Just then, a fierce gust of wind suddenly swept in. Elisa screamed in fear, Corin! I can't see anything in front of me. Hearing this, Corin reassured her. It's okay, don't panic. He quickly opened the cloth bag he was carrying and smiled smugly. They say the god that appears is random, but the gods tend to pay more attention to players who bring something related to them, Corin stated, with complete confidence. And what I've brought is the head of the monster, Mata, from Bish Jokadu. This head belongs to the monster that was killed by the god king Dakda. As he thought this, a wicked smile instantly appeared on Corin's face. He guessed that the god appearing to give the first trial would be the god king Dagda, and his task would be to make and bring a truly delicious meal. Piece of cake. After all, I'm the one in charge of cooking at the dorm. Just then, a puff of white smoke suddenly appeared. Corin quickly held everyone back, his eyes widening in shock. Corin panicked, wondering, what's that instrument? And what's with this totally out-of-place scenery? In the far distance, a pair of sun-tanned hands skillfully played a strange instrument. A mysterious figure instantly appeared with a radiant, welcoming smile. Oh hero, you've come to request a challenge, Corin thought to himself, confused. I've never seen a god like this. What is going on? Just then, the mysterious figure spoke with a smile. The monster head you've brought was my father's spoil of war, and also a gift he shared among us brothers. Hearing this, Corin was startled into a realization. Wait a minute. If he's a son of Dagda, the man continued calmly. Of course, that was just an excuse. I'm actually interested in something else you brought. As soon as he finished speaking, the mysterious person suddenly vanished, leaving Corin stunned. In a flash, he reappeared amidst melodious music, surrounded by young women lost in love. The mysterious person confidently introduced himself. My name is. I am the god of love. As soon as the music began, all three girls fell into a dreamlike state. Corin frantically ran over and shouted, Senior Mariette Dunilev, Waran, Elisa Adena. But by this point, the three of them were already losing consciousness, their vision growing blurry. In their daze, a familiar voice echoed, Travel safely. You're going on such a long trip, aren't you going to kiss your wife? The other person heard this and replied, You really are unstoppable. Right after, the two of them shared a deep kiss. A thought flashed through her mind. Corin Lock. Elisa silently appeared from behind her brother-in-law's wall, her eyes burning red. She thought jealously, the most perfect partner for my sister. But why do I? Just then, a voice suddenly spoke from behind Elisa. Quite a beautiful sight, isn't it? She was startled and immediately admitted, Yes, it is. How long have you been standing there? Hearing this, Angus chuckled. My lady, since the moment you started watching your sister and her husband. Elisa cried out in sheer terror. Oh God! He continued to tease her. Lady Elisa Adena, You should try dating, you know. A lady as beautiful as you must be quite popular at the academy. Ingus's eyes glinted with a sly cunning as he taunted her. But then again, no. If you're still hung up on your brother-in-law, you should just forget about it. This is the trial of love. Witnessing the scene before him, a terrified Corin demanded. What have you done? What did you do to the three of them? Angus calmly replied. The trial has already begun. He satisfyingly took out 3 small orbs and continued. Those 3 are inside these orbs, enchanted by the objects of desire they've always craved. Angus excitedly affirmed. And that's you, causing Corin to jump in surprise. He explained with a wicked grin. The trial is created based on the memories you and these young ladies share, but they are all forbidden loves that must never come to be. Angus emphasized, forms of love that can hurt the one you love, or hurt yourself. I'm talking about those frightening kinds of love. I only wish to preserve the beautiful and pure forms of love. Forbidden love only tarnishes the value of love itself. He expressed his hope that if these young ladies could restrain their desires, they would be worthy of a reward. If not, they would all wander forever in a world of illusion. Corin immediately shot back. No way, how can they possibly pass this trial? Angus replied calmly. It's very simple, he answered nonchalantly. They just have to give you up. Corin was completely frozen. Angus reassured him. Don't worry too much. I truly hope they all pass the trial. After saying that, he closed his eyes in anticipation, thinking to himself, all right then, let's take a little look. Inside the trial, a faint laugh could be heard. My sister-in-law, my beautiful sister-in-law, did you bring wine that's a bit too strong? Elisa gently stroked the head of the man before her and called out softly, brother-in-law. Seeing this, a thought flashed in Angus's mind. What is this? He roared in disgust. She's not even trying to resist. How crude and despicable. At that moment, Elisa was smiling suggestively. My sister isn't here today, either. In just a moment, Elisa Adena was eliminated. The orb instantly shattered. The scene shifted to another place. Waran was pinning Corin down. She growled, Stay still. This confused him. Waran, what are you doing? Waran replied. I heard you're getting married soon. Corin asked in shock. And this is your way of congratulating me? Waran suddenly blurted out. Thank goodness. 2 streams of tears suddenly rolled down her cheeks. Waran whispered, This is the north, just like you said, where the wolf packs still roam. We can do it right now. She instinctively leaned closer to Corin, determined to make a baby. On the outside, he was going insane. He roared furiously, How vulgar. Waran is eliminated. Angus turned to Corin and sighed in frustration. In a way, Corin Lock, should I praise you for being so disgusting? The boy asked, confused. Is that a compliment? Angus immediately denied it. No, you bastard. Corin froze. What did I do? Meanwhile, Angus was still gritting his teeth. He thought to himself, girls these days have no decency, no understanding for the one they love. Angus wondered if the last remaining girl could possibly maintain a mature and pure love. The scene began with Isabel's confession. I like Corin, Angus exclaimed in satisfaction. I see. This is a classic forbidden love scenario, harboring feelings for the boy your friend already said she likes. Faced with this scene, Mariette couldn't help but be stunned. Isabel likes Corin too? Seeing this, he made a decision. Although it's classic and has a clear sense of wrongdoing, considering the last girl didn't even hesitate at adultery, I'll edit the script. Just as Mariette turned to leave, Isabel warned her in a stern voice. I'm leaving now. I'm giving you some honest advice. It's best if you give up on Corin Lock. Mariette's face immediately flushed red. Confused, she wondered, what do you mean by that? I like my junior, Corin. Meanwhile, Angus was still engrossed in his decisions to obstruct the girl's love. Perhaps a greater rival is needed. Let's search through Corin Lock's memories. When Mariette wasn't looking, Corin suddenly appeared. Senior Mariette. Seeing him, she beamed with a radiant smile. Corin, is it? Angus immediately spoke in a bewitching tone. Around this time, the one who loves Corin Lock the most is, summon the strongest enemy. Mariette froze for a moment, then asked awkwardly, could you move aside a little? The person in front of her immediately sneered. It was Park Sihu, he cursed with disgust. These bastards never end. Time rewinds to 2,000 years ago, when a god fell in love with a maiden in a dream. Every day she appeared in his dreams, to the point that the god became lovesick, writhing as if afflicted with an illness, an agony beyond description. But after a period that felt like an eternity, he scoured all of heaven, and finally found the young woman. The man rushed toward her, startling the maiden, who instantly transformed into a swan. Amidst a flock of identical swans, the search seemed hopeless, but the god used his divine power to find her. Angus's eyes suddenly flashed red, and he confidently admitted, "That's right, it was I, the great god of love, who seized love for myself, and that story became a myth." Angus glared with hatred. "But you are different. Even if she were a demon, for a mere mortal like you, it would still be impossible." He glanced uncomfortably at Mariette from a distance. Giving up like that was the love of the mortal, Mariette Dunalev. At that moment, as Mariette fled in a panic, she wondered why she was doing this. She vaguely remembered seeing her junior, Corin, on the street with Isabel, though she felt a little bad for Isabel. Back then, Corin had been the one to suggest it. "All right, let's go to the restaurant together." This had caused Seihoo, standing behind them, to become so enraged he let his hands fall to his sides. Mariette fondly recalled that Corin had happily accepted her invitation for a date. "All I wanted was to go on a date with my junior, Corin." Back in reality, she was so frightened she burst into tears. Why? A massive surge of power suddenly shot towards Mariette, terrifying her. An indignant voice immediately rang out after, "I can barely hold the others back. But of course, when it comes to you." She was stunned to realize it was the boy who loved Corin Lock, Park Sihu. He seemed to be going mad as he yelled, "You're a real eyesore, you know that?" Angus thought to himself with satisfaction. In this world, which was built from Corin Lock's memories, he was the strongest one at this moment. Park Sihu decisively cast his spell, Spatial Demonization Triangle, severing the space. Angus was secretly pleased. Meanwhile, Mariette Dunalev had lost all her memories related to Corin Lock. She had yet to awaken as a true vampire. He was absolutely certain Mariette had no chance of winning. Park Sihu asked contemptuously, "And yet you still managed to hold out for this long?" He threatened her. "From now on, I'm going to lock you in this tank and turn you into a blood bag to drain your life force." Park Sihu suddenly burst out laughing. "I'll give you one last chance." Angus's eyes immediately lit up. He suggested, "Give up on Corin Lock and leave the academy." Seihoo spoke the words for him. His eyes were now filled with hatred for Corin Lock's sake. It would be for the best. Hearing this, Mariette couldn't help but panic. She stammered, "What are you talking about?" He replied calmly, "The one Corin Lock will have to face in the future is the strongest of all, Dan Anon." Park Sihu taunted, "If you stay by his side, you'll just be walking to your deaths together." At this, he suddenly let out a sinister laugh. "But I am the strongest mage. Only when I am by his side, becoming Corin Lock's strength, will that be his path to happiness. So, get lost." Hearing this, Mariette immediately hung her head low. She admitted in despair, "You're right. Me and my junior, Corin." But before she could finish, Mariette fell silent once more. A faint smile flashed across her face. "No, it's not my junior, Corin," Mariette then asserted. "It's just Corin." In an instant, she attacked Park Sihu, and a large amount of blood immediately splattered across the floor. In disbelief, he clutched his shoulder. "You bitch." Angus was stunned, wondering, what is this? How is she able to use vampire abilities? Could it be that her memories have returned? Mariette spoke calmly. "Because you said something so ridiculous. I realized that this world is just a fake." As if losing her consciousness, she questioned him in a low, guttural voice. "You're telling me to leave Corin? How could that ever happen?" Mariette affirmed, "I just want Mariette Donald to be happy." At this, she erupted in fury, screaming, "Corin! It was Corin who wanted me to be happy." And just like that, Mariette Dunalev, the complete awakening of a high-ranking vampire, a volley of sharp spears shot out from her. Mariette said in a stern voice, "If I want to be happy, then Corin must be happy too." She declared, "Therefore, the person who can bring Corin the greatest happiness in this world." Mariette's face suddenly flushed red, and she said with a tone full of conviction, "Is not Isabel, nor is it you. It's me." In an instant, the small sphere shattered into pieces. Angus was shocked. "What is this?" Seeing this, Corin asked contemptuously, "Looks like things aren't going your way, huh?" This made him furious. "Shut your mouth, Corin Lock," Angus roared angrily. "This feeling is not love." He kept remembering the sorrowful faces of the three girls. Angus insisted that this was just the obsession of naive young girls. He suddenly lowered his voice. "All right, now I understand." Without any hesitation, Corin used his power to crush the three spheres. In the end, the reason these girls ended up like this. He screamed like a madman. "It's all your fault," Angus said grimly. "This will be the final trial." Corin Lock. In a flash, Corin was transported into the middle of 7 swans. Angus continued arrogantly, This trial is to confirm, just as I once asked myself 1,000 years ago, what true love really is. A trial that will allow me to prove it. Angus sneered contemptuously. I searched for the maiden in my dreams without hesitation, singing a love song for her every night. But can you do the same? At these words, Corin's face immediately darkened. Angus spread his arms wide with arrogance. 150 swans. Hidden among them are the young women who were turned into swans. The time limit is 3 minutes. Find the real ones. Corin unconsciously smiled, seemingly not feeling any fear at all. This made Angus feel that something was wrong. He blurted out, startled. You, he asked suspiciously, what exactly are you planning to do? At that moment, Corin decisively used the Orb of the Death God, separating body and soul. It has no effect on creatures with a strong will. A series of shockwaves erupted continuously, and the scene before them instantly descended into chaos. Corin looked at 3 swans huddled together in a corner and spoke calmly. These 3 swans are them, right? If you look closely, you can see their eye colors are different. Corin frowned in annoyance. I don't need 3 minutes. It didn't even take 1. Now, release them. Angus, standing to the side, chuckled. He challenged arrogantly. I told you to choose the real one. Corin Lock spoke with a cunning tone. You can only choose one. The other 2 who are not chosen will be trapped here in an eternal sleep. He screamed maniacally. Now, overcome the trial of true love. Corin just laughed. You're making a very big misunderstanding. He calmly walked towards him. From the very beginning, I never had the right to choose. Fortunately, they were the ones who chose me. Angus asked in amazement. You mean, even if I couldn't pass this trial? Corin replied, seriously. From the start, I came here with the intention of saving everyone. If someone had to be left behind just because I had to choose one person, he decisively pointed his spear, aiming straight at Angus's chest. Then all I have to do is take you down first. This sight left Angus completely stunned. Angus reminisced. I passed the swan's trial and won her. The story up to that point has been passed down to the world as a myth. However, I could never fully capture her heart in the end, because from the very beginning, she had to turn into a swan to hide. It was because she was afraid of me. Angus watched in despair as the young woman's figure faded away. He was in so much pain that he cried. In the end, she abandoned me, and I spent my nights drinking and singing alone. If only I could have waited patiently without pressuring her. Would the outcome have been different? Back to the present. Angus couldn't help but let out a smile, speaking with satisfaction. Through this trial, I've learned something. Love isn't about possessing someone, it's about respecting them. Angus admitted. That's right, Corin Lock. The correct answer. He extended his hand. I understand now why those girls didn't abandon you. Leave them here and go. Angus quickly flew into the air and proposed. There will be no eternal sleep, and if you safely pass the final trial, I will allow all of you to return together. Corin replied, seriously, I appreciate that, but even if I can't participate in the next trial, I will take them away myself. Hearing this, Angus immediately objected. No, leave those girls to me. He continued. Your final trial will likely be extremely dangerous. The very next second, Corin was restrained. He gritted his teeth in pain as the sun activated against his will. Corin realized with a shock that this wasn't Angus's doing. If there was someone who could activate the sun, Cléome Soleil, even when he didn't want it to, there was only one being capable of that. Just then, high in the sky, a formidable figure suddenly appeared, accompanied by a majestic voice. The final trial will be bestowed by me. Corin was stunned. The king of all gods. He spoke with gravitas. Oh, successor of the sun. A name immediately surfaced in Corin's memory. Nuda-im. The 4 great treasures of the hero's legend. Ahan, Liam, Arangom, Andre, Glorulus. Angus was still bowing before Noda. He said, I will bestow the final trial upon you, O successor of the sun, the owner of Cléome Soleil, king of the gods, Noda Elam. Corin frowned with worry. So, in the end, it really was Noda. The first trial was completely unpredictable. That's why he had prepared the head of the monster Mata from the Seihoo white tribe, and also to lure out Dagda, the one who issued the trial, so he would appear easily. But unexpectedly, a strange being named Jaknis appeared instead. In contrast, the final trial was predictable. Corin was wielding the sun, Cléome Soleil, because Noda was the original owner of Cléome Soleil. But even if he could predict it, the preparations he could make were limited. In the game, it was impossible to obtain the sun. However, the final trial always had to be overcome with raw power. To prepare for that, Corin had brought the 3 strongest people he could summon. However, Corin raised his middle finger at the image of Angus and said, "The more I think about it, the more pissed off I get." Noda frowned in annoyance and asked him, "Don't get distracted. Where are you looking? The trial has already begun." SSS-Rank had appeared behind Corin at some point and was preparing a fatal attack. He quickly dodged just before the terrifying sword came down on his head. Noda said, "Long ago, the first race born on this land was the Giants." He continued, "The second was the race of gods, the Danon, like myself." Noda concluded. "The third were the children of darkness and night, the demon race. And the fourth is what you call humankind." Noda gave a reminder. "Among them, the one you must defeat is the great warrior SSS-Rank, a member of the demon race." He let out a loud roar. Noda spoke casually as he watched Corin and SSS-Rank fight. "This is the plain of Mag Twyard, the place where I defeated the great warrior SSS-Rank, and also the place where I lost my arm." He held up one hand and continued, "If you brought Clyome Solis here, then of course your target must be my left arm." He looked at his arm thoughtfully and said, "Because this is the key to controlling the sun perfectly. Now, face the great warrior SSS-Rank and feel true helplessness." With those words, the two figures began to accelerate, charging forward. Corin, with a serious expression, rushed to attack SSS-Rank. Noda's deep, hoarse voice echoed, "Goi Den." SSS-Rank swung his sword horizontally. Corin nimbly jumped to dodge the blow. The trials in Mill were originally tests from the gods designed to help players grow. The gods created these stages based on their own past experiences, bestowing lessons upon the players. Normally, a player could never possess the sun, so Noda's trial was appearing for the first time. But considering the world's lore, one could guess the true intention behind the trial he had given. Corin was having such a hard time fighting SSS-Rank that he thought, "What is this monstrous power?" The great warrior SSS-Rank was powerful in a purely physical way, as he was the demon warrior who had once severed Noda's arm. Perhaps what Noda wanted to test in this trial was the strength Corin had accumulated up to this point. Moreover, strength wasn't just about raw power. He waved his hand, using overlapping rune magic, Kenaz, Hagalas, Soilo, and Ansus. Corin dashed past him, simultaneously placing seals all over SSS-Rank's body. In terms of speed, he was clearly superior. SSS-Rank's body was now burning fiercely behind Corin. He looked satisfied. A chain combo of rune magic, inscribed at high speed after countless training sessions. This was high-level, fire-based rune magic. He won't be able to escape that easily, Corin thought, but he was shocked when he turned back to check. SSS-Rank was completely unharmed, still charging forward, thirsting for battle with his massive sword. He could only curse, "Damn it, he's perfectly fine." But his attack patterns were too simplistic. Then, Corin leaped high into the air with his spear. He used the skill Vicious Serpent's Carnage. Corin thrust the tip of his spear into SSS-Rank's body decisively and powerfully. Surprisingly, the spear only pierced his skin slightly, doing no real damage, making him exclaim internally, "What a monster! Did he just block the spear with his muscles?" Corin landed, sliding back a fair distance, his face strained as he cursed internally, "Damn it! The rune magic was useless, and on top of that, my spear got blocked." In the past, Corin would have panicked, but now, he knew more than just how to dodge. From the very beginning, Corin had been using runes in battle precisely to prepare for this. He recalled Aaron's words. This training was to extend his time using the sun, even if only by a few seconds. Corin asked, "Can I control the sun all by myself now?" She replied that in Chris's secret realm, there were magic runes that had been carved days in advance. Even in Nazri, it was only possible thanks to the runes his master had spent 300 years carving. Corin bowed his head slightly and said, "The only reason I can still use the sun is because this place, this dark paradise, is overflowing with magic." Aaron smiled and immediately countered, "That's not it. Try to remember. I saw it very clearly through Errol's own eyes." Aaron continued, "To protect everyone, you once wielded the sun using your own strength." At that moment, his hair began to turn white. Those words helped awaken his power. The power within Corin exploded, causing his appearance to transform. With a triumphant smirk, Corin raised the radiant sphere in his hand and shouted, "Claris, activate. Claws Solus. Gather the sun." Then, he aimed his hand forward, preparing to unleash a terrifying amount of power. Suddenly, both Corin's power and his transformed appearance vanished. He returned to his original state. The big question was, had the sun disappeared? Had his activation time run out? No, not yet. Besides me, the only other person who can control the sun is. Corin realized something and turned around. Could it be? He looked up and saw Noda manifesting a small, mysterious sphere in his hand. It was Naoda-E's doing. He looked down with contempt and said, "I told you, didn't I? Don't get distracted." Once again, Sang attacked him from behind. The great warrior obeyed only one thing, the destiny he had once fulfilled in the past, to sever his opponent's arm. The severed arm flew through the air. Corin lay on the ground, clutching his severed shoulder in agony as blood gushed out relentlessly. Without hesitation, he thought, "I have to stop the bleeding." "Kenna," Noda said, watching him prepare to treat the injury. "Planning to cauterize the wound to stop the bleeding? A pity. The sun won't allow that." With that, he raised the sphere in his hand. Corin, in immense pain, struggled to his feet and retorted, "You planned this from the very beginning, didn't you?" Noda replied with a stone-cold expression. "The golden throne of the God King of Danon has been passed down through generations. Only those with a perfect body can inherit it. Not a single wound is permitted. I lost an arm to the great warrior Sang, and as a result, I had to relinquish the title of God King." He thought of the celestial realm, but I was content, because I had defeated the entire demon tribe and ushered in the age of the gods. Even though I had to leave the throne, my heart was at peace. He continued, "Then, you Black Goi ended the age of gods, reducing all my accomplishments and ambitions to nothing." At this, he clenched his fist in resentment. "Aaron Danua, the Danon of Justice, this trial began because she sent you here. Most of the gods here follow the Danon of Justice, but not all of them." Corin realized something from Noda's words. As Noda raised his hand to unleash his power, he answered him. "That's right. I resent the current era that you Black Goi created." Noda materialized a long sword, the Sword of the Sun, Klazalas. He said in a deep voice, getting into a fighting stance, "I, Noda, not only despise the filthy demon tribe," Corin could only listen in agony, as he mocked him, "but I also despise weak Black Goi like you." Noda's hair suddenly erupted into flames of authority, a tribute to the final, true Danon. Tes Banzat. He glared at Corin with a resentful face. "I await his era. A Danon is a concept personified into an existence. Aranua represents justice, while Engus represents love. He, Noda, is the Danon of sovereignty, like the sun that illuminates all creatures. He had earned the reverence of all Danon and held the throne of the gods for a very long time, until he faced the great warrior of the demon tribe, Streng, until his left arm was no longer whole. According to the ancient laws of the Danon, only those with a perfect body could become king. And so, Noda Ajetlam was forced to abdicate, but he had no lingering feelings for either his left arm or the throne. From the war with the Titans to the war with the demons, the Danon had survived every conflict because he himself had saved this world. Noda Ajetlam thought for a moment, then gritted his teeth and said, "If there's one thing I still regret," he suddenly raised his voice, "it's you, Black Goi. It's that I couldn't eradicate you with my own two hands." Noda Ajetlam's face twisted with resentment. "I gave you, Black Goi, the flame that sparked your civilization. Yet you used that very flame to forge your sins and betray the gods." He continued his furious tirade. "Even though the pure Danon were betrayed by you, they still wished to guide this land on the right path, and left behind the Danon of justice." Noda Ajetlam grew increasingly enraged. But was that truly the right thing to do? Corin, sensing the situation was dire, hastily dodged an attack. Everything happening was beyond his imagination. "I'm losing too much blood. If this keeps up, I'm going to die." Corin immediately stopped to confront him. "Because the Black Goi are the ancestors of humanity. I understand your resentment, but," he said as he rushed forward to face Noda Ajetlam head-on, "we humans are different from the Black Goi." Corin quickly used the 5-point serpent fire from a distance and immediately insisted, "We're completely different." He swiftly blocked his opponent's attack. Then, Noda Ajetlam calmly stated, "You're not different at all." The moment the words left his lips, he launched a counterattack. Noda Ajetlam continued, "In the name of your race, your religion, your ideology, and even for gold and silver, you endlessly slaughter one another and ravage this land." He glanced at Corin. "Eventually, this world will become a hell far more terrible than the era when the Titans ruled." Noda Ajetlam raised his weapon high. "Before that happens, I must bring peace to this world once more," he declared with absolute conviction. Through absolute power. Noda Ajetlam ruthlessly struck Corin with a fatal blow. With helpless eyes, Corin stared blankly at the flames. I still remember it clearly. Corin began to recall the flood at the Rhodian River. Back then, tens of thousands of cries for help echoed around him. "Please save me. Help." 100,000 people were being slaughtered by Park Sihu, and every voice was laced with panic. "Please, save me. Help. Somebody." And the image of himself back then, powerless, able to do nothing but watch. Corin's mind was still reeling. I still remember it clearly. He then recalled another scene he had once witnessed. Those sounds echoed relentlessly in his head. Save me. His opponent staggered forward, pleading, I don't want to die. And those were the screams of his friends, begging for their lives as they knelt before him. As soon as the memory ended, the present scene was already engulfed in a sea of flames. Suddenly, Corin remembered a cold winter day. Sir Corin. Back then, Miriam Elizabeth Elrat had gently placed her hand on his cheek and whispered, You are my destiny. She gave a pained smile and continued, even though I realized it far too late. As soon as she finished speaking, Miriam Elizabeth Elrat vanished into the void. Remembering that scene, Corin clenched his fists. All those people died because I was useless. He began to regain his courage and fought back. Seeing Corin suddenly rally surprised Noda, he used every ounce of his strength to block the man's attack. I can't die in a place like this. Seeing his opponent was still so stubborn, Noda Elam gritted his teeth and asked, You still refuse to give up? Corin began to regain his strength and stood up. If I give up, then what will happen to all the people living on this earth? He spoke with firm resolve as he advanced to engage in battle. There was still too much left unfinished to die here. Hearing this, the man fell silent for a moment. Soon after, Noda spoke up. When the Danan of Justice sent you here, I witnessed all of your memories, he explained. After Sai, Tate Vantaza, original rival, was killed, I understood why a talentless person like you became his new opponent. Noda Ajetlam continued grimly. Compared to Sai, you've certainly had more unique experiences. But then his voice suddenly boomed, even when compared to that Park Sihu, who couldn't even beat Bantaz. Immediately after, Noda Ajetlam raised his weapon and declared, You are still too weak. This was the final stage, where the power of the sun reached its absolute limit, transcending mere concentration and execution. It was the sunlight itself, compressed and condensed into the left arm, Eam. He looked at Corin's weakened state and smirked slightly. Give up, even now, you weakling. This is the last mercy I can offer you. Hearing this, he smiled and murmured, That's right. I am weak. Corin's voice blended in with the other noises. But even if I possessed immense power, I would never use it to create a perfect world. He used the last of his willpower to step forward. All I want, Corin roared with all his desire, is a free world, where ordinary people can live their lives in their own way. Noda Alam, now having nearly lost his composure, bellowed, If you still refuse to give up, I will strike you down. Summoning his light, he continued to fight without a second's hesitation. If you can, then try it. The two forces collided, and the surrounding space was thrown into chaos. Sensing Corin's power, the man couldn't help but frown. How can you still resist with that tattered body? He looked Noda Alam in the eye. Because I don't rely solely on my own strength. The precepts reflect my actions and thoughts, as well as the actions and thoughts of my enemies. The first precept is duty. Corin will never ignore the misfortune of the innocent. It was originally just a rule I engraved upon myself to become stronger, but in his first life, he couldn't see them. Yet those images continued to appear in Corin's memories. He had witnessed new faces of humanity. He had heard words he'd never heard before. That voice continued to echo. Please, do it. Oh, hero. This power is the strength that the people Corin protected have bestowed upon him. It was a power that Noda Elam could never feel. Corin added, Once you chose to side with Test, the precepts could do nothing but grant me strength. As soon as he finished speaking, he quickly activated the core of Duke Sabazia. Corin thought of something and smiled faintly. Because I swore an oath. He roared at the same time, I will never ignore the misfortune of the innocent, then quickly unleashed the core of Duke Sabatia. Corin lunged forward and struck decisively. This world, his power had now reached its peak. When everything came to a halt, Corin still affirmed, I will save it. A moment later, he felt as if his leg had given out, and then it immediately disintegrated, turning to dust and blending in with the surrounding smoke. The scene suddenly became strangely silent. Noda Ajetlam's gaze turned towards the sun, and for a moment, he was speechless. He tilted his head slightly to look at Corin and wondered, Save it, huh? A moment later, the bright sky was suddenly torn open, revealing a deep darkness within. Noda Alam lowered his head to look at the arm before him. He slowly bent down and picked it up. Noda requested that Damke heal him. He quickly heard a reply. Yes, Damke, of the Danan of Medicine. I obey, Noda Elam said seriously. But, my beliefs will not change. This world can only maintain balance through absolute power, he mused. Besides, in your current state, you could never defeat Bantaz. But then, Noda Ajetlam remembered. Until that fateful day comes. How many people will you save, and how much power will you gain? He walked away, muttering to himself. I'm starting to find this interesting, Noda Ejetlam silently affirmed. You have passed the test. He began to place his faith in him. Struggle, and prove your will, Corin. After a while, Kay saw Corin open his eyes and asked, You're awake? He began to explain. Your body was pushed far beyond its limits. That kid, Aaron, must have been worried sick. Corin suddenly jolted awake from a daze. Where am I? He felt a slight throb in his head and rubbed it. I clearly remember. I was cut down. But Noda, the one who sided with Test, he let me live? While Corin was trying to figure things out, Dai Amamke suddenly spoke. The Fairy King said he would watch the outcome, he relayed. His Majesty told me to convey that you have passed the trial. Suddenly, the system rang out with an announcement. Epic Grade Arm. Elam. This is a divine weapon, forged together by the Damke of Medicine and the Danon of the Forge. It was later perfected into a complete arm by Miaha, son of the Damke. It is the only instrument capable of containing infinite power and is also an indestructible armor that will never shatter. It can absorb limitless power when equipped with Sun Clausolas. Magic power will increase by 200%. The system has no authority over it. In the game, this was the Hiran piece used by OH Press, Tate Vantaza, strongest subordinate. No, it's not even an ordinary Hiran piece, because there was originally no way for a player to obtain this Ejet Lamb. The price was worth it, it seems. At least he managed to stop OHBR from getting stronger. And who knows, maybe he'll even be able to fully comprehend the sun himself. In a cheerful mood, Corin made his request. Please, return the friends who fought alongside me. Diam K replied, It's still too early for that. Hearing this, he suddenly froze. In Mammon, depending on what items you carry, the system will guide you to a different god. Conversely, in the game, there's never been a case of someone meeting all the gods. Naturally, players were originally only allowed to choose a single treasure. But a situation like this, he had never seen it before, not in the game or in his previous life, Da said with a laugh. Even if he leaves the throne, he is still the eternal son, the one acknowledged by the Fairy King, and with your endorsement, he has been acknowledged by all of us. Therefore, we've also decided to grant you a reward. Diam K suddenly remembered something and said so, while Engus mentioned he had to personally reward the 3 young ladies and disappeared. Corin replied, Yes, sir. Manon suddenly spoke up. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Manon Marley, the Danon of the sea. Among the Danons, I am the wealthiest, possessing countless treasures. That's right, Manon is also the master of this treasure island, Mammon. She continued, To the hero who overcame the king's trial, I will bestow upon you a treasure that I hold most dear. He stared, stunned, at the 3 orbs before him. Not just 1, but 3 treasures? While Corin was lost in thought, a voice suddenly rang out. Noda acknowledged you as well? That's unexpected. The master left Tesban Thazat, the strongest Dan in history, in the human world. Lulavada said softly, I have given everything to Tet, so I have nothing left to grant you, except for one thing. He said, If you one day defeat my successor, then the relic he leaves behind, I will give to you. In the original game, even after defeating the final boss, you couldn't get those treasures back. Specifically, Lavada's treasure belonged to Banzard from the very beginning, so it was impossible to obtain. He asked in shock, But you were originally an ally of Bantat. Why go this far? Lavada cut him off. Don't misunderstand, kid. He frowned. You are the successor chosen by Aranua, the Dan of Justice. And now, you are also the one who has inherited the power of the sun. The fight between you and Tet is a battle of honor between warriors. From this moment on, we will not side with anyone. Lavada continued slowly, and then, regardless of which side wins, our wish will surely be fulfilled. After he uttered those cryptic words, at that same moment, the system's voice rang out. Legendary grade, Kadars. This is Kadars the Red Spear, one of Mon and Marley's twin spears. Legendary grade, Baragong's Seething Venom. This poison was extracted from the snake venom inside the heart of Aga, who was killed by Diam K for his blasphemy. Legendary grade, Usna. This is the stringed instrument of the god King Da. It is the legendary harp that once struck down 9 giants. Trust in it and play. He had now received 4 treasures, including Eam. They continued to discuss among themselves. But is this really enough for Aaron's gift? Maybe we should prepare something more to send. There's no need for that. Next time he brings a few grandchildren, I can give them something then. Sooner or later, he's bound to have a few. That's enough. A few weeks later, a voice rang out at the Corin Guardian's office. Elisa received the red horse of Neptar. Mariette Dunilev listened intently. And you, senpai, you received Matcha's curse, right? Then she replied, yeah. I don't get how we failed the trial but still got a reward, she wondered aloud. Failed the trial? I don't remember a thing, Elisa said through gritted teeth. Huh? When did I even participate in a trial? Warren said helplessly. Do it over. How can something so ridiculous happen? Suddenly, someone flashed a wicked smile. 3 people vying for the heart of one man. What beautiful affection. The other party sneered. May the love of all the young maidens bear fruit together. Then I shall grant gifts to all of you. That smile is so unsettling. Right at that moment, Corin quietly spoke up. But, senpai, he said shyly, I still have to write the mission completion report for the association. Mariette Dunilev told him he could write it later. She added, you can rest for a bit. This time, Corin worked so hard all by himself, and we couldn't help at all. Hearing that, he agreed. All right then. Corin's mind began to drift. So soft. Just for a little while. But before long, a cat suddenly appeared, startling him. Corin said softly, Nabi, you're here? Come here. This little one is a cat that's been hanging around the Wian's office lately. He picked it up and asked, Senpai, are there any leftover fish in the kitchen? This one loves fish. Weirdly enough, it especially likes braised mackerel. Mariette Dunilev frowned and mumbled, braised mackerel? She suddenly remembered something, and her eyes darkened. Corin. Mariette Dunilev immediately asked him directly, do you know what treasure Warren got from Maman? He replied, Warren wouldn't tell me. Hearing that, she let out an oh. So that's how it is. Mariette Dunilev glared menacingly at the cat. Nabi, wanna come play with me? It might be stating the obvious, but the academic atmosphere at MK3 was incredibly relaxed. Compared to a modern university, far fewer credits were required for completion, and even those few classes could be replaced with missions from the Guardian Association. As a result, the students, full of youthful energy, were all eager to get out and do fieldwork, and that was no different for Corin Lock. After the training session ended, Ron Waski approached him. Master, I've taken care of things over here. He raised an eyebrow. That fast? Your swordsmanship and aura are improving day by day, he said. Truly extraordinary. The demonic sword he received from Manan. Legendary. The Great Wrath. Moranch, a legendary grade Hiran beast from the hero Ahan's legend. A demonic sword of destruction specializing in wide area skills, just like how he had obtained a treasure on Maman Treasure Island. A few other members, including Ron Waski, had also successfully received treasures from Maman. Thanks to that, Corin completed countless missions issued by the Guardian Association, one after another. He said with a smile, You've probably almost met the requirements for a promotion. Cranel Luden asked, puzzled. You mean the Guardian rank? Being promoted to rank 1 less than 2 months after being established. Isn't that a legendary record? Corin added, It's also thanks to the Wyvern that Mariette Dunilev has been helping with. Since we can travel anywhere quickly, our schedules are always cut short by at least 2 days. He mused. Good. It seems everyone is doing very well. I haven't seen Jeroman Loser around lately, have you? He asked. He replied, That kid's busy. Jeroman Loser had been gone all day since yesterday. Perhaps it's time. Meanwhile, he was currently pleading with Anne. Your Excellency, the Bishop. He chuckled and said, Jeroman Loser, I hear you've recently joined the promising Wians. The other man quickly replied, Yes, thanks to that, finding the information you requested has become much easier. Suddenly, Jeroman Loser stammered and dropped to his knees. But, Your Excellency, he said, while carrying out my mission, I found the Dark Magician's laboratory. Jeroman Loser recounted, Your Excellency's letter was there too. He looked up and asked, Is it true? About kidnapping and sacrificing the children? Hearing this, Anne seemed to lose all patience. Brother, this is such a nuisance. He lowered his voice. On the path of serving God, sometimes one must walk through mud. Jeroman Loser stammered. But, this is, and cut him off. Remember the days when we hunted witches. Even though some innocents were sacrificed, hundreds of witches were purged because of it. Right? The great path is harsh and full of pain. Even God will understand their sacrifice. Hearing this, his mind was thrown into turmoil. I understand. As soon as the words left his mouth, Jeroman Loser bolted out the gate, and then muttered in fury, That meddling brat. When this is over, I'll deal with him. He planned to ascend the extraordinary Yaksha to cause a great massacre, had failed. Everything had fallen apart. Even the Crusader strike team, which was meant to provoke a war, had vanished. The public opinion campaign intended to turn the demon race into the enemy has also completely failed. Furthermore, in the process, 2 of the 7 factions of the Mage Tower were destroyed. He had nowhere to vent his anger and shouted, to be completely overwhelmed by that Eastern mage. The rage inside Anne began to swell, and his mind gradually grew dark. However, even failures can be given value. Isn't that the will of God? Just then, Sakari's voice rang out. Saintess, how is the plan to transport the prisoners progressing? Estelle replied, everything is going smoothly. They will be transported with the Holy Knights. She added, the notorious A-rank heretics have all been captured. He agreed, saying, truly an arrogant and cursed bunch, and then added, they must be tried here in the Holy Land. Estelle mentioned, Morisuda of the Mage Tower, the formation magician Kang Hyun, and even the church's Crusader strike team. She explained, because there are so many prisoners, we have to travel by land, so it will take a little more time to arrive. Sakari suddenly remembered something and asked, by the way, Saintess, about that white ceremonial attire. Hearing this, Estelle smiled faintly. Suddenly, she saw a familiar figure. Estelle immediately looked in that direction. When she saw the person's face clearly, she instantly recognized Miriam Elizabeth Elrat. At the same time, elsewhere, the MKA's prisoner transport was underway. The procession headed towards the Holy Land to judge the heretics. The journey, blessed by the Saintess's grace, had begun. Although it's unbecoming for the Saintess herself to appear just to transport prisoners, because so many important figures are gathered here, we have made full preparations to prevent any escapes. Estelle clasped her hands in prayer, having anticipated this to some extent. Suddenly, from outside, people shouted, ambush! Protect the Saintess! She thought to herself. The Mage Tower. Ever since they tried to kidnap Lady Dionoref, I thought they were going too far, and now they intend to make an enemy of me as well? Do they think they have some solid backing, or are they just being reckless? Estelle muttered. Is the pressure from my prayers a bit lacking? Well, I suppose. With this many people, it's natural for the effectiveness to decrease. Suddenly, a voice from outside called in, Saintess, get back. It's too dangerous here. The person stepped inside and was stunned by the sight before them. What? It was completely silent inside. Kanryun saw the newcomer and spoke up. Well, look who it is. Morisutan scoffed. Coming to unshackle us yourself. Are you insane? He watched her step inside, his voice growing deeper. Saintess, he began to unleash his power. I never expected someone called a Saintess to be this naive. Morisutan continued. Don't you know that the moment you opened the prison, the magic restraints on our bodies also vanished? Their powers quickly combined, creating a thick cloud of smoke. He coughed lightly. Is this all the so-called Saintess has? Kanryun rubbed the back of his neck and said, my whole body is sore. I think I'll need to go east to recuperate. Estelle suddenly spoke. Why would you commit the great sin of escaping prison instead of following proper procedure? Hearing this, Morris froze. Impossible, he thought. This cursed flame, it only goes out when it is burned down to the very bone marrow. She walked forward slowly. Let us repent, Estelle continued. God shelters me, so armies with swords and spears cannot harm me. The Saintess's prayer invoked a divine miracle. She softened her voice. I shall not be harmed. The Lord will protect me from soldiers, iron chariots, and fierce beasts. Witnessing this for the first time, Morris was terrified. What the hell is this? You crazy bitch, stay back. Estelle smiled mysteriously. Therefore, if you wish it, please, Lord, watch over and protect your child. O Lord, she raised her voice. Take up an iron rod and shatter the armies. Estelle added, as a potter smashes a clay jar, so too shall you crush your enemies. That is the path to becoming invincible. The scene opens with a sea of fire, everything engulfed. Rin shouted, I'll handle this. The Saintess has vanished. Find her, now. A subordinate glanced back and replied, yes, sir. He fought while yelling out orders. There's no end to them. Hold the line. We must protect the Saintess. Rin's eyes narrowed with fierce determination. That person followed behind Estelle and yelled, Saintess, so you were here? He emphasized the tragic scene. The mage's power is nothing to scoff at. She gave a faint smile and turned her head to ask, what's the casualty situation? Jolin shouted. Thanks to the Saintess's protection, there are no fatalities yet, but the number of injured is growing. If this keeps up, I'm afraid we'll be annihilated. After listening, Estelle concluded, there's no other way. They are major criminals. I will execute them on the spot. Leave the rest and retreat. Rin began to hesitate. But, he insisted, It's too early to retreat now. Elder Moran dedicated his entire life to Chimera research. It's very possible this body is just a fake. She seemed to realize something and stopped in her tracks. Wait. Estelle frowned and questioned. Who are you? I've never seen your face among the escorts before. Seeing that the situation was bad, his expression turned dangerous, and he cursed. Damn it! So, the Grand Mage disguised as a believer is acting strangely now. Is he? Aaron laughed maniacally. He's made a mistake. She was startled by that source of light. What? Edrin began to use magic, his tone questioning. Did you say retreat? That's impossible. A massive surge of magical energy unconsciously enveloped the area. In just a moment, word of the incident had spread everywhere. A vendor's cry rang out. Extra! Extra! The Saintess has been kidnapped. The royal family and the church have joined forces to rescue the Saintess. Following this, the Guardians Association has summoned 7 elite Guardian teams. Over here are the Lao Fa Nan Corin Guardians. Look at that ship. Why is it covered in all that merchandise? You couldn't even fire a cannon from that thing. En approached and said, Captain, it looks like that's them. He looked contemptuously at the approaching group. Since when did you start bringing kids into something this important? Suddenly, someone bowed respectfully to Corin, Team Leader Corin and Vice Leader Mariette Dunilev of the Corin Guardians. Please come this way. Congratulations on your promotion to the elite Wians. He was astonished. What? He shouted. The same elite rank as us? 2 people exclaimed in unison, utterly shocked. Those brats? It was indeed surprising. Among them were Mariette Dunilev, Waran, and Elisa Adena. Corin Lockins is connected to the Waski mercenary group and the Ahan family, who possess overwhelming power. However, to become a top-tier Wian requires going through incredibly complex and lengthy procedures. But because the association is in a hurry, they immediately promoted us those whose recent achievements have skyrocketed. This is also why they've been making us frantically take on missions. And now, with the campaign to subjugate the Magic Tower about to begin, the president of the Wians Association announces, to all of humanity, the Magic Tower has kidnapped the Saintess. To rescue her, our association branch has dispatched the 7 elite Wian teams present here today. They must be brought into the ranks of the elite Wians. Pian spoke up, annoyed. Hey, all that aside, I trust a worthy reward has been prepared for us, right? Red BR Hood added, we're not a charity. Understanding them, the man raised his voice. Of course, the Wians Association president explained. Regarding this event, the kingdom has promised a great reward for the heroes participating in the campaign to subjugate the Magic Tower. He emphasized, for those who participate in this campaign, to subjugate the Magic Tower, unlimited looting will be permitted. Whether it's material resources or human resources, everything is allowed. Hearing this, the crowd below grew excited. Excellent. That means we can take all the assets and magical artifacts from the Magic Tower, right? Someone burst out laughing. Doesn't that mean we can turn the mages into slaves? So, do the riffraff get counted in too? Laxo angrily made it clear. If you dare eye our share, you're dead. The rookie, Marie S., called out from behind. Corin. He raised a hand to stop her. Please, be patient, senior. He turned away, his tone dismissive. This bunch is no different from a club. They don't have the air of elites. Even before landing, the fight for the rewards had already begun. Others chimed in. Honestly, in a situation like this, we should be thanking the Magic Tower. They're the ones who kidnapped the Saintess, aren't they? The others probably think the exact same way. Not a single one of them truly wants to save the Saintess. They're all just blinded by their own interests. She cursed indignantly. Those bastards. They don't give a damn about the Saintess. Corin, are you okay? This is the true nature of the elite Wians. Corin spoke reassuringly. I'm fine. For now, let's just focus on our own business. Don't pay any mind to their pathetic provocations. At this rate, they're all going to die anyway. The main storyline of the hero's legend, Ahan. The campaign to subjugate the Magic Tower. The Gangchan archipelago consists of dozens of small islands and one massive main island. To reach the main island where the Magic Tower is located, one must conquer dozens of smaller islands in succession. But the Magic Tower was well prepared, making it impossible for most of the hastily assembled elites to even make landfall. The vanguard was completely wiped out, and in the main force, a total of 60% of the elite Wians lost their lives. In the previous timeline, this campaign was clearly the worst tragedy in Wian history. Elder Brain spoke with smug excitement. You damned Wians, you'll all become fish food. He observed the ship's speed and announced, 500 meters, 400 meters, The look of bliss on Elderbrain's face grew more pronounced. 300 meters. Suddenly, he froze as a surge of power erupted. High in the sky, bolts of lightning began to strike down. The ship rocked violently with them. Nishai reported, "Captain, the magic tower mages have appeared on the coast. It looks like it's their trap." Hearing this, Laxo cursed angrily. "Those damn magic tower bastards. At this rate, we'll all be wiped out." On the other side, Elder Brain watched the terrifying natural phenomenon in astonishment. "What is this?" Elder Brain was bewildered. "We haven't even done anything yet." On the other side, his face also twisted in frustration. A slender hand began to strum across strings. Corin stood at the prow of the ship and shouted, "Mountain!" He began to sing manically. "Rock! Rock on! Where do you think you're going?" The melody grew more and more frantic. He stomped his feet, stomped again, and then leaped into the air. The system window immediately displayed, "Legendary Grade, WW. This is the stringed instrument of the Divine King, Dagda, a legendary harp that once slew 9 giants. Trust in it. The sound it produces will transmit magical power throughout the entire area. It will fly anywhere at its master's call. When using the harp to attack giants, it deals an additional 1200% damage. The magical effect of Ne changes depending on the genre of music played. In the case of rock music." Corin hurriedly tried to stop them. "Where do you think you can escape?" A mechanical voice warned, "Natural disaster effect." Laxo was stunned. In a situation like this, what more is he planning to do? That madman. Beneath the sea, violent waves began to shoot upwards. Corin's face was a mask of crazed excitement as he plucked the strings. Suddenly, Ron Waski screamed, "Was even this part of your plan, Master?" Abruptly, the sound of ships colliding rang out, the violent noise echoing through the dark space. He thought to himself, "A tragedy, where 60% of the forces die. Is it supposed to happen the moment we set foot on the island?" People were helping each other out of the water. If that's the case, Corin looked up and thought, "It's better to die by my hand." With blazing eyes, he continued to roar, "The show isn't over yet. Twinkle, twinkle, little star." He thought to himself, "I will be the one to crush the entire fleet in the middle of the open sea." At the same time, magnificent rays of light descended from the sky. The scene shifts to the Royal Army's command headquarters. The president of the God Association slammed his fist on the table, gritting his teeth in fury. "Those damn magic tower bastards. I can't believe they could unleash a grand magic that manipulates nature itself." This was supposed to be a large-scale landing operation with over 50 warships mobilized. But to their surprise, they were repelled, unable to even approach the coast. He calmly asked, "Damage report?" Nis reported, 13 warships have sunk. Several others are heavily damaged, their hulls critically breached, and are practically irreparable. Damn it, it must have been a total massacre. His voice was hesitant. About that, Nis stressed, not a single person died. There were only a few minor injuries from the wreckage. The president of the Wien's Association was stunned. "What kind of nonsense are you spouting? Half the fleet is destroyed, and not a single person is dead?" Meanwhile, small rafts were bringing people to shore, each person's face etched with exhaustion and struggle. Ron Waski seethed. "Damn it. Those bastards from the Magic Tower." But thankfully, Corin Lockins had brought plenty of lifeboats. "No," Lasso replied, looking up at the sky with gleaming eyes. "What saved us?" Lasso's tone was firm. "Was music. The music suppressed the entire storm," an enthusiastic Corin replied. "Of course, music isn't meant for killing. It's meant to save lives." He was being hailed by everyone as their little star, Corin Lockins. Corin extended his hand to the man. "Take my hand." He recalled that in the original story, these elite warriors never even got a chance to show what they could do. Corin looked at everyone. They had all worked so hard to become Wian's elites. They were just momentarily blinded by greed and failed to grasp the situation. He told himself that he couldn't just let them die. Everyone believed the natural disaster was caused by the Magic Tower. Overcome with emotion, Lasso hugged Corin tightly, believing that his song was what had stopped the disaster. "Looks like this time, I managed to save the ones I couldn't in the previous timeline." He smiled happily. "If I could, I would have wished for the Magic Tower subjugation to never happen. But maybe this whole scenario is a necessary evil." Corin silently analyzed the main storyline. The Magic Tower subjugation was a pivotal event for all of humanity in this world, revealing the true nature of the Magic Tower. His thoughts continued. Even those who had once aspired to join the Magic Tower had now seen their true colors. People read the newspapers and were moved to tears. If those bastards from the Magic Tower get away with kidnapping the Saintess, our future is doomed. If the whole world knew the inside story between the Magic Tower and the Bantaz generation, it would be much easier for Corin to gather forces later on. However, failing to prevent the Saintess's kidnapping was unavoidable. Someone wept in sorrow. What I'm more worried about is whether the Saintess is still alive. Corin understood. The Saintess was deeply loved by the people, so this incident would only further ignite the anti-Magic Tower movement. So there's no need to worry. He remembered how she had once sharply reminded someone, "I told you to bring the red wine." Estelle was currently imprisoned in the Magic Tower, but according to the script, she was safe for now. He glanced at the radiant face in front of him. Just like these people. Corin continued to play his instrument with conviction in his heart. I will be the one to save them all. His face showed clear confidence. The scene shifts to a gloomy place. Drops of blood fall to the floor. Estelle was bewildered. How could this happen? Dunsky replied coldly. What? Did you think a Saintess was immune to injury? Rin approached from behind and said, Dunsky, aren't you that wanted criminal who terrorizes the entire continent? The man replied nonchalantly, It's an honor to be recognized. Then Dunsky asked, Do you know what that is? Estelle's voice was frantic. Wait, she screamed in astonishment. The Holy Grail. Why is something like that in the hands of a terrorist like you? He gave a sinister smirk. The Holy Grail, huh? Ah, yes, that's what people call it. Inan grabbed her arm. Enough chatting. I'm going to pour the holy blood into the cup. Estelle was horrified. What? She began to struggle. Stop. Stop it. What are you trying to do? He said softly. Holy blood has many uses. For example, his eyes lit up sinisterly. It could resurrect the giants who disappeared in ancient times. Meanwhile, seagulls flew gently over the sea as people began to cheer. The thunder and the waves. What was all that? They cheered, It must be Elder Brain. Such an incredible grand magic. Hearing this, Elder Brain was confused. But I wasn't the one who did it. The scene shifts to the association's situation room. On the screen, Aaron Danua's voice could be heard. Waves like that. They can't possibly be natural, can they? We must operate under the assumption that the Magic Tower can manipulate both the sky and the sea, someone shouted to Chairwoman Danua. But we can't give up, can we? She replied. Of course I'm not saying we should. If a grand magic spell is causing the waves and thunder, there must be a hidden magic circle. We just need to destroy it, Aaron Danua said with a smile. Isn't that right, Clara? Clara reported, Yes. I saw a similar spell before, during the Man-Ah Revolution. Well, if the Master of Spatial Magic says so, it must be true. Josephine is a figure recorded in the history books, so no one doubts her. Josephine thought to herself, Student Corin actually thought of faking a natural disaster. Of course, that was a complete lie. The others hesitated before chiming in. But we can't make a landing right now. So how are we supposed to destroy the magic circle? Who would join such a dangerous operation? Suddenly, she cut them off. I have a plan. Someone gasped in surprise. Aaron Danua emphasized, a plan to destroy the magic circle with a small team. Scene change. Corin refused. Something like that is impossible. He asserted. We will go to the magic tower together to rescue the Saintess. Warren added. A large-scale invasion would only lead to more needless sacrifices. Marriott excitedly slapped her palm. So, that's why you faked a natural disaster, she complained. That noisy piece of music. I'm sick of just thinking about it. Corin's heart pounded. Afraid of being found out. Josephine, adjusting her glasses, reminded him, and to pull it off, you're deceiving the entire royal family. But there's a problem with this operation. She began her analysis. After losing the Witch War, the mages of the tower fortified the Steel Archipelago into a fortress over the last 80 years. They've scattered spirits, summons, and chimeras everywhere, turning it into an impenetrable lair. That's not a problem, Warren reassured them. She continued. Can't we just get in using spatial teleportation? Josephine replied. That is the problem. I'm not trying to brag, but the Magic Tower believes they lost before because of spatial magic. Therefore, you can't use spatial magic inside the tower, and even the island itself is under a similar restriction. Josephine concluded bluntly. It's impossible to get inside the Magic Tower, and the teleportation markers around the island have all been scattered everywhere. She looked bewildered. Then what's this? Marriott responded. There's one marker located outside the main barrier, she explained. The marker in the Forbidden Forest has a weak barrier, so we can send one person through. But honestly, I just hope to God no one has to go in there. Someone else wondered. Why not? It's far from the coast where the mages are stationed, so it seems safe enough. Josephine adjusted her glasses. There was a reason that place was unguarded. She emphasized that it's because it's the most dangerous place in the magic tower. Suddenly, Corin stepped in. "I'll go." Josephine was stunned. "What?" She hesitated. Corin looked back at her with a judgmental gaze. "But you're weak," he and the others said in unison. He retorted in his mind, "You girls are just too strong." Corin frowned and explained, "Without support from the organization, I am definitely the weakest." Suddenly, Aaron Danua's voice rang out. "It's all right." She looked at him with a gentle gaze. "Our disciple, you can do it, can't you?" In that moment, Corin stared at Aaron Danua, completely dazed. Finally, he broke into a confident smile. "Yes." A moment later, a magic circle appeared in the sky. Josby reminded them. "Is everyone ready? We're moving in 30 seconds. He replied, "Don't worry about us. Everyone be careful." Suddenly, Warren's worried voice called out, "Corin." He was surprised. "Humph," she said, blushing as she warned him. "Don't get hurt." Corin was confused. "Huh?" Warren gripped his hand tightly, her voice trembling. "If you get hurt then," a voice yelled out a reminder. 10 seconds until teleportation. "Everyone, get ready." Corin reached out and patted her head. "See you at the magic tower." "Corin, you brought the potatoes, right?" He showed his determination. "I won't get hurt. Thanks for worrying about me." The warmth from Corin's hand spread through Warren's hair. Instantly, a bright light enveloped the area. Very quickly, Corin was transported to the Forbidden Forest. The forest's magical realm was created by the Green Magic faction. It was the worst stage, one that even a party of max-level players would have trouble clearing easily. Hundra appeared and remarked, "Quite handsome, aren't you? But so reckless." She spread her arms towards him. "Now, come here." Most who entered were captured by countless spirits. Hundra demanded, "Fall into my arms, and your limbs will be torn apart as you die." Her hand was slowly pressing toward his face, but Corin casually walked right past it. "The scenery is beautiful. I've been so busy lately, I haven't had time to go hiking." Startled, she whipped her head around and yelled, "What is this?" He observed his surroundings. "Let's see. The magic tower is where the world's greatest magical experiments and advancements take place." Suddenly, Corin recognized the item in front of him, a mandragora. So the reason there are so many spirits here is because, he wondered to himself, should I take this with me? It's because they're a type of guardian. A thick fog surrounded him, obscuring his vision. Corin decided to ignore it for now. So what if they're guardians? You cannot perceive spiritual bodies. A self-binding contract to receive a 50% increase in damage to physical matter. Simply put, it's a debuff. You cannot perceive spiritual bodies. It's no different from when I met Duke Savagia, because it's hard to interact with. Spirits, I can't be harmed by them either. Corin's hand touched his pouch. He came to a conclusion, laughing maniacally with excitement. What an amazing trade-off. System reminder. You have consumed Azorit carbonated water. Aura level increased by 3 tiers. Mana level increased. Maximum aura increased by 2,000. Maximum mana increased by 1,500. You have eaten Jade Chamber honey. Poison resistance enhanced. The mechanical voice continued. You have eaten a blood swiftlet's nest. Strength effectiveness is doubled. Swift sense. The ability to feel the wind on your skin, becoming more sensitive to danger. The status window appeared. Corin Lock, Hero. Aura, 13,130. Mana, 11,920. Traits, Tenacious Warrior's Regeneration, Pain Resistance. Proficiencies, Beast's Strength Domain, Ancient Language, Swift's Sense. It announced, Strength, 233. Agility, 160. Stamina, 158. Aura, 164. Mana, 175. With just these stats, I've now surpassed even my senior, Mariette Dunalev, from before she became Lunia or a vampire. Suddenly, Corin's eyes widened. What is this? The system explained. Special grade magical power detected, overlapping with the Spirit King's territory. His voice was frantic. Why am I facing a creature with fiery eyes? Corin immediately rushed forward in excitement. Why did you only show up now, Spirit King? You guarantee it or something? Regardless, I have to defeat you. A treasure with only a 1.5% drop rate. Elder Drarian, the leader of the Green Magic faction, had poured the faction's entire 10-year budget into importing a legendary spirit herb from the east, one of the 3 great mythical medicines from the legend of the hero Ahan. In the end, the item that dropped was Goryeo Ginseng. Corin clenched his fist around it, thinking, I'll keep this. Then, he pressed a potato into the ground with his other hand, and this will be a return gift. Corin quietly decided, if I receive a gift, I have to give one back. That's how you keep things balanced. This is what you call mutual aid, right? Meanwhile, Marriott took something out. Everyone, take one of these, someone asked in surprise. What is this? She explained. These are potatoes I created using the energy I received from Dan and Angus in Mamo. The system explained. Maha's Curse, a skill that allows the creation of cursed, green-type, agricultural product seeds. When this agricultural product sprouts, all men in the area will experience a special feeling for 9 days. Men in the region will have a special feeling. Back with Corin, he laughed excitedly. That Angus guy really did give me a useful gift. Then he yelled manically, "Grow quickly, my little darlings," Corin thought to himself. Before those potatoes sprout, I need to finish my work and get out of here. The scene opened on the sewers beneath the magic tower. This was the rendezvous point the infiltration team agreed upon. Charging straight into the magic tower would be incredibly reckless. Being able to see even in the dark and advancing through the underground tunnels, that was the proper attack route. Corin hesitated slightly. But when did you get here? Warren's voice came from behind him. I've been here before. At first, I was going to turn into a crow, but, he replied, is that so? He asked with concern. Was the journey here okay? I heard this area has quite a few monsters. She replied, yeah, I think there were a few. Corin remarked, looks like you were lucky. Then, footsteps echoed from ahead. He suggested, while we wait for the others, let's rest here for now. I'm guessing it'll take them another 2 days to arrive. If you go against the flow of the sewer under the magic tower, you'll find an old management room. Corin glanced around and assessed the situation. This room could probably use a little cleaning. But hey, Warren, you hate cleaning, right? Want to switch with Rani? Suddenly, Warren's mood darkened. For the next 2 days, it's just the two of us? He looked bewildered. Humph. She walked over and tightly grabbed the corner of Corin's shirt. Warren, blushing and sweating profusely, said, let's clean everything. I'll help you. A while later, after night had fallen, Corin thought to himself, it must be nighttime now, right? It's so dark in here. My sense of time is getting hazy. He glanced at her helplessly. This kid, Warren, fell asleep without even taking off her apron. Acknowledged for helping clean. Support mission complete. Corin silently assessed the situation. The only ones going to the magic tower this time are me, Mariette Dunalev, and Master Aaron. Just the 3 of us. According to the plan, Josephine and War will stay here to keep watch. Even though it's temporary, we should probably clean up a bit. A moment later, Warren groggily woke up. Corin responded, oh, really? He felt apologetic. Did I wake you? She explained. No, Hoa is still asleep, Corin advised. You should get some more sleep. I still have a few things to do. Warren's voice was filled with exhaustion. In that case, Then she leaned against him. Let me just sit like this for a little while, okay? Corin was bewildered. Warren commented shyly, it's so warm and comfortable in your arms. Hearing those words, Corin's body unconsciously heated up. Leaning against him, she drifted back to sleep. Sometime later, someone gently pushed the door open and entered. Mariette spoke up. Dioku, thank you for leading the way. Thanks to you, we got here much faster, Corin called out loudly. Mariette was surprised. Oh, Corin, you're here early? He coughed lightly and replied, yes, for a little while. At the same time, Aranua entered, praising him, just as expected of my favorite student. Josephine added, I had a feeling something was up ever since we were in the Forbidden Forest, she pointed out. But I just saw some worm-like runes carved all over the sewers. I must say, they're extremely intricate. Thanks to a mana capacity exceeding 10,000, you managed to carve 40 runes in this sewer in a single day. Joss's question made him laugh awkwardly. Ah, Mandarin, you brought the biggest bag full of potatoes, didn't you? And you planted them all by yourself. That's just like you, Corin. But in his heart, he had a different answer. I didn't just plant potatoes. Corin recalled his process. I wrapped up all the elixirs and items into a large bundle and hid it in the Forbidden Forest. He searched his memories. What's more, I left it in the same place as Wane, the one who once caused a natural disaster with the power of rock loan. An information screen appeared. Legendary class, where? This is the stringed instrument of the God King Dak, a giant ham of destruction. Symbol of the legend, A, the very thing that once slaughtered mighty giants. It explained in detail. Wherever its sound reaches, it envelops that space with a magical effect. It can fly back to its owner's side, no matter when or where. When using the harp to attack an enemy, it will inflict an additional 1,200% secondary damage. Effect: automatic return. I can retrieve the bundle at any time. These thoughts intensified Corin's train of thought. Furthermore, there are magical spirit bodies guarding it. Until I personally return, no one can touch my treasure. He broke into an excited, almost demonic smile. Excellent, I gained even more than I expected. Corin suddenly shouted. Now that everyone's here, shall we begin? Josephine responded. I'll prepare here so I can activate the spatial teleportation at any moment. War accepted her mission. I'll stay behind and guard. Corin analyzed the situation. Josephine was in charge of preparing the teleportation spell, while Warren would handle protection. A moment later, he gently extended his hand. As Corin cast the spell, he thought to himself, now I just need to rescue Estelle and come back. That's all. The operation to rescue the Saintess begins. A moment later, they arrived at the magic tower. Someone shouted, Corin, up ahead! He ducked behind a wall and warned, wait, hold on a second. One of the moving figures suddenly stopped. Corin reached out and patted his head. Oh, thank you for your hard work. Marriott smiled and quickly followed his lead. Oh, thank you for your great effort. The person who had just been patted on the head had a cold expression, but a flicker of warmth and a happy smile appeared on his face. On her side, she was excited. That was a close one. That was easy, wasn't it? Corin countered. Not really. This method will only get us past the 4th floor without being stopped, he began to explain. From the 5th floor and up, only mages at the rank of assistant professor or higher are allowed entry. They have an advanced iris recognition system, she wondered. So what do we do now? Corin reassured her. Don't worry, I've already anticipated this. Corin began to direct everyone. Marriott brought a combat spirit beast with her. Arandanua asked, Daiwa? She replied, not that one. This time, I went to the south and summoned a new spirit beast. The summoned creature gradually appeared as Maria introduced it. And that is the former leader of the Red faction, Eladerat Malek. Back then, the leader of the Black faction was captured by Saintess Estelle. She explained that the leader of the Red faction, on the other hand, was captured alive and turned into a vampire. Suddenly, someone shouted, Corin Lock! He immediately went berserk and roared, I'll never forgive you. Sit down, she commanded coldly, crossing her arms. With the clinking of chains, Mariette angrily scolded, You're baring your fangs without permission again, aren't you? Lady Dunal. No, master, I apologize. Do you want me to roast you with salt or fire you like pottery? The mages from the Red and Black factions who once plotted to kidnap Mariette Dunalev were all captured by the Dunalev family, the rulers of the South, who devised the most brutal punishments for them. However, thanks to the mercy of Lady Mariette Dunalev, they were not executed, but were instead sentenced to hard labor. Thanks to their efforts, the southern region's productivity increased by 10%, a truly perfect ending. A moment later, Eladerat Malek's eyes suddenly began to glow intensely. They were immediately able to proceed without any trouble. 5th floor, cleared freely. The scene shifts to a place with an old, dark sign. As Corin moved, he thought to himself, Estelle must be in the special area on the 8th floor. We just have to get through 2 more floors to reach her. At this point, I'm afraid not only the Tower Master but also Dunsky will be there. He affirmed to himself that he had to be extremely cautious and try to avoid confronting them. Just then, Corin immediately gave an order. Diogu, stop. If we're discovered here, we're done for, Marriott advised. No, Corin. It seems Diog has discovered something. She moved closer and observed, it looks like it's scared. Corin was bewildered. Diogu is scared? Marriott stated confidently, there's something here that's making it react so strongly. As soon as they entered the room, she exclaimed, This place looks like the Magic Tower's laboratory. He spoke up. Master, have you ever seen this place before? She replied. No. Even when I came here as the Academy's president, they never showed me this laboratory. Suddenly, Mariette stopped in her tracks. Her eyes filled with terror as she looked ahead. Corin and Aranua were bewildered. Could this be? Corin also fell into a panic. This is the first creature to have ever ruled this world. Before them was a terrifying creature, a sky titan. Now, only its eyes remain, Marriott remarked. Compared to the giants I saw on the Sky Island, its size is on a completely different level. She added, just one eye is as large as an entire giant's body? Not only that, the true owner of this eye is. Suddenly, Aranua was startled by a loud noise from behind. Dunsky walked in and said, Well then, just a little bit more, and we'll be able to see it, won't we? He spoke in a worshipful tone. "O great king of giants, Balor, be resurrected," the sinister Dunsky declared. "I want to get this over with, but slowly transfusing the holy blood is such a pain." She realized it then. They were trying to resurrect the dreaded Mariat Dunalev, the giant king Balor, the one who murdered the god king Nodan and was defeated by Dana, the god of light. He is the strongest demon king in history. She began to explain that when King Balor fell, the great war between the sky giants and the Danu people finally came to an end. Corin sank into his own thoughts. I knew the magic tower was obsessed with resurrection, but this time, they've gone too far. He asserted that Balor was the greatest threat to the Danu people, possessing enough power to destroy the entire world. Even the god king Nodan, who had met him in his spiritual form in Mu, was murdered by him. Corin recalled the events of the past. The one who destroyed Balor was Lug of the Danu of Light. But even so, how ridiculous that the very person claiming to be Lug's descendant and wanting to restore the world of the Danu is the one resurrecting Balor. He started putting the pieces together. As expected, they'll stop at nothing to achieve their goals. Do they really think reviving something like that is okay? Dunsky sneered. Well then, let's begin. If the resurrection is a success, don't forget, it was all thanks to me. The screen immediately displayed an information panel. Andri, one of the 4 great holy relics of the Danu. A treasure containing infinite life. A small light pierced through the darkness. The man was in the middle of releasing countless snakes. Just then, as if sensing something, he glanced around. "Humph," the man asked. "What's wrong?" The other warned. "Be quiet for a moment." His voice rang with menace. "I wonder if they're here or not." Corin's face immediately filled with panic. "Damn it!" Then the man shouted contemptuously. "You damn sewer rats! No wonder everything has been suspiciously smooth until now." Edrin's voice was threatening. "Keep hiding. I'd hate to see that head of yours." At that, the faces of the 3 became incredibly tense. Just then, his eyes shot wide open. Then, breathing fire, he declared, "Gotcha!" He began to relentlessly create a massive blaze. That power was steadily sweeping through and destroying the space. In that moment, a group of frightened rats scurried out. Dunsky was surprised. "Are those actually rats?" He explained. "They're lab rats. We raise a few to help manage the laboratory," the other guy replied. "Is that so?" Then he turned to leave. "Well, we should get back now. The Imperial Army is still confronting me outside." Dunsky agreed. "Understood." Their figures gradually disappeared from the room. Strange sounds began to emanate from the dark chamber. The 3 of them let out a sigh of relief. Corin thought to himself, confronting Dunsky right here in the middle of the magic tower is impossible. He exclaimed. "We almost died." Mari teased. "Corin, you're so generous." Corin stammered in embarrassment. That's just because I had to shrink the spell's area of effect," she concluded. "Anyway, the plan is clear now. If we destroy that eye, we're done. Right?" He refused. "No. The first priority is not to piss it off. Right now, the most important thing is rescuing the Saintess." His mind raced with ideas. "I'd also like to activate the magic runes from a distance to destroy it. But that's not going to be easy." Corin silently assessed the situation. "The magic tower suffered heavy losses in the war against my master, so the entire tower is covered by a protective barrier against spatial magic and long-range rune magic." He hesitated internally. "But if it's just for a short time, Josephine can still set up a spatial magic circle. It should be almost complete by now." The scene now shifts to the highest floor. Corin reminded them. "We don't have much time. Let's split up and search the top floor first." Danua added. "If we're discovered, cause as much chaos as possible to create a diversion." She agreed. "Okay, Dido and I will split up and search too." His voice rang out gently. Then he shouted a final warning before turning and running in the opposite direction. "Everyone, be careful. We just need to rescue the Saintess and retreat safely." A moment later, Corin looked around and assessed. Where should I even start searching? Suddenly, a wine bottle was thrown in his direction. Corin flinched. "What? What's this?" Estelle snapped irritably. "This is a 17-year vintage. I told you I wanted the 35-year Dunan vintage." Corin suddenly spoke, startling her. "You seem to be doing well. Did anything happen while you were locked up?" Recognizing who it was, Estelle grew excited. "Junior." Corin felt satisfied. "I guess the situation isn't as bad as I thought," but she yelled enthusiastically. "Junior, are you here to save me?" Corin scanned his surroundings. "Is this a hotel or a prison?" he suggested. "We can talk details later. For now, you should step away from the bars." "Wait." Estelle quickly stopped him. Breaking these bars without attracting attention isn't going to be easy. Corin raised a hand, creating a force in his palm, and quickly reassured her. This magical artifact is the culmination of the old geezer's work at the magic tower. Every single inch has been imbued with mana. Don't worry. He pulled out a sharp spear from his magical energy. Manannan appeared and immediately introduced it. I, Manannan MacLear, Child of the Sea, bestow this upon Corin Lock, a direct bloodline of the great chieftain Danu of Aran, a spear capable of nullifying magic. She emphasized with a sincere tone, Gay Dierg, please accept it. In that moment, an information panel appeared. Legendary rank, Gay Dierg, the red spear from the twin spears of Manannan MacLear. It explained in detail that it has the ability to effectively neutralize magic on a single target. When facing beast-type monsters, it inflicts an additional 350% damage. Enemies of the beast type struck by the spear will suffer the curse of the Lord's Red Dream. Estel yelled loudly. Gay Dierg? His tone was clear. It's a spear of destruction capable of nullifying magical effects. She was stunned. How is that possible? This is absurd, Corin concluded. Well then, all we need to do now is retreat. Saintess, can you pray? If we had a blessing, it would make things much easier. Suddenly, her gaze fell, and she looked extremely troubled. I don't understand it either, but right now, I can't use my holy power. Just like in the original story, Corin recalled. At this point in time, Estel still can't use her holy power, even though I've already guessed the main reason. He stepped forward to protect her. First, we have to find the others. Corin's expression turned to surprise. This cold aura. He immediately looked towards the endless darkness in front of him. Corin searched his memory. According to the original story's lore, the strongest barrier ice-type mage is Slarian of the Blue School. He casually reaffirmed to himself. But that's just based on the original story, Corin silently concluded. And the strongest ice-type mage right now is. At that very moment, as if summoned by his thoughts, she appeared. Mariette Dunalev. Mari's face lit up with radiance upon seeing a familiar face. She scratched her head sheepishly. Corin, I was trying to handle this quietly, but I guess that's not happening. He praised her. It's okay. You did a great job. At the same time, Aaron Danhe said that with all these footsteps, the mages from the magic tower would surely be here any second. Corin called out, Master, as she urged, hurry up. A moment later, the scene shifts to the outside of the magic tower, when suddenly, a massive explosion rocks the area. They jump from a great height. Corin announces that this was all part of the plan. He yelled, and she immediately used her magic. Sister Mariette. The power Mariette used took the form of frost wings. Corin was satisfied. Good. Just keep slowing our descent like this, and we'll land. If they could just reach the magic circle in the basement. Suddenly, a sinister laugh from above made him freeze. Dunsky swooped down. So, this is where you filthy rats were hiding? Corin was horrified. Damn it, that disgusting monster. He remembered that, even though he had defeated Dunsky Ace in the Sky Citadel, that was just one of his countless forms. He'd only managed to kill one dark beast and one dragon. Corin thought grimly. What's left are two ferocious dragons. He was startled. He turned into a dragon again? Corin glanced around at the two demon bulls pulsing with magical power. He suddenly realized, did it just ignore us? Below, magical surges were erupting, along with countless giant serpents. Strange creatures began to form, and the horde flooded the entire mansion. The magic toads, the man yelled, giving an order. Now, get them, Mariette shouted with difficulty. What the hell is that? Die! Blood spear, 200-fold. Countless powers were unleashed, leaving only piercing screams. It hurts. How could a few magic toads stand up against grand magic? Aranua spoke calmly. Before we go back, we have to give them a grand farewell, don't we? She quickly activated her silver spear resonance. Even though it was difficult inside the magic tower, if it was in the sewers, a strange light appeared along the tunnel. Corin was still able to activate his rune magic. While the battle raged, a hand reached out from the rubble. Over here, she yelled urgently. Get ready to jump, now! 10 seconds left. The remaining distance is 100 meters. That's enough. This was a plan full of variables. However, thanks to everyone's efforts, they all jumped into the magic circle together. They had succeeded. Suddenly, a dark voice rang out, making Corin freeze. Friend, a pair of giant eyes was watching him. Corin yelled, Is something urgent happening? His body began to ache with intense pain. Warren shouted out in alarm, Corin! The scene changed to a place filled with warm light. A boat glided across a calm sea. Elisa waved happily. Hurry over here. The mission was a success, but then her expression froze. Elisa's next words plunged everyone into sorrow. "Where is he?" she asked, bewildered. "And Corin, where is he?" The others collapsed, tears streaming down their faces. The mission to rescue the Saintess. Marriott's face was a mask of utter devastation. Kate had failed. Marriott couldn't hold back anymore, sobbing and screaming in anguish. "Corin, Corin, we have to go back right now." "I don't care. I'll go by myself if I have to," Josephine sadly reminded her. "Calm down. Student Marriott, I understand how you feel, but since the magic tower was destroyed, the guards have surely been reinforced. Going back now would be nothing short of suicide," she cried. But just then, Aranua patted her shoulder. "Maria," she took her hand. "It'll be okay. Have faith in Corin. That kid will definitely survive. We must act with that belief," Marriott said. "Ma'am," she raised a hand to wipe her tears. "We have things we need to do here too. Will the two of them be safe?" She replied. "No," Aranua corrected her. "It's 3 people." She froze. "Huh? Come to think of it." They frantically looked around when they realized Waron was missing. The ground was nothing but rubble, the last remnants of the battle. Dunsky immediately flew into a rage, roaring wildly. He became frenzied with a dangerous form of power. "The Saintess has escaped," a subordinate reported. "It seems she was swept into the sewers, but at this rate, isn't she as good as dead?" Hearing this only fueled his resentment. "The Saintess is dead? Don't say such meaningless, unlucky things." Dunsky was certain. "Without the holy blood, we can't resurrect the giant. Find her. Immediately." His eyes gleamed with his thoughts. "We were so close to finishing. The miracle of Andrive hasn't stopped yet. You bastard, how dare you ruin the Master's plan?" Dunsky's voice was filled with killing intent. "I'll tear you to shreds." The scene changes, and a weak voice calls out, "Corin Lucis." When he came to, he saw her lying on top of him. Corin spoke softly. "Saintess, are you hurt?" Estelle's voice was full of worry. "Junior, are you all right?" But she grew anxious as she looked at Corin's wound. "Your stomach," he reminded her. "We need to get out of here quickly. If we stay here, their magic will track us down." Corin looked outside uneasily. "And if we just sit here," he concluded, "we'll probably freeze to death." She cried out. "It's so cold." The northern Steel Archipelago, bordering the Frozen Kingdom, was trapped in a perpetual winter, regardless of the weather or time. Estelle asked, "Are you really okay?" "Junior," she said. "That wound looks serious." Corin replied gently, "I'll recover quickly, don't worry. More importantly, we should prepare to move out immediately." She looked blank. "What are you talking about? We can just hide here, can't we?" Corin explained. "If you're confident you can last that long, then by all means." Estelle was bewildered. "For how long?" Corin said. 20 days. She screamed when she heard that. "What? 20 days? He began to explain. "The security perimeter around the entire city, including the port, has definitely been tightened. Escaping now is impossible. If we can hold out until the kingdom's regular army arrives, it will take at least 20 days, Corin stressed. "Besides, I don't want to stay in this place that long either." He analyzed the route. "We will cross the northern strait. More precisely, we'll cross this steel archipelago to reach the southern peninsula of the Knot Kingdom." Estelle panicked. "What? That's too dangerous," he agreed. "It's a year-round frozen region, so we can cross it on foot," Corin explained. "Since the Saintess currently can't use her holy power, she's no different from an ordinary person. We can't escape the surveillance of the magic tower, so this is realistically our only way." Suddenly, Estelle's eyes lit up. "No, I've escaped the mana prison, so my holy power should recover soon. If so, maybe I can break through the barrier and escape. Right?" Corin's voice was tinged with helplessness. "That holy power isn't coming back anytime soon." He prompted her. "Try to think carefully. Did you really lose your holy power just because of the mana prison?" She began to understand the problem. "Come to think of it, I haven't been able to use my holy power since that time." Corin recalled the original story. In the script, the mechanism the Demon Tower used to seal her holy power was never made clear, but the mastermind behind it all was already obvious. Corin asked her if she had noticed anything unusual among the people who were in regular contact with the Saintess, right before she was captured. She froze. "Are you suggesting?" Estelle understood his meaning. "That there's a traitor among my people?" He nodded in agreement. "Yes, especially among the high-ranking officials of the church." She cut him off. "I'll give you one piece of advice, Corin Lock." Estelle's voice turned cold. "If you want to keep your life, then watch what you say. If you spout such things elsewhere, a death sentence will be waiting for you." Corin's question left her bewildered. "Really? Have you truly never once doubted the existence of God? In that moment, Estelle slapped Corin straight across the face. She was furious. How could you say something so blasphemous? He reached out and grabbed a prop weapon, then turned and walked away. You, too, will understand one day, because that is the truth of this world. A moment later, Estelle covered her mouth in horror. Oh my, what am I to do? She gazed happily at the little rabbit. My adorable little rabbit friend. You're as lovely as a child and as pure as an angel. Estelle was lost in her own little world of happiness. If only I could live with this little one in the princess's garden. She couldn't stop praising it. But suddenly, the little rabbit was attacked, its blood spraying across the white snow. How adorable. Corin picked it up and remarked, "What a stroke of luck. There must be more rabbits around here. This one's nice and fat, the meat is firm. It should be delicious." Estelle's face darkened as she cursed, "You devil." They decided to head north to evade the Demon Tower's pursuit. It was their only option. She yelled, "This is the barbaric food of a heretic." Still, getting a meal like this wasn't easy. Then Estelle pouted and remarked, "Does it really look that appetizing?" He brought the food to her. "Here, have some more. I've still got another one." During the day, they had to press onward without stopping. Walking behind him, Estelle said, "Even with the warming magic enchanted on my sacred robes and rosary." Corin sighed. "It's freezing." Of course, when the blizzard raged, it was nearly impossible to walk even a few meters. It was crucial to be cautious and to make absolutely sure their pursuers didn't spot them on the move. The surveillance network was dense, but if they buried themselves in the snow, they could be mistaken for the corpses of wild animals. At night, they'd dig a snow cave for temporary shelter, repeating the process day after day. But what mattered most was time. The two of them had already been traveling for a week, and they didn't have much time left. Seeing her expression, he asked with concern, "What's wrong? Are you all right?" Estelle sighed and said, "No, I just feel like I'm a bigger burden than I ever imagined." Corin reassured her, "This isn't the time to feel sorry for yourself. You know that, right?" Hearing this, she wondered aloud, "But don't you regret it, Junior? Conviction, to suffer so much in a place like this, all just to save me." Corin's voice was filled with conviction. "I don't regret it." He smiled gently at her. "I saw someone suffering, and I had the power to change it. That's why I came to help. If I hadn't come, that's what I would have truly regretted." Estelle felt a warmth spread through her chest and remarked in a soft voice, "If you truly mean that, then you're quite an admirable person. If you weren't a heretic, I think I would have found you to be a wonderful man." Suddenly, the color drained from Corin's face. Estelle grew worried. "Huh, Junior? Are you all right?" She concluded it must be because he'd been wearing wet clothes for so long. "Let me help you dry your clothes and warm you up." Suddenly, her eyes widened in panic. What is this?" Estelle screamed frantically. "Blood! You're bleeding. Is it possible?" She realized at that moment. The system explained the curse of Panbanaha, activated upon contact with sunlight. Once the curse is activated, the wound will never heal. Corin had tried to resist it, but because he wielded the power of the sun, he wasn't burned, but the curse remained, unexpectedly backfiring in this way. He could feel his body growing as cold as ice. Estelle called out to him repeatedly, "Wake up, Junior. Here, take my rosary. Hold it tight." Unable to contain her emotions any longer, she began to cry. No, this can't be happening. How could he try to save me when his own body was so exhausted? As time passed, guilt welled up inside Estelle's mind. An entire week of marching through a blizzard. She gritted her teeth. "My holy power is sealed. I can't even use the blessings from the heavens. The only thing I can do right now is," Estelle touched her pendant, "to keep you from freezing to death. She managed to mumble, tears still welling in her eyes. "Me, a princess, a saintess. Do I really have to go this far? To keep your body from getting any colder?" Estelle began to act on her thoughts. "I'll warm you with my own body." In that dark forest, a strange light began to glow. Corin's eyes slowly fluttered open as he emerged from his delirium. He groggily felt a warmth. It was like. Estelle spoke softly. "Are you awake?" she asked, her face blushing. "You are awake, aren't you?" Corin dazedly glanced down at their bodies. His voice was filled with shock. "Saintess!" Corin shouted, his voice stuttering. "Why are you? What are you doing?" But Estelle replied calmly, "Thank goodness. As long as you're alive, that's all that matters." Corin began to think deeply. That was definitely an incurable curse. How is this possible? He glanced down at himself. The amount of mana in his body was decreasing, but his wound was slowly recovering. His eyes widened in panic. What is happening? Corin realized what was going on and shouted, "Is it the Demon Tower? There's no way they could have caught up this fast." At that very moment, a giant shadow loomed over his head. The two of them stood back to back, on high alert. She called out, Corin, he cursed under his breath. Damn it. And right when my body hasn't even recovered. Their battle was about to begin. Corin flipped in midair. Countless members of the Demon Tower had ambushed them. He analyzed the situation. Every single one of them had power equivalent to a second-class knight or higher. They were human giant hybrids who appeared in the original story as subordinates of Tesbanzat. Corin struggled to conclude. Demi-giants. The battle was still raging intensely. Every single one of them was. A warrior ranked as a second-class knight or higher, carrying the mixed blood of humans and the giant race. Kent stepped forward, letting out a terrifying roar. The demi-giants who appeared in the story were supposed to be vassals of Testbanzat. This moment made them wonder. That's how it's supposed to be, right? Corin and Estelle couldn't help but shout, what in the world is going on here? Seeing their confusion, the man explained, these individuals, they're from a tribe I once knew. I met them once, when BJ announced he was enrolling in the academy. Those words immediately sent Corin into deep thought. The mention of BJ brought back memories of the past. Valedictorian of the 53rd Night Department. Every image of him remained crystal clear in Corin's mind. He finally understood about the half-giant berserker, Beaker. Corin then thought of Miriam, Elizabeth, Elrat, and Estelle. The key difference that split the faith into the old Zeruan Order and the new Zon Order was their attitude toward demi-humans. For a very long time, the Order had viewed demi-humans as no different from magical beasts or spirits. However, after a significant event, the Mage Revolution, they had gradually begun to accept demi-humans. The new faith had completely changed its perspective on demi-humans. They sought to protect and live in harmony with them. Little by little, everything had changed. The fact that demi-humans were allowed to enroll in the academy is the most classic example. There was even one in my generation. He thought of her and Beaker, and among the upperclassmen, there were two outstanding examples. The dragon Mariette Dunalev Dampf and the half-giant Bierer. The reason they were able to enroll back then, despite countless objections, was because Estelle had unhesitatingly declared Bierer to be an exceptionally brilliant student, which had even convinced Corin. At that moment, he was genuinely thankful for the support of Estelle, the representative of the new faith. There was also another reason, but this place wasn't the true north yet. What motivation did the giants have to cross the strait and come all this way? No one shouted the moment he saw his target. They're over there, he yelled, frantically pushing the cart to charge forward. Wipe them all out. His command made Corin a bit suspicious. Who are they fighting? Up ahead, the members of the Mage Tower were using fire magic to shatter a block of ice. In that moment, an urgent voice rang out. Hurry up. We can't let those half-giants find us. They also seem to be having a very hard time. The ice is too thick. Suddenly, something appeared, causing them to halt. It was Noan. He charged at them with a ferocious expression. The people of the Mage Tower dare to disturb the eternal sleep of our ancestors. You deserve to die. This sight immediately struck terror into their hearts. It's a half-giant. Damn it, the person next to him said. Quick, put up a defensive spell. But on the other side, Noan's mana was already rushing in to attack. The group created a defensive barrier to block his blow. Just then, a system window appeared. Garter. The red spear of the twin spears of mana. Garter nullifies magical effects on an object and deals an additional 350% damage when facing enemies of the defensive type. A beast struck by the spear will suffer the curse of the red spear's hunt. The message made Corin grit his teeth in tension. It looked like it would take some time to fully recover. In that instant, his pupils dilated as if he'd seen something, and sure enough, a beast appeared up ahead with a piercing roar, stomping on them. Corin thought, looks like my intervention won't be necessary. But with just a single stomp, the beast made the ground tremble, sending everything flying. The people from the Mage Tower didn't even have time to defend themselves. Afterwards, Noan walked over, patted its head, and praised it. Well done. You're really strong, aren't you? Corin also replied politely. It was nothing. If it weren't for all of you, I probably would have frozen to death. He exhaled a cold breath and analyzed the situation silently. If the script was followed correctly, the half-giants who were supposed to become minions of Tesbantaz were now attacking the mages. What was the reason? In another location, an enthusiastic voice rang out. It is truly an honor to be in the presence of the Saintess of the Southern Lands. Hello, Chief Karim. It's been about 3 years, hasn't it? He also seemed incredibly excited. Yes. Is that boy Beaker behaving himself at school? He isn't causing any trouble, is he? He was the chief of the half-giants. Hearing that, Estelle smiled and replied, Of course not. Your son is currently the valedictorian of the 53rd Night Department. Karim let out a hearty laugh. Yes, a son of mine would have to be capable of that much. Suddenly, his gaze fell on Corin, and he said, However, we don't welcome outsiders. The person accompanying you is. As soon as Karim finished his sentence. Who? Corin suddenly dropped to his knees on the ground. Corin clasped his hands together, his eyes shining with admiration. For the longest time, I have believed that the giant race are the true creators of this world. At this point, he didn't hide his emotions and continued to ramble on. Every time I read their great legends, my heart pounds with excitement, and I have always yearned for the day I could follow in their footsteps. Estelle, standing beside him, had to cut in. Junior Corin, you're being blasphemous again. As for Karim, he grew a little curious upon hearing these words. You Southerners still consider our history to be mere mythology? Then why do you? Corin immediately knelt down once more to explain. Because, I have truly. His next words seemed to freeze the very air. Seen the remains of the great giant king, Balor. Corin's gaze sharpened. He thought to himself, I'm not lying. That image appeared clearly in his mind again. The Mage Tower truly held the orb of the giant king. A moment later, Karim couldn't stop himself from leaping to his feet and shouting, Is that true? It wasn't enough for them to excavate our ancestors' remains. And now they dare to insult the king's remains as well? His fury was palpable, like a bomb about to explode. Those damned mages. Seeing this, Corin quickly tried to stop him. But they are numerous and strong. Of course, they can't compare to the giant race. But their power is certainly not to be underestimated. The more he listened, the more impatient Karim became. How should we deal with them? But Corin suddenly grabbed his hand. He stood up straight and proactively offered with all his sincerity, I want to join the fight. Without a moment's delay, Karim gave the order to prepare for battle. Ready your weapons, so that our ancestors may rest in peace. Seeing Corin's sly grin, Estelle blurted out, You look like you're having way too much fun. Junior Corin, is this also part of your plan? Hearing her, he replied with extreme nonchalance, No, I only learned of their presence after I arrived here. His answer made her wonder, Then why are you smiling? But Corin didn't answer, silently making his calculations. According to the original script, he was supposed to increase his friendship level with Becker in this place and then get invited to visit. He had prepared everything meticulously. That way, when Beaker and the player came to visit this place, they would discover that the half-giant village had been massacred. Then Corin thought about the half-giants again. In the main storyline, the half-giants appear as minions of Bantaz, but this particular tribe, who value their ancestors, their roots, and protect the tombs of the giants, it seems they refuse to compromise with Bantaz. Returning to the present, he finally spoke softly. Everyone under the starry sky. Corin's eyes, always filled with hope, is still alive. After some time, a part of his plan was complete. And just like that, we had forged an alliance with the demi-giants. Corin traveled to other places. Estelle and I survived for a whole week with the support of the demi-giants. With every step he took, he was lost in thought for the next 2 weeks. But in the end, Corin was safe. We returned without incident. The moment we got back, a figure suddenly rushed out and hugged him, catching him off guard. Mariette was so moved to see that he was safe. I really thought Corin was dead. If Corin had died, that would have been it. Suddenly, a voice rang out from ahead. I have always had faith in my disciple. Aranua stepped out and spoke in a gentle voice. Fortunately, you've returned in one piece, Corin, along with the Saintess and Juan. Hearing this, he scratched his head and let out an embarrassed laugh. If everyone knew what I've accomplished, they'd be absolutely shocked. Suddenly, as if remembering something, Corin froze. Huh? Waran? Where's Waran? His words immediately threw everyone into a state of confusion. Wasn't she with you? Where is she? The scene changes to another location, thickly covered in snow and ice, where countless corpses lie on the frozen ground. Corin and Estelle had been fleeing the Magic Tower's pursuit for a week, but they never once had to face the pursuing mages. A girl was standing there defiantly. It was because they had an incredibly powerful person with them, one who could fight without eating, without drinking, and without sleeping. Waran's eyes were ice cold, devoid of any emotion, as she guarded the northern entrance. She stared ahead, where there was nothing but a murky, cold sky. At that moment, on the rooftop of the Magic Tower's highest floor, the Blue Faction's leader, Elder BL, couldn't help but let out a tired yawn. When the hell are those brats finally going to attack? Beside him, the Green Faction's leader, Elder Drarian, spoke up. Aren't you being a little too confident? We've been facing the kingdom's army for nearly 2 weeks now. They then recalled the horrifying scene from before. It must be because the disaster caused by Elder Brain inflicted too much damage. Suddenly, the door to the room burst open as a frantic voice called out. Master! Master! The elder asked. What is it? The student immediately reported in a hurry. It's the kingdom's army. The kingdom's ground troops are advancing. Hearing this, Drarian couldn't help but say, they're like moths to a flame, rushing to their deaths. Bren immediately gave the order to prepare for battle. It's time to show them the power of the magic tower, which made the student hesitate. It's not just the ground troops, sir. He became even more frantic. Flying beasts have appeared in the sky, making Bren wonder how, in a place like this, even a wyvern can't fly properly. Hinch Peterian added, it seems they intend for all of them to die here together. Just then, the student screamed in a panic. They're not ordinary flying beasts, sir, it's Heswell. The scene outside had devolved into utter chaos. There were over 30 of them, and a single one costs over 20,000 gold. Not wasting a single second, he immediately used his magic. Don't panic, deal with them. Soon after, the soldiers all unleashed their ice spear techniques in unison. A barrage of sharp ice spears shot forward. The advancing flying beasts were forced to a halt as the ice spears formed a barrier around them. But less than a second later, the entire barrier was shattered. This sight left all of them completely stunned. Lunia drew her sword and said softly, You kept me waiting far too long, my fiancé. Her eyes were sharp as she assumed a fighting stance. Aiden's sword is ready for battle. Then, Lunia shouted an order to her troops. Cut them all down for me. They all raised their weapons in unison and charged forward, following her command. On the other side, Drarian's people were relentlessly using magic to fight back. Ain, the #1 sword, is here. Reinforcements for Lunia's army arrived in ever-increasing waves. The Y-Sky Mercenary Corps also charged into the fray. The Y-Sky Mercenary Corps, advance. They're too strong. Please, send reinforcements. He grew impatient and roared. You fools, landing so recklessly. Nothing's changed. Wipe them all out. Upon hearing a sound, Hinch Peterian growled, Who's making that weird groaning noise in a situation like this? Len suddenly collapsed, trembling as he spoke. My stomach. All of this was part of Corin's plan. They had no idea, no one could have known, that a seed had been sown all across the Gangon archipelago. He had used something very special, the Cranius seed. Angus let out a crazed, satisfied laugh, an incredibly wicked treasure brought back from the land of the gods, carrying a terrible curse. That sprout has begun to grow, carrying the curse of Maha. All men living on the land where this seed sprouts will be afflicted for 9 days. At that moment, both Drarian and Brain let out blood-curdling screams, as they experienced a pain similar to that of childbirth. All across the land where the seed had sprouted, agonizing screams echoed. A sinister look appeared in Corin's eyes. Ong! You bastard! The revenge has begun. Streams of people walked past, heartlessly trampling over those lying on the ground. Run! What's happening here? That's a powerful suppression technique, so he's capable of something like this, too. Rin entered and said softly, Looks like the matter with Matan is over now. The most primal authority has been lost. Beside him, Dunsky added, That was fast, wasn't it? Then he looked down at the corpses below and said, If we only had a little more time, I could have resurrected all the sky giants. The other man nodded in agreement. It doesn't matter. He then gently swirled the vial of liquid in his hand with a satisfied look. In any case, I've confirmed that the Saintess's blood can be replicated. He opened a cabinet and went over the schedule. Matan was a disposable pawn from the very beginning. There's a research lab to the north. I'll continue my experiments there. These words made Dunsky incredibly excited. On the way, if we kill a few demi-giants, we can collect a few more sets of bones. Inside, the man's body were magical beasts brimming with mana. Moving the remains of the sky giants isn't difficult at all, but dealing with all those pests outside won't be easy, will it? At this, he couldn't help but let out a sinister smile. The Saintess's blood and the giant's blood are more than enough to serve the main body. Hearing this, Dunsky spoke up. If that's the case, he looked up at the giant eye and laughed excitedly. Then, we don't need to bring that thing along anymore, do we? The scene shifts back to the rooftop of the magic tower, where the men inside had just endured a horrific form of torture. Drarian panted heavily, realizing he was still alive. Thankfully, my magic resistance held up. Lania scrambled to her feet. Otherwise, they would suddenly start writhing on the ground, leaving her bewildered. What's happening? What's wrong with everyone? They were convulsing and screaming nonstop. My stomach. My stomach. Mom. Meanwhile, Brania, having endured the torture, grimaced in horror. I don't even want to imagine it anymore. Just then, he saw Drarian running off. Elder Drarian, where are you going? He seemed extremely rushed. I have to get to the forest, making the other man. Even more confused in such an urgent situation, Drarian shouted back with a determined voice, even if that place contains precious souls. It's not just precious, it's priceless. Over there is Mount Goriel in the east, where 10 years' worth of our copper sea production is stored. With that, he bolted towards the forest. I have to at least recover that much. Elder Drarian hadn't anticipated this. Inside the forest were countless mystical plants, a sign that the forbidden forest had been completely ravaged. Drarian stared at the scene before him, utterly bewildered. Due to the mage's curse, the magic tower had lost more than half its power. In just a moment, a ferocious beast brimming with powerful mana charged forward, and he also lost control of his summoned magical beasts, leaving him to scream in desperation. "Help me!" His terrified cry echoed through the area. Someone laid a map on the table and spoke up. "I'll report the situation. On the eastern front of the Steel Legion, Marriott and Arandanua are leading the way. This way, everyone. It's confirmed. I'm seeing more corpses than before." He quickly reported, "Thanks to the mage's curse, the magic tower's forces have been weakened simultaneously. The eastern raid was a success. Meanwhile, back at the magic tower, they're on the verge of going insane. My precious test subjects, you bastards! Do you have any idea how much those were worth?" The magic tower was now occupied by the Waski mercenaries. Meanwhile, on the western front of the Steel Legion, Lunia fought while shouting a reminder, "We can't let our guard down yet, stay alert." Another replied, "Yes, ma'am." He also added, "Thanks to Amel, the western front is advancing the fastest." The scene changes to San, who is still fighting relentlessly. Southern front of the Steel Legion. "Captain, the east, west, and south have all completed the encirclement. The mages are using the missing skeletons to summon duplicates and find an escape route. We don't have enough troops to cover the north as well. At this rate, we'll let them all escape." His eyes sharpened as he said softly, "There are still forces there." At that moment, the mages from the tower were falling. They were just a few weak rookies. Corin gripped his weapon and stood tall. The captain of the Corin Guardians. As soon as he saw him, the enemies yelled, "How did you bastards get all the way here?" At this point, Karim had to acknowledge Corin Lock. "It's just as you said." Corin nodded and replied, "Yes. To achieve their goals, they'll stop at nothing." As soon as he finished speaking, his gaze sharpened, locking onto the target ahead. "It's coming." A massive tremor made everyone freeze. The man looked up with a worried expression. Really? The ancestor who should have been at rest. Corin also had a very complicated look on his face seeing this. "So, it's finally been resurrected? The one who murdered the god king of the Dan Noda, and was also the king of the giants." Balor exhaled a scorching breath, as if wanting to incinerate the entire area. It moved bit by bit, searching for its prey. Balor of the Evil Eye. Seeing this, they couldn't hide their excitement. "See? This is the pinnacle of the magic tower's power, the ultimate weapon that can even overcome death." Suddenly, the man's pupils widened as he saw something. Balor's gigantic foot came down to crush everything. Why is this happening? It stomped hard on the ground, creating an explosion before leaping up, forcing them all to flee for their lives. "Damn it, why is it attacking its own allies? Chief, we have to fall back." But Karim suddenly froze. "This is my fault." He couldn't hold back the pain, and began to sob, trembling for the ancestor who couldn't find peace. It seemed Karim had realized, he's delivering judgment upon us. Balor's strike created a massive earthquake, shattering everything. Suddenly, a brilliant flash of light appeared in the distance, and a voice rang out, making Karim pause. This isn't anyone's fault. Professor Josephine had created a shield in front of them. The ones to blame are the mages from the tower who forced their own kin to kill each other. Only then could the man finally breathe a sigh of relief. "We're alive." Gritting her teeth to hold the shield, she said, "Corin, that shell of Balor is just a mindless puppet that's moving, but its destructive power is immense. If it attacks again, I won't be able to stop it." Hearing this, he just said quietly, "Don't worry, there's another power that's just as strong as destruction, because we have the power of friendship and courage." "Huh?" Corin raised his hand to the sky and yelled, "Corin Guardians, approve ultimate combination." The next second, Crenel, Luden, and Ewan also shouted in unison, "All right, yes." They joined forces to use their powerful ultimate techniques. Dre Warrior Enhancement, Great Siege Golem. Now, Crenel Luden couldn't contain his excitement. But this time, it's going to be completely different from before. "It's not over yet." As the pieces of the robot were gradually coming together, he placed his hand on it and shouted, "Combine!" One by one, the robot's parts started to combine. Soon after, a complete robot had appeared. All systems stable. Full control has been established. Every step it took seemed powerful enough to destroy everything. Operator, master of the infinite combination. It slammed its fist down, creating a huge impact. Nature Golem. At this moment, a system window appeared. When two golems, Quickerman and June Golem, merge, a one-of-a-kind fusion occurs. When 2 or 3 types of specific magical energies are balanced, it activates the Moitura Crafter. It can only be created after overcoming rare conditions. The Moitura Crafter was created through the combined efforts of the Forging Guild and the carpentry masters Gopni, Redni, and Len. It is a secret art created by this guild to fight against giants. Balor clenched its fist, ready to destroy everything. The final evolved form of the golem. Roman member. But it still easily dodged the attack. Crush him. The robot took out a weapon enveloped in dense mana. It swung its sword a few times, then got into a ready stance. Let's go. Nature Golem. Quicker Warrior, sword combo break. On the other side, Kareem and the demi-giants were cheering non-stop. Quicker Warrior! Cranel Luden was just as excited. The flame of friendship and courage is burning bright, making Yuen have to shout a reminder. You're too loud. Focus! Soon after, the robot unleashed more techniques to destroy Balor. The giant Kin and Corin's group couldn't help but feel happy watching this. Awesome. But he wasn't done yet. He continued to control the robot. Charge. The core is exposed. So they really are using golem technology to control Balo. On Cranel Luden's command, it rushed toward him. All they had to do was pull that thing out. But suddenly, Balo grabbed the robot's arm. What's going on? Out of nowhere, he seemed intent on destroying everything. It's useless, no matter how much you struggle. Seeing this, Corin quickly shouted a warning. Instantly, Balo's pupils dilated and glowed, activating his evil eye. He unleashed a massive amount of magical energy, burning everything around him, leaving Cranel Luden in utter disbelief. How is this possible? Meanwhile, he looked incredibly satisfied with his attack. A well-made golem. As the master of the Golden School, I commend you. But I have now seen the limits of golem technology. Golems are not perfect beings. Then Balo gave a sinister smile. However, the experiment with Balo has shown me a new possibility. A being that combines the body of a heavenly giant with the soul of a mage. Siden was the one in control, unable to hide his cruelty. And if it's the body of the mythical giant king, combined with my intellect, the one who stands at the pinnacle of the magic tower, Aaron reveled in the feeling of power. This is what I have always craved. A perfect being. After destroying everything, Balo burst into crazed laughter, but a clear voice suddenly rang out, making him freeze. Impressive. So, this is the so-called pinnacle of the magic tower. Balo immediately looked toward the source of the sound. Just then, the space around him suddenly cracked and shattered, and everything collapsed, leaving Balo bewildered. Now, only dust and ashes remained. Corin stepped forward and spoke. Is this the pinnacle of the magic tower you were talking about? Giant King or whatever? Come on. His group and the giant kin readied themselves for battle. A competitive glint shone in Corin's eyes. I'll crush you all. These words prompted Aaron to speak up. Friendship, how moving. Balo let out a piercing scream. Bringing your friends here to die? Meanwhile, Cranel Luden urged him on. Corin, hurry up. It's stable for now, but if I press the activation button one more time, this entire island will disappear. Wasting no time, Corin sprang into action. I understand. Ayu, get me to the energy core. Now. He silently calculated. The golem's destructive power couldn't even scratch Balo's outer shell. Hearing the urgency, he gave a clear reply. Corin had no other choice. Then, the final solution. He clenched his fist and channeled his magic. It was the final step, pushing the power of the sun to its absolute maximum. A blinding light immediately appeared, compressing the sun's energy. Corin had to make use of every moment of the 10 seconds he could maintain this power. With every move, he aimed for Balo's vital spots. Corin's feet never stopped for a second, because he knew he had to plunge this thing right into him. But Balo remained contemptuous. What a risky plan. This body belongs to the giant King Balo, who once defeated the god King Nua. Do you think you can defeat me so easily? Suddenly, he froze as his entire body was gradually encased in ice. It was Mariette. She urged him on. Corin, hurry. I can't hold him for much longer. He responded, Thank you, Senior. Then, Corin gritted his teeth and charged forward. Seeing this, Balo threatened. You're like rats that will die in my grasp. His giant hand reached out as if to crush everything. Just then, Elisa appeared, shouting, "Get that filthy hand back! Corin, attack now!" This only enraged Eren even more. What are those mages up to? Why don't you charge in and destroy them? From a distance, another figure appeared with a firm voice. "Give it up." The Tower Master, Eren Danua, stood proudly and declared, "The history of the Magic Tower." Just as the words left his mouth, Corin unleashed a powerful blow. Ends here. Suddenly, a scream from ahead startled him. Balo had summoned ferocious snakes to attack Corin. "Looks like you forgot something, my friend," Corin thought to himself. "I was wondering why you hadn't shown yourself." Just as it was about to swallow him whole, he thought of something, and a mysterious smirk played on his lips. The Beast King. What a coincidence. Another monster. He quickly drew his weapon. Getter Ikki has been afflicted by the hunter's curse of its nemesis, Gerar, and will take an additional 350% damage. It cannot escape the marked hunting ground. Corin relentlessly attacked the snake, inflicting endless wounds. The more he fought, the more invigorated he felt. He then used another skill. Sebastian's forged core activated. Corin raised his sword high and shouted, "Dark Saint Magic Spear." Suddenly, Dunsky appeared out of nowhere with a sinister smile. "Hey pal, you look like you've got time on your hands," Balo declared arrogantly. "I am a legend. Kneel before the giant king, you descendants of the sun." Corin was caught off guard as everything was slowly being swallowed by Balo's eye. In that moment, Warren appeared. She dove down to attack Balo. The two energy sources collided, creating a massive explosion. Everything was swept up in the magic and shattered. Amidst the chaos, a voice called out, "Warren, get out of the way." Warren immediately obeyed. "Yes." Eren felt a deep, searing pain and grew furious. "You lower beings, where did you get the nerve to attack me?" Once again, power of the evil eye, erupt. But something suddenly appeared that made him freeze. It was Corin, charging at him with a colossal amount of energy. He opened his eyes wide and began a 3-second countdown. Balo let out a piercing scream. "Corin Lock, don't get in my way." But Corin wasn't finished. He took out another sword, one shrouded in magic. "You still don't get it." He swung the sword forcefully and used the skill Certainty Magic Spear, leaving his opponent in utter disbelief. Since when did things turn out like this? Corin, however, remained calm, his energy undiminished. "Do you understand now? The difference in our levels." But Balo refused to accept this outcome. This can't be happening. He still clung to the hope that he could turn the tables. The salvation of the magic path, cannot fall like this. The two powerful energies collided, creating an immense explosion. Those watching from above couldn't help but be terrified. "It's too dangerous, Saintus. You must return to the camp immediately." Estelle replied, "I'm fine." She continued to watch the battle below intently. "I had to witness the battle of those who had come here for my sake." Suddenly, a great light erupted from below. The light was so bright it seemed to envelop everything. Even Estelle froze at the sight. Her eyes widened in utter amazement. "Am I the disciple closest to God?" Tears began to stream down Estelle's face uncontrollably. "This is why. I can feel his power with my own sacred soul." Her eyes filled with happiness as she awakened the bloodline hidden deep within her body. Estelle had finally understood. She had realized the truth. Whether it was the church or a holy war, neither held the divine power she sought. In that moment, she dropped to her knees. The image of Corin appeared in her mind. The place she had subconsciously directed her prayers to wasn't some holy site, but this battlefield, engulfed in a sea of flames. This was where God truly resided. Edrin coughed a few times, trying to push himself up. Balo struggled to move his hand, still unable to believe the outcome. "I can't possibly fail in a place like this," he muttered ceaselessly, his voice laced with bitterness. "Not in a place like this, before the sacred cauldron, the symbol of the divine power of the earth god Dagana." In agony, he still tried to reach for it. "I am a parasite. I can be reborn from my host eternally." But Corin stepped forward and picked up the cauldron first. "You're persistent, still breathing after all this." Without a moment's hesitation, he poured out everything inside. "But this is as far as you go." Balo could only stare blankly at it and scream, That's... No." Corin knew exactly what it was. The treasure that Dian of the Thunder had given him in Mao. A flask surrounded by a serpent appeared. It was the legendary grade item, Bergen's Boiling 100 Venoms. It was the venom from the serpents of myth. It possessed immense destructive power, a one-time use item that would annihilate any life that came into contact with it. As he watched Balo dissolve, Corin said, "In my past life, countless people died because you threw this into the sea." The man continued to scream, "No, Balo's hands trembled, trying to find something to hold on to. Master! But in the next second, his hands melted into liquid. He was now nothing more than a harmless puddle. Ever since Lunsky's death, images of the past began to surface, starting from when the Saintess Estel was taken to the Magic Tower. At the time, everyone was surprised by her arrival. So much had happened during that period. Even through their long adventures, they had made so many memories together. A full month had passed. Every battle was unforgettable, and up until now, the fighting had been relentless. After a long battle, Corin could finally let out a sigh of relief. It's finally come to an end. "Where on earth have you been all alone?" Corin asked, his voice full of worry. But Warren remained silent, saying nothing. No one knew. She had unbelievable stamina. For over 2 weeks, she hadn't eaten or had anything to drink, single-handedly holding off the Magic Tower's entire pursuit team. This feat was enough to become a legend in the north. Just then, Warren grabbed Corin's wrist. Estel and Corin might not have survived without this girl. Yet, only now did she finally speak. "You're safe, I see." Her words barely registered with him. "What did you say?" But Warren just smiled and shook her head gently. "You don't need to know. It was nothing." And so, that legend of the North became something that never happened. Instead, news of the Corin Guardians' mythical and overwhelming victory in their subjugation of the Magic Tower spread throughout the world. Dunsky flashed a wicked smile and said, "You have defeated the great enemy of the world." A system information window appeared. Done, Sky, Grand Magus, difficulty A+. Reward, 160 points, distributed evenly. Aura level increased, intermediate to supreme. Magic power increased, intermediate high to supreme. Supreme reward, understanding of ether. Acquired, War Knight. Understanding of ether allows you to intuitively grasp the structure of magic. The system added, as a War Knight, you become a symbol of the battlefield. You are the most brilliant knight on the field of battle. You must never fall. You become the focal point of the battlefield, and your abilities change depending on your allies' formation. If you fall, all allies will suffer a catastrophic morale collapse. Not only that, but his aura and magic power levels had both risen to supreme. Now, the only rank above this was the special grade. Warren stood there, stunned, feeling the energy around her, a power that surged through her body, amplifying her life force. It strengthened her body and enhanced her purely physical combat power. Among those who possessed a supreme-grade aura, the most prominent example was Warren. Additionally, Estel also possessed immense magic power, the ability to absorb or control ambient magical energy to create supernatural phenomena and cast spells. Among those with a supreme-grade magic power, the most notable was the matriarch, Mariette Dunalev. And, as I recall, there are only 3 people in existence who have reached supreme in both categories. The others were also incredibly strong. Park Sihu, the omnipotent O, and Taysaz. But that one person, Taysaz Banzat, when you add in his precepts, he truly deserves to be called an existence beyond this world. Thinking about it now, it all seems so far away. The scene changes. After just 1 year of living my second life in this world, I've brought down the Magic Tower and saved countless people. Corin grew calmer and calmer. There's no need to rush to get stronger. I just need to be strong enough, at the right moment, for whatever is necessary. At the same time, Mariette walked in and said with an excited voice, "Corin, everything's been cleaned up over here." He immediately asked how the situation was. Old images flashed through Corin's mind. From the very beginning, this mission to rescue the Saintess came with permission for unlimited looting. During this subjugation of the Magic Tower, the Corin Guardians were allowed unlimited looting. The amount of material resources was truly extravagant. But actually, when it came to material resources, we already had the matriarch Mariette Dunalev, so we decided to pass on them. We were aiming for something else. Back in the present, a robot was counting the personnel. A total of 457 mages, including 2 elder class and 6 professor class. Will it be alright if my side manages them? Manpower. She placed a hand on Corin's shoulder and said, "So, Corin, the number of hounds you have to manage has just increased." Mariette's gaze on him was filled with a covetous hunger. "I think I'm going to need more." The thought of blood made Corin a bit uncomfortable, but he still agreed. "I suppose it's fine for now." Immediately, without any hesitation, she opened her mouth to bite. "Well then, if you'll excuse me." However, the one Mariette bit wasn't Corin, but Warren's arm. Her sudden appearance even surprised him. "Warren? What are you doing here?" After a second of silence, Warren spoke softly. "We have a visitor." The person who entered was Estelle, looking incredibly radiant. "Hello, Junior." Her clear, bright voice rang out. Do you have a moment? Then, both Warren and Mariette Dunalev looked annoyed as they were kicked out. Inside, a voice echoed. What is it you wish to say? Estelle slowly approached and spoke in a gentle voice. First, I want to thank you, Corin. Thank you for saving me. Hearing this, Corin couldn't help but tease her. Are you planning to pay me back with just words? She quickly retorted. Don't worry. The royal family will have a reward for you. Unfortunately, the order is quite busy, so the reward from them might be a little delayed. This piqued his interest. The order is busy, you say? As she said this, Estelle's face suddenly turned bright red with embarrassment. That's right, so I wanted to give you a gift first. But before Corin could finish his sentence, she forcefully kissed him. What was that for? Estelle gave him an incredibly sweet kiss. This is a reward for saving me. Pulling away just a little, she whispered, Close your eyes. Corin did as he was told. The faint scent of peaches, so familiar, wafted past his nose. It felt like heaven, the scent of a warm heart that had shared its warmth in that biting cold. Something gently slipped between his lips, past his teeth, and wrapped around his tongue. The bottom of it felt soft against my tongue, while the top was hard. At that thought, Corin slowly opened his eyes, feeling a rush of heat. Estelle playfully raised a finger and gave a mysterious smile, but the next second, she pointed at his face and scolded him. You audacious boy, you really are a man, aren't you? You were expecting something, weren't you? You were expecting it, right? Look at your face. Do you need me to get you a mirror? Incredibly, Estelle could still walk away nonchalantly. We'll talk about what happens next later. When that time comes, you must call me Mrs. Mr. Corin made Corin feel extremely disgruntled. Hey, don't you think this joke is a little much? But he could only sit there in silent defeat. All in all, she's a very difficult person to deal with. Elsewhere, Estelle was deep in thought. She kept replaying the kiss with Corin. Then Estelle couldn't help but unconsciously stroke her lips. She found it so strange. Even though it was the first time, my heart felt like it was going to explode. Just like back then. Estelle recalled images from the past. A colossal divine power, just like the first time I encountered the power of the sun. At that time, she had been so happy that her false beliefs had been shattered. The feeling of a racing heart when finally facing the truth. Before he was kidnapped, Corin had tried to ask carefully if any of the people who had been in contact with the Saintess had shown any unusual signs, but Estelle had slapped him hard across the face for it. In the end, everything Corin said was true. She looked at the necklace in her hand and thought to herself, the Saintess's rosary is supposed to be pure gold. The reason my holy power wouldn't recover is because someone replaced my rosary with a fake. Then Estelle's gaze fell on the crack beneath the pendant. The only people who can touch this are the high-ranking officials of the order. Just then, someone suddenly ran up to report, Saintess, it is time for your audience with the Pope. Hearing this, she also became hurried. Is that so? Estelle squeezed her eyes shut with regret. Will I be able to see Corin again during the summer break? I want to face the sun once more with a pure soul. Then she opened her eyes as she thought about them. The traitors in the order. The more Estelle thought about it, the more furious she became, and she resolved to catch and kill every last one of them. The scene then shifts to the Duna potato farm in the south. Early in the morning, a voice blares from a loudspeaker. Listen up, you rats. Get up. Making everyone feel incredibly sluggish. Is it morning already? Very soon after, they all went outside to exercise. Morning exercises in Duna begin. 1, 2, 1, 2. The background music played ceaselessly as they faced the golden potato flower flag. Hey, he suddenly started a conversation. Julin, the other man unconsciously replied, what's for breakfast this morning? Boiled potatoes, roasted potatoes, and dried potatoes. But he was immediately struck with a baton by a guard. Potatoes again? Damn it. Are you possessed by a potato-starved demon or something? No talking. The guard's scolding continued to ring out. That trash you're eating, those potatoes are the fruits of labor, bought with blood and sweat. They're made from the people's precious tax money. Julin dug at the ground while cursing inwardly. This is all because of that potato-obsessed girl and that freeloader-looking guy. Just you wait. When this dark era is over, I will rise again. He found this whole situation ridiculous. There's no way a professor like me is going to fall in a place like this. Suddenly, he saw a familiar figure. Professor Ronalan? Ronalan also replied, Professor Julin. Julin looked around, unable to hide his happiness, and everyone from the magic tower too. Finally, did you come to save us? However, the man only pulled out one thing. No. Ronalan held up his cuffed hands with a look of despair. We were captured too. Julin, who had been ecstatic, suddenly froze. Hope was just a mask worn by despair. A month later, the evening sun was slowly setting. Mani held a letter and asked, "Honey, did you see the letter that arrived this morning?" Bo replied with disgust. "You mean the one from that ungrateful brat?" "I haven't seen it." He couldn't help but complain. "I raised him wrong. I truly raised him wrong. He studies at the academy for a little while and suddenly doesn't care about his parents anymore." The more he thought, the more helpless Bo felt. Last summer he went to the southern region, and in the winter he went to the eastern region. He's always busy having fun. But in contrast, his wife was incredibly excited. But it seems Corin has been getting a lot of recognition lately. He even got some kind of promotion. Hearing that, her husband vaguely asked back, "Wiansa?" I think they even started some sort of club together. The more Mani read the letter, the more excited she became. The Saintess was kidnapped this time. Right? I heard Corin played a huge part in that incident. Hearing this, Bo laughed in agreement. He gets that from me. He's got real guts. Then he began to ramble on and on. A man has to make a name for himself and get ahead in life. Suddenly, his wife wondered aloud, "But, has our Corin ever been in love?" Hearing this, Bo heaved a helpless sigh. He's handsome enough, I guess. But can he even string a single sentence together in front of a girl? He at least needs to get a girlfriend to mature at his age. At the same time, at the academy, Corin and Mariette Dunalev were preparing to go inside. Thinking about how he said he'd come with friends, Bo sighed again. That Corin. He's still got a long way to go before he's a man. At best, he's just dragging along one or two of his male friends. As for Corin, he looked extremely excited. "All right then." Corin pointed forward and shouted, "Let's set off." Corin and Wiens departed for the imperial capital. Meanwhile, Bo and Mani were busy preparing a meal. No matter what, if he's bringing friends over, we should at least prepare a whole hen to treat them. That should be enough. Park Sihu stared outside, his mind filled with thoughts. I'm obsessed with this damn game. Each and every scene still appeared vividly in his mind. Item box, crafting window, skill window, quest guide window, and even the familiar terrain. The name of this game is Hero Legend Ahan. Park Sihu quickly looked down at his own feet. I knew the game's content so well that I was famous in the community as a veteran pro, but all of that was in the past now. The scene before him made him let out a helpless sigh. This is a total mess. Everything is a complete mess. At that moment, Park Sihu couldn't help but curse this entire game world. And this body of Park Sihu, and this damn system window telling me to save the world. They're all garbage. Whether in novels or games, the characters are always meddling in other people's business, ready to throw their lives away, just to save someone else. Every time I saw those suffocating scenes, it made me sick to my stomach, which is why I'm completely allergic to heroes. Then, horrific scenes of slaughter flashed through his mind. But one thing was certain, this world would be destroyed by Test Banha. When that happens, the number of survivors will be incredibly small. Just then, Park Sihu affirmed to himself, I am a player in this world, so whether I like it or not, I'm forced to bear the duty of saving it. But he could still salvage something from this. Luckily, this game has a high degree of freedom. Thinking this, Park Sihu started moving again. This wasn't going to be easy, right? He clenched his fist as a thick mana radiated around him. All right, I'll follow the maximum efficiency route and see if I can survive. First, I have to figure out how to use the system. Then, I'll grab every single hidden reward available in the early stages. I won't miss a single one. Park Sihu's gaze sharpened, filled with determination. Since it's come to this, I'm going to do things my way. The storyline, or whatever it is, as long as I save the world in the end, that's all that matters, right? Elsewhere, he suddenly shouted some strange things. I refuse to be in one of those sappy, heartwarming stories. It has to be a refreshing, satisfying one to be the best, right? Park Sihu made a firm resolution. I will live for myself. The next second, he saw the figure of Corin running toward him. Me too. It made Seihoo wonder, what the hell is with this guy? But Corin just kept rambling on. Do you know kimchi? I'm Korean, from Unosi, he said, making Seihoo quickly cut him off. Hey, I already said I know. Meanwhile, Corin was still talking non-stop like he was hyperactive. Do you know? He mumbled quietly. Is he brain damaged or something? This immediately sent the other guy's mood plummeting. I don't deserve to hear something like that. Then Corin changed the subject. To think I'd meet someone from back home, all the way out here. Hey, how old are you? He quickly replied nonchalantly. In real life, I'm 26. Park Sihu thought to himself, I'm actually only 22. Hearing this, the other guy immediately found a reason to act superior. Is that so? I'm 1 year older than you. You should call me Hyung. This made Park Sihu regret his lie a little. Damn it. I should have said I was a year older. Then Corin asked again, "Hey, Park Sihu, have you ever played this game before?" He replied awkwardly, "No. I was just about to start playing when I got dragged in here." He had already calculated, "There's no need for me to reveal everything." Hearing this, the other man stroked his chin thoughtfully. Is that so? Park Sihu, however, was still a bit worried because he wasn't sure what kind of guy this man named Corin Lock was. But soon after, Corin slung an arm around his shoulder and said with a laugh, "Don't worry, I'm great at this game. Just trust me and you'll be fine." First, open your status window. This left Park Sihu a bit bewildered. Status window? But he decided to go along with it. Alright, I'll just think of it as having found a temporary subordinate to use. This person's identity was Corin Lock. He was 28 years old, a former physical education student at a prestigious university in the capital area. He still trained diligently and was now an extra in hero legend Ahan named Corin Lock. On the other side, Park Sihu couldn't help but ask, if you were a student at a prestigious sports university, why did you end up working as a gym trainer? Corin didn't hide anything, and answered honestly, that guy took money from the association's president to fix the results. I stepped in to expose him, so they started hating me and kicked me out. This made Park Sihu think to himself, what an idiot. It wasn't his business, but he jumped in anyway. So, to be honest, Park Sihu's next words made the other man freeze. You don't regret it? Corin replied, well, if I hadn't stepped in back then, I'd probably be making a lot more money now. I might have even gone to Brazil, who knows? If things went well, I might have even made the national team. And then he forced a bitter smile. I'd probably regret it a lot, wouldn't I? Hearing this, Park Sihu let out a sigh. How pathetic. These types of people just put on a good guy facade to look cool. Their whole personality is driven by false pride. He was suddenly reminded of the past. The kids in college who kept trying to get my number were just like this, pretending to be kind, pretending to be gentle. At this point, Park Sihu started to feel worried. In the early stages, he's just going to be a meat shield, bait to attract the boss's attention. I have to give up on him. 1 month later, the full moon shone down on the academy. The surroundings were littered with items after a battle. Park Sihu clutched his bleeding arm, staring tensely at the sword in front of him. Damn it, Dong Jai, he muttered, clenching his fist as if in disbelief. I let my guard down. Park Sihu looked over at the horrific scene before him, killing Elisa Aden to draw Lunia Aden out, to get her to join early, and then power-leveling Ron Waski and Gran Luden. And I still got my ass handed to me. Mari appeared with a soulless expression, a scene from Act 1, in front of the vampire, Marit Dawn Nu Oliev. She was incredibly ambitious, having swept up every hidden piece she could find in the Academy's early stages, including the Golden Mandrake. But, because of a slip-up in my magic control, I let Carinel's golem get smashed. Now, all Park Sihu could do was run for his life. Damn it, it was just one little mistake, and now everything's a mess. He could only run forward without daring to look back. From behind, the beast was still chasing him furiously. What the hell is this thing? Instantly, Park Sihu used protective barriers to defend himself, but fighting with one hand was extremely difficult. How am I supposed to land a hit? In the end, Park Sihu had made his decision. Because I hate getting my hands dirty, I chose the path of magic. Stat-wise, at this point, Mariette is weakened by hunger. I should be more than strong enough to solo her. Damn it. Ahead of him, there was nowhere left to run. It's a dead end. Just then, Park Sihu was startled as he felt the difference in mana between the game and a real battle. From a distance, Mariette destroyed the beast with a single blow. Seeing this, he finally realized what a world of difference there was. Seihoo screamed in agony. It hurts so much. This can't be game over. I'm going to die. I'm really going to die. Model. He squeezed his eyes shut, not daring to face reality. I'm dead. But when he opened his eyes, Park Sihu found he was still alive. Huh? Park Sihu quickly looked up at the sound of the voice. Somehow, Corin had appeared out of nowhere and blocked the attack. Are you okay? This left him completely stunned. Although he was in immense pain, Corin still managed to speak. Seeing as you can still talk, you must be fine. Ugh, that hurts like hell. But Corin's actions just made Seihoo want to scream. Why? You have nothing to do with me. Why would you go this far? But the other man just replied in a matter-of-fact tone. Do I need a reason to save you? Reasons and all that stuff aren't necessary. I just like happy endings. But before he could finish, Corin collapsed completely. Since it's come to this, isn't it better if everyone is happy? The idea of someone having to die was awful, and it sent Park Sihu into an immediate panic. Wake up! Don't you fall asleep. You want to die. Before closing his eyes, Corin didn't forget to give one last piece of advice. You have to be happy too. You can't die in a place like this. Then, he immediately collapsed, leaving Park Sihu in a state of shock. Park Sihu couldn't help but grind his teeth and curse. You idiot, you damn fool, you lunatic. He was completely frozen, as if he couldn't believe what he was seeing. Don't die, please. Park Sihu could only hug the other's body and call out to him. Now, Park Sihu looked at Corin lying in bed and silently cursed the man. He just charged in with that spear, and now a whole month has passed and he still hasn't recovered. Park Sihu mused that it was partly because he'd been so severely injured back then. For a character with a weak constitution like Corin Lock, there were obviously limits. Afterwards, Park Sihu put on his coat and left. But it doesn't matter. Now I have a much clearer idea of what I need to do. He carefully committed his name to memory. Park Sihu walked away with immense confidence. He was previously 22 years old, a student of mathematics and natural sciences at a prestigious university in Korea. On Earth, she was a promising female university student named Perrin. Siren's gaze was incredibly determined. Her future was bright, and she was always surrounded by men pursuing her. But now, he was a player in Hero's Legend. Ahan. Park Sihu. Park Sihu had been training constantly. For the past month, I've been relentlessly strengthening myself. Yuen spoke softly. This way, please, he thought to himself. I've now far surpassed the level of an ordinary level 1 mage. Just then, Park Sihu saw Mariette Dunalev drinking the blood of an animal. For some reason, she burst into tears. Seeing this only enraged him more. You're living quite well after seriously injuring 2 people, aren't you? This was the bitch who had hurt Corin, but his eyes widened when he heard her voice. Corin? Mari showed deep remorse. I injured Junior Corin. Is Corin okay? At that moment, Park Sihu understood. Even though we were only together for a short time, I realized it. From the very beginning, he'd had a good impression of Junior Corin. The more he thought about it, the more his anger made him grit his teeth. You too? The next second, Park Sihu couldn't stop himself from lunging forward and grabbing her by the collar. This damn B-list NPC doesn't even know her place. He squeezed tightly, as if to pour out all his resentment. He's mine. In this world full of fakes, he's the only real thing I have. The scene changes. Corin looked at the cake Miriam Elizabeth Elrat brought and praised it. Miriam Elizabeth Elrat, you're really good at baking cakes. Can I have a piece? She replied. Thank you for the compliment. Here, I'll get you another piece. He continued. It's not just that the cake is delicious, you have a kind heart too. After that, Corin went to help Jay carry some things and asked, Miriam Elizabeth Elrat, where are you going with all this stuff? She replied, I'm moving materials to the experiment area. He teased her cheerfully. How can a weak mage like you carry so much? Give me half. I'll help you carry it. Miriam Elizabeth Elrat said, thank you. Next. Corin showed his concern for Han Dana. Professor Dan, have you been eating well lately? I just got a sandwich from Elle. Would you like to try some? She replied shyly. Oh, of course. Witnessing these actions, Park Sihu was so angry that veins popped out on his face. He thought to himself, what the hell is that guy doing? Park Sihu watched him wipe the sweat from his face, silently appraising him. His face is decent enough, and his personality is famous throughout the academy for being friendly with everyone, regardless of gender. And what about the way he talks? Every word that came out of his mouth was in that particularly friendly style that naturally cheers people up. Later, back in the break room, as he was lost in thought, Corin, who was sitting next to him, spoke up. I wonder what Hanbion, who used to be my personal trainer, is up to these days. He recalled the time Hanbion was giving him a massage and said, she even gave me a free massage. She's such a kind person. She had asked him, does that feel good? Corin then remembered a time he was hanging out with Sang. He mumbled, I'm also curious. What Sang, who was forced by her coach to throw a match, is doing now. Hearing that, Gahu asked, after that incident, you two got close and even went on a date in Hongdae, right? He replied nonchalantly, it's a shame. I wish I could have experienced love at least once before coming here. I've only ever had friends. Those words made him curse silently in his head. This idiot is a lost cause. Park Sihu's face darkened as he continued to curse internally. He's not perceptive, and he has zero self-awareness. Why did the first person I fall for have to be this insane flirt? Suddenly, Corin touched Park Sihu's shoulder and commented, hey, Park Sihu, your muscles have gotten really defined, but your face hasn't changed at all. He blushed bright red and replied, I'm a player. How could my appearance change so easily? Corin then blurted out thoughtlessly, you really are beautiful. This made Park Sihu jump, his face turning completely red. You remember that cross-dressing contest event at the beginning of the school year, right? The prize for it is pretty good, isn't it? From what I can see, with your face, you'd win easily. I told you, it would suit you so well, Park Sihu exclaimed. Really? Then he said hesitantly, if you're willing to do my makeup, I'll think about it. Corin immediately agreed. Good decision. I'll buy you everything from a wig to fishnet stockings. Park Sihu asked, so, are you free tonight? I happen to have a dinner voucher for Holy Panda. He wondered to himself. Why do I feel so happy over something so simple? Am I an idiot too? Suddenly, Corin spoke up. I can't tonight. One of my juniors, a girl named Juna, said she had something she needed to talk to me about, so I already made plans to eat with her. Hearing this, Park Sihu flew into a rage, ripped the towel he was holding, and cursed, son of a bitch. Seeing this, Corin asked in surprise, why do you keep swearing? I have to accept it. He covered his face in despair, thinking, this gigolo attracting girls is just like a force of nature. Park Sihu let out a sigh and continued to think, I need to prepare carefully and block all of them. Corin Lock has no awareness of his own popularity, and from now on, it has to stay that way. He thought of Lunia, who was staring intently at a piece of paper in her hand. Park Sihu thought to himself, the method is simple. Looking at the contents of the paper, he decided to form a party composed entirely of men, leaving no room for any girls to squeeze in. The party was full. To achieve his goal, Park Sihu was even willing to cut Lumia Aiden, who was once their strongest fighter. He pinned up pictures of the girls, silently acknowledging that the difficulty would indeed increase slightly. But if he calculated carefully, it wasn't impossible. He'd switch from the most efficient route to finish the game to the one with the lowest chance of encountering the female characters. Park Sihu focused on Estelle's photo, calculating in his head, to catch Bantha Gyat, I'll still have to let that little saintess Estelle join the party after all. In that case, I'll just have to start a scandal to make the saintess and the pope turn on each other. He stood, lost in thought, in front of the girl's pictures. He thought to himself, before the final battle begins, I'll pretend to side with the saintess and just take advantage of the situation. That way, there's no way she and I will ever actually meet, right? As he thought this, a sinister look appeared on Park Sihu's face as he continued to plot. All right, the next part of the script is, while he was thinking, so I wasted 2 years just to catch this gigolo. Corin slammed his wine glass down on the table. He was completely wasted by now, crying and stammering. I feel so guilty. Corin slammed his hand on the table, cursing resentfully. Damn it! That damn. Why did it have to break right there? Hearing this, Park Sihu thought to himself, so today it's about the Radiant River, huh? I was the one who blew that up. Hearing that, Corin cried even harder. His voice choked with emotion. Mariette Dunalev, Waran, Gravel, Yuan. So many people are dead. Park Sihu, what the hell have I even been doing? Damn it, I knew everything. I knew it all. Seeing this, Park Sihu silently judged him. This guy is always getting depressed thinking about the people he couldn't save. What a gullible fool. So easy to manipulate. Who cares about those worthless NPCs? Corin looked up, still sobbing. Because I'm too weak. Park Sihu spoke up. Actually, there is a way for you to get stronger. He thought of Aaron's image, thinking to himself, yes, if I want to go with him to the final battle, I need to get stronger too. If it's that girl, the hero's natural successor, she could probably take him to an even higher level. With that thought, Park Sihu took Corin's hand and said softly, you can become even stronger. He continued in a firm voice, we will definitely go to Enzin together. Park Sihu smiled faintly, his thoughts wandering, and even after that, if possible. Suddenly, he paused, muttering under his breath. But, wouldn't that mean I'm also seducing Aranua? As Park Sihu let go of his hand, Corin slumped onto the table, while he calmly sipped his wine, calculating, well, it's just one more person. I just have to stick close to him 24/7 and never take my eyes off him, just like before. In the party, among friends, professors, and allied NPCs, I just need to manage the female characters. The scene shifts to the castle a few months later, under a pleasant, clear blue sky. Inside, Park Sihu was standing when Corin suddenly approached and called out, Hey, Seihoo, he asked. I was about to ask you to go eat at Holy Panda downtown. Is something important up? He said, I'm going to be a father. This sentence seemed to make Park Sihu freeze, speechless. Remembering Miriam's image, Corin said shyly, well, the other party is a boss, so it is a little weird. After the royal ball, Lady One and I got a lot closer. He laughed carefree and continued, Congratulate me, I'm going to be a dad. Seeing Park Sihu give no reaction and just stare at the ground, Corin called his name. Suddenly, Park Sihu clenched his jaw. His face was now covered in bulging veins, as if he were furious, cursing this entire situation in his mind. The time shifts to evening. Outside the royal palace, soldiers were still on high alert. Even at night, the lights of the royal palace never went out. The alert level and the skill of the royal guard were among the highest in the Ahan hero legend. The scene shifts to the brightly lit interior of the palace. This was the place most strictly guarded by the royal knights and the honor guard. It was the palace of the second princess. At that moment, Park Sihu had burst in and was choking Miriam Elizabeth Elrat. Looking at his furious eyes, she asked in a strained voice, as expected of the hero of the Few Kingdom, "The way you look at Lord Corin is truly something else. But I never expected it to be this blatant." Miriam Elizabeth Elrat was sweating, but she still threatened him. "Do you really think you can hide it from him? You did a good job hiding Jer Hinter, LGA, and Mariette Dunalbev, didn't you?" At this, Park Sihu let go and asked, "You know everything. So you saw it all?" She replied, "If I die, I've already arranged for letters to be sent to both the South and to Lord Corin. You can't kill me, can you?" He glared, suggesting in a low voice, "Let's make a deal." Park Sihu continued, "The thing you're looking for, I know where it is." Hearing this, Miriam Elizabeth Elrat said in a low voice, "If that's true, then I have no choice but to act. Congratulations. Checkmate." He glared, his cold eyes radiating killing intent, and growled, "No, this is checkmate," he thought to himself. "I know you so well. The one thing he would never forgive. Now all you have to do is go through with it." The next day, Miriam Elizabeth Elrat's room was stained with blood, the result just as planned. Seeing this, Corin held her in his arms and sobbed. "You foolish girl. I told you to wait for me." Miriam Elizabeth Elrat spoke weakly. "I know, but I couldn't. Our child. I really wanted to give birth to him. Mommy, sorry. I'm so sorry." She leaned close to his ear and whispered, "I love you. I'm sorry I'm telling you this so late. I love you. I truly love you." Corin. Park Sihu stood nearby, cursing inwardly. "Damn it, that thing is going to die so pathetically." Behind Corin, Miriam Elizabeth Elrat's eyes were filled with triumph and cunning. She mouthed to Park Sihu, "And you will fail." Anger flared up inside him. Park Sihu summoned his sword, swore under his breath, and thought, "I overcame Mariette, and I even overcame Miriam Elizabeth Elrat. I risked my life to get this far, and yet, at the very last moment, I was found out." His eyes flashed with anger as he growled, "No more. I won't endure this any longer." An image of Corin in chains appeared in Park Sihu's mind. He said, in a possessive tone, "Your will doesn't matter, because you are mine. In this world full of lies, you are my only truth." Amidst the dim light of the system, Park Sihu smiled and said, "So, wait for me. I will bring down the curtain on this script with my own hands, because I will claim you." At that moment, the system's voice rang out. The final battle, with the fate of the world at stake. An all-out war where everything is on the line. The final act is now beginning. At that very moment, the dazzling image of the radiant Tess Banhazat appeared. The demon god, Park Sihu, also summoned multiple magic circles, as streams of light enveloped him. At that moment, Tess Banhazat initiated the battle. He charged straight towards Seihoo, and just like that, the two clashed. A blinding flash of light erupted, enveloping the entire space. It was a battle that would go down in legend. A deafening explosion roared. The figures were gone, replaced by a single, powerful source of light. When the light faded, Park Sihu collapsed, his face covered in blood as he coughed violently. His voice was broken. He was strong, with a power I had never witnessed before, rivaling that of the gods worshipped in ancient times. Why did it have to be this way? In a crater left by the battle, Test Banhazat growled at Park Sihu, but fate had already been decided, and my defeat happened differently. "You are truly strong, but you're incomplete as a warrior," he continued. "What a pity. In the end, we're right back where we started. Liampa would never accept a mediocre lump like you. It would have been better if Corin Lock, the one chosen by our master, had stepped forward instead of you." With that, Test Banhazat raised his spear again, his body erupting in flames as he spoke. No need for any lingering attachments. He stabbed Park Sihu straight through the back, roaring, "No matter how many times we repeat this, I will always be the winner." He coughed up a mouthful of blood, thinking to himself, "What I'm clinging to isn't about winning or losing, or even about survival." Park Sihu closed his tear-filled eyes. His thoughts drifted to the words I never had the chance to say. "If I knew it would end like this, I would have told you I loved you. Even though you're a man, I should have confessed sooner." That I like you. That I love you. Suddenly, the scene shifted to another space, a hand shooting up in surprise. It was Siren. She woke up in her bed, muttering, "This is my room." At that moment, a system message appeared. "You have failed. All play data will be reset. Thank you for being with us all this time." Suddenly, Siren's mother walked in and said, "Siren, that's enough gaming. Come out and eat." Seeing her, she ran and hugged her tightly, crying out, "Mom, it's been so long since I've seen you." Her mother exclaimed, "Oh my goodness." Siren's eyes were suddenly flooded with tears. She said softly, "But I have to go." With that, Siren dashed off. Her mother called out, "Siren, at least eat something before you go. What's gotten into that child?" After that, Siren took a taxi straight to Jim's room. Seeing her, Han Bayon said, "Oh, him? He's not going to work today. Who are you? Do you know him?" A moment later, Siren was seen running away as Han Bayon yelled, "You can't go in there. Don't touch the address book. Sir, please call the police." As she ran, Siren calculated, "It's less than 10 minutes from here." She pushed herself to run faster, determined to meet him. When she reached the building, Siren muttered to herself, "Maybe I should have stopped by the nearby mall to buy new clothes. I should go back, buy some makeup, touch myself up a bit, and then come here." While rushing up the stairs, she thought, "No, I absolutely can't wait any longer. I've already waited for more than 3 years." Finally, Siren stood in front of a room, panting heavily from exhaustion. Seeing the light on, Siren mumbled, "The light's on, he's there." "That's right, I've returned, too." And so, she started banging on the door repeatedly, yelling, "It's me, Park Sihu. I'll explain everything slowly." So, things turned out this way because, unable to wait any longer, Siren yanked the doorknob thinking, "He's just an ordinary background character. He's returned to the real world." The door flew open, and she screamed, "It's me, Park Sihu." Suddenly, Siren froze. Her eyes widened as if witnessing something impossible. Her pupils constricted as she mumbled, "It can't be." Looking at the glowing screen in front of her, Siren screamed, "It can't end like this." Instantly, tears streamed from Siren's eyes. That day, her entire world collapsed. Siren just kept screaming, "No!" A system message appeared on the screen. Sub-player Corin Lock is beginning the succession process. The scene changes. Jenin, with wide round eyes, exclaimed, "It's so big!" She ran off happily, saying, "Senior, I want to eat that one. I want to eat that one." Against the backdrop of the peaceful and magnificent city, Corin spoke up. "The royal capital is the most developed city in the kingdom of Eldas. Not only is it where all the administrative agencies are concentrated, thanks to the royal palace, but it's also a transportation hub that spreads out in all directions." Pausing for a moment, he continued, "Though I didn't really want to come back here." A girl heard this and asked, "What's wrong? Isn't this your hometown, Corin?" Corin answered somberly, "It is, but you could say I have some painful memories here." As he said this, he glanced to the side and spoke up when he saw Mariette carrying a load of things. Corin asked, "Senior, why are you carrying so much?" She replied cheerfully, "Because I don't know what your mom and dad like. What's your family like?" Hearing that, he said softly, "They're just normal. My parents own a restaurant, and my younger sister is studying at the Royal Academy. Family. To me, family is?" Corin recalled an image of his family, thinking to himself, "Ever since I came to this world, home has been an awkward space for me. I'm just someone who took over Corin Lock's memories and body, an outsider from Earth." Then he remembered the image of Park Sihu and began to ponder. In reality, Park Sihu denied his new life until the very end, and maybe I would have done the same. Corin stared thoughtfully at the photo in his hand, mumbling to Corin Lock. He continued to think as he stared at the family picture. If it weren't for his family. An image of Corin's family playing happily together flashed through his mind. He thought to himself, "In my past life, I was also very confused about whether I had taken over Corin Lock's soul, or if we had merged and become a new entity. I don't know either way, but his family accepted me naturally, even though I had suddenly become a different person." Corin lowered his head and said softly, "Since then, I've accepted that the family here is." As he said this, a look of happiness appeared on his face as he continued, "The people who made me who I am today." A little later, as he walked up to a house, Corin spoke, "It's been a long time since I've seen them. I feel both guilty and nervous." He raised his hand and knocked lightly on the door, his mind a jumble of thoughts. "Actually, this is the first time I'm meeting them in this life." Pushing the door open, Corin couldn't hold back his tears. He cried out, "Mom, Dad, your worthless son has returned." He couldn't stop himself from getting emotional. Suddenly, a ladle flew straight at Corin's face. The whole family was radiating hostility, holding various objects in their hands warily. He cried out, "Mom, Dad, little sister, why?" Bon growled. "You?" he roared in fury. "You bastard are not my son. Get out of my son's body, you demon." Corin spoke up in alarm. "Dad, I know it's been a long time since I've been home, but what is this?" Bon pointed at something covered by a cloth and yelled, "Look there," he asked. "What is all this?" He replied, "How would I know?" Bon ripped the cloth off and scolded, "You scoundrel!" The time rewinds to 1 hour earlier. The whole family was staring blankly ahead. Bon spoke up, "How?" Shah also stammered, "Our house. Again." In front of them were Aaron and Josephine, and he gasped, "Is that Lady Josephine, the hero of the Witch War and the headmaster of the academy my son attends?" Aaron said shyly, "Corin is a truly outstanding student. You know, he's the top student of the second years at our academy. And personally, Corin and I have a teacher-student relationship." Hearing this, Mani wondered to herself, "Our Corin has a personal teacher-student relationship," and with that shy look in her eyes. As she finished, Aaron turned to leave, calling back over her shoulder, "Well then, sir, ma'am, I have an appointment with the royal family, so I must be going. I'll leave my gift here." She turned to her husband and said, "See? That's what this is about, isn't it, honey?" Bon replied, "You're right," he continued. "It's probably fine that she's older. What's important is how they feel about each other." Mani asked hesitantly, "But isn't it a bit strange for our daughter-in-law to be older than us?" Suddenly, they both gasped. Before them, a girl was kneeling with a sword. Mani asked who she was, and the girl quickly introduced herself. "I am the one betrothed to your son. My name is Lunia Aden." Lunia looked up and continued, "I came to the royal capital, at the summons of the royal family, and took the opportunity to stop by and pay my respects. From the Aden clan of the East, please accept this small token of sincerity for my fiancé's parents." With that, she glanced towards a source of light and said, "Please, don't feel pressured. Warani, bring out the gift we prepared." The light that flared up was so blinding they had to shield their eyes, and what was unveiled was a countless amount of sparkling gold, silver, and jewels. Mani tried to stop Bon, but his voice boomed, "Wasn't sending you to school enough for you?" Bon grabbed a broom in a fury and yelled, "How dare you go around seducing innocent girls? Like some gigolo just to leech money off them? My son is a two-timer." Hearing this, his wife tried to calm him. "Calm down, honey, please calm down." Suddenly, a voice cut through Bon's anger. "Excuse me, sir, ma'am." Marriott walked up and said, "Greetings to you both. My name is Marriott Dunalev." The girl beside her also spoke up. "I'm Elisa Aiden, a friend of Corin's. As for Warren," she spoke coolly, "Warren." Then she added shyly, "Ah, no, I'm Warren. I'm indebted to him." Sitting on the ground, Corin just scratched his head and laughed awkwardly. Seeing this, Bon and Manny's eyes went wide as they thought, wait, it wasn't just two of them? And so, they both raised their hands high, their faces filled with murderous intent, ready to punish him. His mother yelled, "Son, I'm so disappointed in you." His father shouted, "What son? That's not my son. He must be possessed by a demon. Get out of my son's body." Hearing this, Corin screamed, "No, it's a misunderstanding. I've never even dated anyone before." Seeing how tense the situation was, Shia stepped in to stop them. "Mom, Dad, at least hear what my brother has to say. Big bro isn't the type to be a player." His face pale, he thought to himself, "Of course I can always count on you, Shia, but since when are you decked out head to toe in solid gold?" Suddenly, she turned to Corin with a sly grin and said, "Big brother definitely has his reasons for this." To his utter astonishment, Shia continued, "If he's a responsible man, and if it's true love, he'll choose just one person and stay with them. Right, big bro?" At that moment, all the girls' murderous glares focused on Corin, leaving him so flustered he couldn't speak. Marie cheerfully held up a bag. "Sir, ma'am, I brought a little gift from the south." Hearing this, Corin's mother exclaimed, "The south? Dunafair? Oh my heavens. Please, speak comfortably, my lady." Elisa then happily brought a basket of candy over to Zia and said, "You said your older sister came this morning. Well, I'm her younger sister. Would you like a honey bomb candy?" Shia replied, "So you're the second young lady of the Aiden clan? I love honey bomb candies." After trying one, she exclaimed, "It's so sweet." "Wait a minute, does this mean Lady Elisa will become my brother's sister-in-law?" Elisa replied, "I suppose so." A moment later, she mumbled thoughtfully, "And to my older sister, Corin will become her brother-in-law." Hearing this, Shia let out a gasp, thinking to herself, what on earth is she talking about? While everyone was chatting cheerfully, Warren cracked the door open. She stepped outside. Suddenly, an illusion of Warren appeared beside her and said, "What do you think you're doing, running off on your own? We have to do something like those other girls," she scolded coldly. "You're too loud," the illusion insisted. "Just close your eyes and listen to me for once." It whispered in Warren's ear, "Corin will love it, you'll see." A little later, she found herself at a clothing store. The illusionary girl exclaimed, "Amazing. So cute." After trying on a sexy dress, Warren cried out in embarrassment. "It's too revealing," her illusion said cheerfully. "Men are weak to a little skin." This is straight out of Volume 1 of Headmaster Josephine's romance novel. You know? She pictured Marriott and Elisa and continued, "Besides, think about Lady Marriott Dunaliver or Elisa. This level of exposure is practically normal for them, right?" Warren stated coldly. "Everyone's lost their minds. That novel isn't normal either. I'm changing back into my old clothes." Suddenly, a voice called out, "Buying some new clothes?" Seeing her in the alluring dress, Corin exclaimed, "You're normally pretty, but seeing you all dressed up today is really something else. You should have started dressing like this sooner." He went on, "My situation at home is a little awkward right now." After that, Corin held out his hand and suggested, "How about we take a walk around the royal capital together?" Seeing him, Warren's illusion swooned, completely mesmerized. Oh my. Warren took Corin's hand and shyly agreed. She thought to herself, "I definitely have to borrow Volume 2 of Professor Josephine's romance novel." The sky at that moment was a pleasant, clear blue. Corin led Warren by the hand through the streets. He pointed and said, "This place has the best food." Later, they went to an amusement area. Corin pointed ahead again and asked, "Have you ever played that game over there?" But she just remained silent, not answering. And so, the two of them walked together until twilight. He said, "It's this way." But Warren didn't respond, just bowing her head in embarrassment. Suddenly, he spoke up. "Wow, it's already nighttime." Warren started, exclaiming, It is?" Corin looked at her and said, "This is our last stop." Afterwards, they both sat down to rest in a place that looked like a cave. He lay down and began to open up. "A while back, for a few reasons, I used to live here. More accurately, I was in hiding. But this is a beautiful scenic spot that I found during that time. Since we were out, I wanted to show it to you." Warren just focused on Corin's face as she breathed out. "So beautiful." He replied, "It is, isn't it?" But following Warren's gaze, Corin continued, "This spot has the clearest view. Above the cave opening was a brilliant sky full of stars." He said softly, "Sometimes, I need a place like this. Looking at a beautiful view with other people is nice, but sometimes, you just want to have it all to yourself." Suddenly, Warren spoke. "Me too." She said exactly what was on her mind. "If you brought any of those other girls here, I'd be very angry." Memories of their intimate moments in the past came flooding back. Warren murmured in his arms, feeling completely at peace. Whenever he touched her, her heart would pound. At this point, she shyly buried her face and whispered, "I." Her lips trembled, as if trying to form words. Mustering all her courage, Warren confessed, "I think I've fallen for you." Hearing this, Corin was momentarily stunned. He thought to himself that this was a confession with no pretense or deception. Corin then recalled the angry faces of the other girls and told himself, "But how can I possibly respond to this? Maybe I deserve to get beaten up, just like my father said." Corin remembered his past moments with Maria and Elisa, thinking to himself how he had pretended not to know. But there was Marriott Dunalev and Elisa. And then, there was the image of Warren, and Warren too. He reflected, "I know they all like me," a fact that had been weighing on his mind. Who should I ultimately commit to? But the issue isn't who. It's the connection between us. Corin's mind was in turmoil as he thought of his original body. Once this scenario is complete, I might get the chance to return to Earth. When that time comes, what choice should I make? His hand clenched into a fist, his heart racked with torment. If I leave, what will happen to the person I choose? And after leaving her, could I even bear to live? Corin let out a breath and mumbled, "In the end, my answer is still." He then spoke aloud, "I'm sorry." But just then, Warren leaned in close to Corin's face. She gently placed a kiss on his lips. Against the backdrop of the starry sky, the silhouette of the two of them looked more romantic than ever. Warren then pulled away, her cheeks flushed red. She asked, "You don't like it?" Hearing that, Corin's face turned beet red as he quickly denied it. No, not at all. He gripped Warren's shoulders and hesitated, inwardly debating whether he should tell her that he couldn't accept her feelings just yet. Suddenly, she spoke up. Wait, Warren continued shyly. But right now, I'm Ja-in. She confessed. She had gathered all her courage to say it, but perhaps not enough to hear his answer. Hearing this, Corin said pensively, "Is that so?" He then helped Warren to her feet and asked, "Did you have fun on our date today?" She replied softly, "Yes. I'm always happy when I get to make memories like this with you," Corin said in a low voice. "Then I'm relieved. I was hoping this would be a memory you could look back on from time to time." Then he turned away and said gently, "Shall we head back?" Warren said, "Wait a moment." She tugged on Corin's sleeve and asked, "These memories you have, they're only here with me, right?" As she spoke, Warren stood on her tiptoes, hesitating before saying, "Today." Once again, she gently kissed Corin, confessing amidst the romantic scenery, "Please, dream of a future with me." He thought to himself, "I was supposed to be just an outsider, and yet I've received so much more love than I deserve." With a somber expression, Corin wondered, is it really okay for things to be this way? The image of a blood-soaked Miriam Elizabeth Elrat lying in his arms flooded his mind. She had said, "I love you. I'm sorry it took me so long to say it." Night had now fallen. The lights from outside shone through the window onto Corin. Even so, he had fallen fast asleep in his lonely bed. And even if Corin chose one person, would that truly be okay? The next morning at the kingdom, the scenery was strangely peaceful and clear. Inside, the tables were laden with food. Ren was already there, devouring her meal. She exclaimed, "This is the most delicious thing I've eaten in my entire life." Mariette approached with the others and said, "Eat as much as you like. This banquet is for us." Corin spoke up, "Come to think of it, this is your first time at the royal palace, isn't it, Ren?" Hearing this, Mariette asked, "Corin, isn't this your first time too?" "That's right," he thought to himself. "This is our first time here in this regression." A pensive look crossed Corin's face at the thought. Walking into the palace, he exclaimed, "It's been a while since I've seen a sight like this." Seeing everyone happily pouring drinks, Corin asked, "Are those the people who distinguish themselves in the Demon Tower? I never expected Merkava Academy to produce such outstanding students." Just as Elisa was eating a cake, someone approached her and said, "You're Lady Elisa, right? Could I have your autograph?" she cried out. "Me?" While Corin was relaxing, the sound of requests for autographs continued unabated. "Please sign here for me too," Elisa said in a fluster. "I don't even have a signature." He looked at everyone enjoying the party and thought to himself, "We really should have just been training. But we've been through so many demon towers. We should at least rest for today." Outside, Mariette Dunalev was in the middle of a conversation when she turned and gave a thumbs up to Eon. "Of course, I still have work to do." Inside the royal palace, just then, the doors opened, accompanied by an announcement. "The king and queen are entering." The king's red cape fluttered behind him. Wenking declared, "Everyone, listen closely." Before the Reverend Estelle and Miriam Elizabeth Elrat, his voice boomed. "Today is a ceremony to commemorate my beloved daughter, the Saintess, who was chosen by the gods themselves and was rescued from the clutches of evil mages." At this, Wenking's voice grew somber, and there were also guards who sacrificed themselves for this cause. He commanded, "Hero, raise your head." While everyone else knelt respectfully, Wenking continued, "I have heard of your outstanding achievements, great knight. For whatever you desire, I shall grant it." Just like in the story, at this stage, the player could receive not only jewels or elixirs, but even land or a title. Hearing this, Corin spoke up, "There is only one thing I desire," he thought. "Not money, not items, and not power. The thing I want is," Corin declared clearly, "a pardon." His words seemed to catch Wenking by surprise. To the astonishment of Estelle and Miriam Elizabeth Elrat, he continued, "I request a single pardon, one that can only be used once and can absolve any crime imaginable." That statement left the entire hall speechless with surprise. But Wenking didn't reply, only saying coldly, "The banquet ends here." He added, "Let's move to another location." Hearing this, Corin could only stand there, stunned. Images of the past flooded his mind, and he thought, "In my regression, I had so many regrets. But the most painful memories were trusting Park Sihu like a fool, oblivious as the people around me died one by one, and being unable to protect my master." In the past, Corin's hand had reached out in a place full of smoke and fire, unable to stop the tragedy. That sea of flames had consumed everything. Corin mumbled, "If everything follows the script, a storm of blood will soon sweep through this place, and once again, I'll fail to stop it." Back in the present, Corin clenched his fists. Filled with determination, he vowed to himself, "But this time will be different. And to do that, the one thing I absolutely need is... He was now kneeling before Wenking. He asked, "A pardon? Just one. But you want me to absolve any crime? It depends on your interpretation." Wenking's face grew serious as he said, "It sounds like you're saying you plan to commit a crime." In a steely voice, he questioned, "You have a private audience with me, so speak. What is your plan?" Corin bowed his head and said softly, "I cannot say." Upon hearing this, Wenking replied in confusion, "Very well. Then I shall grant you a one-time pardon that can absolve any crime, except for treason and the murder of a royal. Is that sufficient?" Corin suddenly spoke up. "Forgive me," he said, bowing his head low with a sincere voice. "I want a pardon that can absolve any and all crimes." At these words, Wenking's hands clenched the arms of his throne as he growled, "Do you understand?" He roared in a fit of rage. "Do you have any idea what you're saying right now?" Wenking angrily rebuked him. "How arrogant. You are declaring to my face that you will commit treason in the future." Hearing this, Corin wondered to himself, "So this approach won't work?" The king grew even more furious, shouting, "It doesn't matter if you're the hero who saved my daughter or the executioner who brought judgment to the demon tower. If your sword is aimed at the royal family, then there is only one thing I must do." Then, Wenking gave the order, "Guards, seize this man immediately." Suddenly, a pair of feet stepped forward. A voice said, "You cannot kill a hero with your own hands." It was none other than Estelle. She called out softly, "Father." Seeing his daughter, he cried out, "Estelle." She told him that Corin Lock had conquered the demon tower and saved her. Wenking replied, "I know." Estelle suddenly blurted out, "And what's more, I spent several nights with him." Hearing this, Corin's face went pale as he thought, "Well, that's not entirely wrong." Wenking yelled furiously, "Spent the night together?" Corin muttered, "Couldn't she have said something actually helpful?" In the king's stunned silence, Estelle continued, "I trust Corin Lock more than I trust you, father." He asked, "What are you talking about?" Paying no mind to his expression, Estelle continued, "More than anything in this world." Having said this, she knelt and spoke with reverence, not as Princess Estelle, but as a saintess. Wenking questioned her before she could continue. "Are you even considering your status as a saintess?" Estelle replied, "Of course." Seeing her trembling hands, Corin thought to himself, "She said she trusts me more than anything in the world. That's blasphemy. And she's trembling." Corin glanced at Estelle and had a realization. So that's it. It's a bit soon, but Estelle must have discovered the order's secret, and she needs my help. He frowned, breaking into a sweat, and muttered, "Either way, with Estelle's support, there might still be a chance." Suddenly, a voice cut through his thoughts. What an interesting play. It was Miriam Elizabeth Elrat. She spoke as she entered. "Sir Corin always knows how to keep people entertained. I didn't expect this." She cast a cold glance down at Corin and added, "Begging for a pardon again." Seeing her, he cried out internally, "Miriam Elizabeth Elrat." Corin quickly reevaluated the situation in his mind. This is the worst possible timing. Miriam Elizabeth Elrat is the saintess of the Catholic Order, and I was the one who destroyed the Demon Tower. Since the Demon Tower was once an ally of the Catholic Order, there's no way she'd be happy. He gritted his teeth and continued his speculation. And knowing Miriam Elizabeth Elrat, the one who sees Estelle as a thorn in her side, she'll definitely interfere, no matter the cost. This is bad. Ch. Miriam Elizabeth Elrat spoke up. Grant him the pardon. At this, she gave a faint smile and spoke arrogantly. "I will not kneel. The feeling of looking down on Estelle isn't so bad." Miriam Elizabeth Elrat tilted her chin to the side and continued, "And as you know, this won't be easy." Her words left Wenking stunned, his throat feeling tight as he was unable to speak. At that moment, Estelle also slowly stood up. Facing this difficult situation, Wenking spoke, "The two saintesses of the order and the two princesses of this kingdom. To think my own daughter would side with a traitor." He sank into his throne, his voice filled with disappointment as he said, "Raising children is a completely thankless job." Wenking spoke softly, "Corin Lock, as you wish." He gave the command loud and clear, "I will grant you a one-time pardon, which can be used once to absolve any and all crimes." Hearing this, Corin immediately replied with reverence, "I am deeply grateful, Your Majesty." He thought to himself, "I did it, but I still can't shake the feeling that I'm missing something." An image of his conversation with Miriam Elizabeth Elrat appeared in his mind. Corin muttered, "It was just like this before I confronted the Demon Tower, and it's the same now. What on earth is her reason?" At that time, she had said the Demon Tower was hunting those wolves. Night had fallen, but his mind was still troubled by the question of why Miriam Elizabeth Elrat had helped him. In her room, Miriam Elizabeth Elrat was sitting alone, with a snake in her hand. She murmured, "My hypocritical father. He must be worried about how far my anger and hatred will spread." It turned out she was speaking to someone. Her tone was sharp. "By the way, I'm disappointed. I can't believe you would barge into a lady's room without permission. You are so rude. Not at all a gentleman." It was Tez Banhazard. He spoke. "I hope you'll understand." With that, Tez Banhazard gave a sinister smile. He continued in a low voice, "I don't like to make things noisy." Miriam Elizabeth Elrat spoke up and asked, "Your losses have been quite severe recently, haven't they? To an unusual degree. At this rate, is there any point in me backing you?" He replied calmly, "Don't say that. This sort of thing has always happened." Tez Banhazard held a crystal in his hand. He said through gritted teeth, "It couldn't be helped." He continued with a disgusted tone, "This damn world just hates me so much." Handing Miriam Elizabeth Elrat the crystal in his hand, he said, "Anyway, as per our contract, read the fate." Her eyes lit up as she looked at it. She thought to herself, "This world's sacred treasure. The thing that can read my future." Staring intently at the crystal, Miriam Elizabeth Elrat said to herself, "The Fate Stone. Liam." She remembered a scene from her childhood, recalling to herself, "Years ago, Tez Banhazard came to me and made an offer. If I promised to support him, he would let me borrow the Fate Stone, Liam, once a year." Before the powerful light radiating from the stone, Tez Banhazard said, "This time for sure." Watching Miriam Elizabeth Elrat enveloped by the dazzling light, he said with a determined voice, "I expect to get the results I desire." The scene changes to a quiet evening at the mansion. Corin opened the door to look outside and saw someone waiting there. Seeing Estelle, he called her name. "Estelle." She spoke nervously. "Corin, I have something important to tell you." Corin invited Estelle in and said, "The banquet just ended, and you arranged for me to stay in the royal palace, so I figured something was up." "Sure enough," she exclaimed. "That's just like you, Corin." Then Estelle took something out as she continued, "My holy power is being sealed." Hearing this, he asked, "Have you figured out the cause?" Estelle recalled a memory from the past. "When I left the archipelago with Corin," she said, "my holy power still hadn't returned, even after leaving the Steel Archipelago. Even so, I believed time would solve the problem." At that moment, a brilliant light flared up. She recalled that on that day, Estelle had shed tears upon witnessing that radiance. She gently knelt down to the ground. The necklace snapped and fell hard from Estelle's wrist. She picked it up, holding it in her hand. Due to the impact, a corner of the pendant had chipped off, long before she discovered the hidden truth. Back in the present, she held out the pendant and said, "The tower demons that cornered me took all of my weapons, but they didn't take the Rosario. Because the Rosario isn't something I carry with me at all times. Even I didn't realize it." Hearing this, Corin asked, "So this thing absorbed the holy power?" Estelle rubbed her chin and replied, "That's right. But thinking about it, it's strange. The power granted by God was obstructed by this thing." A thought flashed through her mind, and she spoke hesitantly. Could it be that holy power has nothing to do with devout faith in God at all? As Corin listened, Estelle continued her analysis. "The proof is that I just said something blasphemous, but I didn't lose even a shred of my holy power." Her words reminded him of when he carried the Rosario, and he thought to himself, "I've been close to this Rosario before too. My demonic power, the fact that Sunclaw Solus's divine power was absorbed, this thing was the main cause." Suddenly, Estelle asked tensely, "Corin, you already knew, didn't you?" A memory of the past, when she and Corin stood in the cave, rushed back. Back then, he had asked, "Have you really never once doubted God's existence?" In the present, Estelle frowned and continued, "The truth of this world." An image of Estelle appears with some analysis. In the original story, Estelle only appeared as an NPC who assisted the player, not as a party member, so she couldn't get deeply involved in the plot. Estelle never realized until the very end that there was a traitor within the Holy Order. Next is an image of a shattered game screen. Because of this, the crime of carrying the Rosario was never exposed, and it became a plot hole in the eyes of the players. After that, we see the silhouettes of Miriam, Elizabeth Elrat, and Estelle standing side by side. But from the moment Estelle returned to the MK3 Academy, people could have predicted a day like this would come. At this moment, Corin stepped outside and said, "Please, come with me." The place they arrived at was Men's Treasure Island. Witnessing the scene there, Estelle exclaimed in astonishment, "How? This is impossible." Seeing the gods floating in the sky, she said, These are the gods of this world. Danon?" Suddenly, Estelle fell to her knees, her face a mask of horror and devastation, and she cried out, It can't be. Standing behind her and witnessing this scene, Corin remained silent. Images from her childhood, standing with her royal father and mother, flooded her mind. I have never seen such powerful holy power. Truly an extraordinary talent. From the moment you were born, this world was yours. A servant had called out, "Oh, holy maiden, please bless me as well." Back then, people offered her everything before she even had to ask. A soldier also said reverently, "Wherever you go, I will lay down my life to protect you." At that time, young girls also admired Estelle deeply, expressing, "Look, it's the holy maiden. If only she would say just one word to me." They admired everything about her. Whenever Estelle appeared, the eyes of the public were all on her. It was unclear whether faith was born from power or power was born from faith. No one knew. Estelle back then possessed a radiant beauty that lit up the entire space. She affirmed, "But there is one thing I believe, without a doubt. I was clearly chosen by God." The scene changes to an evening at sunset at the Second Holy Land, the Zon Grand Cathedral. Estelle stepped inside and said, "Greetings, Pope Sichari." Pope Sichari asked softly, "For what reason did you wish to see me?" She spoke gravely. Estelle asked, "Your Holiness, do you believe in God?" Faced with that question, he could only remain silent. Then Sichari bowed his head and replied, "Of course, Holy Maiden. God is still watching over us, even at this very moment. Isn't the holy power we possess proof of that?" After hearing this, she let out a faint smile. Estelle held out the rosario and asked, "You know what this is, don't you? Because, within the Holy Order, only high-ranking priests are allowed to access this item. Someone swapped this with my rosario." As she said this, her expression turned serious, and she cursed. "That bastard." Estelle asked again, "What do you think?" Hearing the question, Sichari gave a cryptic smile, while she still called him Pope Sichari. Suddenly, Sichari slumped down and said in a low voice, "So, you finally learned the truth? But nothing will change." Images from the past flashed through Sichari's mind. He explained, "The reason we can use holy power isn't because of something called faith, but because we inherited the bloodline of the ancient god Danon and the giant race." Suddenly, a murderous glint flashed in Sichari's eyes. He laughed like a madman and said, "The holy maiden will find out soon enough. The true god we must serve is Danon, and among them is the great Banthaz. What use are the new believers or the old believers? Soon, this world will belong to us, those who wield holy power." Sichari continued to ramble. "When heaven descends, the world of Danon will return once more." Hearing this, Estelle gasped. "What?" He continued to shout amidst her astonishment. "That's right, we were chosen by God." Sichari snapped his fingers and spoke. Just then, many people from the tower demons and the old believers appeared around them. He lamented, complaining that she was ruining things. Sichari gripped her hand tightly, saying brazenly, "Saintess, your blood is all we need to resurrect the giant and bring us closer to heaven's descent. Why won't you do it? So you're all in on it together." Standing before the goddess's statue, Estelle said with disgust, "My lifelong faith has been shattered. The scriptures I once read, the beings I once worshipped, it was all a lie." She threw Sichari's hand off and yelled, "You are not fit to be the Pope, and Banthaz is not fit to be a god." Hearing this, the fanatics erupted in rage and shouted, "What? How dare you insult the great Banthaz? Isn't she the holy maiden?" They charged aggressively towards Estelle. Despite the chaos, she remained unflinching. Meanwhile, Sichari gritted his teeth in anger, veins popping on his face. At this point, items were bestowed upon Estelle as a voice said slowly, "That's right, Estelle, you are my descendant, many generations removed. If it's you who inherited my bloodline, you'll be able to use them." She picked up a spiked mace and declared firmly, "For me, there is a duty more important than faith." A majestic image of Corin appeared. Estelle continued, "With the power I possess comes the duty to lead and save as many people as possible." She gripped the mace and charged forward powerfully, shouting, "The god I believe in is." The item Estelle held was the Staff of Dida. This was the weapon that Danon of the Great Land of Dida used to defeat the tower demons of the Bosa giant tribe. She struck straight ahead, sending the fanatics flying, and cried out, "I have decided, model." And so, a bloody massacre unfolded in the cathedral. It was the moment a religious reformation erupted in the New John Order. But she wasn't the only saintess forging her own destiny. The scene shifts to Miriam Elizabeth Elrat, who suddenly cries out as if waking from a trance. Seeing this, Tez Bonzat calmly asks, "Did you just see the future?" Miriam Elizabeth Elrat covered her mouth, letting out a cryptic giggle. Then, she burst into loud laughter and said, "Did I? Miriam Elizabeth Elrat walked off, saying, "Yes, fate will finally grant my wish." Looking up at the blood-red moon, she murmured, "My hero, my prince." Against the crimson backdrop, Miriam Elizabeth Elrat kept repeating, "My destiny, all mine." With a look of pure satisfaction, she softly called out, "Corin Lock." A dark, intimate image of Miriam Elizabeth Elrat and Corin flashes by. He says, "The reason I have to marry Miriam Elizabeth Elrat is because I've been captivated by her enchanting allure." At that time, Corin happily embraced her, and contrary to what one might expect, he actually felt joy. Then, a horrifying image appears. Miriam Elizabeth Elrat, sitting atop a pile of corpses. In the original story, Miriam Elizabeth Elrat was destined to cause the tragic massacre of the demi-humans and meet a miserable end at the hands of the heavenly people. The scene then changes to a bright, clear morning. Birds chirped in the trees. A thought sparked in Corin's mind. But what if I stay by Miriam Elizabeth Elrat's side and take care of her? Then, an image of a happy family with Miriam Elizabeth Elrat appeared in his mind. He thought, if I can just make her happy enough that she no longer thinks about revenge or those dark desires, then maybe I can save Miriam Elizabeth Elrat. She wouldn't have to die as a villain like in the original story. An image of an enraged Seihoo reappears, as he cursed, "Damn it." But that was a huge misunderstanding. The scene of the conversation between Seihoo and Miriam Elizabeth Elrat is shown again. It's unclear what the hell happened, but Miriam Elizabeth Elrat was once again consumed by hatred and driven into a frenzy. She hadn't changed one bit. The scene shows a battlefield, with bodies lying everywhere. Corin and Park Sihu stood there, stunned. The massacre of the demi-humans had happened anyway. Just then, Park Sihu let out a laugh and asked, "So, big brother, I guess this means it's all over, huh?" Corin looked around, dazed, wondering to himself, Where did it all go wrong? Suddenly, a voice screamed out, "Help me!" Hearing it, Corin asked, "Who's calling for help?" Up ahead, a girl named Chi-Chi was sprinting for her life, pursued by a monster. "There's a survivor!" Corin yelled, just as the beast's massive jaws opened wide to devour the little girl. He yelled, "Hey kid, this way, run!" Chi-Chi reached out her hand, crying out joyfully, "I'm going to live." But she was cut off mid-sentence. Before her hand could even touch Corin's, blood suddenly sprayed through the air, splattering across his face as he froze in utter shock. The monster had swallowed Chi-Chi whole. Watching this, Corin felt his world collapse, muttering, "Why? Why did it have to be like this?" Then, he shot forward like a blur. Seething with killing intent, Corin roared in fury, "Why did you have to do this?" In the next instant, he thrust his spear straight into the monster's mouth. Suddenly, his eyes widened in horror. Inside the monster's mouth was the image of Miriam Elizabeth Elrat, impaled through the stomach by his holy spear. Corin screamed her name in agony. "Miriam Elizabeth Elrat!" Even as blood flowed from her mouth, she showed no sign of pain, simply calling his name. Corin pulled her into his arms, his voice choked with grief. "Miriam Elizabeth Elrat. Why? Why did it come to this?" She gave a faint smile and said, "It's too late." Miriam Elizabeth Elrat weakly confessed her feelings. "I'm sorry. I love you. You were the one I cherished the most. You are my destiny." And it's as if all of this has happened all over again. The scene shifts to the underground city of Daunas, where Kus, the elder of the wolf tribe, sat on his chair and said grimly, "It seems the demons have gathered." Mokdo Giok looked around and spoke up. "Several of our people are missing," Kaka added in a low voice. "They've been captured and eaten by that serpent." Hearing this, Kus said softly, "Is that so? The cult's oppression of the demi-humans is becoming increasingly brutal." At his words, the others cried out, "That damned serpent took one of my arms. At this rate, they'll discover this place too." "Elder, you have to do something," Kus thought to himself. "We've been pushed back to the borderlands. This was our only sanctuary, and now, only Daunas itself remains safe." At this thought, he tightened his grip on his chair. "Are we supposed to just wait here to die?" Then, Kus spoke up. "Edina, what's the latest on the serpent? I heard it successfully infiltrated the port city, correct?" Edina hesitated, removing her hood as she reported, "It's strange. Actually, it was discovered and has been captured." Kus couldn't believe it. "What?" Edina recalled her conversation with Corin's party and continued, "The group, Corin's guardians, they contacted me and told me so. I don't know how they found out, but they even knew I was a demi-human. Despite that, they didn't treat me with any prejudice." At the time, John said, "So, Miss Edina, all we need is for you to pass our words on to your elder. Mariette Dunalev also chimed in. We will tell you everything we know shortly. Hearing this, he asked, Corin's guardians, you say? I've heard that name before. Cuss's voice was filled with suspicion as he remembered the sight of Corin rescuing Estelle. Aren't those the people who saved Saintess Estelle? One of them asked. The leader of the Wien's Guild? Corin Lock? The one who defeated the rebel mage at the capital's temple? Another person added fearfully. We're doomed. He's the hero of this kingdom. Is he planning to use this as an opportunity to exterminate us all? No, that's not it, Adina replied. He made us a new proposal. A proposal? The elder exclaimed. She continued, that man, Corin Lock. Into the silent room, Adina spoke again. He said, he will take care of that serpent. A curious voice asked, he's going to kill it? Another asked in disbelief. Hey, is he being serious? Cuss scoffed, saying, that's completely absurd. How could his little group possibly achieve something like that? He stood up and continued skeptically. Besides, why should we simply believe him? Corin Lock is just a human, after all. He then roared, those of the new faith are all the same. His pretense of protecting us is nothing but a show. In the end, didn't he just stand by and watch as that cult oppressed us? Hearing this, the werewolves roared in agreement. That's right, all humans are the same. They're all talk. Just then, a voice shouted out. That's not true. Recognizing them, Adina cried out, Ren! John! Then she asked, did you two follow me here? Cuss interrogated them. You're from the Golden Wolf tribe? I thought your kind was already extinct. Hearing this, Ren replied, we almost suffered the same fate. She recalled the time she was captured and rescued by Corin, explaining, we were about to become lab rats for the Empire, but Sir Corin saved us. And now, I was able to attend Moirai Academy thanks to Saintess Estelle's help. Jane asserted that if it weren't for their help, John chimed in, we wouldn't be where we are today. Looking at Cuss's expression, they spoke respectfully. Elder, we are currently infiltrating the kingdom as officials. Adina stated confidently. From what I've seen, their plan is feasible. Demi-humans without a nation, without land to farm, have to wander day by day, just like us. This is our chance to be recognized as citizens of the kingdom. Hearing those words, he grew pensive and said nothing. Suddenly, Kus raised his hand high and shouted, I don't trust humans. He just placed a hand gently on Adina's head and hesitated. But then, Kus spoke calmly, I will try to trust you. Seeing this, Adina gave a moved smile. Sometime later, the break ended, even as Moirai Academy was holding its closing ceremony. In a room, Corin brought out some kind of bag. He had business to attend to elsewhere. Corin lifted it onto the table. He recalled tasting the precious elixir he'd obtained from the Forbidden Forest when he snuck into the Steel Archipelago. Besides those items, although he had found many other things, none could compare to this one. Looking at the glowing item before her, Mari asked, Corin, are you really going to eat this? Shouldn't you keep it as a family heirloom? Corin took out a ginseng root. This is Goriel Kali mountain ginseng, an extremely rare herb that grows by absorbing the energy of dragon veins for tens of thousands of years. If you brew it, your mana will expand. If you eat it raw, your aura will expand. This is a 10,000-year-old mountain ginseng, something even the gods consider a precious treasure. A moment later, Corin dropped it into a pot of medicinal ingredients and said, but I'm going to brew it and drink it right now. Goryeo mountain ginseng's absorbed medicinal power differs worlds apart depending on the preparation formula. Therefore, you need the person who knows the most about Goryeo mountain ginseng to do it. That person was none other than Dez, the former elder Andreon. He was struggling to sit before the fire, while Mari continuously cheered him on. Hang in there, Dez. Eagerly, he thought to himself, my precious elixir that I've worked so hard on. Soon after, the potion was finally refined. Corin brought it to his lips and drank it down. After drinking, he was filled with energy and exclaimed, incredible. The system information appeared. Perfectly absorbed Goryeo mountain ginseng. Mana increased by 37,564. Mana level upgraded from max, intermediate to advanced. Mana has finally surpassed the 50,000 mark. Corin equipped 2 more items, thinking to himself, of course, I still can't compare to Park Sihu Ober or Hates Bantaz, but I still have the precepts to increase my power. The system displayed a message. Precept, I will save the world. In battles related to saving the world, all stats increase by 200%. Holy Radiant Temple item set effect. Mana increases by 200%, amplifying it 4-fold, equivalent to 200,000 mana. Looking at his newly equipped arm, Corin was determined. Now I have the mana to control the power of the sun more easily. It's almost time to use it. The image of a frail Miriam Elizabeth Elrat in Corin's arms reappeared in his mind. he thought. Both in actual history and in the first loop. When I thought I had controlled all the variables, Miriam Elizabeth Elrat still caused the massacre, as if it were an unavoidable fate. Then, the arrogant image of Tess Banzaz appeared. The only one who rejoiced at this damn fate was Tess Banzaz. Corin continued his analysis. He wants the new and old factions, humans and demi-humans, to become enemies and annihilate each other. He wants those who obstruct the coming of paradise to destroy themselves. A scene of a heart in chains appeared along with a system notification. Precept: I will save the world. Precept: I will not ignore the misfortune of good people. If I break the oath, the only path is death. There is only one thing I must do to survive, Corin told himself. I must stop the villain who wants to destroy the world and prevent the misfortune of innocent demi-humans. With that, I am fully prepared for this war. When he knelt before Wen King, he had said, I grant you an immunity that can erase all of your sins, one time only. He replied, thank you. Corin had obtained the right to have his sins pardoned, a very significant privilege. Looking at the empty potion pot, he thought confidently, even though I wanted to avoid this war, I am now prepared for any battle that may come. At that moment, Ren was chatting happily with the werewolves. Corin thought to himself, until then, I have to avoid Miriam Elizabeth Elrat as much as possible. If Miriam Elizabeth Elrat were to find out that I'm secretly directing everything, the entire plan would be ruined. The image of a brutal battlefield unfolded again. In the previous loop, Miriam Elizabeth Elrat had caused the massacre of the Demonkin, and he hadn't been able to stop it. But not this time, Corin vowed to himself. I will never make that same mistake a second time. Inside the room, Josephine held a piece of paper and said, Student Miriam Elizabeth Elrat has submitted an application to have you as a mentor. As you know, in exchange for this privilege, she has made a massive donation to the Academy. It's a system that allows one to choose to study after hours with a professor or a student of their choice. Corin asked, Princess Miriam Elizabeth Elrat wants to meet with me after class every day? She replied, something like that. He pondered, what on earth is she scheming? Corin recalled the time at the palace when Miriam Elizabeth Elrat had said, the magic tower is hunting the wolf tribe. Please, forgive him. He thought, it's the same now as it was then. While Corin was wondering, does she plan to keep me by her side to monitor me? Josephine asked. If you don't want to, I can refuse the request. He replied softly, no, it's fine. Taking the envelope, Corin stated clearly, I will be her mentor. Moirai Academy's traditional mentoring meant being guided one-on-one by a senior with more knowledge or experience. If the junior's abilities improved, the senior would also receive bonus points. In the opposite case, points could also be deducted. Jane draped her arms over the shoulders of the two boys in front of her and asked excitedly, do you two want to be my mentees? For this reason, when a new semester began, seniors would often search for juniors to mentor. However, juniors already had to submit a lot of homework every day and received no special benefits, so cases of them actively seeking a mentor were extremely rare. But on very rare occasions, there were juniors who wanted to spend more time with a senior they admired, and so they would request mentoring. Of course, this man didn't think it was any big deal. Corin smiled, lowering his gaze to the stack of letters in his hand, and said, it's just their desire to follow in their senior's footsteps and become stronger. But for Corin Lock, this particular junior's request for mentorship was a special case, because that person was the saintess of the old faction, as well as the second princess, Miriam Elizabeth Elrat Hadatha Elat. Meanwhile, she immediately put on a haughty expression, coldly holding a teacup. Come in, my mentor, Sir Corin. Hearing this, Corin calmly placed a letter on the table and said softly, my letter of withdrawal. Then he continued to stare at Miriam Elizabeth Elrat and added, please find another mentor. As soon as he finished, she hesitated in disbelief. I didn't think you'd agree immediately, but I never expected to be rejected this quickly. Hearing this, Corin admitted without hesitation, a smug look on his face. My schedule is packed. You see, I have to run missions with my team, and now that it's almost autumn, I have to prepare for the festival. Not to mention, the Guardian's rank evaluation is coming up soon. Meanwhile, Miriam Elizabeth Elrat's eyes widened, her eyebrows knitting together tightly. As she thought of Corin Lock's power, she grabbed hold of him. You are my destiny. I don't know the specific method or process, but the future shown by the Destiny Stone includes Corin Lock. Miriam Elizabeth Elrat collapsed, reaching out to Corin's face, embracing him, and shedding tears. Bruised blood from her mouth still stained the corner of her lips as her eyes secretly glanced to the side. That is the future where my wish is fulfilled. Miriam Elizabeth Elrat gazed further out towards the great burning fire, which was wiping out all the demons of the Demon Alliance. My long-held wish is to get my revenge. Back in reality, Miriam Elizabeth Elrat couldn't help but grip the wooden armrest of her chair tightly, seemingly furious with the current situation, where she hadn't even secured her position with the demons, something she could rely on. At the same time, Corin placed a hand on his left chest and bowed politely. Then I'll be taking my leave. After hearing him, Miriam Elizabeth Elrat continued to think, it can only be this man. Her left hand, which was cradling the platinum snake, began to calculate. I will soon make you come to me on your own. She watched Corin's retreating back, her gaze as sharp as a sword. Everything you haven't been able to obtain, I will give you in full. Scene change. Corin walked slowly down a deserted road under a clear blue sky. At the same time, Snick was crawling on his shoulder, thinking to itself, this is Corin Lock. If this is a new Weon's team, a 5-story building isn't half bad. Its 2 red eyes looked terrified. It wondered to itself, to run a Weon's, we'll probably need money. Maybe I should suggest gold? Suddenly, the door opened, and Corin, looking excited, spoke up. Daiku, good morning. This is your house. Stop playing all day and clean up a little. Seeing this, Snick couldn't hide its surprise. A demonic pet dog. Is this a kennel? Its face was panicked, sweat dripping down, mouth agape, and eyes wide. Could it be that having too much land isn't necessarily a good thing? It seemed to doubt its own limited knowledge, questioning itself. The scale of Corin's guardians? Meanwhile, he stood proudly with his hands on his hips, wondering when he'd ever see all of this place. Just then, an unexpected shout was heard. Marriott, extremely excited, laughed and said, You're here? Hey Aang, what if we build an airfield so more Hares Billy can come and go at the same time? This stunned Corin as well, sweat pouring down his face. Senior, I already told you it was fine. Meanwhile, Snick on his shoulder perked up and stammered, Looks like gold won't be necessary. Then it glanced around, turning its head left and right. You want to develop the Guardians? Then let's increase our military strength. Just then, Corin suddenly called out, a bit confused. Elisa, what are you doing? As he spoke, she, holding a sword, turned around in bewilderment. My sister told me to just try training slowly. Elisa's face flushed red, and she shut her eyes in embarrassment. But, Corin, please step back. I'm all sweaty right now. Snick continued to observe from the side. It seems there's no shortage of military power either. It watched Corin change his shirt, thinking, after all, the relationship with the lower floor is just a rental agreement. There are things more important than work, right? Snick watched the adorable, rabbit-slippered feet walk slowly as it pondered. These days, you're at your busiest, so I can't be by your side every night. Seeing Warren blushing and hugging a pillow while acting cute, Corin couldn't help but speak. Hey, are you staying the night again today? Hearing this, Warren immediately grabbed his hand and asked worriedly, Have you been taking your medicine regularly lately? But Corin couldn't help but urge her, Hold my hand. Instantly, Warren felt a comfortable, pleasant warmth. Corin, I'm sleepy now. As soon as she finished, Corin urged, Then let's go to bed. Snick saw everything. Its expression was utterly bewildered, sweat pouring down. Elsewhere, Miriam Elizabeth Elrat couldn't contain her indignation. She grabbed her head with both hands, clenched her jaw tightly, and with reddened eyes, covered one eye and growled. What is this ridiculous situation? Scene changed to a magnificent, giant white castle. Miriam Elizabeth Elrat spoke with some annoyance. All right, Sir Corin. She crossed her arms in front of her chest, glancing at the person before her. To be honest, I don't know what you need, so I'll just ask you directly. Miriam Elizabeth Elrat stood up straight, staring at Corin's back. What do you want? What price must I pay for you to agree to be my mentor? I'll agree to anything. Instantly, his face darkened as he replied, You can really grant anything? Seeing this, Miriam Elizabeth Elrat could only give a cold yes, her expression extremely grim. Nothing else matters, as long as I can get my revenge. Suddenly, Corin's voice dropped unexpectedly, his tone as low as possible. All right then. He abruptly turned around, moved close to Miriam Elizabeth Elrat, and began to whisper. After a moment, she immediately looked at Corin and asked coolly, Is that all? Hearing this, he didn't hesitate to extend his hand, his expression relaxing slightly. Yes, but the mentoring won't be easy. Corin began to speak in a sarcastic tone. If you don't want to, then forget it, causing Miriam Elizabeth Elrat to quickly retort, No, I can do it. In another scene, she was panting non-stop. Miriam Elizabeth Elrat gritted her teeth and lamented as she practiced chest compressions on a dummy. This is exhausting, sir. What's the point of learning all this, anyway? It's so boring, so tedious. It's been 2 hours, and all we've learned is first aid. Hearing this, the instructor, who had been standing straight and watching all this time, pointed to the sky and declared coldly, "Of course it's hard. Saving a life is much harder than taking one." His tone was dead serious, and the only permitted answer was, "Understood." As soon as he finished speaking, Miriam Elizabeth Elrat couldn't stop herself from asking back, "Are you insane?" As time went on, the instructor finally let up. "That's all for today's lesson. This time, it's Her Highness the Princess's turn to give a clear answer." Hearing this, Miriam Elizabeth Elrat immediately put on an uncomfortable expression, sweating profusely. Was he being serious? She slowly recalled what Corin had said before. "Each time a mentoring session ends, please, let me see Your Highness smile genuinely. That's all I ask." Back to the present, he stood before Miriam Elizabeth Elrat and asked, "You're not thinking of backing out now, are you?" This made her hesitate a little. "Even if you tell me to just laugh all of a sudden, it's not that easy." Miriam Elizabeth Elrat suddenly gave a faint, empty smirk, her eyes completely lifeless. "Like this?" Hearing her, Corin couldn't help but immediately critique her. "There's no sincerity in it at all. The corners of your mouth look so stiff, and you need to squint your eyes a little more." Then, he suddenly threw his head back and let out a hearty laugh. Then, Corin unhurriedly turned and walked away, waving to the person behind him. "All right, that's really it for today. I'll see you at the performance tomorrow." Hearing this, Miriam Elizabeth Elrat's brow furrowed in a deep scowl. "Seriously, what the hell are you plotting?" The next day, the trainer spoke while unwrapping an elastic bandage. "Tan Bin." Today's training topic was the splinting method, which made Miriam Elizabeth Elrat glare at her in disbelief. "Are you using patience as a joke?" At the same time, Corin, in his role as the trainer, immediately read her expression. "It's like you're trying to force yourself to smile a bit more naturally. I told you to try and put some sincerity into it." Then the next day, and the day after that, Corin sat beside Miriam Elizabeth Elrat, hiding behind a low bush. Concealment and cover are the foundation of tactics. Got it? He then immediately corrected her expression. "Why is one corner of your mouth raised so high? Is your face lopsided? Try tensing the other side a bit." A while later, Corin looked at her extremely forced smile and announced, "Okay, that's enough for today. After all, I never thought I'd only have to smile once." Hearing this, Miriam Elizabeth Elrat couldn't contain her frustration and stormed off. "What the hell am I even doing all this for?" But Corin remained as calm as a placid lake, promising, "Well then, see you tomorrow." And so, time passed, and everything went according to plan. At Corin Lock's office, surprised voices rang out one after another. "Sir." Renjon Corin, sitting in the middle, spoke cheerfully. "Sorry, something urgent came up this afternoon, so I had to dump everything on you all." Immediately, Edna, sitting across from him, replied, "It's no problem at all, sir. In fact, we're glad to be given the work." Ren, sitting to one side, quickly added, "That's right. Edna has also been guiding us very diligently." At this, Edna placed a hand on her chest. "You're Mr. Corin? This is the first time I've met you in person. My name is Edna Irutin." Edna Irutin, a beastkin NPC who sold black market tickets, had become an internal spy for the kingdom to monitor Miriam Elizabeth Elrat's activities in Manhwa. However, within the kingdom, she concealed her identity and blended in as a civil servant. Edna's cover was that of an official, a position in charge of planning the kingdom's policies. She wanted to propose laws to protect the beastkin, but in reality, she struggled just to hide the fact that she was one. The stateless, wandering Majin were completely exposed to all sorts of discrimination and oppression. The two Gen brothers, wearing tattered undershirts, hugged each other for comfort. They were surrounded by a pack of wild beasts, their backs pressed against each other. Back in the present, Corin quickly handed a stack of papers to the woman before him. "Miss Edna Irutan, please accept this," he said, slightly startling her. "What is this?" Corin slowly explained its origin. "These are the signatures of people who care about and have stood up for the Majin." Isabel, wearing a stern pair of glasses, declared, "I'll sign too. If it's for the Majin, I'm more than willing." At the same time, Jeramon stared at the paper with some concern. Not all Majin are bad people. There are good ones too. Next were Jer's group, who were very excited. "We'll cast our votes too. Good luck." Finally, two girls, one standing and one sitting, spoke from the position of the MKAB Academy. The petition states that to ensure students can study in peace, the barrier around Manhwa has also been further strengthened. A strange seal appeared on the floor, and Corin immediately spoke in a serious tone. As long as they don't know the exact coordinates, it's absolutely impossible to find with the naked eye. Please don't worry. Seeing this, Edna couldn't hold back her emotions and hugged the stack of papers. Thank you, everyone. Thank you so much. Everything is progressing smoothly. The force Miriam Elizabeth Elrat mobilized to carry out the massacre is the kingdom's army. The Majin are framed for rebellion and then slaughtered. That's something that could only happen if one gave no thought to the consequences. But if the Majin become citizens, it will be impossible to mobilize the kingdom's army to suppress its own people. Until the bill is passed, all we need to do is keep Miriam Elizabeth Elrat's attention, so she can't find Mawan's location. Time passed to the next day. This time, however, Corin lowered his gaze slightly, a look of surprise on his face. He looked at the empty stone bench and instinctively called out, "Miriam Elizabeth Elrat?" At the Jerusalem Cathedral of the Old Faith, with its towering crosses, the hands of fate continued to turn, never stopping. Just then, Miriam Elizabeth Elrat narrowed her eyes, her face ice cold. "So, you were hiding here." On the map, Snick was curled up in a corner. She cursed without hesitation. "You filthy beasts." Her lips curled into a sneer. "In the end, I am the one who will change destiny." Miriam Elizabeth Elrat's face was filled with calculation. Her teeth clenched tightly. "I've found it," she said, as if mocking someone. One day before the Saintess's kidnapping, the one pulling the strings was the Mage Tower. The manager asked over the phone, "Saintess, how are the preparations for transporting the criminals coming along?" Estelle, walking with proud steps, replied arrogantly, "Everything is in order. I will personally lead the Holy Knights to escort them." A whole squad of Class A heretical criminals had been captured here. Hearing this, the manager immediately put a hand to his chin and cursed, "What a bunch of filthy scum. We must bring them to the nearby Holy Land to face judgment." Estelle then slowly explained, word by word, "Due to the large number of prisoners, we're forced to travel by land. It will likely take quite some time." Suddenly, her eyes lit up, noticing something nearby. In front of Estelle was the figure of a person in a crimson coat. Seeing them, she couldn't help but call out, "Miriam Elizabeth Elrat." In the middle of the forest, Estelle was extremely confused. She walked up to Miriam Elizabeth Elrat and asked, "What brings you all the way out here?" Miriam Elizabeth Elrat. Reading the other's expression, she didn't hesitate to make a judgment. "Looking at you like this, you definitely didn't come just to check on my health." After hearing that, Miriam Elizabeth Elrat furrowed her brow and got straight to the point. "What is the price for that information?" As soon as the words left her mouth, Estelle immediately lowered her gaze, remaining silent. Miriam Elizabeth Elrat spoke again, her voice devoid of all life, one hand leaning on a cane for support. "I know everything. From the Demon Clan Alliance to the existence of Mawan, including the fact that your church is deliberately hiding its location." She once again moved closer to Estelle and whispered, "What will it take to make you talk? I'm willing to meet any of your demands." Miriam Elizabeth Elrat continued to tempt the woman beside her, who seemed on the verge of being persuaded. "If you want, we can even go back to being close friends like we were in our youth." Model A moment later, Estelle immediately averted her gaze, sweat dripping down. "I really don't understand what you're implying." Hearing this, Miriam Elizabeth Elrat became extremely furious. The hand she had on her staff couldn't help but grip it so tightly that it trembled uncontrollably. Then Miriam Elizabeth Elrat turned and left, leaving Estelle behind. "You will regret this. I'll make you pay dearly for this stubbornness." Seeing this, Estelle couldn't help but look desperate. Clasping her hands to her chest, she said, "Along the prisoner transport route is the tomb of the late Empress. If it's not too much trouble, I ask for permission to stop by and offer her a prayer." But Miriam Elizabeth Elrat coldly refused. "I have no need for your god." The scene shifts to her, alone, constantly smirking in sarcasm. "Estelle, that stupid, phony bitch." Miriam Elizabeth Elrat lowered her eyes, staring intently at the map before her. "The Mawan that I've spent so much effort searching for turns out to be right in the heart of the Zon Order's holy land." Her bloodshot eyes shone brightly in the darkness. She clenched her teeth together. "If you're going to the trouble of hiding something, you should have hidden it properly. Disgusting bastards." Then, Miriam Elizabeth Elrat immediately turned her head slightly and spoke. "My thanks to you. Sir Grey, thank you for deciding to leave the new religion to stand with us in our plan. I'm truly grateful. It's thanks to you that the location of Mawan was revealed." As soon as she finished, the other person covered his mouth and laughed loudly, remarking, "The one who truly betrayed the new religion has to be Estelle." He didn't hesitate to voice his confusion. I'm not sure how she sniffed it out, but she realized the Tezbanthazat forces were hiding within the new religion. Gray once again recounted in a serious tone. She even caused a stir with her declarations of religious reform, which led to numerous priests being imprisoned and even the Pope being placed under house arrest. He looked at Miriam Elizabeth Elrat's back and gave a faint smile, his fingers intertwined. Luckily, I was outside at the time, so I managed to save my own life. So this time, if you were to burn down the new religion's holy land. To the ground, Miriam Elizabeth Elrat suddenly cut him off. Not the new religion, it's Zon. Hearing this, Gray could only manage an awkward laugh, his face showing a hint of displeasure. New or old, what's the difference? We're all on the same side. As soon as he finished, Miriam Elizabeth Elrat immediately turned to look at him and sighed. I was originally planning to give you the position of Pope after we dealt with the Zon. She didn't hesitate to look at the oblivious, Gray, and lament. What a pity. At that same moment, countless fireballs suddenly appeared before him. Then, Roll appeared out of nowhere and rushed forward, tearing Gray to pieces. He then flipped his sword around and spoke coldly. Thank you for granting me the honor of judging these heretics. Afterwards, Roll knelt down without hesitation, calling out to the saintess with adoration. At the same time, Ariba and the others appeared, adding, the time has come for our long-held wish to become reality. She stood solemnly at the back, smirking as she stated her wish directly. Finally, on behalf of the Magic Tower, I can settle an old score with Estel. The great warrior of Donia quickly added, this old man pledges his unwavering loyalty to the royal family. Hearing this, Miriam Elizabeth Elrat slowly glanced over at them and smirked without saying a word. A while later, she walked out onto the balcony at night, leaning on her staff. Today, as the Saintess of Zeroen and the princess of this dynasty, I issue a decree. Her black-gloved left hand lightly touched the railing. Under the lax watch of the Zon, eradicate every last one of those beasts who are hollowing out our kingdom and plotting rebellion. Do not leave a single one alive. Suddenly, Miriam Elizabeth Elrat raised her staff, shouting with immense power, annihilate them. Below, countless figures stood at attention in the dead of night, awaiting orders. The scene shifts to the two Joe brothers standing before a crowd of outlaws, trying to calm them down. Everyone, please stay calm. John looked extremely worried, as if he was terrified, and continued, he's almost here, but the others yelled, shut your mouth. One of them, with a scrunched, annoyed face, punched Ren. The rumor has spread everywhere that the venomous snake is leading an army here. This hideout has been exposed. Then, his eyes suddenly widened. Wait a minute. You guys showed up not long ago, and then that snake found us. If that's the case, the man suddenly froze, his face darkening. Don't tell me you're the traitors, are you? If that's true, don't think any of you will leave here alive. As soon as he finished speaking, a powerful voice quickly intervened. Stop. The leader, sitting on a high throne, reminded them coldly. We cannot slaughter each other at a time like this. He furrowed his brows, his expression extremely stern. What were my instructions? The leader lowered his head slightly, his gaze fixed on one person. Now, try to give me an explanation. He didn't hesitate to call out to the man holding a large and sharp weapon. Corin immediately lowered his voice. If I have to summarize everything, Corin clenched his teeth slightly. Sweat poured down as he admitted fault. Then it's all my mistake. He recalled a memory of himself and Estel. Because we stayed at the Magic Tower with Estel longer than planned, Corin slowly explained to the werewolf tribe's leader. Estel was able to identify the group of Tess's minions, the Banthazat, who were infiltrating the new religion, and the religious reformation happened earlier than recorded in history. It seems those filthy rats took advantage of the chaos to escape. At this, he couldn't help but fall silent. A thought ran through his mind. This damn butterfly effect is so annoying. Corin, holding his sharp spear, stood before the high leader and continued. But this isn't the end. Please, just give me a little more time. Hearing this, the other man was immediately a bit puzzled. Time? As soon as he spoke, Corin handed over a stack of papers detailing the revised bill on resident registration, an act to officially recognize the demon race as citizens of the kingdom. He added, in just 3 days, the bill will be reviewed. It's the legal document that will legitimize the status of the demon race, which we have painstakingly prepared. He didn't hesitate to point out a crucial fact. The majority of Miriam Elizabeth Elrat's forces are royal soldiers, and the royal army is not permitted to use force against its own citizens. If we can just hold out until then, we'll have a chance to turn the tables. Corin once again thought of the others and commented frankly, everyone is giving it their all. He quickly presented his arguments for a good outcome, to avoid needless bloodshed, because this is the only way to quell this civil war. Finally, Corin looked at the werewolf leader before him with a serious tone and concluded, "Please, don't let all that effort go to waste." Hearing this, the leader immediately glanced to the side with a sharp look in his eyes. Over on the other side, two people with panicked faces couldn't help but scream, "Damn it, just how bad is the situation? We have to escape, we have to run now." A thought immediately surged through his mind. Everyone was trembling in terror. Seeing this, the leader wearily closed his eyes. A moment later, he sat before Corin, silently blaming himself. "This is my mistake. I've once again repeated the failures of the past." At that moment, the mood of the werewolf tribe's leader plummeted. It had been a mistake to trust humans. He slowly walked past Corin and added with his head lowered, "If we just keep standing here and taking it, we won't last 3 days. In just 1 day, the demon tribe in Maon will be completely slaughtered." Meanwhile, Corin quickly reassured the man not to blame himself. There's no point in resentment. In the end, this was destined to happen. But the leader was still lost in regret. From the very beginning, this was a life-or-death battle, until one side was completely wiped out. Hearing this, Corin fell silent for a moment, asking in a low voice, "Is that so? Is that your final conclusion?" When he saw him grab the spear and turned to head for the stairs, Jen, who was standing behind him, quickly called out to him. In another development, the leader sat on his chair and summoned everyone. Everyone. He raised his hand high, stood up straight, and roared the command, "Stop cowering, and come out." Everyone who heard was horrified by the leader's words. Even women and children must charge onto the battlefield. Those with claws will use their claws, and those with fangs will use their fangs to destroy the enemy. He didn't hesitate to mention the platinum-colored snake named Snick. "I know that snake very well. It won't spare anyone, not even women or children. We have no path of retreat, and nothing left to protect or leave behind." Suddenly, Joe seemed to explode, propelled by a surge of power. The voice of the werewolf tribe's leader continued to echo, "Fight, so they can see the true form of monsters, just as they despise us." His mouth opened wide, his voice overpowering everything. "If we can't finish that snake, we're all going to die anyway. We must survive." His 2 eyes suddenly glowed red. At the same time, 4 fangs immediately appeared. "No more hiding. Charge and kill the enemy." Suddenly, an extremely gentle female voice rang out, breaking the tense atmosphere. "Lord CCH." The girl with the long ears pointed in a direction, causing him to look startled. He saw a line of soldiers in white armor standing at attention and understood. "The Holy Knights of the New Church?" He slowly approached them and asked, "Have you come to fight with us?" The moment he finished speaking, countless sharp spears were unhesitatingly pointed at CCH. At the same time, Estelle, in a pristine dress, slowly walked forward and said, "I came here to stop you." She appeared with a haughty air, her tone full of mockery. "If you want to get to Miriam Elizabeth Elrat, you'll have to step over my dead body first." Seeing this, a girl standing behind CCH was terrified and clasped her hands together. "Saintess, why? We can't do that. It's only thanks to your protection that we've been able to hide safely until now." As for him, he quietly clenched his teeth. As expected, Saintess Estelle is still only human. He then approached Estelle and spoke with reverence. "Saintess, we are extremely grateful that you have given us this shelter, but in the end, you still can't abandon your own kind, your own blood." He didn't hesitate to ask directly, even though Estelle's expression was grim. "Do you intend to side with that venomous snake, the one who is directly threatening our lives?" Suddenly, her attitude changed, and her lips bloomed into a smile. "Not at all. I only want to keep you all here for 3 days. At that, CCH suddenly couldn't hold back his anger and shouted, "This is no time for jokes. Saintess, if both you and we are held here, who will stand against the grand army approaching from outside?" However, Estelle maintained an extremely calm expression. "Let's put our faith in the one I trust most." Hearing this, CCH's face twisted even more as he asked, "After all this, you're still asking us to believe in the gods?" Then, another voice suddenly interjected, making his expression even uglier. "Not the gods. It was Miriam Elizabeth Elrat, with a long line of soldiers escorting her." She raised her fist, signaling for everyone to halt. Miriam Elizabeth Elrat's eyes were filled with solemnity. Seeing this, Corin then began to speak, his tone cold. "No matter which path you choose, when things are beyond your control," he stood protectively in front of everyone, twisting his body, his gaze sharp enough to kill. "The only way is to bet on yourself. What I mean is, believe in that person. He can do it." She was incredibly excited, looking at her soldiers with arrogance as she continued. "Can you truly face my grand army?" Her hand with its long, slender fingers rose high to give the signal. "I will crush every last one of you." Instantly, all the soldiers drew their bows in unison, preparing to fire. Countless arrows flew into the late-night sky, right over Corin's head. However, they were all stopped by a shimmering, golden barrier and fell to the ground. Seeing this, Miriam Elizabeth Elrat was instantly stunned. Is this a barrier? Meanwhile, Estelle began to pray off to the side. "O great and venerable God of the earth, AK." She closed her eyes, and a sphere of marvelous energy manifested before her. "I pray that you grant us the strength to stand firm against the enemy's army of steel, and please, protect the king's innocent soldiers. Let none of them fall." The moment she finished, a massive seal suddenly appeared, enveloping the entire town. Seeing this, Miriam Elizabeth Elrat furrowed her brow slightly, her expression extremely serious. To cast a protective layer covering such a large area? That's unbelievable. Meanwhile, Corin was still staring intently at her. He mused that the place where Maon was currently located was the land of Danach, deep within the holy territory of Zon. An image of him and Estelle talking flashed through his mind. This underground city was forged by the hands of the god Akka at the dawn of creation. A question suddenly formed in Corin's mind. What would happen if Estelle, the inheritor of the Earth's power, used the strength from Andre? He then recalled the treasure shaped like a large chalice. Although the treasure of Andre itself wasn't meant for combat, the Endless Cauldron, one of the 4 legendary treasures of Dan. It is a symbol of the god king Akka, a testament to the power of the earth and an inexhaustible source of life. It possesses the ability to amplify both rules and magic. At that moment, an old memory resurfaced. In the past, a madman had used it to amplify his summoning magic, causing an endless flood of monsters to pour out of hell. Then, Corin watched Estelle, who was still deep in prayer with her hands clasped. However, others had chosen to use it as a shield to protect the people. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but let a small smile form on his lips. This barrier isn't easy to break, and finding a loophole in it is even harder. Suddenly, another elderly voice rang out. The war between the Dan Nan tribe and the Faceless Ones was so devastating. It was powerful enough to destroy this entire planet, leaving Corin stunned. Canatin appeared out of nowhere before the soldiers and added, "For that very reason, legend says they had to use the absolute law, gas, to keep each other in check. To use a Dan Nan treasure combined with the Saintess's holy power to revive ancient magic. It's truly a miracle." Then, his eyes narrowed as he warned. "But listen here, kid." From the other side of the barrier, Canatin quickly shouted across, "This isn't just a defensive spell, it's a law. Announce the terms of the covenant now." Seeing this, Corin couldn't help but immediately let out a cold snort. "A mage from the magic tower, are you? Your knowledge is impressive. Very well, here are the terms of Saintess Estelle's gas." He calmly began to explain. "The arena of A. This isn't a one-way shield. It's an ancient form of covenant, where both sides set their terms, and the winner takes all. In simpler terms, translated from the ancient language, it's gas, the absolute covenant. Each side shall select 5 of their best warriors to duel one-on-one in a fair fight to determine the victor. Anyone who is defeated or loses the ability to fight must leave the arena immediately. The winner will proceed to face the next opponent. And finally, this is the fate that awaits those who fail to achieve victory. Gas, the absolute covenant. The losing side is forever forbidden from setting foot in the Holy Land." At this, Corin furrowed his brow, deeply worried, and asked, "What's your plan? Surely you don't intend to abandon Mawan and make a disgraceful retreat, do you?" But all he received in response was mocking laughter from his opponent. At the same time, Miriam Elizabeth Elrat, leaning on her staff with one hand, immediately scoffed. "You're quite the schemer yourself, Sir Corin. But no matter. It makes no difference, because the one who will be laughing in the end is undoubtedly me," she replied in a cold tone without hesitation. "I agree to your proposal." Miriam Elizabeth Elrat arrogantly commanded her opponent, "Let the duel begin." The Absolute Covenant was indeed a powerful magic with virtually no loopholes. However, once the rules were established, they applied equally to everyone. For that very reason, this didn't mean that our side would hold a complete advantage. Hearing this, Maria Dunalev, who was standing next to Corin, was furious. "Why did we have to accept such an absurd loss? The battle hasn't even begun, and you didn't put up any resistance. There was no other choice," Corin explained quickly, looking over at the Saintess who was still concentrating on her prayers. Right now, Estelle is pouring all her strength into maintaining the barrier to protect the demon folk. Just keeping the gas active is draining every last bit of her life force. She doesn't have enough strength left to participate in the battle, he continued, looking at the ancient, carved words. And being unable to fight is considered a forfeiture. Whoever loses the ability to fight must leave immediately. As soon as the words were spoken, Miriam Elizabeth Elrat, sitting on her throne, couldn't resist a sneer. So, there are only 4 of you left? To the side, Canaton stroked his long white beard and added in a deep voice, "If we hadn't accepted such a steep price from the very beginning, the gas could never have been activated." Hearing this, Miriam Elizabeth Elrat immediately announced to everyone, "All right, let's begin the second match." The moment she spoke, a massive boulder suddenly jutted up from the earth, displaying the images of John and Canaton. It seemed they were the opponents for this round. He immediately stepped forward, clasping his hands together with a soft sigh. Meanwhile, Canaton spoke up from the opposite side in a taunting tone. "I must sincerely thank you. For an old man like me, with 1 foot in the grave, to be blessed with such good fortune." He gripped his staff, his hand still stroking his beard as he continued. "Not only do I get to witness ancient magic that was once only a myth, but I also get to see a member of the Golden Wolf tribe in the flesh." Suddenly, Canaton's expression shifted from calm to crazed, and he burst into a loud laugh. What a thrilling excitement. How long has it been since I've had the chance to observe such a lively specimen? Hearing this, John was infuriated, his jaw dropping in disbelief as he snapped, "Are you from the Magic Tower?" Canaton made no attempt to hide it, slamming his staff on the ground and answering, "Precisely. I am the one who has dedicated his entire life to studying beasts like you." He openly admitted his goal was to mold a more perfect species. As he spoke, Canaton whipped his staff forward, and a creature resembling a buffalo immediately appeared, breathing fire majestically. However, the leader of the beast tribe, John, with his youthful age, was incredibly nimble, leaping away to dodge the attack. He then shot forward like an arrow, straight for Canaton. From the sidelines, Marriott's eyes went wide, breaking out in a sweat as she praised, "His speed is incredible." Meanwhile, John bared his sharp fangs, his expression turning feral. Corin once taught me. He shot down from above, closing in on Canaton. The flames enveloping his body lit up the entire space, that a single moment of hesitation gives your enemy an opening. Watching the entire scene unfold, Corin observed intently. That's a painful lesson learned from fighting in the underworld. His reflexes aren't half bad. However, in the arena, John was struck by a tremendously powerful blow. His entire body was immediately launched high into the air. The sound of him hitting the ceiling echoed. The sight caught Marriott's eye. Her expression didn't change, but she seemed a bit dazed. "Still too green. The first thing you need to deal with is that chimera monster," she calmly instructed. "That creature is large and powerful, but it's also very slow. For someone with your speed, you should have been able to take it down in an instant." Hearing this, John's eyes suddenly lit up with determination, his face growing serious. But John still didn't seem to get it, and was struck by another brutal blow. From behind, Canaton just gave him a bored look, not even bothering to comment. Next, the buffalo-bodied beast attacked again with extreme brutality, causing blood to gush relentlessly from John's mouth. Across from him, the buffalo suddenly spat out a massive fireball. Without hesitation, it shot the scorching flames directly at John. A final stream of consciousness surged through his mind. Take a good look at this monster. Even though it's been torn apart and stitched back together, you must still recognize it. Tears streamed endlessly from Xiao Nuok's eyes. "That thing is your kinsman," Canaton said calmly from the side, his voice low. "The golden fur of the Golden Wolf tribe is truly a premium material. It enhances both physical and magical resistance to the maximum. And, of course, it possesses an exquisite beauty." As he watched the young man struggling desperately in the fight, he boasted continuously, "In the end, it's just a beast, but its inferior intellect is an irreparable flaw. No matter what, it's just an obedient puppet that carries out my every command." Noticing John getting beaten to a pulp, Kanan asked impatiently, "You're being tortured to that extent, and you still don't dare to fight back? Could it be that you feel pity for this puppet?" He furrowed his brows slightly. "That must be it. You golden wolves have always been too sentimental and prone to compassion." Canaton lived up to his title as an archmage by knowing exactly how to exploit his opponent's weaknesses. "I've thoroughly figured your kind psychology. You would never have the heart to strike down your own kin. It's an instinct that runs deep in your flesh and blood. It's more terrifying and enduring than any law." Then, he spoke fiercely about Xiao Nuok's combat abilities. "But my creation is completely different. Just look at those unhesitating attacks. A chimera that has completely eliminated all the weaknesses of your tribe." Canaton couldn't help but raise his hands to the sky in excitement, a wide grin on his face. Research into interfering with and restructuring. The genetic code is the field of science closest to the power of the gods. At that same moment, John's engraved shield suddenly fell to the ground. At this point, he no longer had the strength to resist. Lying motionless on the ground, John was defeated. Seeing this, Canatin grew even more bloodthirsty, roaring with excitement. Go on. Finish them all for me. He ordered his mighty beast, then capture all the specimens hiding in the Mawan and bring them here. Canatin's strength seemed to have multiplied several times over. I will turn every last one of them into a chimera. Just then, a cloud of dust rose from the ground, obscuring everyone's vision. Suddenly, a voice was heard from a person lying on the ground, questioning, "Genetic code? You can't swing your sword because of that?" Waran had appeared unexpectedly and approached John to examine him. "I'm not sure, but I don't think that's the real reason." Seeing this, Canatin held the staff in his hand and began to chant, summoning more monsters. "Are you going to preach about pity or humanity?" One of them, the Shao Nuok, suddenly lunged forward and chomped down on Waran's body. Instantly, an earth-shattering explosion erupted. Canatin, who was witnessing it all, clenched his jaw so hard it made a grinding sound, his eyes wide with shock. Suddenly, Waran's voice came through, admitting, "I don't really know." Her blood-soaked arm clenched into a fist. As Waran's figure emerged from the thick dust, she spoke, her face covered in blood, her eyes glowing red, her tone chilling. "Pity or humanity. I don't have such luxuries." Seeing his opponent approach step by step, Canatin quickly raised his staff as a warning. "Don't come any closer," he shrieked, his face contorting in sheer panic. "What is this monster?" Just then, Canatin's engraved shield quickly fell and shattered into pieces. Gallatin was defeated. From behind, a voice called out with a proud tone. Kogaran Elisa seemed utterly stunned, unable to believe her eyes. She won with just one punch? Beside her, Corin remained silent, simply pointing in another direction as a signal. "Keep it up." Seeing this, Warren looked a little bored and clenched her hand. "Yeah, I know." Corin observed the scene before him and commented, "The tables have turned. You're trying too hard. Just give up." However, Miriam Elizabeth Elrat didn't flinch in the slightest, a smirk playing on her lips. "That girl must be Sir Corin's trump card, am I right? But I have a trump card just like you." Elsewhere, Warren kept looking at her own fist, thinking to herself how difficult it was to control her power in that fight. From behind her, another, incredibly arrogant voice rang out. "In this match against me, you're as good as dead." It made her quickly turn her head. Instantly, Roll charged forward like a storm, his longsword in hand. Seeing this, Warren seemed a bit careless, slowly dodging his attack. Fast. At that moment, Roll's eyes gleamed with admiration. "The match has just begun, and I'm already getting excited." He unconsciously furrowed his brow with determination. "You demon, I will take you down." With that, Joel split into multiple clones, forming a circle around Waran. As he isolated her in his sights, he said, "No matter how strong you are, if you can't hit me." Then, Roll launched a sharp, powerful slash. "You'll just get skewered by me." The tip of his sword aimed straight for the pupil of Waran's eye, and then an explosion immediately followed, sending dirt and rock flying everywhere. On the sidelines, Corin, having seen everything, remarked that the knight was quite skilled. He continued to analyze his opponent. "His speed is pretty fast. Not even Yang or Y could keep up," while Za looked bewildered, muttering, "That's impossible." However, Corin didn't hesitate for a second. He stated bluntly in a low voice, "But you've chosen the wrong opponent, no matter how excellent or agile your skills are." His tone was filled with pride as he introduced his champion. "Your opponent possesses an indestructible diamond body." Hearing this, Joe flew into an even greater rage. He swung his sword wildly. "I will never surrender. You think I'm just going to lose?" Across from him, Warren calmly parried each and every slash with masterful skill. Her face was incredibly serene, her eyes strangely tranquil. In the pitch-black space, screams of pain echoed endlessly. The fight continued until morning, and Joel was panting heavily, exhausted. At that moment, his sword suddenly fell to the ground. Roll's face darkened, sweat poured down his face, and his eyes were vacant. "I've lost. I accept my defeat. Waran is the winner." At the same time, she stood silently, looking at the man before her. Rojo was defeated. In the stands, Corin couldn't hide his joy at this victory. Meanwhile, Miriam Elizabeth Elrat stared intently, her hand on her chin, her brow furrowed. "That girl, I think she's still hiding her power." The girl standing beside her immediately chimed in. "Or maybe she's saving her strength for the next match?" But Miriam Elizabeth Elrat immediately refuted it. "No, that's not it." Suddenly, her eyes lit up as a thought struck her. "Or maybe, for the next match?" Miriam Elizabeth Elrat turned her gaze toward a great warrior, his arms crossed in front of him. "Sir Perseer, I'm counting on you. Instantly, the man quickly adjusted his armor and accepted the command. Please do not worry. It matters not if I must sacrifice my own life, he said, putting on his helmet, his voice as cold as ice, to make the princess's wish a reality. I offer this body. Before he could do anything, Waran's fist shot out and shattered Perrier's mask. The blow sent him stumbling to his knees. Seeing this, Corin seemed terrified out of his wits and shouted, "Oh, you didn't have to do that." However, Waran turned her head, perfectly calm, and replied, "It couldn't be helped." Then, she looked over at Miriam Elizabeth Elrat, who was sitting with her arms crossed, and asked, "It seems the princess has figured it out, hasn't she?" Miriam Elizabeth Elrat now looked slightly curious, though her attitude remained haughty. "Was your goal from the start simply to stall for time?" Lord Corin didn't hesitate to admit it outright. "It seems my little scheme has been exposed. From the very beginning, the goal was to make humans accept demonkin as citizens of the Empire, forcing them to abide by the laws the Empire sets forth. Once the law takes effect, Miriam Elizabeth Elrat can enter the Holy Land openly and legally. GAS, the absolute contract, dictates that the losing side cannot enter the Holy Land. However, Miriam Elizabeth Elrat's ally, Banzard, could act in her stead, or other unforeseen situations might arise. The safest way is to keep Miriam Elizabeth Elrat occupied here, while the law is being reviewed and passed. This match will only end when an opponent dies, surrenders, or is knocked unconscious. If that's the case, we just have to make it so the opponent can't speak. With his mouth shut like this, he can no longer declare his surrender. This method might be more violent than planned, but it'll do." Waran squeezed Perrier's trembling mask and warned him, "Stay still. It's all over anyway." Suddenly, her eyes flew wide with astonishment. Waran spun around, noticing a spear firmly lodged in the body of the person on the ground. "The spear is over there," Corin quickly explained, his eyes wide with shock. "That's not my spear." At the same time, Waran noticed a figure with a build identical to Corin's, confused. She stared at the other person, who was gradually changing their appearance, looking somewhat bewildered. "Don't tell me." A moment later, Waran recognized the girl and shouted, "Aga." The golden sorcerer Andreon can only copy an opponent's appearance, but Aga can copy both their weapons and their power. But in reality, most weapons can only be copied in appearance. The treasures of Dan or other special weapons cannot be duplicated. That is her limit. Furthermore, she can only transform upon meeting an enemy, an ability with many restrictions. Compared to other mid-level beings, this power is a significant step up, but if the one she copied is... Aga looked at her own open palm, incredibly excited, a truly magnificent body, with heavenly power. Then this is a completely different story. Then, she shot forward like an arrow. "I really want to know." Aga closed in on Waran, asking with a mocking tone, "If an indestructible body fights another indestructible body, who will win?" Two immense forces collided, creating a terrifying shockwave. A moment later, a few drops of blood dripped onto the cracked ground. Waran looked at the scratch on the back of her hand and remarked, "That actually hurts." On the sidelines, Marriott looked on in a panic. Her indestructible body was wounded. Meanwhile, Aga stood opposite her, mocking her relentlessly. "Still not used to physical pain, are you?" She kicked at the wound, sneering. "Your reflexes are too slow." Meanwhile, all of Waran's pent-up anger erupted as she swung her fist. The two clashed fiercely once again. This time, Waran suddenly used her leg to break the stalemate. With their opposing auras, they continued to clash relentlessly. After a while, Aga glared at Waran with bloodshot eyes, sneering, "If you don't want to die, surrender, you devil." Her eyes widened, her tone ravenous. "I will defeat you fair and square. Your resistance is futile. If you stop now, it'll be less painful for you." However, Waran immediately refuted her words. "No." She blocked Aga's attack with her arm and stated bluntly, "The winner will be me." Then, Waran delivered a powerful uppercut straight to her opponent's chin. Just like that, Aga was launched into the air and crashed back down to the ground. The attack made her turn pale with panic. "What?" In close combat, it's not just about pure strength. You can do something like that too? But Waran's tone was as cold as ice. "I myself really want to know." Her voice suddenly deepened, her face darkening. "Between you and me." Waran slowly took her stance, her feet planted firmly. "Who has the stronger will?" Hearing this, Aga became even more enraged. "If you won't surrender, then die." As soon as the words left her mouth, the two once again charged at each other, tearing into one another relentlessly. They fought with intense and ferocious power, their different auras clashing, and Waran's eyes suddenly gleamed. Opposite her, Aga's eyes went wide as she screamed, pouring all her strength into the fight. At the same time, rocks and debris were constantly sent, flying everywhere. Two blurry figures stood behind a thick curtain of dust. By now, Aga's hair was matted with fresh blood, and her energy was gradually fading. She knelt on the ground, her body covered in countless wounds. How is this possible? Aga couldn't understand, as she asked the person before her, "How can you be so strong?" But Warren just mocked her in return, an opponent that even an indestructible body can't defeat. She frankly admitted her past experience. "I've met one of those before." Warren moved closer to Aga. "Compared to that person, you're not even worthy of talking to me." This left Aga completely stunned, her face contorting. "Stop. Wait. Hold on." Suddenly, Warren's demeanor changed as she clenched her hand into a fist. "And another thing. My name isn't Devil. It's Warren. Warren is the victor, though both sides have lost the ability to fight. Thanks to Warren stalling for a significant amount of time, there is now only 1 day left before the Demonkin Law is passed." A short while later, Corin placed his hands on the shoulders of the person in front of him. "Warren, thank you. That was a great fight. How's your body?" But she was incredibly calm, as if nothing had happened. "This is nothing. I'll be fine after a little rest." Nearby, Marriott brought over a vial of medicine. "Warren, let me apply some medicine for you." By now, all of Princess Miriam Elizabeth Elrat's subordinates had been dealt with. Now it was her turn to enter the arena. Corin asked with some concern. "Elisa, are you ready?" She immediately answered without hesitation. "I'm ready. I'm all warmed up." Suddenly, the shield engraved with Miriam Elizabeth Elrat's image began to shake violently. At the same time, Corin looked at Estel through the stone tablet in a panic. "Senior Estel, what on earth is happening?" She answered without delay, her voice extremely urgent. "Corin, something's very wrong. The conditions of the Gias have changed." Just then, a cloaked figure suddenly approached. "What a beautiful battle. Truly praiseworthy." This statement stunned everyone present. As the voice echoed across the arena, the shield bearing that person's image suddenly cracked. The newcomer, a muscular man with a murderous gaze, was a close aide of Bantha's. He propped himself up powerfully on his hands and said, "Long time no see, huh?" The Golden Beauty, the one who sees fate. Their eyes suddenly flared with a terrifying light. "No need to stall any longer. I will personally be your opponent." Ohat's arrival brought with it a sinister atmosphere. "I'm going to take all of you down." Hearing this, Corin gripped his spear and slowly walked forward, taunting. "Why would someone like you come all the way down here? What reason could you possibly have? Killing the demon tribe doesn't benefit you in any way, does it?" But Ohat remained perfectly calm and replied, "On such a beautiful stage, it would be a shame if the main actor didn't show up." He raised a hand, tilted his head to the sky, and laughed mockingly. "Besides, getting support from Jeruams through Princess Miriam Elizabeth Elrat would be a great help to my people. Isn't a king's duty to strengthen ties with other kingdoms?" As soon as he finished, Corin channeled power into his arm, making it glow as he retorted, "You talk a good game, but didn't you really come here for this?" Instantly, Ohat clenched his jaw and growled. Then, he let out another smirk. "I have something that's been bothering me. How do you know about the power of the sun? And how did you get it?" Ohat asked, extremely puzzled. He quickly added, "Why did Ah give the lamb to you? That thing should have been mine." In the past, he would just leave right after a fight. At this, Ohat's eyes widened and he gritted his teeth. "But seeing you here with my own eyes, now I understand." He praised his opponent, yet with a hint of sarcasm. "With that handsome face of yours, it'd be a shame to kill you. I'm sure many girls would cry. You've got the makings of a main character, just like me." But Corin replied coldly, "Who knows what will happen? Beauty isn't just skin deep, you know." Hearing this, Ohat's voice suddenly dropped reproachfully. "How dare a brat like you speak of beauty in front of me?" Then, without even glancing at Joel, he held out his hand and ordered, "Give me the sword." Seeing this, the boy was completely bewildered, his face stunned. "The sword is already broken, sir. What do you want it for?" Ohat then lifted the ruined sword, squinted at it, and asked in return, "You said not to judge beauty by its appearance, didn't you?" His eyes suddenly became as sharp as a hawk's. Just then, a gash was suddenly torn across Corin's body, sending blood spurting everywhere. Seeing this, Ohat grew even more excited. "Let me see what's inside you." When his friends saw this, they were terrified out of their minds and screamed Corin's name. Meanwhile, Ohat's face darkened once again, revealing only his sharp gaze. "With this broken sword, I can still gut a man like you as easily as breathing. There are beings in this world who exist with overwhelming power. They are the ones who can defeat monsters and exorcise evil spirits with ease. So what exactly is this Supreme Realm or Special Level? System Data Backup. Checking Precepts. Precept 1. Mission. I will not stand by and watch the innocent suffer. Compatibility. A+. Precept 2. Restriction. I cannot perceive beings that are spirits. Damage copy increased by 50% for 3 turns. Vow. I will save this world. Ohat, rest. Compatibility, A+. Stat copy increased by 200%. Player Corin Lock. Defeat evil and save this world. Stat copy increased by 200%. It reminded me once again. Just how dangerous is this bastard? Tesbanchara's subordinates are all a bunch of savage, bloodthirsty beasts. Every single one of them is an elite powerhouse. But this one, he's on a completely different level. He's incredibly strong. In a one-on-one fight, distance is crucial. Since I use a spear, I have an overwhelming advantage in range. But Ohat suddenly swung the broken sword, slashing at Corin. He then grabbed the spear's shaft with his hand, admiring it. This spear is really light, and its attacks are fast. Ohat, seemingly having gained the upper hand, said, I want this. The moment he finished speaking, he kicked Corin, sending him flying far back. Meanwhile, Corin's body had no strength left to withstand the attack. Using any weapon stolen from an opponent, Ohat Press is truly a master of all weapons, able to wield anything as skillfully as if it were his own. As he struck at Corin, Ohat voiced his confusion. I still don't get it. He moved in close to Corin, one of his eyes glowing again. Why would Ah give a divine weapon, like the ram, to a useless bum like you? What's the point? Ohat questioned Corin again. Is it because you're called the most special one? He suddenly grabbed Corin's wrist and urged him on. Or is it because you possess an aura, a light, and magical power that surpasses others? Today, I will find the answer to my question. Ohat didn't hesitate to throw Corin into the air, declaring, the only one who can stand on this most beautiful stage is the most special one, me. He stood there, completely unharmed, as imposing as a great mountain. Suddenly, Ohat poured all his strength into the weapon in his hand. His face was as cold as ice. You have no right to compare yourself to me other than your flashy appearance, Corin. The sharp tip of the spear was pointed at Corin's forehead as the tension mounted. Therefore, your place is off the stage. Corin Lock, today is the day you fall. Returning horse thrust, that was the signature move Corin had been practicing while fighting Ohat. Just then, he suddenly leaped into the air and lunged at Ohat. Instantly, Ohat used his swift feet to block the attack. However, Ohat couldn't completely dodge it. A small cut appeared on his face, drawing a bit of fresh blood. At the same time, the distance between them widened. Seeing this, Corin couldn't help but smirk sarcastically. You must be pretty confident you can fight with any weapon, huh? His eyebrows furrowed slightly. But when it comes to spearmanship, you're no match for me. Hearing this, Ohat immediately praised him. It truly is a fine spear. After saying that, he suddenly snapped his fingers. Instantly, countless sharp swords appeared around Ohat, and his eyes began to glow visibly. To fight someone like you, I should show a little respect. He then reached out and grabbed a random sword from the air. This is Dan's strongest weapon. Ohat poured all his power into it until it began to glow, chanting an incantation. Fragarek! A powerful beam of light erupted, blazing with terrifying energy. Ohat seemed to have lost control of himself. Let's settle this with a single blow, you bastard. At that same moment, Corin's eyes also changed. Model. He clenched his teeth. This is how it should be. Just my style. At the same time, they both charged forward to face each other without holding anything back. With their two powerful, opposing auras, they created a perfectly matched battle. The force was so immense that rocks and debris were sent flying everywhere. Seeing this, Roll quickly used his hand to shield a completely bewildered Miriam Elizabeth Elrat. What is this? Honestly, everyone could only look at each other in fear as the two sides collided, unleashing unparalleled, world-shaking power. Their aura shook the entire realm. Who on earth could have caused a catastrophe of this magnitude? The one who stands above all others, who transcends common sense with a unique title. Player Corin appeared through the dust on the ground after the life-or-death battle. Oho lowered his head slightly, his eyes full of thought as he spoke in a low voice. How troublesome. Killing you here would also be a pain. He raised his sword to the sky, mocking himself. But if I were to fail, it would be just as troublesome. On the other side, Corin, who had also been battered, silently watched Oho. For a mere human to block that attack of mine, I have to give you credit. Then, he glanced at Corin, his tone dazed. Do you have the right to stand on this final stage with me? He looked at the man before him. Corin Lock, is it? Let's call it a draw for today. But he unexpectedly stopped him. Wait a minute. Corin watched Oho walk towards the Crimson Hole and reminded him, "The battle isn't over yet," but the man paid him no mind. "It doesn't matter." Then, he glanced back one more time. "Your fated opponent is not me." At that moment, a thought immediately surfaced in his mind. When that old man chose this kid as an opponent, I thought he'd gone senile. But looking at him now, the Crimson Hole slowly vanished, but Oho's voice still echoed everywhere. It was truly the perfect choice. Now, only Corin was left standing in the arena, looking at the surrounding scenery. Suddenly, a panicked voice called out loudly, "Corin!" Waran and Mariette rushed over to where Corin had collapsed. "Are you all right?" He immediately and calmly reassured them. I'm fine. He was trying to act tough while feeling like he was about to die. But this is good. It makes Oho Bress think I haven't been defeated yet, so he can't continue the fight. He gritted his teeth, his brow furrowed as he stared ahead. In any case, you and your army can no longer enter the Holy Land now, Princess. The army, which had been charging forward with high morale, lost all its spirit, in despair after witnessing the battle between the Special Ones. But a voice screamed out, "Princess Miriam Elizabeth Elrat." At this, Corin's face was one of utter shock. Wait a minute. The battle between the Special Ones must have completely destroyed the curse and the binding contract. Therefore, regardless of who won or lost, all contracts are now void. At the same time, Ren also wore a look of utter confusion. You could say that from the very beginning, the snake never cared about winning or losing this battle. It was just waiting for the moment when everyone was weakened. Seeing this, Miriam Elizabeth Elrat didn't hesitate to admit it outright. "It's thanks to you that I was able to achieve this goal, Corin." Her eyes blazed red, her face filled with malice. "Thank you, Senior Corin, because you and your group have already used up all your strength in those other fights. Once upon a time, there was a story like this. If Estelle Hadatha Elas showed outstanding talent as a saintess based on her innate holy power, then Miriam Elizabeth, Elrat Elizabeth, through her diligent studies and her wise and warm personality, gained attention as the kingdom's successor queen. As usual, Estelle was like a little tail, whining affectionately in her ear. "Mia, don't just study, come play with me," she sighed in response, a sigh that was 30% helplessness. I know. However, the other 70% was the indulgence Miriam Elizabeth Elrat showed Estelle Hadatha Elras, who got along with her like a friend. Another maid exclaimed in admiration, "My goodness, the princesses are so close." The one next to her quickly replied, "That's right. The king probably doesn't have to worry at all. They were the nannies and handmaidens who had been with them since they were little. But besides Estelle, there was someone more important than anyone else." A kind voice called out, "Mia, my daughter." Miriam Elizabeth Elrat ran and threw her arms around her. Mother. This was the mother she loved more than anyone. Maria Elizabeth Ellis and a young Miriam Elizabeth Elrat, they were her entire world. However, on a night with a blood-red moon, a voice spoke up. "Princess." Catching the woman in front of her, Miriam Elizabeth Elrat called out softly, "Nanny." Before collapsing, the woman urged her with one sentence, "You must run away." Her spirit was crushed. Because this was a trip she had taken with her mother to celebrate a holiday. It was supposed to be the happiest day ever. On instinct, Miriam Elizabeth Elrat ran through the corridors, calling for help. But once again, her eyes had to witness a horrifying scene. Her nanny. Miriam Elizabeth Elrat looked for someone she could rely on in that moment. But the scholars who had enlightened her with magic and academics, or more intimately, the nannies and maidservants who had been by her side since she was a child, all of them had created her world. Miriam Elizabeth Elrat's soft sobs could be heard. She burst into tears and ran off aimlessly. "I'm scared. Stop teasing me." Just then, a familiar voice called out, "Mia." Miriam Elizabeth Elrat froze, her eyes widening. This voice. It was Maria, who had been stabbed through the stomach. Her voice was weak as she called Miriam Elizabeth Elrat's name. Maria smiled, looking at her with gentle eyes. "My daughter." And just like that, Miriam Elizabeth Elrat's inner world collapsed. She fell to her knees, just like her shattered soul. Miriam Elizabeth Elrat could only mumble, "Mem, mother." Her pupils widened, and tears streamed down her cheeks. His hand was stained with fresh, red blood. That day, at the hands of the Silver Wolf, the father I trusted, who had hesitated in the war against the demons, he covered up my mother's death as an accident. My sister, Estelle, became the saintess of the new religion, protecting those very demons. As for Miriam Elizabeth Elrat, she locked herself away in darkness, to the point where all that flowed from her eyes were tears of blood. Weighed down by a sacred and grand cause, she was left all alone. But even though Miriam Elizabeth Elrat was forgotten like that, she didn't sit still, nor did she stop, because revenge was her fuel. Her lack of holy power was compensated for with demonic energy. She used her political power to expand her faction. Finally, Miriam Elizabeth Elrat had secured the position of Saintess of the Jeru Order, while also seizing military power in the kingdom as if it were inevitable. And then, he came for her. Tess spoke in a low voice. "Do you want revenge?" Without waiting for Miriam Elizabeth Elrat's answer, he presented a black stone and told her to take it. She held it in her hand, filled with questions. "This," Tess explained briefly, "is the Infinite Serpent, Midgat, or..." The flow of demonic energy it emitted was intoxicating the moment it was activated. "This is a grand magic that steals the lives of all those nearby." Miriam Elizabeth Elrat understood that nothing is given for free, so she asked, "If it's this kind of magic, there must be a price to pay, right?" He maliciously stated that it would cost the caster their life, but to his surprise, her lips curled into a smirk. Just like that, he was back in reality. Miriam Elizabeth Elrat stared down at Cuss below as she finally achieved her dream. While controlling the Infinite Serpent, she thought to herself that it didn't matter anymore. From the moment she lost everything, she stopped caring for her own life. Miriam Elizabeth Elrat's smile slowly lost its humanity. Her own life would soon be unnecessary anyway. Just then, a red liquid splattered across the floor. Snakes with crimson eyes slithered everywhere. It was Miriam Elizabeth Elrat's signature magic, the Infinite Serpent, Midgard Orm. Cuss stepped forward, shielding everyone. "All of you, run." Unwilling to leave, Chichichi screamed at him. "What about you?" Cuss clenched his teeth, the words caught in his throat. "I have something I must do," he thought to himself. Cuss remembered the darkest time of his life. Just like that day. "I can't just powerlessly accept this ending." Suddenly, a piercing scream came from behind him. Chi-Chi-Chi was now the target of the Infinite Serpent. "No!" He faced a critical choice. "I still have things I must do." Tears streamed down Kusa's face. "I still have things I must do." "Damn it!" Just then, a familiar voice called out, "What do you think you're doing?" He quickly hugged the little girl, leaving Elisa to handle the mess. Meanwhile, a terrified Chi-Chi-Chi burrowed into Cuss's embrace. "Mister," Corin interjected from afar, "if you go, do you really think you can stop Miriam Elizabeth Elrat?" He followed up with a challenging question. "Or are you just planning to offer up your life and beg her to stop this tragedy?" Annoyed, Kus clicked his tongue and retorted, "What the hell do you know, human? Stop running your mouth." Corin immediately dismissed his words. "You know as well as I do that we can't just let this happen." He then emphasized his next words more than anyone. Cuss froze for a moment, then stammered, "Wait a minute." Looking at Corin's injured body, he was in utter disbelief. That wound is." But Corin simply focused on the main issue and reminded him, "You do what you have to do. Don't worry about me. Protect your family." Corin's eyes showed steely determination. "Because I have my own job to do." Then, he alone advanced toward the colossal Infinite Serpent. Corin frowned, thinking to himself, "I can't believe I have to face this monster again." The Infinite Serpent, Midgard Orm, a spell that summons a mythical monster. According to Corin's experience from the last time, it had killed countless demons, and was also the magic that ultimately killed Miriam Elizabeth Elrat. When the magic is complete, the swarm of snakes will slaughter countless people. The past will just repeat itself. Instantly, his weapon was enveloped in sparks of lightning. Corin rushed forward, unleashing a flurry of slashes. The system displayed a notification. Legendary Grade, ZCH, in Manon Marley's twin spears. This is the red spear, Gur. The moment he struck with it, an image of Miriam Elizabeth Elrat appeared once more. Just like the script, he was ultimately forced to choose, just like last time. Music, or killing her with his own hands. Or perhaps this time, a brilliant red light erupted from the cross-shaped slash. The system quickly confirmed. When facing beast-type enemies, deals an additional 350% damage. Beasts hit by the spear will be afflicted with the Curse of the Red Spear's Hunt. He charged inside with his twin spears, and as soon as he entered, someone's mocking voice greeted him. "A man who's overly clingy isn't very attractive, you know. Sir Corin, you should know when to give up." Although he had expected it, Corin was still quite surprised. It was Miriam Elizabeth Elrat. She cut him off as if to extinguish his hope. "It's useless, no matter what you say now, Sir Corin." Miriam Elizabeth Elrat's eyes blazed with fury. "I have seen destiny. All my plans are complete, and I am smiling. Everything will be consumed by fire and smoke, because I have finished all my revenge." Unexpectedly, he calmly declared, I know. I know you were going to unleash Midgard Orm, the infinite serpent, here. And it won't stop until your life finally fades. It won't die until it reaches the northern continent. His words agitated her for a moment. What? You've seen something too? I heard Duke Balthus was on the opposing side. As soon as he finished, Miriam Elizabeth Elrat regained her composure and shrugged. Well, I suppose it doesn't matter. The snakes immediately converged on a single point, forming a black stone in her hand. Still, thank you for confirming it for me. It flashed brightly, as if signaling the end for Miriam Elizabeth Elrat. I can finally fulfill my wish. The great serpent was coiling around the city's buildings. The black stone glowed, activating Midgard Orm with Miriam Elizabeth Elrat as the sacrifice. She used it to harm herself, growling. This pain is nothing compared to what I've been through. However, Corin's words made her pause slightly. It's not something like Aegea's. I saw it with my own eyes. The tip of his spear lit up, causing the infinite serpent to scatter in all directions. It was because of the death, God's gem. He simply blew them all away. Miriam Elizabeth Elrat gritted her teeth and summoned the next wave of snakes. It's a useless trick. Midgard has already been unleashed. No one can stop it but me. Corin yelled while fighting off the swarms of smaller snakes. This isn't our first time meeting, so I know all of this to a sickening degree. His power and the infinite serpent clashed head-on. They used their bodies to form ropes, binding Corin. They even swarmed in, attempting to submerge him in the center of the core. With his remaining strength, he tried to reach out. By some miracle, Corin managed to get to Miriam Elizabeth Elrat. I'm not the type of person who listens to words. Soon after, he managed to touch the black stone. A brilliant light and immense pressure erupted from it. He didn't back down and just kept screaming. Look, in the end, you'll just keep wasting your life. I'm not going to dispel this magic, no matter what. It's my destiny. Unexpectedly, Corin said something strange. Right, that. Destiny. Please, just stop saying that. And then, Corin firmly declared he would shatter that damned destiny. That's why I'm here. But no matter what Corin said, Miriam Elizabeth Elrat refused to give up. The infinite serpent, Midgard Orm, has already begun to act. What can you possibly do? His hand clenched into a fist, ignoring the chaotic system notifications. Do you understand? The infinite serpent is a type of magic that drains the caster's life force until they die. Even so, Corin seemed to have decided to make a sacrifice. If one person's life can make it act, then another person's life can be used to stop it. His words startled her. What? Faced with the expanding power, Miriam Elizabeth Elrat couldn't help but question him. No way. Are you really planning to trade your life to stop it? With that, she glared, refusing to back down. Do you think doing that will make me give up this magic? Why would you go so far as to sacrifice your own life just to get in my way? In response, he simply smirked. You think I'm acting for some grand purpose? Corin stated clearly. Word by word, I just don't want to endure any more loss. His words momentarily swayed her mind. What? What are you talking about? Model elsewhere, the infinite serpent was actively sweeping through every battle formation. Elisa fought while shouting loudly, Corin! Behind them, Cuss was still holding the two children tightly in his arms. His tears streamed down as he asked himself, is this how I'm going to die? The scenery had completely transformed under a brilliant blood moon. At the moment the mother goddess was slain by the silver wolf, a confused Corin wondered to himself, why have I wandered into Miriam Elizabeth Elrat's memories? Is it because the infinite serpent is draining the life force of us both at the same time? Because of that, their minds had connected. A moment later, he seemed to have a flash of understanding. This was the root of the hatred in Miriam Elizabeth Elrat's heart. It seemed to be her worst memory. Miriam Elizabeth Elrat staggered to her feet and retorted, That's not it. It turns out you don't understand anything about me. She turned her head, revealing her soulless eyes. The time that followed was truly hell on earth. Then, Miriam Elizabeth Elrat slowly began to recount everything. Her father, the king, wanting to maintain peace after the war with the demons, had covered up the incident as an unfortunate accident. Under the pretext of eliminating racial discrimination, even Estel covered for those demons. Just the mention of it made her hands tremble with rage, and everything gradually built up, causing Miriam Elizabeth Elrat to nurture a plan in her heart. In the end, I devoted my entire life to getting revenge. She had laid out every step clearly, from seizing military power to becoming the saintess of the old faith. Until this very moment, when revenge is right before my eyes, I am all alone. I've lost all my loved ones, and been left in solitude. Those days, those were my most terrifying memories. Corin replied with empathy, I understand that feeling. But Miriam Elizabeth Elrat cut him off in a rage. Don't you dare say such ridiculous things. Facing him now, she was filled with contempt. You could never understand me. Have you ever tasted the pain of losing your family? Miriam Elizabeth Elrat unleashed all her resentment. You think I know nothing about your family? They're still living a peaceful life as commoners in the capital. If I were to murder all of them and bring their corpses before you, would you still say those words? Before she could finish, Corin answered softly. No. I have lost the ones I loved most before. The scene instantly changed to a snow-covered place. Miriam Elizabeth Elrat coldly stepped past a pile of bodies at her feet. You're showing me this now. Do you think I'll feel remorse? Her steps faltered at the sight before her. Corin was holding Miriam Elizabeth Elrat's weary body, his heart aching. Mia, why did you do this? She struggled to speak. I couldn't stop. This very scene enraged Miriam Elizabeth Elrat. Are you trying to say that revenge is meaningless? Stop being so naive. This illusion is over, because I have already witnessed this future. But he firmly asserted that it wasn't the future, but the past. Looking into her eyes, Corin gently explained. I don't know if you'll believe me, but shortly after this event, I was sent back in time 3 years. A look of horror crossed Miriam Elizabeth Elrat's face as she gasped. What? He continued to explain everything in detail. In other words, from my experience, your death is an event that has already happened in the past. Agitated, she couldn't believe her ears. Corin, that's enough of your nonsense. How is that any different from the future left prophesied for me? In the end, everything still happens according to the designs of fate. Miriam Elizabeth Elrat had always believed that was something absolutely unchangeable. Suddenly, the scenery shifted again to some room. Sunlight streamed in from outside, and a gentle breeze blew through. Corin calmly prepared to witness the tragedy again. I don't want to talk about things like fate, because this is the story of the family I lost. In this life, your enchantment magic failed. But he spoke gently, as if reminiscing. In the past, things happened very differently. A scene of a happy, warm family. Because we had become husband and wife, Miriam Elizabeth Elrat stammered, as if denying it all. That was all a lie. The scene shifted back to the snowy, stormy night. Corin's voice echoed in her ears. Does this really look like a farce to you? Miriam Elizabeth Elrat weakly wiped the tears from his face. I'm sorry, and I love you. And there was an undeniable truth. Her wish to save the world from its delusions was real. The fact that she couldn't bear to watch innocent demons fall was also real. Miriam Elizabeth Elrat's soft whisper was heard. Our child. I was so looking forward to the day it was born, but... Mommy's sorry. My baby. I couldn't bring you into this world. With those words, she was gone forever. Miriam Elizabeth Elrat stood frozen, unable to speak. What he wanted to protect by stopping her was the family he had already lost once. Suddenly, she remembered something Corin had said. The pain of being left alone? He had smiled and said, I've felt more than enough of that myself. Miriam Elizabeth Elrat's eyes fluttered closed, and her brow furrowed slightly. After those memories, she had made her decision. I will stop this. Miriam Elizabeth Elrat's resolve had now changed as she called out to the infinite serpent, Midgat Ormer. However, the backlash was something Corin could not have predicted. Her eyes widened in terror, and he could only curse under his breath. Damn it! A few lines of text glowed from the black stone, shocking them. Could it be chained ancient runes? The moment Tess had been waiting for had arrived. All your struggles are useless, he said. The wolfkin continued to be slaughtered by the infinite serpent's horde. They were cornered with nothing left to do. Save me. With magic this powerful, we can't resist. He looked at the glowing stone in his hand and exclaimed in awe. The infinite serpent had made its move, and all the demon folk there met their end. That is simply how this world operates. Test even made sure to declare it clearly. You cannot escape. Corin Lock. Corin gritted his teeth in frustration. Let me go, Miriam Elizabeth Elrat emotionally suggested. No way, Corin refused. Let me do it. Of course, he completely objected. You can't. This time, Corin decided to push her away, and just like that, Miriam Elizabeth Elrat was moved away from the black stone. I'm so sorry. Before her vision was blocked, he smiled, ready to lose her one more time. I really can't do this. Miriam Elizabeth Elrat fell, crying out his name. Corin! Corin grabbed the black stone, enduring the pain it inflicted. He thought to himself that after the deathmatch with OH, both his mana source and the glow from his 3 aura cores were completely gone. Suddenly, a notification appeared. The backup system began checking the precepts. Though tense, Corin couldn't help but feel a sense of curiosity. First precept, duty. I shall not stand idly by and watch disaster befall the innocent. Compatibility, A+. Second precept, restraint, I will not. Pass judgment on a backup soul. Damage increased by 50%. Third precept, covenant, I will save this world. Set effect Kai Va Eat. Mana increased by 200%. Receiving this treatment, he was ecstatic, as if he'd been brought back to life. Test Banzat, you damn bastard. The system immediately confirmed. Test Banzat compatibility with backup status index increased by 300%. Corin suppressed the external power of the Black Stone, forcing it inward. The moment someone interfered, the story took a completely different turn. I don't act for the sake of some destiny. I am here to protect the things I swore to preserve. The others will be protected as well. My law will redeem the world. Miriam Elizabeth Elrat awaited the final result, and my law will not turn a blind eye to the suffering of the righteous. The system requested of Corin, Hero Corin Lock, destroy this evil and save the world. His body received another surge of ultimate power. Solar Kyol descends. At this moment, a few cracks appeared on the surface of the Black Stone. The horde of infinite serpents outside the city also began to vanish. Her eyes widened, her mind seemingly blank. Suddenly, Miriam Elizabeth Elrat noticed something right in front of her. She rushed over when she saw Corin's body in freefall. Without a second thought, Miriam Elizabeth Elrat used a snake to rip away a piece of his clothing. She observed him carefully, then prayed, "Please, just wake up." Helpless, Miriam Elizabeth Elrat placed her hands on him. She desperately performed CPR, hoping Corin would wake up. "Please." Miriam Elizabeth Elrat's tears fell, her spirit seemingly broken. "Wake up." Unexpectedly, his deep, warm voice spoke. Not that sad face. She froze for a beat. As Corin's hand gently caressed her, Miriam Elizabeth Elrat, realizing the truth, finally managed to smile. He used the last of his strength to offer a compliment. "That's right. After the brutal battle, Corin could now say, 'Seeing you smile is much more beautiful.'" In that moment, as both Corin and Miriam Elizabeth Elrat were sharing a happy smile after their ordeal, a group of Demonkins slowly approached, but it was clear they weren't there for anything good. They loudly accused her, regardless of evidence. "This woman is the Serpent Princess. This is all her doing, isn't it?" However, at this critical moment, a calmer voice interrupted. "Stop. So you're here." Recognizing the imposing figure slowly walking towards Miriam Elizabeth Elrat and Corin, the surrounding Demonkin quickly changed their tune, blurting out, "Lord Cuss." Meanwhile, she was suddenly pulled back to a panicked time in her childhood. The image of the one who had completely transformed into a wolf under the red moon still echoed in Miriam Elizabeth Elrat's mind. "You're the one from back then?" Carrying a heavy hatred, as if her recent smile had been an illusion, she stood up and growled out the words, "The silver-furred wolf." He clearly remembered her identity as well. "It's been 10 years, hasn't it, Princess Miriam Elizabeth Elrat?" In an instant, Cuss's tone shifted, his teeth gritted. "Since that day 10 years ago, not a single day has passed that I haven't regretted it." A fierce killing intent erupted from him, the aura from his body, continuously radiating and targeting the small prey before him with his declaration. "And today, I will correct all my mistakes." But the Miriam Elizabeth Elrat of today was different from before, so much so that, even when facing such a powerful expert, she didn't waver or show any intention of backing down. "Yes, you will regret not destroying me." But then, a strange change suddenly occurred, causing her pupils to contract violently in shock. Without a hint of hesitation, Kuz, who possessed an overwhelming aura, simply retracted it all, lowered himself, and knelt at Miriam Elizabeth Elrat's feet. The anguish from his heart seemed to spread through every cell of his powerful body. Each word, filled with regret, slowly escaped his throat. "I deeply regret what happened that day." It wasn't just Miriam Elizabeth Elrat who froze. The other Demonkin were also stunned by what was happening. "What? Lord Cuss?" Ignoring his surroundings, Cuss continued, pulling memories from that night. 10 years ago, on the day I sent your mother away, I led my entire clan into peril as a result." But before he could finish pouring out his heart, someone else jumped in, trying to make excuses for him. "Lord Cuss, that was because your daughter." Cuss immediately turned and growled 3 words in a firm voice. "Be silent." Next, waiting for the disruptive noise to die down, he lowered his emotion-filled eyes to the ground. The memory of a recent scene suddenly replayed before him. Corin, though wounded and struggling, had a determined gaze as he slowly emphasized each word. "You all, do what you must." Cuss once again spoke, his voice steady, and his words aimed at his clansmen. "This is my final command. My death here is of my own free will. You must never seek revenge." Then, he lowered himself further, bowing nearly 180 degrees before the silent Miriam Elizabeth Elrat. "Take my head, princess, and I hope that you will let go of your hatred for my clan." As the last word fell from Cuss's mouth, a silent moment enveloped the entire atmosphere, which was as taut as a string. But before she had time to think and give an answer, a different voice suddenly cut in, startling Miriam Elizabeth Elrat. "You can't!" It was a young boy from the Wolf clan, who, despite his fear, was determined to protect him. "Lord Cuss is like a father to me. Please don't kill him." This stunned Cuss so much he could only utter, "You," before being cut off by the boy again. "Miss, I'm sorry. It was my fault." And this boy's actions clearly triggered a painful memory from Miriam Elizabeth Elrat's past. "Please, sir, I beg you, spare her. Our mother. Please, save our mother. Mister." The image of Cuss, his face filled with conflicted emotions as he raised those sharp claws, was still crystal clear in her mind. A drop of sweat trickled down her cheek. The fighting spirit from moments ago seemed to vanish in an instant. However, not letting Miriam Elizabeth Elrat remain conflicted for long, Cuss decisively grabbed the boy by the collar and hoisted him up, despite the boy's desperate screams. "No, let me go." The chaotic sounds from the others continuously flooded her ears, but the serpent princess seemed to have realized something and simply closed her eyes calmly. The next second, as if she had made her final decision, she knelt on one knee and uttered 2 words to stop the group before her. "That's enough." Looking up and enjoying the warm sunlight on her body, Miriam Elizabeth Elrat, her body relaxed, calmly gave her final answer. "I want to stop." After the earth-shattering battle, it ended with Kus kneeling in apology and her acceptance. The skies over the kingdom were filled with white papers fluttering down, along with shouts. "Extra! Extra!" The humans who grabbed the breaking news couldn't believe what they were seeing and hearing. The ones behind the queen's death 10 years ago were the Daemonkin. Some people were even stunned. What? Didn't she die in an accident? A picture of the king was placed in the corner of a newspaper article, with a headline that made them gasp. The truth, hidden for the past 10 years, had finally come to light. But look at this. Back on that day, the day he decided to stand before the world and tell the story of the past, he said, 10 years ago, I lost my beloved wife. Despite the fact that revealing the truth could shatter the royal family's image in the eyes of the people, the king was resolute, uttering each word with purpose. But the root of it all was my wife's deep obsession with the teachings of the old faith. Everything has a cause, so he didn't hesitate to reveal every detail of that day. She followed the hardliners of the old faith to hunt the mage folk, and there, she slaughtered countless of their kind. The agony of an elder, powerful yet unable to do anything but watch his people and his only relative be taken from him, plunged Kus into despair. At that moment, he could only bow his head, as if not wanting anyone to see his expression as the king continued. Afterward, my wife was killed by a father who had just lost his daughter. And to clarify things, Corin stepped forward and asked the most important question. Why did you hide it? For what reason? A slow silence passed, as if the king was sinking into his memories of that year before giving his answer. That father, who lost his daughter, at the very last moment, managed to restrain his anger. The sight of the weeping princess, racked with pain, seemed to be etched into his mind, and he spared my daughter's life. Miriam. At last, the reason for the long-held secret was revealed by the king. From 10 years ago until recently, not a single day has passed that I haven't struggled with whether to be enraged by my wife's death or grateful for the mercy that spared my daughter. He understood the whole story, which made it even clearer how great the pain in Kus's heart must be, because he could only empathize with that man's anger and mercy. The king's 5 fingers suddenly tightened on the armrest of his chair, as if to prove the discomfort welling up inside him. I postponed the decision, all alone. After that event, it was as if he was the only one in the world who knew the truth. He sank into isolation and chose to bear the pain of losing his wife by himself. Of course, because of that cold period of time, the king couldn't help himself at the moment he mentioned Miriam, having never understood the feelings of the daughter he had left all alone. In this very moment, it seemed the distance between them as king and princess had vanished, leaving only a father who had come to understand everything. Only now have I found the courage to unravel this tangled mess. I'm sorry, Mia. After the confession and the revealing of the truth hidden 10 years ago, the eagle could finally fly and land at its destination. After all the turmoil, the bill was passed, and the mage folk were recognized as citizens of Estel. Marriott, arriving via the eagle, was joyfully running towards Corin, calling out, "Brother Corin! Corin. At the same time, the trial for the assassination of the queen consort was opened. Regardless of the reason, it was certain that Kuss would be handcuffed. Due to the severity of his crimes, the defendant, Owl, was sure to receive the death penalty. However, the final sentence was reduced to 15 years of imprisonment. Under a brilliant orange sky, Corin slowly addressed the matter. The reason for the reduced sentence was answered with a shrug from Miriam Elizabeth Elrat. Who knows? All of Mom's crimes have been laid bare for the world to see. She's probably furious about it, but she didn't stop there, immediately changing the subject, as a small snake slowly peeked its head out. You're just in time. There's something I want to show you. As soon as he got a clear look at it, he immediately realized what it was. Is that the infinite serpent? Midgarm? It was so obvious at that moment. However, the answer was a denial, along with a lengthy explanation from the Serpent Princess. No, that's different. Midgarm was just a vessel to summon the divine beast, the infinite serpent. This little one is the infinite serpent's true form. Even though it's lost all its power, it still found its way back to me. Not dwelling on the topic of the little snake's identity for too long, he simply voiced his question. Are you planning to raise it as a familiar? Miriam didn't hesitate to nod in agreement. Yes, I'm very curious to see what it becomes in the future. Her next answer was enough to make Corin's face turn bright red. A mother's duty. I haven't fully experienced it yet, so I guess I'll have to try it this way. Panic was clearly written all over his face. You really remember everything from back then? Although she was just as embarrassed, she still enjoyed teasing him. I truly, never, expected you to be so rough with a lady. This made Corin more flustered than ever. How? How much of the memory is synchronized? Seeing him just stand there frozen in front of her, Miriam finally couldn't hold it in anymore and turned to the side to let out a laugh. Just kidding. Like a goddess descended from above, she, in this moment, shone as brightly as the sun before it had yielded the sky to the moon. Thank you for your guidance. It wasn't just embarrassment from the earlier conversation. Corin's rosy cheeks were now clearly from being moved by the sight before him. However, he quickly regained his composure as he said his goodbyes. It's getting cold. Please be careful on your way. Not wanting to linger, Miriam gave a firm reply. All right. She took steady steps across the neatly laid stone path. Her gentle voice, uniquely hers, filled the space. It's autumn now, after all. When the storm passes, the cool winds of a new season arrive, just like crops ripening heavy with fruit. And soon enough, the moon was hanging high in the sky. Sitting on the soft bed in her room, Miriam at this moment seemed to have shed all the burdens from her shoulders. The recent hardships were over. An era of peace seemed to be approaching. Now, only love and happiness continuously flowed from her pupils, which were no different from a pair of precious gems. But she hadn't enjoyed her free time for long before a stranger's voice spoke up. Looking good. Without any hesitation or panic, Miriam immediately summoned a swarm of vicious snakes and didn't forget to retort. You're quite impatient, aren't you, coming to find me so soon? Unfortunately, they couldn't inflict any damage, and were easily destroyed by her opponent. I don't enjoy fighting with toys. That person was none other than Test Banzard, who was arrogantly declaring in a confident tone, because it's no fun at all. Not holding back in the slightest, even though they were acquaintances, he simply tightened his grip on Miriam's throat and made an announcement. I've come to announce the cancellation of our pact, Princess. Following that, a wave of emotion seemed to pour from Test's lips. Even I am surprised that your fate has changed. Your future was never certain, but the outcome was always the same. His uniquely cold gaze was fixed on her as he spoke each word with conviction. To be destroyed, killed by the player. Without a hint of hesitation or pause, Test acted personally to ensure the future returned to its correct trajectory. That is your end. Miriam Elizabeth Elrat squeezed her eyes shut, waiting for death to come. Suddenly, a dead silence enveloped them, making her realize something was wrong. The hand choking her slowly loosened, as a spearhead pierced the wall right next to Miriam Elizabeth Elrat's waist. Under the suffocating pressure, she mustered all her strength to utter words of doubt in a trembling voice. Aren't you going to kill me? Isn't this a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity? In Test's hand was a crystal emitting a mystical blue light, carrying a bone-chilling cold. I'm not sure myself. He looked at the glowing crystal in his hand, his expression showing a rare hint of contemplation. The fact that you're still alive is completely unexpected. His crimson eyes seemed to pierce right through her soul, hiding profound calculations that no one could comprehend. Even so, this doesn't sit right with me. After all, we were once partners with the same goal. Test suddenly let go, letting her collapse onto the cold floor. I've made my decision. I will spare your life this time. Stay away from Corin Lock. Until the eternal winter begins. Miriam Elizabeth Elrat's eyes widened in utter shock at her enemy's decision and warning. He slowly walked toward the moonlight streaming through the large window, leaving her behind. You'd best not try any tricks. I am always watching your every move. Test tilted his head slightly, revealing his sharp and cold profile. If you dare to secretly ruin my plans, you will pay for it with your life. All right then, we will meet again soon. On the floor, countless severed snake corpses lay scattered in pools of blackish blood. This was a testament to the brutality of the battle that had just taken place. The scene shifts to an ancient school with magnificent architecture where golden sunlight poured down, creating a peaceful atmosphere in stark contrast to the previous darkness. In the hallway, Melina waved with a radiant smile. Senior, I had a lot of fun today. Thank you for walking with me. Corin smiled and said his goodbyes to her. Yeah, get home safe. Hiding behind a stone wall, Jeremon's face was a mask of pain and shock as he witnessed the friendly scene. No, this can't be happening. He couldn't control himself and rushed out from his hiding spot. His voice cracked with emotion. Melina! She turned around, surprised to see him. Jeremon? Is something wrong? He stood before Melina, trying to summon the courage to ask what was tormenting his mind. Are you going on a date with Senior Corin this Friday? She confirmed it bluntly. That's right. Then she asked, how did you know? Melina's short answer struck Jeremon like a bolt of lightning. His world came crashing down around him. Why, Melina? Why are you going on a date with Senior Corin? Wasn't there something between us? He clutched his head in pain, a powerful wave of betrayal and jealousy washing over him. Why did it have to be Senior Corin? Seeing his extreme reaction, Melina approached him with concern. Jeremon, are you not feeling well? He tried to reassure himself with positive thoughts about his senior, unwilling to believe the harsh reality before him. No. I trust Senior Corin. He knows I like Melina, so he would never do something like that. His eyes followed Corin's back as he walked between two other girls. The image of the perfect senior was always present in his mind. Senior Corin has always been a kind upperclassman, always caring for his juniors. A wonderful person like him would never act like this. Jeremon's faith was violently shaken. Corin's smile now seemed so fake. Never. His rage finally erupted, his face distorting with anger as he thought about Corin's true nature. How could I have trusted a womanizer who goes around hitting on everyone's girl? Unable to take it anymore, he rushed forward and grabbed both of her hands. Melina, I have to be honest with you. I don't want you to go on that date. Because Jeremon's face flushed red with embarrassment as he decided to bet everything on this moment. I like you. Melina froze at his sudden confession. What? Her cheeks flushed the color of a ripe peach. Melina trembled, letting him continue to hold her hands tightly. The truth was, she was blushing all the way to her ears. She gathered all her courage to speak the truest words from her heart. I like you too, Jeremon. Overwhelmed with happiness, Melina secretly glanced in a certain direction. She gave a thumbs up to show her appreciation. Thank you, Senior Corin. It seems, Operation Make Jeremon Jealous was a complete success. Witnessing the happy scene of the young couple, Corin felt happy for them. After all that time of uncertainty, they were finally an official couple. Meanwhile, Marriott and Elisa were competing to offer him sweet treats. Corin, try this. Do you want to try some honey candy? Model Corin happily accepted everyone's affection. He puffed out his cheeks, chewing on a sweet honey candy with an incredibly satisfied look on his face. Autumn is the season of harvest. For all the effort he had put in until now, this was the time for it to bear fruit. Beneath the vibrant red maple leaves that littered the path, Melina and Jeremon walked hand in hand, enjoying the peace of a beautiful autumn afternoon. Ever since the Magic Tower subjugation, where Corin and his brave comrades overcame great danger, through hardships and fatigue from countless, endless battles, his body may have been covered in wounds, but his spirit never cooled. Even the arduous journey to the Holy Land left indelible memories etched into Corin's subconscious. The deep blue sky of the academy, the world was ablaze with the fiery red and orange of the autumn maple leaves. It seemed that even for someone like me, who had weathered so many storms, I was granted a fleeting moment of peace. Corin took a deep breath, closing his eyes to savor this rare tranquility, a warm, contented smile spreading across his lips. Just then, a playful voice called out, "Hey there, Corin." The familiar sound startled him. The hem of a pure white garment appeared in his line of sight. Saintess Estelle walked over, waving warmly. "I told you to call me sis, didn't I?" Corin got a little flustered when he saw people starting to focus their attention on them. People are watching. Marriott's expression immediately turned gloomy. Not senior, but sis? Whatever, that's not important. Not caring in the slightest about the stares from others, Estelle excitedly held out a piece of paper. Look at this. Read the information on the promotional poster for the famous beauty pageant. Autumn's Grace? You're planning on entering? The one in Makaba? The poster's headline was printed in bold letters. Vote for your girl. Autumn's Grace. She believed her beauty and fame would be unrivaled in this competition. That's right. My sister is going to sweep all the awards. Corin still felt like something was off. But shouldn't you be returning to the Holy Land to keep the Harvest Festival? Estelle had arranged a very bold plan. A plan that would let her have it all. I'll stay in the Holy Land with the believers and then come back just in time for the finals. That's when everyone starts choosing Autumn's Grace. He broke out in a cold sweat at her recklessness. Can you even do that? The Autumn Harvest Festival. It's a common celebration of the harvest in most cultures. The festival atmosphere was bustling, with bright lanterns and crowded streets. Last year, there was an inter-academy festival. Boys and girls strolling together under the autumn sun, creating unforgettable memories. The spirit of the festival was higher than ever, as everyone worked towards a common goal. But the Academy had always hosted a national-scale harvest festival every year. Among the events, the highlight of the festival was the Red Shoes. Their elegant steps on the carpet of golden maple leaves signaled the start of a top-tier beauty event. There was a tradition of giving the golden basket, won from the festival's competitions, to a contestant vying for the title of Autumn's Grace. The race for this title promised to be incredibly dramatic and full of surprises. It was a type of popularity contest, and it used to be a main story quest. If the player was female, she would have to campaign or show off her skills to get chosen. The representative image was a petite girl resolutely holding up her index finger. Those golden baskets are definitely for you, sis. If the player was male, he would have to win at least one competition and give the golden basket to the female lead. The competition also presented its own grueling challenges to prove their mettle. Back in the present, Estelle flashed a radiant smile, looking expectantly at Corin and holding out her small hand in demand. So, you need to enter the competition, win, and give that basket to me. He was completely caught off guard, staring blankly at his own hands in disbelief. Me? Why me? Without any restraint, she started pouting in the middle of the schoolyard. Just do it. I'm telling you to do it, so do it. Or I'll get mad. Corin grew flustered as he noticed the atmosphere around them, heating up with whispers. Saintess, please. People are watching us. Just calm down a bit. Despite his attempts to placate her, Estelle remained firm in her demand. I don't care. You're responsible for this. Locke gritted his teeth in jealousy. That damn idiot. Jer screamed in anger. Even the Saintess. In the midst of the tension, Maria suddenly intervened, making the situation even more unpredictable. The Saintess Estelle was slightly surprised. Junior Mariette Dunalev. The mood suddenly sank. Mariette wasn't smiling like she usually did. Instead, her expression was dead serious. Corin won't like that. Standing between the two women, Corin felt like he was in front of a volcano about to erupt. Estelle and Mariette's gazes clashed mid-air, creating a silent confrontation. But it didn't stop there. As Mariette spoke softly, Corin, I want to participate in Autumn's Grace too. The color completely drained from his face. Senior, you've never been interested in that stuff, have you? Her pupils glowed an eerie red as she asked in a threatening whisper. You're going to give that golden basket to me, right? Before he could answer, another pair of arms wrapped tightly around his other arm. Corin, me too. Even Elisa wouldn't be left out. Corin, I want to give it a try too. He went from one shock to the next. What? The specter of despair was written all over Corin's face. He realized he had fallen into the epicenter of a brutal war. No. What is wrong with everyone? Only one thought repeated in his mind. I'm so screwed. If things continued like this, the Harvest Festival and everything else. Mariette didn't let up, continuing her assault by staking her claim. You weren't planning on giving it to the Saintess, were you? I was the first one who got close to you, Corin. Estelle smiled dangerously, her thorny staff in hand. Maybe this was even worse than death. Waran chuckled softly, thinking about the upcoming festival with great confidence. This is the first Harvest Festival since my awakening, so being by your side should be very interesting. He wouldn't abandon us. All attention now focused on the small object of their desire, that golden basket. 4 pairs of eyes, blazing with terrifying auras, bored into Corin simultaneously. You're going to give it to me, right? His lonely figure was surrounded by them. His breath hitched from the immense pressure weighing on his shoulders. Cold sweat poured down his back. Corin knew very well that any choice would lead to a terrible punishment. No matter who he gave the golden basket to, the ones who didn't get it would surely make him. On a corner of the schoolyard, Locke and Jer, wearing dark sunglasses, were munching on popcorn and enjoying the drama with satisfied looks. Are we finally about to see Corin get torn into 4 pieces? This makes coming to the academy totally worth it. Corin desperately looked for a way to escape his predicament. Suddenly, he bolted, running with the speed of a track athlete, leaving a trail of dust behind him. I'm busy, so I'll have to skip the competition this time. See you all later. He ran like crazy, not daring to look back for even a second. That's right. Before I have to make a choice that leads to disaster, it's better to find another option, Corin immediately thought of. The only person who could possibly resolve his deadlock. The headmaster of Makaba. I'll talk to my master and ask her to cancel this Autumn's Grace event. A final ray of hope flashed in Corin's eyes, believing that Aaron would save his life. Even if the sky is falling, there has to be a way out for me. Locke and Jer calmly watched Corin's retreating figure. That damn bastard. He probably thinks he just hit the escape button, but behind Corin, the bloodlust and possessiveness of the 4 girls had reached their peak, creating a terrifying sight. He ran, screaming in utter desperation. Master! His 2 friends casually discussed his fate. Why does the button he just pressed look so much like a self-destruct button? Corin burst straight through the heavy wooden doors of the headmaster's office. A hoarse scream rang out, shattering the tranquil atmosphere. Master. Corin looked up at her meekly. She still maintained the calm and composed demeanor of a master. My student, what is it? He suppressed the panic bubbling in his chest. It's about the Harvest Festival Bell competition. She slowly rose from the red velvet chair. Oh, so it's about the festival. Aaron calmly revealed some surprising news. As it happens, something rather embarrassing came up during the recent professors' meeting regarding that very festival. Corin cried out in complete astonishment. Something embarrassing? He had a feeling that what was to come would be even more shocking than he imagined. No way. Aaron's long, slender hands gently tucked a lock of her radiant platinum hair, a surprisingly feminine coyness gracing her features. The truth, delivered with a shy tone, shattered all of his hopes for a peaceful escape. They've asked me to run as a candidate for this year's Harvest Festival Bell. She hadn't noticed his strange reaction and asked curiously, By the way, Corin, are you planning on entering any of the competitions? Her next words were, like a fatal blow, striking at the very heart of the problem that was causing him to break down. I wonder, if you win, who will you give that ribbon to? Any remaining shred of clear thought in his head vanished. Corin's lips moved. That ribbon. Internally, he groaned. Oh God. His knees gave out, and he collapsed onto the cold floor. I will give it. His shock was far from over. Oh my God. A break? A twisted smile formed on Corin's face as tears streamed down. That golden ribbon. I will hang it. His shoulders trembled from exhaustion and the fear of a turbulent future that awaited him during the festival. Looks like I won't be getting any rest this time either. Corin, still kneeling before Aaron's desk, spoke up. The ribbon. I have to give it to someone. His voice grew more resolute. That golden ribbon. I will deliver it personally. He thought to himself. That's right. I know there's no backing out now. Corin fell silent for a moment, contemplating what he needed to do. She stared at his back and asked with concern. You don't look well at all. Is something troubling you? Aaron Danu was momentarily taken aback by Corin's next words. Master, he said, standing up straight, at the stroke of midnight on the final day of the Harvest Festival. Could you please spare a moment to stop by the clock tower? Aaron Danu shyly placed a hand on her chest, pondering. At midnight, she raised a hand to her lips and smiled. All right, right after, Corin added hesitantly, I will make sure of it. He turned to leave, emphasizing each word, to make you the Harvest Festival Bell. Cut to the dining hall of Mokaba Academy. A voice rang out. For crying out loud. Jer teased while shoveling food into his mouth. I warned you, didn't I? Did you seriously think you could handle this all by yourself? Lack, sitting beside him, chimed in. You're totally screwed this time, man. The list of candidates for the Harvest Festival Bell includes Estelle, Mariette Dunilev, Elisa, Warren, and even Aaron Danu. That's a total of 5 people. Corin broke out in a cold sweat, his stomach churning. All 5 of them are secretly pressuring me to give them the ribbon. But the problem is, I'm just one person. He remembered the bold declaration he'd made to Aaron Danu, and to top it off, I promised to give the first place golden ribbon to her. Back in the present, Corin clutched his head and groaned. What am I supposed to do now? Jer, with his mouth full, offered a solution. What's the big deal? Just pick one of them and get it over with. Corin shot the idea down. I can't just do that. The others would be really hurt. Hearing this, Jer could only sigh. You're so naive. Suddenly, someone else spoke up. Hey pal, don't you worry. There's still one way out. At this, Corin perked up, exclaiming, What is it? What's the way? Lack raised his hand and whispered, Just go off yourself. It's the only way. Jer immediately shot up 2 thumbs in agreement. Not a bad idea. I'm on board. Just go self-destruct and get it over with. Corin looked at his 2 friends and sighed internally. What a bunch of useless friends. But no matter what, he wasn't going to give up. It had always been this way. No matter how difficult the challenge, Corin never backed down. Lack quickly tried to reason with him. Just drop it, man. You're just wasting your energy on a lost cause. Suddenly, Corin jumped to his feet, muttering, if things have been pushed this far, Corin declared confidently, I'll win the golden ribbon for all 5 of them. He raised his hand high, shouting with fiery determination, I'm going to register for all 5 of the competition categories in this harvest festival, and I'll win first place in every single one. The kid was stunned. Jer was just as shocked, whispering, the guy's lost his mind. Is he really going to go that far just to keep up his playboy reputation? Corin paid them no mind. He just walked away, laughing to himself. It's my responsibility as a friend. I have to protect all of them equally. I can definitely do this. Flashback to 3 weeks before the Harvest Festival. North of Maba City lies a small mountain known as Sun Peak. During holidays, people often gather here for moon viewing festivals. Thanks to its gentle terrain and a fantastic view that encompassed the entire city, the mountain was always bustling with hikers. And recently, a strange new event had been causing a stir on the mountain trail. A group of people was on the ground doing push-ups, their shouts echoing. What's with those weak chants, people? Is that all the strength you have? Louder. 1. Get on your knees. 2. Hands on the ground. They followed the instructor's next move. 3. Jump up. Let's keep going. Push yourselves. That's it. Good job. Before long, 2 women nearby started to gossip. What in the world is going on here? I heard he's a student from Guardian Academy. He's been coming here regularly these last few days to lead workout sessions. One of them suddenly blushed, thinking, but that student. She secretly admired Corin's physique, while other young women also rushed over to him, chirping excitedly. Wow, I've never touched muscles this toned before. Corin, just look at this definition. Corin Lock, the former candidate for the national team's coaching staff, had arrived. He swiftly ripped off his shirt, revealing a 6-pack, and roared. The muscle magic show for all you ladies officially begins now. The fangirls below erupted in excited cheers. Oh my god, you're incredible. Please be mine. The ladies' adoring gazes only fueled Corin's excitement. Even though he should have been focusing all his energy on preparing for the Harvest Festival, the reason Corin was trying this hard was actually quite simple. Then, he put his shirt back on and spoke seriously. Listen up, everyone, Corin began. You all know the Harvest Festival is just around the corner, right? In her mind, she calculated that this was the first prelude to the festival. The scene quietly shifts to 2 weeks before the Harvest Festival, without anyone's knowledge. Corin stood at the front, raising his brawny arm to motivate a group of people in robes. Jer looked down from a high window, wondering, aren't those the mages from the Magic Tower? Locke watched and confirmed. It really is them. To think I once respected them. And yet, that guy Corin is ordering them around like servants. Back then, his preparations were proceeding very smoothly. Corin pointed to the side and reminded them, just do exactly as I've instructed. Next, it was 1 week before the Harvest Festival. In the physical training room, a voice rang out in the twilight. You've made remarkable progress lately. I'm talking about your control. Elisa lowered her head and spoke softly. Other than that, I don't think I have anything left to teach you. Corin, with both hands on the floor, panted and complained. You're being too humble. Don't I keep losing to you? She replied with a lack of confidence. However, if we were in a real battle, I'm sure I would be crushed. Elisa gestured with both hands toward her legs and confided. I don't know why, but I can't possibly imagine a scene where I could defeat you. Corin, I should have trained more diligently. I've always avoided holding a sword because of my own fear. He picked up a cup of water and encouraged her. The amount of experience you have isn't the deciding factor. What's important is the intensity and the experience of facing powerful opponents. Don't you agree? You still have a lot of potential to break through, he suddenly realized. So this is what's been bothering you? It's not that bad. Elisa frowned and repeated, the intensity and experience of facing powerful opponents. Huh? Maybe I should try facing my grandfather. She suddenly glanced over and called out hesitantly. But, Corin, his movements paused. Regarding Elisa's question about that ribbon prize, have you figured out how you're going to handle it? Corin's face went pale as he drank his water, while her words still echoed in his ears. Even the chief is participating in this competition. There are 5 people in total. Seeing his reaction, Elisa covered her mouth and chuckled. She sat closer, placing her hand on Corin's, and asked, You understand the situation, don't you? Corin looked away and stammered, Why? Yeah, I guess I do. Elisa didn't hesitate to speak her mind. I have feelings for you. That's the honest truth. I'm telling you this with all my sincerity. Corin's whole body tensed up, and he could only manage a single reply. Thank you. But she leaned in even closer and whispered. Then, Elisa smiled and added, You don't have to give that ribbon prize to me. For a moment, Corin's eyes widened in complete surprise. She genuinely liked Corin. In that regard, Elisa was certain she wouldn't lose to anyone. But at the same time, she was terrified that she wouldn't be the one he chose. Because of that, Elisa chose to take a step back from the very beginning. She accepted the role of the one who yields, to voluntarily leave the race. It was a habit Elisa had formed since she was a child. However, Corin's firm voice startled her. I can't do that. He looked down and stated, I'm going to give a golden ribbon to you, too. Elisa turned to him in astonishment and exclaimed, What? Corin laid out his plan. I know this might sound cowardly and selfish, but I plan to give a golden ribbon to all the girls. She watched him and reminded him worriedly, But to do that, you'll have to win first place in 5 different competition categories. Corin slowly stood up and replied, An indecisive guy who likes being vague and stringing multiple people along should at least have to suffer through something this difficult. Elisa tried to stop him. I really don't mind, so you don't need to give one to me. But she was cut off mid-sentence by him. Stop. Corin glanced back, his tone resolute. You absolutely deserve to receive it. The scene changes to the Academy's special dormitory. He asked pensively, The exams are this week, right? Warren confirmed that was the tentative plan. Corin whispered, I'm going to skip them and retake them later. She cried out in alarm. Are you out of your mind? John, sweating profusely, objected. Bro, I don't think that's a good idea. Corin's face darkened as he lamented. I have no choice. To guarantee 5 ribbons, I have to win all 5 competitions. And to prepare for all 5 of those categories, I have absolutely no spare time. Someone mentioned Miriam. What about the Serpent Princess? Another person surmised. Miriam Elizabeth Elrat sent a message saying she has to attend an event in the royal capital, so she won't be here. John, barely awake, thought of the prize and tried to persuade him. Even if you only get 3rd place, you still get a ribbon. You don't have to risk your life for it. Corin dejectedly refused. I know I can still get a bronze or silver ribbon, but those things aren't worthy of being given to such noble ladies. Besides, he remembered Elisa's words. You don't have to give a ribbon to me. This made Corin's heart ache as he spoke. If I only give it to one person, the others will definitely feel left out. I can't bring myself to do that. Hearing this, Warren crossed her arms and questioned him. You have to compete in so many events at once? How are you going to handle it? He wearily pointed to the paper on the table and said, Long story short, I've finalized the 5 competitions I'll be participating in. Seeing the circled names, she asked quizzically, A hunting competition, a food fair, and an auction? John chimed in. Do you honestly believe you can sweep all of these categories? Suddenly, Corin pointed to a spot that made the two of them extremely curious. There's always a way. First of all, the reason I called you all here is precisely for this matter. Finally, the opening day of the Harvest Festival had arrived. Day 1 of the Autumn Festival, the hunting competition. A person holding a microphone stood before the excited crowd and introduced the event. Everyone, please pay attention. The long-awaited first competition is about to begin, marking the start of the festival. Get ready to start. The Autumn Festival's hunting competition. This is the Great Hunt. The rules are simple. Just hunt. Special creatures will be released into the hunting grounds, and contestants must take them down to earn points. However, there is one special rule in effect. Suddenly, a few people nearby turned their heads and began to whisper. What is that? Are things like that even allowed? Alex asked Corin, bewildered. Hunting dogs? Corin grinned and admitted, That's right. He was suspicious. Those aren't dogs, they look more like wolves. But why are they so enormous? Corin explained excitedly. They're an imported species. I had to spend a massive amount of money to get them. Alex glanced doubtfully at John and Jenin beside Corin. But even so, their size was still beyond imagination. Corin forced a smile and changed the subject. But, setting that aside, they look pretty friendly, don't they? And of course, the rules of the hunting festival state that participants are allowed to bring professional hunting dogs. Corin gestured towards John and continued hesitantly. They've also undergone very rigorous training. Hey, golden boy, give me your paw. And he raised his paw, cooperating with the command. Corin could only apologize in his heart. I'm so sorry, Warren John, but please, help me out this one time. However, Alex was still scratching his head, uncertain. Should we really approve this? Corin immediately asked, Is there any rule regarding the size of the hunting dogs? The man admitted, "No. In fact, there are no regulations at all." He walked over and whispered, "Sir, as a member of the organizing committee, do you understand why rules are created?" Alex stroked his chin, looking perplexed. "So that everyone follows them?" Just then, the girl in the stands raised her hand and shouted, "The competition will officially begin now." Corin seized the opportunity, his voice deep and thoughtful. "You're dead wrong." He instantly dashed forward, his eyes filled with a spiritual energy, with John and Warren shouting from behind him, "Rules exist, so that we can exploit the loopholes that haven't been strictly defined. The hunt for the golden ribbon has officially begun." Not long after, the girl's voice rang out again. The hunting festival. The winner was declared. But the crowd was unconvinced and started gossiping. "Isn't using that hunting dog going a little too far? Where on earth did he even get that thing?" The name everyone knew was immediately mentioned, Corin Lock. A nearby contestant looked at him with John and Warren and mumbled, "That's weird. I feel like I've seen that thing somewhere before." Corin held the ribbon in his hand, beaming from ear to ear, completely overjoyed. "I finally won." John spoke up from behind. "Brother, this festival went pretty smoothly." Warren added, "Do you have a plan for the remaining events?" He replied with a mischievous smile, "Of course, I have a perfect plan." Warren reminded him, "Your plans have a habit of falling apart in the weirdest ways, you know." Corin immediately cut her off. "Don't jinx it." Corin thought about the 5 ribbons and told himself, "First things first, I've got the golden ribbon." Day 2 of the Harvest Festival, the charity auction. It's called an auction, but they're not actually selling people. What's being bid on are dating tickets. At that moment, someone announced, 13 gold coins. Do I hear 14 coins? Luna then raised her hand to greet the crowd as the announcement echoed. Yes. The dating ticket with Junior Luna, of the 53rd Night Division, has been sold for 13 gold coins. Du Yen quickly knelt before her, shyly asking, "Senior Luna, would you grant me the honor of spending today with you?" She asked softly, blushing. "What's this? Is Junior Du Yen nervous?" What a surprise. According to the rules, if you win the bid for a dating ticket, for that day, you become their exclusive knight and get to spend the entire day with them. It was a plan to satisfy the romanticism of the knightly spirit, and it succeeded beyond expectations. The best part is that all proceeds are donated to charity, which fits perfectly with the Academy's mission. It's just, how do I put it? The crowd was buzzing with excitement. "I heard Senior Bach is appearing today. That's crazy. I have to win the bid no matter what. I heard that first year Du Yen is participating too. Whoa, seriously? If I win, I get to go on a date with her? My poor wallet." Because it's an auction, the competition for popular individuals is incredibly fierce, and naturally, secret battles would unfold. The scene shifts to a mansion. At night, a voice says, "If you want to buy that playboy, you should bid for him yourself." Mariette, her face flushed, insisted to Isabel, "Corin told me not to show my face, but I'll never accept," letting some other girl snatch Corin away. "Please, you have to bid for me." She clasped her small hands together, her eyes sparkling as she pouted. "We're friends, right?" Seeing this, she could only sigh in acceptance. "Fine, I'll do it." They weren't high-ranking guardians. Most were just students looking to make a little pocket money, around 4 or 5 gold coins. The most they could spend was 10 coins, tops. Considering Corin's fame and popularity, 50 coins would be the absolute maximum. Not long after, the host gestured towards Corin and introduced him in a loud voice. "Our final auction item is the person who's been the talk of the town, the hero who saved thousands of lives, the most outstanding talent of our academy, who will surely become the next special rank knight." He bowed amidst the cheers of his name. It's none other than Junior Corin Lock. The male students in the stands, however, were vehemently protesting. "Damn, two-timer, drop dead. Drop dead." Meanwhile, the female students were chattering excitedly. "Look, Corin's on stage. We should try bidding." "A two-timer? That sounds a bit off. It's not like he has any bad intentions. Corin is a really good person. I've seen it. That's true. Hey, why don't we pool our money and try bidding?" At that moment, Corin, dressed in a sharp suit, could only lower his head and listen to the voice beside him. "Shall we get started then?" "Honestly, Junior Corin, how much do you expect to be sold for?" He thought to himself. "The plan I came up with when I found out I was last is very simple." Then Corin looked up and signaled. The person with the highest bid was Senior Luna from the 53rd Division. If I remember correctly, it was exactly 13 gold coins. A second later, he suggested, "I think a standard 14 coins should be fine." At this point, Warren was holding a bag of money. Corin sighed internally. What a waste of money. but it's better to just buy myself and get it over with. And so, the host quickly announced, "Wait, no. Well then, let the auction begin. For none other than a dating ticket with our very own junior Corin, we'll start the bidding at 3 gold coins." A series of hands shot up. 4 coins. 5 coins. The host excitedly updated the situation. The price is steadily climbing. 6 coins. 7 coins. Suddenly, a muscular arm shot up, startling the host, but he still shouted, "Hey now, 9 coins." Jer roared with excitement. "There's no way I'm letting that Corin guy go out to eat with some girls." His friend beside him chimed in, laughing heartily. "Corin, you're having dinner with us." Lack enthusiastically joined in. "We won't let you steal any more of the beauties." But a loud shout made them freeze. 20 coins. They stared, wide-eyed, as Isabel held up 2 fingers while the announcement rang in their ears. 20 gold coins. We have a bid for 20 coins. Seeing this, Corin pouted, guessing immediately. This has to be Senior Mariette Dunalev. She's definitely going to win. But this battle has already gone beyond my control. Just then, Warren opened the money bag and couldn't stop panicking. Meanwhile, someone else bid 21 coins. Jer's group refused to back down. 22 coins. While Corin was still dazed, wondering, but why is this happening? Isabel pushed up her glasses and made the final bid. 50 gold coins. After hearing that, he silently cursed. Why would they go this far? Corin looked like he was about to turn to stone right there. No, Senior Isabel, I get it, but don't you think you're going a little too far with this? In response, she just smiled slyly, as if sending a silent message. Just go on a nice date with Mariette Dunalev. The host cheerfully repeated. 50 gold coins. Do I hear any higher bids? Suddenly, a mysterious man placed a bid. 1 platinum coin. The entire stadium fell silent, all eyes turning towards him. Corin's jaw dropped as he did the math. Platinum. That means 100 gold coins. A single platinum coin is enough to buy an entire floor of a building, no joke. Even if you couldn't buy a 1, it's more than enough to get the finest thoroughbred horse from the southern region. Isabel was just as worried. Who on earth would be willing to spend that much money on just a single day? Right after, she recognized him. It was Mac. He looked down and replied, "It's been a while, young lady." Isabel. The crowd started to get curious. Isn't that Duke Mac? Why is he here? Why would someone of his stature? Isabel stammered. "Uncle, why are you?" Mac just grinned and cut her off. Isn't it obvious? Corin was surprised he got straight to the point. Isabel. My Mariette Dunalev asked you for a favor, didn't she? All just to go on a date with that playboy over there? A second later, Mac roared like a demon. That Corin Lock fellow, unless fish start falling from the sky, don't even think about having Mariette Dunalev stand by your side today. Because today, Mariette Dunalev already has plans to spend the whole day on a date with her father. Corin looked bewildered, scratching his cheek as he spoke up. Excuse me, sir, Mac yelled impatiently. Don't you dare call me sir, Corin muttered under his breath. You're being a little rude, you know. Mac slowly raised his arm to retort. Rude, am I? History is written by the victors. The situation was urgent, so Isabel quickly placed her bid first. 110 coins. He laughed mockingly. Isabel, my dear girl, I'm sure my daughter gave you quite a bit of money. But that amount. He didn't hesitate to raise his hand, and offered a price no one expected. Is just the allowance I give her myself. 1,000 coins. A voice rang out in the silent space. It seemed like there were no more bids. He adjusted his vest, his tone triumphant. Well then, I'll take it. Suddenly, another voice rang out, making Mac freeze for a few seconds. Honey, what are you doing here? Min pushed the door open, covering her mouth as she questioned him. Don't tell me you're pulling some trick to ruin our Mariette Dunalev's date. He was startled to see her and called out, Honey. She immediately grabbed Mac by the collar and scolded him. I really don't know what to do with you anymore. Min started dragging him away while giving orders. The children are waiting, so hurry up and follow me. All Mac could do was cry out, Honey. She suddenly stopped, her cheeks blushing as she suggested. Oh, that's right. Son-in-law Corin, let's all have a meal together as a family soon. He bowed politely and replied, Please be careful, mother. Even while being dragged by the collar from behind, Mac still yelled, Who's your mother? I asked. Who is your mother? A few seconds later, the door slammed shut. Isabel, holding her money bag, spoke up. 1,001 gold coins. She felt a sense of relief. Even though I had to pay way more than I expected, this is just enough for me to survive. The host shouted, 100 coins. Anyone else? Corin, on the other hand, sighed and lamented. So, I got the ribbon. It's true, but this wasn't the scenario I was expecting at all. Anyway, at this point, everything should be over, right? Suddenly, another voice rang out, causing his pupils to widen completely. 2,000 gold coins. The figure of a young woman slowly appeared at the main door. Everyone turned to look in that direction, exclaiming in unison, "Huh?" Scene changed to a mansion. With the start of the Autumn Harvest Festival, the city of MK3 had also begun to embrace it enthusiastically. The very presence of Mer Academy was a guarantee of safety for the entire city of Merkenba. For that reason, the nobility naturally all became sponsors of the Guardian Academy. "You are truly beautiful." The crowd raised their glasses in praise. "Headmaster Aaron, I was wondering if you might have some free time later?" Managing and entertaining such sponsors was one of a headmaster's core duties. Aaron Danua thought to herself, "I miss my students so much." She looked out the window at the waning moon and mused, "So the Harvest Festival is being held again this year, huh?" Aaron Danua knew that the festival had existed even before she was born. It was a festival with an incredibly noble and ancient history. Originally, it was considered a sacrificial rite to show respect and gratitude to the Mother Earth. Danon. Da. During this grand ceremony, the various Danons would receive the offerings made by humans. First was Da, who brought fertility to our land. Then came the sun god, Nu Da, and the god of light, Lo, who nurtured the plants to grow strong, as well as the Danons who governed the rivers and brought favorable rains, along with the Danon of music, who brought lively melodies to make the Harvest Festival even more exciting. And the final highlight to conclude the Harvest Festival is the event where the chosen Autumn Maiden, the most beautiful woman of autumn, receives a blessing from the Danon of beauty. Aaron also remembered clearly the time when those very blessings had helped the entire world live in peace and prosperity. She lowered her head and murmured, "In the old days, so many of my seniors were right here. For them, beloved family members must now be nothing more than distant memories, full of longing that can never be recovered." Aaron Danua looked up and continued, "It's probably been 2,000 years since we last met, hasn't it?" She looked at the figure of O Rest and called out his name, Danon of Beauty. "O Rest." He smiled mockingly. "The Academy is the one cleaning this place up? Did they put up multiple layers of wards? It's been so long, and yet we have to face each other through an illusion like this. What a pity." Aaron Dan couldn't help but be curious. Why now? Not only that, but did that person become a subordinate of Tess to interfere with this world? "Oh," Bress explained, "in the end, Bantha will be able to win. When that happens, it won't be long before this entire land, including the place you just created, will be reduced to a pile of rubble." He deliberately added with emphasis, "And on those piles of rubble, no one will bother discussing so-called justice or beauty. Your time and mine have come to an end." In the silent space, a contemplative voice echoed, "What a new era needs now is a light that will shine down upon the ruins and rubble." The scene changes to a high-end hotel in the city of Makaba. At this moment, Corin and Estelle were sitting in a luxurious restaurant. She extended her toe to touch his pants, and at the same time, she spoke. "Hey now." Corin was lost in his own thoughts. "That's right, if we stick to the plan, we've already earned ourselves another ribbon." Estelle intentionally rubbed his calf with her foot and called out, "Hey, little bro." Corin's face flushed red, sweat pouring down as he thought to himself. Meanwhile, she rested her chin on one hand, and with the other, she took Corin's hand, her voice bewitching. "Do you want to play a naughty game with your big sister?" He was flustered inside. A development like this was something he had never anticipated. She spoke of a dreamlike vision. "You, the heir of Agam, are the sun god, and I, the heir of Andre, am the Mother Earth goddess." Under the table, Estelle teased Corin with her foot. "We will merge, combining the powers of both of us. Imagine the child that would be born between us." Her foot moved closer to his sensitive area. That child would surely possess even greater power and be able to save more people, right? Estelle's face flushed red as she smiled with delight. "Possessing your pristine body and my beauty. A child comparable to a deity." Suddenly, her eyes widened in surprise. Estelle noticed his attitude was a bit. She leaned back and burst into uncontrollable laughter. It wasn't until a while later that Estelle finally managed to stop. Corin stood up decisively and questioned her loudly. 2,000 gold coins? Is this a joke?" She was taken aback by Corin's attitude, stammering, "Little brother." He was furious. His face contorted as he gritted his teeth and demanded, "Don't call me little brother, and neither should Senior Mariette Dunilev. I can't believe even a saintess would act so thoughtlessly." Still not realizing her mistake, Estelle tried to justify herself. It's not that much money. Corin furiously slammed his hand on the table, stressing, it is a huge amount of money, and it's not the kind of money you just throw around like this. There's a limit to everything. I have no desire to see a future where people can just use money to buy my way. Estelle took a deep breath, calming herself down. Her attitude shifted as she calmly remarked, using money to buy it. I can see why you'd think that, Estelle stated with firm conviction. But in that situation, both I and Junior Mariette Dunalev would have done the exact same thing. What we were trying to do wasn't to buy your way. Her gaze was resolute as she emphasized her purpose. It was to prevent you from being sold. Estelle also understood Corin's reasoning perfectly. I know why you want to participate in the auction. She also blamed herself. I know you're taking on so many competitions at once, and I blame myself for putting this burden on your shoulders. Estelle's hand clenched, trembling uncontrollably. But the thought of you, even for a moment, even just in name only, becoming someone else's property. She struggled to stay calm as she confessed her feelings. It's just really upsetting. Understanding now, Corin's voice softened as he reassured her. Don't worry. He gently moved closer, promising her, I promise you, from now on, nothing will ever happen that will make you feel that way again. Corin broke into a radiant smile and declared, because I like a happy ending. The scene shifts to an important day at the Academy, the 4th day of the Harvest Festival. Godol Academy primarily trains guardians to fight against demonic beings, but many also pursue the path of academia, those who pursue magic, or the merchant guilds at the Magic Exhibition, a fair where anyone can register without restriction to showcase their creations. This year, with their competitor Lothap having collapsed, a massive crowd had flocked to the event. People brought their inventions to present them. This is a portable water purifier that helps you drink clean water on expeditions. The thing I made is a shaved ice machine that uses ice magic. Ordinary people created inventions for everyday life. Everyone was excited and curious, eager to learn about these inventions. And here's a rocket I designed to fly into orbit and then land back on the ground. What's a rocket? The extraordinary invented with an eye toward the future. But something else made everyone's jaw drop in amazement. And the truly special ones, well, they create something that makes everyone think, what the hell is that? And sears a powerful impression into their minds. A vehicle came crashing through, smashing and overturning everything in its path. My booth! Dema frowned in anger, shouting, which lunatic is behind this terrorist act? Her eyes widened in surprise as she tried to get a better look. You are? On the vehicle, a figure stood arrogantly with his arms crossed. With his face painted like a clown, Corin announced with delight, my creation is officially making its debut. The other man pointed a finger, furious. What's with that guy? You smash up someone else's booth just to show off that pile of scrap metal? How is that any different from a regular horse-drawn carriage? Judge, please say something to him. Dema paid him no mind, simply ordering, silence. She closed her eyes, concentrating, trying to sense something. Can't you hear it? Dema had sensed something strange. The heartbeat of that beast. Then, she came to a final conclusion. Its whole body is made from scrap metal. Mana flows in place of blood, pulsing throughout its frame. But this is completely different from any rickety old carriage. Dema touched the vehicle, observing it carefully. This beast. It's growling. It wants to be let loose right now. She opened her eyes and asked, full of curiosity, Corin Lock, how on earth did you create the soul for this beast? Corin closed his eyes, having expected this question. Professor Dema, I knew you'd be the one to notice. He began to break out in a nervous sweat. But the truth is, I don't know either. Corin had only designed the concept for the vehicle. I just gave someone a ticket out of the potato farm, explained the general idea, and they built it automatically. Dema had already made her decision to give him the award. She declared that there was no need to see any other entries. The winner of the magic exhibition is... It could be said that his victory was thanks to perfectly catering to the judge's personal taste. Chunsik hugged Corin, sobbing emotionally. We did it. Now I won't get kicked out of the office. Corin gently patted the old man, comforting him. No more going back to that potato field. You've worked so hard, Chunsik. From the hunting competition and the auction to the magic fair, and the market was bustling with people, absolutely lively. Sir Knight, greetings. Corin replied with a friendly tone, asking how things were. Hello, Anna. Has little Nobby still been running away from home lately? Everyone was incredibly interested in his stall. Hey bro, I came with my friends. This little shop is so simple and cute. I heard eel is really good for a man's stamina, right? "Hey kid, come over here and pour us some drinks." Corin, his hands full, still answered with a bright smile. "Coming right up, boss." During all that time, he had been relentlessly taking on quests from the town boards. He even partied up with people for free. He was always the one ready to help everyone. After that, Corin was declared the winner. Corin Lock's booth had broken the all-time sales record since the Autumn Harvest Festival began. This result was a given. Just like that, he had 4 gold ribbons in his grasp. Only one remained, and there wasn't a single competition he was more confident about than this last one. On the 5th day of the Harvest Festival, the event was a mock trial where participants would be divided into prosecutors and defense attorneys to argue for a hypothetical defendant. To make it more immersive, the hypothetical defendant was based on a real event that had occurred at the school. At first glance, it seemed tough, but for him, this was the easiest competition of all. After all, he had just recently memorized the entire kingdom's book of law for the Act on the Rights of Demi-Humans. Among the Marva students, there was surely no one who understood the kingdom's laws better than he did. Besides, the professors acting as judges were only there to moderate the event. The real verdict was decided by the students acting as the jury, which meant all he had to do was win over the audience. The trial began, and the opposing side stated the charges against Corin's client. The defendant threw food out of the classroom window and was therefore charged with littering. Upon hearing this, he looked amused and confident. How in the world could they possibly defend against this? "Victory is mine." Corin's eyes sparkled as he retorted, "What are you talking about?" The defendant was simply returning to nature what was taken from nature. His words left the other side stunned. "What?" The prosecutor slammed the table and reacted furiously. "Your Honor, that logic is absurd." But the judge seemed to nod in agreement with that reasoning. "Food certainly does come from nature." A trembling, angry voice continued to ring out. "Your Honor." The girl on the other side, wanting to refute him, brought up another charge. For the crime of skipping an outdoor class to go hang out in the city. Corin pointed forward and declared with full confidence. He was simply pioneering his own path. Ego once again agreed with this argument, muttering to himself, that's right." Another person from the prosecution pointed a finger, trying to make an accusation. The defendant secretly conducted an experiment in the dormitory that nearly caused a massive explosion. Corin nonchalantly shrugged and replied, "But everyone was safe and sound, right?" Iga continued to accept his reasoning. As long as the students are safe, then Corin became invincible in this competition. "Come on! Not guilty! Not guilty!" The audience was incredibly excited, passionately cheering for their man. Corin Lock. "Show him, Corin! Wipe the floor with that silver tongue of yours." Iga slammed his gavel down, bringing the hall to order. "Silence, everyone. There is still one final trial." Moving on to the deciding round, he quickly announced, "The final match. The prosecution may now read the indictment." Corin smiled, extremely confident in his abilities. "Well then, I'll be taking that 5th ribbon now." The prosecution quickly got to work. "I will now begin the indictment of the defendant in this case. Yorin Joker." Corin looked surprised, trying to recall the name from his memory. That annoying, familiar-looking face belonged to Lack, who pushed up his glasses and sharply read the indictment. The defendant, Yorin Joker, used his handsome looks and smooth tongue to establish ambiguous relationships with 5 female students at the same time, and is therefore charged with 2-timing. Corin became enraged, slamming the table in protest. "TT 2-timing? What are you talking about?" The defense objects." He broke out in a cold sweat, his voice turning frantic and confused. "According to the laws of the kingdom, associating with multiple members of the opposite sex is not, in itself, an illegal act. Furthermore, the defendant never explicitly said, 'Let's date' to any of them." After this, Corin turned to deliver his conclusion. "That's right. They're friends. Can't friends do things like that with each other?" The courtroom was blanketed in complete silence. Lack seized this opportunity to add fuel to the fire, going on dates, kissing, and even sleeping in the same bed. "Can you really call that kind of relationship just friends?" Corin's face turned pale as a sheet, and he shouted, "Whoa, who said that?" He let out a smirk, twisting the question back at him. "What do you mean? Who said that?" "This is the story of the hypothetical character, Yorin Joker, isn't it, counselor?" The atmosphere became incredibly awkward. Corin stubbornly tried to find a way to turn the situation around. Let's think about this carefully. Maybe Yorin Joker has his own secret struggles. For example, maybe he has to save the world and is temporarily forbidden from dating anyone. At that moment, Iga quickly slammed his gavel, making his ruling. Finally, he had made his decision. According to the jury's vote, the defendant, Yorin Joker. At last, everything was over. The 5th day of the Harvest Festival came to an end. The result? 4 gold ribbons and 1 silver ribbon. Duo looked at the table with an amused expression. Hey, one of them is a different color. Corin scratched his head, still unable to accept the result. Those damn jurors. What the hell is so wrong with Yorin Joker anyway? He protested the final verdict they had reached. The punishment of being drawn and quartered into as many pieces as the number of girls he led on is way too harsh. The other two turned to him, confused. What do you mean? What's wrong? That guy's a total scumbag. Corin collapsed, bowing his head as he racked his brain. 1. I'm still 1 short. Now that all the competitions are over, I have to think of something. His face scrunched up in anger. Damn it. Do I really have to do that? Ren seemed to guess his intention and asked, You're not thinking of participating in that, are you? Corin didn't hesitate to confirm it. That's right. He had fallen into despair, with this being his only option. It's the only way left. This crucial moment finally arrived on the last day of the Harvest Festival. Up until now, the plans I've made have always had a high probability of running into some kind of trouble. Well, I'm not exactly the brains of the operation. Pariho was always the planner, and I was the one who executed the plans. Because bad luck just keeps piling on, preparing a plan B and C has become second nature. So this isn't difficult at all. It's something only a man can do, the manliest of actions, so there's absolutely nothing to be ashamed of. He began to psych himself up. Be proud. Corin's eyes widened with determination. Corin Lock. After that, he put on a wig, dressed up as a girl, and stepped into the grand finale of the Harvest Festival. This final competition was declared open. The cross-dressing contest will now begin. Although the Academy's cross-dressing contest was an official event for winning a gold ribbon, it was probably to be expected. Back then, I should have just taken the easy way out, gone to class normally, gotten 2 golds, and then entered this contest. He should have just blindly picked a ticket from the start, because no one voluntarily participated in this competition. Most of the participants were there as punishment, or because they lost a bet. That's right. They were just going through the motions with no intention of winning, just hoping for this tragedy to end quickly. All except for one person. Corin, full of fighting spirit, kept repeating in his head, I will be the champion. 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 The referee quickly called for the first person to step up. All right, contestant number 1, Peter. Corin looked up in surprise. What the hell? From below, the audience cheered enthusiastically. Jer, you're so beautiful. Marry me. He also felt completely shocked. Why is that Dan guy suddenly so enthusiastic? Don't tell me. The host called the next candidates. Next, will contestants number 2, 3, and 4 please come to the stage? The atmosphere here was getting more and more frantic. I'll endure it until this group debuts. Corin looked at them, his eyes wide with fear, breaking out in a sweat. These bastards. He didn't want to lose again. My image is ruined anyway. I have to stop that smooth talker from getting the golden ribbon. Are you deliberately trying to sabotage me just to stop me from getting first place? Corin tried to calm himself down. All right, I see how good you all are. His whole body was fired up as he declared, I'm going all out too. When it came to dancing, he had a bit of talent. He'd binged quite a few idol videos back in the military. Corin closed his eyes, realizing the most important key was getting into character. He stepped onto the stage to perform flawlessly, having to hypnotize himself. Jer was kicked off the stage in a fit of rage, going crazy. Corin's mastery had defeated all his rivals. This stage was his. Everyone looked up at him with mesmerized eyes. Senior Corin has stirred everything up. They were all captivated by his performance, which had turned the entire stage on its head. The other contestants now willingly withdrew. Hurry up, give him the prize, and get him off the stage. I forfeit. I forfeit. Those who hadn't even competed yet fell completely silent. Even the host was frozen in place. Now, even Corin's breathing had become captivating. He blushed deeply, finishing his performance. It was perfect. In total, out of 15 people, 4 were injured and 10 forfeited. The host quickly announced the final result. The survivor. No. The winner is Corin Lock. He successfully got the golden ribbon he desired. I did it. By now, night had fallen on the city. Aaron began to introduce the area. Corin, do you see that place over there? The fruit shop in the commercial district. That's where the academy was first founded. She started to recount its history. Originally, it was an orphanage. It started with me, Josephine, and a few children who had lost their families to monsters. Aaron leaned against the railing, looking down and enjoying the view. It's amazing, isn't it? My city. Corin came up from behind and asked her, The Autumn Goddess Parade is in full swing. Don't you regret not being there? Aaron had no regrets and was quite content. The festival is for the students. I'm already happy enough, thanks to my wonderful student. She had noticed the fire inside him early on. From the moment you told me to be at the clock tower on time, I sensed a very serious determination. Aaron turned around, asking curiously about the situation. Did something happen? Go ahead and tell me. Corin walked over and stated his wish directly. Master, I hope that everyone can be happy. He expressed his feelings with all his sincerity. Not just me, but many, many people. Even if to someone else, they might just be worthless strangers, even if they call me a fake or say I'm being too dramatic. But Corin held a noble ideal within him. If it's possible, I still wish for everyone to be happy. That's my goal in life. To live. I want to protect something as simple as that. Aaron looked at Corin with eyes full of trust. If it's you, I'm sure you can do it. He suddenly squeezed her hand tightly, assuring her, I absolutely have to. Then, Corin pulled Aaron into a hug and said, and among those people, he frowned, instructing her with determination. Until this is all over, you must stay right by my side. Aaron blushed, stunned, and confused about what was happening. Corin, it's starting. The event took place on the final day of the Autumn Harvest Festival, the biggest turning point in the middle and late stages of the legend of the hero Ahan, the fall of the Academy. Time would freeze exactly on the hour. More accurately, everyone had stepped into a world where time was suspended. The thing that stopped time was located at the top of the clock tower. It was the first rune, T. It was the ancient worm that Tes Banhazat had hidden ever since the Academy's founding. He had used its power to forcibly activate all the worms carved throughout the city. Thousands of teleportation worms carved across the city resonated, shifting everything, including the Academy's buildings, into the Shadow Labyrinth. That caused a severe consequence. The Academy collapsed, and shadow monsters swarmed the city. Normal students couldn't even budge, and even if a few outstanding students tried to resist, it didn't change the overall situation. But even those students fell one by one, him and OBR, along with the great siege of shadow monsters. This was originally an impossible quest that couldn't be cleared, including the key characters. Many people in the Academy would have to die. The space was then submerged everywhere, in flames, and a familiar figure suddenly appeared. Among them, it was none other than Aaron, joining the battle. Master was there too. Because the ancient language was indestructible, whether during the game or in his previous life when he came here with Park Sihu, he could never prevent this event. Every time, the righteous Aaron acted for the heroes of the Academy. She was willing to sacrifice herself for justice, for her students. Aaron turned her face, giving a bright smile and asserting, I'm the adult here, kiddo, and as an adult, it's my duty to prioritize protecting children like you. She bravely walked into the blazing fire, sacrificing herself. That's right. Today is your last night. Aaron glanced up at him, her voice faltering slightly. Corin, the moment of destiny has been set. At that moment, the clock's hands reached the fateful time. At exactly midnight, an enormous power began to emerge. The familiar letter T appeared once more. The ancient language was activated, and thousands of ancient runes across the city resonated with each other. On the streets, people began to notice something strange. The letter T started to appear everywhere, but this time, there was a strange difference compared to before. Fortunately, this time, it wasn't a teleportation rune. People were still bustling in every corner of the streets. Autumn is the season of harvest. They surrounded a boat with 4 girls standing on it. For all the efforts made until now, this is the season for them to bear fruit. Ever since being transported here, he had taken exams, fought side by side in countless missions, and saved his friends. Corin had gone through so many different things, striving to become stronger. Every moment he spent walking around this Mokava Academy, Corin never once considered giving up. He always tried his best to fulfill his duties and lead everyone. Listen carefully. Just as I said, the continuous failures, and everyone's cooperation and reports back to Corin. There's one here too, sir. They were all part of the process to fix everything. Returning to the present, he held Aaron even tighter, something that should have been a given. The entire city was now immersed in joy, the daily lives of its people. Everything he had received from her for the sake of tomorrow. Corin placed a hand on Aaron's shoulder, thinking to himself, I'm just paying you back for what you did for me. He was worried about a terrifying future to come. A harsh winter was fast approaching. Would he be able to get through that cold winter and safely welcome the spring? Corin couldn't forget Aaron's birthday. However, happy birthday. His face lit up as he called her name, Aaron. At the sound of his voice, a smile quickly formed on her lips. Thank you. Aaron's face turned bright red, feeling incredibly happy. My good student. Everything around Corin now felt incredibly fulfilling. At the very least, His autumn this year had been a great success.